The chosen one Zhongli, please make the most important choice. All previous chosen ones, without exception, have placed money as their top priority. After all, in the world of strange tales, as long as you have money, even ghosts can be controlled. Family, I choose family. Are you crazy? You are noble. Your whole family will enjoy prosperity, and let the whole country suffer. Have you not watched the live broadcast? Everyone chooses money. She is the only one choosing family. Zhang Li's actions, not to mention in Manhwa, can be said to be unprecedented in the entire Blue Star, but unfortunately no one can discover the strong sense of anticipation that Zhang Li bursts out when facing the strange. Without family, there would be no me today. Please do not hurt my family. The chosen one Zhang Li, the most important card is family, now announces the new player rewards. Everyone stopped discussing, cursing aside, but now they really envy Zhang Li's family from the bottom of their hearts. When the system's prompt sound rang again, a strong malice suddenly filled the entire space. The chosen one, Zhang Li is immune to all physical damage in the world of strange tales, while any physical attacks you suffer will be transferred to your most beloved family members. When this was said, not only Dai Kunli and her daughter were stunned, but also tens of millions of netizens in the live broadcast room. As for Zhang Li, deep in her heart, there was an almost ecstatic feeling that burst out in an instant, but it was only a moment. She hid the smile that was about to widen in her eyes, and disguised herself as looking worried. She didn't want her true thoughts to be exposed. She was actually gambling, and she won. After observing the chosen ones in the mental hospital for half a year, she knew clearly that strangeness is the most insidious and cunning thing. The more you care about something, the more it wants to deprive you of it. It wants you to personally feel how you fall into despair and step by step towards destruction. So, why can't she turn the tables? Yes, she wants to use the strangeness to make her family fall into hell completely. Threatening me with my family, you shameless and conscienceless people. You are simply a group of bad people. Zhang Li is injured. I am hurt. Zhang's father, seeing this, suddenly spat on the ground, and began to curse wildly. You fool. You group of bad people. I will definitely take your lives, chop off your feet, and tear your mouth. Enough. Super double. Zhang Li finally closed her mouth that was about to scold. Super double. That's quite good. After all, if I double it again carelessly, I might end up playing them out. Luckily it didn't happen. To protect your family, please take the copy seriously and follow the rules. Zhang Li immediately put on a look of having to surrender again. I will definitely follow the rules and protect my family well. After listening to this sentence, the sister Zhang Lianhua who was watching the live broadcast was directly scared to the point of splashing water. After all, in the past, only the chosen ones of the strange world died, and the people of Huadwa would face strange invasions, but now the nature has completely changed. No matter what Zhang Li encountered in the strange world, the harm she suffered would first be transferred to her family in a super double form, and her stepmother Dai Chunli also had a big change in her complexion, and she couldn't do anything. She could only watch Zhang Li continue to rank the importance of her family in her heart. Your family member Dai Chunli is the one you most want to protect. Bind Dai Chunli with your first copy. The attacks you suffer next will be transferred to Dai Chunli in a super double form. If your first copy clears the level, then Dai Chunli will be able to survive no matter what form she is in. Zhang Lianhua, who was not selected, felt a heavy weight lifted off her heart, while her companion Dai Chunli rolled her eyes and fainted on the spot. Congratulations to the chosen one for choosing to protect their family, triggering the hidden reward of filial piety. If you love him, he will support and protect you. If you hate him, he will destroy you. With the sound of the system, a child appeared out of thin air next to Zhang Li. He looked at the little guy, stood still for a second. Goodness, painlessly being a mother. The little guy grinned, and a cheerful laughter came out of his throat. Hongying, my name is Hongying. Zhang Li stared at the child for a few seconds, feeling a little nervous in his heart. According to the rules, if he used this red tassel well, he would gain a powerful assistant, but otherwise, he might end up playing with fire and burning himself. She forced herself to raise her hand and lovingly rubbed the cold, ice-cold red tassel, like an ice cave. Head, good, red tassel is the best. Now officially entering the first instance. Instance name, Happy Death Day. Copy introduction, you have a happy family of 3 in Whoville. You play the role of the wife of the family. On your 4th wedding anniversary, the family anniversary of your family of 3, but accidentally turned into a family jubilee. Passing condition. 1. SS level, investigate the truth about the family jubilee and escape the city. 2. Level S, gain your husband's favor and get him to personally promise to be willing to die for you. 3. Level A, survive 7 days at home. The living room. When Zhang Li opened his eyes again, he had already spiritually penetrated into his wife's body. Zhang Li's eyes were dark, and she was still in the box. She seemed to have duct tape wrapped around her mouth, ropes strangled around her hands and feet. The smell of blood filled his nose. There dashed the sound of a zipper unzipping. A fat man with pig ears and a pig's nose came over and opened the suitcase. John Lee observed. The man looked to be in his early 30s, bloated and obese, and smelled greasy and fishy. The smell of blood that John Lee had just smelled was wafting out from him. John Lee guessed that the man in front of her should be the husband. The husband's expression was odd. He helped John Lee up from the suitcase. Then he raised the kitchen knife in his hand and cut the ropes on John Lee's hands and feet. Ripped the tape off her mouth again. Husband scolds, "Next time you don't listen, it won't be as simple as locking you up." As he spoke, the husband's line of sight glanced at the red baby on John Lee's shoulder. His expression visibly paused for a second. Red baby noticed him too. The red baby glared at her husband, bulging out his bloodshot eyes, and bared her teeth menacingly. The husband shivered in fear and his fat body winced. The white maggots coming out of his pig's ears were so terrified that he immediately began to shrink back. The husband's eyes hurriedly averted away, as if trying to pretend he couldn't see the red baby. Forget it this time. The husband was going to curse a couple of times, but on second thought, still sparing the erring wife, the husband pulled out the old man's phone in his pocket and dialed a number out. He went to the balcony, taking the glass partition door with him. The husband talks on the phone twice, then turns around to monitor his wife. He couldn't let the slightest movement of his wife go. John Lee doesn't have the rules yet. She paid no attention to her husband, but rose to her feet, and looked around the observe for notes and such. Chapter 3, Rule Notes. John Lee looked around the room. 7 days later, it was the anniversary of the marriage of a wife and her husband. It was supposed to be a day of celebration, but today the room was decorated in the style of a funeral. The clear white wreaths, paper money and white candles are displayed in the house. Even her husband's head was wrapped in a white scarf. Throughout the room, a depressing atmosphere hung over it. John Lee noticed that a note was pressed underneath the color TV in the living room. That should be the rule for copies. John Lee raised her leg and walked over, but her husband's gaze, dead on, was fixed on her. Her husband's face darkened with every step she moved. 3 steps down, no note yet, but John Lee had already witnessed her husband take the knife in his hand and grip it tighter. The stance was as if he was ready to rush over at any moment and swing a knife at his wife. John Lee let out a light breath to stay calm. A second later, she called softly to the red baby on her shoulder. "Baby, bare your teeth and glare at him." Baby Red giggled twice. "Mommy, baby can help you, but you have to help baby too. Say, what do you want?" John Lee asked. Red infant's cold little face, close to John Lee's cheek, his cold breath as he spoke, whistled and blew in John Lee's ears. "Mommy's eyes are so pretty, baby wants mommy's eyes." The tone of the red baby's voice was evil and haunted. He winked playfully, waiting for John Lee's response. John Lee's palms tightened. "Halftime." John Lee smiled lightly. "Good, I'll give it to you. A mortal wound in the area is nothing." "Really? Wow!" Baby Red danced with joy. "Baby loves mommy so much." The red baby's small hand reached out and removed John Lee's left eyeball, pulling out long strands of red blood. At this moment, the Jung family, John Lee's stepmother, Dai Chun-li, had only just come out of her coma. Dai Chun-li cursed under her breath and kept breaking into little, "I will destroy you." Dai Chun-li runs all over the house and grabs the black cat that John Lee left in the house before she was sent to the mental hospital. Dai Chun-li raised the scissors high and was about to stab the sharp head of the scissors into the black cat's abdomen. I didn't realize that the next second, her left eyeball suddenly burst. "Ah!" Dai Chun-li's eyes instantly glazed over with pain. "It hurts." "Eyes? My eyes." The pain was only doubled, but with World of Weirds super doubled. It made Dai Chun-li nearly faint from the pain. Black Cat took the opportunity to escape from Chun-li Tai. Before leaving, it viciously scratched at Dai Chun-li's face, leaving several sharp scratches. Dai Chun-li slumped to the ground in agony, her face drenched in blood. In the World of Weird Tales, after Jiang Li's eyeballs were removed, it only took half a second for her face to return to its original state. Red Baby got what he wanted and really became well behaved. He took the bloody eyeball and babied it into his pocket. Then, as Jiang Li said, she turned back to bare her teeth and glared at her husband, who spied on them from time to time. The husband winced as he came into contact with the sight of the red baby. He turned around in a panic, pretending to make a phone call, not daring to look back. Still, the husband's trembling form showed the fear within him. Jiang Li took advantage of this moment and quickly took 2 steps to the front of the color TV, got the note and opened it. Family of 3 family code. 1. Remember, your name is Zheng Hui. Your name is Zheng Hui. Your name is Zheng Hui. Never forget your name. No matter whoever asks your name, please tell him that your name is Zheng Hui. 2. Please believe that your husband loves you so much that he would never get you killed, unless you disobey him. 3. You have only one son, not a daughter. If you see a daughter, Please kill her at the first opportunity. 4. You must be asleep by 0 p.m. 5. When you hear the sound of chopping meat at night, do not open your eyes. 6. No meat in the house. If you are hungry, you can eat finger cookies from the refrigerator. 7. Do not refuse your son's request, or he will be sad. 8. The dolls at home don't shed tears. If you see it, it must be an illusion. Please close your eyes immediately. 9. Your mother-in-law has passed away, so if you hear her calling you at home, do not turn around. Red Baby, who was lying on Jian Li's shoulder like a cat, spoke. Red Baby, Mom, only the first rule is true. Jian Li pursed her lips, her face taut. If the first rule is true, and all the other rules are false, then this copy is too difficult. But can she trust this great filial son? Infant, you didn't lie to mommy? Jian Li asked Red Infant with a smile. Baby Red promised with conviction, I won't lie to mommy. Lying is for puppies. Jian Li's index finger, which was hanging down, twitched rapidly. Thinking for a second, she took on the tone of a small child and ranted with a smile. Then you're a puppy. Woof woof. Red Infant froze for a moment after hearing this, and then laughed wildly. He covered his little tummy and giggled with laughter, his little body tilting back and forth. Giggle. Woof woof. Guessed by mommy. Baby said the opposite. Baby is a puppy dog. Red Baby said the opposite. Fortunately, Jian Li slightly swindled the brat. She almost fell for this great filial son. If it's true what Red Baby says, that only the first rule is true, then this is nothing less than a 100% death copy, because of which of the 8 remaining rules are all false and which are half true and half false. It's impossible to tell the difference in a short period of time. It becomes almost a certain death. But in the world of weird tales, there can be no such surefire endings. However, after being stirred up by Red Infant, Jian Li came to understand. Red Baby can read the rules of truth in a slip of paper. She could put that to good use later. Jian Li looked at the first fake rule on the note and fell into a short analysis. Remember, your name is Zheng Hui. Your name is Zheng Hui. Your name is Zheng Hui. Never forget your name. No matter whoever asks your name, please tell him that your name is Zheng Hui. This wife in the copy is not named Zheng Hui, or that the wife's name is indeed Zheng Hui, but she should never tell anyone that. Her real name is Zheng Hui. Jian Li was tapping his index finger on his elbow joint in thought. Her husband suddenly pulled open the balcony door and approached her with a knife. Jian Li's eyes swept to the sharp knife stained with red blood in her husband's hand. The palms of his hands curled up involuntarily. Article 2 of the Family Code. Please believe that your husband loves you so much that he would never kill you unless you disobeyed him. Jian Li pondered for a while and cleared up 2 important pieces of information here. The first is that if she disobeys her husband, then he will most likely kill her. The second is that, even if she does not disobey her husband and he persecutes her, it's not against the rules as long as she's allowed to hang on to her breath and not die. The husband did not make any demands now, so there was no such thing as Jian Li having disobeyed her husband. So now there's only the possibility that the husband's gonna cut her, but not so much that he's gonna cut her to death. That's the way to comply with the rules, Jiang Li was thinking. Instead, her husband had darkened his face and approached her with a knife. Chapter 4, Use of Husbands. Jiang Li's feet subconsciously stepped back. She could almost hear her heart pounding with nervousness. If this man is going to go under the knife, then move. The damage would be transferred to Chun-Li Tai anyway. Thinking of this, Jiang Li no longer stepped back, but peacefully closed her eyes. The netizens in the live broadcast room sweated over Jiang Li. The hearts of all the people were instantly in their throats. The expected bloody scene, however, did not occur. A voice that rang in Jiang Li's ears. Go get your daughter to come out for dinner. The husband unexpectedly did not do anything. With only a faint scan of the black screen television, he threw down a word and turned to the kitchen. Jiang Li slowly opened his eyes. She looked at the pigtails behind her husband, her eyes showing a few moments of skepticism. Could it be that the husband was so contaminated that his sanity was no longer in order? In the note in Jiang Li's hand, the third rule was clear in black and white. You have only one son, no daughter. If you see a daughter, kill her at the first opportunity. If there is no daughter, then why would the husband say something like call your daughter out for dinner? However, Jiang Li could not disobey her husband. In the event of disobedience, I'm afraid it will immediately cause the husband's violent anger and trigger the death ending. But to submit to the husband's wishes would be contrary to the third rule. What to do? Jiang Li looked back at the children's room. The door of the room was half hidden, and in the open gap, dark as the mouth of an abyss. It's as if it's going to suck someone in and devour them at any moment. Jiang Li couldn't see the silhouette, much less distinguish the gender of the child inside. What are you waiting for? Go and call your daughter for dinner. The husband brought out 2 plates of red meat from the kitchen. He gave his wife a fierce look and couldn't resist urging. Jiang Li hinted to herself to calm down, There must be some detail that she hadn't noticed yet. Surely, Zhongli once again looked in the direction of the children's room. Instead, the heart skipped a steep beat. A pair of small child's eyes, revealed in the darkened doorway, were staring at her with a smile. "Mommy." The child's voice was soft and sweet. It was a girl's voice. "If you see your daughter, kill her at the first opportunity." Zhongli resisted the urge to go over and strangle it. She always felt that things shouldn't be like this. No, they weren't. What exactly is wrong with Zhongli's right index finger? Gently twitched twice. Unintentionally, she noticed an unassuming pregnancy test at the foot of the table. The sex of the fetus, which the husband had paid off the doctor to find out, was marked on it, female. Zhongli glanced at the half of the hospitalization slip revealed below the pregnancy test, and her back instantly broke out in a cold sweat. "I see. I told you to go get your daughter for dinner." The husband opened the sliding door of the kitchen with a clatter and rushed towards Zhongli with a knife in his hand. "He's coming over." Zhongli immediately turned her head and looked in the direction of the children's room. "Son, today is the anniversary of your sister's death. Go and invite her out for dinner." Zhongli shouted at the little kid. Seeing that Zhongli finally called out to his daughter and did not continue to disobey him, the husband slowly lowered his knife. Didn't press any closer. The little child at the doorway timidly opened the door to the room. He stopped pretending to be a girl's voice and reverted to his original boyish voice. "Okay, mommy, you wait." Zhongli sighed in relief. She had guessed correctly. The wife in the replica did, indeed, have a daughter at one time, but the daughter died unexpectedly 2 years ago today. The hospitalization slip at the bottom of the pregnancy test form is the best evidence of this. The date on the hospitalization form is exactly 2 years ago today. Zhongli scanned the room, his eyes fixed on the two wreaths. No wonder the house went in the funeral style, so it was to condole with the dead daughter. A few moments later, my son bounced out of the children's room clutching a black and white posthumous photo of his sister. Only the son seems to have some kind of obsession with pretending to be a girl. The son was wearing the exact same white dress as in his sister's last photo. He had 2 small white flowers on his head and very solid bloody lipstick painted on his mouth. My son put the last photo on an empty seat at the dining room table and sat himself down next to it with joy. The little girl in the last photo looks almost exactly like her son. It felt like I was hugging my own effigy for dinner, and the image was indescribably bizarre. Zhongli hesitated for a moment and followed suit. Zhongli's position, opposite his son. The husband came over at that moment and took a seat in the center of his son and Zhongli. He brought a large bowl of broth, hot and steaming white. On that soup, there were a few locks of what looked like hair floating. My son disguised himself as a petite girl's voice again. "Daddy, what kind of soup is this? It smells so good." The husband smiled smugly. "Nori soup, your sister's favorite, with meatballs in it," the husband said, taking a soup ladle and scooping out a few sunken balls. "That's not a pill. It's..." Zhongli averted her face, forcibly resisting the urge to gag. Even though Zhongli was no longer looking at the food, the acid in her stomach it still can't help but go up. Zhongli hiccuped somewhat uncontrollably, bubbling her stomach. She hurriedly covered her mouth, forcing herself to restrain this uncontrollable physical reaction. The husband glanced at Zhongli and didn't say anything, just put a cup of fresh water in front of Zhongli. "Zhongli, thank you." Her husband ignored her, but got himself up and served soup to his daughter and son. "Drink." The husband handed his son the bowl of laden soup, excitedly wiggling his little legs. His son picked up a small spoon, scooped up a pill, and was about to bring it to his mouth. He was about to eat it when he seemed to remember something and put the pill back in the bowl. "Mom, you eat." The son straightened up and handed the meatball to Zhongli's mouth. The 6th rule of the family code flashed through Zhongli's mind. Meat is not allowed in the house. If you are hungry, you can eat finger cookies from the refrigerator. She's not allowed to eat meat. But, again, she couldn't say no to her son. Article 7 of the family code states it clearly. Don't refuse your son's request or he will be sad. Zhongli couldn't refuse her son and couldn't eat the meatballs. The damn rules, digging around wanting her dead. What was she supposed to do? Eat it and hyperventilate? Obviously this is not an optimal solution. Maybe when you hyperventilate, you'll trigger some hidden rule and die again. Zhongli's brain raced and his index finger twitched unconsciously. 3 seconds later, she squeezed a gentle smile onto her face and stroked her son's head, her tone rising. "Thank you, son. My son's kindness is accepted by my mom." When Zhongli finished speaking, she smoothly picked up the pills with a spoon and turned her head to look at her husband. "Husband, my gastritis is acting up again and I can't eat any meat. My son is a filial son. I'll just honor you first, okay?" Chapter 5, To Eat the Heart. The regurgitation and hiccups just now were definitely not empty. When Zhongli used to live in a mental hospital, she hadn't had acid reflux or vomited from all the meals crawling with white maggots that her stepmother and stepsisters had sent over. and what's in front of you is just a slightly more bloody dish. According to Jiang Li's nature, it was even more unlikely that she would recoil to that extent. There's only one possibility that could cause such a violent physical reaction. That would be the wife in the copy, with gastritis, and not a bad symptom. With severe gastritis, it's a case of not eating any meat at all. The proteins and fats in meat are difficult to be absorbed and digested, and eating meat will only worsen your condition. And the second article of the family code, please believe that your husband loves you very much. If this rule is true, then a husband who loves his wife, it was impossible to watch his wife's condition worsen. Jiang Li covered her stomach and looked sincerely at her husband. She tried to see a hint of relief in her husband's expression. Will she be able to get out of it this time by utilizing her husband? Jiang Li wanted to take a gamble. Sure enough, Jiang Li's guess worked. The husband took the meatball that Jiang Li clipped to him and swallowed it in one gulp. When chewing, the mouth is full of popping juice, and the mouth makes a chugging sound. Jiang Li had thought it was over, but she didn't expect her husband to suddenly hold her hand. The husband's hands were covered with dirty yellow fat. After he swallowed the meatball, he cast Jiang Li a concerned look and spoke somewhat apologetically. Honey, it's my fault for locking you up for the past few days and not feeding you your stomach pills. Jiang Li pulled out a comforting smile and shook her head. It's my own poor health. Huan, go get your mom's stomach medicine. The husband twisted his head to make his son. My son agreed with a resounding yes. Then my son jumped off the stool and headed for mom and dad's room. My son was walking happily, during which he accidentally touched his sister's wreath. The word affixed to the center of the wreath floated to the ground. Looking at the figure of her son entering the room, Jiang Li's heart gripped together. Right now, this father and son are trying to force her to take the medicine. Jiang Li buried his head and pondered over the countermeasures. Unexpectedly at that moment, the husband suddenly pulled back his chair and got up. Jiang Li's heart lifted again. As Jiang Li watched, her husband walked over to the wreath and picked up the Dayin character on the ground. Getting up again, he slowly pasted the word Dayin back on. Jiang Li stared at the word for a while, his eyes a little strange. Why did he put the words upside down? Is it the same as the Chinese who like to put the Chinese character upside down? When the blessing is down, the blessing is up. Dayin is down, so it's the anniversary? She watched her husband turn back and withdrew her gaze faintly. By this time, my son had brought over a box of medicine for gastritis. On top of the stomach pills, it says morphine. Jiang Li lightly swept a glance and her heart went cold. Morbutylene is a stomach medicine that should be taken before meals. I'm afraid trying to muddle through and say we'll eat after dinner won't work. But the medicine of this weird talk world. Jiang Li really didn't dare to eat into her stomach easily. Hell, I don't know what the side effects will be. Just as Jiang Li was in a difficult situation, morphine had already been handed to her. Her husband and son had 4 eyes, like vipers, staring straight at her. Jiang Li stiffened, opened the box and drew out a row of pills. The medication instructions fell out in the process and fell off the dining room table. Jiang Li bent down to pick up the instructions. I did not expect, but accidentally found the bottom of the manual. Herein stained a train ticket. Train tickets are from Huizhou to Tomb Ridge. On the ticket stub, Zhanghui is written in the passenger column, and the date on the top of the train ticket is 7 days later. It was the wife who booked the tickets. Under this misadventure, Jiang Li actually managed to get a train ticket to escape the city, thanks to this box of stomach pills. What's that? Her husband's face appeared coldly on the side of Jiang Li's face. Jiang Li's heart almost jumped out. She implored herself to remain calm, and then without moving, she folded the instructions back, just enough to hide the ticket from the husband's point of view. Jiang Li only left the front instructions 3 big words. She flashed the large letters to her husband. It's the stomach medicine instructions, husband. Jiang Li kept smiling as much as possible. The husband stared at the piece of paper a few more times, like he wanted to burn through it. His face showed a few moments of confusion, and he frowned softly, then got up from under the table. Jiang Li followed suit and got up, trying to act as naturally as possible. She slipped the instructions, along with the ticket, into her pocket. The husband urges, take your medicine. It's good for your health. My son also said, Mom, take your medicine. You'll get better faster if you take it. This pill, if Jiang Li didn't eat it, he would probably have to die here on the spot. Jiang Li thought for half a second, unwrapped a pill and fed it into his mouth. Picking up the clear water on the table again, he tilted his head, and swallowed it. Seeing Jiang Li obediently take the pills, her husband and son stopped continuing to look at her. Instead, he tore and nibbled at his own bowl of flavorful red meat and, suck it up and drink the blood soup. Jiang Li had just finished her medicine, so she immediately got up and headed for the kitchen. Honey, the table is full of meat. I can't eat it. I'll go get the cookies from the fridge. The husband lifted his head and grunted his fat piggy snout twice, seemingly a little disgruntled. But when he thought that there really wasn't much vegetarian food on the table, and that his wife couldn't eat, so there wasn't much to say. Just talking. The damn rats are stealing all the vegetables in the house. I'll go to the market tomorrow and get some more. Zhongli smiled and answered. Thank you, husband. Zhongli walked into the kitchen as he spoke. She went to the refrigerator and opened the door. The aroma is so appetizing, but in only 2 seconds, the food in the refrigerator, again, instantly went from fresh and flavorful to rotting maggot meat. Zhongli's sense of smell and vision were hit at the same time, and there was another hard feeling on his stomach. She pushed down the acid that bubbled upward and used the open refrigerator door to block the view of her husband and son. Then secretly pick out the pill pressed under your tongue and hide it in your shirt pocket. This pill, there really is something wrong with it. Zhongli only held it in his mouth for a short while, and his spirit was somewhat contaminated. It was amazing how she almost thought of the foul-smelling food as a delicacy. Watching my husband and son devour what was on the table. Guess their spirits have been tainted long ago. The husband would turn into a pig, and what the son would turn into. Zhongli didn't see it yet. Zhongli didn't move to collect the pills. Meanwhile, in the meantime, smoothly, I pulled out the finger cookies at the far end of the refrigerator. Just as Zhongli was about to close the refrigerator door, the red baby lying on his shoulder spoke. Mommy, baby is hungry. Baby wants to eat heart. Red infant stretched out her finger and poked Zhongli's chest. Zhongli's physical injuries can be transferred. He wants a heart. Just give it to him. Zhongli's face, however, gradually, became ugly. Chapter 6 Parental Signatures. In Weird Tales world, Zhongli gets her eyes plucked out and the damage is transferred to her stepmother, Dai Chuanli. But if the heart is ripped out, it's of a different nature. Chunli Tai will die outright. Once that Dai Chuanli died, Zhongli Ruo continued to be attacked in the copy. Wouldn't she have no entity that could deflect the damage then? Originally Zhongli had 2 lives. If he agreed to Red Infant's request, then this is the equivalent of directly nullifying her life. Zhongli couldn't take the risk. But this kid, Red Baby, she'd better not offend. Zhongli was silent for 2 seconds. Just as the red baby's face became more and more ugly, Zhongli quickly from the corner of the refrigerator. Remove a chicken's heart and throw it to him. Eat, Zhongli said. Red Infant had just said that he was going to eat the heart, and did not explicitly say whose heart he was going to eat. Literally, just giving him the heart would not be a refusal of the little guy's request. Of course, this kid, Red Infant, pointing at Zhongli's heart and saying this was deliberately trying to mislead her, trying to make Zhongli think that the red baby only eats its mom's heart. As expected, when the red baby saw the heart organ, the hostility on his face immediately disappeared. He cracked his mouth, his eyes curved like crescent moons, and giggled. Giggle. Thanks mommy, baby loves mommy. Red Infant's cold face approached Zhongli and rubbed affectionately on his cheek. Zhongli swept a glance at him and curled her lips. I'm glad I didn't fall for this kid's scheme. If I really agreed to give him my heart, I'm afraid the consequences would be unimaginable. And Zhongli sort of realized it. As long as this kid, Red Baby, increases his favoritism towards her, then Red Baby will call her mommy, not mom. In that case, Zhongli had already accumulated goodwill twice here at Red Infant. Last time, it was for Red Baby, mom's pretty eyes. Over at the dining table, the husband and son, obviously heard the movement on Zhongli's side, but inexplicably, neither of those two made a sound, nor did they urge Zhongli to hurry back. They all seemed to be in awe of Red Baby. Zhongli took the finger cookies, closed the refrigerator door, and returned to the table. Eat up, we have to check Huan's final paper afterward, the husband voiced. Huan also chimed in. Mom, the teacher asked for the papers to be signed by the parents. Parent signature. Zhongli remembered the first rule. Remember, your name is Zheng Hui. Your name is Zheng Hui. Your name is Zheng Hui. Never forget your name. No matter whoever asks your name, please tell him that your name is Zheng Hui. Red Baby said that rule is false, and the passenger on the train ticket is none other than Zheng Hui. This means that the first half of the first rule is true and the second half is false. That is to say, the wife in the copy, for some ulterior reason, never declared to the public that her real name is Zheng Hui. Zhongli felt that the parent's signature here was definitely a pit waiting for her to jump. Once she signed her name Zheng Hui on the test paper, there is a good chance that the death ending will be triggered directly. Zhongli glanced in the direction where she had just seen the pregnancy test slip. She vividly remembers that on the pregnancy test form, the column for her wife's name was garbled. This reinforced Zhongli's suspicion that the wife was definitely not as simple as being called Zheng Hui. Zhongli frowned. Right now, the first order of business is to complete the parent signatures. Since the requirement is a parent's signature, can her husband sign? Zhongli twisted his head to look at his son. Since it's a parental signature, fine dad. Jiangli was in the middle of her sentence when her husband and son suddenly looked up at the same time. That look of father and son smiling grimly and scrutinizing her really made Jiangli's hair stand on end. Scalp numbness. Jiangli immediately silenced her voice, her brain racing. No, what did she say wrong? What exactly is the place? The husband looked at Jiangli coldly, not blinking once with either eye. The maggots in his ears, however, were clearly crawling faster. The son also looked at Jiangli with a grim expression, as if he was looking at a stranger. Jiangli gulped and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. What details? She omitted. Jiangli's index finger, shaking gently, tapped the tabletop noiselessly. Red meridians were crawling across the faces of her husband and son by now. The two of them, one on the left and one on the right, opened their bloody mouths and leaned over towards Jiangli. Jiangli scanned her husband's cell phone. Again, something seemed to come to mind when she thought of her husband's strange demeanor in posting the word just now. Jiangli's index finger tapped faster and faster. Just as her husband was about to open his fangs and eat her in one bite, Jiangli spoke sharply. That's definitely not a good idea to get dad can't read. Mommy will sign it for you after dinner. At these words, the red veins slowly faded from the necks and faces of her husband and son. The body sat back in its seat. The expressions on their faces also returned to normal once again. Jiangli broke out in a sweat and clenched her fingers. She wanted to pick up her glass of water and take a sip of water to weigh her down. The index finger of his right hand actually began to tremble slightly because of the thrilling moment he had just experienced. Jiangli buried his head and took a sip of fresh water, twisting his knuckles after putting down the water cup. She should have seen it coming. The word that my husband had just posted was upside down. The reason why it is posted upside down is not to imply that the die-in is upside down, the anniversary of the death has arrived. Rather, it's because he can't read at all. And when the husband bent over to see the instructions for his stomach pills not long ago, the look on his face had been one of puzzlement. Jiangli thought that she was being aimed at the train ticket by her husband. Actually, it's because the husband really doesn't recognize what that piece of paper actually is. Jiangli's line of sight fell on the old man's cell phone that her husband had placed on the table. Normal young people will not use this kind of old people's phone which can only make and receive calls. Unless the person is illiterate and doesn't know the most basic Chinese characters. Jiangli had a momentary epiphany. No wonder the wife in the replica had to hide the train ticket in the manual. That's because the husband, who was completely illiterate. It is absolutely, positively impossible to open the instructions for stomach pills. So close. Jiangli's heart palpitated as he thought back now. Then Mom, Huan sees that you're about to finish eating. I'll go get you a pen first. My son put down his chopsticks and ran back to his room with gusto. Jiangli's heart, which had slightly dropped, hung again. This meal, even though Jiangli had tried to slow down and stall for time. But there comes a time when this dinner is finished. Half an hour later, the son placed the test paper, which had scored 100 points, in front of Jiangli. Mom, sign. The son's voice, like a death charm, kept urging Jiangli to step into the death trap. Jiangli's eyes fell on the test paper. The rest of her eyes glanced at her son, standing next to her, who was slowly blossoming into a devious, sinister smile. That's not a look a normal person could make. Her son, long ago, was tainted. Jiangli picked up the signing pen. Her fingertips were cold. The wife's name? Exactly. Jiangli had no idea at all. Sign it, Mom, sign it. Chapter 7, Luring the Snake Out of Its Hole. The face of his son had now taken on the appearance of a demon. Jiangli calmed down. She looked around the room, deliberated for 2 seconds, and barked out a command. Cheerio, go help Mom carry the full-length mirror over there. Since the son can score 100 points on the paper, it means that the son's persona must have been a good boy who listened to his mom and dad very well. Jiangli's request, he would most likely not refuse. The truth was as Jiangli expected. Although his son didn't understand what Jiangli wanted to do, he still did as he was told. Full body mirror. After moving over, Jiangli placed the full body mirror right in front of himself, so that his entire body was in the mirror. The red baby on his shoulder scratched his little head in confusion. Mommy, what are you doing? Jiangli just smiled lightly, shook his head, and didn't say anything. Jiangli turned her head to her son. Huan, you go back to your room first to rest. Mom has signed the papers. Just put the test papers here. The son with the good boy persona again obeyed Jiangli's arrangement and headed for his room. Jiangli turned on the desk lamp, illuminating the test papers on the desktop, as well as his own face. Turn off the light for Mommy, by the way. Joy. My son moved the stool, climbed on it, and reached out with his little hand to turn off the living room light. The entire living room was plunged into darkness. Only the desk lamp that Jiangli had turned on could illuminate a small area. The full-body mirror in front of Jiangli reflected the bright table lamp, as well as Jiangli's human face. and all around and behind Zhongli, it was pitch black. "Mommy, what are you doing?" Hongying asked cautiously as she stared at Zhongli in the mirror. Zhongli raised the corner of her lips. "You'll know soon. Keep quiet first." "Oh." Red Baby shut her mouth. The next thing I know, the entire living room falls into a deathly silence. It's awfully quiet. No more than 5 minutes. Behind Zhongli, a rustling of footsteps slowly approached. Sometimes near, sometimes far, sometimes fast, sometimes slow. "Here we go. The man. Come on." Zhongli breathed in sharply for a few moments and hurriedly closed her eyes. In the next second, a pale and hoarse old man's voice sounded behind Zhongli's neck. "Shouqin? Lu Shouqin, open your eyes and look at me." Zhongli closed her eyes, but the little guy, Red Baby, kept his eyes open. Through the mirror, Hongying saw behind Zhongli, an old woman in her birthday suit. Was bowing slowly approaching them. The old woman's face, cold and white as paper, did not carry a trace of blood. Her right ear, only the bottom half was left, the top half was nowhere to be found. And the big red birthday suit the old woman was wearing emphasized the message that she was dead. The 9th rule of the family code came to John Lee's mind. Your mother-in-law has passed away. So if you hear your mother-in-law calling out to you at home, don't turn around. Since the mother-in-law is going to call her daughter-in-law by her name, the normal logic is to call her by her first name. And John Lee, all he needed was his wife's name. If the mother-in-law will definitely appear, then why doesn't John Lee take the initiative to create a horrible atmosphere, lure her into appearing? There's no more terrifying atmosphere than, in the dark, you stand in front of a full-length mirror. A human face slowly appears behind you. Sure enough, the mother-in-law took the bait. This time, it was John Lee who utilized the rules. She won again. John Lee's eyes snapped open, and she looked down, holding the signing pen and swish, 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 swish. And just as John Lee was writing furiously, the granny had already walked up close to John Lee's cheek pressed against her. "Shouqin, my good daughter-in-law, turn around and look at me." My mother-in-law's voice was hoarse and she seemed to be suppressing her voice. The mother-in-law's face came up to John Lee's ear, exhaling cold air in a vain manner. "Look at me, turn around, look at me, look at me, I know you can see." The granny sprayed some sticky saliva onto John Lee's face, and John Lee ignored her. But the red baby, through the sweat oozing from John Lee's neck, still, he could see the fear that John Lee was forcibly suppressing within him at the moment. When Red Baby saw her mommy being terrorized by such a thing, she immediately opened her mouth to curse. Asterisk 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 off. "Damn old woman. Ugly. Can't you see my mommy doesn't want to talk to you?" Red Infant's words made the old woman's body tremble in fear. The old woman whipped her head around to look at Red Baby, who raised her hand and gave her a bludgeoning. Red Baby gripped the old woman's hair and lifted her head. "If you don't get out, believe it or not, I'll rip out your intestines and make a leather band?" LOL. The old woman is a little timid. She seeks to scare Jiangli again, immediately become it. As a result, in the next second, the Red Baby directly took her head and rotated it 360 degrees. The Red Baby had held the principle of never quarrel if you can do it, and jumped on the old woman, bite her stomach, peel it open, and pull out a glob of pulpy, bloody intestines. The old woman was so frightened that she lost her face, held her stomach, dragged blood and intestines, and fled the place with a roll. Before he left, he also broke a vase, from which a note fell. Red Baby kicked toward the old woman's ass, wiped his hands again, and bent down to pick up the note. Red Baby took the piece of paper and looked at it more than once, front and back, then bumbling back, he continued to return to lie on John Lee's shoulder. "Mommy, this is the equipment I typed out." Red Infant invited credit and handed the note to John Lee. John Lee took the note and fixed his eyes on it. This is surprisingly the second copy of the rules. John Lee swept a shallow glance before placing the note in her pocket and storing it away. She was inevitably surprised to see Red Baby so dedicated to helping her. Is it hard to believe that it was the heart of that chicken that bribed him? She had dedicated an eyeball that didn't even work that well. Red Baby, this foodie, so loved to eat heart. It seems that in the future to stock up more for him. John Lee rubbed the Red Baby's little head, although it was still cold to the touch. But John Lee unexpectedly felt a hint of warmth. "Baby is amazing. Did mommy a big favor." John Lee complimented in a tone of coaxing a child. Red Baby's cheeks flushed red when she was complimented by her mom. Somewhat embarrassed, he rubbed the back of his head. Little thing, not worth mentioning." Red Infant waved his hand and the shyness looked extraordinarily squirmy. John Lee saw that the test paper was also signed, so he got up and walked to the switch of the living room chandelier. In the dark, hold out your right hand and turn on the light. Pop. The lights came on, and the figure of a man that, caught off guard, he appeared a meter in front of Jianli. Jianli almost had a heart attack. This family, she's lucky if they don't scare her to death. Jianli looked at her husband carrying a knife in his hand, still wearing an apron around his waist, like they're getting ready to go do something big. And by now, it was dark outside. "Hubby, don't you sleep at night?" Jianli asked. She needed to know where she stood tonight. The husband's gaze was fixed on Jianli for 2 seconds. Then he drew his eyes back from Jianli and headed straight for the kitchen. The husband said, "Damn mice are stealing food at night. I'll keep watch in the kitchen tonight." That means, it's not going back to bed. Jianli's mood turned back a little. If this weird husband was going to share her bed, Jianli was afraid she would have a hard time sleeping all night. Jianli watched her husband enter the kitchen, so she turned her back, took out the note in her pocket, and opened it. Before returning to the bedroom, Jianli had to figure out what rules needed special attention. Family of 3 nighttime code. 1. From 23 o'clock p.m. M. to 4 a.m. M. the following day. Please make sure you stay in the bedroom only. The bedroom is the only safe zone. 2. Toilet tank in disrepair. Hear the sound of continuous flushing. Is a normal phenomenon. 3. Unlocking your bedroom door is the key to saving your life. 4. There are no red high heels in the house. 5. At all times, do not accede to any request from it. 6. Before you go to sleep, make sure you have a wedding picture on the wall, not a double black and white effigy. 7. Remember that husbands do not go back to bed at night. If you wake up in the middle of the night and realize that there is a second person lying in your bed, be sure to pretend to be asleep. Don't open your eyes. 9. In the black cup is honey water prepared for you by your husband. Please drink it while it is hot. 10. Before going to bed, remember to draw the curtains and do not look into the eyes of the window. Mommy, only number 9 is wrong. Red baby reminded. Article 9 of the Night Code. In the black cup is the honey water that my husband prepared for you. Please drink it while it is hot. Can't you drink honey water? Was thinking about it. Jianli's ears seemed to echo with the sound of a very sharp stopwatch. Jianli looked up suspiciously, towards the source of the voice. That is, look at the disc clock in the middle of the living room. The clock that was originally turning at a rapid pace. The moment it felt Jianli's gaze, immediately slowed down. Time moved forward again at its normal flow. The time is now, 22 hours 59 minutes and 57 seconds. In Jianli's mind, the first article of the nighttime code quickly flashed through. From 23 p.m. to 4 a.m., make sure you stay only in your bedroom. Only the bedroom is a safe zone. Tick. 2 seconds left on the clock. It's too late. Chapter 8, Who's Lying? Jianli almost took out the speed of a 100-meter sprint and rushed into the bedroom. Push the door, enter the foot, and close the door in one fell swoop. Just in the last 0.01 milliseconds before Jianli's bedroom door closed, the husband's grim face, an evil grin flashed through the door. But with a bang, the husband was shut out behind the door. The tip of her husband's nose was jarred raw by the door to the room. Jianli hurriedly turned back and turned the door lock, unlocking the door to the room. Jianli's mind briefly went blank for a few seconds. She ran so hard that her legs and feet went weak for a moment. This copy, no less, is a life-threatening serial killer, not giving the chosen any respite at all. Just then, behind Jianli, came the sound of a key being inserted into the door lock. Click. Jianli held his breath and pressed down on the doorknob with deadly force. The doorknob was turned fiercely from the outside. The man doggedly opened the lock for a while, but without success. There was a 5-minute standoff, but commotion outside only subsided. Jianli leaned her back against the door and sat down in a crouch to catch her breath before raising her head and observing the layout of the bedroom. If the living room is funeral style, the bedroom is wedding style. A sea of red as far as the eye can see. The wind blew in from the window, ruffling the red curtains and making a rustling sound. As the curtains shifted, Jianli spotted a doll in a red dress that was sitting by the window, with his back to her. Happy birthday came on, but the words changed. Happy Jubilee Day. Happy Jubilee Day. I wish you a happy anniversary. May the anniversary of your death be a happy one. It's a doll singing a song. It was as if he had sensed Jianli's line of sight. The doll's neck turned, craning its head backward. Its face turned toward Jianli. A wry smile, and the doll's right eye, at the same moment, slowly shed a drop of blood tears. Family Code Article 8. Dolls at home don't shed tears. If you see it, it must be an illusion. Close your eyes immediately. Jianli immediately closed her eyes, inwardly counting silently. 3, 2, 1. Open again. The doll's tears, at the window, had disappeared. All that was left was a wide open window and a dead musical doll. The window kept pouring a cool night breeze inward. Outside, it was dark as ink, without a hint of moonlight. Jianli quickly lifted his foot over took away the doll and casually threw it into the closet. Close the windows and draw the curtains again numbly. Article 10 of the Night Code. Before going to bed, remember to draw the curtains and not to meet the eyes of the window. She'd better tighten the curtains as soon as possible before she fell asleep and the thing came out. After closing the curtains, Red Baby's voice came from behind. Mommy, you haven't written in your journal today. Jiangli twisted her head and found Red Baby standing on a stool, pointing at a diary for her to see. Jiangli walked over and pinched the Red Baby's fleshy cheeks. Okay, thanks baby. Mommy will look at it first. Jiangli picked up the diary and quickly flipped through a few pages. October 18th, Friday, sunny. My mother-in-law argued with me today and she hit me. My mother-in-law told me to figure out who I am and not to think that just because I have a son I can do whatever I want. But she's a total old fart. I've never had a son. I've always had daughters. October 19th, Saturday, sunny to cloudy. My mother-in-law pointed her nose at me, said I was the stinking rat that stole the food and gas. I held her ear and bit it, and she had blood all over it. I say I'm the stinky rat. A rat pushes for cannibalism. October 20th, Sunday, cloudy. My mother-in-law disappeared today. Everyone can't find her. I can't find it either. Today's news said a Hangzhou man chopped up his wife and flushed her down the toilet drain. The toilet in the house happened to be broken and kept flushing. I'm scared. These diary entries are about a feud between a wife and her mother-in-law. From the text, it seems that the wife is somewhat mentally unbalanced. Why does she emphasize that she gave birth to always a daughter? From the information Jiangli had, his wife had given birth to a son and a daughter. Daughter passed away 2 years ago today. The son has been living in the guise of his daughter. Other than that, the diary mentions that the mother-in-law called her wife a stinking rat who steals food and oil. Jiangli remembered that rats were creatures that she had heard twice in her husband's mouth. The first time, it was the husband explaining why the table was all meat and no veggies. He said, all the vegetables in the house were stolen by the damn rats. Tomorrow I'll go to the market and buy more vegetables. The second time, when Jiangli returned to the house just now, she asked her husband where he was going. The husband replied, the damn rats are stealing food at night. I'll keep watch in the kitchen tonight. Is this rat that the husband is talking about a real rat? Or does he mean something else? In conjunction with Article 5 of the Family Code, don't open your eyes when you hear the sound of chopping meat at night. Chopped meat? Chopped rat meat? Jiangli wasn't sure yet. Jiangli flipped the diary back a few more pages. In the latter, the mother-in-law was never seen again. Instead, they are mainly talking about husbands. Jiangli continued to look down. October 24th, Thursday, overcast. The other day I was packing up the comforter and I found a hair on the bed. That hair was dry as thatch, and I was pretty sure it wasn't mine. Hubby has been sneaking out of the bedroom at night lately while I'm asleep. I followed it out tonight and I heard the sound of heels. Did he do something wrong to me? October 25th, Friday, light rain. The white cup by my bedside was empty for 2 days. Hubby didn't have any honey water for me for the past 2 days. My insomnia at night has gotten worse again and I'm hallucinating. I dreamt that I was in the kitchen late at night chopping up bones, but I knew very well that I hadn't bought any bones in the house. A few pages further on, the text is vague and confusing, like a kind of garbled code. Jiangli guessed that all those messy codes were written by his wife in her delirium. Through difficult identification, Jiangli could vaguely recognize a few indistinct words. Run, save, dagger. The last word recognized is very much like the word death. The further back you go, the more it looks like ghostwriting. Jiangli guessed that it could be that his wife had come into contact with the source of contamination in the back. It's causing her to be disoriented. Sources of pollution. There was a flushing sound coming from the bedroom toilet. Can toilets be a source of pollution? Or is there some other part of this bedroom that's harboring a source of contamination? Jiangli wanted to continue looking through the diary, but suddenly heard a knock on the door. Knock knock. Who? The knock at the door didn't break, but no one said anything either. Jiangli walked to the door and checked the lock to make sure it was safe. Knock, knock, knock. The knock on the door was rhythmic, like it was intentionally scheduled. Jiangli pricked her ears and listened for a while, her face gradually becoming grave. Jiangli took a pen and scribbled down some things in the diary. After the knocking stopped, Honging looked at Jiangli still burying her head, studying what she had just written down. It didn't take long. Jiangli raised his head sharply, and there was a buzzing sound in his head. Don't unlock the bedroom door. There's a source of contamination in the bedroom. Jiangli's notebook. Hershey wrote this string of translations. The knock on the door outside delivered a string of Morse code, and this strange string of codes turned out to be a complete contradiction to the third rule of the Night Code. Night Code Article 3. Unlocking your bedroom door is the key to saving your life. Jiangli glanced at Red Baby who was playing at the side. She recalled that when she first opened the rule note, the first thing Red Baby said was, Mommy, only the ninth is wrong. According to Red Baby, the third rule is correct, and that is that the bedroom door should be unlocked. Instead, The string of Morse code told her not to unlock her bedroom door. So who is lying? The red baby or the it out there? Chapter 9, Red High Heels. Jiangli silently closed the diary and closed her eyes to meditate. The knuckles of her index fingers, twitching unconsciously, tapped on the cover of her notebook. Brain flashes rapidly through the details of his time with the red baby. If baby red likes you, she calls you mommy. If he has no feelings for you, he calls you mom. And when red baby told Jiangli that only the 9th rule is wrong, he shouted, mommy. So red baby wasn't lying. The one who lied was the outside the door. It gave Jiangli a hint. Don't unlock the bedroom door. There are pollutants in the bedroom. In this tip, the message that entices her to don't unlock the bedroom door is wrong. Since this is an error message, so why go through all the trouble of having to crack a layer of code to get it? Since it's so hidden, it can only point to one scenario. It's here that lurks the key correct information pointing to a copy pass. Jiangli's eyes snapped open, flipping over the prompt and staring carefully at the second half for a long time. There are sources of contamination in the bedroom. Jiangli raised his head and looked in the direction of the toilet. Throughout the bedroom, the only place mentioned in the rules, as well as the most unusual, was the toilet. The source of contamination, so to speak, has a high probability of being in the toilet. Whoa dash. The sound of flushing kept coming from the bedroom toilet. Something seemed to be concealed within the frosted glass door that barred the restroom. Waiting for Jiangli to take a peek. Between 2300 hours and 4 a.m. the next day, Jiangli cannot leave the bedroom. The source of the contamination in the restroom is very close to her. And again, Jiangli had to stay in the bedroom for a long time. Jiangli's index finger tapped rapidly as he began to think. There should be something in this room that can resist the mental contamination of the toilet, otherwise so close to the source of pollution. Not to mention surviving the 7 days. Getting through 7 hours was a problem. Jiangli raised her eyelids and began to observe her surroundings. She found her wife's journal and a pen that had originally been on the nightstand to her left. On the right, it holds a black and white mug, as well as a functioning alarm clock. Jiangli stepped closer to take a look. The water in the black cup is clear and translucent, while the water in the white cup is cloudy and yellow. Jiangli reached out and touched the temperature of the cup. The black cup was hot and the white cup was cool. Article 9 of the Night Code. In the black cup is the honey water that my husband has prepared for you, so please be sure to drink it while it is hot. Red Baby has said that this rule is wrong. Combined with the latest entry in his wife's diary, Jiangli saw. October 25th, Friday, light rain. The white cup by my bedside was empty for 2 days. Hubby didn't have any honey water for me for the past 2 days. My insomnia at night has gotten worse again and I'm hallucinating. I dreamt that I was in the kitchen late at night chopping up bones, but I knew very well that I hadn't bought any bones in the house. Based on the contents of his wife's diary, Jiangli concluded that the move to drink honey water before going to bed was the right one. Drinking honey water is supposed to counteract a certain amount of mental pollution. Otherwise the wife wouldn't have described not drinking the honey water, which led to hallucinations. The problem then can only be the color of the cup. That's why the water in the white cup is what the wife should drink before bed. Just as Jiangli lowered his head in contemplation, he unexpectedly glanced at the lower right corner of the closet and a pair of brightly colored red high heels were on display. Article 4 of the Night Code. There are no red heels in the house. Although Jiangli didn't want to admit it, she did stay in this house for a while. The spirit has already begun to be tainted. The red heels are what she's hallucinating. There could be no more delay. She had to drink the honey water from the white cup as soon as possible. Jiangli picked up the cold white cup of water and was about to bring it to her mouth, but then suddenly remembered something and the movement stopped. The second half of the 9th rule surfaced in her mind. Please drink while it's hot. I don't know if while it's hot is the right word, but just to be on the safe side, she'd better be more careful. Jiangli catapulted down and moved nimbly to rummage for something in one of the drawers of the bedside table. While rummaging, Jiangli heard the footsteps of high heels behind her. Red Baby, those shoes are not clean. Don't go wearing high heels. Although Jiangli knew that Red Infant was not afraid of that thing, she still kindly reminded Red Infant. Red Baby's aggravated voice came. Mommy, I didn't go to wear high heels and Baby didn't see the red shoes either. Oh. A cold sweat broke out on Jiangli's back. Subconsciously, she glanced toward the bottom right corner of the closet. The pair of red high heels that had been put away were actually moving a little closer towards her. It even left a trail of bloody footprints. There wasn't much time left for her, and Jiangli's hallucinations were getting worse and worse. She had to take this honey water as soon as possible. Mommy, what are you looking for? Red Baby asked. Jiangli warmly responded. Find an electrical appliance that can heat up a cup of water. Anything. Mommy, do you think this is okay? Red Baby rummaged under the bed and pulled out a white coaster with a plug. Jiangli's eyes lit up when she saw that thing. That's it. Thank you, baby. Good boy. Mommy loves you. Zhongli reached for the coaster and hugged the red baby with an excited kiss. Red baby blushed on the spot. The sound of high heels da, has come to the end of the bed. Zhongli hinted to himself to calm down, since the rules indicate that there are no red heels in the house, and red baby made it clear that he couldn't see the shoes. That means these red high heels are not that thing. These shoes, entirely out of a hallucination after mental contamination. Zhongli calmed down and immediately energized the coaster and placed the white cup on it to heat it up. At that moment, the sound of the shoes clopping became more and more urgent. It started to run, like catching up. The high heels quickly ran to Zhongli, still making the sound of stomping on the floor. The shoes were shaking slightly, and creepy blood continued to ooze out of them. As well as disgusting fast-crawling outward worms. Zhongli simply closed her eyes and ignored the annoying hallucination as she continued to wait for the water cup to heat up. Soon, Zhongli touched the wall of the cup slightly hot. She quickly removed the plug, picked up the white cup, and swallowed it down in one big gulp. After drinking the honey water, Zhongli clearly felt her brain clearing up a lot. The sound of the toilet flushing seemed to diminish, and the blood-seeping red heels in front of it also followed and disappeared without a trace. The crisis is temporarily lifted. After doing this, Zhongli was already a bit tired. Her mind had been in a state of high tension today, and now that she was, what's needed is plenty of sleep. But the only thing that's stopping her from sleeping just as much right now is that there. Zhongli's eyes shot to the wedding photo on the wall at the end of the bed. To be precise, it was a black and white effigy of a husband and wife smiling wryly. Chapter 10 Dai Chunli's Arrest. Before you go to sleep, make sure you have a wedding picture on the wall, not a double black and white effigy. And there's a pitfall to the sleeping bit. That is, within the nighttime code, there is no specific emphasis on bedtime, but the first family code that Zhongli got, the fourth rule in it states, you must be asleep by 0:00 p.m. All the rules must be memorized and strung together so that no half of them are left out. Otherwise you don't know how you'll end up dead. Zhongli glanced at the alarm clock on the bedside table. At this point in time, there is still half an hour left until midnight at night. That's why Zhongli must turn this double effigy, within half an hour, into a couple's wedding photo. The question now is how to change? Zhongli's index finger knuckles struck the cup twice, making two crunching sounds of thump. After some thought, she decided to take down the double suicide photo and see if there were any clues on the back. It's a good idea to hang the last photo high up. With the help of some footrests, Zhongli remembered that there was a small stool in the house. She looked toward the front of the nightstand on the other side. Red baby was sitting on that little bench, tearing out blank sheets of diary paper and folding paper airplanes for fun by herself. How Red baby breathed into the tip of the airplane. With a baya sound, the paper airplane flew out of his mouth. The paper airplane circled the room twice, eventually landing on top of the closet and setting aside. The little guy is playing hard to get, and now he's interrupting him. I'm afraid it would ruin his favor with himself. Zhongli thought for a moment and asked, Infant, would you like to eat a heart? Red infant's little face lifted and her voice said excitedly, Want to eat it? Sure, mommy can give you a heart, as long as you listen. Zhongli went crazy. The experts from the Chinese intelligence ministry were wide-eyed. What's going on with Zhongli? Is she going to give up on her family? Once Dai Chunli is dead, the damage behind her will have to be borne by Zhongli herself. Did she forget? What to do? Should we use the communications opportunity? Quick, use comms now and stop her now. Just as the experts unanimously decided to move on a valuable communications opportunity, Zhongli's face suddenly zoomed in on the live broadcast. Her lips parted. She's talking to them. The experts in the intelligence team all had their eyes on the big electronic screen, not daring to be distracted for a moment. Upon hearing Jiang Li's words, all the experts looked horrified, not coming back to their senses for half a day. Wouldn't this be a little too cruel? A young lass took the lead. It can't be helped. Let her suffer a little. It won't kill her. Someone rounded up. Yeah, just do it so she doesn't have to die and we're kind of helping her. Okay, time is running out. Hurry up. The Minister of Intelligence briefly assigned tasks to each group, and everyone quickly left their workstations. Get out there and deal with this emergency. Jinghai City, Jiang family. It was late in the day, but Dai Chunli still endured the pain and went out. Jiang Lianlian, that heartless thing, her own mother is like this. I don't know where she's gone. She cursed under her breath with an unusually grim expression. She went downstairs with a thud. She had to go to the hospital immediately. Her eyes, the pain was so bad she couldn't stand it at all. During this time, one of the children who had fallen behind ran as fast as he could. The kid accidentally bumped into her as she was walking up the stairs in the dark. Ouch! That hurts. The little kid covered his head. By the dim light of the building, he saw that the person who was hit was his neighbor, Auntie Dai. The small child immediately got up from the ground. He bowed obediently. I'm sorry, Auntie Dai. Xiaobao didn't mean it. Little Bo next time. The little kid didn't finish his sentence. Auntie Dai, however, suddenly stormed off. She let out a strangled cry, then kicked the small child in the stomach. With an of a wail, the small child tumbled down the stairs. Don't you have eyes? How dare you bully your way onto my head when your hair isn't even full grown? She made a point of looking around when she kicked. There was no third person around. Surveillance doesn't exist in older neighborhoods either, so she can't be blamed for a small child's fall, even if a little kid sues her. A milquetoast brat. What he says, it wouldn't make evidence in court. Chun-Li Dai walked quickly to the stairs, cursing under her breath. I've seen a lot of these assholes, and when I see one, I'll kick one. It's better if they all die to clear the air. Chun-Li Dai walked over to the small child. The little boy's head ruptured and gushed out a great deal of bright red blood, and his eyes were closed tightly in the. There was no more shouting. It was then that Dai Chun-Li started to get a little scared. She purposely avoided the bloodstains for fear of getting them on her feet. You're the one who fell. Not me. You have yourself to blame. Dai Chun-Li bottomed out 2 points, accelerated her speed, and hurriedly fled the scene. As she exited the neighborhood, she met the child's parents, her neighbors. The young mom greeted her. Sister Dai, still out so late? Dai Chun-Li's eyes averted for a moment. Yeah, you guys are back late at night too. The young father laughed. This is not about to be a house demolition. While Xiaobao is on vacation for the weekend, go out to dinner and celebrate. By the way, Bao is just ahead, and I wonder if he said hello to Auntie Dai? Dai Chun-Li panicked and walked away. No, I have something else to do. I'll go first. Good. See you later and come over to the house sometime. Dad said. Little treasure is such a child. How many times have I taught him? And he still doesn't like to call out. Mom ranted twice. That's what kids do. Dad reassured. Dai Chun-Li left in a hurry. The couple behind her said something else. She didn't hear. She quickly ran out of the neighborhood and beckoned for a cab. Go to the People's Hospital of Jinghai City. Go. Okay, buckle up. Let's go. At night, not many people were out and the road was clear. The car was parked at the main entrance of the People's Hospital. The driver looked at the meter. $25.03. You're 30 cents short. Pay 25. Dai Chun-Li's face changed instantly. She blew up and screamed. What car costs 25? Are you kidding me? You'll get 10 at the most. It's so close. I can walk here. And you're trying to rip me off? Dai Chun-Li got out of the car with both feet and dumped $10 on the seat. The driver is also frustrated. What kind of people? The price is always the same at night. I hit the meter. It's not like we're shouting about the price. Hey, Big Mama Cyclops, you make up the money before you go wow. Hey, convinced, running a single old man and posting money. What the? If you have the ability, you do not sit in the car in this life. The driver glared at Dai Chun-Li's arrogant back, forcibly resisting the urge to go down on the gas and run her over. Forget it, this breath, just swallow it. After all, he could afford to lose a few dollars and go to jail for the rest of his life. The driver had just left on the front foot, and on the back foot, a silver van pulled up quickly. Under the night, the van's 4 doors opened. Out of the car came 8 or 9 men in black suits and dark sunglasses, the young man with the communicator hanging from his ear. Dai Chun-Li was halfway there when there was a tightness in her arms and both her feet were suddenly airborne. Who are you guys? What are you grabbing me for? Let go. Chun-Li Dai struggled with her arms and legs, exerting herself all over. The man in black replied, We're from the Ministry of Intelligence. For the chosen one pass. Please cooperate with us. What? That little Jiang Li is trying to harm me again? Dai Chun-Li was furious. What does her business have to do with me? Let go of me. Grab me again and I'll call the police. The man in black was unmoved. After 11 o'clock at night, there were not many pedestrians on the road, so no one noticed the movement on this side. The men in black grabbed Chun-Li and shoved her into the van, slamming the door with a snap. Now, go and join the other group at once. Yes, the van started its engine. The group was in the middle of the night, and they took off. Chapter 11, Please use blood for coloring. Chun-Li Dai was hooded and led to a lab. Team leader, the men are here. The man in black yanked out Chun-Li Dai and tied her limbs securely to the lab table. In the lab, along with the head of intelligence, the leaders of the teams, and 2 doctors, 3 nurses, time is running out. Come on, do it. Several staff members stepped forward. One person sedated Chun-Li Dai. One man uncovered Chun-Li Dai's black cloth hood. Minister, the anesthetic hasn't been delivered yet, and time is running out. One member sounded anxious. How long before we can come over? The Minister of Intelligence asked. 15 minutes at the earliest. No, Jiang Li doesn't have much time to spare. The Minister of Intelligence paced back and forth in front of Chun-Li Dai's bed. looking anxious. Why don't we just do it without anesthesia? Someone suggested boldly. Will an infected wound kill you? There's a chance it will, but there's nothing else to do right now. No, Chun-Li Dai won't die. A tall man pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose. He went on to explain. Rules Geekery said at the beginning that as soon as the Chosen One first side book was cleared, the family members bound to the Chosen One will survive, no matter what form they take. In the lab, several experts looked at each other and each understood the wisest thing to do next. What they are concerned about is that they will become murderers. But since now, as soon as the Chosen One passes, Chun-Li Tai will be resurrected. Then their concerns are naturally dispelled. Now, they only needed to let go of their hands and leave the rest to Zhongli. The experts looked in unison at the bound Dai Chun-Li. Dai Chun-Li's heart skipped a beat and her eyes widened in horror. She was sedated though, but it will be 2 minutes before the potion takes effect. So Dai Chun-Li kept swinging her arms and legs, trying desperately to break free. She cursed, "No, you'll get what's coming to you. Let me go. I curse you all to hell for having sons without asses. You're a bunch of heartless bastards. Let me go now." A young panelist has just given birth to a son. That wise woman is also the team leader of the Chinese intelligence department. The team leader, Mrs. Pa, was so angry that she couldn't hold back her temper and went up and rolled up her sleeves, backhanded Chun-Li Dai and gave her a big mouthful. Splat dash a crisp sound echoed through the lab. With such a mouth, it seems it's all retribution. That precious mom scolded. Minister, get on with it. There's no time to lose. Bao Ma urged. The minister nodded in response. Good, hurry up. He turned his head and ordered the doctor. Now do it. Gouge her left eyeball clean right now. Well, leave it to me. Without anesthesia, she might move. So you guys hold her down and I'll make the incision. The doctor commanded calmly. 5 men in black stepped forward. For holding down her fidgeting arms and legs, one gagged Chun-Li Dai with a rag to keep her from spewing. Under the doctor's skillful operation, Dai Chun-Li's left eye frame inside the scabs and tendons are all removed. Chicken hearts, duck hearts, pig hearts. Did you bring them all? The team leader asked. Bring it on. One of the members presented a fishy-smelling black plastic bag from behind him. Sew it in. Yes. Weird Tales of the World. Mommy, are you ready? I'm going to take the heart now. Zhongli looked back at the time. 30 minutes of her time. She divided it into 15 minutes for Chinese intelligence. Now it's time. She believed that with the strength of China, getting a Dai Chun-Li would not be a problem. Zhongli stared at the alarm clock. There's still 10 seconds left. It'll be ready soon. Red Baby started counting down excitedly. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Just after counting to the last second, Red Baby couldn't help but reach out and gouge away Jiang Li's left eye. Red Baby had wondered how Mommy's heart could grow in her eyes. Now he was completely convinced. Thank you, Mommy. Mommy is the best. Baby Red ate a couple of pig and duck hearts and stashed a bloody chicken heart in his pocket to save for another meal. After a full meal, Zhongli logically took the small bench under Red Baby's butt. Chun-Li Tai could never have imagined that the intelligence department had gone to such lengths to torture her. Surprisingly, it was to help Zhongli fetch a small bench. This is just ridiculous. Zhongli stepped on the stool, lying on the wall to take down the couple's last photo. This posthumous photo is framed only, with no glass divider. Thus Zhongli could easily touch the portrait inside. Zhongli dismantled that photo frame and turned the posthumous photo to the back. There was a dagger hidden in the back of the suicide photo, which had air-dried blood stains on it. What does this mean? It's a death message left by the couple? Even the anniversary of their family's death was because of this dagger? Zhongli was puzzled. There is no way in here, including in the rules, to make this black and white effigy into a wedding photo. Zhongli stared at the posthumous photo and froze. How? Exactly. Can you turn it into a wedding photo? Mommy, are you playing coloring games? Red Baby asked. Chapter 12, The Sound of Chopping Meat in the Night. Red Baby's words woke her up. Right. Coloring. Baby, how did you come up with the coloring? Zhongli looked at him. The Red Baby giggled. Because a baby often play coloring games. This will turn black and white into color, yay. It seems that sometimes it's not all about adult thinking. Lean into the mindset of a small child from time to time and you might get a surprise. Zhongli lowered his head and picked up the dagger behind the picture frame. The dagger. Could it be a hint to her to color the painting with blood? Whatever. She wasn't going to die anyway. Shallow tried. Zhongli held the dagger and made a small cut on her fingertip. Bright red blood flowed down his fingertips and dripped onto the top of the black and white effigy. The part that was dripped with blood turned red. China. Seeing that the crisis was over, the members of the intelligence group just let go of Dai Chun-Li. I didn't expect that in a while. Dai Chun-Li's fingertips began to bleed. At first it was a single drop. Then, it was 10 fingers bleeding at the same time. By then, The Minister of Intelligence had sent the doctors and nurses out of the lab. The only thing left in the lab is the baby mama team leader. And some of the members. Team leader, Dai Chuanli has been bleeding. Should we call the doctor back? A member asked. Team leader Poma swept a faint glance. What are you afraid of? As long as the chosen one passes, she wouldn't be able to die. Don't mind her. After saying that, she stepped on her high heels and left the lab in style, leaving Dai Chuanli to fend for herself. In the world of weird tales, Zhongli painted the entire black and white posthumous photo with blood. Wherever it was painted, it all turned into a big red Chinese wedding scene. The original couple's wry and terrifying smiles had returned to normal at this point. Zhongli saw that there were still 5 minutes left to 0, so he hurriedly went to step on the stool and returned the wedding photo to its original position. Mommy, come here. Red baby called to her. Okay, hold on. Mommy's on her way. Zhongli got off the stool. Baby Red excitedly pointed to the long, blood-red fingernails peeking out from under the bed. Mommy, there's an ant hiding under the bed. Zhongli's spine tingled. Now there's only 3 minutes left. Is there going to be any more screwing around? Can you drag her out by her hand, baby? Zhongli supported her chin with one hand, frowning in contemplation. She wondered if she should get this thing out and throw it away. After all, she was about to take a break, and it was weirdly disgusting to have this thing under her bed. What's more, this should be part of the source of pollution. With polluters, that's naturally as far away as possible. Dragged out. Red baby exclaimed excitedly, his strength surprisingly strong. Red baby tugged at the woman's hand, yanking her outside. An unpleasant, putrid odor gradually dispersed. The thing's face and body were wrapped in a thick plasticized film, and the face of it's hard to see what it looks like. Baby, take over and throw her out the window. Zhongli glanced at the alarm clock and, within 2 minutes, with 2 minutes left, Zhongli was going to sleep. It seems that the Morse code warning of a source of contamination in the bedroom was not just referring to the toilet. It actually includes this thing under the bed. No wonder she was mentally contaminated so fast before she drank the honey water. The red baby who ate a late-night snack worked extra hard. Copy that. Mommy, Baby Red agreed cheerfully. Want mommy to help? Zhongli felt a bit phobic about touching that thing, but still asked. No need. Mommy, get behind me so the damn thing doesn't get mommy's clothes dirty. Red baby dropped a bold statement, walked over to the window, pushed it open, and threw it vigorously. The thing was instantly thrown a long way. The landed with a thud. 30 seconds left and the second hand was pointing to 00 in the morning. Zhongli looked out the window. The inky night was low and a blood-red moon was slowly rising. Article 10 of the Night Code. Before going to bed, remember to draw the curtains and not to meet the eyes of the window. It seems that when the scarlet moonlight comes out, the monsters are going to follow. Zhongli quickly went to the window to carry down the red baby, and quickly closed the window and pulled the curtains. Then numbly lay down on the bed, cuddle the red baby, quilt up, turn out the light, and go to sleep. Mommy, going to bed so early? 5 seconds left pointing to 0. Well, tired. Rest. 3 seconds left. Oh, red baby followed suit and closed her eyes. Click dash the second hand went to 0. The blood-colored moonlight rose, hanging high in the sky, staining the firmament red. 4 a.m. Zhongli, who was sleeping, was woken up by the sound of chopping meat. Husband is in the kitchen, making loud noises. Zhongli listened in his ears, but did not open his eyes. Family Code Article 5. Don't open your eyes when you hear the sound of chopping meat at night. Zhongli lay on his side, eyes closed, pretending to sleep. The sounds of the kitchen continued, chopping furiously. This time, Zhongli felt that the bed on his right-hand side seemed to have been collapsed a little by something. The next second, a man, lying there. The sound of chopping meat in the kitchen still hasn't stopped. Chapter 13, The Man in the Bed. A layer of coldness instantly crept over Zhongli's entire body. There was no sound of the bedroom door unlocking during the time the man lay over. So, who is it that's lying next to Zhongli? Who's chopping meat in the kitchen? Who was the meat that was chopped? Again? Zhongli silently read the 8th rule of the Night Code. If you wake up in the middle of the night and realize that there is a second person lying in your bed, make sure you pretend to be asleep and don't open your eyes. Zhongli maintained even breathing, still pretending to be asleep and not opening his eyes. The man next to him, however, let out a heavy sigh. Hey, wife, things haven't been going too well on the pig farm lately. So many hogs have got swine fever that the market is afraid to change. It was the familiar, daytime voice of her husband, but Zhongli knew very well that the man lying next to her was definitely not a husband. Article 7 of the Nighttime Code says it all. Remember, husbands don't go back to bed at night. So the man next to him is that thing masquerading as a husband. Honey, I'm a little thirsty. Pass me the black glass of water. Zhongli turned a deaf ear. Her breathing remained very even. The man pushed Zhongli's back. Wife, but Jiang Li slept soundly without the slightest reaction. Article 5 of the Night Code. At all times, do not grant it any requests. The man was a little angry. His voice cranked up. Water cups, water cup. How many times have I told you? Why are you pretending not to hear me? I know you're awake. Talk to me. Don't act like a dead man. Jiang Li still didn't move. She lay on her side, her back to the man. In front of her was what the man had asked for. A black glass of water on the nightstand. The man had no choice but to finally get up from the bed in a huff and put on his slippers. The sound of slippers hitting the floor made a clack, clack, clack sound. The man cursed as he walked. Oof. I'm the one who cooks at home and I'm the one who brings up the kids. I drop the kids off at school every day and I have to go to the pig farm to feed the pigs. I do everything. How nice for you. All you have to do is go to work. What an easy thing to do. What on earth are you not happy about? The man walked around the end of the bed and over to Jiang Li's side of the bedside table. Jiang Li was suspicious in his heart. According to this man, the wife is required to go out to work every day during the day, but she has not, at this point, gotten any of her wife's work-related rules. Looks like tomorrow morning, it's going to take some catching up. The man walked to Jiang Li's front, squatted down, and didn't speak again. Jiang Li closed his eyes tightly, but she could feel the man's face, close to hers, close enough to feel the man's breath. The man crouched in front of the bed, cocking his head, his gaze dead on her. Honey, open your eyes and I'll tell you a secret. The man's voice was small, and he spoke only in an airy voice, as if he was attached to Jiang Li's ear. The tone of his voice was full of compulsion. The room was dark and out of reach, just the right amount of concealment for the men. I know you're pretending to be asleep. The man's breath exhaled on Jiang Li's cheek. Jiang Li was indifferent. She's pretending to be asleep. She can't move, can't even turn over. The man's eyes glowed with an eerie light. He moved closer to Jiang Li and spoke in a mournful, close to crying tone. It was interspersed with the sound of sobbing and huffing. Wife, you've caused me so much pain. I love you so much. Why are you trying to hurt me? Do you realize that I tricked him into killing him for you? I've been so good to you. Why don't you open your eyes and look at me? Just then, the inside of the quilt moved a little. Jiang Li moved? The man's face blossomed into a sly grin all of a sudden. Moving. Honey, are you awake? The man's throat laughed strangely, in a forced, almost stifled laugh. Once Jiang Li woke up, it was a violation of the rule of pretending to be asleep. Then, for men, it's a way to get a full meal. Inside the quilt, it does move. The man had concluded that Jiang Li couldn't tense up. The man began to suck in his saliva. His eyes glazed over. The quilt lifted with a jerk, revealing the red baby in Jiang Li's arms, who had been woken up. Red baby lifted her small hand and rubbed her sleepy eyes. Mom, Mimi, who is it? It's so noisy. It was at the moment when the red baby's face was revealed that the man was so terrified that he almost didn't fly. The man immediately merged his feet and jumped 3 feet onto the window ledge a few meters behind him. Crouching and afraid to move. Any more noise, and I will hit him and blow his head. Red baby murmured in a slurred voice. The man crouching on the windowsill inadvertently tugged at the large red curtains. Beyond the curtains, eyes, glowing red, showed. Eat her. The monster outside the window suddenly opened its mouth to call out to him, giving the man a momentary explosion of shock. Eat her, eat her. The red-eyed monster looked far away from the sleeping Jiang Li, greedy as hell. Obviously, the red-eyed monster hadn't seen the red baby yet. The man saw that the red baby was about to awaken, and alarm bells went off in his mind. Not caring too much, he flew off the ledge, bounced up against the wall, and back to the vacant wedding photo. As soon as the man was gone, the curtains closed again, obscuring the red-eyed monster from view. The night, once again, was quiet, except for the occasional, from the kitchen, of chopping meat. The next day, at 6 in the morning, the biological clock woke Jiang Li up. Jiang Li woke up with a start, and the entire bedroom had drastically changed in style. The closet had collapsed and cobwebs were crawling all around it. The wedding photo on the wall, the frame broken and hanging askew. Maybe it was Jiang Li's illusion. Jiang Li always felt that the man on that wedding photo had a smile that was a few points weirder than yesterday. Inside, the white siding was mottled and peeling, with some blood-colored stains splattered faintly on it. The glass window was only halfway down, and a cool breeze was whistling. The whole bedroom, like a ruin, was desolate and desolate. Between 2300 hours p.m. and 4 a.m., bedrooms are safe zones. It's 6 o'clock in the morning, which is outside of the required safety hours, so this would be the bedroom as it was. Red baby woke up a long time ago. He was at the foot of the bed, playing with a woman's wig. Mommy, you're awake. Aha. Last night, that old grandpa we threw out the window climbed up. Old grandpa? Jiang Li was stunned. Could it be that the person with the long, blood-red fingernails last night was not a woman, but actually a man? Rather, it's still an older man. So her suspicions about the possibility of her husband cheating on her were actually wrong. What time is it? Jiang Li looked toward the windowsill. A few bloody handprints were left on the broken glass window there, so it did look like someone had come in through the window. Red Baby said. It was about 4 o'clock in the morning when the window opened by itself. I caught him, ate his heart and threw him out again. This is his hair. Red Baby hiccuped and handed Jiang Li the wig he was holding. Jiang Li took a look. It was a woman's wig. So that old man, why is he pretending to be a woman? Jiang Li was in deep thought. And just then, Jiang Li heard a click. The sound of the key turning the door lock. The bedroom door, pushed open. Chapter 14, A Gift of Blood. The bedroom door creaked and was pushed open a little. Slowly, a hideous, red-blooded eye was revealed in the midst of that slit. Like a voyeur, the husband stood there with a horrified smile, silently watching Jiang Li. If Jiang Li didn't wake up early, what awaited Jiang Li would be a long peek. The husband, at the moment, was like a predator, full of smiles, staring silently and greedily at his prey. Jiang Li subconsciously clenched her palms. It was a long time before her husband spoke. Old wife, the husband intoned, seeming to hold back a violent excitement. It was as if he was going to burst out laughing the next second. Come on out, I've got something good for you, the husband continued. Jiang Li's scalp tingled as he agreed. Okay, I'll come out right away. Her husband curled his lip, closed the bedroom door, and retreated. Jiang Li let out a breath. She cleaned up briefly. Before exiting the bedroom, he made a point of holding the Red Baby and checking the house thoroughly. And eventually, under the bed, a third rule note was found. There was an urgent thud at the door. Jiang Li briefly scanned the rules without looking at them in detail. Then he took the Red Baby and went out the bedroom door. Jiang Li walked to the living room and saw her husband in front of the full-length mirror, fiddling with a white nurse's dress. The nurse's skirt, torn to shreds and bloodstained in every direction. Jiang Li even suspected that it was her husband who, last night, the dirty clothes that were stripped from the man who was chopped. Honey, here's a new dress I got you for today's reinstatement present. How about that? Like it? Try it on. Her husband handed her the nurse's skirt. The corners of Jiang Li's mouth twitched. This dress is full of holes and gaps. What's the difference between wearing this and running around naked? Why? You don't like it? Seeing Jiang Li's delay in answering, the smile on her husband's face was fading a little. His expression froze. Jiang Li pondered for a second and took the skirt. Why yes husband, I couldn't be happier. Jiang Li stood in front of the full-length mirror, holding the bloody and leaky nurse's skirt on all sides. Compare it to the body. It's beautiful. Thanks hubby. During Jiang Li's speech, through the full-length mirror, he noticed that her slanting rear, right there stood the mother-in-law in the big red birthday suit. The granny was not close to Jiang Li, about an arm's length away, reaching out to touch. The granny craned her neck and rushed at Jiang Li, smiling crookedly. Jiang Li only lightly swept a glance, and next, he kept pretending that he couldn't see her. Honey, wear this to work today. Go change out of these clothes you're wearing. The husband pointed to the long sleeves and long pants on Jiang Li and barked a few words. Jiang Li smiled, answered good, and went back to the bedroom to change clothes. The bedroom, at this point, is not so safe, but with the Red Baby sitting in the center, all those ghostly things only dared to sneak a peek and didn't dare to come forward to make a move. Jiang Li was holding the tattered nurse's dress, struggling with whether to wear it or not. Inside the open closet in front of her, there was a set of prepared erotic lingerie hanging upside down. Jiang Li looked at the underwear. Awkwardly, there's no difference between wearing that erotic lingerie and not wearing it. So this lousy dress, to change, or not to change? If she had taken off this original outfit of Jiang Li's and replaced it with this tattered dress as her husband had wanted, that's purely a large walkabout scene. Wearing this to work and broadcasting it nationally would be a real treat for everyone's eyes. But to refuse to wear the dress would be to go against her husband's wishes. It's not uncommon for a husband to get angry and kill her. So what should Jiang Li do? Jiang Li stood in place without making any further movements. The Red Baby could see her torn as well. Mommy, forget it if you don't want to wear it. If he does, I'll blow his head off. Red Baby is a cranky nature. Jiang Li smiled bitterly. If this was a normal dress, it would be fine not to wear it, but it's a nurse's dress. It's overalls. Going to work without overalls may or may not trigger the death ending straight away. Jiang Li stood unmoving, quietly pondering for a while. Then she made a surprising move. Instead of taking off her long sleeves and pants, she simply pulled her skirt over them. Jiang Li prudently and carefully folded the long sleeves and pant legs and hid them in the nurse's skirt. Still, the huge gash in the skirt exposed the clothing inside. Baby Red spoke up and reminded. Mommy, dressed like that, it's obvious at a glance. This dress has so many holes in it, it's obvious without the shirt off. Red Baby scratched his hair in distress. Jiangli laughed lightly when she heard this. She spoke up and asked, "Baby, do you remember what that man just said?" Red Baby nodded. "Remember. He said when he gave you the dress, 'Honey, here's a new dress I gave you for today's reinstatement.'" The Red Baby suddenly paused. For a split second, he reacted to something that dawned on him. What the man said was that it was a new dress. Contaminated man. This dress in his eyes. Not torn, but brand new. That's why he couldn't see any of the slits in the nurse's skirt. As long as Jiangli hid his sleeves and pants legs, then in the man's eyes, there was no disobedience to him at all. After Jiangli got her clothes done, taking advantage of the fact that her husband wasn't around to keep watch, she pulled out the note she'd found this morning and perused it. Family of 3 Building Code. 1. The sound-activated lights in the corridors of the building are often out of order, so don't panic and don't shout, so as not to disturb the neighbor's rest. 2. Inside the building, the gate for safe passage is green and there is no red gate. 3. An elevator can carry a maximum of 1 person, so please be careful not to overload the elevator. 4. The morning elevator runs 3 trips and there will not be a 4th trip. If the 3 trips are full, please return home immediately and do not go out. 5. In the dark, don't trust any sound. 6. Seeing is not always believing. 7. There is a guard room downstairs. In case of trouble inside the building, you can ask the guard for help. 8. There's a stalker in the building. Whatever he says, ignore it. On the back of the note, 2 lines of blood were written in a crooked manner. The key belongs to the husband. You can't take it with you. Please reach the workplace before 8 o'clock. Don't be late. Baby, is there a wrong rule? Jiangli asked. Chapter 15, No 4th Elevator. Baby Red shook her head. Mommy, those are correct. Jiangli nodded in response. That's good. It saves the hassle of speculating on the wrong rules. Only, in Jiangli's heart, she always felt an inexplicable uneasiness. Exactly why it was disturbing, Jiangli couldn't say for a moment. Jiangli simply ignored the mood, tucked in the rules and walked out of the bedroom. When her husband saw Jiangli change into a dress, a flash of amazement flashed in his eyes. Good looking, the husband complimented heartily. Jiangli smiled down and greeted her husband. Husband, I'll go to work then. Jiangli walked to the entrance hall to change shoes. No breakfast? The husband inquired out loud. On the table at that moment, there was a steaming drawer of meat buns. The husband did it. Jiangli scanned through it before taking out the half pack of finger cookies he had brought with him. She laughed. No more. I can't eat meat, husband. I'll just eat this. The wife has gastritis and can't eat meat. It's like the husband doesn't have a good memory and is just now remembering this. He said somewhat apologetically, "Oh, I can't believe I forgot. Then I'll make you steamed buns in the morning." "Okay, thank you, husband." Jiangli arched her eyebrows. The husband turned to clear the table. Getting up early in the morning with no one to eat the hard-earned buns, the look on his face, he seemed a little lost. Jiangli suddenly thought of the S-rank clearance conditions. Gain favor with your husband and get him to personally promise to be willing to die for you. Right now, I'm afraid it's not going to work if I want to rely on S-rank clearance. Now she could only work her way up to the SS level pass condition. SS level clearance conditions. Investigating the truth about the family jubilee and escaping the city. Jiangli was halfway done now that he had gotten his ticket. What needs to happen now is to find the truth. Then be safe on the road, came the admonishing voice of her husband. Good, Jiangli gently answered. She glanced at the house key in the foyer before she opened the door to go out. The key belongs to the husband. You can't take it with you. Jiangli faintly retracted his eyes. You can't take the key with you, but you can always take something else. In the foyer, her husband's flip-flop pocket watch was running. Jiangli smoothly put it into his pocket, opened the door, and left. Along with Jiangli's thud sound of closing the door, the sound-activated lights in the hallway lit up. Jiangli took in the surroundings of the building. Enclosed floor plan, no windows, 4 units on 1 level. The home that Jiangli was in was the 4th household at the end of the building. Jiangli walked to the center of the building. To her right was the elevator entrance, and to her left, a red, rusted iron door. In the lower right corner of the iron door, the words safe passage were glowing with a greenish fluorescence. Building code number 3. Inside the building, the gate for safe passage is green. There is no red gate. Jiangli glanced at the red rusty passageway door. The red gate, you can't enter. Squeak dash. There was a sharp rattle at the old red door's axle. With that sound, the red door opened a small crack, as if luring Jiangli to step in. Jiangli stared at the darkened doorway with no intention of going in. She turned around, stood in the elevator doorway, and pressed the down arrow on the side of the elevator. After a few seconds of waiting, the elevator didn't arrive. The lights in the hallway, however, went out. Inside the enclosed building, except for the vague green light from the signage, the It's dark and quiet. Building code number 2. The sound-activated lights in the hallway are often out of order. So don't panic, and don't yell, so as not to disturb the neighbor's rest. Zhongli stomped her foot twice, and when the sound-activated light didn't come on, she didn't continue to make noise. Zhongli stood in the darkness for a while. About 10 seconds later, inside the building, there was a sound of deliberately light, cautiously approaching footsteps. That careful step, like he was afraid of being discovered by Zhongli. The steps got closer and closer. Zhongli took a deep breath and waited in front of the elevator door with burning eyes. There's nothing to be afraid of, as long as she doesn't break the rules. Those things, they can't touch her. Ding dong, the first elevator arrived. The elevator door opened, illuminating the darkness in front of Zhongli. In the elevator was an elderly man with a cane and gray hair. The old man nodded at Zhongli. Zhongli nodded in response, but did not walk in. Building code Article 4. A trip to the elevator carries a maximum of 1 person, so please be careful not to overload the elevator. Now we have to wait for the next trip. 2 seconds later, the elevator doors closed. The bright light coming from the elevator also disappeared. Zhongli was once again in darkness. Footsteps in the dark, coming again. Zhongli calmly reached out and pressed the down button. Start waiting for the second trip. The elevator does not display the current floor. Zhongli can only dry wait. During that time, the footsteps walked to Zhongli's side, stopped, and stopped moving. Only the sound of its breathing, if any, came. Zhongli's spine stiffened. This time she waited about a minute before she heard the elevator. Ding dong dash. The elevator doors opened again. In the doorway, bright light spilled out. Zhongli's figure was illuminated, and all around her, there was nothing. Zhongli looked toward the elevator. This time, the elevator was still occupied. Inside the elevator stood a 5-year-old girl. The little girl was pale and had a red cord tied to her hand. She got a good look at Zhongli's face and gloriously snapped, "Auntie Lu, have you seen my mom?" The little girl smiled brightly at Zhongli. Zhongli smiled and shook his head, indicating that he didn't see it. The little girl's face, lost and lowered, but the corners of her mouth, for a moment, were visibly weird. With a disgruntled pout, the little girl pressed the button and closed the elevator door. A second elevator ride, only to be missed again. Building code Article 5. The morning elevator runs 3 trips and there will not be a 4th elevator trip. Zhongli silently recited the rules in his mind. Now, there's one last trip left. It's not like there's anyone left on the last trip, is it? In the dark hallway, Zhongli pressed the green down arrow on the elevator door for the 3rd time. At the same time as it was pressed, all the buttons outside the elevator door, all gone. Ding dong, the 3rd elevator door opens, with the doorway widening a little bit. Inside revealed a Zhang Zifeng classic smiley face. A woman in a long red dress with long black hair appeared in front of Zhongli. Zhongli's heart was steeply chilled. 3 times someone? It's really happened to her. If the 3 trips are full, return home immediately and do not go out. Experts watching the live stream held their breath. Just when they were unanimous that Zhongli was going to return home immediately, Zhongli she went in. What the hell? Zhongli, can't she see that woman? How could Zhongli she make such a low-level mistake? Could it be that her perspective is different from ours? Quickly, use the comms to alert her now. The experts are in a hurry. At that moment, the elevator door closed with a thud. It was just 3 seconds of work before and after, and there was no time to warn. Experts' hearts instantly sink to the bottom. 3 seconds later, the expected death announcement did not come. Instead, live on the air, footage from inside the elevator appeared. Zhongli she lives? Nothing happened to her at all? Inside the live feed, Zhongli stood next to the woman unharmed. Zhongli hooked her lips in a cold smile once she entered. She thought about the confusing rule. If the 3 trips are full, return home immediately and don't go out. But this elevator, where exactly is it full? Wasn't there no one here before she came in? Zhongli looked to the elevator. At the hem of the woman's skirt, underneath the big red skirt, there are no feet at all. Chapter 16, Seeing is not believing. Inside the cramped elevator, Zhongli and that thing, side by side. She used the full-length mirror on the side of the elevator to scan a corner of the back of the elevator and a fresh pool of blood remained. In the air, the unpleasant scent of blood wafted. Zhongli gently frowned, holding back the discomfort on his stomach. She reached out and pressed the number 1 for the elevator floor. The elevator's circuitry. It doesn't seem very stable. As soon as she touched the button, the elevator light flashed twice. Under the light and dark vision, the female person standing next to Zhongli, in the blink of an eye. Then it disappeared. In the meantime, an electronic voice announcement reached Zhongli's ears. Current floor, 4, floor, elevator descending. Please be advised dash, elevator descending. Attention please. The further back that voice went, the more it sounded like gnashing of teeth. As soon as the voice finished, the elevator's blinking white light bulb flickered twice more. Back to normal. Inside the elevator, it was bright as ever. Zhongli stood at the front of the button area, her eyes gazing at the electronic display in the elevator. The number there slowly jumped from 4 to 3. Zhongli faintly withdrew his gaze. For some reason, inside this elevator, Zhongli always felt a shadowy swish on the back of her neck, like something unclean. Zhongli thought for a moment, pulled out the flip pocket watch he had just pocketed and opened it. Through the flipped mirror of the pocket watch, Zhongli could see the back. Her scalp instantly tingled. The woman who had disappeared was standing behind her, stretching her nose and sniffing at Zhongli's neck. The feeling was as if you were preparing to savor a plate of fine cuisine. Feeling Zhongli's line of sight, the thing behind him raised its head. Zhongli saw her face clearly. Thin cheeks and sunken eyes. Dead skin, chapped with a tic-tac-toe line like parched earth. Especially the corner of the woman's mouth, which still had the fresh rusty taste of blood on it. It's as if they've only just had a full meal. Noticing Jiang Li looking at her, the woman's eyes suddenly lit up. She excitedly grabbed Jiang Li's arm. You can see me? The woman's voice was hoarse, her vocal cords, as if they had been slashed with a knife. Jiang Li raised his hand to shake her off, moving a step sideways and standing to the side. I can't find my home. Take me home. That woman said to Jiang Li in a commanding tone. Jiang Li wasn't going to pay attention. Send me home. Take me home. The woman drifted back and forth between Jiang Li's left and right sides. Her voice was sinister, haunting Jiang Li and chasing after her. Go home. Go home. Get me home. That woman is acting overly pushy. Jiang Li's afterglow caught a glimpse of the mirror on the elevator wall. The dry, cracked skin on the woman's face was found to be falling off in chunks like wallpaper. Jiang Li took a step to the side, turning a deaf ear to the things please. It's been tangled up for a while. The elevator's voice announcement came on at the right time. Elevator level 1. Here we go. Elevator level 1. Here it is. Elevator doors open. Please watch your step and be safe. That voice announcement was very different from the last one. This time, it was stifling laughter. That feeling of forced laughter made Jiang Li feel a pang of discomfort. Ding dong. The elevator doors opened and the lights illuminated a path for Jiang Li. That pale woman, holding Jiang Li's arm, softened her tone. Please, take me home. I can't find my home. Jiang Li peeled away the woman's hand and lifted his foot to walk outside. She had just lifted her foot when a low chuckle spilled out, impatiently, from the voice announcement. It was only an extremely light tone, but it was still captured by Jiang Li. What's going on? Jiang Li was stunned for half a second. She glanced at the electronic display, which read the number 1. Except that the number 1 is weird. It's all twisted. It's like it's glued on with blood. Jiang Li, this time, took a tentative half step in the direction of the elevator door. That low, laughing syllable, there it was again. Nope, associated with the blood at the corner of the woman's mouth, and the puddle of blood in the corner of the elevator. Jiang Li's sixth sense told her that stepping out of the elevator, that puddle of blood could be her end. Jiang Li withdrew his foot. That uneasiness in his heart grew stronger. Jiang Li looked back at the woman, and the chaps on the woman's face disappeared. The woman in red seemed to see hope and instantly smiled like a flower. You're going to help me, aren't you? Help me get home. A smile bloomed at the corner of the woman's mouth. Jiang Li stared at her suspiciously. This woman, did she just wipe her mouth? Jiang Li clearly remembered that a second ago, this woman still looked like she had just eaten someone. Jiang Li lowered his eyes and fought and twitched his index finger. Suddenly, her eyes snapped up. A bold idea unfolded in Jiang Li's mind. She looked into the mirror of the elevator, and her pupils constricted suddenly. In the mirror, the woman in red had ghost-like skin. Her hair blew out in all directions. The pale skin cracked into chunks, and residual blood hung from the corners of his mouth. Corner of the elevator. Blood and water running down the floor. Outside the mirror. On the other hand, the woman's face, apart from being a little pale, was all but normal. Even the corners of the elevator didn't have a single drop of blood in them. Building Code Article 6. Seeing is not always believing. That's why the scene in the mirror is real. Jiang Li's scalp went numb. In that case, is she missing something? The elevator doors are about to close. The voice announcing the urgency sounded. Jiang Li ignored it. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something. Jiang Li quickly pulled out the rule note, took it to the mirror, and took a look. One moment, all of the note's handwriting, all of it, was revealed. The original 8 rules had now heatedly become 9. 9. Neighbors are friendly to each other. If they seek help, be sure not to refuse it. So the blood in the elevator is what happens after rejection. Jiang Li's spine went cold. She thought back to the scene where she had asked Red Baby about the rules not long ago. Baby, is there a wrong rule? Mommy, these are correct. He's right. It's all correct. Red Baby didn't lie to her. Only, John Lee didn't expect that the pit would be placed here for this heaven's killing rule. The woman in red was still talking. Help me get home. Help me, will you? John Lee organized his thoughts and put away the note. She looked up at the woman with as friendly a face as she could muster. Okay, I'll help you get home. Chapter 17, Beware of Stalkers. John Lee glanced at his pocket watch. Current time, it's 6:08 a.m. John Lee went out and had to spend some time looking for a nearby hospital. Confirm where you work. In order to make sure that we get to the hospital by 8 o'clock. John Lee had better. By 6:30, send this woman home. John Lee twisted her head. Are you sure you live in this building? The woman in red shook her head in distress. I don't know. Do you remember your family? Don't remember. What do you know? I don't know anything. John Lee was momentarily speechless. This woman is a real pain in the ass when she asks questions. John Lee pondered for a moment. Instead of stepping out of the elevator, she pressed the guard bell in the elevator. A guardhouse is located downstairs. In case of trouble inside the building, you can ask the guard for help. Jingle bells. Ring ring ring. Soon the ringer was answered. Hey, this is the guardhouse. What's up? On the other end of the call, a middle-aged man's voice rang out. John Lee hurriedly spoke. Hello, I've encountered some difficulties. Please come over as soon as possible. The man across the table paused, and a sound like chewing and swallowing came from his mouth. John Lee waited a few seconds before the man spoke. His tone was impatient. Good to know. Be right there. The call hadn't even hung up when what sounded like a cup breaking came from across the room. Wahahaha. TCH, watch it. You scared me. I'm sorry. Sorry. Are you okay with your feet, Brother Wang? I'm really sorry. Ugh, forget it. Next time watch out for the sloppy. Beep 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 beep. The call was hung up. John Lee brought the woman in red with him and had been waiting in the elevator on the first floor. The guardhouse was downstairs in this building, so it didn't take the guard more than a minute to get to the elevator door. What's wrong? What's the trouble? A tall man in a uniform going up to ask John Lee. John Lee scanned the man's feet. The man stepped into a pair of brand new, black, high-top leather boots that had a few scratches from broken glass. John Lee's eyes went cold, pursed his lips, and didn't answer. Speaking. What's the difficulty? Are you messing with me by calling me over specifically? The man was instantly a little exasperated. John Lee was still ignoring people. Say it or not. I'm leaving if you don't say it. The man glared at her indignantly. John Lee just pretended not to see it and played dumb. Oof. Next time you call me, I'm not coming. What a person really. The middle-aged man shook his head and left angrily. Red Baby looked surprised. Mommy, why are you ignoring him? I have a feeling he's the guard. John Lee concluded. He's not. Why? Red Baby wondered. Aren't the scratches on his shoes right? The personality is right on. 2. Red Baby, you remember the other guy on the call after the cup broke? Said anything to Brother Wang? Red Baby scratched his head. He said, sorry. Brother Wang, is your foot okay? I'm really sorry. What's wrong? Red Baby didn't see anything wrong. The details are all right. John Lee, of course it's not right. Feet and shoes are simply two different things. It's only when one's feet are exposed and potentially injured that people ask if your feet are okay. Red Baby snaps. And the man was wearing a pair of new leather boots, or high-topped shoes so his foot couldn't have been injured at all. It's even less likely that a bystander would ask him if his feet are okay. At most, they'd ask him if his new shoes were okay. Should I pay for it or something? Smart. John Lee laughed. So the guard who spoke to us was definitely not him. Red Baby makes the same presumption. The fake guards that came in this time, they even mimicked the details so well. I'm afraid I've been following them for a long time. John Lee recalled the 8th rule of the building code. There's a stalker in the building. Whatever he says, ignore it. This was the reason why John Lee had been silent just now. That man, he's a stalker. It didn't take long. 1. The Real guard came over to me with slippers on his feet, pressed open the elevator door. Wang has a pair of thick eyebrows, looks fierce and vicious, less of a nice guy than the stalker from earlier. His toes grazed a bit of skin, bled slightly. Say, what kind of difficulties have you encountered? Wang asked in a menacing tone. Judging from Wang's line of sight, he shouldn't be able to see the woman in red. Brother Wang, did a woman die in the building recently? You take me over there. John Lee made a direct request. Wang's eyes widened. What are you doing there? How bad luck. Wang has a foul mouth. Though he grumbled, he went straight into the elevator door and pressed the floor he was supposed to be on. 7th floor. Current floor. 1. Floor. Elevator going up. Please be advised. Inside the elevator, the voice announcement sounded. Wang and Jiang Li stood side by side in the elevator, with the woman in red obediently following behind. Wang glanced at Jiang Li's outfit and couldn't help but climb into the conversation. What are these lines of yours? Some kind of young man's game of punt tired on something? The whole thing is quite bloody ah. Faced with Wang's flirtation, Jiang Li smiled politely. It seems that this Wang is still a normal person, and he can see that Jiang Li's nurse's dress is torn and tattered. It's still stained with blood. Are you going to the scene of the crime? Are you trying to do some kind of detective investigation? Wang teased. Jiang Li casually made up an excuse. No. A friend wanted to buy a low-priced house and asked me to show him around. Wang snorted. That friend of yours, TSK, he's a tough guy. Ding dong dash the elevator arrived. Wang led Jiang Li out, and the woman in red followed closely behind. The three of them walked up to a door with a seal on it. Nah, this is it. Wang pointed to the door. Bring it on. Jiang Li looked at the woman in red and gave her a wink. The woman in red smiled gratefully, said thank you, and floated over and through the door. When she saw Wang turn back, Jiang Li smiled and thanked her. I know. Thanks brother Wang. I'll bring my friend over next time. Wang waved his hand carelessly and walked back to the elevator door. The original elevator button disappeared, and after Wang's work badge was swiped with a drop, the elevator button was swiped with a drop, reappeared. The two went in one after the other. By the way brother Wang, do you know where there is a hospital nearby? Jiang Li asked. When he got out of the neighborhood, Jiang Li was going to look for the workplace. Taking advantage of the fact that Wang was present and good to talk to, Jiang Li hurriedly asked. Without any thought Wang opened his mouth to answer. There are only 2 hospitals in Wyoming. Straight out of the neighborhood and across the first intersection is the Red Cross Hospital. Go 2 kilometers further. Turn right and go straight. At the end of which is the Huizhou City People's Hospital. Not realizing that in this place, there were 2 hospitals. Jiang Li frowned. Okay, got it. Thanks brother Wang. After Jiang Li politely thanked him, the elevator's first floor arrived as well. She followed Wang out. The two of them said a brief goodbye, and Wang slowly wandered into the guard room. Jiang Li went out of the neighborhood alone and embarked on the path of confused work. By 8 in the morning, she had to be at work to sign in. 2 hospitals, one or the other. Jiang Li looked down at his pocket watch. The time now, 6:30 a.m. Jiang Li raised his head. At this point in the day, it was just dawning. A few pedestrians occasionally roamed the cold, empty streets. Jiang Li inhaled a few mouthfuls of the cold morning air and lifted her feet toward the empty street. Chapter 18, Circular Streets and Alleys. The streets of Wyoming are not busy, especially this area near the outskirts of the city. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was desolate. Adjacent buildings, mostly old small 2-story bungalows. The economy of the entire area is largely driven by the 2 nearby hospitals. The narrow streets are haunted. Only 2 or 3 homes with open doors were lit with dim lights inside. Jiang Li followed Wang's cue and looked toward the distance. Walking past this low bungalow, there is a tall hospital building in front of you. That would be the Red Cross Hospital. Jiang Li accelerated his steps and headed that way. Looking for a coffin. Girl? A fine heather coffin. The owner of a nearby coffin store greeted Jiang Li warmly. Jiang Li faintly swept a glance and didn't talk. Selling coffins in the morning. Jiang Li didn't know what this boss was thinking. It's okay if you don't want a coffin. I still have something here to ward off evil spirits. The coffin store owner hemmed and hawed, grinning with a mouthful of big, burnt, yellow teeth. He stretched out his stubby, short fingers and pointed to the dark door in the dimly lit store and a mysterious face. There's something good. The boss surveyed no one to the left or right and lowered his voice at Jiang Li. Jiang Li moved her eyes away, her footsteps still not stopping. Come by anytime you figure it out. My store is open 24/7. The coffin store owner stretched his neck and shouted at Jiang Li's back in an undying manner. Seeing that Jiang Li was unmoved, the coffin store owner hooked his lips and snorted. He shook his head and muttered to himself guilty. Hiya, young man, we'll come back. Jiang Li took Hong Ying with him and walked forward quickly down the street. She took out the finger cookies she'd been carrying around in her pocket for today's breakfast. Crunch, 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 took 2 bites, sort of barely filled. Jiang Li threw the bags while giving Red Baby an explanation. Red Baby, when we get to the hospital in a while, don't do anything rash yet. I guess there will be new rules. Red Baby nodded. The 2 of them had just walked not much farther, but Red Baby suddenly shouted, Mommy, look, it's that old grandpa. Jiang Li's heart jumped. Is that, like, the old grandpa who hides under her bed? Isn't he dead? Jiang Li raised his eyes. A cold sweat instantly broke out on his back. An old beggar with big red heels and long bloody fingernails that was staring at her without blinking. The old man's body was covered in a mixed assortment of women's clothing. Women's smocks, undergarments, leather jackets, and crinoline dresses, all jumbled up on their bodies. Hello, beautiful. That old man looked at Jiang Li in a daze. Jiang Li hurriedly lowered her head and averted her eyes. She subconsciously quickened her steps. Jiang Li clearly remembered that Red Baby said that this old man climbed through her window at 4 o'clock this morning, and accidentally caught by the Red Baby and had his heart eaten. If that's the case, then why is it on the street? Jiang Li walked forward for 4 or 5 minutes before the old man's watching gaze disappeared. Only what she didn't expect was to encounter another coffin store up ahead. The owner of the coffin store looks exactly like the owner he just met. Only this boss wasn't as enthusiastic as the last one. The owner of this coffin store was crouching in front of the door, his teeth bared as he was picking his teeth. He picked out the scraps of meat from his teeth and yucked them on the floor. Seeing Jiang Li looking at him, the boss immediately stood up. The coffin store owner grinned. "Yo, little girl here again. Want to see the coffin?" The boss pointed down inside, signaling Jiang Li to go in and take a look. Jiang Li frowned, a few doubts rising in her heart. Why did he say again? Can it be that the owner of the store just now is also him? This time, Jiang Li raised a few alarms. She asked directly, "Have we met?" The coffin store owner rubbed his nose. "There's a fee for asking questions. I'm a businessman. What's the charge? Ask once. Collect a finger. Cheap. Trade now?" "No, not for now." Jiang Li directly refused. It wasn't that he couldn't spare Chun-Li Dai's fingertips. Rather, it's a deal that's just too low in terms of value for money. It's not worth it to waste a finger using one less than the other. Jiang Li wanted to know the answer to the question, and it was very simple. All she had to do was take 2 steps and everything would be clear. It's not certain that it's a store run by 2 brothers. Jiang Li thought so. Hearing Jiang Li's refusal, the coffin store owner knew that this business deal had fallen through. He deflated, seeming a little less than pleased. However, considering Jiang Li's qualifications to become a potential customer, the boss still kindly reminded him, "Be careful, the dogs on the street can bite. When the dogs catch up, don't run. The more you run the faster the dogs chase you." Jiang Li's eyes moved slightly. "Many thanks." Although he didn't quite understand what the boss meant by his words, Jiang Li felt that, "I'm afraid those words will save her life." The coffin store owner waved his hand at Jiang Li. "Go go go. Don't keep the children waiting." The owner turned and went inside. Jiang Li didn't linger too long and twisted his head away. About 500 meters out, a cool breeze kicked up in the street. A plastic bag, rustling against the ground, blew to Jiang Li's feet. Jiang Li glanced at it without thinking, and an instant chill ran down his spine. Is it really a ghost wall? The familiar packaging. Wasn't it the finger cookie she just finished this morning? Red Baby also noticed the anomaly. "Mommy, could someone else have thrown it?" Red Baby asked. Jiang Li bent down, picked up the bag, opened it and looked inside. The fingertips were cold. "No, this is what I threw," Jiang Li asserted. "When I ate it this morning, one of the finger cookies was so hard on my teeth that I didn't eat it. It's still in there." Jiang Li took out the piece of cookie and handed it to Red Baby to see. Red Baby also understood. "It looks like they're afraid they won't make it out of the alley." Jiang Li opened his pocket watch and looked at the time. The time is now 6:40. 10 minutes had passed since they had left the neighborhood. While Jiang Li was looking down at his pocket watch, the sound of high heels da caught Jiang Li's attention. The voice was light and heavy, getting closer with each step. Jiang Li immediately looked up alertly. "I only saw the old beggar, who was wearing women's clothes just now, giggling foolishly, and a limp came toward them." "Nice. Hey, that's nice." The old beggar limped. He dragged his right foot and blocked the front of the street, taking a step towards Jiang Li. Jiang Li barely had time to think. She turned and headed back. At that moment, she suddenly remembered the words of the coffin store owner. "When the dog catches up with you, don't run. The more you run, the faster the dog chases you." Is this the place he's hinting at? It is better to believe it than not to believe it. If the coffin store owner was planning to do her business for a long time, then he shouldn't have lied to her. Jiang Li dismissed the idea of running and walked briskly instead. Jiang Li walked so fast that the strange old man with a disabled right leg was left behind before long. When Jiang Li was relieved, she realized that she had already walked in front of that coffin store. The coffin store owner arched an eyebrow when he saw her back again. "Girl, you're back. Go inside and take a look around?" The owner of the casket store was familiar with the sales pitch. Jiang Li remembered that this boss had said that besides selling coffins, the store also sold things to ward off evil spirits. So Jiang Li spoke. "I want to see something to ward off evil spirits." The coffin store owner was all smiles, attentively greeting Jiang Li as he entered the store. Come in and look. Our store is small, but it has all the essentials. We have everything inside." The coffin store owner brought Jiang Li into the store and led him to the black door. Chapter 19, Coffin Shop Deal. "Please come in. Ladies first." The owner of the coffin store thoughtfully lifted the black cloth curtain and, gesturing Jiang Li to go in. Jiang Li looked at the blackness inside and didn't move. "Lead the way. Letting me in first. Are you planning to sell an extra coffin?" Jiang Li flirted rhetorically. She had been observing her surroundings at all times from the moment she exited the neighborhood. Jiang Li had already read the code of conduct at the entrance of the coffin store 3 times. The first rule of the code is, visitors are allowed in this store, but please always follow the owner. So keep that in mind. The owner of the casket store intentionally offered ladies first, which was clearly a trap. As for why they didn't let Jiang Li die on the street, but let her die in the store, Jiang Li guessed that he was afraid it had something to do with his boss's interests. Realizing that Jiang Li had read his mind, the coffin store owner arched his nose. He walked in feigning indifference. Harm? What are you afraid of? The house isn't just dark. The owner of the casket store entered with a flourish and turned on the chandelier with a snap. The cramped space was illuminated by a dim yellow light. Jiang Li followed and walked in. The black dog at the door of the dark room rose hurriedly as she entered. The black dog had a chain around its neck, and it rubbed up against the coffin store owner's feet and, ow 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 ow, barked twice. It looked like it was a little hungry and was asking the owner for some food. The coffin store owner glanced obliquely at Jiang Li and pretended to scold black dog. Bark, bark, be careful of scaring my guests. If you're hungry, lie down honestly. Jiang Li did not doubt for a moment that just now, if she had stepped into this dark room first, she will surely die a horrible death in the mouth of a hungry dog. The coffin store owner seemed to have anticipated what Jiang Li was going to buy. He directly took out a lamb-flavored scented pouch, dripped a drop of lamb's blood on it, and handed it to Jiang Li. Nah, this will ward off evil spirits, and it will naturally hide far away once it smells it. Buy it? The boss should be referring to the thing chasing Jiang Li on the street. Jiang Li took the scented capsule and weighed it in her hand. You can get out of the ghostly wall? The coffin store owner was confident. Of course, as long as that thing doesn't dare to show up. You walked out naturally. Jiang Li asked, how do you sell it? The owner of the coffin store held out his finger and made a one finger. The coffin store owner hemmed and hawed. A small business. Give my black dog a new mouthful of food. The black dog heard the commotion and flicked his tail upside down twice. Okay, I'll deal with you. As soon as Jiang Li's words fell, the black dog came up and bit her little finger as if it were humanized. It was snapped off in one bite and articulated to the side to be eaten. The owner of the coffin store was celebrating the fact that the customer was cool. All the other guests thought twice about it and then rejected him with determination. After all, missing a finger is not a big deal. Turns out the boss blinked, just for half a second. He actually saw Jiang Li's little finger grow back on its own. The coffin store owner was so confused that he couldn't speak properly. What's going on here? Why do you still have 5 fingers? The owner suspected at one point that the black dog had missed the bite, but when he turned his head, the black dog took that finger to one side and ate it in small bites. The coffin store owner was now convinced. Hi-yo, that's a big client. The body parts can still regenerate. This could be a fortune if it grows into repeat business. The coffin store owner's eyes rolled and he licked his face to accompany the smile. I-oh little girl, I can't imagine that you're so young and have such great skills. Tell you what, see what else you need in this store and I'll give you one for free. Just come and take care of my family's business more often in the future. Jiang Li was also not polite. How can you not want something that's been given for nothing? She glanced around twice, finally settling on an item in the far corner. The object, covered on the outside by a ragged black cloth. Look at this shape. It looks like a paper house. I want that one. Jiang Li pointed her finger. When these words came out, the coffin store owner's eyes went round. The girl's eyes are too thievish. He deliberately hid the good stuff around the edges, but he didn't expect to be found anyway. The coffin store owner's face had a few hard looks. That paper house was not a cheap item. In this world of weird talk, just give the holder a burn. That house is a grab-and-go storage space. If you really want to sell it at the regular price, you won't be able to get it on 5 fingers. The owner of the casket store had a fit of pangs. It's embarrassing to take back what you've said. He mumbled for half a day, and finally his eyes closed and rattled his hands. Hey, forget it. Take it away, take it away. This paper house is less than 10 fingers, so I'll take it as a right to make you a repeat customer. You can remember to take care of my family's business more in the future. The coffin store owner grumbled a couple more times with his mouth full, but still, he took out the paper house, took out the instructions, and handed it over to Jiang Li. Jiang Li smiled brightly. Many thanks. Jiang Li browsed through the instructions and realized that this thing was quite a treasure. Burning the paper house is the equivalent of getting a carry-on space for nothing. Jiang Li also did not expect that this plainly took such a big advantage of the boss. She was in a soothing mood for a moment, and her person was generous. Instantly, he held out the little finger of his other hand and greeted the black dog with a treat. Black dog is worried about not having enough to eat. Now you can eat one. Naturally happy, in the Jiang Li feet rubbing the old strength. Like a licking dog. That's a lot of maneuvering. Jiang Li was happy. Black dog was happy. And the coffin store owner was happy. The only one who was not happy was Dai Chunli of China. Dai Chunli in that house rolling on the ground in pain. Screams more than one miserable. The pain of super doubling is unimaginable. Dai Chunli died of pain. Her most precious and dear daughter, Jiang Lian, had long ago packed up and ran away. The only husband who genuinely loved her, Jiang Li's own father, was also pushed out by her early to block the gun because of it has long been tainted to the point of delirium. It would be nice not to eat her, let alone come and take care of her. Dai Chunli all thoughts of the world. The heart has never been so desperate. She lay on the ground thinking about it and finally felt her lungs explode. Son of a. I don't believe no one can cure you. Dai Chunli endured great pain to get up and posted a high-priced reward online. It is claimed that if you can contact the supreme ruler of the world of weird talk, she can put up half of the demolition money as a reward. Heavy money is a good thing. Soon after, an avatar with a death skull of an anonymous user sent a message. Hello MS. Day. I can help you, but at the cost of. Dai Chunli's face lit up when she saw a message pop up, but after clicking in and seeing the cost behind it, Dai Chunli's back suddenly crawled with a layer of cold sweat. She closed the laptop with a thud, too scared to look at it again. Chapter 20 Misdirection. Jiang Li took Hong Ying and came out of the coffin store. On the back of her white hand, a black mark flashed twice and then it quickly faded again. That's what's left behind when you bind a paper house. Jiang Li looked up at the sky. The originally indigo-colored sky outside was much brighter by now. The time is approaching 7 o'clock sharp. Jiang Li took out the lamb-flavored scented pouch and hung it around his waist. According to folklore, dogs have a very keen sense of smell, yet the only one who shied away from the smell of lamb. They feel that it is their own kind that is being hunted and therefore avoid it. The black dog inside the coffin store. When the coffin store owner took out the lamb-flavored scented capsule, surprisingly, there was no reaction at all. So that black dog, most likely, is not a dog at all. And the thing that's stopping Jiang Li from getting out of this circular street, it's the dogs that are really afraid of the lamb flavor. Jiang Li's eyes darkened a few points as he thought of this. She always felt that the strange old man in the street that it has nothing to do with the family jubilee of a family of 3. To uncover the truth, I'm afraid I still need to find an opportunity to confront that strange man head-on. Jiang Li hung up the scented pouch and walked towards the street. The scent of mutton from the scented capsule will continue to emanate for 30 minutes, enough for Jiang Li to weave a round trip through this alley. After 30 minutes, if you want to use it again, you need to put a drop of goat's blood to activate the flavor. The owner of the coffin store attached a bag of sheep's blood. Jiang Li poured out a drop of it and sealed it with plastic film, tied up with the bomb. Once encountering an unexpected situation, Jiang Li only needed to pinch and burst the plasticized membrane, and then she could squeeze out the goat's blood, stimulate the scent of the bomb. This time, Jiang Li walked for about 10 minutes with the scented bag on, didn't even see the old transvestite man guarding the road. She made it out of the bungalow area and through the first intersection to the front of the Red Cross hospital. The security guard in front of the hospital was sitting in the security booth, propping his head up and napping. He looked like he was asleep, and his head dropped violently, but it was like he had no traction on his neck. The security guard's head just rolled straight off the table. Knock knock. Jiang Li knocked on the glass window twice. At the sound of movement, the head on the table, eyes rolled. The security guard reacted to someone. He hurriedly picked up his head and planted it back down. Ahem. The security guard cleared his throat and stood up. What can I do for you, ma'am? The security guard opened the window and looked at Jiang Li. Jiang Li asked, excuse me, may I ask where the list of new hospital employees is posted? Employees who are reinstated will generally report with newly hired employees. The guard pointed to the backyard. It's on the notice board in the backyard. Jiang Li smiled lightly and nodded at him in greeting. Many thanks. After Jiang Li finished speaking, she walked towards the backyard of the hospital. The guard saw her go, covered his mouth with a yawn, and resumed sitting down to snooze. Jiang Li entered the hospital and went straight to the notice board. She found the list of new employees and searched it from top to bottom. Unexpectedly, nothing came of it. Not to mention Lu Xiuqin. I don't even see the name Zhang Hui. During this time several middle school students came out, covering their arms like they had just had blood drawn. Those few students were originally talking and laughing, but as soon as they saw Jiang Li, they shut their mouths. Stay away. He should have been shocked by seeing the bloody nurse's dress on Jiang Li. Jiang Li swept a glance at them and withdrew her eyes. She looked down at her pocket watch, the time now 7:15, and turned to Red Baby. Not this one, come on, let's go to the People's Hospital. Huiqing City People's Hospital, which is still some distance away. Jiang Li didn't have any extra time to linger, turning around and hoofing it that way. On the way there, I met the students of the 3rd middle school in Huiqing City going to school. Jiang Li managed to squeeze through the crowd before arriving at the Huiqing City People's Hospital. When Jiang Li arrived, he was shocked by the sight before him, The entire Huizhou City People's Hospital looked like it had experienced a catastrophe. The illuminated signboard of Huicheng City People's Hospital is crooked, broken and shaky. Only the words heart and man remained, glowing red and flashing twice now and then. The entire outer wall of the hospital, as if it had been scorched by fire, was riddled with sores, broken and scorched. On every floor, there are doctors and nurses floating around. On each person, a layer of black gas was dense. Their faces were blurred and they wandered around the hospital with a black and dry shell on top of them. Zhangli noticed that outside the hospital's main door, there was a notice posted. Dangerous house. Don't enter. Mommy, what should we do? Are we still going in? Red Baby asked. Zhangli was torn. The time is now 7:40. She needs to report to her place of work by 8 o'clock. But with this light in front of us, it was clear that going in was a death sentence. Mommy, but you're a nurse. You'd die if you didn't go in and report, right? Red Baby's melancholy voice rang out. There were only two choices in front of Zhangli now. If you don't go in, you'll die if you're sanctioned by the rules. Go in, be consumed by them, and die. But she's a hospital nurse and there are only 2 hospitals in this city. A sure death inning. Weird tales of the world. How can there be such a certain death? Zhangli's index finger twitched rapidly. What went wrong? Zhangli closed her eyes and began to recall the various details from beginning to end. From confirming her job as a nurse to confirming that there are only 2 hospitals in Wyoming. And then now, she's rushing from family to report. In the beginning, who said her job was a nurse? It's the husband. The husband gave her a nurse's dress and said, "Honey, here's a new dress I got you for today's reinstatement present. How about that? Like it? Try it on." The next step was to find Wang and ask 2 hospitals in Huicheng. Wait a minute. Zhangli snapped her eyes open and suddenly thought of something. Her skin instantly raised a layer of goosebumps. She pulled her legs up and ran back. Wrong. Was wrong to begin with. Threw out. No one ever said that her job was a nurse. It was Zhangli who subconsciously associated the reinstatement gift with the nurse's dress. Thought the wife's job was as a nurse. She was, from the beginning, being misled by her husband. In an instant, all the details matched up. On Zhangli's way over, the old neighborhood coffin store owner reminded her of the line that, "Don't keep the kids waiting," as well as those middle school students who met at the last hospital. After seeing Zhangli, the look of caution, so the wife's real job would be a teacher at the 3rd middle school in Huizhou City. Zhangli thought carefully. It was amazing that she had forgotten that her husband and her were never on opposite sides of the fence. The rules that Zhangli got said nothing about the position of the job. It was obvious that Zhangli needed to infer it herself, and how easy it was for her husband, who was hostile to her, to let her find the answer. Zhangli quickly ran in the direction of the school. Reinstatement report by 8 o'clock. Enter the school. Look for the signs and go to the faculty room. Dang, dang, dang. The original wall clock in the school building, with the second hand pointing to 12, begins to chime at full time. Damn, it's 8 o'clock. Zhangli held her breath and followed the signs, darting to the teaching room on the 3rd floor. Just at the last moment when the wooden door of the faculty room was about to close, Zhangli ripped off the nurse's uniform and threw it into space, and with a dive, crashed in. Chapter 21 Wife's Conjectures. Lu Shouqin. Here. Zhangli answered loudly. She rushed in and was greeted by the serious, cold, hard face of a female dean of faculty. Zhangli's moving around a lot, so much so, that the other teachers in the room were all disturbed by Zhangli's actions. There was a flurry of eyes toward the door. Every face, except that of the slightly annoyed-looking dean of faculty, was, all with lifeless dead fish eyes. Zhangli maintained the position of pushing the door in at the moment. Her back was drenched in sweat, and a cool breeze from the door sent a chill through her. The faculty advisor's stern eyes swept over her and proceeded to continue naming the others. After the roll call was taken and no one was absent, the faculty advisor's face eased a little. The director pushed the rimless glasses on the bridge of his nose and commanded in a deep voice, "All teachers who are here today, now immediately follow me next door for a meeting and bring a pen and paper." With that said, the group went back and forth out of the faculty room and next door. The meeting lasted all morning. Throughout the morning, one rule was consistently emphasized. At all times, please make sure that the safety of your students is your top priority. By the afternoon, Zhangli was taken to the class she was originally serving. In the class, there were 3 familiar faces. It was the same 3 students that Zhangli ran into at the Red Cross Hospital in the morning. It's 3 very cute, somewhat sociopathic girls. After a full day's work, the time was already 8 o'clock in the evening. It's long past closing time. Zhangli organized the things on the workstation and was just about to get up and leave when Red Baby made a request. "Mommy, can we go back the way we came? I don't want to see that old high-heeled grandpa." The Red Baby's tone was a bit sappy, and seemed to be really rather diabolical. Zhangli's eyes flashed. Of course she knew that dodging the thing was the safest thing to do, but this is Weird Tales world. You can hide for a while, but not for a lifetime. Zhongli had an intuition. She felt that the strange old man who had appeared multiple times was most likely the key to unlocking the copy. Baby, mommy has some errands to run and there's no way to take a detour. Oh, why don't you take a detour? Go home first and wait for mommy. Red Infant propped up her little face and pondered for a while, but still agreed to Zhongli's proposal. Alright then. Red Infant jumped down from Zhongli's shoulder and waved his hand dashingly at Zhongli. I'll go first then mommy. Good. After saying goodbye to Red Baby, Zhongli came to that alleyway alone. Zhongli thought calmly for a few seconds. With that, he walked over to one of the debris and picked up a couple of complementary slabs, placing them in the space. Having made these preparations, Zhongli then lifted her foot and stepped inside. The alleyway was barely visible at night, illuminated by dim streetlights. Zhongli specially put away the scented bag so that the strange old man wouldn't smell the flavor and flee away. It was quiet in the alley, so quiet that it made your heart grow fuzzy. Zhongli's every step was characterized by caution. The street is more than half gone. Just when Zhongli thought that the strange old man wouldn't show up, he came. Not only did the strange old man show up, he even cut off the 3 girls who were passing by. Listening to the girls' cries for help, Zhongli recognized that it was none other than a student in her class. Zhongli's mind consciously floated back to the rules that he had studied all morning today. At all times, please make sure that the safety of your students is your top priority. Zhongli now sort of understood. It turned out that the rules she had learned all morning were waiting for her here. Now, she was going to confront the weird old man head-on and uncover the secrets in this weird old man. Stop! Zhongli stood out and shouted angrily in a cold voice. The strange old man grabbed the student's hand with a lurch. He looked up with a strange smile and looked at Zhongli, his eyes flashing with a strange light. The 3 schoolgirls took the opportunity to break free and hurriedly slipped away on panicked feet. In the dark alley, only the strange old man and Zhongli were left. Zhongli's eyes were fixed on him, and he was about to ask a question. Who knew that thing? But it suddenly instantly moved in front of Zhongli and strangled her neck. Zhongli is pushed back and forced to sit in the corner. In the nick of time, she took out the space slate and smashed it onto the weird old man's head, once and for all. With each exertion, the strange old man let out a dull cry of pain. In the end, the strange old man closed both eyes and let go of Zhongli. Zhongli immediately got up and fled. Just as she got up, Zhongli felt that her body was especially light. It was as if it had been stripped from its original body. Is this a split? Zhongli strangely turned back to check, only to find that the corner where he had just been. Surprisingly, there was an identical wife lying around. The strange old man's eyes, which were originally closed, once again snapped open. He let out a strangled laugh and reached out a dirty hand toward his wife's body. The wife was struggling, begging for help, but no one was listening. Zhongli attempted to reach out to help, but realized that his hand, in fact, penetrated their bodies. In the confusion, the wife bit off half of the old man's ear and spit it out on the floor. She climbed to her feet and dialed her husband's number while the old man covered his ears. The wife was running and calling at the same time. The phone rang for 7 or 8 seconds and finally connected. Before his wife could say anything, the strange old man with scarlet eyes pounced on him next. He covered his wife's mouth, squeezed her slender neck, and dragged her toward an unoccupied corner. The wife's cell phone fell to the floor. On the phone, the husband's voice came. Hello, wife, hello, can you hear me? Is something wrong? I'll hang up if there's nothing. Things are busy with the swine fever over at the pig farm. Hello? There was silence for a few seconds, followed by the sound of the call being hung up. Zhongli was on the sidelines, like a ghost, witnessing the whole process of his wife being abused. She tried to stop it, but couldn't intervene at all. With the tragedy happening before her eyes, Zhongli was deeply powerless. When it was over, the strange old man wore away his wife's clothes. The victim's wife's hair was disheveled and dried with tears. In a state close to insanity, she slumped to the floor, picked up her cell phone, and called the police. Police cars arrived at the scene quickly. Zhongli heard a few police officers discussing it. That old man in the women's clothes is a psychopath. It's hard to do when everything you do during a psychotic episode is not against the law. Is there a guardian? No, I heard it was a bum. The wife is in bad spirits. Her lips were white and her body was trembling terribly. Zhongli stood next to her as she tried to get the attention of bystanders by shouting and touching. But sadly, none could see her. By chance, Zhongli saw his face reflected on the window glass of the police car. Her face, no features, nothing. Who are you? Zhongli felt a man's question ringing in her ears. The voice, Zhongli was certain, was asking her. The wife, at this time, was also being questioned by the police. The policeman draped a shirt over his wife. What's the name? The wife buried her head, her voice thin as a swimmer. Lu Shouqin. Since the wife is Lu Shouqin, Who is Jiang Li now? Who the hell are you? The inquiring voice, once again, rang in Jiang Li's ears. Jiang Li knew that she could be anyone, but she could never be Lu Xiuqin. Jiang Li pondered for 2 seconds. That initial rule came to her mind. Family Code, Article 1. Remember, your name is Zheng Hui. Your name is Zheng Hui. Your name is Zheng Hui. Never forget your name. Whatever anyone asks for your name, please tell him that your name is Zheng Hui. Jiang Li's voice was firm. My name is Zheng Hui. This statement was made. Jiang Li's originally lost features returned to her face. Jiang Li plunged into the void. Are you sure? What's your name? I'm sure. My name is Hui Zhang. As soon as Jiang Li's words fell, the void in front of her eyes disappeared once again, and her eyes were bright again. Jiang Li slowly opened his eyes. At the moment, she was sitting at the psychiatrist's table. The person who asked her name was none other than the male doctor in front of her. The doctor listened to Jiang Li's words and shook his head with a grave expression. He looked at the husband and said, "Your wife suffers from very severe schizophrenia." That incident hit her hard. She conjured up her other self to escape the pain. Chapter 22, The Truth About the Tabernacle. At the same time, in Jiang Li's mind, a system beep sounded. Congratulations to the host for successfully unlocking the key plot. A copy of Happy Jubilee. Plot unlocked, 90%. After coming out of psychiatry, the husband told Jiang Li to stay where he was for now and not to move. Jiang Li nodded in agreement. She outwardly agreed to her husband's request, but in actuality she quietly followed him out. The husband acted quite discreetly. He walked to the end of the cloister and peered back a few more times, as if to make sure no one was following him. Jiang Li sidestepped and covered his body. After realizing that his wife was indeed not following him, the husband then let go of his mind and, quickly, he turned into the clinic. Jiang Li glanced in the direction of the clinic. At the entrance to that section, hanging from a blue sign, it says Obstetrics and Gynecology in big letters. What's he doing here? Jiang Li had a hidden guess in his heart. She eased her footsteps, her body a little closer. The doorway swung open to the figure of her husband and the doctor. Jiang Li held her breath and perked up her ears, hearing the conversation between the two inside. I want to prescribe a box of birth control pills for my wife. Can you guarantee that you won't get pregnant? This, we cannot guarantee. Emergency contraceptives only have an 85% chance of success. So if I'm pregnant, can I get an abortion back there? Sir, this is still not something I would recommend. Your wife just miscarried the daughter she was carrying before, and now with the abortion, it's taking a toll on the body. From the hospital, Jiang Li followed her husband back home. For this dinner, Jiang Li had as many finger cookies as she wanted, and her husband served them all. That night, Jiang Li went back to her bedroom early to rest, and Hong Ying was waiting for her inside. After Jiang Li went back, he removed the dagger behind the wedding photo and put it into space. During the night, the husband did not return to the bedroom. Late at night, the doll in the closet rolled her eyes and dropped a bloody tear that, it sounded like crying. Mom, why do you only like your sister and not me? Why? Outside the house at that moment, there was a sound of high heels walking. It wasn't long before the sound of meat chopping in the kitchen rang out. Flush toilet in the bedroom, also clattering pumping. Jiang Li felt that the truth of the replica was already calling out. That missing detail may reveal the final answer. Early the next morning, when Jiang Li woke up, the first thing she did was to sneak into the living room when her husband wasn't looking. Turn on the TV. There is no rule that says she can't turn on the TV. Jiang Li clearly remembered that on the first day she came to this copy of the rule note was pressed under the TV. At that time, her husband seemed especially afraid of Jiang Li being near the TV. The closer you keep things from people, the closer they are to the truth. The TV is on. Inside, there was a news item playing on a loop. It has been reported that a wife suffering from schizophrenia, on her wedding anniversary, was at home with her husband and son. She burned charcoal and killed herself. The husband and son have now been taken to hospital for emergency treatment and the wife has sadly died. According to the surrounding neighbors, the name of the deceased is Lu Xiuqin, usually kind and enthusiastic, willing to help others, is a teacher at the 3rd high school in Huizhou City. Just then, Jiang Li felt 2 silhouettes appear behind him. She was immediately on guard. Jiang Li turned around and saw her husband and son, looking at herself with a sad expression. They're crying. Husbands, now, no longer have pig ears and pig noses. My son didn't pretend to be a little girl anymore either. The husband covered his face and cried, I'm sorry wife, it's all my fault. If I had cared a little about that phone call, maybe it wouldn't have been too late. My son has also been blaming himself. Mom, I'm sorry, my birth caused mom pain. If only I wasn't me and I was a sister. I'm sorry. To this point, Jiang Li knew the whole truth. This copy of the World of Weird Talk is derived from the mental state of the wife. The wife in the replica was depressed for years and replaced with severe schizophrenia. To escape reality, she gives herself a new name in the spirit world, Zhang Hui. In the fantasy, she is not the victim Lu Xiuqin, but the outsider Zhang Hui, and the misfortunes of her married life were not due to being raped and carrying her rapist's child. Under her wife's self-hypnosis, she attempts, through the imaginary figure of the evil mother-in-law, to fill the role of the villain who originally hurt her but escaped justice. It is evident through the wife's diary that she was struggling to convince herself that the married life is unfortunate because of conflicts between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law. The wife's perennial depression has also led her to engage in aggressive and suicidal behavior from time to time. Each time her husband found out, he locked her up alone to stop her self-harm. But in Lu Xiuqin's spiritual world, her husband's protection has instead turned into abuse. That's why, in the first place, the wife was bound hand and foot by her husband, released from the suitcase, because it's the wife's imaginary world. As for the circular alleys that you can't walk down, it's also because the wife's subconscious mind. That kind of damage is endless, cycling through like a nightmare. The husband's obsession with not caring about his wife's distress call was due to the pig farm swine fever matter. So the husband, in the midst of the weird talk, gradually turns into a pig. The son's obsession is to be loved by his mother, so he gradually became feminized, became exactly like the sister he was supposed to have been born to please mom. At this moment, the system beep sounded in John Lee's ears. Congratulations to the host, who has successfully uncovered the truth about the replica. Happy Jubilee Day copy plot exploration degree, 100%. Pass wife's ticket has been redeemed and you have been granted a ride. This pass is graded, SS. A perfect pass has been reached. Passing rewards will now be given out. The Kingdom of China is exempt from this weird tale's advent. Chosen one John Lee adds, the Eye of Truth. The attributes of the Eye of Truth skill were implanted into John Lee's brain, and John Lee realized that it is an ability to recognize words as true or false. At this point, John Lee detached himself from his wife's body and changed into himself. Before leaving, John Lee couldn't help but ask, you guys didn't die then, did you? Husband and son nodded at the same time. If you are humans, you will only get more and more contaminated if you stay here all the time. This weird talk world is not for you, John Lee persuaded. Her husband smiled and shook his head, and her son had no intention of leaving. John Lee understood what they meant. The two of them are willing to volunteer to become NPCs and stay in the world of weird tales that, I'm afraid it's so I can keep seeing the wife I'll never see again. John Lee knew that it was useless to say more, so he didn't waste any more words. She closed her eyes and blended into the void. Chun Li Dai, a family member bound to the Chosen One, will survive for the time being. Now unlocking the second copy, Ghost Train. Dai Chun Li has been unbound, currently replacing the binding with Zhang Lianlian. Please get ready. Zhang Li opened his eyes again. The man had come to the rickety train. Zhang Li stood in the middle of the aisle of the hard seat compartment, the clamor in his ears. Old people talking loudly, middle-aged men slapping their legs and bragging, little kids babbling. But the weird thing is, the whole carriage only heard the sound, not seen the person. Make way. Make way. Open water, open water. A bowl of instant noodles floated past Zhang Li. Zhang Li sidestepped. Beer and mineral water, peanuts and melon seeds and 8 treasure kanji. Come on, collect your legs. The trolley in front of us came slowly. Zhang Li couldn't see the salesman, much less the passengers in his way. At that moment, a basketball rolled off the seat and fell to Zhang Li's feet. Pretty sister, help me pick up the ball. The second copy is officially opened. Copy name, Ghost Train. Copy introduction, at midnight, train Z114 bound for Tomb Ridge. Run normally on the track. However, in the midst of this seemingly peaceful carriage, bizarre incidents occur one after another. Passing condition. 1. Class SS, identify the source of contamination in the compartment and eliminate it. 2S Class, successfully replenish the ticket to the hard sleeper compartment and arrive safely at the train terminal. 3. Class A, arrive safely at the train terminal. Chapter 23, Ghost Train, new copy. Zhang Li bent down, picked up the basketball, and handed it over to the empty seat. Thank you sis. A small, invisible hand quickly picked it up. It's happening right now. The lilting music flowed slowly out of the train's radio. With that, a gentle female announcer's accent rang out. Dear travelers, welcome to train Z114. I'm the announcer for this train, and I'm going to introduce you to the rules of the ride. 1. This train will run from Huiqing to Cemetery Ridge. It will not stop at any station en route. If necessary, open the window and jump out of the car. 2. Trains will run from 7 p.m. today to 10 a.m. the day after tomorrow. Lights out in all compartments at 9 p.m. sharp. Don't trust any voices after lights out, including me. 3. Each carriage shall be staffed by a steward. The crew members are uniformly dressed in white shirts, black vests. You can trust them completely. 4. There are no staff wearing red vests on this train. If you meet one by accident, please find an empty seat immediately and nearby. Sit down immediately. 5. Whenever there is a child singing a nursery rhyme, please bow your head immediately and cover your ears. 6. One person per seat on this train. If you do not find a seat before lights out, please proceed to compartment 09 immediately. Compartment 09 is a dining car compartment, equipped with empty seats. You can spend the night without fear. 7. The train dining car passes by at irregular intervals throughout the day. The food in the dining car is freshly made on the same day. The ingredients are fresh and flavorful. Please feel free to eat it. 8. The crew will give out free honey water once while the train is in operation. For your safety, be sure to drink it while it's hot. 9. Do not be curious about, let alone open, the black garbage bags that the stewardesses take away. Thank you for your cooperation. These are the rules for traveling on this train. The ride is not standardized, and the loved ones are in 2 lines of tears. Thanks again for listening and have a great trip. The announcer spoke slowly. Her words fell, and within seconds, the train was accompanied by a shrill whistle that, slowly accelerating. The poles outside the car window flashed by quickly, one after the other. Between the wheels, there was a clunk, clunk, clunk. In the meantime, John Lee's brain automatically recognized the wrong rules, the 6th and 7th. There's something wrong with the dining car compartment on this train. Food delivered by the food trucks is also definitely not allowed. But for now these are not the point. The point was, John Lee couldn't see anything right now. Ghost train. Hard to believe everyone else is a ghost. John Lee stood in the middle of the aisle, sidestepping the traveling cart. Hong-ing, can you see them? John Lee asked. Baby Red nodded. Mommy, I can see. John Lee's eyes flashed with joy. For the time being, then, it was up to Red Baby to help her. According to ride rule number 5, one person per seat on this train. If she couldn't find a seat before nightfall, then she would have to head to the 09 dining car compartment. And I'm afraid the situation in the dining car compartment will only get more complicated. John Lee decided to find his seat first. She pulled out her ticket and checked it. Her seat was compartment 04, hard seat 13. John Lee went through the signage and confirmed that the current carriage was no. 04. She followed the seat numbers and moved with difficulty to get in front of a window seat. Baby, look for mommy. Is there anyone in seat 13? John Lee asked Red Baby. Red Baby glanced over to the window. The look was visibly hesitant. Mommy, what about your quality? Red Baby suddenly asked this. John Lee responded. The quality is unknown. When it comes to strength. Oh, mommy, there's someone in your seat. A pregnant aunt with a big belly. John Lee was stunned. As a rule, seating is important to a person. The loss of a seat is tantamount to the loss of shelter. And those without a seat head for the dining car. The odds are that it's also a dead end. John Lee frowned and pondered for a few seconds. Maybe people are sitting in the wrong seat. John Lee decided to ask first. She walked over to the seat. Hello ma'am, you're sitting in my seat. John Lee smiled as politely and lightly as she could at the air. John Lee sensed that a line of sight gazed over from that empty seat. But John Lee waited for several seconds and did not hear a reply. John Lee thought she didn't hear clearly, so he said it again. Hello? You're in my seat. Can you move over? Still ignored. But John Lee clearly felt that around seat 13. The other 5 people who were originally talking to each other had all gone quiet. Red Baby looked a little embarrassed. Mommy, she turned her head out the window, as if she didn't really want to pay attention to you. John Lee's expression was cold. When it comes to this kind of person, there is no need to be polite with her. This is my seat. Roll. Hearing Jiang Li's anger, the pregnant woman finally reacted a little. Only the pregnant woman's tone of voice didn't sound too friendly. You say it's yours? Do you have the ticket? Show me. Red Baby came closer to Jiang Li, her voice small. Mommy, her face is at the height of your chest. When Jiang Li heard this, he instantly rolled up his sleeves and threw over a big backhanded slap. Splat! The sound of a crisp noise slapped the back of his hand raw. Outside the live broadcast room, Jiang Lian, who was watching the live broadcast, felt a sharp pain in the back of her right hand. ***. The pain value of the transfer is super doubled. It was just a little irritation for Jiang Li, but transferred to Jiang Lian. It hurt so much that the nerves jerked. Jiang Lian's face painfully covered the back of her right hand. Grass mud horse. Little you hit someone to death. Jiang Lian hastily exited from the live broadcast. No, Jiang Li is too dark a person. I'll beg Li Jia again. I have to move out of the Jiang family account today. Definitely can't let this Jiang Li have a chance to harm me. Jiang Lian is living outside these days and stocking up on a bunch of medicines like crazy. After quickly applying some ointment to her hands, She grabbed her cell phone and headed out the door in a hurry. The other side. The pregnant woman's face immediately swelled after Jianli slapped her. You hit me? The pregnant woman's face was full of incredulity. How do you hit someone with your hands? The pregnant woman stood up excitedly. I'm calling the police to have you arrested. Jianli heard the pregnant woman move and put on a terrified look. She covered her mouth. Sorry, I'm mentally ill. The seat's taken. I'm so angry I'm having a seizure. It's not against the law to hit someone during a psychotic episode, is it? Oh, like it's not illegal to kill someone. Where's my knife? Jianli pretended to look around his body for a knife. The pregnant woman clutched her stomach and was furious. I'm a pregnant woman. What's wrong with letting me sit down? Jianli said indifferently. What's wrong with a pregnant woman? The child isn't mine. Jianli was too lazy to continue to waste more words. She put her hand directly into her pocket and took out the bloodied dagger from the space of the surprised. Found it. That pregnant woman's eyes instantly widened when she saw the dagger. Panic written on her face. Where do you think is a good place to start killing? Jianli took the knife and, gesturing to the cloud of air in front of him, how about from the stomach? I'll try it from the belly. Jianli's eyes glowed, and he looked like he was about to make a move. That pregnant woman pushed Jianli away in a panic and ran away screaming. Crazy. Just a crazy person. Hearing the pregnant woman's voice walking away, Jianli sneered and withdrew her dagger. Jianli's butt had just settled down. All of the passengers who were originally invisible were now displayed as they were. Across from her seat were 3 college students and next to them was an elderly couple. Everyone was looking at her cautiously at the moment. Don't worry. I'm not sick. I scared her. Jianli looked pale and, a casual explanation. However, through this experience, Jianli also found out that to solve the visual impairment, the first thing is to find your seat. Otherwise everyone on the train would be like ghosts, all invisible. This was equivalent to the fact that until this moment, Jianli was not considered to have officially entered this copy. Jianli mused. The pregnant woman who took the seat didn't get very far. She pricked up her ears and heard Jianli being sick for a while and then not sick. Knowing that she was being tricked, the heart was furious. She thought about it and came back with a dark face. Standing not too close to Jianli, gesture at the neighbor. Everyone, look at the quality of young people nowadays. Jianli pulled out his ears. What are the qualities? Do you have it? I'll take a look. A female college student on the opposite side of the room secretly gave Jianli a like. The old couple next to them, too, have all restrained their voices and held their breaths, not daring to speak on behalf of the pregnant woman. After all, everyone could see that Jianli's attitude was quite polite at first. It was the pregnant woman who was being disruptive and unreasonable, which led to the situation that followed. And in front of the screen, the crowd of netizens who were watching the live broadcast were also shouting for relief, while the live broadcast in China was buzzing with excitement. The Minister of Intelligence's face became grave. The minister's hand held a document detailing a string of names. The investigator next to him continued to speak. Minister, it's confirmed. This time, train Z114. It's the one that went missing 20 years ago. The list of missing persons, all matched up. Chapter 24, 20 Years of Unsolved Crimes. Xia Guofeng, the Minister of Intelligence, broke out in a cold sweat. The hand holding the paper clenched involuntarily. 20 years ago, the disappearance of this train was a big deal in China. Back then, train Z114, carrying 268 people, entered a tunnel after, with the car and the people, all gone. Later, Huagua sent rescue teams to the tunnel several times to search and rescue, but every time, it was to no avail. A good train just evaporated. How many families have fallen apart? Even Xia Guofeng's daughter, who just started college. And now, surprisingly, the train is back, unharmed. It also appeared in Weird Tales World. Minister Xia Guofeng stared intently at the live screen. Inside the screen, the female college student sitting across from Jianli. It was none other than his lost daughter of 20 years. Xia Guofeng turned around. A big man. At this moment, he would actually burst into tears. He calmed his emotions for a moment, then turned around, his face returning into calmness. In 3 minutes, the intelligence department will immediately convene an emergency meeting. For this train copy, we need to give Comrade Jianli the utmost support. Help Jianli get through this. Yes, Minister. Xia Guofeng stared at the live screen in fascination. For a moment, 1,000 thoughts came to mind. He pulled out his cell phone and tentatively called his daughter Xia Xiaoqian, the phone number he'd been calling for 20 years without getting through. And now, after 2 beeps, it's connected. Xia Xiaoqian picked up the phone. Hey Dad, what's wrong? Xia Guofeng stared at the big screen. His voice choked. Xia, is it really you? Of course it's me Dad. Why are you asking all of a sudden? Are you drunk? I don't know. Xia Xiaoqian teased twice. Xia Guofeng sniffled. No, it's just that Dad kind of misses you. Ha ha, Dad, you're talking in your sleep? Huh, that's meaty as hell. Didn't I just leave the house less than 2 hours ago? Xia Xiaoqian didn't know that for her. She and her family had only been separated for 2 hours. But for Xia Guofeng, their father and daughter have been separated for a full 20 years. As he was talking, Xia Xiaoqian asked the doubt in his heart. By the way, Dad, this train I'm on is so strange. That announcer was talking about a lot of messed up rules. Is that what trains are like now? Can't figure it out. Xia Guofeng hurriedly instructed. Xia, listen to what Dad told you. Those rules. You must keep that in mind. If you don't know how to do that, follow the lead of passenger number 13 sitting across from you and emulate her. Don't ask why. It's too soon to tell. But you have to listen to your dad. Okay? Daddy, please. Xia Guofeng's words made Xia Xiaoqian even more confused. Xia Xiaoqian raised her head and silently glanced at Jiang Li across the room. Oh, well, Dad. I know. Father and daughter hung up the phone. Xia Xiaoqian turned off the screen and put away her cell phone, becoming more curious about Jiang Li, who was sitting across from her. But curiosity aside, Xia Xiaoqian didn't dare to go directly to Jiang Li to ask anything more. It felt like Jiang Li was a bit mean and was always talking to herself over her shoulder. Godlike. Feeling the scrutinizing gaze, Jiang Li shot a sight over. As the four eyes met, Xia Xiaoqian froze slightly. She nodded her head in a hurry and smiled at Jiang Li with a blush, then snapped back her eyes. And the pregnant woman who had been kicked out had been cursing next to her. She tried to get everyone to scold Jiang Li by inciting their emotions. The pregnant woman's gesture did elicit some sympathy from some honest people. A migrant worker who had gotten a seat enthusiastically stood up. He dusted himself off in his seat and rushed the pregnant woman with some embarrassment. You, look, if you don't mind, my seat, I'll give it to you first. The migrant worker spoke with a thick accent. His body was gray and tanned, full of simplicity. The pregnant woman, holding her belly, swept that seat. At the sight of the yellow sludge on the seat, the pregnant woman's mouth deflated in obvious disgust. She hesitated for a few seconds, then finally borrowed wet wipes and carefully wiped the cushions again. Thank you, big brother. What a good man. The pregnant woman gave a perfunctory thank you. After saying that, he twisted his head to look at Jiang Li on the other side. Unlike some people, black-hearted, sooner or later, you'll get what's coming to you. Jiang Li's eyes looked out of the window and pressed on without paying attention to her. Xia Xiaoqian on the opposite side thought that Jiang Li was still angry, so she rushed Jiang Li to comfort her. Sis, don't pay any attention to her. That pregnant woman is making a lot of noise. She's taking up seats everywhere. None of us like her. Jiang Li looked at Xia Xiaoqian. Aha. By the way, sis, I see you didn't bring anything with you. I have snacks. Xia Xiaoqian pulled open her yellow book bag and rummaged through it to put a bunch of snacks on the table. Jiang Li took a look at them. Those things looked quite normal, not like something weird to eat. Sister, if you're hungry, take it and eat it. Don't be polite. Xia Xiaoqian greatly said. It really is that simple when it comes to human interaction. Jiang Li smiled and said thanks. Okay, thank you. Jiang Li had a favorable impression of this little girl who looked 4 or 5 years younger than her. If the girl had committed any stupidity, it would be appropriate to mention her. Aha. Sister, my name is Xia Xiaoqian, Grass Sushio, Rose of Roses. What's your name? I'm sorry, Xia Xiaoqian asked enthusiastically. Jiang Li. Oh, the girl next to Xia Xiaoqian gently touched her with her elbow and lowered her voice. Xiaoqian, what are you doing? I have a feeling that woman has a tendency to be violent, and she's always talking to herself. Don't you think she's out of her mind? Xia Xiaoqian glared at the girl. Don't talk nonsense. I think she's quite good. Tang Shuang, I think you can be friends with her too. I think you have quite similar personalities. Face cold, heart hot. The one next to him, called Tang Shuang, deflated. Forget it, I don't want to make friends with this kind of person. The two talked small talk for a while longer. It didn't take long for the dinner truck to arrive. Come on, pig's feet rice now fragrant pig's feet on rice. Come on, tuck your legs in. Hearing the yelling that was getting closer and closer, Tang Shuang looked at the time. It was 7:30. She was so hungry she was front and center. How much is a serving of pig's feet rice? The food cart was pushed in front of him, and Tang Shuang was busy asking. The salesman pushing the food cart returned. 10 for 10 now. Ah, sold cheap. Give me one. Tang Shuang numbly pulled out money. After getting the meal, Tang Shuang looked at the red and soft pig's trotters and salivated. She hurriedly turned her head and asked Xia Xiaoqian, do you want one too? It looks really delicious. $10 a piece, $10 a piece. Pig's feet rice cheap sale. The salesman looked over to Summer Rose's side and yelled. Jiang Li just faintly swept a glance at the pig's feet rice, then twisted her head to the side. Indifferent. Xia Xiaoqian smelled the scent and was a bit moved. but she caught a glimpse of Jianli looking like she didn't want to eat at all, and she followed suit. Xia Xiaoqian waved her hand. Forget it, I don't eat this. It's too oily, I'm on a diet. When the salesman saw that there was no sale on this side, he turned his head to the other side. Pork feet and rice for sale at a cheap price. 10 for 10. Any takers? The pregnant woman there looked over and gulped. Give me one of those. Okay, here, your pig's foot rice. The migrant worker standing next to him glanced over his shoulder a few times. He clutched at the crumpled change ticket in his pocket. And finally, without giving it up, he turned his head and, one glance is no longer more than a glance. Sister Jiang, are you hungry? Let's have a snack. Xia Xiaoqian asked tentatively. She wanted to see if Jiangli would eat it. Jiangli eats. She eats. Jiangli doesn't eat. Then this snack. She doesn't eat either. It's getting a little late. Jiangli was indeed a bit hungry. She smiled and reached out her hand. Accepting the snack Xia Xiaoqian handed over. Thank you. Let's eat together then. Good. Xia Xiaoqian smiled brightly. It's finally time to eat something. After the two had finished eating, the stewardess came over to collect a trip of garbage. That huge black plastic bag, collected seat by seat. The stewardess had only just passed. The migrant worker next to him, however, suddenly yelled, "Ah, my hard-earned money. I made a mistake. I just lost it." The migrant worker pulled out his right and left pockets. The trash on the left was still in his pocket, but the change wrapped into a plastic bag on the right was gone. Jianli suddenly remembered the 9th rule of the ride. The black garbage bags that the stewardesses take away are not to be wondered at, let alone opened. What can be done about this? My child's school fees are gone. Migrant workers earn hard-earned money, and every bit of it is not easy to come by. Across the room, Xia Xiaoqian was overwhelmed with sympathy and stood up at once. Chapter 25, Hoarding Honey Water. Xia Xiaoqian was just about to open her mouth when Jianli grabbed her hand. Jianli didn't say a word more, just shook his head at her. Xia Xiaoqian's heart was indescribably hard. In Xia Xiaoqian's impression, there was indeed that one rule of not touching the garbage bag to come. But what the hell is that rule? Is it so sacred that it can't be violated? Seeing how anxious the migrant workers were, Xia Xiaoqian's heart was like a cat scratching. Thinking of what her dad had said to her on the phone, Xia Xiaoqian ended up not saying anything and sat down. Tang Shuang watched the interaction between Jiangli and Xia Xiaoqian, especially when she saw how cold and unfeeling Jiangli was. Tang Shuang's white eyes rolled up to the sky. Without saying a word, Tang Shuang directly stood up. Eldest uncle, don't be anxious, I'll take you to find it. There was also a college student sitting on the other side of Tang Shuang, a boy. The boy was wearing headphones and looked unusually calm. It was as if everything out there had nothing to do with him. The migrant workers who were so anxious to jump to their feet were instantly moved to tears when they saw Tang Shuang step forward. Fine, little sister. Then uncle will trouble you. Well, don't you worry, big uncle. I'll take you to the stewardess. Tang Shuang stood up confidently. Her gaze, intentionally or unintentionally, glanced at Jiangli for a few moments, with a slightly smug look. See, where do you look like her? That number 13 is so cold-blooded. He doesn't read much, at first glance. Inadequate moral and ethical education. Tang Shuang is the one who got into college. Naturally, it wasn't the kind of two-bit asshole like Jiangli who loved to beat people up and was cold-blooded that could be compared. Tang Shuang was dejected in his heart. Only she didn't know that the uneducated two-bit asshole she saw as in fact, it was the top college entrance exam candidate who killed his way out of thousands of college entrance exams 20 years later in the rolled-up-to-death country of China. Jiangli, that is a real senior student of Huaqing University. Jiangli's low profile became incompetence in Tang Shuang. Jiangli didn't know what kind of demon Tang Shuang on the opposite side was working. She just kept thinking about what exactly she could do to successfully pass this copy. According to the copy clearance conditions, as long as you reach the end of the line safely, you'll be A-rated. If she wanted an S-rank clearance, she might be able to get a favor from Xia Xiaoqian, who was on the opposite side of the room. Borrow some money to upgrade to a hard sleeper compartment. But what's uncertain at the moment is that in this copy of I don't know if it's feasible to use RMB for ascending hard sleepers. Moreover, she had only just gotten to know Xia Xiaoqian from across the street, and she was afraid that it would be a bit inappropriate to ask her for a loan. More importantly, where exactly is the source of the pollution? Jiangli was immersed in his own world. When she came back to her senses, Tang Shuang had already returned with the migrant workers. By the looks of the migrant workers, they should have found the money. The migrant workers remained as they were and did not appear to be contaminated. But Tang Shuang was different. Tang Shuang's hands and feet had changed into pig's feet ever since she ate that bowl of pig's feet rice. Now going through the black garbage bags again has led to even more pollution in Tang Shuang. Tang Shuang's nose had turned into a pig's nose, and pig's ears were coming out. These contaminations could be visualized by Jiangli. But the others didn't have the slightest reaction to Tang Shuang's change. Zhang Li guessed that these contaminations of Tang Shuang could not be seen in the eyes of others. I'm afraid this arrangement by the replica was to avoid any commotion from the people on the train. By the time some of them are fully contaminated, the stewards in black vests will show up and take away this contaminated stuff in the name of garbage collection. The time had advanced to 8:30. This time, here comes the honey water. According to the experience of the last copy, hot honey water can resist some contamination. As soon as that honey water trolley arrived, Zhang Li immediately came into the spirit. The stewardesses in black vests came over and went from seat to seat, handing out cups to one person. When it was sent to Zhang Li didn't have any hesitation and tilted her head back and finished it directly. Xia Xiaocheng watched Zhang Li's actions, so she also learned from her example. She tilted her head and held her breath as she gulped down the honey water. Next to him, Tang Shuang was filled with skepticism. She touched Xia Xiaochen beside her. Xiaochen, why do you think the train is handing out honey water? I've never heard of it before either. Xia Xiaochen naturally couldn't answer, because she didn't know why. The only thing Xia Xiaocheng knew now was that no matter how strange things were, just follow Jian Li's example from across the room, and you'll be right. Family members do not say, cannot drink outside strangers to give drinks well. I do not want to drink. Tang Shuang made a bitter face and pushed the honey water aside. Jian Li's eyes lit up when she heard this. She immediately looked at Tang Shuang and opened her mouth to inquire. Hi, it's a bit presumptuous, but I'd like to ask, can I have this glass of water if you don't drink it? I quite like to drink it. Tang Shuang raised an eyebrow when she saw that Jiang Li looked like she was asking for something. She deliberately pretended to think hard about it, even though she didn't want the glass of water. Well, it's okay to give it to you. I don't want this stuff anyway, so just take it if you want it. Tang Shuang spoke in the same tone as if Jiang Li was a rag picker. What she didn't want, Jiang Li even grabbed it. Tang Shuang instantly felt that he had risen in stature and pressed Jiang Li. Jiang Li picked up the glass of water and put it in her own empty glass. She ostensibly tilted her head back and drank it down, but in reality, she quietly put the honey water into the space. The paper how she burned to herself earlier was a purely static space. What goes in something is what comes out, so as long as Jiang Li still wants to take it in the future, then this cup of honey water can be taken out at any time, and it's still hot. Jiang Li stood up and scanned around this carriage. Inside the wagon, about 2/3 of the people didn't drink the honey water. There were about 120 people in the whole compartment. That means there are 80 cups of hot honey water that no one has touched. Jiang Li remembered that the rules said, the crew will give out free honey water once while the train is in transit. For your safety, be sure to drink it while it's hot. Only this one is free. Sales may take place later. The price and frequency of sales Jiang Li is not known. It's better to stock up on as much as you can, just to be on the safe side. Jiang Li didn't care about the question of whether or not to have a face. Life is the more important thing before face. Jiang Li immediately stood up. She went to the other end of the compartment, to ask those who had not drunk the honey water that, can you give her the honey water and she'll take care of the junk in a uniform manner? Jiang Li took the tray on the table and went, from the head of the wagon to the end of the wagon, ask each one. People don't want to drink it anyway, and they're too lazy to pour it, and now there's a guy who's going to uniformly come and collect it, so basically give what you can. Tang Shuang couldn't believe his eyes. Jesus, is she crazy? Is this water that good? Next to her, Xia Xiaochen pondered for half a day and also stood up, wanting to follow her out. What are you doing, Xiaocheng? Tang Shuang directly pulled her back and, you're not going to go help that maniac, my god. Xia Xiaochen was a little embarrassed, but still, she blushed and nodded. Well, I can see she's having a hard time, so I'll go help. You're crazy too? Tang Shuang's eyes widened. She didn't end up being able to stop Xia Xiaochen. Xia Xiaochen went to borrow the tray from the pregnant woman's table and followed Jiang Li. Sister Jiang, let me help you. Xia Xiaochen walked behind Jiang Li. Jiang Li didn't refuse. If she wants to help, so be it. 2 is always faster than 1. It's best to put it away while the honey water is still hot. When the time comes, take it out and drink it straight too. Then it's hard work for you. You collect 2 seats over there. I'll collect 3 seats over here. Jiang Li laughed. Aha, okay Sister Jiang. Xia Xiaochen followed Jiang Li to collect it. The 2 men soon finished collecting the meat from compartment 04. They were about to call it a day. Who knew that at the other end of the carriage there was a sound of bouncing and kicking footsteps? A young, red-vested man, like a psychopath. The footsteps came merrily. The man's eyes were bloodshot, and a creepy smile played at the corners of his mouth. He had one hand in his pocket, the other snapping his fingers and humming an off-key tune on his lips. Is happily wandering this way. Ride rule number 4. There are no staff wearing red vests on this train. If you accidentally meet one, please find an empty seat immediately and nearby. Sit down immediately. Zhang Li's spine steeply cooled. Her seat with Xia Xiaoqian was at that end of the carriage, near the side of the man in the red vest. Going back now, isn't that a death sentence? And in the entire compartment 04, except for the 2 empty seats for her and Xia Xiaoqian, there are simply no more places elsewhere. At this moment, Zhang Li couldn't afford to think much. She immediately used her space to collect all the honey water. With that, he threw that tray backhandedly, pulled up Xia Xiaoqian's wrist, turned around and ran. Chapter 26, The Man in the Red Vest. Zhang Li's direction of escape was compartment 05. She froze as she ran for her life and made her rounds, not finding any empty seats. The intelligence department on the Chinese side is also mad with anxiety. Minister Xia Guofeng kept urging the investigators. Come on, the seating info hasn't checked out yet. Hurry! Investigators keyboarding fast, sweat constantly seeping out of the forehead. Although the assistant accompanying him was anxious, he could only speak out to comfort him. Minister, 20 years of information. It does take some time to find it now. Take your time. Xia Guofeng was in a hurry. If not for his lack of technical understanding of the operation of he can't wait to get his hands on it. It's out. The technician replied in a rush. The empty seat information is out. Xia Guofeng immediately ordered. Use a communication opportunity immediately. Zhang Li was over here pulling Xia Xiaoqian wildly. Xia Xiaoqian couldn't keep up with her. The man in the red vest behind him was walking faster and faster. That jaunty step, that easy ditty, is about to whisk up. Just then, Zhang Li's mind received the contents of the communication from the Chinese intelligence department. Empty seats are available in car 06, seat 19, car 07, seat 03, car 08, seats 27 and 28. Zhang Li hesitated. If we don't bring this Xia Xiaoqian, then she can just run to compartment 06 and sit down. But with this Xia Xiaoqian, if we have to find seats where 2 people are next to each other, she was about to risk running to compartment 08. I can't. The man behind us is about to catch up. If they don't sit down soon, they're all going to die. Zhang Li ran as fast as she could and quickly entered the 06 compartment. You go 19. Hurry. Zhang Li shook off Xia Xiaoqian's hand. It was much easier to carry one less person. Zhang Li spread his legs and ran wildly. Xia Xiaoqian sat her ass down in the empty seat number 19. The man in the red vest brushed in front of her. Xia Xiaoqian was dumbfounded, looking at the man's face, zoomed in front of him, and his bloodshot eyes. She almost didn't cry on the spot. But it's a good thing Xia Xiaoqian had already sat down. The man in the red vest stayed lost for a few seconds and continued to chase Zhang Li. Zhang Li also took advantage of the few seconds of the man's delay and quickly went to compartment 07. I saw the empty seat 03 and sat down fast and steady. She had only just sat down when the man in the red vest leapt in front of Zhang Li. It's a straight-up face opener. Zhang Li's heart is beating out. What a shame. It was so close. The man in the red vest looked lost. He reached out and patted the red baby's head on Zhang Li's shoulder, threw down such a sentence, and left in mourning. Zhang Li was stunned. She ran with a red face and took a few big, ragged breaths. It was only after she had slowed down that she began to notice the strange stares from a few people in the neighboring seats. Seat 03, a table for 4. Next to Zhang Li, sat a man wearing glasses and reading a newspaper. In front of the man, there was an empty wine bottle, and an extra newspaper. Opposite Jiang Li was a mother and daughter. That mother stared at Zhang Li somewhat cautiously, holding her child tightly. Mom, this sister looks so tired. That little girl stretched out her little hand and pointed at Zhang Li. The mother immediately held down her daughter's fingers. Don't point at people. Forget what mommy taught you. Oh, then I don't point. The little girl obeyed, though she withdrew her finger. She blinked her big, round eyes and, curiously, he stared at Zhang Li. The train's radio came on with a lilting blast of pure music. With that, the familiar female announcer's accent rang out. Attention all travelers, the time is now 8:50. Lights out in 10 minutes. We ask all passengers who have not found an empty seat to proceed to car 09 before lights out. Car 09 is the dining car compartment, which is equipped with plenty of empty seats for your overnight stay. The female announcer repeated it twice more. About 2 or 3 minutes passed. The migrant worker from compartment 04 came over. The migrant worker looks alive, but feels like he's dead, because the man in the red vest from earlier grabbed him. After grabbing him, the man in the red vest attached himself to the migrant worker's neck and drained his blood. The migrant worker is now pale and a complete walking corpse. The radio told him to go to compartment 09, so he went to compartment 09. As the migrant worker passed by Zhang Li picked up the extra newspaper on the table and was reading it. Zhang Li's eyes didn't leave the newspaper, and her mouth looked like she was talking to herself. There's room in car 08, 27 and 28, Zhang Li carelessly reminded. She still couldn't bear it inside. watching such a kind person become what she was today. But Jiangli couldn't help much after all. Her reminder had been as helpful as she could make it. Jiangli also wondered if the migrant workers would go for that empty seat. Anyway, she had warned. The rest is up to that migrant worker's own life. But what Jiangli can be sure of is that the 09 dining car compartment, definitely a murderous place. There's going, not coming back. After the migrant workers left, one after another, there were also a few disobedient. Those who had seats but didn't sit properly also passed by Jiangli. They are all people who have been drained of their blood by the man in the red vest. These people, odds are, don't have a life to live. The time is quickly approaching 9 p.m. The bright lights suddenly went out. Inside the carriage, only the moonlight shining in through the window could barely make it possible to see. Jiangli was also tired, and she closed her eyes to rest. After about 30 minutes or so, the car's radio sounded again. Still the familiar voice of the female announcer. Passengers, we are now broadcasting for medical attention. A passenger in compartment 09 has been injured. The wound is bleeding profusely. Since there is no accompanying medical staff on the train, which traveler is a medical practitioner? Please go to compartment 09 quickly to help with the diagnosis and treatment. Any travelers who are medical professionals, please come to compartment 09 when you hear the announcement. Help with diagnosis and treatment, please. This statement caused quite a commotion in the compartment. I'm a doctor. I can take a look. A male doctor on vacation stood up and he spoke out to calm the neighboring passenger. Then the voices of several young girls chimed in. I'm a nurse and I want to help. I'll go too. Me too. I'm going too. One after another. People came forward. Just in compartment 07 alone, a doctor and 3 nurses had come out. Jiangli remembered the second article of the ride code. Trains will run from 7 p.m. today to 10 a.m. the day after tomorrow. Lights out in all compartments at 9 p.m. Sharp. Don't trust any voices, including mine, after lights out. Jiangli's heart was cold. How cruel is this world of weird talk to take advantage of people's goodness in order to kill them off? She thought of the migrant worker, who had been drained of his blood to give up his seat for a pregnant woman. Now, she's going to watch this group of doctors and nurses who are passionate about saving lives die one by one again. While Jiangli was chilling, the announcer's voice rang out again. This time, it was an anxious cry for help. Ah, who are you? Don't you come any closer. Let go of your dirty hands. Don't touch my clothes. Off. Ah, stinking rascal. Help. Help. Somebody help me. I'm in compartment 10. Help me. Ah, you let go. The sound of electricity was heard on the radio. Then there was no movement. Hearing that sound, everyone guessed what was happening over there. Immediately, a few young and strong male youths stood out. Against all odds, I'm going over to save the day. Who wants to come along? Me. I'll go. Too. Heck, catch the rascal alive. Go over there together. Jiangli watched the 4 or 5 young men stand up. They were righteously indignant and walked to the end of the carriage without any hesitation. Chapter 27, Mud Dolls. Jiangli just couldn't look at it anymore. You won't get hurt yourself anyway. She simply stood up, copied the empty beer bottle on the table and banged to his head. Instantly, blood gushed out. That wound was healing rapidly, but before it healed, there was a good amount of blood. Jiangli covered his head as blood dripped down the bridge of his nose. She pretended to faint in her seat after feigning a million pains and screaming miserably. Jiang Lian, who was watching the live broadcast, had her pupils shrink. There was no time to dodge, and a huge pain jolted through her head. That blood ran down his forehead. Jiang Lian's face was covered in blood and she exploded. I cam you motherfucker, what the are you smashing my head for in a good way? Little old man's life is also life. Jiang Lian rolled her eyes in pain and fainted. She collapsed straight in front of Jay Li's house. Originally Jiang Lian had planned to squat here for Li Jia to go home. I didn't expect to see Jiang Lian in a pool of blood as soon as Li Jia returned. Li Jia was startled, pulled out his cell phone, and called the police on the spot. The live feed on Jiang Lian's tablet was still playing. On the screen, the little girl across from Jiang Li exclaimed in horror. Ah, this sister is bleeding. At the loud cries of the little girl, the present compartment, all those doctors and nurses who were originally going to enter the dining car compartment stopped dead in their tracks. 1 doctor and 3 nurses from this compartment. After much deliberation, all eventually stayed on, but the paramedics who came forward one after another from other compartments failed to stop them. Although Jiang Li didn't save many people, she did her best. In the darkened compartment, the doctors and nurses saw so much blood on Jiang Li's face. One is terrified. He didn't borrow a flashlight, so he had to touch the dark, treating Jiang Li's blood and bandaging his wounds. Jiang Li hadn't had any problems in the first place, and it wasn't good to keep pretending to be dizzy like this. She figured it was about time and woke up on her own. When she woke up, a nurse was guarding Jian Li's side. The nurse's eyes were full of surprise. "You're awake." Jian Li nodded her head and said thank you. "Well, thank you guys. You saved me." That nurse waved her hand carelessly. "Come on, don't say that. Being able to help by your own. I'm glad too. We've got some medicine and gauze for you, and we'll come back tomorrow at dawn to change your medicine." That nurse took out a bag of stuff and shoved it at Jian Li. Jian Li gratefully took it. "Thank you. In the future, if you're in a bad mood, you can talk to me and don't do anything stupid by yourself." "I'm sorry," the nurse added uneasily. "Good." Jian Li nodded. Seeing that Jian Li was stabilized, the nurse returned to her position. The doctors and nurses who were in the situation didn't know Jian Li's intentions. They only thought of Jian Li as a patient, and they used their own hands to save the patient. While the live broadcast viewers who were outside of the situation guessed what Jian Li she was actually doing. Jian Li she is using her life to save those good people. Although in reality, Jian Li was using Jiang Lianlian's life to save others. Just like that suddenly, everyone was in awe of Jian Li, a young girl at such a young age. Jian Li's wave of operation has garnered countless fans. It was also at this time that a sharp-eyed netizen suddenly head-butted and discovered something extraordinary. He sent out a quick pop-up. "Friends, don't you think that some of the people inside this train look like you've seen them somewhere before?" As soon as he posted that, it was immediately echoed. "It's spooky. I found someone in there that looks exactly like my mom did 20 years ago, but my mom has been missing for 20 years. Upstairs, I noticed it during the day. I kept thinking I was looking at it wrong. Say, do you guys remember the unsolved missing train case from 20 years ago? I was just born 20 years ago. I'm not sure. I know. I just turned 18 that year, and my mom had specifically told me to stay put. It says more than 2,000 people have disappeared en masse." Netizens got goosebumps. They hadn't reacted to the oddity of the matter until now. That missing train that appeared in Weird Tales world. The people inside are still exactly the same as they were 20 years ago. The world has really gone mad. Some netizens are already crying, because Jian Li stopped those people. It was the family members that they had missed for 20 years. Jian Li saved their family. And at this moment, Jian Li was completely unaware of the discussions in the outside world. Now she was pumped up, because the kid, he came with a nursery rhyme. A mud doll, a mud doll, a mud doll? At the sound of a small child's voice, the train, which had been rustling with the sound of talking, it all gradually calmed down. The child's ethereal voice continued. "Also has that eyebrow, and that eye, and the eye doesn't blink?" The ghostly childish voice spread through the dark silence of the carriage. Those lyrics are drilled into people's ears, word for word, like bacteria. Mud doll, a mud doll. There's also that nose, and there's also that mouth, and the mouth doesn't talk? Little children sing as they go. He spat out the words slowly, his soft, milky voice especially creepy in the pitch black. Jian Li's scalp instantly tingled when she heard the song. Ride rule number 5. Whenever there is a child singing a nursery rhyme, look down and cover your ears immediately. Jian Li immediately lowered her head and covered her ears. The child's song came from far away and his voice was very penetrating. After Jian Li plugged her ears, she could only hear the subtle sound of singing. However, Jian Li still felt that his arm had slightly mutated. Jian Li planned that as soon as this child left, she had to drink the honey water immediately. Luckily she stocked up on some ahead of time. The impact of this kid was huge. Basically wherever he walked, everyone's contamination level increased. The train, at this point, is traveling at high speed through the wilderness. There are those who are quite polluted, who, as if bewitched, are. Straight away, he opened the window of the car next to him and jumped out. This included Tang Shuang. The train is traveling at high speed in the field. The men's bodies crashed into the mud, their blood and water slurping up into completely and truly a mud doll. Also has that nose and that mouth. And the mouth doesn't talk? The scene before us was quite horrific. Jian Li's entire heart was clenched together. Quite a lot of people died in this one. This section of carriage 07, where Jian Li was, jumped down close to a third of the people. One compartment, that's a whole 40 lives. The whole picture is dismal. After that child left, Jian Li then slowly loosened her ears that were blocked to the point of raw pain. She hurriedly took out a cup of honey water and quickly drank it. After Jian Li drank it, the level of contamination on his body really reduced a lot. And just then, a stewardess in a white shirt and black vest approached. "Ms. Jiang, congratulations on your successful upgrade to the sleeping compartment. Please follow me." Behind the stewardess, the person following was Xia Xiaoqian. Xia Xiaoqian smiled and greeted Jiang Li. "Sister Jiang." She took advantage of her free time in the meantime to go back to compartment 04 and pick up her book bag, and saw the text message on the phone. In there was a message from his father, Xia Guofeng. The The first was to tell her that Dad had put $200,000 on her card. She was told to feel free to swipe her card and go straight to the black-vested steward and upgrade to a sleeper. The second was to instruct her that while upgrading to a sleeper, she must take Jiangli with her. Chapter 28, Sky-Priced Honey Water. Jiangli looked at Xia Xiaoqian and then at the stewardess. Ride rule number 3. Each car is equipped with a crew member. Crew members are uniformly dressed in white shirts, black vests. You can trust them completely. Sister Jiang, my father, he seems to know you. He said he'd let me take you up the sleeper with me. Xia Xiaoqian scratched his head and explained the reason for his visit. Who is your father? Jiangli asked. Xia Guofeng. Jiangli instantly understood when she heard the name. The Chinese Minister of Intelligence is a big name after all. It turns out that this Xia Xiaoqian is Xia Guofeng's daughter. Jiangli also really didn't guess that Xia Guofeng was about to be 60 years old by the looks of his age. It's amazing that you would have a daughter who looks like she's only in her 20s. Jiangli unloaded his mind and, together with Xia Xiaoqian, followed the Black Horse Armor stewardess, their sleeper car, going through the 09 dining car compartment. The whole 09 compartment is now ghostly and still a bit scary. Every window around the dining room table was wide open, and a cold wind was pouring in. Xia Xiaoqian was a bit less bold. She pulled Jiang Li's arm with some fear. Jiang Li then followed behind the black-vested stewardess. As the three of them passed by the No. 09 dining car compartment, Jiang Li almost didn't throw up from nausea. Basically, at every dinner table, there was a pig lying on the floor. Those pigs are wearing human clothes. It was only strange that Jiang Li didn't see any migrant workers, as well as a couple of paramedics who had come over earlier in the same clothes. Jiang Li glanced over to the kitchen, guessing at the people she hadn't seen. I'm afraid it's been sent in. Inside the kitchen, there was the dining car compartment crew, boiling water and scalding pig's hair. Some were sharpening their knives, that side of the blade, to a shine. So the pig's feet rice they sell during the day is actually. Jiang Li averted her eyes and held back the fluttering in her stomach. She was kind of holding back. Xia Xiaoqian, who was following behind her, simply couldn't help herself. The pig's feet rice she craves so much during the day is made this way. Seeing all those dead pigs in human clothes on the table, Xia Xiaoqian threw up all the snacks she had eaten for dinner. It was a good thing they soon passed the dining car compartment. Once you pass 09, you'll be in hard sleeper 10. The stewardess brought them in front of bunks 15 and 16. Ms. Xia, your bed is bunk 15. Ms. Jiang, your bed is bunk 16. Here are the notes for the hard sleeper compartment. So get an early night, both of you. The stewardess handed them each a note and turned away. Jiang Li and Xia Xiaoqian looked at each other. The meaning of this is self-evident. This is the second rule. Jiang Li and Xia Xiaoqian each went to their own bunks and sat down. They turned on their bedside lamps and read the words on them carefully. Ghost Train Hard Sleeper Code. 1. When the lights go out, if you hear the sound of shivering chicken claws, please don't be alarmed. Simply take your feet back under the covers. 2. After 12 o'clock in the morning, no lights are to be used. It will find you in the dark. 3. Don't trust an acquaintance. He'll get you killed. 4. Meals are provided free of charge in hard sleeper compartments. There is a wider variety of food and fresher ingredients. You can consume it with confidence. 5. No meddling. Remember, to help others is to harm yourself. 6. Don't be afraid if you see some translucent people in the carriage. They can't see you. 7. No going to the bathroom after 12 o'clock. It's dangerous there. 8. It is prohibited to change beds in hard sleeper compartments without the permission of the steward. After Jiang Li read the rules, he directly laid down to rest. Across the street, Xia Xiaoqian lay down for a while, covered her stomach, clutched the handkerchief, and went to the restroom. After Xia Xiaoqian came back, just as soon as she lifted her feet and shrunk into the quilt, she came over to the trolley of things for sale. Honey water for sale. Hot honey water. Anyone want honey water? It's the last trip of the day. The cart slowly pushed its way to the front of Jiang Li's duo's bunk. Xia Xiaoqian was lying on the bed, scratching her arm all the time. She always felt her arms itching, like there was some kind of hard hair growing out of them. Xia Xiaoqian recalled the initial cup of honey water she drank. At that time, after drinking that water, I felt that my whole body was refreshed. As soon as she thought of this, Xia Xiaoqian sat up straight away. She called out to the vendor. Boss, how do you sell honey water? I want a cup. Xia Xiaoqian directly opened her school bag and touched the bank card with a balance of $200,000. A flash of shrewdness flashed in that vendor's eyes. Instead of stating the price explicitly, he simply brought a cup of warm honeyed water and handed it out. Here, your honey water. Drink it while it's hot. Xia Xiaoqian's card had been handed to the vendor. She didn't hesitate. After all, her father had said that she was comfortable spending the money in the card, and this cup of honey water, even if it was more expensive, couldn't be more than 20 at most. Thinking so, Xia Xiaoqian smoothly took the honey water and brought it to her mouth. After the honey water went down, Xia Xiaoqian felt a lot more comfortable. The vendors in front of them had smiles on their faces. He pulled out his POS, a greedy light flashing in his eyes. Then, on the machine, he entered a series of numbers with long zeros. Insufficient balance. Transaction failed. POS alert. Xia Xiaoqian's heart jumped when she heard the sound. The smile on the vendor's face also froze. He buried his head and continued to try a few more times, but each time he was reminded of the insufficient balance. After 3 tries, the vendor was completely enraged. Xia Xiaoqian also froze, holding the cup of honey water, drinking it or putting it down. The trader was furious and went straight forward, grabbing Xia Xiaoqian's collar by the neck. How dare you cheat on the water? Xia Xiaoqian stammered. I don't have. How could the balance be insufficient? The $200,000 in the card. She clearly confirmed several times. There was no way her father could have lied to her. As if suddenly thinking of something, Xia Xiaoqian asked with a trembling voice, how much is a cup of honey water? $30 million. It's always been this price. The vendor sputtered without any good humor. Xia Xiaoqian man was completely dumbfounded. What honey water? For $30 million a glass? Isn't a boxed lunch only $10? How can honey water be $30 million? Xia Xiaoqian was a little bottomless. What was happening now was completely beyond her expectations. The vendor's eyes reddened with anger. I didn't say I was selling it for $10. Now that you've drunk my water, you want to renege on your debt, don't you? The trader grabbed Xia Xiaoqian's collar with all his might. It caused Xia Xiaoqian's neck to be strangled to the point where she couldn't breathe. If you don't have any money, then you can use your fingers to cover your debt. A total of 3 fingers will be charged to you. Xia Xiaoqian's hands and feet instantly went limp. With tears in her eyes, she looked to Zhongli on the opposite bed for help. Zhongli's hand was resting on the back of his head, lying on his back on the bed, and was closing his eyes. Article 5 of the Hard Sleeper Code. No meddling. Remember, to help others is to harm yourself. If Zhongli made a move, she would be the one to die. But if she hadn't stepped in, Xia Xiaoqian would have had her fingers chopped off. Zhongli closed her eyes as she frowned, her right index finger twitching uncontrollably. Impasse. Another impasse. Xia Xiaoqian waited for a few seconds, but Zhongli never moved. Hesitating again and again, Xia Xiaoqian still called out to Zhongli, Sister Jiang, what should I do? Oh, Xia Xiaoqian's voice carried a strong sense of fear. The only person she could rely on now was Zhongli. Zhongli's brain raced, her brows knitting together gently. However, he still closed his eyes tightly and ignored Xia Xiaoqian. Xia Xiaoqian bit her lower lip. At this point the fear in his heart had overcome his cheek. She turned directly to Zhongli for help. Sis, I've collected honey water for you. There's at least a dozen cups of it. So could you help me out and compensate him with a cup? It's the only way I can do it. Hearing Xia Xiaoqian say this, Zhongli simply opened her eyes and sat up. Chapter 29, Don't Trust Acquaintances. Xia Xiaoqian saw Zhongli get up and thought she saw hope. She was so excited that she thanked him. Sister, thank you. Thank you for helping me. Who knew that Zhongli got up and craned his neck, rolled over and continued to lie down. No. Zhongli turned her back to them, her tone cold. Zhongli's words were something Xia Xiaoqian had never expected. Seeing Zhongli's look of it's not a matter of concern, Xia Xiaoqian's heart went cold. Knowing that relying on Zhongli would not work, she turned back to the vendor and looked at him begrudgingly. Xia Xiaoqian's legs and feet trembled like sifting chaff, and she was close to kneeling down for the vendor. Please, I only took a sip. Please don't cut off my fingers. Please. Xia Xiaoqian with a heavy sobbing voice. But the vendors don't listen to those. He turned straight around and went to fetch the bone-chopping knife from the cart. Then forcefully holding down Xia Xiaoqian's hand, he placed it on the table board and grimaced as he hacked away. Off the air, Xia Guofeng looked at the scene where his daughter was about to have her fingers chopped off. His nose was sore and tears were about to fall. On one side is his lost and found daughter. On one side is the fate of more than 1 billion people in China. Zhongli's failure to save Xia Xiaoqian was something he could understand in his heart, because once something happens to Zhongli, all the people up and down the country of China will face the strange talk coming down. Although a few netizens felt that Zhongli was cold and ruthless, but these few sporadic netizens also knew in their hearts that Zhongli's fate was their fate. When it was a matter of their own safety, almost everyone sided with Zhongli. Not helping is the best option. The entire broadcast screen was filled with well done, shouldn't have helped her statements such as these. Xia Guofeng saw these blood-red words and forced back his tears. In this moment, he was no longer a father, but a leader. He couldn't force Zhongli to sacrifice his life just for his own daughter. Zhongli was carrying the future of China. When Xia Guofeng thought about this, he resisted the urge to correspond with Zhongli. If it's a choice between his daughter and China, Xia Guofeng can only choose China. there is no second choice. Xia Guofeng's wife happened to come to deliver the food. She saw the image on the big screen of the live broadcast, and her lunchbox fell straight to the ground in shock. The wife covered her mouth and went limp on her feet. "Sha sha, my sha sha," the wife's voice whimpered. When she turned her head, she saw the iron-hearted Xia Guofeng next to her. The wife instantly burst into tears. "Xia Guofeng, you have no heart. She's your daughter. Didn't you just give her $200,000? Aren't you so heartbroken about your daughter? Why don't you say something now? Say something." His wife ran over and pulled Xia Guofeng's clothes, pushing and shoving. "You quickly correspond with that woman. You tell her to save our Sha Sha, quickly. It's almost too late." Oh, seeing his wife in tears, Xia Guofeng's heart is not good, but he had no other choice but to hold back the sadness in his heart and peel away his wife's hand that was tugging at his. Turning to the security guard, he ordered, "Take her away." The security guards immediately stepped in and ripped the agitated wife away. The wife hissed many times in a row about divorcing him, but Xia Guofeng gritted his teeth and hardened his lips. He twisted his head to look at the big screen of the live broadcast, and in his heart, he said, "Zhongli, it's up to you next. I hope you won't make me regret my decision today." When he thought of this, Xia Guofeng averted his face, forcing himself not to look at that cruel image. Live in the booth, with the sound of thud, 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 Xia Xiaoqian let out a miserable scream. Every sound, with endless despair. The vendor collected his 3 fingers, then huffed and puffed, carrying his knife and pushing his cart away. Blood dripped from the knife. As soon as the vendor left, Xia Xiaoqian's voice filled with resentment came out. "Zhongli, I really regret helping you. You're a cold-blooded animal. You're really scary. I curse you. People like you deserve to go to hell. I won't let you go even after I die." A spiteful voice, sorrowfully, sounded behind Zhongli. Zhongli didn't react in the slightest. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, a familiar voice rang out from behind Xia Xiaoqian. "Who are you?" the man in the back asked. The real Xia Xiaoqian had just come out of the restroom with a tissue in her hand. She stepped forward and poked the fake Xia Xiaoqian in the back. The imposter Xia Xiaoqian turned around, and the 2 identical faces looked at each other. "Ah, Sister Jiang, she looks just like me." "Ah." Xia Xiaoqian was obviously startled and directly threw off her shoes and jumped into Jiang Li's comforter. Jiang Li wrapped his arms around her and patted her back. "It's fine." Luckily, both were thin and the comforter barely squeezed in. That imposter was behind Jiang Li. The real Xia Xiaoqian trembled and hid in Jiang Li's arms. The imposter's face had gradually become hideous since he had seen the real Xia Xiaoqian. Then, with a strangled cry, the 5 senses ripped apart and the body peeled off like shards. It finally dissolved into a streak of blackness and shattered. Article 3 of the Hard Sleeper Code. Don't trust an acquaintance. He'll get you killed. If Jiang Li had really made a move just now, then she would have really been killed. Who would have thought that the thrilling event that just happened was a setup made by 2 spooky together? It mimicked you so well that I was almost fooled by it. Jiang Li voiced out. Xia Xiaoqian poked her head out from the quilt. "Really, Sister Jiang? Then how did you recognize it?" Jiang Li hooked her lips. Intuition. In fact, Jiang Li didn't explicitly say that she was actually judging by the smell. That's spooky, though imitating Shaughnessy's impersonation to a T, but it ignores the smells on people. Xia Xiaoqian was holding a large roll of hand towel and rushed to the toilet. Anyone with eyes can tell it's going to the big one. Toilets on trains have always smelled bad. Went to squat on the toilet for a few minutes. Even without the stench of excrement, it can also be tainted with that distinctive odor of the toilet. But on that imposter, there was no smell whatsoever. It mimics Xia Xiaoqian by omitting this detail. And the moment Jiang Li suddenly sat up just now, he was sniffing the smell, coming closer. Her sense of smell had always been sharp. But back then, Jiang Li could smell the sweetness of the honey water, the leftover instant noodle soup of the others, even the smell of feet next door with their shoes off. It just doesn't smell like the toilet that a person should smell after they've been on the big one. False. Not unlike the somewhat smelling Xia Xiaoqian in her arms. The one with no flavor is an imposter masquerading as a mature person. So at that time, Jiang Li directly threw out 2 words, "No," and turned his back. And once this real Xia Xiaoqian came back, Jiang Li instantly felt right. The Xia Xiaoqian in front of her, who smelled a bit like a toilet, was the real deal. Xia Xiaoqian felt for a moment that Jiang Li was truly divine. It's amazing how intuition can be so accurate. Seeing that the ghostly thing was gone as well, Xia Xiaoqian then carefully got out of the quilt. She was a little embarrassed as she lifted the covers and thanked Jiang Li, then quickly went back to his bed. Xia Xiaoqian covered her arms and legs tightly, exposing half of her head to breathe outside. "Sister Jiang, I'm going to sleep first. Remember to turn off the lights before 12. Xia Xiaoqian reminded Jiang Li about the bedside lamp. "Leave the bedside lamp on after 12 o'clock. The bright light will attract that thing." "Okay, you sleep." Jiang Li smoothly pressed out the light. Oh right. Jiang Li took out a cup of hot honey water from space and handed it to Xia Xiaoqian. This is for you, drink it before you go to sleep. Just now, Jiang Li realized that Xia Xiaoqian's arm had become somewhat diseased. Guess she was more or less influenced by the kid's song. Xia Xiaoqian didn't even think about it and took that water and drank it directly. You're not afraid that I'll harm you? Jiang Li asked. Xia Xiaoqian shook her head. Not afraid. Why? Intuition. Xia Xiaoqian laughed a little and followed Jiang Li's tone. Xia Xiaoqian was not afraid of Jiang Li, largely because of her father. She trusted her father, 100%, since her father had asked her to follow Jiang Li, but it meant that Jiang Li couldn't possibly harm her. It's best to be cautious. Defense is not an option, Jiang Li reminded. Oh, okay sis. Xia Xiaoqian put down her empty cup. I'll sleep then. Aha. Xia Xiaoqian put her head all the way under the covers. Jiang Li, on the other hand, didn't feel like sleeping at all. Sleeping isn't the point right now. The point is to find the source of the contamination. The rules say no going to the bathroom after 12, and the bathroom is dangerous. Jiang Li knew that rule was false, and the rules don't want you to go to the bathroom, which means that in the bathroom, there must be something unseemly. Jiang Li estimated the time and planned to explore. Chapter 30, Another Time and Space. Jiang Li lay on the bed and rested for a few hours. She saw, through the reflection of the car window across the street, a couple of middle bunk tops next door. They all extinguished their bedside lamps one after another. Jiang Li estimated that it should be almost 12 o'clock at night, so she got up and put on her shoes, toward the bathroom. On the way there, an old man's machine was chiming the whole time. It is now China time, 0. Sharp. The voice had just fallen. A number of figures suddenly appeared in the narrow aisle alone. Those figures were translucent. Some of them were clutching briefcases, talking on the phone, in a hurry. Some carry bulky suitcases and bury their heads in the aisles. Jiang Li recalled the sixth rule of the hard sleeper code. If you see some translucent people in the carriage, don't be afraid. They can't see you. It was indeed as if these people were invisible to Jiang Li. It was as if he was in a different time and space from Jiang Li. Jiang Li walked straight in the direction of the restroom, and those translucent people it directly penetrated Jiang Li's body. Jiang Li touched the darkness and came to the door of the toilet. The restroom door was closed and the lock said no one. Red Infant, if there's danger, help mommy cope. Jiang Li said to Red Infant on her shoulder. Red Baby obediently nodded. Don't worry mommy, if they dare to touch you, I'll skin them. In fact, Jiang Li knew in her heart that there should be no danger in going to the toilet, because the toilets are dangerous. Don't go to the toilet rule is false. Jiang Li guessed that inside the restroom, you could see something horrible, at most, but those things probably won't hurt her. Jiang Li's hand was on the door handle. She exhaled and prepared her mind, then pushed open the door to the restroom and stepped inside. To make it easier for that thing to come out, Jiang Li smoothly closed the toilet door. Inside the blacklit restroom, there's a very small sink. The faucet on it was rusty and leaking a bit. It made some clack, clack, clack dripping noises. Next to the toilet was a mirror, and in the darkness, Jiang Li could vaguely see her own human face. Jiang Li stood inside for a while, and there was nothing out of the ordinary. Nothing happened except for that faucet dripping faster and faster. Mommy, there's nothing, why don't we go outside? Red Baby suggested. Jiang Li was silent for 2 seconds. No, Jiang Li calmly said. This is a toilet. We just came in, but the toilet it's not on yet. After saying that, Jiang Li directly bent her knees and half-kneeled and crouched down. The very moment she crouched down, the face of a little kid appeared in the cabinet next to her. It's the kid who sings. The child's silvery white silhouette shimmered, and he was hiding in the closet, laughing. The child snickered for a moment, then reached out a hand from the cupboard and asked in a faintly eerie tone, "Do you want paper?" The kid shook the Kleenex in his hand and continued the prank to scare people again. "Do you want paper?" Jiang Li grabbed his hand and yanked him out of it. The kid was so shocked that he reacted and fought to escape. He was so incredibly strong that Jiang Li was nearly torn to the ground. Jiang Li didn't let go. It was hard to squat this kid. He couldn't let him go. Who knew that the child was also stubborn and just desperately wanted to run? He leapt to the door, turned the knob, and sprinted right outside. Jiang Li was also pulled out by that force. After Jiang Li went out, her eyes were stung to the point that she couldn't open them at all. Very bright light. Originally Jiang Li's pupils dilated in the darkness. The moment they came into contact with the blinding light, then it snapped shut. It was a human physiological reaction that she had no control over. Jiang Li subconsciously raised his arm to block the bright light. The kid also took the opportunity to break free and was gone in the blink of an eye. Jiang Li stood in the light and slowly opened his eyes. Where is this? The doubt in Jiang Li's mind amplified. It was 12 o'clock at night just now, and it was pitch black. And now, on top of this train, the dazzling sunlight pierced right through the crumbling roof of the shine into the car. The whole train, bathed in bright sunshine. The train is still the same train. The only difference is that this train, like it has been ravaged by long years, the train stops in the middle of the wilderness. The roof, the windows, wrecked to an empty frame. All the amenities in the car, mold, grass, moss everywhere, flies that fly everywhere, spiders that make webs everywhere, cockroaches that scurry all over the place when you step on them. Even the toilet door behind Jianli was so broken that only a crooked iron frame remained. Jianli took 3 seconds to make herself accept what was in front of her. Is this another dimension of the train? Jianli lifted her feet and moved as carefully as she could towards her side of the bed. That bunk 16 was dusty. Beneath the remnants of the futon, there was only one morose white bone left behind. Who is this? Is it Jianli himself? Jianli was puzzled in his mind. She watched for a few seconds and realized that the white bone was clutching a golden lock in its hand. That's a peace lock that hangs around a child's neck. Jianli thought for a moment and took away the small golden lock. Maybe, this thing will be of some help in cracking this copy. Jianli thought so. As soon as Jianli's hand touched the golden lock, a child's voice came from not far away. Asterisk 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 off. You go away and don't touch my mommy. Jianli raised her eyes. That was the very child who brought her to this place. It seems that this little golden lock is this kid's thing, and the remains on the bed were the child's mother. Who the hell are you? Why do you want to hurt people? Jianli opened his mouth and tried to talk to the kid, but that kid was completely red-eyed at the moment, like a pissed-off lion. He opened his throat and let out a whistling roar. That kind of roar, penetrating one's eardrums, brought about a huge impact. Jianli felt that as soon as she heard this sound, small bumps started to pop up on her skin non-stop. Sources of pollution. Children singing or hissing. That's the source of pollution. Having figured this out, Jianli's first reaction was to catch him and shut him up. But in the midst of this violent roar, Jianli only felt that he was in a completely passive state. Every inch of her nerves, invaded, affected, contaminated. Jianli resisted the contamination. Stop. Stop now. Red Infant discovered the abnormality in Jianli's body. He jumped straight off his shoulder, flashed to the kid, and punched him in the mouth. Taking advantage of the child's inability to fight back, Jianli quickly ran forward and violently lunged towards the child. Chapter 31 Prohibition of Private Change of Bed. Seeing that Jiang Li's hand had already pressed down on his shoulder, the child had already been subdued. Who knew that the next second, the sky darkened and Jiang Li was back in the aisle of the original train. Jiang Li directly pounced. At that moment, a rustling of footsteps came from ahead. Jiang Li looked up and saw that it was the black-vested stewardess. The stewardess had a boy with her next to her and was coming this way. The boy was wearing a black book bag over one shoulder and headphones. It stopped in front of Jiang Li, who almost fell. Are you okay? The boy asked. Jiang Li looked up at him and nodded, standing up to avoid it. The boy passed in front of Jiang Li's eyes. Jiang Li saw his face clearly. This boy was none other than the male college student who was sitting next to Tang Shuang at that time. The one wearing headphones. What's he doing here? And his body, uncontaminated. It means he didn't eat anything from the train and wasn't affected by the song. Jiang Li looked at the boy's back. The black-vested stewardess took the boy, bypassed Jiang Li and straight towards bunks 15 and 16. The stewardess pointed to the bed above Xia Xiaoqian. Mr. Liang, this is your bed. No, 15 center bunk, he said, offering another note. Here are the notes for the hard sleeper compartment, so get some early rest. The stewardess finished politely and turned away. The male college student, after taking the note, casually slipped it into his pocket. With that, he threw his book bag on the bed, climbed onto the center bunk in 2 steps, and lay down under the covers. Jiang Li looked at the boy a few more times, and his gaze fell back to Xia Xiaoqian. This boy, is he following me because he knows Xia Xiaoqian? But during the day, these two clearly didn't say a word to each other. It doesn't look like an acquaintance either. A few moments of suspicion arose in Jiang Li's heart as she raised her feet and walked to her bed. Jiang Li had just gone back, her but hadn't even reached the bedpan yet, when she snapped her attention to something on the floor. The pupils constricted. Nope. Jiang Li immediately stood up with a grave expression on his face. This is not my bed. Jiang Li lowered his voice, but his tone was firm. Her eyes fell on the piece of floorboards in front of the bed. There was supposed to be a pool of blood in that spot. It's left over from when Creepy chopped off his finger. Article 8 of the Hard Sleeper Code. Private change of beds in hard sleeper compartments is prohibited without the permission of the steward. This compartment that Jiang Li was now returning to was not the original compartment 10 at all. To test his suspicions, Jiang Li walked forward, pressed the person on Xia Xiaoqian's bed, and turned it over. 4 eyes. It was a face draped in long hair, unusually hideous, and suppressed with great ecstasy. Its pitch-black pupils flashed with a bizarre red light. Luckily, Jiangli did not violate the rules, and this creepy in front of her could only eyeball her. But it can't hurt her. Jiangli's heart grew fearful. She couldn't even imagine if she had just taken for granted that bunk 16 was her bed. What will happen to her? Jiangli looked up at the carriage sign. It was black. It's impossible to tell what compartment it is now. Sure enough, creepy screwed up. The purpose was to confuse Jiangli and recognize the wrong bed, thus breaking the rules. Jiangli frowned at the thought. After much thought, she decided on the most primitive solution. So Jiangli walked over to that middle bunk, reached out her hand, and patted the boy she had just met. Hello, excuse me, what compartment are you changing to? The boy had only just laid down, his eyes open and still awake. He casually glanced at Jiangli. Number 16. Thanks a lot. Jiangli immediately turned around and headed in the direction of compartment 10 after she had thanked him. She counted the cars, 6 in all, and found that in each car, in bunk 15, there's a choppy chance lying around. If Jiangli hadn't been wary in his mind, I'm afraid he would have been devoured by the weirdness. Jiangli returned to compartment 10, found his own bed, and didn't have time to sit down. I saw Xia Xiaoqian shrinking into the bed with a wary face, holding the scissors with both hands. The tip was aimed at Jiangli. Who are you? Xia Xiaoqian questioned Jiangli, her eyes staring at her in death. Jiangli guessed what was happening in the carriage with just a glance. It seemed that just now, Xia Xiaoqian had also encountered the weirdness disguised as Jiangli. I am Jiangli, Jiangli murmured. How do you prove it? Xia Xiaoqian's grip on the scissors tightened. With that stance, if Jiangli dared to take a step closer, she could poke her to death with a pair of scissors. Jiangli thought for a moment, recalling that he had just come back from that time and space, contaminated by, but haven't bothered to drink the honey water. Then he took out a cup directly from the space, held it in his hand, and took a few sips. Believe it now? Jiangli looked at her with the honey water and hooked her lips. Xia Xiaoqian saw the cup of honey water that Jiangli took out. The scissors fell to the floor with a snap. Her tears broke in an instant and she couldn't stop them from sliding down her face. Sis, where have you been? Oh, you're finally back. Xia Xiaoqian's voice was shivering so much that there was someone exactly like you just now. Scared the hell out of me. Oh, so close. I was fooled by it. Xia Xiaoqian cried, her nose twitching. She wiped tears from her eyes as she charged the scene. Jiangli faintly raised his eyebrows. What did it imitate me to do? Xia Xiaoqian said with a sob. It held Zhang's face and said it was afraid to sleep alone at night. Let me go to her bed with her. The mouthful of honey water that Jiangli just drank into her mouth almost didn't spray out. Cough, cough, cough. Xia Xiaoqian handed Jiangli a tissue. Her tears blistered her face. Sister, fortunately, I know you're bold. Plus, you specifically explained that. Let me be on my guard. So I purposely said I'd also like a glass of honey water. Turns out the guy pushed me around and didn't want to give it to me. And I recognized it. Jiangli took the tissue and wiped his mouth. It's quite smart. Xia Xiaoqian squeezed out a smile and slowly stopped crying as well. She saw Jiangli finish the honey water, put down the empty cup, turned around, took off her shoes and got back under the covers. Jiangli looked all tired and collapsed on the bed, sticking to it. Seeing Jiangli's appearance, Xia Xiaoqian knew that she must be exhausted, so she didn't continue to disturb. Jiangli had practically developed the habit of falling asleep during these copies. Only, every time the sleep was shallow, the slightest breeze would wake Jiangli up. That night, I don't know what time it was, Jiangli seemed to hear the sound of shivering chicken claws nearby. It was one of those things where you stick out your tongue and suck hard on a chicken claw with a sticky drool. The sound of stripping, just the sound of it was enough to make you sick. The sound was coming from a couple of bunks next door, right there at the end of one of the middle bunks. Hard sleeper code number 1. Don't be alarmed if you hear the sound of shivering chicken claws when the lights go out. Simply take your feet back under the covers. Jiangli couldn't help but frown when she was woken up. She was just about to go back to sleep when the red baby in her arms nudged her. Mommy! Red infant rubbed her sleepy eyes and pointed in the direction of the end of Xia Xiaoqian's bed. Look, what's that? Is it a chicken claw? Xia Xiaoqian in the opposite bed was sleeping soundly, except that she had, not long before, rolled over with a, pressing down on the covers and leaving his feet exposed. Jiangli followed red baby's gaze, found a hand, as white and ghastly as a chicken's claw, slowly reaching out from under the bed. Reaching out to Xia Xiaoqian's bed, the dry, shriveled hand, touching the edge of the bed, tried frantically at the end of it. Jiangli was conscious for a few moments as she rushed red infant and ordered, "Baby, go and tuck sister Xia in." The red baby let out an "oh" and got up from the covers, jumping onto the opposite bed. He tucked Xia Xiaoqian in, covering her white feet, and jumped back. Jiangli saw that the dried-up hand felt at the end of the bed for a while, but found nothing. Within seconds, the hand slowly retracted back under the bed. When Han Ying came back from Xia Xiaoqiang's side, she saw Jiang Li's bed end. There was also a hand groping around, constantly testing. Red Baby was a little angry. He went straight over then, grabbed the person's ring finger and broke it for her with his backhand. The pale, withered hand twitched painfully for a few moments, shrinking and retracting. A dreamless night followed. When Jiang Li woke up again, it was already 6 in the morning. It was still light outside the window at this time. However, Jiang Li felt unusually loud in her ears, like there was a large group of people cajoling around for something. Drink kanji. The kitchen has newly made crab kanji, free of charge. Do you want to drink it? A pale, hoarse voice shouted down the aisle early in the morning. The kitchen just slaughtered a female crab and it still has a belly full of crab roe. Chapter 32, Free Breakfast. Hearing that the kanji is made from female crabs with crab roe, everyone's enthusiasm was lifted a few points. The older women, who had gotten up early to wool gather, all gathered in a huddle and fought to be the first to grab a bowl. Easy, line up, one by one, all of them. That old woman counted the portions and gave them out to those people. There weren't too many people in the hard sleeper compartment number 10. 60 berths in total. More than half of them were empty, and there were only about 20 people to count realistically. At the end of the handout, there were 2 portions of seafood kanji left in the trolley. The old lady pushed the cart and walked over to Jiang Li's bed for the 2 of them. Crab kanji, have a bowl? No charge for you for free. The old lady took out the remaining 2 bowls and handed them to Jiang Li and Xia Xiaoqian. Xia Xiaoqian saw that porridge and remembered the scene in the dining car compartment that she saw last night. A flash of horror flashed in his eyes. Can this be eaten? Xia Xiaoqian swallowed nervously, then raised her head to look at the old lady. No, sorry about that, I'm allergic to seafood. That old lady's face instantly changed when she heard this. She grunted in exasperation and turned her head to Jiang Li. What about you? You don't have a seafood allergy too, do you? There was a threat in the old lady's tone. Her hand reached under the cart, not knowing what she was sneaking. It was as if Jiang Li made the same excuse again, she was going to carry her hidden knife and split straight through. Jiang Li closed his lower eyes and pondered on a countermeasure. Xia Xiaoqian, who was on the opposite bed, couldn't help but sweat for Jiang Li. Jiang Li's index finger tapped twice and opened his eyes. I have stitches in my head and eating seafood is not conducive to healing. Sorry grandma. Jiang Li lowered her head, signaling the old lady to look at the bandage wrapped around her head. Another shook the bag of medicines he had with him. Those trauma medications, they were all from that nurse lady last night. The old lady was still half convinced, but now that she saw the packet of medication, she couldn't find the words for a moment. Humph, none of that seafood. The old lady grunted less than happily. A moment later, she bent down and removed 2 snacks from the middle tier of the cart. You can always eat boneless chicken feet, freshly boned last night. You guys eat this. The old lady took a firm attitude and took out the 2 boxes of chicken feet and put them right on the small table board for the 2 of them. Xia Xiaoqian glanced at the thing. The blood-red broth coated the miserable white chicken toes with a strong fishy-sweet flavor. And at that moment Jiang Li noticed that when the old lady brought them something, the ring finger of his right hand twisted at an odd angle. Jiang Li swept her eyes at the boneless chicken claws, associating it with the events of last night, and had a guess in her heart. Article 4 of the Hard Sleeper Code. Meals are provided free of charge in hard sleeper compartments. There is a wider variety of food and fresher ingredients. You can consume it with confidence. Jiang Li knew that this rule was wrong. In any case, this creepy giveaway is not to be eaten. The big deal is to keep it and not eat it. Jiang Li was thinking so, when a child brought by a grandmother next to her suddenly yelled, "Don't eat! I don't eat it! This porridge is not good! I don't like it!" The little child's movement was not small. The child's grandmother was beside her with a bowl, holding a spoon, and urging the meal in a long-winded way. Take a bite, take another bite, it's nutritious goodness. The kid covered his ears and wouldn't listen. Just dump it, it doesn't cost a dime anyway. It's awful. I don't want a bite. Then the grandmother tried to persuade a few more. Who knew that the old lady who was delivering the porridge over here suddenly became angry? Her eyes erupted with fury, and she drew a chopping knife directly from under the train, and ran up 2 steps and cut the 2 old men and the child into several pieces. Blood sprayed everywhere and everyone on the train who saw the scene froze. One of the women's pupils dilated, and she screamed out in horror as she didn't hold back her inner fear. As a result, in the next second, her throat snapped, blood sprayed and the head rolled straight down to the bottom of the bed. After doing so, the old lady put away the chopping knife and wiped her hands with the rag from the car. Then, to the amazement of the crowd, he pressed the train's attendant call bell. When pressed, the steward in the black vest soon came. The stewardess was carrying a large black plastic bag. He numbly disposed of the garbage, then cleaned up the blood from all over the car. Incidentally, even in front of Jiang Li's bed, the puddle of bloodstains left behind from chopping off his fingers were wiped clean. Seeing that things were settled over there, the old lady went back to the cart. As if nothing had happened, she continued to talk to Jiang Li about the topic she had just discussed. I tell you, young people can't skip breakfast, otherwise sooner or later they'll starve themselves. Well, you guys go ahead and eat, and I'll come over and collect the boxes when you're done. I still have the lunchbox to use. The old lady kindly gave a couple of explanations before she left in contentment. Xia Xiaoqian and Jiang Li looked at the 2 portions of chicken claws and looked at each other. Neither of them moved. Sister, what about this chicken claw? Xia Xiaoqian asked. She could sort of see that the chicken claws were neither edible nor dumpable. Crossing the line is going to them up. Jiang Li recalled the scene just now and stared at the chicken claws for a while. 2 seconds later, she picked up the 2 portions of chicken feet and put them straight into space. Xia Xiaoqian on the opposite bed covered her mouth and looked at the 2 empty boxes. Dumbfounded, she had almost forgotten that Sister Jiang had some special skills. Xia Xiaoqian, now used to seeing too many unbelievable things on the train, now it had completely accepted Jiang Li's ability to store things in space. After tossing and turning these things in the morning, Xia Xiaoqian continued to fall back into bed and sleep. Catching up on her sleep, Jiang Li was not that sleepy. She lay in bed for a while and went to the bathroom. But when they come out, they find the travelers around them very wrong. None of them were awake. All of them were asleep in various positions. Some were lying on their backs on small table boards. Others had their bodies half hanging from the beds of the. Some even slept directly on the aisle. Jiang Li stepped over these sleeping travelers and returned to her own bed. She had only just sat down when a clutter of footsteps came from the end of the carriage toilet. All asleep? Aha! Eaten and all asleep now. It was the old lady's voice. Then do it. Yes. Jiang Li was shocked when she heard the conversation next to her. Oops. She hurriedly lay down softly, adjusted her breathing, and closed her eyes tightly. Chapter 33, Undead Station. Jiang Li had some experience pretending to be asleep. This time, pretending to be asleep was a good idea. During her feigned sleep, she heard the group come up to her. They went through the bag she had the medicine in. Again, he dumped out the contents of Xia Xiaoqian's school bag and searched for them. What are they looking for? Jiang Li wasn't too sure, but just to be on the safe side, she quietly collected the small gold lock in her pocket and put it into space. The group finished rummaging through their things and then went to the next bunk. It took about 10 minutes for the entire hard sleeper compartment to become completely quiet. Jiang Li waited for another half hour with her eyes closed. She didn't pretend to wake up until the travelers in the surrounding beds woke up one after another. The first thing Jiang Li did when she opened her eyes was to look at the rummaged-through package. Those things were all back to their original state at the moment, and didn't look like they had been touched at all. Jiang Li opened her own medicine bag to take a look, and there was definitely an extra one inside, a kitchen knife. The chopper's blade is sharp and spray-coated with a rust-resistant black paint on both sides. The group that was just there, that didn't steal anything. Instead, each traveler was given a rust-proof kitchen knife. Why would they do that? As he was pondering, Jiang Li's afterglow inadvertently swept over the 2 skeleton decks on the table. That looks like it was left behind on purpose. One for Xia Xiaoqian and one for her. Could it be a new rule? Jiang Li hurriedly picked it up and read it. Train card game. Name of the game, send loved ones home. Game description, your loved ones are lost. Please drop them off at the Undead Station. The Undead Station will arrive in 2 hours, so please be ready to get off. Rules of the game. 1. It will play the role of your loved ones, and your daily pattern of getting along cannot be changed. 2. If a pretended loved one is injured, the real loved one will be equally injured. 3. They must get off at the Undead Station. If they don't get off at the station, something terrible will happen to you. 4. Only the dead will be admitted to the Undead Station. Just as Jiang Li was confused, the train, traveling at high speed, let out an ear-splitting brake. With that, the train slowly pulled up in front of the platform. Jiang Li instantly raised his guard. The first rule of the ride code automatically flashed through her mind. This train is traveling from Wheat City to Cemetery Ridge. It will not stop at any station on the way. If necessary, please open the window and jump out of the car. Since it won't be stopping at any station, what is the point of this stop? Or maybe this stopover wasn't meant for them. Rather, is for them. Jiang Li's scalp instantly went numb. She looked up and saw a large group of people lined up outside the car window. One after another. The tickets were checked and boarded, and behind those people in the station square stood a huge blue sign. The words Friends and Family Station on the sign were glowing with an eerie white light. Combined with those words on the rules, Jiang Li fiercely understood the meaning of the rule note. Before Jiang Li could recover from her shock, she saw a familiar face pouncing towards her. Sister! Jiang Lianlian blinked her playful eyes and flew into Jiang Li's arms. Came a warm hug. Jiang Li stared wide-eyed, his blood nearly stagnant. and next to her, Xia Xiaoqian woke up. Xia Xiaoqian got up from the bed, her hair disheveled, and rubbed her hazy sleepy eyes twice. A man walked towards her excitedly. Xia, ha ha, my good daughter. Daddy finally got to see you. Xia Xiaoqian's head was confused, and before she could react, she was hugged by that man. In the next second, the man let go of her and smiled the kind smile of an old father. Look who I am. Xia Xiaoqian was so surprised that she sucked in a breath of cool air. Dad, why are you here? Xia Guofeng sat down on Xia Xiaoqian's bed and scolded. What else could it be? Didn't Daddy say on the phone, Daddy can't let you go. Dad has decided to send you to college himself. China. Xia Guofeng, who was watching the live broadcast at the Ministry of Intelligence, was so shocked that he didn't even sit still on his stool. A fall on his ass. Xia Guofeng looked at the live broadcast, identical to himself. The man who was even 20 years younger broke out in a cold sweat. What's going on here? Xia Guofeng pointed at the screen and twisted his head to ask the expert. The assistant standing behind him hurriedly helped Xia Guofeng up. The expert pushed down the rimless glasses on the bridge of his nose. Looks like Creepy is starting to move on a large scale. It's time to pose as a traveler's loved one and make a scene. In terms of the rules, only travelers who kill their loved ones, and throw the body out at the undead station to survive yourself. But don't the rules say that if the pretend family member gets hurt, the real family member gets hurt too? If you do kill that thing in there, then your own family won't be. Everyone looked at each other and each understood that there was no solution to this game. There are only two options for these travelers. Either live for your loved ones or die yourself. Either live for yourself and send your loved ones to die. And among them, there will surely be a sizable portion that would prefer to die themselves for the sake of their family's well-being. This hurdle will ultimately sift through a group of people who, for the sake of their own lives, and outlaws who kill their loved ones. How outlawed! Xia Guofeng was so angry that he slammed his fist on the table. Xia Guofeng's veins rippled. He thought about it for 2 seconds, and went to one side with a great stride. Picking up his coat, which he had placed on the back of a chair, pulled his cell phone out of it. I can't let anything happen to Xia. Big deal. I'll die. Xia Guofeng angrily dialed a call out. Minister, calm down. The surrounding people simply cannot persuade. Xia Guofeng's mind is made up. He stepped aside and waited for the call to connect. The outgoing call rang for a long time and kept showing that it was not in service. A time to Xia Guofeng anxious, walking around, full of anxiety. Damn. Xia Guofeng hung up the phone. Quick, use one of the comms opportunities. I'll talk to Jiangli right away. Have Jiangli convey it to Xia. Xia Guofeng barked out a command. The technician next to me was pressured into the position and had to contact Weird Tales World immediately. 3 seconds later, the technician's anxious voice came on. Minister, communications have been terminated. Our request is denied over there. The expert next to me stepped forward to analyze. It should have been bizarrely done. Deliberately didn't want us to contact the people inside. Everyone's mood, at the moment, hit rock bottom. Xia Guofeng clenched his fists, so angry that his temples protruded. After a moment of contemplation, he barked out a command. Go on, dig up all the files from 20 years ago. Train Z-114, before it disappeared. What on earth has happened? Go investigate. Xia Guofeng intuited that what Creepy was doing looked a lot like purposeful revenge. He needs to know what happened back then. It's worth the trouble the thing behind it went through to design these. The thing's purpose was obvious. It wanted to watch the travelers kill their loved ones. Xia Guofeng looked at Zhongli in the live broadcast. Now, the connection between the surface world and the inner world is broken. If Zhongli killed Zhang Lianlian, she would still be able to resurrect Zhang Lianlian after she passed this copy. But other travelers who kill their loved ones really have no redeeming qualities. Xia Guofeng pinned his hopes on Zhongli. I hope Zhongli can come up with a foolproof plan to get through this difficult time. In the live broadcast room, Zhongli frowned and pushed away Zhang Lianlian, who was hugging up. Go back to your own bed. Zhongli reacted coldly. Zhang Lianlian bristled, holding Zhang Li's arm and pouting. I am my good sister. I just want to be next to you. Zhang Li's voice chilled a few points. If you don't get lost again, don't force me to slap you. Rule number 1 of the game. It will play the role of your loved one. And your daily pattern of getting along cannot be changed. And Zhongli usually. This is indeed how Zhang Lianlian was treated. Who was one thing in front of her and another behind her back. Zhang Lianlian was deflated, shrugged her nose, and sensibly let go of her hand. Zhongli saw that Zhang Lianlian shoved her suitcase under her bed, then took off her shoes again and climbed into the center bunk on her bed. Xia Xiaoqian, on the opposite side, was still being held by Xia Guofeng in a death grip. It's totally a father-daughter thing. Xia Xiaoqian sensed that something was wrong. His father, who was thousands of meters away, could never get on the bus here. There must be something wrong with this father. Xia Xiaoqian's eyes turned to Zhang Li for help. Zhang Li is concerned about the hard sleeper code. Do not meddle in the business, not too much to intervene in anything. It just gave Xia Xiaoqian a wink, telling her to look at the skeleton deck on the table. Xia Xiaoqian understood and hurriedly reached her hand to the top of the table to get that card. Who knew that before her fingertips touched? Zhang Lian, who was on this side of the middle bunk, reached out her hand from above and snatched the card away. Chapter 34, What's in the Tunnel? What is this? Zhang Lian quickly drew away the card and snapped like a retard. I don't know if she's really curious or if she's just pretending to be. Anyway, after she took the card, she lay back down on her bed and tossed it around several times. It doesn't look like it's going to do much good. Throw it away. Zhang Lian casually tore the card into pieces. Xia Xiaoqian's face was ugly. The ghostly things in this car are all in cahoots. They can't wait until the travelers don't see the rules and they all die. Zhang Li knew that Zhang Lian from the middle bunk was doing it on purpose. If Zhang Lian were next to her right now, she would have huffed up a big mouth. And by the way, you can put up a sisterly front and teach her a lesson. It was a pity that after Zhang Lian went to the center store, Zhang Li was not in a good position to climb up and make a move. Zhang Li thought for a moment and pretended to put on his shoes, but in reality, he stepped on his card. I'm going to the bathroom. Zhang Li said so. Then Zhang Li stood up, stepped on the card, and kicked it. The rule card followed the force and slid to Xia Xiaoqian's feet. Zhang Li stood up, straightened her clothes, and headed in the direction of the bathroom. Is Creepy unkillable? Zhang Li asked the red baby on his shoulder as he walked. Red baby scratched his head and thought for a moment. Not really, as far as I know. Different types of shenanigans have different weaknesses. Zhang Li carefully observed those travelers nearby along the way. There's a part of me that doesn't see the rules. They literally treated the creeps as if they were their own, chattering enthusiastically about their family. Some, quick to spot the rules, also felt for the kitchen knives in their bags. Like a yellow hair passing by. Yellow hair quickly realized that this was a you die, I die situation. He made a split-second decision, taking advantage of the fact that Creepy was about to come up and embrace him, carrying a knife and slashing on the spot. That Creepy let out a miserable scream, and correspondingly, Yellow Hair's family in China also fell to the ground, the body steeply more numerous knife marks. The bloody images couldn't help but make Zhang Li's heart tremble. Whether it was the sounds of catching up or the screams around them, they were one after another. Zhang Li quickly walked to the door of the restroom. She walked in, unlocked the door, and stood in the room for a moment. This time, the toilets were set up as they were last night, but Zhang Li also vaguely felt that something seemed to be missing. It should be missing the brat I met last time. Zhang Li stood inside for 2 minutes, pressed the flush button, washed his hands, opened the door, and walked out. She walked quickly back to bunk 16. Zhang Li needs to get in touch with these ghosts a bit more and get some more information on them. It's only then that you can make plans for the back. The opposite side of the Xia Guofeng and Xia Xiaoqian after catching up, went to lie on the 15th center bunk, and Xia Xiaoqiang sat there dumbfounded, with tears in her eyes. The extra kitchen knife from the bag was on the table. Zhang Li looked at her like that and knew that she must have read the rules. The rules made it clear that only one of her and her family could live. Zhang Li of course knew what she was sad about. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Li spoke. I'm hungry. Let's have some breakfast. Hearing this, Xia Xiaoqian wiped her tears and took out some snacks from her school bag. Share with Zhang Li. Sis, these are for you to eat. Xia Xiaoqian poured out all the snacks in her school bag and gave them all to Zhang Li. Made a good decision? Zhang Li asked her. Xia Xiaoqian nodded sadly. Aha. I won't do anything to my dad. Zhang Li saw Xia Xiaoqian holding in her tears, looking like she wanted to cry, and her heart was not in the right place. Don't be sad. Zhang Li patted Xia Xiaoqian's shoulder. Maybe there are other solutions. Xia Xiaoqian sniffled and laughed in a pretense of relief. She knew Zhang Li was merely comforting her. Xia Xiaoqian took out her cell phone and looked at the time. These ghosts, they were on the bus around 7. Close to half an hour has passed now. The train still has an hour and a half to arrive at Undead Station. That is, Xia Xiaoqian will live for another hour and a half. Xia Xiaoqian mulled it over, took out her book and treasured fountain pen, and retreated to her bed to write by herself. It's still covered up when it's written. Zhang Li knew, without looking, that it must be a little girl's family, knowing that she was going to die, there to grieve and write a suicide note. Zhang Li had nothing to worry about. Zhang Lian, just stab her to death. There is no need to worry too much at all. If she passes, Zhang Lian can come back to life anyway, and she's not a murderer. If she didn't pass, it would be the equivalent of dragging Zhang Lian to bury her with her, and it wouldn't be a loss. The main offenders now are the good people among the travelers. The odds are that someone like Xia Xiaoqian, for example, would sacrifice herself for her family. Inside the ghost train replica, The goodness of people has been utilized to kill quite a few people already. The migrant workers who gave up their seats to pregnant women earlier, and the medical workers who treated the sick, as well as the young adults who saw the right to go and catch hooligans alive. Now it's time to kill a bunch of people who are soft-hearted for their families. John Lee guessed that in the end, the people left behind in the train were only afraid that every one of them was not good. That damn thing. Why on earth would it do that? Could it have been some kind of trauma that led to psychopathy? Thinking of this, John Lee started talking to herself mode again. Minister, this is John Lee. I know you're watching live and can hear these words. I want you to find out for me what's going on with train Z114. Have there been any appalling incidents on this train? Let me know the first time you find out. Just call Xia Xiaoqian's cell phone. I'll get it. John Lee's analysis coincided with what Xia Guofeng was thinking, and the state of China has already begun to start the relevant investigations. John Lee was talking on her side, but as a result, a strand of hair hung down on her face. Then there was more and more hanging hair. As soon as John Lee raised her eyes, she met the horrible face of Zhang Lianlian, who was upside down in the center bunk. Trying to scare her? John Lee sneered. This bizarre. The segment is a little too low. John Lee didn't say anything and directly sneezed twice. Achoo! Achoo! For a moment, Zhang Lianlian's upside-down face was sprayed with saliva. Wow! What an ugly face! John Lee threw over a few words, twisted her head to the side, and laid down. Zhang Lianlian made a fool of herself, angrily wiped the drool from her face, and retracted her head. Quiet for a while ensued. Everyone went their own way and basically didn't talk to each other. About 5 minutes later, the crowd's attention was drawn to a voice on the radio. It was the same familiar female announcer's voice. Dear travelers, the train is about to enter the longest tunnel in the country. Please be advised of the estimated passage time of 30 minutes. As soon as the words left his mouth, accompanied by a whine, the train pulled into the tunnel, and the sunrise outside the car window was completely replaced by darkness. John Lee sat up and crouched at the head of the bed, hugging his knees. She turned her head and noticed that Xia Guofeng across the room had tugged at the covers. Cover yourself up tightly and start to sleep. And Zhang Lianlian, who was on her middle bunk, also made the sound of turning the covers. Does Bazaar have to sleep once you enter the tunnel? John Lee looked at Xia Guofeng, who had covered his head tightly. Or maybe he's afraid of something. Chapter 35, The Missing Mirror. Is it because there's something in the tunnel? John Lee looked out of the tunnel. On top of the train, bright lights shine inside. The tunnel outside the train was dark. John Lee could only see the reflected view of the train house through the reflective window glass. John Lee stared out the window for a long time. She'd been waiting to see if something scary would suddenly plop down on the glass window. But 10 minutes passed and nothing happened. John Lee felt that she might have been overly concerned, so she simply withdrew her gaze as well. After Xia Xiaoqian on the opposite side finished writing her suicide note, she folded that copy and put it into her school bag. The next thing you know, you're pulling out a bunch of makeup, intending to apply it, clean yourself up, and prepare for death. But Xia Xiaoqian rummaged through the bag for half a day, and the more she rummaged, the more anxious she became. Seeing that the only time left was passing by minute, Xia Xiaoqian's emotions were getting out of control. Tears pooled a little in her eyes, as if they would fall at any moment. Sister Jiang, have you seen the mirror in my school bag? I can't find it no matter how I look for it. Xia Xiaoqian reddened her eyes and held back her tears. Her vision blurred as she looked at Zhang Li. Did not see. I didn't move, either. Zhang Li paused for a second. Didn't move your book bag. Zhang Li suddenly remembered that someone had gone through their things while they were asleep. It's hard to believe that those people at that time even took Xia Xiaoqian's mirror, but why would they do that? I just want to put on some makeup before I die. But the mirror, which was clearly put in place, now dead on arrival. Xia Xiaoqian was originally sad when she knew she was going to die, but as a result, she couldn't even die well now. Her emotions broke down a bit and she couldn't control her tears any longer. Large drops sliding down her face. Zhang Li saw Xia Xiaoqian crying and voiced a suggestion. I remember that the toilets are. You can go to the restroom and look in the mirror. Zhang Li had just finished saying this when an image suddenly flashed through her mind. Wait a minute. Just went to the restroom. No more mirrors. She then said how today's toilet was missing something compared to yesterday's at 12 midnight. It was only now that she reacted to the fact that what was missing was none other than the mirror on the sidewall. But why is the mirror alone missing? Zhang Li looked up to the reflective car window glass across the street, and then the strange behavior of these ghostly things sleeping with their heads covered. A bold conjecture was born in her mind. Across the room, Xia Xiaoqian wiped away her tears, let out an "oh," and picked up her comb from the bed and, then I'll go over to the restroom. Xia Xiaoqian had just put on her shoes to leave when Zhang Li pulled her back. Wait, don't go to the bathroom. I remember my sister had a habit of. She always carries a small mirror with her, right? Zhang Lianlian, Zhang Li shouted at Zhang Lianlian at the top of her voice. Rule number 1 of the game. It will play your loved ones. The one who was role-playing now was not Zhang Li, but that ghostly thing. It was going to pretend to be Zhang Li's sister. That the initiative, in fact, was in Zhang Li's hands. Even if Zhang Li had made up a sister's little habit, the damn thing would have to be played right. Zhang Lianlian, you're used to keeping your mirror in your right shirt pocket, right? Take it out and lend it to me, Zhang Li directly ordered. If nothing else, that fake Zhang Lianlian simply couldn't do what Zhang Li requested. The first is that little habit of carrying mirrors was supposed to be a non-starter. The second was that Zhang Li guessed that these ghostly things, they didn't dare to look in the mirror at all. That's why, earlier, the group was trying to mesmerize the travelers. Then rummage from traveler to find the reason for the package. I'm afraid they didn't just give everyone a kitchen knife back then, and it took the opportunity to collect those things that were not in their favor. If Zhang Li guessed correctly, the mirror in Xia Xiaoqian's book bag was so gone. Thinking clearly, Zhang Li continued to Zhang Lianlian difficult. Zhang Lianlian, quickly give me the mirror. You usually listen to your sister the most. What's wrong with you today? A listen to your sister hat was put on the head of the damn thing again. The damn thing wouldn't have been able to check any of this stuff, so it would have been a hard act to follow. Sister, I think I forgot to bring a mirror today. Zhang Lianlian in the middle bunk rolled over, and her mournful voice came out. Zhang Li had no intention of letting it go. She stood up, walked over to Zhang Lianlian's bedside, lifted the quilt, and then stood up. Upper hands fumbled in the pockets of its clothes. Zhang Li's rudeness really annoyed Zhang Lianlian. Zhang Lianlian angrily got up from the bed and stomped down the stairs. Sis, look, I really forgot to bring it today. Zhang Lianlian stood in front of Zhang Li with a drooping face. It pulled out its empty pockets on both sides and gestured to Zhang Li. Zhang Li held Zhang Lianlian's arm and looked puzzled. How could it be? You usually bring it. Zhang Li turned Zhang Lianlian's body to the back. Do you have pockets in the back of your pants? No more sis. I just have 2 pockets in the front of my clothes, Zhang Lianlian said in a displeased tone. Just then, Zhang Li took advantage of the ghostly thing's back being turned to her and grabbed it by the shoulders and pushed it hard in the direction of the opposite window glass. Caught off guard, the ghostly thing met his own eyes on the glass window. Creepy screams rang out. The damn thing, as if it had seen something terrible in it, it hurriedly covered its face and frantically dodged to the side. But it was too late. The skin on its body had already begun to peel off, revealing the hideous, ugly face inside. Zhang Li copied the rust-proof kitchen knife on the table and quickly stepped forward, aiming at the ghostly thing's neck. A knife slash. It's almost a one-hit kill. The massive faceless ghostly things, their necks instantly snapped and they fell to the ground with a pained expression. In only 2 seconds of work, the ghostly thing's body gradually shrunk. Finally, in a cloud of black gas, transformed into a shriveled, black corpse that, dead weight lying in the aisle. Xia Xiaoqian witnessed the whole thing and was scared to death with her heart thumping on the side. She was just looking for Zhang Li to ask about the mirror, but she didn't expect it to cause such a bloodbath. Jiang, you killed your sister. Killed. Xia Xiaoqian's voice stuttered, and the bottom of her eyes were filled with panic. She looked at Zhang Li incredulously. Zhang Li, on the other hand, smiled faintly. Don't worry, it wasn't my sister I killed. I killed the thing proper. Rule number 2 of the game. When a pretended loved one is injured, the real loved one is equally injured. And it wasn't the creepy, pretending to be a relative, who was now stabbed to death. Rather, it's the creepiness that has revealed itself. Xia Xiaoqian, after a careful speculation, remembered the reaction of the thing that saw her shadow on the glass window, instantly understood Zhang Li's meaning. So that kind of thing looks in the mirror and will show its true form. So she just has to kill the ghost thing's body and her dad won't die. Xia Xiaoqian and Zhang Li exchanged glances, and they both looked toward Xia Guofeng in the center bunk at the same time. At this time, Xia Guofeng heard the 2 men plotting loudly, and was scared and did not know what to do. It huddled under the covers, hooded, pouting and shivering uncontrollably. Chapter 36. Against this type of shenanigans, if you don't find its weakness, that's not taking it at all. But once you've found its shortcomings, with both sides needing to play by the rules, it is then at an absolute disadvantage. Zhang Li handed the kitchen knife to Xia Xiaoqian and hooked her lips. It's up to you. Xia Xiaoqian took the chopper and swallowed. She gripped the hilt of her knife with both hands and slowly approached the center bunk. After calming down for a few moments, Xia Xiaoqian gently exhaled and raised her head and looked at Xia Guofeng under the covers. Dad, come down here. I want to talk to you about something. Hiding in the quilt, Xia Guofeng heard, head shaking like a rattle. Is that what she's trying to say? She's trying to kill it. Daddy, what's wrong with you today? You don't usually do this to me. Xia Xiaoqian sounded aggrieved and tried her best to disguise herself as the innocent party. Xia Guofeng, who was hiding in the quilt, was in a cold sweat. If you're detected violating the pretend to be Charmaine's dad rule, then it will just die. 2. It thought about it for a moment, and finally had no choice but to helplessly end its response. Cough. Xia. Dad's not feeling well today, so if you have anything, just get right to it. Hearing that her father was unwell, Xia Xiaoqian looked concerned and her brows tightened. She opened her mouth to ask, Daddy, are you having one of your old problems again? Xia Guofeng followed the steps and nodded repeatedly. Right. It's just an old problem. Xia Guofeng hemmed and hawed, hastily rounding himself up. It wasn't that it couldn't beat Xia Xiaoqian. Rather, it is because, in this game, it too must be subject to the rules. Xia Guofeng hunkered down on the bed and waited for half a day. But he didn't hear Xia Xiaoqian's response. It had thought it had dodged a bullet. Who knew that it had only just let its guard down when Xia Xiaoqian's voice of the King of Hell demanding his life came. Dad, come down. Luckily I have your regular medication in my bag. I made a point of getting boiling water. Blended the medicine for you. Come down and drink the medicine while it's hot. Xia Xiaoqian's words were earnest. Instead of a knife, she was holding a bowl of pitch-black soup. There's no intention of doing anything to Dad at all. Xia Guofeng lifted a corner of the quilt, revealing half an eye and glancing down. That glance made his brow unconsciously furrow into a frown. Could that bowl of blackened stuff have been poisoned? But Xia Guofeng thought that this Xia Xiaoqian would not dare to make a move against his father. Then the idea was dismissed again. Dad, come on down. It's time to drink your medicine when it's time. You drink it every day. Drink it and I'll press your temples. Have you forgotten? Xia Xiaoqian voiced her urging. Xia Guofeng couldn't guess Xia Xiaoqian's mind. On the face of it, the little girl didn't seem to have any malicious intent, but was simply doing her filial duty. Xia Guofeng thought twice, but still came out of the quilt. It just has to make sure that its face doesn't shine on the window panes in the tunnel and revert to its original form. Then Xia Xiaoqian wouldn't dare to make a move against it. Thinking about this level, Xia Guofeng gathered courage, lifted the blanket, climbed down the ladder. It stayed on its side the entire time, avoiding the direction of the window glass. Daddy, why are you sweating so much? Xia Xiaoqian pulled out a tissue and handed it to Xia Guofeng with concern. Xia Guofeng reached out, wiped the sweat from his neck, and squeezed out a smile. Hot. Xia Xiaoqian dutifully handed the bowl of medicine to Xia Guofeng. Then drink the medicine quickly, Dad. You're not well. Drink the medicine and I'll press your temples. Xia Xiaoqian smiled sweetly and turned back to sit on the bed when she finished. It looked completely harmless. Xia Guofeng knew she wouldn't dare poison her father. So with that bowl of medicine in hand, he relaxed his guard for a few moments. It kept suggesting to itself that as long as it didn't look at the window pane, then you won't be killed for showing up. Xia Guofeng thought so and passed the medicine bowl to his mouth, ready to drink the bowl of black water. Who knows? It had only just lowered its head, and the originally ink-black soup that, surprisingly, it would reflect his human face as clearly as a watery mirror. The light shimmers in the water. The features of Xia Guofeng, it was reflected especially clearly in the ink. Xia Guofeng was startled. His pupils contracted violently, and the medicine bowl in his hand knocked over on the ground. It was too late to dodge, and a stinging pain like being skinned had swept through its entire body. The ghostly thing cupped its face, its eyes unconsciously shifting sideways in the direction of the car window glass. The self in there was distorted and torn in its features. Little by little, the skin peeled off from the body in patches, revealing the ugly and bloody face inside. Out of control, the ghostly thing pounced on Xia Xiaoqian's body. It opened its bloody mouth and its vocal cords looked like they had been slashed with a knife. It's you! You hurt me! You hurt me on purpose! The ghost thing reluctantly grabbed Xia Xiaoqian's collar. Its bloody, slimy face was about to dislike Xia Xiaoqian's face. The face of Xia Xiaoqian in front of her was tense. She said in a hushed voice, if you want to look in the mirror, I have more than enough ways to do it. Xia Xiaoqian reached out and threw a black glass square bottle onto the ground. It was a box of emptied ink bottles. When the ghost thing saw that thing, its expression was stunned for half an instant. In the next second, there was a pft of pain in its chest. A sharp weapon plunged straight into its chest. You lose. Xia Xiaoqian clenched her teeth, gripped the scissors handles with both hands, and pushed the tips in another half-inch. The ghostly thing shrilled and let out a mournful howl. After an agonizing cry of grief, its form gradually shrunk, turning into a dried-up black corpse that, lying on the ground. After Xia Xiaoqian did all this, a weak sweat seeped out from her forehead, and her legs and feet couldn't help but soften. Dead. Finally dead. Xia Xiaoqian's feet were weak. She propped her hand on the edge of the bed and sat back down in shock. It wasn't that she didn't want to use the chopper just now, but she didn't dare. Killing with scissors was the limit of her guts. Xia Xiaoqian shivered and took a few sips of water. She glanced at the clock. There were less than 10 minutes left before the train would pull out of the tunnel. Once the tunnel is out, the muddy mirror of the car window disappears. Xia Xiaoqian looked up at Jiangli. Sister Jiang, I want to tell other travelers about this solution. That way their families won't be harmed. Jiangli raised her eyebrows extremely lightly. Make yourself at home. Xia Xiaoqian's eyes were firm, and she strongly supported her weak legs and feet, getting up from the bed. Jiangli, on the other hand, lay down peacefully on the bed. Jiangli didn't actually think that, in the face of absolute life and death, how many people would be like Xia Xiaoqian, who would rather die herself than protect her family? I'm just afraid that anyone in the train who reads the rules now, it's all been done to family. There are no morals in the middle of the end times. Sure enough, Xia Xiaoqian went out for a turn and came back with her lips bitten white. Well? Jiangli asked. Xia Xiaoqian glanced at Jiangli and shook her head. Jiangli noticed that Xia Xiaoqian's fingertips were shaking slightly. Xia Xiaoqian tried to force her composure as she desperately clenched her fists, trying to suppress her trembling. But the visual impact of what just happened was just too much. It caused her to not be able to control her subconscious reaction at all. She saw those travelers taking advantage of the family fear tunnel under the covers. He raised a kitchen knife and hacked his family to death. The whole scene, bloody and shocking. Chapter 37, I Want to Buy Life. Xia Xiaoqian had witnessed those scenes and hadn't looked very good since she returned. The whole group hugged their knees and cowered at the end of the bed, not saying a word. It wasn't until the train pulled into Undead Station that everyone opened their windows and, throwing the family into the station. The smell of blood in the train has subsided a lot. Xia Xiaoqian is gradually slowed down. Sister Jiang, you say, will there be the kind of people who have not done anything to their families? Xia Xiaoqian's lifeless eyes moved. With the last glimmer of hope, she tentatively asked Jiangli. Jiangli raised her lips. Of course there is. Nah, this isn't it. A clutter of footsteps approached at the aisle. A staff member in a white chef's hat, humming a jaunty little tune, pushing a huge freezer past their beds. The bottom of that freezer was dripping with fishy sweet blood. There was also a blood-stained, long-sleeved shirt caught at the closet door. Rule number 3 of the game. If they don't get off at the stop, something terrible will happen to you. And this is that terrible thing. Xia Xiaoqian only glanced at it and immediately withdrew her eyes. Nonetheless, a wave of stomach acid stirred in his abdomen. Vomit. Xia Xiaoqian lowered her head and spat out a large mouthful of acid. Jiangli drew a tissue and handed it over. You're lucky you found that thing's weak point. Save your family and save yourself. Xia Xiaoqian wiped her mouth, remembering the weird things on the train in the past 2 days, and looked a little self-conscious. Boys, are you done with the chicken claws? A familiar and old voice that, from the aisle, the old lady who delivered the kanji in the morning is now pushing a cart. Follow at the very end of the kitchen staff. The old lady smiled a ruffled smile and pointed to the lunchbox on the table. I can have the lunchbox. Jiangli took the 2 lunchboxes and handed them to the old lady. The old lady did not take it immediately, but said amiably, you 2 youngsters, is there anything you want to buy? You can reserve it in advance with me. What's there? Jiangli asked. With a mysterious look on her face, the old lady glanced at the staff member who had walked ahead of her and, then he lowered his voice and said, as long as you have money, you can buy anything. No need. Shrinking on the bed, Xia Xiaoqian replied with a firm voice. Her eyes were cynical. We wouldn't buy you anything even if we had the money. The smile on the old lady's face was a little too big to hang on to. Under Xia Xiaoqian's hostile gaze, the old lady collected her smile and glared resentfully at Xia Xiaoqian. Reaching out, he snatched up the 2 empty lunchboxes and turned to walk away. But the sharp-eyed Jiangli noticed that in the old lady's outstretched hand, obviously a few more pieces of gold jewelry, 1 gold bracelet and 2 gold rings. As the old lady turned to go, a large set of keys at her waist. It made a ding-dong sound. One of the keys is labeled with the word studio. Wait, Jiangli hurriedly spoke out, calling out to the old lady. The old lady turned back suspiciously, scanning her up and down, the anger on her face unabated. What for? Jiangli didn't say anything, but took a small step forward and took out the small gold lock in the space. Shove it into the old lady's hand. You can buy anything? Jiangli asked in a small voice. The old lady weighed the piece lock and grunted, her attitude easing. Sure, I said anything. I want to buy life. Jiangli used an extremely soft voice and uttered these words. When the old lady heard this, she looked around and hurriedly pushed Jiangli back in front of the bed. You want to live? The old woman asked, raising her eyes. Jiangli nodded bluntly. Yes, good. You're the second smartest I've ever seen. The old lady finished her remark and, straight away, he slipped Jiangli a note. Looking at the old lady's demeanor, it seemed that she wanted to explain a few more things. Who knew that before she could even open her mouth? A man's chiding voice rang out abruptly behind her. Damn old woman, what are you dawdling around here for? The old woman heard the voice and was startled. She hurriedly took off the gold bracelets and rings on her hands, including the peace locks, all of which she had surreptitiously. Flustered, he tucked it under Jian Li's covers. Did you take someone's stuff again? Show me. The man behind him stepped forward and, to search the old lady's pockets. Men in their 30s and 40s, dressed in black vested uniforms with red armbands on their arms, like train management. He had a tough attitude and searched the old lady's pockets for half a day, but nothing came out. He remembered that the old lady had just sat close to Jian Li, so he walked over to Jian Li's bed, prepared to lift the covers and look for dirt. Nope, no collection. In a fit of rage, the old lady slapped the man on the back of the head and, "You rotten-eyed thing, did my old woman collecting a lunchbox invite you to mess with me?" The old lady's action did stop the man from going through Jian Li's quilt, but it also angered the men at the same time. The man cursed and gripped the old woman and walked away. The old lady was dragged behind her, following the man while giving Jian Li a wink. Seeing what she meant, those things, she should be coming back to Jian Li to get them. Jian Li put those things away in space. Then, taking out the note the old lady had given him, he opened it. On the note, a transcript of the broadcast, which is due at 1400 hours sharp, or 5 hours from now. Jian Li quickly skimmed the text on it. Fellow travelers, an urgent announcement is being made. The train's console is malfunctioning and will be temporarily stopped in 5 minutes. Wildlife is present in the vicinity of the parking area, so please try to take refuge in the 09 dining car compartment. The dining car compartments are solidly built and can safely accommodate up to 40 passengers. Sessions. For headcount purposes, a single door in the direction of the hard sleeper compartment will be opened separately. Places are limited and will be filled on a first-come, first-served basis. 40 places will be filled and the dining car compartments will be completely blocked off. Please be informed. Jian Li's face gradually became ugly after reading this text. What's wrong, Sister Jiang? Xia Xiaoqian could see that Jian Li was out of sorts. Jian Li handed her the note and gestured for her to read it herself. Xia Xiaoqian took the note, read the broadcast script on it, and was half convinced that, could it be a scam, trying to trick us into going to the dining car compartment? Xia Xiaoqian recalled all the things in the dining car compartment, and she just couldn't believe it. Dining car compartments can still be safe places. No, this time it's for real. Jiang Li's tone was extraordinarily serious. If you want to live, just go for those 40 spots, because she had judged with her true eye that inside the words on this note, the method of escape is true and has not been falsified. Do you know what will happen next? Jian Li furrowed her brows and looked at Xia Xiaoqian. Xia Xiaoqian pondered for 2 seconds, and her expression gradually became grave. She now understood Jian Li's concern. 5 hours later, as soon as this notice went out, it meant that all the survivors already on the train, all of them are going to be fighting for those 40 live spots. And the scariest thing is that the travelers now have, in every hand, a kitchen knife, and those who have survived now have been screened by the last round of the man who killed his family with his own hands. I'm only afraid that next, on this train, there will be an unusually tragic and bloody rain. Chapter 38, Disappearing Bones. Instead of sitting on the sidelines, we should be proactive. The danger of this copy was much higher than Jiang Li could imagine. It's mentioned in the S and A level passes that it requires the chosen one to arrive safely at the train's terminal in order to clear the level. But it was obvious that the further back it went, the danger factor of Jiang Li's survival would increase exponentially. The biggest threat to Jiang Li at that time is not the source of pollution or the NPCs in the copy. Instead, it's people. It's the train, the people who will do anything to stay alive. The most suitable method of clearance for Jiang Li right now was actually the first one, eliminating the source of pollution. What Jiang Li was able to determine was that the boy's song was the source of the pollution. If only she could find that kid again, kill it, and shut it up for good, a copy of the ghost train would have ended well. The train continued to clunk 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 through the wilderness. Jian Li and Xia Xiaoqian had a snack together for lunch. Sister Jiang, why don't we go over there first? I'm worried that I won't be able to make it by then. I don't know, Xia Xiaoqian suggested out loud, but Jian Li had her own plans. It's important to get to the dining car compartment, but once this dining car is in, I'm afraid I'll never want to get out again. It would be difficult. Jian Li wanted to try and eliminate the source of contamination before entering the dining car compartment. What time is it now? Jian Li asked Xia Xiaoqian. Xia Xiaoqian looked at her cell phone. It's almost 12 noon. Wait a little longer. Jian Li put on her shoes and sat on the edge of the bed. A few more minutes passed. There were more people, some translucent ones, at the otherwise empty aisle. Just like last night at 12 o'clock, they couldn't see Jiang Li. Jiang Li guessed that at 12 noon and 12 o'clock in the evening, all are points in time where multiple time periods are most likely to intersect. She needed to take this opportunity to make another trip to the restroom to find that time and place from last night. As long as Jiangli was able to eliminate the source of contamination and complete the copy clearance before 1400 hours, then all the horrors that are about to happen next on the train will not happen. Is there a flashlight? Jiangli looked at Xia Xiaoqian. Xia Xiaoqian shook her head. No, but you can light up with your cell phone. I have a spare. If you need it, Sister Jiang, I can lend it to you first, Xia Xiaoqian said, then took out her school bag, rummaged through it to find an old cell phone, and handed it to Jiangli. There's no password. Thanks a lot, Jiangli said. But Sister Jiang, what do you need a flashlight for in this broad daylight? Illumination. Jiangli didn't explain much, but directly got up and prepared to head over to the restroom. Before leaving, she turned back to instruct Xia Xiaoqian. If I'm not back by 1:30 p.m., you'll go ahead and go to the dining car compartment by yourself. Xia Xiaoqian looked worried and nodded. Aha. After Jiangli finished explaining what needed to be said, he turned around and walked in the direction of the bathroom. This time, unfortunately, there was someone in the bathroom. Jiangli waited for a long time. The toilet door has been displayed someone. The door handle cannot be unscrewed. Jiangli was outside pinching the time. At about 12:10, Jiangli realized that the translucent figures in the aisle that, in a gradual tendency towards invisibility. Jiangli directly raised his hand and bang slapped the toilet door a few times. The man inside heard the urgency outside, which slowed down the intention to come out. There was a click and the toilet door opened. It came out that the man looked rather odd, like an old woman who's been crazy for 20 years and nobody cares. Her hair was disheveled, her clothes were tattered, and the soles of her shoes were caked with a ring of black mud and moss. The madwoman pushed the door open with one hand while carrying a mouse in the other. Both of her eyeballs were bloodshot. She looked a little hyper, and in her husky voice, through an inexplicable ecstasy, gotcha. Straight after she finished, she opened her burnt teeth and, put that stinky rat in your mouth and bite it to death. The mouse made a squeaking sound, wiggled twice, and then died completely. Jiangli stared at the madman for a while. That madman seemed to have noticed Jiangli. She turned her head, stared with reddened eyes, and plucked out Jiangli. What are you looking at? You have AIDS too. Jiangli sidled into the toilet and closed the door with a thud, cutting off the madman's line of sight. That crazy guy, he doesn't look like he has AIDS. He looks like he has a psychosis. The madman was outside, kicking at the toilet door. You all have AIDS. I have proof. Have proof. The madman cursed and headed for his bunk. Car 10. Bunk 15. The madman limped. God's departure. And after Jiangli entered the toilet, she quickly turned on her cell phone and turned on the flashlight. Red baby, if something shows up later, you help your mom block it. Red baby bristled. Mommy, but I haven't eaten in a long time. Your baby is starving. Jiangli thought for a moment and responded. When we go to the dining car this afternoon, Mommy will figure out how to stock up on more hearts for you. The red baby was good this time. Then, good blah. Then, Jiangli prepared herself mentally, gripped the door handle of the toilet, counted 3 silently and pushed it open. Squeak dash. The intact restroom door was instantly transformed into a rusted and crumbling iron frame. Lift your foot. Step out. And there's the overwhelming darkness. 12 o'clock in the daytime in that time and space is exactly 12 o'clock at night in this time and space. Jiangli's sight was briefly uncomfortable for a moment. Luckily, under the illumination of the flashlight, Jiangli gradually regained control of the dark environment. Jiangli walked out of the dark and dilapidated bathroom. She took the flashlight and waved it around. The surroundings are the same as what we saw yesterday. In the midst of the train, the steel was rusted, the seams were overgrown with weeds, and everywhere was dirty and putrid. Rats and bugs run amok. Jiangli shifted his viewpoint and swung his flashlight to the right. A meter away, a woman's smiling face burst into view. Jiangli's heartbeat missed a beat. Hard sleeper code number 2. No lights after 12 a.m. It will find you in the dark. Same train, same rules. Jiangli had long been prepared. It seems that the cloaked, blood-stained woman in front of her, it's the it in the rule. According to the rules, as long as the lights have been used after 12 o'clock, the woman will appear. The light, however, was something Jiangli had to use. Without lights, there was no point in Jiangli coming on this dark train and not being able to see anything. That's why Jiangli gave Red Baby a precautionary shot in advance. If something pounces, have Red Baby help block it. Jiangli stared at the woman for a few seconds. The woman's mouth grinned, oozing crimson blood in stark contrast to her ghastly white face. The woman's eyes were deeply sunken at their sockets, and she was currently staring at Jiangli with a horrified smile. Although it was bizarre to the extreme, it didn't have the intention of pouncing up to nibble on Jiangli. Jiangli tried to take a few steps and realized that the woman moved with her. As the woman moved, Jiangli heard, like some kind of voice hanging behind the woman. In tow. Jiangli didn't care about the woman, but went in the direction of the left-hand side. Go in the direction of bunk 16 and look for the kid's mom. She stepped on the wet, tin floor and moved slowly to where bunk 16 was. I just didn't realize that the bunks were clean this time, like they had been specially cleaned. The white bones we saw last time were nowhere to be seen this time. Jianli was in a difficult situation when that woman even suddenly came forward and grabbed Jianli's sleeve. Chapter 39, Kill Me Now. Jianli glanced at the woman. The woman tugged on Jianli's sleeve, then raised her finger and pointed in the direction of the end of the carriage. You want me to go over? Jianli asked. The woman nodded, as if trying to open her mouth to explain. But as soon as she opened her mouth, blood kept pouring out. Her entire throat was gambled with blood. In the darkness of the compartment, the woman's mouth made a whimpering, choking sound, but could not utter a complete sentence. Jianli noticed that this woman, it seemed, was mute. Lead the way. Jianli spat out 2 words and drew back his sleeve. The woman finally shut up and the blood stopped flowing down her face. Jianli followed the woman with a flashlight. It was only then that Jianli saw that what the woman was dragging behind her was an unformed baby. The baby was dead, a bloody mess of red meat. The baby's umbilical cord was attached to the mother, so it kept dragging behind her. Jianli followed the woman all the way to the last section of the carriage. The steward's studio in that last car was being lit up with a charming red light. Beneath the red light came the low singing voice of a child. Mud doll, a mud doll. There's also that nose, and there's also that mouth, and the mouth doesn't talk? When Jianli heard the song, his body began to mutate again, and small bumps began to rise out of his arms. She walked close to the door of the compartment and the woman leading the way was gone. Jianli, alone, turned on the flashlight and walked a little closer to the house filled with red light. Mud doll, a mud doll, and also that eyebrow, and also that eye, and the eye doesn't blink? Jianli glanced through the glass window on the door and looked inside. The kid in the passenger room looked 4 or 5 years old. A soft hum escaped from his nose, and he was burying his head in concentration on something. Jianli's eyes crossed over the back of the boy's shoulders and saw that the boy was excitedly kneading clay. The little children's table was piled high beside the 5 senses of a man's: eyes, nose, ears, mouth. When he had made a clay figure, he put on its 5 senses. Throw it into an old bucket full of red liquid nearby. Also has that nose and that mouth. Mouth doesn't talk? Seemingly sensing Jianli's line of sight, the child raised his head but he happened to lock eyes with Jianli outside the door. The child's song came to an abrupt end. The two of them looked at each other, and time seemed to freeze for an instant. The red light in the crew room flashed twice and went out. The train was plunged into darkness. Only the flashlight that Jianli had turned on emitted a faint cold light in the empty and ghostly night. Big sister? In the darkness, a small muddy hand slowly gripped Jianli's fingertips. Jianli's flashlight shifted slightly, illuminating the child beside him. Big sister, you're here again. The child lifted the back of his hand to wipe his face, rubbing mud all over his face, and smiled softly at Jianli. Jianli smiled back, but his smile stiffened. She came over this time with the clear goal of killing the boy. A child's song is a source of pollution. The best way to destroy the source is to kill him. Shut him up for good. Big sister, are you going to kill me? The small child's large, clear eyes sparkled with water and were now staring at her without blinking. Jianli was surprised for a moment when she heard the child's question. Before she could say anything, the child suddenly handed Jianli something. That cold touch was a knife. Do it, big sister, the child pleaded innocently. And it gave Jianli a chill at this moment. Kill him. As long as she kills the kid now, she can reach the perfect pass. Jianli's grip on the knife tightened, her palms sweating. I won't run. Sister, do it. It's only this one chance. Oh. The child's urging voice gave Jianli an illusion. It was as if the one who died from this stabbing was not a child, but Jianli herself. Jianli's grip on the knife tightened slightly. Come on, sis. I'll only give you 10 seconds for this game. The child looked at Jianli expectantly, opened his arms, and began his countdown to death. 10, 9, 8. The seconds of the countdown, getting shorter and shorter. Jianli's breathing, too, became more and more rapid. The tip of the glittering silver blade in her hand unconsciously inched toward the child's neck. Just need to get a little closer. Stab it in, and the ghost train replica will be over. But she always felt that things shouldn't have gone so well. Did she overlook some detail? 3, 2, there's one last count left. Oh, the child's affectionate beep sounded. At this moment, the crowd in the live broadcast room were holding their breath, waiting for Jianli to make a move. And just when everyone thought that Jianli was about to pass the barrier without any problems, Jianli's hand holding the knife, but the force was violently loosened. 1, bam dash. The knife fell to the tin floor of the train with a crisp thud. Why don't you kill me? The child grinned, a playful brightness shining in the bottom of his eyes. Jianli curled her lips. What's the point of killing a mudman? Come out and talk. Jiangli used the flashlight directly and moved to the position behind the little boy. That location is the closest to where the child's voice originated. It was at this instant that the little boy standing in front of her turned into a puddle of black mud, and the little boy himself revealed himself from that otherwise empty place behind the clayman. Oof. The little boy clasped his arms, pouting a bit as the prank didn't work. Boring. How did you see that? I'm obviously acting so well. The little boy glared at her. Jiangli smiled helplessly. Didn't you sing it yourself? Mud doll, eyes don't blink. The little boy was stunned for a second, now speechless. It took a lot of effort for him to train a clay doll to work with him in a double act. The mud doll was in charge of opening his mouth, and he hid quietly in the background in charge of vocalizing. But the fact that you can't blink is really hard to overcome. Alright, you win this round. There was still quite a bit of defiance in the little boy's tone. Jiangli smiled. What's the reward for winning? The boy froze, tapping his head in serious thought for a moment. Win and play games with me. The little kid jumped up and down in excitement. Jiangli was indifferent. No company. Ah, the boy's little expression was a little distressed. You don't want to play with me? Then I'll give you this if you win. The little boy slipped Jiangli a note. Just to be clear, I'm not promising anything with this. The little boy made a point of explaining. I don't think this is very useful anyway. Seeing that the little boy was particularly disgusted by the note, Jiangli revealed a few confused looks. She took the note and unfolded it. A large line came into view. Hidden condition for passing the copy. Help the key person to get off the bus safely. Jiangli was startled. It's amazing that she's just now getting something so important. Besides, who the key person was and whether he is dead now, she knows nothing. Jiangli frowned in contemplation. So far, the system hasn't declared her a pass-fail. That means there's only one possibility. That's the key figure is still alive. Jiangli put away the dagger hidden in her sleeve. She wasn't going to kill this child anymore. This copy, she had one more thing to do before she could eliminate the source of the contamination. Jiangli raised her eyelids and looked at the child. Don't you want to play a game? I'll play with you. Chapter 40, Playing a Game. Wow. Really? The little boy's eyes lit up. Jiangli took advantage of the heat to raise the stakes. But there is one condition. On what terms? If you lose, release everyone on the train. Jiangli said. Jiangli's intentions were clear when he made this offer. Since she doesn't know who the key players are, she saves them all. This is the safest thing to do. I expected the little boy to push back a bit, but I didn't expect him to say yes with particular alacrity. Yes, big sister. I can tell you, I won't lose. The little boy was full of confidence. Jiangli hooked her lips. Yeah, right. Jiangli opened his cell phone and looked at the time. The time is now 12:30. She promised Xia Xiaochen that she would try to get back before 13:30 hours. So Jiangli spoke. I only have an hour. No problem. The kid picked up. Let's get started then. Jiangli nodded. Good. No sooner had her words fallen than the dark train lit up abruptly. The old trains, originally abandoned, one after the other, began, at an alarming rate, to, restored to original condition, and one by one, the clay figures, which had been soaked by the children in an old bucket, climbed out of the bucket and, it's turned into a living human being. The mud people went to sit in the various seats of the train and reverted to their roles as passers-by in the train. The child took out a white card and handed it to Jiangli. Big sister, you play the angel and I'll play the devil. As long as you don't fall under my spell, even if you win. Jiangli nodded in response, then lowered his eyes and swept the cards in his hand. On the back of the white deck, a pair of angel wings are printed. On the front of the card, the detailed rules of the game are written. Train card game. Don't trust the devil. Game description. You play the role of an angel in the game. You will personally experience 7 situations that, and play different roles in different situations. Please make choices in these situations that are consistent with the attributes of the angels. Remember, be sure not to fall under the spell of the devil. Rules of the game. 1. Angels are good. 2. Kindness presupposes ensuring one's own safety. 3. For each choice, the thinking time shall not exceed 3 seconds. 4. Your last choice affects the next situation. Game on. Jiangli enters the first situation. You are a mother and you get on a train with your son. You find yourself in the position of sitting with a pregnant woman. The pregnant woman says her stomach isn't feeling too well. Your choice is. 2 choices surfaced in front of Jiangli. On the left, give the seat to the pregnant woman. Right, give the pregnant woman a big mouthful. The kid shouts from the sidelines. Second, pick the second one. She's taking the seat. She's the bad guy. Don't give your seat to the bad guys. Jiangli pinched the card tightly, thinking of his character's attributes, and without hesitation, the trailblazer chose the left, giving the seat to the pregnant woman. A second later, the scene on the train changed again. Jiangli entered the second situation. You are a child. On the train, you see an uncle stealing money from the aunt next to him. Your choice is. Jiangli had two choices in front of him. Left, whisper to auntie. Right, pretend you don't see it. The little boy's voice compelled next to him. Pretend you didn't see it. Don't say anything bad when you see it. What if I have to take a beating? Jiangli noticed that the left option was whisper to auntie. Kids aren't loud and should be able to keep themselves safe. So Jiangli chose the left side and whispered to his aunt. Then the scene on the train changes again. Jiangli entered the third situation. You are a passenger. On the train, you see a passerby bleeding from an accidental injury. A doctor wants to save her life. But then you realize that the passerby seems to be intentionally hiding a history of AIDS. Your choice is. Left, tell the doctor the truth. Right, don't say it. It's none of your business. The little boy was messing around. Pick the right side and don't talk about it. Even if the doctor is infected with AIDS. And it has nothing to do with you. Jiangli thought for a moment, but chose the left side and told the doctor the truth. The context continues to shift. Jiangli entered the fourth situation. You are a doctor. On a train, you notice a passenger hemorrhaging. Passers-by claim that the injured person may be carrying HIV. Your options without taking protective equipment with you are. Left, save lives. Lives are at stake. Right, not saving, and your own life is important. Jiangli remembered what the rules said. Kindness is predicated on ensuring one's own safety. Then there was no hesitation to choose the right side and not to save. Contextualization. Jiangli entered the fifth situation. You are the conductor. A passenger on the train has been injured and you can request a route change for a temporary stop. However, the stormy weather has caused a communications blackout and you have not contacted the train dispatcher. Changing the route privately. It can lead to safety issues in train operations. Your choice is. Left, change of route. Consideration for the patient. Right, no route change. For the sake of the whole car. Jiangli chose the right side and did not change the route for the sake of the whole car. Scene transitions. Jiangli entered the sixth situation. You are a passenger and you have AIDS. On the train, your HIV diagnosis slip is picked up by a passerby. When the passerby tries to ask and give it back to you, people around you cast strange looks. Your choice is. Left, recognized, but may be discriminated against. Right, don't admit it. Pretend it's not your own. Protect yourself. Jiangli chose the right side. Not to admit it, to protect himself. The scene on the train continues to change. Jiangli entered the seventh and final situation. You are a 4-year-old child and you are riding the train with your mom. Mom was pregnant, but she still gave her seat to another pregnant aunt. Mom added money for a sleeper. Picked up an AIDS-positive slip on the way to the sleeper. When unclaimed, it is temporarily stored in your hand, waiting to be handed over to the cabin crew. While waiting, mom's purse is stolen and she goes to get it back, only to be kicked in her pregnant belly by the thief and bleed profusely. A passerby doctor went to the rescue, while a neighboring passenger told the doctor that says your mom might be carrying HIV. Mom was born mute and couldn't explain, and the doctors didn't administer any help. The conductor attempted to change the route and make a temporary stop, but communications were hampered and the route was ultimately not changed. Your mom, who was naturally kind, was delayed in saving her life during this hemorrhage and passed away in the car in agony. Your brother was also stillborn. Now you have two choices. Left, witnessing the tragic deaths of her mother and brother and coming to terms with the fact that she is an orphan. Right, gain bizarre powers and bury everyone with them. And in the bizarre world of Forever with Mom. Chapter 41, The Final Quota. Jiangli looked at the two options in front of her and hesitated. The option on the left, which appears to be angelic, is the choice that Jiangli should make, but this choice is one that leaves an innocent child, and his pregnant mother, to suffer this ultimate evil. The only thing that Jiangli could be sure of was that every step she took to make a choice that, all of them fit the angel characterization, keep your goodness while keeping yourself safe. But every choice she makes, which she considers angelic, ends up in a tragic outcome for the story. One wrong step. Was the story wrong to begin with? Jiangli only felt that the angel card in his hand was unusually hot. Big sister. 3 seconds are up. Oh. The little boy raised the back of his hand and wiped away his tears. You seem to have lost. Jiangli made this irrational choice for the first time. The little boy who won the game in front of Jiangli did not show a happy look. Instead, the little boy turned away and sniffled twice secretly. You go, big sister. You lost just now, so I can't grant your request. However, thanks for playing the game with me. It's been a while since I've had anyone to play with. Jiangli noticed that behind the little boy as he cried and sniffled. The woman who had just guided her appeared. The woman was still dragging a dead baby behind her. 2 lines of bloody tears ran down her ghastly white face. When the mouth opens, it keeps bleeding, but the throat was whimpering and choking, unable to produce a clear voice. the little boy's sobs intensified, and at the same time, Jiang Li felt that, polluted by the cries of the train she was in now was rapidly falling apart. Original restored roof, windows, bedding, beginning to rust, grow grass and mold at a rate visible to the naked eye. The entire order of space and time began to be disorganized. The train that Jiang Li was in had a huge crack in the ground. The space shook violently, as if it was about to suck her into the rift at any moment. Jiang Li's body balance was getting out of his control. She's dying. No, there's still a chance. Jiang Li raised her eyes and looked at the child. The only way to save himself now is to force him to shut up. Jiang Li used all her strength and leapt over, stretching out her hands, to try and grab that child. And for once, it was just like the last time. The moment Jiang Li was about to grab him, the light changed, and she once again pounced on him. Falling back to the original time and space, she was now back in the middle of the aisle of the original train. Jiang Li looked around the surroundings. His thumping heart gradually calmed down. She glanced at the compartment sign and determined that her current compartment location was 16. Then he quickened his pace and went back in the direction of compartment 10. Only, this time the train was strange. Jiang Li walked from No. 16 to No. 10 compartment, but he didn't even see a single living person. Jiang Li seemed to vaguely guess what was going on, and she immediately opened her cell phone to confirm. When she saw that the time on her cell phone was 14:09, Jiang Li's blood instantly froze. Oops, over 14 points. In the train now, an evacuation warning has been issued. I'm just afraid that by now, everyone is flocking to car 9 to grab a spot. Jiang Li cursed and quickened his pace, rushing towards the dining car compartment. I just hope it's not too late to go over there. Jiang Li was thinking so, but suddenly felt a killing intent in front of him. A dark shadow suddenly leapt out from the side and slashed at Jiang Li's neck. Jiang Li instinctively bent back and avoided it in shock. The kitchen knife slipped past Jiang Li's neck with a whoosh. Jiang Li was startled. She immediately took 2 steps back and got a good look at the man. The one who made a move on her in front was a man with glasses and a lean figure. The man was holding a kitchen knife at the moment, one of the lenses broken, but still couldn't block the murderous aura on his face. Jiang Li frowned and extended his right hand with a shake. A slab appeared in the palm of his hand. Here's the unused brick from the last copy. The man with the glasses yelled out and charged again, brandishing a kitchen knife. Jiang Li saw the right moment, copied the slate and violently smashed at his glasses. Bang! Right in the face. The man with the glasses was knocked back 2 steps, and his glasses fell to the ground with a splat. He covered his face and howled in pain, his protruding cheekbones distorted. Realizing that his glasses had fallen off, the man quickly dropped to the floor again, and like a rabid dog, haphazardly, he went to touch his glasses. Jiang Li took advantage of his inability to see and stepped on a piece of trash, quickly kicking it under the distant bed. The glasses man thought that Jiang Li kicked his glasses and immediately drilled under that bed to look for them. And Jiang Li also took advantage of this moment to quickly bypass the man and run madly towards the refuge compartment. As she ran, she saw, next to the aisle of car 10, a strong, black bear that, it's bang, 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 one after another. It felt like at any moment it was going to shatter the glass and break the window. Now it's not only people you have to watch out for, but bears as well. Jiang Li's face turned white as she quickly ran out of compartment 10. When she got to the door of the 09 dining car compartment, her heart exploded at the sight before her. Crazy. A bunch of people blocked the doorway, each carrying a bloody kitchen knife, all scrambling to get in. But it seems that for some unknown reason, the group was driven out every time they approached, and it will kill the ones in front of it. Get out of the way. Anyone who comes any closer will die. The familiar voice is Xia Xiaoqiang. Just as Jiang Li was puzzled, another batch of people were hacked to death, falling one after another. Through the gap where the crowd had fallen, Jiang Li could see Xia Xiaoqiang's face. Xia Xiaoqiang single-handedly blocked the door of the carriage. Next to the electronic display that, the number 39 is flashing wildly. There is one last spot left. In Xia Xiaoqiang's hand, she held a machete that was over a meter long. She also saw Jiang Li behind the crowd at that moment. The two of them looked at each other, and Xia Xiaoqiang finally couldn't help her nose from turning sour. Sis, get over here quick. There's still one last spot left. As Xia Xiaoqiang cried this, the gang at the door of compartment 09, each of them gripped their knives tightly and glared angrily in Jiang Li's direction. Jiang Li instead wanted to go over, but looking at this group of jackals and tigers at the door, is she really getting by? Nearly a dozen or so people. The eyes were practically burning through Jiang Li. Behind him, the man with the glasses came after him. Jiang Li now had a belly full of enemies. Red baby, didn't you not eat your heart? Now that you have, eat it openly, Jiangli shouted angrily, and the crowd rallied. Jiangli tried to hit the vitals as straight as possible, one slash at a time, and Red baby fights better. His ability to get to the heart of the matter was perfected. At the same time, Xia Xiaoqian dragged a meter-long machete and blocked it. 3, 5, 2, and the doorway of compartment 09 lay open, dead and wounded. The ones that are still alive or clutching disemboweled bellies, or broken arms, fell to the ground wailing and mutilating. Jiangli stepped over a pile of corpses, pulled Xia Xiaoqian, and quickly entered refuge compartment 09. As soon as they entered, the train crew closed the door with a bang. Locked. 40 passengers have arrived. Congratulations everyone. The staff in the dining car compartment sent congratulations. As soon as the words were spoken inside compartment 09, the black bear outside compartment 10. It just crashed through the glass window over there and burst into the train with a roar. The rest of the carriages, with the exception of 09, were successively breached by wild animals. The living or the dead inside have all become a buffet for the beasts at this moment. The entire inside of the train was horrified with screams and biting sounds. Beyond car 09, a complete hell on earth. In compartment 09, after Xia Xiaoqian and Jiangli went in, the staff issued a number plate to each of them. The number plates are worn on the wrists of the duo. Xia Xiaoqian was number 39, and Jiangli happened to be the last one, number 40. At this time, Xia Xiaoqian was already exhausted. The machete was covered in blood, and Xia Xiaoqian's body was injured in many places. Her left arm, in particular, had an extremely deep slash mark. Jiangli held Xia Xiaoqian up. I'm sorry I'm late. Jiangli sounded apologetic, but Xia Xiaoqian shook her head and didn't blame. Don't say that, Sister Jiang. If you hadn't helped me before, I might have died. While the two were talking, Jiangli felt some not-so-friendly sights. There was a little bit of eye candy, a little bit of covetousness in that sight. Jiangli let his eyes look around. The other 38 passengers in the compartment were, at this point, stoically drooling over the eyeing Xia Xiaoqian, who was bleeding from her left arm. The feeling is like gazing at a delicious meal. Chapter 42 Deodorant Spray. Jiangli protected Xia Xiaoqian behind him. Her gaze swept to the dining car rules posted on the door of the compartment. Dining car code number 1. If you are injured, please purchase deodorant spray from the dining room counter as soon as you enter the dining car. Remember, never let others smell blood on you. Xia Xiaoqian's left arm was cut and bleeding. Couldn't be bothered to stop the bleeding at the moment. Jiangli immediately held Xia Xiaoqian and brought her to the nearby dining table. Ask for a bottle of deodorizing spray. Hurry! The black-vested staff member at the front desk glanced at Xia Xiaoqian's injuries with a color that was without ripples. 10 points for bookkeeping. Put it on my account. Jiangli's tone was anxious. The staff slogged through the order. After typing the slip, he turned back to the storage room for something else, dawdling for half a day. Jiangli spent seconds like years. During this time, a man with a 32 on his wrist came forward and, sneaking up behind Jiangli's duo, the man's eyes glowed with an eerie light. He stretched out his nose and took a sharp sniff at the back of Jiangli's duo's collar. That look of closing your eyes and reveling in it is the same as sniffing a plate of flavorful delicacies. Everyone else saw this and gathered around. Jiangli felt that the situation was not right and urged the staff, please hurry. The staff responded perfunctorily, but continued to be slow to come out. That number 32, it seems, wants to go further. Just as he reached out his hand, Jiangli's face hardened and he backhanded the man. The blade was sharp, pulling a long bloody gash straight through the man's body. Pain jolted 32 awake. The strange light in the bottom of his eyes disappeared with it. Before 32 could speak, he was violently pushed by Jiangli and stumbled. Jiangli was using some strength. 32 was unsteady and took a few steps backward, falling to the ground. Hiss. Hey, I said what's wrong with you? No. 32 didn't even have time to finish his sentence. The group of people who had just surrounded Xia Xiaoqian. Then he suddenly reversed his direction and lunged towards 32. Xia Xiaoqian had someone guarding her who was not good at making a mouthful. But this 32 happened to be a lone one. Xia Xiaoqian swept a worried glance behind her. Jiangli covered her eyes. Don't look. The two turned back to their eyes. Behind them, the sound of gnawing meat came, mixed with 32's screams. That voice fell into Jiangli's ears. Jiangli couldn't help but frown and close his eyes. As soon as 32 is over, it's on to them. But fortunately, just as the back 32 was about to be parted cleanly at the last moment, the staff that went to the storage room finally came out. He held a bottle of deodorizing spray in a very small dose in his hand and put it in front of Jiangli. Hello, your spray. Credit 10 points. Credited to number 40. Jiangli nodded in response. She got the spray, uncapped it, and immediately sprayed Xia Xiaoqian all over her body. the smell of blood covered it, and the people who originally still had some covetousness for Xia Xiaoqian finally withdrew their sight. Jiang Li supported Xia Xiaoqian, his heart finally relieved. They hadn't been standing there long when two staff members came up with cleaning tools, dispersed the clustered crowd. As soon as the ground was vacated, the crew took trash bags and rags and the bloody floor was quickly cleaned up, and the red light in the eyes of that crazy group of people gradually dissipated, and their eyes returned to becoming clear. After those people came to their senses, they were shocked for a moment when they saw the blood around the mouths of the people around them. That look of surprise and trepidation, as if he had no memory of what had just happened. They began to talk and question. Keep quiet. Passengers, please take your seats in the empty seats. A staff member knocked twice on the desktop, prompting in a loud voice. Jiang Li helped Xia Xiaoqian and sat down at the most leaning table for four. She called up her space and took out of it the trauma medical kit that the nurse had given her last night. Give Xia Xiaoqian medicine. Bear with it, it will hurt a little. Jiang Li signaled to give to treat Xia Xiaoqian's wound. Xia Xiaoqian gritted her teeth and nodded. Jiang Li saw a deep slit cut by a kitchen knife on Xia Xiaoqian's white arm. The heart is very much in debt. It was hard for her to imagine what kind of faith the originally timid and fearful Xia Xiaoqian was holding up that, seeing God and killing Buddha at the door of compartment 9, just to leave her with a glimmer of hope for survival. Sister Jiang, don't worry, I'm fine. I was wondering if you hadn't snagged this spot. I don't think I'll survive even if I come in. Xia Xiaoqian was still in the mood to joke. It was a joke, but after all, it harbored a bit of seriousness as well. Xia Xiaoqian knew, of course, that entering the dining car compartment was only temporarily safe, but the group screened in the dining car compartment were no slouches. She could only survive herself if she kept Jiang Li. Otherwise, even if she gets an asylum quota, she will die sooner or later. I know. Jiang Li didn't look up and continued to take the bandage and bandage Xia Xiaoqian. After dealing with Xia Xiaoqian's injuries, Jiang Li freed up her remaining light to look at the duo across the dining table. Across the table sat a muscular man, and a svelte male college student. At the corner of the muscular man's mouth, there was still a trace of blood, like after a full meal. The male college student, on the other hand, didn't look like he was involved in that nibbling earlier. Jiang Li guessed that it might be that the boy was too slim and didn't manage to squeeze in. At the moment, the two people on the opposite side of the room are no different from normal people. It was as if the horrors that had just occurred were all just illusions. The muscular man sitting across the table had a somewhat self-centered personality. He recalled Xia Xiaoqian's action of blocking the door and couldn't help but smack his lips. This little girl. You can't tell the difference between people. It looks delicate and it's actually quite raw when it comes to chopping people up. The muscular man turned his head to Jiang Li. I didn't even dare to block the door in that scene just now. Your little sister is simply desperate. The muscular man wrapped his arms around his chest and scared, shaking his head. Jiang Li smiled extremely faintly as a response. My name is Wang Chang. Nice to meet you. The muscular man extended his hand and introduced himself with a big flourish. Jiang Li glanced at Wang Chang's large hand and did not reach out to shake it. Jiang Li responded symbolically. Xia Xiaoqian followed suit. My surname is Xia, and my name is Xia Xiaoqian. The male college student said. My name is Liang Jia. Jiang Li observed the duo across from him. The one called Wang Chang has thick calluses on his palms. Either that or he's been working out a lot. Either that or long hours of manual labor. The male college student named Liang Jia was the same boy that Jiang Li had met twice before. This Liang Jia carries a black school bag with her and always has headphones hanging from her ears. His clothes were clean, though, and he hadn't gotten any blood on them. So within this group of passengers, it looked a little different. On Liang Jia's hand sign, the number 01 is written. Jiang Li had a guess in his mind. I'm afraid this boy, anticipating the melee, came over to the dining car compartment early. Jiang Li recalled that when she wanted to buy her life with money, the old lady who delivered the porridge said, she's the second smartest person she's ever met. This means that before that, someone had also approached the old lady to buy her life. So, the man who bought the life, could it be him? Jiang Li looked across at Liang Jia. Chapter 43, The Lost 01. Jiang Li came back from another time and space this time, and there was another important matter. That means finding the key people and helping the key people get off the bus safely. This is the hidden condition for the copy to pass. And so far, Jiang Li hadn't received any beeps about passing failure. This means that the key man is still alive. And it should be hidden among these 39 survivors. Jiang Li frowned. There was still more than a little luck involved in this trip down. If that key person dies in the first few rounds, I'm afraid that even if Jiang Li tries hard enough, this copy is also difficult to pass. Now that the luck bonus is there, the rest is up to strength. Jiang Li needed to find out this key person as soon as possible. But the difficulty now was that Jiang Li didn't have the slightest clue about the key person. Without information, There is no way to identify the special one from among the 39. Jiang Li's gaze unconsciously fell on the boy across the street. On the contrary, it was this Liang Jie, who always appeared in front of her 3 times, and still managed to turn the danger into a happy ending every time. The key player in the replica. Could be him? Jiang Li thought so and looked at Liang Jie's eyes unconsciously a few points deeper. That Liang Jie blinked twice and glanced at Jiang Li, her face a little red. Jiang Li was afraid that he would think too much, so he withdrew his eyes. At this point, inside compartment 09, staff in black vests begin distributing the dining car code one by one. The old lady who delivered the porridge was also one of the staff. That old lady took a stack of notes and deliberately came to Jiang Li's table. When she sent the note, she stuck next to Jiang Li, and her elbow kept hinting at Jiang Li. Jiang Li knew that this was asking for money. Jiang Li put his hand into his pocket and took out those gold jewelry from space, sneaking it into the old lady's hand. Food truck rules. Watch carefully. The old lady looked at Jiang Li with downcast eyes and kindly reminded her. Then, tucking away those few swag items, he went to the next table. Jiang Li got the rule note and skimmed through it. Ghost Train Dining Car Code. 1. In case of bodily injury, after entering the dining car, purchase deodorizing spray at the dining table at the first opportunity. Remember, never let others smell blood on you. 2. Beware of people with red moles in their earlobes. This person is quite dangerous. Once discovered, please be sure to stay away. But always remember, do not make a sound. 3. Each person's number plate will be changed once. If the number plate needs to be changed, please call the staff wearing red armbands. 4. Various services in the dining car compartments need to be purchased using points. Points can be earned through the game. 5. Credit points must be settled on the same day. 6. In group play, those who fall alone shall die. 7. At the end of a single game, those with less than 50 points shall die. 8. Those who have less than 100 points by dawn of the next day shall die. Jiang Li had just finished reading the words when the wrong rules automatically surfaced. The second rule is wrong. A person with a red mole on the earlobe is not dangerous. If Jiang Li hadn't gotten the SS-ranked pass reward Eye of Truth in his last copy, I'm afraid I'll be misled by this rule. This rule is cockamamie. If Jiang Li did not recognize it as a mistake, then Jiang Li would intentionally alienate this person. Just what Creepy wanted. However, if Jiang Li recognized that it was wrong, there would be limitations in trying to find the person, because the rule that says, remember to keep your mouth shut will make other passengers shut up. They don't speak up easily even if they see someone with a red mole in their earlobe. Thus Jiang Li was simply unable to find this person in a short period of time through other people's intelligence. A short rule with a pit on the front and a pit on the back. Jiang Li hooked her lips. The more creepy you try to hide it, the more deliberate it seems instead. A clue to a key player, and it's not just delivered to your door? Jiang Li raised her eyes and faintly swept down Liang Jie on the opposite side. The boy kept his headphones on. Could it be a deliberate attempt to cover something up? As I was thinking this, the staff began prepping for the next round of the game. Good afternoon, 39 survivors. The voice came from over the center section of the wagon. The crowd followed the sound. A staff member, wearing a red armband, was standing in the center, reading the rules. I'm sure you all got your number plates when you entered the compartment. On the back of the number plate, a light-colored Roman numeral is printed. The survivors corresponding to the Roman numerals are your companions for the next round of the game. Jiang Li picked up the number plate on her wrist, flipped it to the back, and glanced at it. The Roman numeral 17 is written on it, which corresponds to the number 17. Xia Xiaoqian flipped to the back and froze for a moment. Sister Jiang, how many numbers am I? I kind of can't read it. Jiang Li glanced at it. 27. That Wang Chang on the opposite side of the room originally somewhat did not want to take care of that skinny-looking male college student, but at the moment he couldn't recognize the Roman numerals and had to keep his head down. Xiao Liang, oh no. Liang Jie little brother, you help me take a look. This is the number several? Wang Chang smiled on his face and held out his number plate, wanting Liang Jie to help him look at it. Liang Jie scanned. 30. Wang Chang thanked him repeatedly. Thank you, brother, being educated is different. Liang Jie had a cold face and didn't pay much attention to him. Wang Chang had nothing to say and stretched his neck in curiosity to ask, by the way little brother, how many are your companions? 32. Liang Jie spared the words. It was supposed to be a simple inquiry, but Jiang Li's face changed when she heard this figure. No. 32. Didn't 32 just die? What about this Liang Jie across the street? Liang Jie does not become the single out of the one. Article 6 of the Dining Car Code. In group play, those who fall alone die. If Liang Jie is really the key figure of the copy, then he died in this part of the process. Isn't Jiang Li finished with it? Just when Jiang Li couldn't decide what to do, Liang Jie's wireless headset, which she wore in her left ear, but it fell to the ground unexpectedly. For a second, Zhang Li got a good look at his earlobe. The red mole is really on him. The headphones fell off, and Liang Jie's expression was visibly flustered for a moment. He hurriedly bent down, went to pick up the headphones, and quickly shoved them into his ears again. The key player is really him. He can't die. Thinking of this, Zhang Li gritted her teeth and stood up with a slap on the table. I want to change my number. Zhang Li's voice shocked everyone present. Not only the passengers of Weird Tales World, but also the experts on the air, were visibly startled. The experts were stony-faced. What is she up to? Could it be that she's found some clue? Presumably, the second description of the red mole would be a key characterization. And that red mole, right on the left earlobe of that 01 boy. So, the keyman situation is dangerous. With 39 people in a team, there's bound to be a lone ranger. Is she going to fill in for the key player? Isn't Zhang Li capable of damage transfer? This time transferring to her sister. Her sister is dead and Zhang Li still has a life? Be that as it may, it's still too risky. It's hard for anyone to tell if something goes wrong. The experts were divided, their hearts sweating for Zhang Li. Zhang Li, she is too impulsive. Even if you have to protect key people, you can't joke with your own life. Now they could only hope that, later, with Zhang Li's death, no failed pass will be issued. Otherwise all the efforts made in so many days will be wasted. Inside the live broadcast room, the staff wearing red armbands quickly came in front of Zhang Li. The staff respectfully said, switching numbers requires 20 points to be consumed. Are you sure? Zhang Li nodded. I'm sure. May I ask what number you would like to change to? The staff member asked. Zhang Li was silent for a second. Just when all the experts thought she was going to die in place of Leon Kit and replace her with no 01 inch, Zhang Li spoke. Number 32. Chapter 44, Enemies, Not Friends. Zhang Li's words just fell. The survivor who was originally going to team up with Zhang Li's 40 was directly shot by the management. Bang dash. The management put away the shotgun, and then handed Zhang Li the 32 number plate. Zhang Li's fingertips were cold as she took the number plate and sat down. The survivor who was disintegrated by the shotgun is still alive. The man shuddered as he rose to his feet. The administrator pulled out his shotgun, stepped forward, and fired 3 rounds into the man's head. Bang 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 bang. It wasn't until the man was completely dead that the managers retrieved their shotguns. There was a sigh of relief from the experts watching the live feed. Luckily, Zhang Li changed to number 32. If Zhang Li had just switched to 01 and left himself behind, then even if she had 9 lives, they wouldn't be enough to kill her like that. Zhang Li unconsciously clenched his fists after sitting back in his seat. Her actions saved one person, but indirectly killed another. But there's no way around it. If this copy break-in fails, and that weird talk descends on China, only more people will die. Xia Xiaochen thought Zhang Li was afraid. She patted Zhang Li's hand. It's fine, Sister Jiang. That person was just unlucky. Zhang Li gently nodded her head. Xia Xiaochen was right. In the post-apocalyptic environment, whether one could survive or not depended on more than just strength. It also depends on luck. For example, this Liang Jie is quite lucky. Just a moment ago, the headset fell off, and just in time for Zhang Li to discover the red mole on his ear. If there hadn't been this accident, Zhang Li definitely wouldn't have stepped forward to care about his death. Opposite Liang Jie, her eyes fell straight onto Zhang Li. His pretty brow arched a bit and he smiled clearly. Thank you. I didn't think you'd save me. The boy's voice sounded casual. Zhang Li looked at him, tugged the corner of his lips extremely lightly, and coldly said, don't think too much about it. You saved my ass last time you told me the compartment number. Liang Jie raised half an eyebrow and laughed lightly. I didn't think much of it. Zhang Li didn't bother to continue to talk, so he faintly retracted his eyes. She always thought the boy was kind of weird. Can't tell you exactly what's weird about it. Please, survivors, exchange seats and sit opposite your fellow survivors. Xia Xiaochen greeted Zhang Li and got up to leave. Wang Chang is also gone. At this dining table, only Zhang Li and Liang Jie were left. After a few minutes of exchanging positions, the survivors found their companions. The carriage also grew quiet. Zhang Li's table, the 2 seats next to him were always empty and no one came over. A group of staff in black vests came forward and handed out 3 decks to each person. 1 for the rules of the game and 2 for the game props. All 3 of these black decks are backclasped to the tabletop, revealing only 3 identical skulls. After handing out the cards, another staff member, another pile of what looked like gold coins was placed on the table immediately afterward. There are 4 stacks of 5, totaling 20 gold coins. Each gold piece says points 10. On this table, that's the equivalent of 200 points. This game is timed for 10 minutes. Please read the contents of the cards carefully. Game. Begin. The manager's voice fell. ringing a silver bell in his hand. The survivors in the room all opened their decks and began to read the rules of the game. Train card game. Name of the game, Point Scramble. Game description, for this game, there are 200 points in the pool. In groups of 2, both sides will need to discuss a points distribution plan. The time limit is 10 minutes. Rules of the game. 1. Both parties may communicate. 2. It is not permitted to kill the opponent during the game. 3. If both players choose to take away, they will each receive 0 points. 4. If both players choose equal share, each player will receive 100 points. 5. One party chooses equal share and the other party chooses take. The player who chooses take gets 200 points, and the player who chooses equalize gets 0 points. John Lee saw these rules of the game and remembered the 7th rule of the food truck code. A single game ends with less than 50 points. Dead. That is, people who get 0 points in this round will die. John Lee glanced at the other 2 cards. One says equal shares followed by the words, all choose equal shares. Win-win cooperation kills no one. The other one says take it away followed by a sentence. Would he really split it with you? You negotiated an equal share and he chose to take it and you're going to get killed by him. Remember, you're enemies, not teammates. Don't take his word for it. Don't ever pick split. Pick take. Either you get it all or we all die together. This game, John Lee didn't need to think about it to know that it was used to stir up people's hearts. They want to use this game to screen out a group of people who are profit-oriented and good at cheating. If you are gullible enough to trust your companions in the game, odds are you will die. And the cheaters in the game will not only survive, they might even get all the points. The whole train process, it seems to lead people in the direction of evil, selfish and cold-blooded. John Lee raised her head and looked at Liang Jie. At this time, Liang Jie also finished reading the rules and looked at John Lee. Both men were silent to each other. Look at each other for a long time. Let's split it equally. Liang Jie was the first to break the deadlock. He pulled out a deck of cards, clasped his back to the tabletop, and pushed it to the center of the table. You also choose equal split. We can both survive. Liang Jie looked straight at John Lee. John Lee didn't say anything. She didn't know whether this Liang Jie was a good person or a bad person. If John Lee listens to him and releases the equal share card now, and here's where Jade Liang tricked her into believing that the card Jade released wasn't a split. Rather, it's take away. And that's a bad situation. John Lee gets 0 points, but Liang Jie gets 200 points. John Lee will be killed because a single game ends with less than 50 points. Liang Jie, however, could accumulate points and build up her strength to gather 100 points before dawn tomorrow. John Lee's eyes flickered twice, the emotions in his eyes obscure. This Liang Jie in front of me, he can be clean and dry, to enter the dining car compartment safely without taking a single scratch. This man is anything but simple. John Lee's index finger gently tapped the desktop one by one. 3 seconds later, John Lee held down the card Liang Jie had placed in the middle of the table and pushed it back. Take it back first. John Lee's tone was serious. I can clearly tell you that I'd go with, take it away. Liang Jie's eyes changed. John Lee continued, don't be in a hurry. If I get 200 points, I promise to split your half by the end of the game. Liang Jie laughed. Why should I trust you? By letting you get all the points. What if you get it and then back out? In the face of Liang Jie's questioning, John Lee just smiled faintly. I said I'd definitely go with, take it away. If you choose to take it, you'll die anyway. If you choose to split and I get all the points and don't give them back to you, you're still gonna die. Since you're doomed to die no matter what you choose, it would be better for you to take a gamble. If you win the bet, I'll keep my promise to share half of it with you, and you'll still have a chance to survive. Liang Jie heard John Lee's logic and couldn't help but laugh out. Ha ha, I'm dead either way. Why am I so passive? Bet? John Lee pulled her lips into a smile and put down a skull card deck to the center of the table. Liang Jie retrieved the original deck, mixed it into her own 3 cards, and shuffled them. Bet. Liang Jie smiled and answered down. He twisted a card, back-clasped it to his face, and pushed it into the center of the table. Chapter 45, Die Together If You Cheat. Have you made your decision? 2 survivors? The staff member next to him came forward. John Lee nodded. Aha. Then I'll open the license on my side. The staff member smiled politely, and with a white-gloved hand, opened the 2 skull decks in the center of the table. Congratulations. Both of you chose equal split. The staff sent congratulations. He split the points on the table into 2 and pushed them in front of John Lee and Liang Jie. Liang Jie's pupils flashed with a momentary surprise. Then, after figuring out Jiang Li's small mind, he couldn't help but raise his lips and smile again. Ha ha, got set up by you. You're a good actor. John Lee pocketed the points. Thank you. Liang Jie collected the points and curiously came a little closer to ask, are you so afraid that I'll cheat you? What if I'm telling the truth about equal shares? Jiang Li raised her eyebrows. Is that so? Who knows? I don't know anyway. Liang Jia pulled the corner of her mouth. You're quite interesting. When you got in the car, tell the person occupying the seat that you're mentally ill and I'll find out. Don't get close. Maybe I really have. Jiang Li was cold. While the two were talking, there was a situation a few tables away next door. A man slapped the table angrily and stood up. Asterisk asterisk. You promised an equal share, you lie to me? What do you mean you take it away? The man on the other side of the room stood up as well. Didn't you take it away as well? Don't you ever lie to me? The two men spat twice at each other, both pulling out kitchen knives and pointing their noses at each other in an attempt to make a move. Rule number 2 of the game. During the game, it is not allowed to kill each other. The staff then rushed forward to dissuade and separate the two. Regrettably, both of you choose to take it away, and this time your points are zeroed out. But please be disciplined. Don't make a racket. The two men cursed and sat down. It was clear to the watching crowd that these two were dead. Xia Xiaoqian withdrew her gaze and put her mind back on her own cards. The man across from Xia Xiaoqian couldn't wait. He impatiently pounded on the table and urged, out of the cards, out of the cards. Didn't we say it was an even split? Half for one. Xia Xiaoqian thought for a while, took out the equal share card in his hand and put it on the table, but her hand never let go. Xia Xiaoqian calmly raised her eyes and looked at the man across from her. Remember the rules? No killing each other until the game is over. The man across the table looked flirty. So what if you remember? Play your cards. The man reached out, going to tug at the card in Xia Xiaoqian's hand. Xia Xiaoqian's face was cold and she didn't let go. If you lie to me, I will kill you after the game is over. Dare to lie to me, then we'll die together. Xia Xiaoqian's eyes were unusually harsh. Indeed, there was killing intent hidden in them. The man across from her had indeed seen Xia Xiaoqian alone, too, with his own eyes. Dragging a machete, he blocked the doorway of the carriage and cut anyone he saw. The woman looks soft, but she's no slouch when it comes to starting a fight. After Xia Xiaoqian finished her last sentence, she took the initiative to let go of her hand. Place the skeleton deck in the center of the table. The man across the room rolled his throat and swallowed. Have you two made your decision? Can we open the cards now? A white-gloved staff member on the sidelines politely came forward to ask questions. The staff member's hand slowly fell on the backs of the two decks. Wait! The man across the room suddenly called a halt. He quickly drew away the original card, replacing it with another skeleton. It was placed in the center of the table. It can be opened now. The man looked sheepishly at Xia Xiaoqian, then signaled the staff. The staff member smiled slightly. Yes sir, opening the cards for you now. When the staff member finished, he gently lifted the two decks with his white-gloved fingers. Congratulations! Both of you chose equal split. Xia Xiaoqian exhaled a sigh of relief when she saw the results on the table. She's holding the points in her hand all the while feeling like this moment isn't real. If she hadn't just threatened the man across from her with death, then she will surely perish in this game. What an evil man. I'm glad I didn't believe him. And the other two people who shared the same table with Xia Xiaoqian and the others, seeing the situation over here, instantly decided to copy the answer. The two men next to him argued, I'll choose equal shares. If you dare to cheat me, I'll chop you to death at the end of the game. Yeah, pick an equal split. If you cheat, I'll drag you with me even if I die. The two men next door opened their cards and also had two evens. All happy. 10 minutes passed quickly. Some people are happy. Some people are sad. Those who got 200 points by underhanded means couldn't be happier. Inside the dining car, the sound of gunshots was repeated. The game came down to 39 survivors, with 18 ultimately remaining. Not even half. Part of it is that two people lie to each other and both choose to take it away and both end up dead. There was another portion, coaxed by their companions to say equal shares. As a result, the other side came out with takeaway and died themselves, while the crooks survived instead. Now all that's left in the train, except for a scattering of people who will look for rule breaks, there's not a single good thing in the rest of them. Staff posted the final status, which was displayed on an electronic digital screen. 6 people, 100 points. 12 people, 200 points. Xia Xiaoqian tucked away her points and returned to Jiang Li's side. Sister Jiang, are you alright? Jiang Li nodded. I'm fine. Wang Chang, who was opposite Xia Xiaoqian, also came back. Phew, everyone is fine. Wang Chang sat down on his butt with a playful gesture. Jiang Li and I split 100 each. How much did you all split? Liang Jia asked both Xia Xiaoqian and Wang Chang. Xia Xiaoqian said cheerfully, 100 same as you guys. Me too. It's all 100. Wang Chang smiled nervously. We're all honky-tonkers at this table. No cheating that way. When Wang Chang said this, Jiang Li noticed that he subconsciously hid his fanny pack behind him. Did he really only get 100? Jiang Li lowered her eyelashes, hiding the suspicion in the bottom of her eyes. All survivors take a short break. The next round of games will open at dawn tomorrow. Folks can listen to music, buy some snacks, and passed the time. The manager stood in the center of the carriage and, after a slight bow, retired. As soon as the managers left, the 18 survivors left in the dining car compartment all looked different. A chill stirred up Jiang Li's spine. It says something like, the game will be open by sunrise tomorrow, but really it says, just a sign that a new game has begun. The rules say that anyone with less than 100 points by dawn tomorrow is dead. And now there are 6 people holding 100 points inside the entire food truck. There are 12 people who hold 200 points. All the points on the bright side only add up to 300 in total. That would mean that only 3 people, at most, could be in a situation where one person, with 100 points, could survive until dawn tomorrow. So what happens during sleep at night is something we all actually know by heart. Life to tell the tale won't be that easy. Chapter 46, It's not against the rules to be mad. Jiang Li was being distracted. I didn't realize that all of a sudden, the train moved. Fellow passengers, the train's operating platform has been repaired and is now ready for normal travel. However, wildlife may still remain on board in places other than dining car compartments. For your safety, please do not attempt to open the carriage doors. Thank you for your cooperation. The female announcer's voice came over the radio. Jiang Li remembered that she had to send this key person off safely and asked, Liang Jie, which stop do you get off at? Liang Jie was propping up her chin and looking out the window. Hearing Jiang Li's inquiry, he turned his head with a smile, his pupils crystal clear. You guess. I'll tell you if I guess, Liang Jie said. Hearing Liang Jie's reply, Jiang Li's head was filled with black lines. Does she seem like a jokester? Xia Xiaoqian relieved herself on the side. He got off at Qingcheng just like me. I heard it earlier when the steward checked the tickets. Being revealed the destination, Liang Jie casually said no fun. With that, he turned his head again, looking in the direction of the window. How far is castle from the terminal? What time was the original plan to arrive? Jiang Li asked Xia Xiaoqian. Xia Xiaoqian answered honestly. It's not far from the terminal, which is the penultimate station. The ticket says it arrives at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Jiang Li responded with a thought in his mind. In other words, Jiang Li needed to ensure that Liang Jie, the key person, survived until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. The terminal at Toonrage will be at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. So, after dropping off Liang Kit, she's got an hour to find that kid. Alone, confront him face to face. It's best to kill the children and eliminate the source of contamination. But if Jiang Li can't find the kid, she survived safely by herself to get off at the terminal cemetery ridge and was also able to clear the customs without any problems. Only, the pass rating won't be that high. While he was musing, a small child's voice came over the radio. The kid sang a lilting nursery rhyme. Another, mud doll. Is this what managers call listening to music? Ride rule number 5. Whenever there are children singing nursery rhymes, look down immediately and cover your ears. Jiang Li hurriedly lowered her head and covered her ears. When Xia Xiaoqiang saw Jiang Li like this, she followed suit. But this time, the little kid's resentment seemed especially heavy. It was as if they were taking it out on the remaining group of miscreants inside the dining car compartment. The sound was getting louder and couldn't be muffled. Jiang Li had felt his ears changing. Nasty bumps kept popping up on the palms of my hands as well. At this rate, the whole bus will be contaminated. Not just her. It's a struggle to finish today, let alone tomorrow. The sound of sharpening knives kept coming from the kitchen of the dining car compartment. After grinding for so long, are they waiting for them to be completely tainted for good slaughter? Jiang Li's eyes were cold as she looked at Xia Xiaoqian. Is the machete still there? Lend it to me. Xia Xiaoqian handed out a meter-long machete. Sister, what are you doing? Under the puzzled gazes of the other 3 people at the table, Jiang Li grimaced and dragged up the machete. Walk over to the radio at the door of the compartment. Raise your knife and give it a chop. A few bangs and the sound of a nursery rhyme on the radio came to a screeching halt. Jiang Li's action surprised all the survivors. Some people are looking confused. This little girl, she didn't love the music. She gave it a straight radio smash. The surrounding staff also stopped what they were doing and looked in Jiang Li's direction. Xia Xiaoqian was scared enough. She hurriedly ran over to pull Jiang Li. She pressed her voice. Sis, are you crazy? You're smashing people up and aren't you afraid they'll kill you? Jiang Li raised her eyelids and swept a glance at the staff watching the theater. They won't. The way survivors die is all written in the rules. I didn't break the rules by smashing the radio, Jiang Li explained. As expected, those staff members just looked at Jiang Li for a few moments. With that, he buried himself in the task at hand again. They, too, are nothing more than NPCs. It is their job to deal with people who break the rules. But if there is no rule violation and you are simply mad, it is not their responsibility. Jiang Li walked back with his knife. The sharpening of knives in the kitchen had stopped now. Was it because there were no fresh ingredients left? Jiang Li sneered. Jiang Li returned to his seat and took out 2 cups of honey water. giving one to Xia Xiaoqian and one to himself, because both she and Xia Xiaoqian are kinda polluted. But the one sitting opposite her, Liang Jie, was not affected in the slightest. Liang Jie didn't react too much when she saw Zhang Li's move to smash the radio, just looking back at Zhang Li, his clear eyes curved, revealing a few neat white teeth. Don't like the music on the radio? I have songs in my headphones, pick one you like. Liang Jie's white fingers removed the wireless headset in her right ear and handed it to Zhang Li. Zhang Li didn't reach out to pick it up. No need. Liang Jie smiled at Zhang Li and retrieved the headphones, stuffing them back into her ears. For the next few hours, it was still dark and sort of peaceful. By the time dinner mealtime rolls around, Wang Chang took the points and went to exchange them for a pork feet rice. But Zhang Li and Xia Xiaoqian didn't eat anything, because the food in Xia Xiaoqian's bag had bottomed out as early as noon. Xia Xiaoqian rummaged around for half a day and found the only chicken ham sausage from the compartment of her school bag. She handed it to Zhang Li. Sister, you eat, I'm not very hungry yet. Zhang Li's and Xia Xiaoqian's stomachs growled at the same time. Eventually Zhang Li thought for a moment and broke the ham sausage in half and ate half of it each. Wang Chang on the opposite side couldn't help but laugh when he saw how frugal they were. You guys have so many points in your hands, just go to the dining table and buy one. You don't have enough to eat, not without strength. Wang Chang spoke and stuffed another mouthful of pig's feet into his mouth. Zhang Li saw that Wang Chang had grown too fluffy, pointed ears, and the nose has sharpened, much like the fox. Xia Xiaoqian picked up on the side. What do you need so much strength for when you're sleeping at night? Wang Chang froze for half a second, then hemmed and hawed. Oh yeah. All asleep. I was trying to say, not eating hungry. Wang Chang, those flowery thoughts, Zhang Li all see in the eyes. Wang Chang was now full of food and drink and was obviously planning for the night. And maybe, hit on them. This Wang Chang has to be defended. Zhang Li's thoughts were interrupted by the 2 portions of bread in front of him. I don't like bread, and my family is forcing it on me. Do you eat it? Think of it as helping me out of a jam? Liang Jie smiled out of the corner of her eye with a warm and friendly look. He pushed 2 portions of refined wheat bread in front of Zhang Li and Xia Xiaoqian. Xia Xiaoqian glanced at Zhang Li and didn't pick it up. What? Afraid I'll poison you guys? Liang Jie laughed lightly. It was still convenient to poison them, and it was just the right time to take away Zhang Li's and Xia Xiaoqian's points. When Liang Jie saw Zhang Li's skeptical eyes, her heart gave an uneasy beat. On second thought, he fished a disposable glove out of his bag, put it on and, with that, he ripped open the bag of bread, pulled off a small piece, and stuffed it into his mouth. It's so hard to eat. Liang Jie threw out a mask of pain. Seriously, you guys eat it. Consider it a favor. Liang Jie had a picky look on her face. Zhang Li saw that Liang Jie had eaten all by herself, so she stopped squirming. Thanks a lot. Zhang Li picked up the bread and directly stuffed it into her mouth with a big gulp. It would be really stupid to refuse at a time like this. Right now, inside the entire carriage, other than the 2 females, Zhang Li and Xia Xiaoqian, the others were all men. They're going to kill, and they're definitely going to start with the weak-looking females first. So tonight, there's a tough fight to be had. Chapter 47, The Bloody Night. The sky is sinking. The lights in the train had come on, one by one. The closer we get to the night time, the more stupid those people get. Many people's eyes glanced in the direction of Zhang Li and Xia Xiaoqian from time to time. Sister Jiang, why do I feel that those people are always looking at us? Xia Xiaoqian blocked her face and complained sideways to Zhang Li. She guessed the cause, and now that she deliberately asked this question, she wanted to see what Zhang Li meant. There is no solution. Zhang Li observed these people without moving. People are the chopping board. I am the fish. Zhang Li took in the movements of these people. 1 hour left and it's 9 p.m. Once 9 o'clock rolls around and the lights go out on the train, this nighttime killing game has just begun. Zhang Li closed her eyes as she kept her index finger tapping on the tabletop with one beat. She had to think of a way to survive the night unscathed. Otherwise it gets dark and the lights go out. All too late. After 10 seconds or so, Zhang Li opened that spare machine, wrote down 2 sentences, and handed it to Xia Xiaoqian. Got a red pen? Zhang Li wrote. Xia Xiaoqian froze for a moment, raised her eyes to Zhang Li, and nodded. Zhang Li reached out her hand under the table, signaling Xia Xiaoqian to quietly give it to her. Xia Xiaoqian unzipped her school bag, and while neither of the 2 people across from her noticed it, sneaking the red pen into Zhang Li's hand, Zhang Li took the red pen and softly opened the cap, bending his entire body under the table. Before getting up, Zhang Li patted Xia Xiaoqian, ruffled his ears and, with the red pen, he pointed to the spot where his earlobe was. There had been nothing there, but now there was clearly a small red mole. Xia Xiaoqian withdrew the red pen and secretly made an okay gesture. After waiting quietly for another 2 seconds, Zhang Li exhaled and got up. As soon as Zhang Li got up, Xia Xiaoqian looked like she had discovered something terrible. She pointed at Jiang Li's ear and exclaimed, "Sister, how come there are, on your earlobes? Shoo, don't say it." Halfway through Xia Xiaoqian's sentence, Jiang Li immediately covered her mouth. Jiang Li's appearance of being a thief aroused the curiosity of the bystanders even more. Article 2 of the Dining Car Code. Beware of a person with a red mole in the earlobe. This person is quite dangerous. Once found, please stay away. Dining car compartments aren't very big to begin with. Inside the quiet carriage, Xia Xiaoqian's voice clearly startled the crowd. The survivors, now, all changed their faces individually. What is she trying to say? A red mole on your earlobe? It's hard to believe that there's really such a coincidence. A red mole on the ear in favor of this woman? The thing that was going to do it to her that night. Those survivors, for a while, had some drums in their hearts. After all, we've all been through so much hardship these days, and it's been hard to survive this part of the day. No one wants to lose their life on such a trivial matter. That Wang Chang on the opposite side, his eyes were wide open. He couldn't stop his eyes from poking around Jiang Li's earlobe, wanting to confirm the truth. Jiang Li noticed Wang Chang's sight and her face quickly turned red. She hurriedly reached out with her fingers and lifted down a few locks of hair to cover the tops of her earlobes. Even though Jiang Li's movements had been very swift, but still accidentally by Wang Chang to see a square. After Wang Chang confirmed that this was true, he immediately pulled a long face, carried a kitchen knife, and turned around. Bad luck. Wang Chang cursed as he walked away and found an empty table that was far apart and sat down. The other survivors, originally, were only 3 or 4% convinced. As a result, now that he saw this kind of reaction from Wang Chang, he instantly believed 8 or 9 points. It's over. Is right. The red mole is on that woman. It seems that tonight, it's not possible to move her. As soon as Wang Chang left, the corners of Liang Jie's mouth rose wildly. The curve of those lips could hardly be pressed. Aren't you afraid of my sister? Xia Xiaoqian lifted her chin and questioned Liang Jie. Liang Jie shook her head. She's your sister and my sister. Why should I be afraid of my sister? That's a great way to say. Is a real hugger. Liang Jie's remark was ostensibly in response to Xia Xiaoqian, and in reality, it was meant for the group of survivors in the car. He was telling them that his relationship with this dangerous man was quite extraordinary. If something happens to him, this dangerous man won't just sit back and do nothing. With all the fuss about this just now, the people who were coveting the points of the three of them, all of them secretly backed off. After all, we are all people who value their lives. There is no need to jump into the fire. And for Jiang Li, it was not enough that the matter was resolved. Jiang Li walked to the dining table on one side, to pay back the 30 points she owed. One side pondered the words in the rules. Article 8 of the Dining Car Code. Anyone with less than 100 points by dawn the next day will die. Now Jiang Li was just discouraging the others from coming to kill her. But the points, she hadn't gotten enough together. She was now with Xia Xiaoqian and Liang Jie, and the three of them only added up to 270 points. It's not that easy to save up 100 points. The time quickly came to 9 o'clock in the evening. The lights in the dining car compartment went out with a pop. Jiang Li turned on the flashlight of the spare machine and placed it on the table to illuminate it. Other than Jiang Li's table, the rest of the carriage was plunged into darkness. There was a slow rustle of movement from the survivors who were moving in the shadows. Points on the books. 300 total. Minus the 3 Jiang Li's inability to move. And minus some of those survivors spending their meals. There are only a little over 200 points left. That is, there are only 2 people who will live to see tomorrow's sun. Jiang Li, the 3 of them, sat around this dining table on the far side. Both of the 3 children secretly gripped the chopper, and neither of them dared to sleep. Getting through the night alive was a common thought. That end of the wagon was creepily dark. Distinguishing them carefully, one could vaguely see some silhouettes gathering. Under the black light, motionless as a knife-cut meat sound. Pain, screaming and cursing. Among them, Wang Chang cursed the most fiercely and cut the most sharply. It could be judged by the voice that this Wang Chang had suffered some injuries, but seemed to have survived in the end. Jiang Li and the 3 of them had been holding on strongly and had stayed up all night. Early the next morning, about 6:20, the sky turned fish-belly white. Light shines through the car windows and into the interior. The entire inside of the carriage was drenched in blood and miserable. The staff also came out of the shadows. They grabbed the black garbage bags, and it was like they'd expected it all along. The gods were numb as they gathered up these broken limbs and arms. On the other side of the wagon, Wang Chang stood in the middle of the pile of corpses covered in blood. He was blinded in one eye and half his arm was broken. A long slash mark remains on the left half of his face. Wang Chang calmly took out the deodorant spray and sprayed himself twice. With that, I threw the bottle away. He looked at Jiang Li's 3 from afar and started laughing with a crazy expression. Although he hadn't been able to kill Jiang Li's 3, Jiang Li and the others couldn't escape either. Jiang Li, these 3 people, would die at the hands of those staff members, because Jiang Li and the others, It was impossible for them to gather 100 points before dawn. All the points were now in Wang Chang's hands. Only Wang Chang is the final winner. Thinking of this, Wang Chang laughed more and more maniacally. Having killed everyone, he looks to have gone a little psycho and gone off the deep end. This copy, according to the little boy's vision, was intended to elect one of the most evil, the closest thing to a demon. And Wang Chang is that kind of person. He's killed his family and betrayed his fellow man to stay alive, cutting down opponents to the bone. He was the one the little boy needed. Not much longer. The management, wearing red armbands, pushed their way out from inside the kitchen. He took the book, pushed aside the old ladies in his way, and walked one by one to these 4 men who had survived. Start doing the pre-dawn points tally. It's been 10 minutes since the liquidation. The manager stood in the middle of the cleaned-up wagon, pushed down his glasses, and began to announce the answers. Survivors number 32, number 39, and number 01, 100 points each. Survivor number 13, 2,460 points. Zhang Li's trio breathed a sigh of relief, but Wang Chang's face changed. How is this possible? Chapter 48, Immortality. No, this can't be. They're lying. They're lying. Wang Chang had barely survived after killing so many people, scrapping an eyeball and half an arm. Why did Zhang Li and the others do nothing? Yet they could still gather enough points and be at peace with each other. Wang Chang's questioning did not fall on the manager's ears in the slightest. Everyone's points were counted by him personally and there was no way they could be wrong. Only the manager still glared at the old woman as they walked away. The old woman shrunk her neck and ducked behind Zhang Li. How can you guys have 100 points? How can you have 100 points? Wang Chang on the opposite side had a bit of a mental breakdown. He desperately hacked and slammed the tabletop with his kitchen knife. Just couldn't figure out how things had gotten to this point. He was okay with everyone cutting up, getting hurt, and living on the sidelines together. But he can't accept that he's giving blood, abandoning goodness, dehumanizing. In the end it's getting the same result as an opponent who did nothing. Zhang Li took a half step forward, a bank card in his fingers. That's from Xia Xiaoqian. There's money in it. Buy it. Zhang Li's 4 short words solved Wang Chang's doubts. You can buy anything if you have the money. These were the words that the old lady said before she entered the dining car. The old lady loved money and she must have hinted at it to every passenger. Only, some people didn't take these words to heart. Like Wang Chang. Wang Chang has been led by the rules. So much so, that it ended up doing something so crazy and horrible. It's amazing how many people were killed for those plastic integral discs. But, ha ha. Inside the remaining eyeball of Wang Chang, propped up with red blood. It's mentally unstable right now. I killed so many people for points. You tell me this can be bought. Article 4 of the Dining Car Code. Points can be earned through games. The word may in the rule is interesting. It provides a way to get points. But then it doesn't exactly tell you what other ways there are. Looting, killing, and gaining points can be recognized. The points gained from that purchase naturally count. Especially with the old lady. You can buy anything you want. Just like Xia Xiaoqian before. The machete in her hand that was more than a meter long was bought this way. Guys, the voice of the staff member over at the dining room counter broke the standoff on this side of the table. Fellow survivors, for only 500 points, you can redeem eternal life. Does anyone need to redeem it, please? The staffer, wearing a black vest, politely voiced his inquiry. Switch, I'll switch. Wang Chang carried a kitchen knife and walked over with great strides to the dining table. The staff collected the credits and quickly took care of his business. Do you 3 need to be processed? The staff smiled and looked Zhang Li's way. Xia Xiaoqian was a bit moved. Her eyes inquired Zhang Li, but she was stopped by Zhang Li. There's no such thing as pie in the sky in the world of weird stories. I'm afraid that this matter is not as simple as it seems. Is it valid in other copies? Zhang Li asked after thinking for a moment. The staff member glanced at Zhang Li and smiled. It only takes effect in the current copy. Zhang Li deliberated for 2 seconds. No change. The staff continues to be seductive. In addition to this, we have safe house. 1,500 points can be redeemed. Inside the safe house, there is only one person living there, and it is absolutely safe. The more the staff pushed, the more Zhang Li felt something was wrong. This staffer's pitch was urgent, but to have them, the survivors, with so many seemingly impeccable, what exactly is in it for creepy? It simply doesn't make sense. Zhang Li didn't agree, but Wang Chang was especially positive. Wang Chang poured out all the points in his pocket. His tone was very eager. Change it for me. The staff member smiled and held out his arms, taking the pile of points into his arms. With that, he clapped his hands, and 4 men carrying the house immediately appeared behind that wooden door in the kitchen. They say it's a house, but it's really more like a steel cage. The steel cage looked sturdy, with a door left open on one side and a lock or smart voice control. The iron door was open, and Wang Chang's condition was crazy and he went straight in. After going in, Wang Chang became a complete winner, because John Lee, the three of them, only have 100 points each, can't even buy this safe house. Only he can easily come up with 1,500 points and take it down without any effort. Wang Chang's eyes were smug and provocative, because this thing meant that every step he had fought for last night had been worth it. However, John Lee just lightly swept a glance at Wang Chang and moved her gaze away. John Lee's line of sight kept falling on the password of that smart door lock. Seeing the words on it, John Lee's expression was a bit odd, but ultimately nothing more was said. Soon, Wang Chang was put into a cage and pulled out with the cage. After getting this done, at some point, all the staff in the dining car compartment disappeared in unison. In the entire carriage, only John Lee and the three of them were left behind. John Lee and the others had waited for a long time and were almost at the Qingqing station, but nothing else had happened. Sister, we're about to arrive at the station. Xia Xiaoqian looked at the time. It was almost 9 o'clock. She stood up and said goodbye to John Lee. It's up to you alone for the rest of the last stretch. After saying this, Xia Xiaoqian reached into her pocket and took out a piece lock, put it in John Lee's hand. John Lee was slightly surprised to see the small gold lock. This is what you gave that old lady, Xia Xiaoqian explained. I think this is something unusual at first glance, and it must mean a lot to you. So after I bought the points this morning, I spent a little more to redeem them for you. Xia Xiaoqian's move was indeed something John Lee hadn't expected. John Lee thought they were just using each other. I didn't expect Xia Xiaoqian to think so much extra for her. Tears glistened in the corners of Xia Xiaoqian's eyes as she went forward and hugged John Lee. Liang Jie looked at the interaction between the two, took out his cell phone, took a picture. When the picture was taken, his black book bag fell from his seat to the floor. Liang Jie went to pick up her school bag, and the headphones in her left ear were touched off again. He bent down to pick up the headphones, but John Lee's pupils, however, dilated violently. Wait! John Lee pushed Xia Xiaoqian away and walked to Liang Jie's face, staring at his exposed left earlobe. Don't you have a red mole on your left ear? How do you? John Lee frowned and looked at him suspiciously. Liang Jie had a little heartburn, but he was already getting off the bus, so there was no point in continuing to hide it. Liang Jie scratched her head in embarrassment. Actually, that mole is fake. As Liang Jie said that, she took out a card pin and waved it in front of John Lee. At that time, I was the only one left alone, and I was sure to die according to the rules. I thought, you certainly wouldn't have saved me if you hadn't pretended to have a red mole of your own. Liang Jie smiled and touched the back of her head. Her eyebrows arched to reveal bright white teeth. Although that face was sunny and cheerful and innocent, the words were quite a punch in the gut. John Lee's fists hardened. No wonder it was so coincidental that it happened to be the second before the end of the grouping, allowing John Lee to see the red mole. John Lee had found the root of that strange feeling in his heart all along. How did you know I would save someone with a red mole? John Lee raised her eyes and asked him. Liang Jie responded. I'm sitting across from you. You've been staring at the second rule for so long, so I guess someone with a red mole must be especially important to you. Like you said, if you're going to die anyway, why don't you take a gamble? If you lose, it's a big deal, but win the bet and maybe you'll survive. Hearing this, Xia Xiaoqian, who was next to him, came over with a slap on the head. Good, so that's how it is. I'd been hiding it from Sister Jiang, not daring to say that I have a red mole on my ear. I'm afraid that Sister Jiang will abandon me halfway. As Xia Xiaoqian said that, she lifted her long hair out of the way, revealing the red mole on her earlobe. John Lee looked at the two people on the left and right, holding her forehead, feeling like she was going crazy. Be well, sister, and you have a heart-to-heart. You play with your sister's brain. No wonder you two survived to the end. John Lee was so angry that she glared at these two. It almost spoiled things for both of them. These two, looking quite silly, have a lot of heart. John Lee is in the copy, fighting to the death to play the rules, fighting shenanigans, and guessing people's hearts. These two goods are good, the only that little means, all used in John Lee body. Chapter 49, The Real Hell. It wasn't long after the three of them chatted that the train slowly pulled into the castle station. Ride rule number 1. This train is traveling from Wheat City to Cemetery Ridge. It will not stop at any station on the way. If necessary, please open the window and jump out of the car. Sister Jiang, keep that spare as a souvenir. Xia Xiaoqian and Liang Jie walked to the window, then turned back and waved at Zhang Li. Zhang Li nodded and responded without refusing. Thanks. Xia Xiaoqian smiled graciously, then followed Liang Jie and, with difficulty, he opened the window of the dining car compartment that was locked shut. The two of them held their book bags as a cushion. It was only when the train slowed down enough for them to find it acceptable that the two men, one after the other, jumped from the window. Now the two of them are gone. Above the entire train, John Lee could no longer see a single living person. It felt just like when she first boarded this train. At that time, it was a state where everyone was alive, but invisible in Jiang Li's eyes. And now, it's everyone who's dead. Above the tracks, the train is still running clunk, 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 but inside the whole train, except Jiang Li, all corpses. Jiang Li took Red Baby and traveled the entire train to scavenge for supplies. This scavenging was mainly to stock up on food for the Red Babies. Jiang Li turned the bloody train over. Wherever they could get in, all of them went and hoarded to a large number of hearts. There was only one place she didn't go in. It's the secret door in the dining car compartment, in the middle of the kitchen. Jiang Li stared at the dark door for a long time as he entered the kitchen. It's made of metal with rust all over the skin. Obviously there was a scalloped open door mark on the floor, but the handle of the door that favored the dust looks thick. It's rather like using it a lot but trying to disguise it as if it hasn't been used in a long time. Jiang Li withdrew his sight and did not go in to look deeper. If you can get through without any problems, then it's best not to ask for trouble. Jiang Li finished running the train inside and out. Finally, it was back to the relatively tidy dining car compartment to sit at the table and close my eyes. It wasn't until a small, cold hand touched her fingertips that Jiang Li opened her eyes. A bloody, skinless face came up close to Jiang Li's face. Ha! The little boy grimaced mischievously and held out two small paws in a threatening gesture. Jiang Li swept a glance at him, her expression without the slightest ripple. Coming, seeing Jiang Li's reaction so flat, the little boy felt very spoiled for a moment. The skin on his face grew back. With that, he hung his head and crawled to the seat opposite Jiang Li and sat down deflated. You guessed I was coming for you? The little boy asked with wide eyes. Jiang Li nodded. Yesterday managers said there would be a new round of games after dawn. As it turns out, everyone's gone now, so it won't be just the two of us playing the game. So, you're not afraid of me? The little boy bared his teeth. I'm a bad boy. Jiang Li stared at the little boy for a few seconds and faintly said, I'm not a good person either. Say, last game. What's the game? Jiang Li asked him. Guess the dingus shell. The little boy made a wicked grin. Jiang Li thought for a second and said, it's fine, but I have a request. What's the request? Bet on life. Jiang Li laughed. The little boy agreed readily. He sat in his seat, wiggling his little feet, and handed out 3 skull decks to Jiang Li. The breakdown is rock, paper, scissors, cloth. The little boy's hand left 3 as well. I'm telling you, oh big sister, I'm out of scissors. The little boy drew a card and the back clasps to the tabletop. Jiang Li glanced at him and raised her lips. Really? Then I'll have to put out a stone. Jiang Li's index finger quickly tapped the desktop twice. By the logic of this little boy arranging the train game, the evil ones survived to the end. So in this game, the little boy is bound to lie. The card the boy is playing now must be Boo. If Jiang Li believes in his scissors nonsense, then Jiang Li will certainly die. So in this game, all she has to do is go the other way and play scissors. It would have been an easy win for the game. And it was also able to successfully exterminate the little boy and eliminate the source of contamination. Jiang Li's fingertips gently twisted the scissors and pulled it out of the 3 cards. And just at the moment Jiang Li was about to put down her deck, the spare on her desk, it shook violently. Inside the phone, a text message popped up. Jiang Li's pupil shrunk when she saw that text. Her fingers, squeezing the deck, tightened abruptly. How come? How come? If this text is true, then wasn't she wrong to begin with? Jiang Li's heartbeat instantly panicked to the extreme. She raised her eyelids and gave the boy a complicated look. In a flash, all the details all flashed through my mind. The migrant workers who gave up their seats, the missing doctors and nurses, the hidden door in the kitchen, the password for the smart door lock, and the eternal Wang Chang, all in tandem. Jiang Li retrieved the previous deck and quickly replaced it with a new one, placing it on the table with its back clasped. Her fingertips trembled slightly, and the hand holding down the deck never let go. Jiang Li's chest began to become a little heavy. Well, the little boy smiled simply. His cold little fingers peeled away Jiang Li's hand that was holding down the card. Jiang Li's eyelashes fluttered. Outside the window, there was the sound of a train coming off the tracks. It's almost too late. She had no other way. Okay. Jiang Li let go. The little boy reached out his little hand and turned over 2 cards. He didn't lie. He really did put out scissors. And Jiang Li came out with stone. Wow. Big sister. You won, yeah, it's awesome. Jiang Li tugged at the corner of her lips, but she couldn't be happy. Here it is again. The last time I played a game with a little boy, it was the same thing, and the person who won wasn't much happier. Beyond the car window, the blue sky suddenly tilted. The whole train started to fall with a bang. Jiang Li's body lost weight uncontrollably. The derailed train, on the bridge across the sea, is pulling one section after the other, plummeting down to destruction. The other 2 cards in the little boy's hand also fell in front of Jiang Li. He's got scissors on all 3. Jiang Li was in a heavy mood. Suddenly, before her eyes, there was a flash of blood red. It was the little boy who kept the bet and killed himself. The little boy's kind of satisfied smile after realizing his wish was the last thing Jiangli looked at him. In that glance, the little boy smiled. Thanks for believing me, I'm really not a bad kid. Then, Jiangli fell into the void and detached himself from the copy. She survived? The current Jiangli sat in a daze in the void. In her hand, she still held the little boy's peace lock. Her thoughts, however, stayed above that text message for a long time. Congratulations to the chosen one, who has successfully eliminated the source of contamination. Your clearance level is SS, and you are now issued a clearance reward. This ghost train copy, Jiangli had always thought, was the little boy proving it to his mother. Only the evil ones survive to the end. Kindness is useless, but until the last moment, Jiangli realized that she was very wrong. Ostensibly, with each round of rules, the good die and the selfish live. But in reality, the people who end up surviving on their selfishness actually get to the end of the train, and it is only then that the final judgment, the endless torture, will come. The train will not end at Cemetery Ridge but at the sea. The track for train Z114, which will come off the Qinghai Cross Harbor Bridge. This was also the reason why Jiangli felt weightless falling at that time. And Wang Chang, who killed his relatives, betrayed his companions and killed all the passers-by. It is the so-called winner of the train game, and represents the ultimate evil. He will be about to be in an iron cage, with the train sinking to the bottom of the sea, and the immortality skill he's earned will stay with him. Let him keep drowning, reborn, drowning again, reborn again in the depths, eternal and endless torture. This is the real hell. And those who had been tricked into going to the dining car compartment early on, and whom Jiangli thought had been ripped off, in reality, it was sent through that secret door in the kitchen to the country of China 20 years later. The text message that Xia Shoucheng sent to Jiangli was telling her that after she got off the bus, appeared in a tunnel. There's that migrant worker inside the tunnel. There's so many doctors and nurses. There's young adults who have seen the light of day. Then there's the group that doesn't want to kill their families, and so on. In the midst of this copy, the good live, the indifferent die, and the evil fall into hell. Jiangli had always thought that the little boy was vicious, thinking that little boys are hurting the good and preserving the selfish, promote self-serving values. But it was not until the end that she realized that the little boy was in his own way. To complain about the injustice of the death of the mom, he's using his own tactics to punish those he considers bad people. At the end of the copy, Wang Chang will have his eyes open forever. See yourself drowning again and again at the bottom of the deep sea, desperate and unresolved. Wang Chang he can escape. All he had to do was to call out the voice code of the smart lock, the word sorry. Then they will be able to escape from the iron cage. But when Wang Chang, who was surrounded by seawater, opened his mouth, it was a new round of drowning. The cycle goes on forever. Even if he wanted to open his mouth to atone for his sins, he would never get that chance. Chapter 50 Dai Chunli comes to the door. Congratulations to the chosen one, Jiangli, for successfully eliminating the source of pollution. Your clearance level is SS, and you are now issued a clearance reward. Inside China, all weird talk is cleared for 3 days. Chosen one Jiangli's stamina is increased by 100%, and he gains an additional chance to rest. Jiangli opened her eyes again and returned to the Jinshan Mental Hospital where she was originally located. She was lying on the bed, wearing a psychiatric suit, and on the bedside table next to her, there was still Dai Chunli and Jiang Lianlian when they came to see her last time. The sour, disgusting slop that was specially brought for her. Maggots were writhing inside, and one look was enough to make one's stomach turn. Jiangli sat up and scanned around the room. Finally her eyes fell on the cell phone next to her pillow. It was a tweet from Jay Li. He told Jiangli that Jiang Lianlian had been away from home for many days and was now injured. Been in the hospital. Jiangli skimmed and turned off her cell phone. She calmly got out of bed, put on her slippers, and went to the window, glancing down at the view. In recent months there has been a bizarre resurgence, with the skies of China permanently gray-tinted red. It's been a long time since I've seen a sky this blue today. Just as Jiangli was lost in thought, a familiar angry shout came from behind him. Asterisk asterisk. Finally I've waited for you. A woman, blind in her left eye, stood snarling in the doorway. From the woman's messy features, one could tell that this person was Jiangli's stepmother, Dai Chunli. Dai Chunli was carrying a black cat in her hand. She violently smashed the black cat against Jiangli's side of the wall in front of him. Meow. Meow. The black cat crashed into the white wall and let out a mournful scream. It convulsed its body a few times and wailed twice before making no more noise. This black cat that was dropped dead was raised by Jiangli. Jiangli looked down at the cat. The kitten's eyes, long ago, were poked out. Those 4 legs, front and back, looked like they had been hammered with an iron hammer and were full of mush. You can imagine how the black cat was tortured before he died. Jiang Li stared at the black cat for 2 seconds before raising her eyes again, and her eyes had already become stern. You think killing a cat will piss me off? Ha, you're overthinking it. Jiang Li's tone was one of lightness. Still pretending. Little, isn't this dead cat your favorite? Ha ha. You like it? Then I will torture it and kill it. Dai Chunli's eyes were fierce. She didn't believe that Jiang Li didn't feel bad when this black cat died. Just steal the tears. A hint of gloom flashed in Jiang Li's eyes. She clasped her arms up and snickered at Chunli Tai. TSK, TSK. Jiang Li shook her head. You don't really think that is this black cat still the original black cat? Haven't you realized that your daughter, Jiang Lian, has been missing for a long time? Dai Chunli seemed to associate something with Jiang Li's words. Her face changed abruptly. You mean? Dai Chunli looked at the one whose eyes she had gouged out and the black cat with smashed limbs froze for a moment. That black cat, is it the contaminated Jiang Lian? No way. You're lying to me. Lian could never be it. Definitely not. Although Dai Chunli didn't believe it on her lips, the tears in her eyes were clearly on the verge of overflowing. Jiang Li went on to add more fuel to the fire. A weird invasion. What's impossible? Jiang Lian can't be contacted for so many days. What do you think it's because of? It's not because it's turned into a cat and can't speak. Dai Chunli, didn't you notice that the black cat's plea for mercy sounded a lot like it was calling out for your mom? Ah! Dai Chunli howled in pain. She remembered the torture she had used on the black cat earlier and dropped to the floor with weak legs. Lian. Oh, my Lian. It's mommy who harmed you. Mommy deserves to die. Ah, my daughter. Dai Chunli covered her tear-stained face. Her heart's defenses collapsed, and she bawled in despair. She crawled on her hands and knees to the black cat's body and carefully cupped the rotting pile of flesh and a shudder of pain ran through his body. Jiang Li moved a few steps sideways to avoid that crazy woman. She went to the nightstand and took down a key, then quickly exited the room and locked the door. Before leaving, he thoughtfully replaced the sign on the door with "Do Not Disturb." For the next 24 hours, the nurses won't care about the people on the ward. The nurse will put the meal at the door. Only, Dai Chunli, who couldn't get out, couldn't fetch any food at all. If you're hungry, then just eat the maggot-infested slop on the nightstand. She had prepared it herself anyway, so it wasn't a waste of the painstaking effort she had put into it. Jiang Li turned around and left the hospital room. She had just arrived outside the building when she saw a couple of small black cars pulling in front of the hospital. Minivan after minivan parked in front of Jiang Li in a high-profile manner. The car door pushed open and many men came out inside, all wearing dark sunglasses and black suits. Ms. Jiang, we are from the intelligence department. We were sent here from above to keep you safe 24/7. The man in the lead recognized Jiang Li's looks as soon as he stepped out of the car. He humbly walked up to Jiang Li and politely spoke out to explain. Jiang Li swept a glance at him and nodded lightly. Could be. I'd like to go back to my house just so you guys can drive me there. Okay, Ms. Jiang, the man hurriedly responded, then walked over nimbly, opened the car door, and escorted Jiang Li to the car. 20 minutes later, several minivans pulled up in great numbers at the front door of an old neighborhood. Jiang Li got out of the car and went straight to the small broken building. As soon as she opened the door to her house, she smelled the stench that hit her. Chapter 51, Escape from the Asylum, New Copy. Having experienced the world of weird tales, this smell of rotting flesh was familiar to Jiang Li. Jiang Li's first thought was that something had happened to her father. She followed the scent and darted up the stairs, running into the study on the second floor. The door to the room pushed open, and Dad Jiang Weisan looked pale and frozen on a ragged quilt on the floor. His eyes were lifeless and his face was so thin that it was a layer of skin and bone. Hearing someone come in, Jiang Weisan rolled his eyes hard and looked towards the door. Dad! Jiang Li quickly stepped forward and picked up a thick garment on the back of the chair, covering Jiang Weisan's contaminated, mutated and rotted calf. Jiang Weisan's eyes blinked, still not reacting. This feels like a dying mannequin. Jiang Li helped him sit up and poured him a glass of water. Jiang Weisan mechanically opened his mouth and took 2 sips. Dad! Uncle Jiang has a car. Let's take his car to the hospital. Uncle Jiang stood behind Jiang Li and hailed respectfully. Jiang Weisan's eyes flickered when he heard this. He stretched out his yellowed fingers and pointed in the direction of the desk. Jiang Li went in that direction and saw a notebook. She picked it up and read it. The blank pages of the notebook still had a number of dried-out white maggot corpses stuck to them. There was a crooked line written on it, and it looked like it had been written when he was deliriously awake. Kill me. I'm in so much pain. Ever since being weirdly contaminated, many white maggots crawled out of Jiang Weisan's body. White maggots hollowed out his flesh from the inside. The current Jiang Weisan was like a walking corpse. Living, for him, is torture. Jiang Li couldn't help but let a tear fall from her nose. Ms. Jiang, don't worry. Our department will hire the best medical team for you. You can rest assured of that. Uncle Chung spoke out from the side, and arranged for his men to help Jiang Weisin up, walk into his car outside. Jiang Li wiped away her tears. Okay, then I'll thank you for my dad. Jiang Weisin is being carried away by 2 or 3 men. As he left, he looked back at Jiang Li 3 times a step. That sad look with the begging. He was begging Jiang Li not to save him and let him die. Jiang Li's heart was tormented. Jiang Weisin was always the father who gave birth to her and raised her. There was no way she could watch Jiang Weisin go to his death. For the last time. Let her have her way one last time. Uncle Zhang, during my dad's treatment, prepare a paper and pencil for him, and let him write whatever he wants. Jiang Li explained to Uncle Zhang, said, her eyes visibly dimming for a moment. If, 7 days later, my dad still feels pain and is bent on death, so, just don't treat it, okay, ms. Jiang Li came out of Zhang's house and stepped on the concrete stairs of the small old building. She had been staring down at the slippers at her feet, slightly out of breath as she thought about recent events. Jiang Li unintentionally glanced at the blue-striped psychiatric suit she was wearing. Right, Uncle Zhang, take me to the mall. I'm going to buy some clothes to change into. Apart from the hospital gowns, all the clothes Jiang Li had originally kept at home had been taken away by that mother and daughter. It might have been thrown away on purpose to vent. Jiang Li pondered so. After waiting for half a day, there was no response from Uncle Zhang. Jiang Li turned back in confusion, only to find Uncle Zhang, who had originally followed him. I don't know when it's gone. It's like it's suddenly vaporized. Jiang Li's line of sight slowly moved downward. Only a woman with her back to her, her hair in disarray, in the corner of the hallway, dressed in the same blue striped suit as Jiang Li. He squatted by the fire pit and burned paper. Don't come to me, have nothing to do with me. The woman's mouth was full of words, and she picked up another handful of yellow paper and burned it in the fire pit. The dim light of the fire was ghostly, flickering on the side of the man's face, and Jiang Li's heartbeat missed a beat. What's this? Seemingly noticing Jiang Li's line of sight, the man slowly raised his head and turned it around, looking to Jiang Li. You are talking to me? The woman looked at Jiang Li. The woman's forehead bulged with a swollen bag and her arms were covered in bruises. Jiang Li froze for a moment, then stiffly pulled the corners of his lips, smiled a little, and shook his head. Next to it, the concrete walls in the old neighborhood building have changed. Now it's a white wall plastered with cold tiles. Jiang Li's gaze, following the wall, looked toward the small window on the wall of the building. Outside the small window, there was no longer a blue sky. Rather, it was the dead, dark red pall of the weird world. Beneath the crimson, it was as if a rain of blood was being prepared, ready to fall. In Jiang Li's mind, a system beep sounded. Latest copy unlocked. Copy name, escape from the madhouse. Copy introduction, a doctor's misdiagnosis has left you, who was originally mentally normal, caught up in the Jinghai City lunatic asylum. The crazy patients, the creepy nurses, all have you at a loss. You plan to escape, but accidentally found this madhouse actually hides unknown secrets. Passing condition 1. Level SS, investigate the truth about the decline of the madhouse and eliminate the source of contamination. 2. Level S, prove yourself to be normal and let Dr. Linny take you out. 3. Level A, find the exit from the madhouse and escape alive. The current copy is bound to the family member, Jiang Weisin. Please prepare the chosen one. After waiting for a long time, there was no red baby in sight. It seemed that this time, the only copy was Jiang Li himself. Jiang Li's thoughts were interrupted by the screams of the woman in front of him. Ah, it's happening again. It's happening again. The crazy woman pointed at Jiang Li's back and shrank towards the corner in terror. Don't come over here. Don't come to me. It's none of my business. Jiang Li's spine went cold. The thing that the madman was afraid of was right behind her at the moment. Would it have something to do with the truth about the madhouse? Jiang Li guessed. So, in the midst of that madman's terrified screams, Jiang Li slowly turned her head and looked behind her. Chapter 52, Don't Mimic Your Patience. Behind Jiang Li, apart from the white-tiled walls, it was empty, nothing. This was the situation in Jiang Li's eyes. But apparently, this panicked, lunatic woman, obviously seeing something that Jiang Li couldn't see. Jiang Li stared back at the crazy woman again. That crazy woman gibbered, and even picked up that fire pit directly, mixed with burning yellow paper, and throw it towards Jiang Li. Bam! The fire pot smashed into Jiang Li's standing position. If Jiang Li had not reacted quickly and shifted sideways to avoid it, the clothes on Jiang Li's body, definitely going to burn up by the fire. All the ashes from the fire pit fell out and scattered all over the floor. The madman stuck his hands in his hair and clutched his head, slamming open Jiang Li in a tense manner and running towards the stairs. No surprises, that lunatic had an accident. Running to the second step, The madman's foot slipped and the whole thing tumbled down the stairs. With a scream, the madman died on his back on the flat ground below the stairs. The nurses on that floor heard the commotion and rushed over. 2 nurses, one giving CPR to the madman and one rushing to call a doctor and get a stretcher. A lot of dark red blood oozed out from underneath the crazy woman's dirty hair. Quick, get to the emergency room. The crazy lady was being carried away on a stretcher. The eyes written with horror were still staring at the top of the stairs, John Lee's direction. After sending the madman away, a nurse went to the top of the stairs to clean up the fire pit and the mess that was all over the floor. As she bent down to clean up, she swept a glance at John Lee next to her. Seeing that there were no numbers on John Lee's badge, the nurse was surprised for a moment. "Are you new here?" The nurse looked up and asked her. John Lee looked at his chest. There was an extra plastic badge on the hospital gown. The tag was blank at this point. John Lee let out a hum and nodded at the nurse. The nurse set the fire pit aside and wiped her hands on her shirt. "It's not good for you to wander around like that. You don't have a place to stay yet, do you? I'll take you to check in," the nurse said, and then signaled John Lee to follow her upstairs. Going upstairs, it was a dead, dark hallway. The doors to the rooms on either side of the corridor were closed, and there was not a single wandering patient. John Lee walked in it, only feeling that the corridor was dark. On the ceiling, there were clearly long rows of lights, but none of them were turned on. The only bit of light in this gloom came from the shuttered window at the end. Hospitals have been operating rather dismally lately, and conservation of electricity is now being advocated. The hallway won't even be lit during the day. The nurse walked ahead and explained at John Lee. John Lee responded. The damp porch was cool. John Lee followed the nurse's steps and arrived in front of a rusty iron door. The word 402 on the door is faded. The green paint on the outside of the iron gate was peeling off, showing its age. The nurse stood in front of the iron gate, took a large bunch of keys out of her pocket, picked one of them and opened the door. With a creak, the iron door pushed open, and 2 pairs of eyes in the room. At the same time, they looked toward the door. A 4-person bed. Bunk 2 happens to be empty. You'll take bed 2. Following the nurse's instructions, John Lee saw the bed. On the nightstand, there was also a picture frame. The woman with the sweet smile inside was the same crazy woman who had just fallen to her death. The nurse came up and familiarly collected the picture frame and threw it into the trash can next to the bed. Then, another quilt was shaken off the bed, and it was sort of cleaned up. If you don't know anything, just ask the patients. They've been coming for a long time. The nurse gave a careful explanation and put a badge on John Lee. On the chest plate, there was still a trace of blood that hadn't been wiped clean. John Lee is now a mental patient numbered 1037. The nurse stepped outside and brought the metal door with her. One of the patients in the house rushed over, pinched the knob on the door lock, and clicked the lock. It was only then that John Lee noticed that in this 4-person dormitory, together with her, there were only 3 people in total. Bed number 4 in the house was empty. No bedding, just a board, and 2 of John Lee's patients. One an old man with glasses. The other was a middle-aged woman with short hair. The old man locked the door to his room and went back to his wooden chair, took the newspaper and propped it open to look at it. The old man still looks like a normal person, but that middle-aged woman felt wrong at first glance. The woman dressed the fake doll in her arms in baby clothes, and then she kept it in her arms and rock to sleep. Presumably, the loss of the child was the cause of the insanity. Feeling that John Lee had been standing and observing them, the old man reading the newspaper slanted a glance at John Lee. You're the 6th 1037 to come in this month, the old man said, holding up his glasses. John Lee laughed lightly. Really? Then the next one to die is me. The old man didn't expect John Lee, a man who put it so bluntly, to open his eyes wide in surprise. With the idea that there was something wrong with John Lee, the old man turned around and dismissed John Lee. Go look in the beds. There's something good there. Hearing the old man's words, John Lee raised her eyebrows and lifted her feet to bed number 2. She rummaged through the bed twice, and eventually, under the pillow, found a key and a note. It's the rules. Lunatic Asylum Patient Code. 1. Please do whatever it takes to find Dr. Lin E. He knows how to get out of here. 2. 7 to 8, 12 to 13, 18 to 19 for meal times. Be sure to head to the -2 cafeteria for your meal, but be sure not to consume pork. 3. You can't pick up the plutonium on the stairs. It's not for you. 4. The morgue on the -3rd floor is not the place for you. 5. Don't anger the nurses here. The real nurse is dead. All the nurses here are fake. 6. There is no level 0 in hospitals. Don't try to find level 0. 7. Do not go near a mad patient, much less imitate him. 8. When asked by the nurse if she had seen the little girl with the double ponytail in the hospital, please be sure to insist that you didn't see it. John Lee used his true eye and saw that the 4th rule was wrong. The morgue on the -3rd floor is not the place for you. In other words, the morgue on the lower third floor is where you should be. Or maybe the point it's trying to make is that the hospital morgue is where you belong. John Lee flipped to the back of the note. In that blank space, there were a few red letters that crawled around like earthworms. Run away. Don't trust the %# and it asterisk. The last few words, scribbled off, are completely unreadable. John Lee was just about to take a closer look when he heard outside the corridor a messy sound of footsteps. The other two in the room, almost by reflex, jumped up and ran. In a grotesque position, the old man darted into the closet, shrinking and shivering. Instead, the middle-aged woman dropped the doll, got her hands into the other half of the closet, and bang, pulled the cabinet door closed with a bang. In the entire house, only John Lee was still standing alone. Crazy. These two maniacs. What are they doing? Just as John Lee was getting anxious, a closet door pushed open a small crack. The middle-aged woman showed one eye through the gap. What are you waiting for? Quickly come over. It's too late. Footsteps in the corridor, getting sharper and sharper, like they were running. Who's that out there? Why are the patients so scared? Or maybe, what's out there isn't human at all. John Lee's scalp went numb. Should she follow the example of these two crazies and go into the closet and hide? Come on, don't just stand there. Only the closet is safe. The woman inside the closet lowered her voice and urged in an anxious tone. The old man reached for the cabinet door as if he wanted to close it immediately. Leave her alone. Close the door quickly. Hurry. Those two were bickering. John Lee's heart was pounding. Her feet, subconsciously, moved that way twice. John Lee was about to speed up her movements, but then she suddenly remembered the 7th rule of the ward code. Don't go near crazy sick people, much less imitate them. If the two patients were simply mad, then she imitated them. Wouldn't that be against the rules? The sound of footsteps in the corridor, already getting closer to the iron door. What to do? What to do? Chapter 53, The Creepy Nurse. John Lee squeezed the note tightly and exhaled deeply, imploring herself to calm down. There can be no such thing as a surefire death game in the bizarro world. This also means that one of these two parties can't be trying to get her killed at the same time. Since one of the parties was trying to harm her, there had to be some trace left behind. John Lee's index finger twitched. Her eyes quickly scanned the house. Hurry up! To the door. The middle-aged woman in the closet, still urging anxiously. The old man was grimacing beside him. What do you care about her? There's no time. Close the door. The old man thought about self-preservation, but the middle-aged woman was holding onto the doorframe, desperately trying to stop the old man from closing the door. The middle-aged woman wanted to save John Lee, but John Lee didn't listen too well. The woman was anxious and angry. Come on ya, come on in. You don't want to live. John Lee looked around the room and finally fixed her gaze on the middle-aged woman's bed and stopped. When he raised his eyes again, they were already cold. Well, not going to live. You close the door. I'm not going in. John Lee glanced at the woman, then sat down peacefully on the bed. As soon as the words left his mouth, the closet door closed with a bang. The closet door closed with a bang. And just a moment after closing the cabinet door, the middle-aged woman's face steeped into a grimace. Over by the door, there was the sound of a key being inserted into the lock hole. Click. Unlocked. Pushed the door. A nurse led a doctor, and the two walked in one after the other. The doctors and nurses all seemed normal. John Lee glanced over there and sighed in relief. Fortunately, she was right in her presumption. John Lee's gaze fell back to the middle-aged woman's bed. On the bed was the woman's fake son. Although John Lee knew it was fake, that middle-aged woman didn't think so. Otherwise the middle-aged woman wouldn't have cuddled and put her fake son to sleep in the first place. So the middle-aged woman had to run for her life and would never leave her precious son behind. I'm afraid there's only one possibility that that woman would leave her child behind. That was to free up his hands to make it easier to get John Lee killed. As long as John Lee followed through with the closet, the consequences were unimaginable. John Lee also didn't expect that these two patients would even sing together and put on such a show. She finally realized why patient number 1037 had died so many times. Surely a number of them were screwed by these two lunatics. As soon as the nurse who unlocked the door entered, she saw that John Lee was the only one in the ward. Instant reaction to what's going on. 525. 526. It's time to take your pills. Come on out. Without looking away, the nurse went straight to the closet and pulled open the door. The nurse visibly froze when she saw what the two had in their hands. Listen, no one in the house is trying to hurt you. Everyone's a good person. Come on, be nice. Give me the knife. The nurse bowed and tricked the two men into handing over their pocket knives as if they were small children. The two maniacs looked at each other and handed out their knives, which led them cautiously out of the closet. The nurse's face immediately turned ugly after she collected the knives. Tell me, where did you get the knife? Who brought the knife in? The nurse pressed. That old man pushed down his glasses, then pointed at John Lee. She gave it to me. The middle-aged woman next to him got a couple of mean looks and red eyes. She followed suit and stretched out her hand, pointing in Jian Li's direction with a mournful tone. That's her. I can prove it. Jian Li pursed her lips and was speechless. It's genuinely a struggle to stay with these two. Did you bring the knife in? The nurse questioned Jian Li. Don't you know that hospitals don't allow concealed knives? The nurse glared, her tone bad. After all, in the nurse's eyes, Jian Li was also a mental patient. The hands of those two lunatics were still pointing at Jian Li all the time. Jian Li took a step back to avoid the direction of those two hands. It's not me. Jian Li looked at the nurse in a calm tone. They're trying to frame me. Then let them show proof. Empty words. Jian Li knew very well that if he followed the nurse's train of thought, Jian Li would fall into the trap of self-incrimination. Instead of proving one's innocence in the face of slander, the slanderer should be made to produce evidence. This, then, is the right thing to do. Jian Li's logic was clear, while the two lunatics were stumped. Anyone with eyes can tell who's crazy and who's sane. The nurse stared at the three oddly and frowned. Let's put it this way, said the nurse, suddenly taking the two knives and plunging them into her own loins on either side of the. All you have to do is know how to do this maneuver, and it proves you're not lying. The nurse drew the two knives, and blood kept spilling out of her waist on both sides. Jian Li looked dumbfounded, his pupils shrinking violently. This nurse doesn't seem to be normal either. The nurse handed the knife to the two patients. Those two guys, riveted and poking as hard as they could to prove their innocence. Finally, the two bloody knives were handed to Jian Li. You do it. The nurse's eyes tightened on Jian Li. Jian Li gulped and stretched out his hand, a little afraid to pick it up. Can we not insert the waist? Jian Li asked. The nurse nodded. Yes, it's okay. If you don't stick it in your waist, it's okay to stick it in your head. Jian Li was silent. It seems to be getting worse. Jian Li wanted to refuse, but then remembered the fifth rule of the patient code. Don't piss off the nurse here. The real nurse is dead. All the nurses here are fake. Fake. Jian Li was thinking that there should be a high probability that her act of resistance would anger the nurse. That. Jian Li suddenly changed her tone. I admit that I brought this knife in. Jian Li's tone was unusually serious, and in her eyes, there was unprecedented determination. Hearing Jian Li admit it voluntarily, that nurse rolled her eyes and voluntarily withdrew the knife. That's fine. If you violate hospital rules without authorization, you'll be fined for doing 20 open and closed jumps. Run 10 laps around the house. At this moment, the doctor, the nurse, the two patients, all four of them stared at Jian Li with unblinking eyes. There's no way out. If we don't, I'm afraid it will be difficult to close. Jian Li let out a breath. Just do it, no one can die anyway. She quickly found a more open area and did 20 open and closed jumps, then immediately end up in a running position and run laps back and forth through the house. At the end of the 10 laps, Jian Li put on a tired look so that the nurse wouldn't continue to torture her. Is it okay? Jian Li propped her hands on her knees and returned to the doctors and nurses. Just then, the masked doctor in the back took a step closer. The doctor's badge reads How Wyron. A set of keys on his belt gingled and clashed. Dr. How drew the pen from his breast pocket, turned over the pamphlet in his hand, and record something towards the top. Jian Li glanced at it, like a rating or something. She's supposed to be doing okay? After all, it was neither against the rules nor quite obedient. Jian Li thought so. Dr. How? What do you think of the patient's condition? The nurse looked up and asked the doctor. That Dr. How didn't look at the two patients or the nurse. He just looked at Jian Li with a grave expression on his face. You're still a little serious about this talking to yourself. Has it been like this lately? Jian Li froze for a moment. What? Without changing his face, Dr. How jotted down a score in the booklet. He looked up. Can you tell me a little bit about what you were doing? Running around the house, staring at the air and sneering and muttering about waist insertions and whatnot. Chapter 54, Plutonium on the Stairs. Jian Li's spine stiffened and her expression froze for a moment. She glanced at the two patients, the old man, the middle-aged woman, including the nurse. 3 people on the loins of the. It's all still spilling blood. In the nurse's hand, she still held the 2 knives. Jian Li's eyes unnaturally moved away from those 3. She looked to Dr. How? No. Nothing. I probably didn't sleep well. Jian Li had this feeling of losing control for the first time. Can't say for sure. She's really mentally ill. Seeing Jian Li's reaction, Dr. How appeared to be satisfied. He let out a hum and nodded slightly. With that, on Jian Li's bedside table, he put down a can of pills in a white bottle. 3 capsules in the morning, 3 capsules in the middle of the day and 3 capsules in the evening. Take them after meals. It will reduce your symptoms. Dr. How instructed. Jian Li buried her head and nodded obediently. But it was obvious that Jian Li's current state looked much worse than a few minutes ago. The old man stuck his neck out from underneath during Jian Li's lowered crooked his head and drilled over to see Jiang Li's expression. The old man held up his glasses. 1037. Why don't you seem too happy? That middle-aged woman poked Jiang Li's shoulder. Don't be angry. You just took the fall for us and I let my son recognize you as his godmother. That's always okay, isn't it? The corner of Jiang Li's mouth twitched. Crazy. All of them are crazy. Jiang Li pondered for a few seconds, and when he raised his head again, his eyes had regained their composure. She recalled the first rule of the patient code. Please do whatever it takes to find Dr. Lin Yi. He knows how to get out of here. In any case, let's find a way to find Dr. Lin Yi first. It's important to get out. By the way, Dr. How? Do you know Dr. Lin Yi? Where is he now? Jiang Li's eyes went straight to Hao Huiren. Hao Huiren, at this moment, was going to the doorway where Jiang Li's score list was posted on the wall. Jiang Li scanned towards the list. Her health status column read 59 points. Rated as, conscious but confused. Hearing Jiang Li's question, Hao Huiren's expression was slightly stunned. Then he drew out his fountain pen again, opened the cap of the pen, and on Jiang Li's grading sheet, cross out 59 and replace with 50. Hao Huiren capped the pen and put it back into his chest pocket. Recognize, Dr. Lin died 3 years ago and is in a casket. And, Hao Huiren turned his head to stare at Jiang Li, his tone stern and reprimanding. You can't burn paper in the hospital. Don't think about that kind of thing. Dr. Lin Yi, dead? That's the let Dr. Lin Yi show you the way out in the S ranking of the pass, referring to letting the dead Dr. Lin Yi take Jiang Li out? Or, a more reliable kind of speculation, that Dr. Hao is lying. Jiang Li raised her eyes to look at him. But, why would he lie? Jiang Li didn't move to look at Dr. Hao's badge and secretly made a note of Dr. Hao's office. This Dr. Hao. There must be something wrong. Well, it's almost time for dinner. Go eat in the cafeteria and remember to take your medicine when you get back. Hao Huiren glanced at his wristwatch and instructed Jiang Li. He patted Jiang Li's shoulder twice as a sign of comfort, then turned around and left the hospital room. Looking at Hao Huiren's back, Jiang Li always felt that there was a bulge behind that white coat, like it's hiding something. The white coat rose and fell slightly as Hao Huiren moved. Jiang Li got a good look at what was inside. That pattern is a black snake. The long snake's tail was hidden behind Dr. Hao's white coat. Jiang Li was shocked for a second. So, Dr. Hao is contaminated. But what could be the source of the contamination? Has Dr. Hao gone somewhere he shouldn't? So if, for example, she could track Dr. Hao's travels for a while, wouldn't she be able to follow the source of the contamination? Jiang Li stared at Dr. Hao's tail with an idea in her mind. Hey, 1037. The nurse held out her hand and waved it in front of Jiang Li's eyes. I'm talking to you. Jiang Li retracted her eyes and looked at the nurse. Oh, what did you just say? Jiang Li smiled slightly, his tone as friendly as possible. Although this nurse was a bit of a problem, Jiang Li still had to obey the rules for now. Can't piss off the nurses. The nurse skimmed her lips, not quite satisfied with Jiang Li's actions. I said, it's your first time in the hospital. I'll take you to the cafeteria for dinner. Without waiting for Jiang Li to speak, the nurse pulled Jiang Li up and headed out. Jiang Li glanced back at her two patients as she walked away. Both of them, at the moment, were lying flat on their backs with their hands folded over their stomachs, eyes wide open. Blood was still spilling out of both of their waists. It's mealtime. Are you hungry? The old man pushed down his glasses and asked the middle-aged woman in a serious manner. The middle-aged woman shook her head. Not hungry, just feeling a little weak. Me too. 2 seconds of silence. The old man then said, so we take some medicine? I think it's okay. So these two patients, taking the pills the nurse had just handed them, took a bite and stuffed it into their mouths. Jiang Li was pulled by the nurse and quickly dragged out of ward 402. Those two lunatics also disappeared from Jiang Li's field of vision. This time, there were more patients in the eerie corridors. Everyone came out of the ward and went down in the direction of the stairway. The nurse who was holding Jiang Li was struggling to pick up money all the way up the stairs against the flow of people heading down. Whoa, that's a lot of money. How come no one wants money when it's lost? The nurse exclaimed in surprise. Jiang Li glanced down. It was plutonium. Article 3 of the patient code. You can't pick up the plutonium on the stairs. It's not for you. Well, sure enough, it's for the nurse. That nurse straightened up, a big handful of plutonium cupped in her hand, her face all smiles. It was then that Jiang Li realized that the nurse was different from normal people. When the nurse laughed, blood kept oozing out of that part of her belly. Have fun today. I'll take you to a nice meal. Go! The nurse eagerly took Jiang Li's arm and dragged her to the staff elevator entrance on the 3rd floor. This nurse is still weirdly enthusiastic. What do you want to eat today? My treat. Treat you to the staff cafeteria. The nurse asked Jiang Li with a smile. It's always weird to be held by creepy. Jiang Li wore a smile and calmly drew back her hand. Thank you. Actually, I'm fine with going to a patient restaurant. Jiang Li always felt that this weird eating restaurant was not a good place to go. I'm afraid. Go for fear that something will happen. Who knows if it's the food or her. In the corridor on the 3rd floor, 2 men in date red hospital gowns passed by. Those 2 aimed in Jiang Li's direction, covering the shape of their mouths and muttering in whispers. What is she doing alone against a white wall? I don't know. She seems to be on the 4th floor. I heard the 4th floor is full of crazy people. Let's go. Jiang Li listened to these words in his ears without showing any emotion. Is there a possibility that Jiang Li is also quite polluted? But Jiang Li clearly hadn't come into contact with any source of contamination. If there's no contact, where's the contamination? Jiang Li couldn't figure it out, so he just didn't think about it for the time being. She just secretly made up her mind that when she got back to Ward 402, she was going to drink the hot honey water immediately. Ding dong. The elevator doors opened slowly. What was inside was also gradually unfolding in front of Jiang Li. Jiang Li's heart was shocked. A small elevator space is a room full of weirdness. Chapter 55, Dining Traps. In the meantime, as the elevator doors opened, Jiang Li also saw a hospital floor plan inside the elevator. She skimmed it roughly, from top to bottom, not counting the rooftop. There are 7 floors. In order: penthouse, rooftop. 4 floors, inpatient area. 3rd floor, hospitalization area. Level 2, treatment area. 1st floor, registration area. -1 ST floor, sealed off area. -2 and D floor, cafeteria area. -3 RD floor, morgue. There is no layer 0. Like it says in the rules, there is no level 0 in the hospital. Don't try to find level 0. But Jiang Li always felt that the existence of this rule should have a meaning. Let's go. Don't stand there. The nurse pulled Jiang Li up and headed for the elevator. Jiang Li glanced at the people inside. There's the doctor with half his head cut off and the nurse bleeding from all 7. Oddly enough, the total number of healthcare workers is 12 and 0%. Each of them stared at Jiang Li with rounded eyes in surprise. Some even looked at Jiang Li and stuck out their tongues, like a dog, with saliva running down the tip of their tongues. Jiang Li's heart tightened. This trip in, I'm afraid there's no return. Hurry up. I'm starving. Come on in. That nurse entered inside and pulled Jiang Li's hand, impatiently urging, can't piss off the nurses, but it's best not to go in there again. The experts watching the live stream were in a state of anxiety at the moment. No one thought that Jiang Li would be foolish enough to walk right in. Acting crazy is the only best thing to do right now. Yes, Jiang Li's current status is that of a mental patient, so as long as she pretends to be crazy and doesn't follow her in, surely you can muddle through. No, you guys are wrong. Jiang Li has a calmer personality. Acting crazy is not her style. Bull ********. What's the point of acting crazy in front of life and death? How could Jiang Li not be able to handle this? While a line of experts were talking, there was action on the air. The crowd looked up one after another, towards the live feed. Only in the world of weird talk. Jiang Li stood up straight and stepped away from his right foot without changing his face. Walked in. Jiang Li's actions made the experts watching the live broadcast dumbfounded. What is she doing? Isn't it obvious that we're going to die? Jiang Li, is she bewitched? And in the very next second, an ear-splitting siren rang through the broadcast. Drip, drip, drip. The elevator's overload alarm went off in time. Jiang Li slightly hooked her lips. She immediately stepped out of it as the last person to enter. Jiang Li, she had noticed long ago. That detail. Elevator signs, 13-person limit. Jiang Li had just quickly counted around. All the people in there, 12 in all. If you add her and the nurse, that's 14 people, which is bound to be overloaded. Even if she followed her in, the elevator would be hard to run because of the overload. That's why she dared to walk in so calmly. Too bad. You guys go ahead. Jiang Li turned back and smiled kindly at the nurse. The bottom of the nurse's eyes showed a clear loss. You're not going. That's fine. Then go to the patient's dining room yourself. The elevator doors closed. All the weirdness disappeared before Jiang Li's eyes. Jiang Li stood at the elevator door for a while, observing the situation on the 3rd floor. This floor was the same as the 4th floor where Jiang Li was. It was an inpatient area. Only the patients living on the 3rd floor wore red striped gowns. The people on this floor seem to be much less mentally ill, but their faces don't look as red as they should. Jiang Li followed the crowd downstairs, soon arrived at the -2 patient dining room. Jiang Li went to the sterilizer to fetch the dinner plate, and the staff member who was looking after the cabinet next to him was handing out chopsticks. Want chopsticks? The man inquired when he encountered a patient with a dinner plate. Jiang Li guessed, perhaps before that, there's been a few incidents at the restaurant of crazy people throwing around chopsticks with large handfuls of chopsticks. Jiang Li observed for a few moments. The patients who passed that staff member could be divided into two categories. The first category is patients wearing date-striped clothing. These patients were largely obedient. When they are given chopsticks, they say thank you and take them. The second category is patients who, like John Lee, wear blue and white striped clothes. Usually when such patients are given chopsticks, they glance at the staff with a mute expression. Then he shook his head firmly. No. Then hurry off with your plate. The staff was good-natured and amused. He wanted to shove chopsticks at such patients, but seemed to be worried that they would start to go crazy and beat him up. In the end, they had to give up. When it was John Lee's turn, the man also asked, "Want chopsticks?" The staff asked John Lee. There wasn't much hope, but John Lee directly nodded her head and said, "Yes." The chopsticks were jerked out of the staff member's hands, and the staff member froze for a moment. John Lee didn't say anything more, lifted her feet and headed over to the food beating window. She'd seen it, the layer of paper wrapped around the outside of the chopsticks, and there was something on it. After getting in line, John Lee immediately unwrapped the wrapping paper and read the small and dense text written on the paper. Madhouse Restaurant Code. 1. Please observe the principle of civilized restaurants. No violence and no destruction of public property. 2. During meals, please try to sit with similar patients. The cafeteria is not responsible for any safety incidents caused by chaotic seating. 3. The cafeteria provides pork heart, pork liver, pork loin and pork lung. One person is limited to one portion. Do not take more than you need and do not waste it. 4. If you accidentally look into the eyes of a patient whose eyes have turned red, don't hesitate to run. Run immediately, but always remember, you can't run out of the restaurant. 5. Drinks at the cafeteria water bar are free, but hard to drink. Drinking is not recommended. 6. If you see the water in the sink turn red, turn on all faucets immediately, until the water becomes clear. 7. Eat without speaking, sleep without speaking. Dang. The food-beating aunt angrily banged her vegetable spoon and urged John Lee with a bad face. 1037. Don't look away. Don't look away. Choose your food. John Lee raised his head and collected the note. Pork heart, potatoes, greens, and a side of rice, please, the grocery maid asked as she scooped up the rice. Then the potatoes and greens. How many pig hearts do you want? During the questioning of the food-beating Amma, John Lee noticed the weird curves at the corners of her mouth. That feeling of wanting to laugh, but having to hold it in. Looks like Big Mama did a lot of damage with that trick. John Lee didn't answer a few of them head-on, but spoke directly. 1 copy. Hearing Jiang Li's response, the vegetable-beating Amma plucked out John Lee and went to scoop up the pig's heart indignantly. Article 3 of the Restaurant Code. The cafeteria provides pork heart, pork liver, pork loin and pork lung. One person can only get one portion, no more than one portion, not to be wasted. Here, it says 1, but not 1. If John Lee is a little careless, by the food aunt led by the nose, replied to the 1. I'm only afraid that John Lee will be the next dish now. The big grocery maid cursed John Lee a few times in a low voice. Then, with a spoon outstretched, he went and scooped up 3 pig hearts and covered John Lee's rice. Move. Get out of the way of the others. Auntie handed John Lee the dinner plate, but before John Lee's hand could touch it, the vegetable-beating Amma let go. Bam! The iron dinner plate, crashing against the white-tiled windowsill. A small half of the rice and vegetables inside the dinner plate were bumped out. Therefore, the intention, John Lee's eyes were cold. No violence in this restaurant, right? John Lee clenched her fists. Think for a second. She picked up her dinner plate and headed out of the line. The older woman was still there cursing. Serves her right. Hearing this, John Lee turned back and stared at the older woman, locking eyes with her through the glass window. Grandma, your mouth stinks worse than the mud hidden in the fingernail caps of a 70-year-old hobo's feet. John Lee finished the sentence with a smile, and if he didn't go to listen to the content carefully, he looked oddly polite. The grocery maid's face heated up, realizing that everyone around her was looking at her. The older woman grew angry and immediately slammed her vegetable spoon down and, straight away he was about to roll out the window. 56. Little Wasp Foundation. From just now, John Lee could see it. This older woman is grumpy and sullen. It's just that John Lee didn't fall for this auntie's trap. It's a big deal. Giving John Lee here another pose and a shrug. As expected, this disliked older woman was irritated and angry. She dropped the vegetable spoon, rolled up her sleeves and was about to turn it out. The result was that he was held down by the security guard who suddenly appeared behind him and held down his shoulder. Those security guards were wearing a leopard mask on their faces. But even though it's said to be a mask, it fits the face so well that it's more like it grows on the face. Vandalism. Come with us, a security guard said. The older woman who was hitting the groceries took one look at the spoon that had been dropped crookedly, and her whole body froze in shock for a few seconds. After reacting, Anger spewed from the bottom of the big mom's eyes as she glared in Jiang Li's direction. You victimized me. You did it on purpose. You did it on purpose. The first rule of the Madhouse Cafeteria Code. Please observe the principles of a civilized restaurant. No violence and no destruction of public property. The grocery employees are in the same restaurant. Then they deserve to follow the same rules as the patients. And, this time, designing Big Mother, Jiang Li just wanted to see that how far would this angry older woman go? And what is the extent of the use of violence and destruction of public property? The spoon that beat the vegetables deflated with a gaping hole. And the big woman who beat the vegetables was arrested by the security guards because of this. Jiang Li was slightly surprised for a moment. Then she turned her head, carried her dinner plate, and went to find a seat. The layout of the restaurant's seating is divided into two main sections, left and right. From Jiang Li's view, the blue and white striped area is on the left. On the right is the date stripe zone. Although there is no clear-cut division, the patients inside the cafeteria, who have consciously divided themselves into two factions, sit on either side. Jiang Li swept a glance to the left of the blue and white stripes area over. She found an empty seat and sat down. Looking at the surroundings, there were not many people, so Jiang Li quickly used space and collected the 3 pig hearts. Along with it, the top layer of soup-stained rice was also collected. Then, only then did they begin to eat in peace. Halfway through the meal, in front of Jiang Li's right side, a patient suddenly shouted, "Ah, there are fingers in the rice." Jiang Li, who was in the middle of picking up his food, had a movement in his hand. A wave of revulsion hit his throat. Some of the people next to him followed the sound and looked toward the yelling patient, only to see the madman take out his finger buried in his meal and giggle. "So it's my, he, scared me." The madman blundered on, shivered a mouthful of rice in his hand, and began to bury his head in dry rice again. Jiang Li was somewhat speechless. She could kind of see that it was that crazy guy who didn't want chopsticks himself just now. "So eat with your hands while grabbing." I ended up going crazy halfway through the meal. The patient who was screaming, on the other hand, was making noise and violating the food not speech rule. The dining code of sleep without words was captured by security guards who flashed in and wore leopard masks. Leopard. For speed. That's why the hospital's security guards, all of them had the ability to flash. And Jiang Li made a note of this trait. After that lunatic tossed around like that, Jiang Li's appetite had also subsided quite a bit. In order to save her strength, Jiang Li ate a few more bites carelessly. When there was nothing left on the plate at the end of the meal, he took the plate and went to the leftover food table. Next to the food counter is the restaurant's water bar. There was only one employee there, and it seemed cold and empty of customers. Jiang Li remembered the 5th rule of the restaurant code. Drinks at the cafeteria water bar are free, but hard to drink, not recommended for drinking. Jiang Li knew that this rule was true, but the term hard to drink is inherently subjective. Maybe it does seem pretty hard to drink for the shenanigans that made that rule, Jiang Li observed. She noticed that the employee of this water bar, inside her hair, there seemed to be 2 less obvious tentacles hidden. The tentacles, which were black like the hair, were wiggling slightly, one at a time. If you don't distinguish them carefully, you can't tell at all. Jiang Li took another look at the uniform of the employees of the water bar, which was a yellow and black striped shirt. She seemed to recognize something, so she tentatively lifted her foot and walked towards the water bar. "Hello, give me a drink." Jiang Li looked at the employee and smiled politely. "Drinks at the water bar are free, but there's only one kind." Hearing Jiang Li's patronage, the employee's expression was somewhat surprised. She immediately got up from the stool and went to the front of the machine to give Jiang Li the order. "Want it cold or hot? How many cents of sugar?" the employee asked. "Hot, 7 points. A small ticket came out of the punch list machine, and the employee handed it to Jiang Li, and went inside to start making it. Jiang Li pinched the small ticket and glanced at it. The order number on it is 002, so it looks like it hasn't been issued for a long time. Jiang Li's eyes fell to the lower right corner of the small ticket, where there was a watermark that, sponsored by the Little Yellow Bee Foundation. It didn't take long for Jiang Li's drink to be ready. She took it into her hands and looked at it, the corners of her mouth lifting. "I was right about that. The drink at this water bar is honey water." Jiang Li couldn't wait to taste it. The familiar flavor. Just about to take 2 more sips, a blue and white striped patient, suddenly running past, bumped Jiang Li's shoulder. Jiang Li spilled some of the honey water in her hand. She reached for the remaining half of her drink and stared at the furtive back. The round, bald head of that patient was unusually conspicuous. He didn't look back, didn't say "I'm sorry," but went straight to the back kitchen. Jiang Li didn't want to cause more trouble, so he shook off the water on his body and went to the front of the sink, planning to clean it up a little. She went over just in time to run into Dr. Hao washing his hands as well. At this point Dr. Hao took off his mask. The entire lower half of his face was in the shape of a black snake. seemingly noticing that someone was looking at him. Dr. Hao lifted his head and looked at Zhongli. Yo, 1037. Just finished eating? Dr. Hao greeted Zhongli with a smile. Zhongli squeezed out a small smile, nodded and moved away. This Dr. Hao, when he talks, he spits out his scarlet snakes. It made Zhongli feel a bit uncomfortable. Zhongli buried her head and washed her hands, scrubbing the soiled spot on her chest in the process. And just then, the water, but suddenly turned red. A strong smell of blood and rust hit his nose, and Zhongli couldn't help but frown. She remembered the 6th rule of the restaurant code. If you see the water in the sink turn red, turn on all faucets immediately, until the water runs clear. Zhongli was just about to go and twist the nearby faucet, but then she caught a glimpse of Dr. Hao, who was still washing his hands normally. Hasn't he noticed that the color of the water has changed? If this water is normal in Dr. Hao's eyes, then Zhongli went and unscrewed all the faucets and, will Dr. Hao think it's a crime? The smell of blood in the faucet was getting stronger. Toward the back, a section of black hair floated out of that red liquid. The further down the water goes, the thicker the hair gets. The roots of the hair are now showing. Then came a man's crushed and deformed forehead. As soon as that forehead came out of the hose, it looked like a balloon. Expands extremely quickly to the normal size of a human body. Zhongli's brows furrowed. If we delay any longer, we might be able to drill a man inside. Whatever. She was supposed to be mentally ill in Dr. Hao's eyes anyway. Zhongli immediately stepped in and quickly unscrewed the 5 faucets on the sink. In 5 faucets, a red liquid was released at the same time. In a mournful scream, in the faucet in front of Zhongli, the strands of the woman's hair as well as her forehead were washed out and turned into debris. And one after another, some crushed meat and bones were flushed out of other faucets. After about 20 seconds, the water cleared again. The crisis is lifted. Zhongli looked at the clear water, exhaled softly and turned off the faucet. Dr. Hao, who was next to him, faintly swept a glance at Zhongli, his eyes crossing a flash of surprise. He drew a piece of paper from the sink, wiped his hands twice, and threw it away. Walking, Dr. Hao spat out his snake, inclined his head and looked at Zhongli with a smile. This is the second time. Chapter 57, The Little Girl with the Double Ponytails. With those words, Dr. Hao put on a mask to cover his black snake mouth and walked away. Zhongli was left alone in a daze. What does he mean by that? Just as Zhongli was pondering, a fat man in a date red hospital gown ran over in a hurry. Help! Help me, help me, help me! Fatty ran as fast as he could, and when he saw someone in front of him, it was as if he had seen a lifesaver. He quickly stepped forward, pulling Zhongli with him as his body shrank and hid behind Zhongli, and behind the fat man, a man came up after him. Zhongli fixed her eyes on it. Wasn't that the same bald guy who bumped into her just now? The bald man was 1.8 meters or so tall, fat, medium build, and full of horizontal meat. At this moment, the bald head was glowing red with both eyes, carrying a handful of shiny things to make a move on the fat man. Article 4 of the Restaurant Code. If you accidentally lock eyes with a patient whose eyes turn red, don't hesitate to run. Run immediately, but always remember, you can't run out of the restaurant. Luckily, the bald man was looking at the fat man and didn't notice Zhongli. Zhongli hurriedly lowered his head to avoid a stare. Quick! Catch him quick! He stole the kitchen knife. Behind the bald man, a couple of kitchen staff came up after him. Zhongli's heart sank. She couldn't think about it for more than 2 seconds. Taking off her hospital gown, topping it off with the turtleneck sweater underneath, turned halfway around and withdrew to the side at speed. And behind Zhongli, the one who originally gripped Zhongli's clothes and the fat man who intended to use Zhongli as a shield froze for a moment as he grabbed the chipped hospital gown. Then, the kitchen knife swished toward the fat man. Fatty was scared half to death and dodged a few moves in succession, each time with no danger. Honey water, Fatty muttered to himself with horrified eyes. In the next second, he saw the honey water on the sink that Zhongli hadn't had time to take away. The fat man's eyes lit up as he uncovered the lid and splashed it directly towards the bald man. Almost as soon as they touched the honey water, the bald man's bloodshot eyes immediately returned to normal. It was also at this moment that the leopard-masked security guard arrived on the scene. In front of the sink, the bald chopper was collected by the kitchen. The person was then controlled by the security guards and taken away from the cafeteria. The fat man who had dodged a bullet was sweating coldly and sat weakly on his butt. Zhongli intuited that this fat man who knew how to utilize honey water was afraid that it wasn't simple. She stepped forward and struck up a conversation. Hello, I have my clothes back. The fat man didn't raise his head and handed Zhongli the hospital gown, which Zhongli put on backhandedly. Also, you used my honey water. Zhongli put on his clothes without buttoning them, because there were 2 buttons that had been ripped by Zhongli when he undressed. The fat man was still in shock. He buried his head and gasped for 2 rough breaths, taking a break before raising his eyes and glancing at Zhongli. Okay, I'll make it up to you. The fat man finished, braced himself on his palms and got up from the floor, heading for the restaurant water bar. Give me a glass of honey water. The fat man knocked on the counter and snapped at the water bar employee. The usual, all sugar, be hot. Looking at the fat man's demeanor, it's like he's a regular here. Do you come often? Zhongli asked. The fat man swept Zhongli a sidelong glance. Splashed more than drank. Silence for a second. The fat man began to ramble and complain. Say, that butcher on the 4th floor who kills pigs. That's the bald guy just now. That guy yells about killing pigs every time he gets a red eye. I'm just ing fat and I've been targeted a couple times. There's not a single sane person on your 4th floor. Zhongli was puzzled. Are all the people on the 3rd floor normal? Neither. The fat man took out a tissue, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and then continued, like we have on the 3rd floor. Most of them are in good health. Spend some time on the 3rd floor, and when the score reaches 95 or higher, you'll be discharged without incident. Hearing Fatty say that, Zhongli remembered his own copy of the grading sheet. She's at 50 points. Then how many points can be exchanged to the 3rd floor? Zhongli asked. 80 points. The fat man fetched the honey water and handed it to Zhongli in passing. You're new here, aren't you? Zhongli nodded. Yes. Hearing Zhang Li's reply, the fat man tugged at the corner of his lips and snorted. Then you're unlucky enough to come in when this asylum is about to close down. Zhongli felt a hint of curiosity at the fatty's words. She simply followed the fat man and walked out of the cafeteria together. It looks like you've been here a long time. Why haven't you escaped yet? Zhongli asked the fatty. Her eyes fell on the number on the fat man's chest. 022. The numbers are ahead, which means that this fat man was probably one of the first patients to enter the asylum. Hearing Zhang Li's question, the fat man's movement up the stairs visibly paused. His expression was slightly unnatural. Zhongli made a silent note of all these dissimilarities. The fat man looked as if he was in a trance for a few seconds. He watched the front and back of the stairs and saw no doctor, before lowering his voice and whispered to Zhongli, tell you what, I have a friend and fellow patient, Big Flower Arm. 3 years ago, we were going to be discharged together, but he ended up with a high rating and got out 2 days before me. The day after he left, I saw his tattoo on the pork in the cafeteria. Zhongli's pupils dilated in shock. So, according to this, the way out for patients is not outside the hospital, but the hospital cafeteria? And wouldn't the cafeteria provide pig hearts, lungs, and livers that? Seeing Zhongli's stunned reaction, the fat man seemed satisfied. He made an old-fashioned gesture and acted as a senior in front of Zhongli. Anything else you want to ask? No at all. Hearing Fatty say that, then Zhongli was not polite. No DR. How? What does he mean by recording times? Full 3 times in a small dark room. No food. No sleep. Have you seen DR? Lin E. And where is he? Went crazy 3 years ago. And then I don't know. Does the hospital have a level 0? Zhongli just asked these words. Fatty then covered Zhongli's mouth in horror. Shoo! The fat man craned his head to either side of the stairs. Don't you want to die? If it hears us, we'll both have to go in. Fatty blanched. Look at him. He doesn't look like he's faking it. Is it hard to believe that the hospital really has 0 floors? Zhongli clearly remembers that on her patient code, the rule of no tier 0 is true. If we go by the fat guy's response, layer 0 is real. Again. Then, leaves only one possibility. Layer 0, present at a given time. Zhongli was looking at the point in time when the rule note was made, and layer 0 happened to be in a state of disappearance. That's why the rule is shown as true. It's on the 3rd floor. I'll leave first. Crazy person. The fat man waved his hand at Zhongli as a farewell. Zhongli also waved her hand at the fatty. After climbing another floor, Zhongli returned to her hospital room. As soon as she pushed the door in, what met her eyes was the scene of 3 people laughing and joking. That's right. 3. Inside the hospital room, a little girl in a little pink dress with 2 double ponytails on her head. He was giggling and laughing his ass off. She picked up a box of makeup and was applying it to the old man and the middle-aged woman. Zhongli's gaze swept toward the faces of the 2 patients. The 2 of them, with their originally waxy skin, were now painted snow white. 2 round blushes in the center of her pale, paper-like cheeks stood out. Chapter 58 Dr. Lin's Clues. Seeing Zhongli return, the 3 of them first froze for a moment. With that, the little girl took the initiative to beckon Zhongli to participate as well. Sis, come on, I'll paint you too. The little girl smiled sweetly, her voice brittle. At her neck, there was a visible scar from a needle and thread stitch. Zhongli retracted his gaze and did not agree to her request. No, little sister. My sister is too tired to take her medicine and rest. Zhongli still remembered Dr. How's medical advice? You can't go wrong with 3 pills after a meal. John Lee sat on the edge of the bed, picked up the medicine bottle on the bedside table. Silky Smooth unscrewed the cap and poured out 3 capsules. Then you put the medicine in your mouth. Drink the water. Tilt your head back. And swallow. At this moment, a crisp laugh entered John Lee's ears. John Lee looked over with a sideways glance. The little girl over there was found to be covering her mouth with her hand, sneering as she furtively aimed at John Lee. The other 2 patients, too, pursed their lips thievishly, but smiled. John Lee took in the demeanor of several people. Half a second later, Jiang Li curved her lips. Little sister, are you laughing at this? John Lee spread out his palms. There, right in the middle, were 3 white pills. Seeing this scene, those 3 people in the room looked at each other and froze. Little sister, your hand strength is still too small. The cap of the medicine bottle isn't even tightened. John Lee laughed. In fact, just now, that medicine was not right. John Lee noticed it at a glance. The pill bottle has a loose top that you can feel when you twist it. To open a new bottle of medicine, it takes a little more effort. And when John Lee opened the lid of the medicine, that silky smooth, unhindered, easy feeling was clearly not right. Her medicine, it's been tampered with. Though that medication switched around, and it wasn't anything good. But John Lee still wanted the original pills back. Hell knows when that Dr. How is going to have another seizure. Maybe Dr. How checks in at night, pours out the pills, takes a look, and realizes something's wrong. Another mark for John Lee. Give me back the medicine. John Lee tightened his smile, his tone serious for a few moments. The patients who were originally gloating, at this moment their faces slightly stiffened and they stopped laughing. The little girl's mind was revealed, and there was some irritation on her face. She bared her teeth. A second later, she suppressed the anger in her eyes and replaced it with a wry smile. Sister, don't be angry. The little girl put away the cosmetics in her hand and, take out the needle and thread in your pocket. As she walked towards John Lee, she skillfully threaded red thread into the needle hole. Anger is bad for your skin. Tell you what, I'll sew up my sister's mouth for you. That way my sister will never be mad at me. The little girl smiled joyfully, but a crack appeared on her pink face. John Lee stared at the little girl warily. She sneaked her hand behind her and with a shake, the dagger from space appeared in her hand. But whenever this weirdness was going to make a move on her, John Lee would never be able to sit back and wait for it to happen. Don't say she's bullying a little kid. What's happening is that this little kid is planning to bully her. The little girl took a step closer. John Lee's grip on the dagger tightened. There were still 3 steps to go, and the little girl was about to walk in front of John Lee. John Lee silently counted in his heart, 3, 2, 1, bang! There was a loud bang. The iron door of 402 was violently kicked in. A red, small figure was standing in the doorway with a scowl on its face. It's Red Baby. Next, just about everyone blinks their eyelids. The red figure flashed past John Lee in an instant. The wall opposite the iron door was dented with a big crater with a bang. The Red Baby clicked and crooked his neck. He bared his fangs, his eyes blazing with rage and gloom. At that moment it was holding the little girl in a death grip around her neck, controlling her against the cold wall. The little girl desperately stomped her legs, trying to get out of the Red Baby's confinement. But the cranky Red Baby just looked like he was going to die. Red Infant's eyes glowed fiercely, and the force in her hands gradually tightened. It ended up crushing the little girl's neck hard. Honging, John Lee called out to him. Red Infant's fierce expression instantly became gentle the moment he heard John Lee's voice. He withdrew his hand, letting the little girl slide freely to the floor, and turned away from flying into John Lee's arms. Mommy! Red Baby's tone was on the verge of tears. Who's that, sister? Do you not want the infant? John Lee patted the Red Baby's back. No, Mommy loves Baby the most. That little girl is not a mama's boy. The little girl whose neck was broken by the Red Baby coughed twice, covered her neck, and got up from the ground. She gave Red Baby a spiteful glare, then pulled out her own needle and thread and stitched up the neck wound. The little girl was like revenge on the Red Baby. She wiggled her double ponytail, stepped into her little pink shoes, and Tata took the initiative to walk up to John Lee. Then, the corners of his mouth curved and he took John Lee's arm with a bright smile. The little girl said, I declare, I can't find my mommy. She's my mommy from now on. As soon as the little girl finished speaking, she was slapped by the Red Baby. Shameless, Red Baby scolded. The little girl covered her highly swollen face in aggravation. She clenched her little fists, wanting to punch the Red Baby, but couldn't. Finally whimpering and sobbing twice, she trotted off to the side and hid in a corner to snivel. Although the little girl was speaking in a gambling manner, John Lee took this to heart. John Lee turned her head and asked the old man who was the patient. Who is her mother? The old man wiped the blush off his face, put on his glasses and, seriously, her mom was 1037 before. This little girl used to come to the hospital to see her mom. Jiang Li picked up the picture frame in the trash can and showed it to the old man. Is it this woman? The old man pushed up his glasses and fixed his eyes, then shook his head. No. And at this time, Jiang Li also realized that behind that picture frame, surprisingly, I had a hospital bill. Jiang Li unobtrusively took the list and slipped it into his pocket. Child, when was the last time you saw your mom? Jiang Li asked the little girl. The little girl looked up and wiped the tears from her face. Did I say you would help me find my mommy? Not necessarily. Jiang Li vacated the pill bottle and lifted her foot to the recessed wall. Bending down, he picked up the pills that had fallen from the little girl's body, counted the grains, and put them in a bottle. There's a chance I'll help if you say so, and I definitely won't help if you don't, Jiang Li leisurely said. The little girl deliberated for a moment, bit her lip, and opened her mouth anyway. The last time I saw my mom, I kind of can't remember. From memory, anyway, mom goes into the hospital once a day. Jiang Li couldn't help but frown. How does a mentally ill person manage to go into the hospital once a day? She knows the exit to the loony bin? I remember mommy's number is also this one. The little girl pointed to Jiang Li's badge and 1037. Mom says she's not sick, but there's a bunch of doctors who are always giving her shots. Then mom disappeared and I could never find her again. After listening to the little girl's description, Jiang Li's face became more and more grave. Her index finger twitched. Suddenly, a bold speculation flashed in Jiang Li's mind. Wait a minute. Jiang Li stared tightly at the little girl. Is your mom called Linny? Chapter 59 Dr. How's room check? No one ever said that you had to be a man to be a doctor. If Dr. Linny was the little girl's mother, then everything the little girl said made sense. And the moment Jiang Li asked this, a slender silhouette suddenly stood in the doorway. It was late and the hallway lights had come on at some point. The cold light struck behind the man, stretching the shadow of the man in the doorway thin and long. A sense of oppression came over him. Almost the moment she saw the silhouette, Jiang Li immediately closed her mouth. Against the man's grim gaze, Jiang Li quickly took out the medicine bottle and poured out 3 pills. Stuff it in your mouth and swallow it. The whole set of movements was done in one go, without any half-hearted procrastination. The real pill, long before it entered his mouth, was quietly put away in space by Jiang Li. Taking medication is just for show. Pop. The nurse entered the room among the others and flipped the light switch on. The originally dimly lit ward 402 was instantly open and bright. Dr. How walked in with the nurse. Were you, just now, talking to someone? Dr. How narrowed his eyes and pressed Jiang Li straight on. Jiang Li's breath tightened. He heard you. At this moment, if Jiang Li responded with a yes, she would definitely be labeled as third time. Put in a small dark room. No food. No sleep. If this trend continued, Jiang Li would be driven mad even if he wasn't mad. Jiang Li stared at Dr. How? Her face did not change, and she immediately rebuffed. No, but Dr. How was clearly not convinced. He walked slowly past Jiang Li and came to a halt before the outer wall. So explain the wall. How did it break? Dr. How stared at the dented wall, his shoulders trembling slightly as the hidden laughter at the bottom of his eyes called out. He snapped his head back, his gaze having become bloodthirsty. Then, under Jiang Li's gaze, Dr. How made an extremely bizarre movement. His eyes were glazed over, filled with the surprise of having caught Jiang Li at fault, and both of his hands were hanging off his chest like he was playing a puppy. The long snake's letters fluttered out, swaying from side to side and making a hissing sound of saliva. At this moment, Dr. How looked more like a crazy batch than Jiang Li. How did the wall, you say, break down? Dr. How bit his tongue as he spoke, slurring his words and hoarse. The way he looked at Jiang Li's eyes was like looking at a prey that was about to reach his mouth. Jiang Li couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. After a long time of not waiting for Jiang Li's answer, Dr. How's snake head enlarged steeply. The snake's mouth opens as wide as it can go, and it reaches down from top to bottom. It was almost on the verge of containing Jiang Li's entire skull. He was waiting for an explanation. Jiang Li couldn't explain it. No, it wouldn't do for Jiang Li to be silent for too long. The black serpent's fangs were in sight, and this was the last chance. Jiang Li frowned and closed his eyes tightly. Her palms clenched involuntarily. What to explain? She had to come up with a reasonable argument. Otherwise, if Dr. How thinks she's getting worse, points will be deducted and she'll be locked up in the dark room, more likely to be eaten outright. Every item was waiting for her. Think. There must be a solution. You can't give up. You can't give up. The viewers who were watching the live broadcast in China, seeing Jiang Li's perilous situation, all followed and hung their breath, deadlocked. This headache situation just doesn't make sense. The only thing that made sense was Jiang Li's aggravated hypochondria. But it's clear that this argument is a death sentence. There were quite a few netizens who were so scared that they just turned off the live broadcast. There's no way out. There's no escape from the madhouse strange tales coming to China. And in the live broadcast, Zhang Li hadn't given up yet. She closed her eyes and her index knuckles twitched subconsciously. Zhang Li's mind quickly recalled every detail of all the events just now. Entering the house, the little girl changes the medicines. So's Zhang Li's mouth. Red baby comes in, strangles the little girl, and little girl looking for her mom. Wait, a breakthrough surfaced in front of Zhang Li's eyes. Zhang Li's eyes snapped open. The door locks. There's something wrong with the door locks on the wards. Zhang Li's finger pointed in the direction of the iron door with a swish. Before I came back, the others broke into the ward and smashed the white walls. Hearing Zhang Li's words, Dr. Hao's snake mouth retracted. The eyes of the people in the room all looked in the direction of the iron door. There, halfway to the right of the iron door, a large crater was visibly dented. The door lock piece, on the other hand, was completely damaged. All of this, from that kick from Red Baby. The evidence of the damaged iron gate was in front of everyone's eyes, confirming the viability of Zhang Li's logic. Based on this alone, Dr. Hao could no longer say that it was Zhang Li's hypochondria that had worsened. Unauthorized destruction of white walls. So it is. Dr. Hao's expression twitched. Inside him, there seemed to be two personalities fighting. One, the personality of a healer. He wished Zhang Li well. The other, after being contaminated, is a personality that gradually degenerates into a weird world NPC. He hoped that Zhang Li would make a mistake, that Zhang Li would get worse, and better yet, that he would just become his ration. Dr. Hao's expression was odd, switching back and forth between good and bad. In the end, the doctor's personality prevailed for the time being. Dr. Hao's expression gradually returned to normal. Seeing this scene, Zhang Li's taut nerves were only slightly able to relax. In front of him, Dr. Hao stretched out his right hand and patted Zhang Li's shoulder, his tone becoming kind. I'll have the door locks fixed. 1037. The condition is well under control. Dr. Hao gave Zhang Li a rare praise. Zhang Li smiled back politely. When Dr. Hao finished speaking, he went over to the iron gate and walked over to the scoring sheet. He drew the pen from his breast pocket, opened the cap, and filled in the form with the new score. 60 points. Up 10 points. Comments off on taking medication on time. Symptoms reduced. After doing so, Dr. Hao gave two more routine explanations and turned around to leave the ward. After witnessing Dr. Hao leave the room, the nurse twisted her head and walked over to Zhang Li. 1037. You answer me. Did you see a little girl with a double ponytail at the hospital? The nurse held a pamphlet and asked Zhang Li. At this point, the little girl, who for whatever reason, had ducked to the door of the restroom, only half of it peeked out. Zhang Li remembered the 8th rule of the patient code. When the nurse asked if she had seen the little girl with the double ponytail at the hospital, please be sure to insist that you didn't see it. Zhang Li raised her eyes to the nurse and flatly denied. No. Zhang Li's words just fell. The little girl in the corner, and her face grew a few shades of pity. You really haven't seen it? Her mom's been looking for her and she got lost in the hospital. The nurse pursued. Zhang Li still didn't change her words. Haven't seen it. This time, Zhang Li had just finished saying this. A hideous layer of bruises then quickly crept up the little girl's face. The little girl looked at Zhang Li and stood frozen in the doorway of the toilet. Sticky blood oozed from the stitched neck. Zhang Li noticed that the little girl's body was slightly trembling, and was clutching her arms and shivering. It was impossible to tell if that gesture was fear, or cold. That's fine. The nurse stopped questioning Zhang Li and, instead, he turned his head to the beds of two other patients. What about you guys? Have you seen the little girl with the double ponytail? The nurse asked. The two patients poked a dark look at Zhang Li, then shook their heads violently. Did you see that? The old man asked the middle-aged woman. The middle-aged woman hugged her son and kept shaking her head. Not at all. I haven't even been out of the ward. Me too. Hearing the duo's conversation, the nurse's expression seemed distressed. From the pamphlet in her hand, she tore off 3 sheets of paper and distributed them to the 3 patients in the room. Here's a picture of the little girl. Remember to tell me if you see her. The nurse finished her instructions and turned to leave the room. Zhang Li took the paper and glanced at the photo on it. In the photo, it's not even a little girl. Instead, it was a few unrecognizable, dismembered limbs. Chapter 60, Inviting Away Guests. The other 2 patients were pointing at the photo, analyzing something. The boy is good looking. Look, how standard the features are. Yeah, it's been a while since I've seen such a cute little girl. Eyes as big as grapes. So watery. Zhang Li ignored the words of those 2, but backhanded the photo and flipped it to the back. There are new rules there. Madhouse, Code of Darkness. 1. before darkness comes, be sure to send away all the guests in the ward, otherwise something terrible will happen. 2. If you hear the cry of a wild cat at night, ignore it, it is normal. The hospital adopts a lot of stray cats that no one wants. 3. Security guards on night patrol will patrol the corridors once every full hour. Please don't hang out in the hallways. 4. There is a night kiosk on the floor of the hospital, open from midnight to 7 o'clock. All kinds of guests are welcome at any time. 5. If you get lost in the dark, look for the light of the night kiosk, it will show you the way. 6. The organs of a pig will not grow on the body of a kitten. Keep this in mind. 7. Doctors and nurses are already off work and resting. They don't visit late at night. 8. Don't look in the mirror at night. That's the advice. Once this article is violated, please fall asleep in 5 minutes. Relax, and the next day you will forget this terrible experience. John Lee's face was grave after reading it. She was particularly concerned about the first rule. Before darkness comes, be sure to send away all the guests in the ward, otherwise something terrible will happen. It was getting dark outside. This is something that has to be scratched. So now, the most important thing is to distinguish who is the master of the ward now. Who are the guests? Obviously, John Lee, the old man, the middle-aged woman. They all had their own badges, so the 3 of them are most likely the owners of the ward. And besides the 3 of them, there was the red baby, the little girl, in the ward, as well as the fake son in the arms of the middle-aged woman who was being treated as a real person. If John Lee drove Red Infant away, she would inevitably make Red Infant angry. The little girl, on the other hand, had been hiding there in the doorway of the restroom, glaring grimly at John Lee. It's also harder to ask little girls out, but even more difficult, is the middle-aged woman's fake son. She's so precious about that son, she's not going to want to give him away. What to do? John Lee had a bit of a headache. Her eyes glanced around the room for half a week, trying to find some solution. Without realizing it, John Lee and the fake doll in the middle-aged woman's arms locked eyes. The corners of that fake doll's mouth turned up in a stoic and creepy smile. Its eyes turned in a half-circle of bones and finally settled in John Lee's direction. Not moving, John Lee moved his eyes away and contemplated for a moment. 3 seconds later, she looked over at the little girl in the doorway of the restroom. Little sister, I promise to help you find your mom. John Lee revealed a kind smile. Anyway, this Dr. Lin E. John Lee was supposed to be looking for. She said that, but she was just going along for the ride and selling the little girl a favor. Really? The little girl's expression was both shocked and delighted. She stepped into her little leather shoes and slowly moved out of the bathroom doorway. John Lee nodded. Aha, but my baby wants to play a game of hide and seek before then. Need you to get organized. The red baby froze for a moment, scratching his little nose. Is baby talking about him? Did he say anything about playing games? The straight boy, red baby, was pondering whether to explain that he hadn't meant it that way. As a result, John Lee suddenly threw him 3 hot pig hearts. Red baby's eyes lit up. Immediately, he hugged the pig's heart and took a big bite. It's okay. Then I'll organize the hide and seek. The little girl nodded solemnly. John Lee laughed. I want everyone in the room to participate. Upon hearing this, the little girl turned around and went inside the restroom. John Lee's heart tightened. Did she say something wrong? Just as John Lee was wondering, the little girl came out of the toilet. She grabbed a little nurse lady dressed in rags. This nurse was wearing a pink nurse's uniform, unlike the white uniforms in the asylum. And this nurse had no facial features. Her face was all soft, rotting flesh. John Lee's heart thumped. Almost forgot. She hadn't been to the ward's restroom since the beginning. Therefore, this guest in the restroom, she has not yet found out. Everyone's here. Any more requests? The little girl pulls out the nurse and, looking to John Lee. Yes. John Lee reached out her hand and pointed at the fake doll in the middle-aged woman's arms. I want him to be the ghost. The scope of the game is anywhere outside of Ward 402. As soon as John Lee finished speaking, she saw the middle-aged woman change her face. The middle-aged woman carefully shielded her son. Resentment in her eyes. She opened her mouth, just about to dismiss John Lee's offer. The result was a glare from the little girl. John Lee hooked her lips. She'd thought of that a long time ago. This middle-aged woman, who couldn't even refuse to be painted in that damn state by the little girl just now, must be scared of little girls. And the little girl, to host or guest in the ward, definitely a lot more familiar than she and Red Baby were when they first arrived. Therefore, it was only fitting that the little girl step in to organize this game. Soon, everyone was ready. The fake doll was placed in the middle of the hallway, alone. The others fled in all directions, each looking for a place to hide. John Lee guessed that the fake doll the odds are that its eerie power can only be triggered by being inside the ward as a guest who hasn't been sent away. So the fake doll, already out of the hospital room, was a lifeless, It's just a doll that can't run or move. This hide-and-seek can't end as long as people don't end it voluntarily. Jiangli looked at the others. All of them either went to the rooftop upstairs or ran towards the lower level of the staircase. Only then did Jiangli slowly walk back to the entrance of Ward 402. She threw the red baby over her shoulder another heart and told him to go to the other room. Find a random empty bed to sleep in. Red baby clutched his heart and farted away. Jiangli saw red baby kick the door and stride into Ward 409. Jiangli, on the other hand, ripped off the 402 sign on the iron door and switched places with the 401s. Then with an air of calmness, he pushed the door open and returned to his original hospital room. This is great. Not to mention sending away the guests, she also sends away the host. Jiangli headed to bed number 2, lay down, covered herself with the quilt, and fell into a blindfolded sleep, until late at night, awakened by a mournful catcall. Jiangli turned on the electric light and glanced at the wall clock. It was now 1:45 a.m. She thought for a moment, got up from the bed, pushed the door and walked out. Chapter 61, Peekaboo. Jiangli gently pushed the door out. As soon as she pushed the door open, a kitten scampered to her feet. It was a hairless cat with slightly red eyes. Jiangli patted her steps, trying to soften her voice as much as possible, and walked out from the corridor. Between the hallways, countless kittens wailed, like a baby's cry. Some of the kittens are paralyzed on the floor. Some are frantically scratching the metal door, and some are even shedding tears. Each one was meowing. The noise was so loud that that's how Jiangli was woken up. Jiangli thought of the second article of the Black Knight Code. If you hear a feral cat crying at night, ignore it. It's normal. The hospital adopts a lot of stray cats that no one wants. So, these are stray cats adopted by the hospital. The kittens, however, were uniformly wearing a chain tag around their necks, which was labeled with a number. It's just like a patient in an insane asylum, with its own number. Every kitten saw Jiangli. They were humane and unanimously made a path for Jiangli. In the darkness of the night, countless bright eyes looked at Jiangli. Jiangli carefully walked to the middle of the corridor. The original fake doll that the middle-aged woman had placed there had been torn and chewed by many kittens. The head is the head, the arms are the arms, and the stomach is the stomach. The cotton filled inside the fake doll shook all over the place. When Jiangli went over, the fake doll's eyes rolled down to Jiangli's feet and stared at her coldly. She bent down to pick up the eyeballs. Now this eyeball doesn't move anymore. It's just an ordinary glass bead. After looking at it for a couple of moments, there was nothing out of the ordinary. Jiangli smoothly put it into his pocket. Then, Jiangli continued to walk towards the stairway. As she walked, she noticed that there were constantly kittens following her heels. Every now and then, he rubbed Jiangli twice and wailed twice. It was only when she got closer that Jiangli realized that the kittens, many of them have grown hooves like piglets, or maybe it's growing a pigtail. All of these cats have varying degrees of physical mutation. As little as 20% and as much as 70% are heading for the piggy bank. Jiangli snapped to mind the 6th article of the Black Knight Code. Kittens don't grow pig organs on their bodies. Keep that in mind. This rule is wrong. Jiangli noted down the doubts in his heart and quickly descended to the 4th floor. She came to level 3. The hallway situation on the 3rd floor is similar to the 4th floor, but the kittens on this level are even weirder. Jiangli preferred to call it piggy instead of kitten, because the kittens on this floor have been physically mutated up to 90%. Among these piglets, one particularly fat pig was especially eye-catching. The fat pig and Jiangli exchanged a glance, and a hint of familiarity surfaced in Jiangli. Jiangli didn't intend to stay much longer and was about to continue walking downstairs, but the little fat piggy ran over and stopped her. The little fat pig with the 022 iron plate around its neck bites Jiangli's pants leg. It seemed to want to take her somewhere. Jiangli suppressed the doubts in his heart and followed. Little fat pig led Jiangli to a storehouse. It arched down something from a row of shelves and carried it in its mouth to Jiangli's heel. It's a black flashlight. Jiangli stroked the little fat piggy's head and put the flashlight into his pocket. Although I don't know what the little fat pig means, Ben holds the idea that animals are psychic. Jiangli felt that trusting it shouldn't be wrong. The time is gradually approaching 2 a.m. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps came. The animals in the 3rd floor hallway, as if they had heard some kind of signal. The sound of panicked running lasted 2 to 3 seconds. That little fat piggy ran away too. Unexpectedly, Jiangli was left alone in the corridor of the 3rd floor. The 3rd rule of the Code of Darkness. Security guards on night patrol will patrol the corridors once every full hour. Please don't hang out in the hallways. Jiangli suddenly reacted that it should be the security guards coming. She immediately ducked into the storage room and closed the door. Footsteps, getting closer and closer to Jiangli. Jiangli was crouching under the window of the storehouse. It was so terribly quiet around them that you could hear a pin drop. Jiangli even became extremely careful with his breathing. The thump of the heart, one after the other. Outside, Security guards with flashlights were patrolling the hallways. The guard's flashlight swung toward the depot. Light shone through the window, illuminating an empty space in the depot. The top of Jiang Li's head was hidden a little below the light, and it was almost discovered. Why is the door to the storage room open? The guard headed for the door of the depot. The iron door of the storehouse was slanted open a small crack, not very big, about 1 centimeter. Jiang Li crouched down right in front of the doorway. Her breathing couldn't help but tighten. The iron door of the storehouse could not be locked from the inside. Jiang Li's heart raced and she held her breath. A quick thought flashed through her mind as she felt in her pocket. Just a moment before the guard was about to push the door, in the far hallway, rattled the sound of glass beads tumbling down. Who? The security guard immediately reversed the direction of his flashlight and headed over to the hallway. That was thrown by Jiang Li from the window. It was the eyeball of that fake doll. I didn't realize it would come in handy. While the security guards walk away, Jiang Li was about to pull the door, but then he suddenly realized a person standing behind the door. And stared at Jiang Li and smiled. The man behind the door had a dead white face and 2 big red blushes in the middle of his cheeks. The man looked down at Jiang Li from top to bottom, grinning wryly. Jiang Li's hairs stood up in sweat. She suddenly remembered that it was the old man in the hide-and-seek game, made up by the little girl. Hiding out here. The old man with no makeup remover had to run around with this creepy makeup on. You came here too? The old man inquired Jiang Li in surprise. Jiang Li nodded along helplessly. This old man is worse. I guess he's been hiding here for 3 or 4 hours. In fact, Jiang Li had gone back to sleep. Outside the door, the footsteps of security guards coming over were heard again. Damn. Got distracted by the old man. Security's coming over again. Damn. Jiang Li slowly moved his feet and stood with the horrible old man behind the door. The security guard, at that moment, also walked up to the door of the warehouse. Squeak dash. The security guard pushed open the steel door of the storage room at about an 80-degree angle. Jiang Li patted behind the iron door and pressed herself against the wall, not daring to breathe. The security guard took 2 steps in and spotted 2 or 3 flashlights that had fallen to the ground. He bent down to pick it up and put it back on the shelf. Jiang Li was right behind the security guard's right side. She could see the guard's back, and as soon as the guard turned his head back a little to the right, Jiang Li will definitely be discovered. Jiang Li's heart hung in her throat. In the meantime, the sound of a security guard coming from the 4th floor came from outside. 2 security guards. Jiang Li had already begun to touch the knife. The security guard on the 4th floor walks outside the window of the storage room and shines a flashlight inside. He knocked twice on the windowsill, urging the question, going or not? The 4th floor check is done. Are you done with the 3rd floor yet? Okay, right away. The 3rd floor security guard coped. He went to the left window and closed the open glass window. With that, he left the storeroom and pulled the door shut. Fortunately, the security guards are not in the habit of locking the storehouse. Jiang Li breathed a sigh of relief. The high level of nervousness made Jiang Li's back wet with sweat. She put away her knife and got down from the wall she was clinging to, and after making sure the security guard was far away, pulled open the door to the warehouse. 1037. You're not hiding? The old man asked. Jiang Li hurriedly smiled and perfunctorily said, if you want to hide, you hide first. I'll change the place. The old man nodded. Go ahead. You be careful. Don't get caught. Jiang Li secretly spat out that this old man was sick, then went out of the storehouse. A game of hide-and-seek, with fake dolls as ghosts, and if they're still coming to get people, that would be a hell of a thing. After Jiang Li exited the storehouse, he tucked the flashlight given by Little Fat Pig in his pocket and quickly walked downstairs. Chapter 62, Backroom Warehouse. Jiang Li groped her way downstairs in the dark, and now she didn't dare to turn on the flashlight. The note in her pocket burned slightly as she headed down below. Under the black goo, Jiang Li vaguely realized that it was the first asylum patient code note that was burning. She opened the note and glanced at it slightly. It's hard to see, but it can be vaguely seen that the 6th rule in there becomes bold. Article 6 of the patient code. There is no level 0 in the hospital. Don't try to find level 0. This rule, the last time Jiang Li looked at it, was still wrong. But now, through the eye of truth, Jiang Li could clearly feel that that rule changed. Now it's true. Jiang Li was thinking so, and without realizing it, he walked to a black building entrance. Above the entrance to the building, a green sign informed Jiang Li that this was -0th floor. Jiang Li was a bit hesitant. Should we go in and take a look? Jiang Li's original intention was to make a trip to the -3RD floor this evening, because Jiang Li thought about it when she was washing her hands in the -2ND floor cafeteria. The red, bloody water from the faucet had been contaminated in that time. Following the source of the faucet, you can check up to 2 nearby floors. If the hospital cafeteria uses groundwater, then -2 levels of water. Most likely from the -3RD floor morgue. The source of the contamination is most likely in the morgue. But now layer 0 is back. If the hospital uses tap water, that plumbing line runs from the top to the bottom. The source of the contamination could also come from layer 0. Tier 0 is still a little too weird. Zhangli thought for a moment and decided to bring Red Baby along next time. We'll go ahead and check out the -3 level tonight. Zhangli went down the stairs. She quickly made her way to the bottom, the -3 RD floor. The morgue, which was supposed to be eerie, was now brightly lit. Zhangli glanced inside through the glass door at the entrance of the building. -3 floors inside. Many crews in tall white hats with aprons were busy at work. Above the roof, a greenish sign hangs, Backroom Warehouse. Isn't this the morgue? How come it's now a backroom warehouse? Zhangli put away her doubts and looked at a note posted at the entrance of the building. She took out her flashlight, turned it on to minimum brightness, and carefully shined it on top of the note. Madhouse Backroom Warehouse Code of Conduct. 1. The back kitchen warehouse is open from midnight to 4 o'clock. Attendance is recorded promptly at midnight and you are required to be on time. 2. When entering the warehouse for work, please take the initiative to wear work clothes and a work cap. 3. Please follow the procedure of washing, scalding, trimming and scraping, splitting the pork. Prepare ingredients for the next day's meal in the cafeteria. 4. Do not allow sharp instruments contaminated with pig's blood to cut the skin. Once it happens, please suspend work immediately and go to the second floor clinic. 5. If cat hair is found on a pig, do not be alarmed and cut off the appropriate part. What are you looking at? A female voice suddenly rang in Zhangli's ears. Zhangli turned back. A competent woman in a black suit was spotted, looking at Zhangli with a measuring gaze. The woman pushed her black-rimmed glasses up the bridge of her nose, her hair combed especially close to her scalp. Zhangli choked. Analyzing the rules note from earlier, there are only 2 types of people present on level -3. The first, the busy kitchen staff inside. The second, the person who records attendance. I'm late for work. Zhangli smiled at the woman. This woman is supposed to be recording attendance. The woman scanned up and down the hospital gown on Zhangli a few times. Are you sure you're here to work? Zhangli nodded. Yes. With a twitch of his index finger, Zhangli continued. I cut the back of my hand with a knife stained with pig's blood last time and was hospitalized for a few days. This is the hospital gown that I didn't get a chance to change out of. According to Article 4 of the Code of Conduct for the back office warehouse, do not allow sharp objects contaminated with pig's blood to cut the skin. In the event that this happens, suspend work immediately. Go to the second floor clinic for medical treatment. Utilizing this rule, the hospital gown on Zhangli was explained. The woman with glasses heard Zhangli speak in such detail, and believed 7 or 8% of it. After all, if it really was a psychopath in the building, I'm sure it couldn't do such quick thinking. Normal people have trouble communicating with those crazy people. That's fine. You sign in, change into your work clothes, and you're in. The woman in the suit pushed open the door to the entrance of the building and brought Zhangli to a registration desk. A sign-in sheet was placed in front of Zhangli. The words on it were all garbled, and Zhangli couldn't recognize any of them. She calmed down for a second and analyzed it briefly. Above the list, each row has the same symbols and each column has different symbols. The rows are names of people and the columns are dates. Zhangli randomly chose someone who had vacated the previous 2 days on today's date and fill in the person's name symbol as it is. The woman in the suit picked up her pen again and drew a strange pattern specifically after that name. Zhangli guessed that the pattern should represent late. Then the woman turned to the rows of grids behind her and take out the coveralls that belong to this person and give them to Zhangli. Let Zhangli go to the opposite dressing room to change. Zhangli took the suit and went inside the dressing room. This set of overalls, Zhangli wore much larger. It was good that Zhangli had folded her sleeves and pant legs inside, and the woman in the suit didn't notice anything unusual. Your post was filled 2 days ago, so you'll start with another one today, the woman said, bringing Zhangli to a place where pork was being cut. Zhangli's task was to be responsible for chopping down the pig's feet. On the conveyor belt, at the very beginning end, in the cold freezer, transmit a batch of whole hogs covered with blood-stained white cloth. By the time Zhangli arrived, it was already clean pork that had been processed. Zhangli yanked over the pig in front of him, to use the machete, and quickly chopped off all 4 of its hooves, and then transmit to the next person. Luckily, in the last copy, Zhangli SS ranked through the game. The bonus on her personal side is 100% increase in physical strength. Otherwise such a physically demanding job, Zhangli did it alone for 2 hours straight. It's really not always done. During the process of chopping the pig's foot, Zhangli discovered a strange phenomenon. Pigs are supposed to have 4 toes, but these pig feet, they all have 5. Or maybe there's a pig whose feet aren't exactly pig feet. It was crawling with unwashed cat hair. Zhangli remembered the rules he had just read. If you find cat hair on a pig, don't be alarmed. Just cut off the appropriate portion. Zhangli cut off this part of the flesh, following the example of the other staff members. Throw it in the trash. Such intense work went on until 4 in the morning. It was only then that Zhang was able to leave the stage. Everyone changed out of their coveralls. Then, lining up in order, exit through a hidden staff passageway on the far right. This employee passageway was not the internal hallway of the building that Zhang had taken when she arrived. This separate walkway that everyone takes together leads directly to the plaza outside the hospital building. These employees have passes to and from the asylum. They exited the building and resumed the line with their credentials. Came to the hospital towering 7 or 8 meters high in front of the big iron gate audit. Those who are cleared can leave the asylum straight away. Zhang didn't have a pass and couldn't get out even if he stood in line. She simply got halfway through the line, got out of it, and headed up to the hospital plaza. Chapter 63, Appearance of the Dean. Zhang accelerated her steps, leaving the crowd and heading to the middle of the square. As she walked away, she lifted her own sleeve and looked at it. The exposed part of the arm basically sprouted nasty hard bumps. It does appear that the source of contamination is on the -3 level. That pork is a source of contamination. Zhang took out a cup of honey water from space and quickly drank it down. After a few seconds, the bumps on the hands subsided at a rate visible to the naked eye. This trip to the -3 level wasn't for nothing. Zhang space had one more thing, a knife stained with pig's blood. The 4th rule of the backroom warehouse code of conduct should not be ignored. Do not allow sharp instruments contaminated with pig's blood to cut the skin. In the event that this occurs, suspend work immediately. Go to the consultation room on the 2nd floor. This suggests that the knife stained with pig's blood, for the shenanigans in the copy of there may be special significance. The point is not the knife, but the pig's blood on top of the knife, or human blood. After some speculation, Zhang walked in the direction of the hospital building. Getting those clues tonight was enough. Zhang intended to go back to the ward, and the latter would be dealt with in the long run. Just unexpectedly, Zhang walked to the downstairs of the hospital building, looked up and, surprisingly, I found the light on in the emergency room on the far side of the 2nd floor. And, underneath the 1st floor of the hospital, close to the ground, black gas kept coming out. From the looks of it, it seems that the place where the black gas is the thickest is the 0 level, below the 1 level. About 10 seconds later, the lights went out in the emergency room. At the same time, the black gas underneath the 1st floor ground disappeared. Zhang didn't continue to walk into the building. Instead, he sidestepped behind the notice board next to the building. She can't go into the building yet. She goes in now. It's highly likely that you'll run into someone coming out of the emergency room. Zhang squatted next to him and watched. It wasn't long before 2 men came out of the building. One walks ahead and looks like the leader, but the head looks like a scorpion and has a protective mask over the mouth. There was another person walking behind. Zhang recognized him at once. It was Dr. How? Zhang recalled the 7th rule of the Code of Darkness. Doctors and nurses are already off work and resting. They don't visit late at night. This rule is wrong. Actually, earlier, the pink nurse who was hiding in the bathroom just implies that this rule is wrong. As night falls, the nurse from the restroom is sure to show up in Ward 402. Fake nurses are also nurses. What's more, all the nurses in this hospital are fake. Retracting his thoughts, Zhang continued to stare at the duo. These 2 men exited the hospital's revolving door one after the other and descended the hospital steps. Dean, I'll see you off. Dr. How took 2 quick steps to follow the man in front of him. The dean waved his hand, his eyes curved. No need. How you also worked hard today. Good track record lately. Dean overpraised. It's all because you brought them up well. A famous teacher brings out the best. Dr. How smiled modestly, hearing the compliment. Dean seemed to take it well. He removed the key from his waist and handed it to Hao Huirun. You are a smart person. If only back then, your senior sister Lin was half as understanding as you. At the mention of senior sister Lin, a flash of movement flashed in the bottom of Hao Huirun's eyes. It's only a matter of moments. Hao Huirun collected his emotions and humbly took the keys to the dean's car. Just a moment, Dean. I'll go to the garage and get your car for you. Hao Huirun finished and left. The dean, meanwhile, had been waiting at the edge of the square with his hands behind his back. Not much longer. 2 beams of headlights struck over and stood out in the pitch-black square. A low-profile, luxurious Toyota Century stopped steadily in front of the dean. This black Toyota Century, which looks understated, is not cheap at all. Zhang Li's time as a student at Huaqing University, he occasionally saw returned overseas Chinese classmates drive by. The car looks mediocre, but it's a hard car to find in this country, and it's hard to get money for it. The car door opened and Hao Huirun got out of the driver's seat and helped Dean sit in. Then, the dean drove off, while Hao Huirun stayed in place and watched. Under the illumination of the headlights, Zhang Li could see Dr. Hao's face. Almost his entire face changed. The upper half of his face without the mask was also all crawling with snakelin at the moment. Dr. House contamination got worse. He didn't go to the -3rd floor, just to the emergency room. And surprisingly, the contamination is aggravated as well. What really happened in the emergency room? Dr. House sent the dean away and headed for the kiosk next to the building. The night kiosk is lit up with a dim warm light and is open for business at the moment. John Lee also used the color of the night to cover his figure and followed. John Lee was hiding at the side wall of the kiosk. From John Lee's viewpoint, he could see a stone sculpture of a dog in front of the kiosk. Upon closer inspection, the dog's figure still looks familiar. From the kiosk came a conversation between Dr. How and the kiosk owner. Working late again today, Dr. How? The boss asked politely. Dr. How answered, well, I was hungry from working overtime, so I came to get some late night snacks. By the way, boss, sure, did the snacks you promised to stock for me last time arrive? Here it is, saved for you, big one. After that boss sure finished, he gave Dr. How a bag of stuff. The contents of the bag, squeak and squeal. Dr. How paid, grabbed the contents and shoved them into his mouth. Full of popping juice. The little thing squeaked again and stopped moving. By the sound of the cries, it was very much like a mouse. At this time, John Lee, while paying attention to the movements of the two, was also looking at the rules at the entrance of the kiosk. Madhouse Commissary Code 1. The black dog at the door is the boss's treasure. Remember, don't break it. 2. The night kiosk is open from midnight to 7 o'clock. All kinds of guests are welcome. 3. The store sells goods on a barter basis and follows the principle of equivalence. Before Jiang Li could finish reading, the sound of Dr. House footsteps heading out of the store came. John Lee hurriedly withdrew his sight and hid behind the corner wall. Boss, sure, business is booming. Let's go. Dr. How finished his midnight snack, burped, and left the kiosk satisfied. Boss sure spoke back to him. You too, business is booming. Welcome again. Dr. How walked to the doorway and tapped 3 times on something, before exiting the store completely. Seeing Dr. How's figure coming out of the kiosk, John Lee carefully followed again. She followed Dr. How all the way to the garage on the side of the plaza. Dr. How pulled out his car keys, unlocked it, and got in. The car drove past John Lee's field of vision and swept up a cloud of yellow dust. Dr. How drove out in the direction of the big iron gate and left the asylum. John Lee looked out at Dr. How's car. What kind of business is this Dr. How in? And why the kiosk owner wished him good business? Does this mean that the contamination of the asylum has a lot to do with this business? John Lee came out of the darkness and turned in the direction of the hospital building. She was debating whether or not to make a trip to the commissary and poke around for some more information. And just then, 2 beams of headlights suddenly hit John Lee's face. The bright light stunned John Lee's eyes. John Lee subconsciously raised his arm and blocked the light, inclining his head towards the light source. Not far, the black Fengtai Century slammed on the gas and rushed over in John Lee's direction. Chapter 64, Pigs Eating People. There was no time to think. Seeing that the black sedan was only 3 meters away from John Lee's adrenaline surged. Holding her breath, she took 2 quick steps and jumped and lunged toward the side of the driveway. John Lee had just dodged the attack when the black sedan slammed the steering wheel again. A foot of gas rushed towards John Lee's position. Automobiles are characterized by high speed straight ahead, but are not nimble enough to make turns. John Lee utilized this to avoid it thrillingly 3 times in a row. After these few rounds, John Lee's stamina held up. But this car crash, if it doesn't end soon, something will happen sooner or later. The dean in the car was obviously going to lay a death sentence on John Lee. No, it can't be worn out any longer. John Lee had to come up with a way to avoid Dean's pursuit. The area John Lee was currently in was a hospital plaza, suitable for running, but not for hiding. So the best thing to do is to hide in the hospital building. John Lee desperately ran wildly towards the building. The dean's car, on the other hand, made a steep U-turn and rushed ahead of John Lee, blocking her way. There was another hum of the engine. Dean revealed a sinister look and clenched his teeth as he crashed towards John Lee. In John Lee's neighborhood, there were no more obstacles to hide behind. Her eyes looked to the side. Now, only the night kiosk remains. The first rule of the Madhouse Commissary Code. The black dog at the door is the boss's treasure. Remember, don't break it. Out of time. Take a gamble. John Lee put his best foot forward and rushed in the direction of the kiosk. Life and death depend on the strength of the kiosk owner. In the last few meters before the black sedan was about to hit John Lee quickly rushed behind that black dog stone statue. In the meantime, sharp brakes sounded, piercing in the stillness of the night. Dean's pupils constricted and he slammed on the brakes frantically tight. The front of the car looked like it was going to hit the nose of the black dog statue when Dean's car swerved around in a drift. the sedan arced off course, and the car spun out of control 4 or 5 times in place. Finally, it just slowed to a stop. Jiangli sat paralyzed behind the black dog with palpitations, covering her chest and panting heavily. Dean, who had managed to slow down from his vertigo, looked through the rearview mirror out the car window and, grimly, he plucked out Jiangli. Finally, forced to do so, he drove his car resentfully and left the hospital. Jiangli saw the dean's car. This time it was really out of the big iron gate. She sat down softly on the floor, and her heart, which had been pounding, finally calmed down. Winning. The bet won this time. The director of this insane asylum, and he wouldn't dare mess with Sure, the owner of the commissary. Who is this Mr. Sure? Really? Not only did he open his store at night and greet all kinds of guests, but even the dean dared not offend him. Jiangli rested a few more breaths before holding onto the statue and getting up from the cold ground. As soon as she had risen, she found Sure, the owner of the kiosk, with a bowl of hot soup in his hand. Was crouching on the other side of the doorway watching the show. Yo, the little girl has quite a life. Boss Sure smiled at Jiangli. The visitor is a guest. Come into the store and sit down? The moment Jiangli saw this Boss Sure, he suddenly reacted to this familiar face. Isn't he the coffin store owner we met before? It's you? Jiangli stared at the boss. I saw you last time. Sure smiled a little. It's me. Hello again. Jiangli teased. Your business is quite extensive. Boss Sure answered. That's true, but you promised to come and take care of my family's business often. You don't forget, do you? Jiangli suddenly remembered that, under the impression, there was indeed such a thing. Go into the store and take a look. When Mr. Sure finished speaking, he brought the bowl to his mouth again and sucked in a mouthful of broth. Got up and walked into the store. The wind chime in front of the kiosk was blown twice by the night wind, making a pleasant tinkling sound. Jiangli stood in the doorway and stared at the store. An obscure yellow light filled the entire kiosk. Above the roof of the kiosk, there were a lot of dolls hanging. A rope hangs down and wraps around the doll's neck. It looks a lot like the kid who hung here. Also, there are 1,000 things for sale in this store. Human cheeks, bloodied cloth shoes, mutilated bodies, everything. In addition to this, there were half-dead rats, freshly molted snakeskins, shrinking knives with bloody sacks that, and so on. On each item, there were tags with the last name of the original owner of those things. Jiangli glanced at the rules on the wall. Madhouse Commissary Code. 1. The black dog at the door is the boss's treasure. Remember, don't break it. 2. The night kiosk is open from midnight to 7 o'clock. All kinds of guests are welcome. 3. The store sells goods on a barter basis and follows the principle of equivalence. 4 goods out of the store. No refunds or exchanges. If there is any problem, no responsibility. 5. Into the store must be consumed. Non-sincere do not disturb. 6. Before leaving the store, please tap 3 times on the vertical sign at the entrance. Jiangli walked into the store and saw Boss Sure's family portrait hanging on the wall. It's a picture of him with a woman. Jiangli asked, Boss Sure, isn't your wife with you? If Jiangli was right, the last time he met with Boss Sure, the black dog in his house, it's his real wife, because that black dog, unafraid of lamb-flavored scented pouches, isn't a dog at all. Hearing Jiang Li's question, a ray of sadness flashed across Boss Sure's face. He looked grim as he lifted the lid of the pot, and inside was a large pot of broth, fragrant to the nostrils. Smelling the strange odor, Jiang Li seemed to guess something and frowned slightly. Mr. Sure took his empty bowl and served a few more pieces of dog meat from it. He buried his head and looked grim as he took a bite of dog meat and swallowed it with difficulty. You're wrong. Boss Sure looked up, responding to Jiang Li's question. My wife and I, we are together forever. Behind Jiang Li's side, there was a floor-to-ceiling mirror that was 2 meters high. She didn't look back, because of the 8th rule of the Code of Blackness. Don't look in the mirror at night. That's the advice. Once this rule is violated, please fall asleep in 5 minutes, relax, and the next day you will forget this terrible experience. This rule is true. Jiang Li intentionally avoided the direction of the mirror and started shopping for goods, but through the mirror, Mr. Sure saw that the person there was not Jiang Li. Instead, it was a half-cat, half-pig monster. It was supposed to be a kitten body, but 60% of it turned into a piglet. Jiang Li circled the store a few times. Mr. Sure took a clothesline fork and fetched a child from the roof. He pushed, want a late-night snack? A mouse? Or a doll? Boss Sure handed over a doll at Jiang Li. I think you might prefer to eat this. Jiang Li glanced at Boss Sure in surprise and didn't reach out to pick it up. Mr. Sure said to himself, back in the old days, we used to keep at hashtag and in captivity. Once a little doll was naughty and went to the at hashtag NS house to squat on the toilet. When the family found it later, the little doll's body was covered in blood. The limbs and internal organs were all at hashtag and chewed up. In what Boss Sure said, there was a word that Jiangli could never hear clearly. It seems to have been intentionally muffled by the system. Although it was inaudible, this was a story that Jiangli had heard before. This story is about pigs eating people. Chapter 65, Red Baby in Danger. How about it? Eat this? Boss Sure handed the doll to Jiangli again. You should like it. A flash of doubt rose in Jiangli's heart. She smiled lightly and politely declined. What about rats? Or fish? I have both here. Mr. Sure went back to rummaging through a large cardboard box for something. The animal that loves to eat mice and fish is the cat. Jiangli had already guessed. Perhaps in Boss Sure's eyes, Jiangli was a pig and a cat. At this moment, Jiangli remembered those mutant kittens on the 4th and 3rd floors. Fatty had told her that patients with a health score of 80 or less live on the 4th floor. Patients with scores of 81 to 95 live on the 3rd floor. A score of 95 or higher will result in a direct discharge. If those stray cats are the patients, isn't it understandable that the patient's score corresponds to the degree of mutation? Fatty had once told Jiangli, says he found his tattooed friend who got high grades and was discharged inside the pork in the cafeteria. So, a patient discharged with a score of 95 or above actually ends up in the morgue. Or backroom warehouse? Jiangli broke out into a cold sweat. The horror of this matter is that Jiangli, from beginning to end, didn't even take one of the pills the doctor gave me. Without medication, it can mutate. Jiangli now needs to control his score not to be too high. However, she needs to control her score from being docked too hard. Just the same. Otherwise you'll be put in a small dark room. Or maybe there's another way. Jiangli raised her eyes. Boss Sure, does the store have a pass for the insane asylum? I want to buy it. Hearing that Jiangli wanted to buy a pass as soon as he came up, Boss Sure was surprised. You want to buy a pass? Mr. Sure scrunched up his face. Jiangli nodded. Boss Sure flipped through the book, his tone a bit bitter. All the stuff in my store is left over from other customers swapping around. So far, no one has been willing to trade passes with me. No passes. Jiangli lost his head for a small moment. Looks like using the pass to get out fell through. In fact, if it's necessary to get an ID, it's okay for her to go knife a backroom warehouse worker. Only, those staff members acted collectively every time. Jiangli would definitely be mobbed if he made a rash move. By then, I'm afraid the situation will only become more sinister. Jiangli pondered for a few seconds. She remembered the hospital emergency room. The blackness of level 0 seemed especially thick once the lights came on in the emergency room. There seems to be some sort of inexplicable connection between the ER and level 0. Do you have any doctor's scrubs? I'll take one if there is. Jiangli looked at Boss Sure. You wait for me to find it. Boss Sure flipped open the yellow pages of the book. It's still true. Mr. Sure came to his senses. He put down the book and went to an old wooden box. That box was thick with dust and looked like it hadn't been touched in years. You're in luck. The scrubs were changed by someone 3 years ago. Mr. Sure blew out a mouthful of ash and opened the box. He shook a wrinkled green scrubs out of it. Jiangli took it and opened it. The scrubs are not too big and are proportionate to a woman's figure. Jiangli got it on his body and compared it twice, and it fit just right. But the beauty of it is that the scrubs have a slash across the abdomen. The surrounding area was stained with blood that had long since dried. Mr. Sure said, this is the doctor's scrubs. There's a copy of the doctor's rules that goes with it. If you want it, the rules come with it. Jiangli's eyes flashed. How do I sell this? Jiangli asked. Mr. Sure thought for a moment. You can take a palm for it. Jiangli remembered this copy. She was bound to her father. Immediately vetoed this approach. Not this time. Next time. Next time can. Do you think you can exchange it with something else? Jiangli asked. Boss Scooby responded. Except for body parts. Objects of bizarre power counterparts. Or you can bring it in exchange. The third article of the Code of the Commissary of the Insane Asylum. Our store sells goods on a barter basis, following the principle of equivalence. Jiangli thought for a moment and took out the peace lock from space. That's left over from the last copy. It's creepy little boy stuff. Is this okay? In Jiangli's palm, a peace lock was placed. Mr. Sure's eyes lit up. It's okay. This is too good. Boss Sure reached out and snatched away the small gold lock. Deal's a deal. No changing. Jiangli didn't feel at a disadvantage. It was better to leave that peace lock lying around anyway and put it to good use instead. Tell you what, I'll give you one more thing for your bravado today. Mr. Sure put away the peace lock. He opened the wooden drawer of the counter, took out a box of small matches and slipped it to Jiangli. This is a good thing. Boss Sure's tone was mysterious. He continued. You know there's a DR. How in this hospital? He's asked me to buy it many times. Unfortunately, the stuff he gives me is worthless every time. I said time and time again that I was out of stock and wouldn't give it to him. Boss sure spoke in a mysterious way, giving Jiang Li a laugh. Maybe this little match is really good. Thanks a lot then. Jiang Li tucked in the doctor's rules, another surgical gown and matches, all together in space. Jiang Li came out of the kiosk, walked to the door, and knocked on the vertical sign in front of the door 3 times. A vertical plaque engraved with the words Night Kiosk made a duck-duck sound. Commissary Code Article 6. Before leaving the store, please tap 3 times on the vertical sign at the door. No wonder Dr. How knocked 3 times even then. Jiang Li thought so and lifted his foot out of the store. Coming out of the kiosk, Jiang Li went straight back to the hospital building, the 402 ward on the 4th floor. She was so tired tonight that she actually slept through the night this time. Early the next morning, Jiang Li had just opened her eyes when she heard the middle-aged woman's cries. My son, Uhu, you died a horrible death. Next to 526, a middle-aged woman, holding the body parts of her fake son, lined up on the bed. The middle-aged woman was crying so hard that her eyes were almost dry. The old man next to him, on the other hand, was sitting in a chair, propped up in his head, dozing. Jiang Li raised his eyelids to look at it. The old man and the middle-aged woman in the room had big black eyes. So, these 2 crazy people, really hiding out all night. I can't believe I didn't close my eyes all night. Shocked, Jiang Li got up from the bed and went to the bathroom to wash up. As she came out, she clearly felt the middle-aged woman's resentful eyes. Unfortunately, Jiang Li didn't care about this woman's opinion at all. Jiang Li saw that it was about time, so he went out and went to ward 409. She knocked on the door of the wardroom and told Red Baby to go out for breakfast. Red Baby's sleepy eyes cannot open, rolled over, vague stammers too, did not get up. Jiang Li sighed and had to let Red Baby continue to sleep. She exited ward 409 and followed the trio of patients, heading down the stairway, and behind Jiang Li, a pair of sinister gazes followed her through the 402 doorway. It wasn't until he saw Jiang Li disappear into the stairway that the man withdrew his sight. Immediately afterward, she sneaks out of the house and pushes open the door to room 409. Chapter 66, Making a Scene. Jiang Li was halfway down the stairs, and his heart was always vaguely uneasy. A middle-aged woman with a dead fake son wouldn't go after her son, would she? But her son is no other than Red Baby. That woman dared to mess with Red Baby. That was purely because she didn't want to live. Jiang Li's hanging heart relaxed. She went straight to the -2ND floor cafeteria for breakfast. While eating, Jiang Li always felt that there were footsteps on the roof. And, for some reason, there was a sense of being spied on. Jiang Li looked up at the ceiling of the cafeteria. The clear black glass material is opaque. That's -1 level up there. By all rights, the -1 level is a sealed-off area. There shouldn't be any talent. However, Jiang Li always felt that there were countless pairs of eyes staring at her from above. Those lines of sight lingered above Jiang Li's head for a long time, making Jiang Li very uncomfortable. After quickly resolving breakfast in 2 minutes, Jiang Li immediately left the cafeteria. As Jiang Li walked back, she saw the nurse was holding a large stack of information. Rushed down from level 1. Further down on the 1st floor, besides the cafeteria, is the morgue. It doesn't seem reasonable to send so much information to either place. Eliminating all the options leaves only one place. -1 level. Sealed off area. There's someone there. Realizing this, a layer of goosebumps rose on Jiang Li's back. The nurse is only 2 steps from the -1 essay floor. And behind the nurse came down another patient who was going to the cafeteria. Jiang Li quickly walked behind that patient and pushed his elbow. The patient yelped in horror, losing his balance and falling toward the bottom of the stairs. 3 or 4 steps, and you can't die from the fall. Jiang Li watched from the stairs. As luck would have it, the nurse was implicated by that patient and they both fell together. Along with that, the information in his hand was scattered all over the place. Jiang Li slightly raised his lips. She rushed down the hall to pick up the nurse and help her pick up the information. Ugh, why are you so careless? Let me help you. Jiang Li looked enthusiastic. She quickly picked up the information on the floor. Taking that one document, he quickly passed it over in front of his eyes. The patient who knocked over the nurse was genuinely frightened when he realized he had gotten into trouble. Like he was afraid of upsetting the nurse. That patient covered his knee on the spot, not caring about the pain, and get up and run like crazy. The nurse looked anxious too. She picked up the information in a panic and didn't even look at Jiang Li for a second. After hastily and haphazardly organizing himself, he headed for the stairway on the -1 essay floor. Now, Jiang Li was pretty sure that there was someone on the -1 essay floor. Not only is there someone, but that someone is not lowly. Otherwise the nurse wouldn't have been in such a hurry to leave without even cursing. It was only a pity that the door to the stairway on the -1 essay floor was opaque. Otherwise Jiang Li could have gained more information. Jiang Li walked back with his mind tucked away. This time, when I went upstairs, The hospital stairs were still full of plutonium, and yellow paper burned to ashes. Not only that, but the corners were scrawled with big red letters, death and escape. Little notes scattered on the floor, printed all over the place were horror rumors from the loony bin written by who knows what lunatic. John Lee had just walked to the third floor when she was almost hit on by a jaywalking patient. The madman was laughing wildly and running down the fourth floor in a frenzy. As he ran, he yelled, "Ah ha ha ha, check it out. They're beating up kids over there. Shut the door and beat the kids, haha." John Lee's heart vaguely felt that something wasn't right, but he didn't think it should be Red Baby. As she took the man by the hand, she asked after him, "Where is it?" The madman shook off John Lee warily, his eyes frozen. "Don't you pull me. I didn't do it. An old woman did." The madman's answer was bull-headed, but when she heard the words old woman, the uneasiness in John Lee's heart increased. She couldn't help the harshness of her tone and repeated the question. "I'm asking where?" The madman giggled and picked his brain. At 409. Can't quite remember." Before the madman could finish his words, John Lee had already climbed up to the fourth floor with an ugly face. Looking through the entrance to the fourth floor hallway, there were many people gathered around the entrance to the 409's ward. Although the door to ward 409 was closed, it didn't deter anyone from coming to see the fun. The aisle in front of the 409 door was now blocked, and it was completely impossible to squeeze in. John Lee rushed over while raising the 402 key in his pocket and shouting loudly, "Get out of the way. I have the key. Let me open the door." The words fell. The chattering lunatics automatically opened a path for John Lee. John Lee ran to the door and heard Red Baby's cries from inside the house. "Ah, mommy, mommy, come help me. Ooh, that hurts, oh." John Lee's heart tightened. She took a half step back, aimed at the lock, and kicked the metal door open with a bang. The iron door opens. The Red Baby's misery came into view. The little guy's body was wrapped in chains and tied to a chair, and the crazy middle-aged woman, with scarlet eyes and a curling iron gnat, scalding toward Baby Red's arm. The sound of roasting meat is so loud that it makes one's heart flutter. The middle-aged woman saw John Lee, who barged in and threatened with a stern voice, "Don't you come over here. I'm telling you, if my son dies, your son can't be better off." The middle-aged woman took the curling iron and aimed it at Red Baby's neck. As long as John Lee dared to go over there, Red Baby would definitely be harmed. That little guy had been crying so hard he couldn't stop. The little face was covered in tear stains, just looking at John Lee pitifully. "Mommy, save me. Woohoo. Crazy woman. Get off me. My mommy's here and she's gonna kick your ass." The middle-aged woman was so enraged by Red Baby that she gripped the curling iron tightly on the spot and tried to burn it on Red Baby's neck. "Don't you move." Jiang Li called out to her, looking nervous. "Calm down. Have something to say." The middle-aged woman looked at Jiang Li defensively and shouted with an out-of-control expression, "It's all you. My son is no more. And neither is yours." Red Baby was crying and cursing in his chair. "Crazy man. If you kill me, my mommy will kill you too. And that broken doll of yours, it's not even a son. Your son is dead. Long dead." The middle-aged woman was getting more and more agitated by Red Baby's words, and her expression was on the verge of collapse. With a hysterical yell, she raised her 210-degree curling iron in madness and pestle to the neck of the Red Baby. The Red Baby's neck was burned, and an odor of charred flesh wafted out. Red Baby screamed in pain. "Ah, it hurts so much. Mommy, kill her now." The scene was chaotic for a while. The maddened middle-aged woman, again, angrily raised the curling iron, aimed it at the Red Baby's eyes, and let it go. "Ah!" The mournful howls were deafening. Both of the Red Baby's eyes festered and had become hollow blurs of blood and flesh. Bright red blood flowed out of the Red Baby's bloody eyes. The little guy passed right out from the pain. The brutal images are shocking. John Lee's eyes were cold. "You forced me to do it." She turned and walked behind her. Bam! Closing the door to room 409, blocking the view of outsiders. 10 minutes later, John Lee lifted the woman's miserable face, opened the iron door and voiced out to the outside, "Call DR. How? Hurry up. Someone's dead." With a thud, the iron door slammed shut again. Inside, there was another clanking noise, accompanied by the woman's screams and pleas for mercy. The patients outside the door looked at each other, all wide-eyed with shock. DR. Howe rushed to the scene. With a stony face, he took out the key and opened the 409 iron door. The iron door pushed open. DR. Howe saw the scene inside the house and was stunned in place. He looked incredulously in John Lee's direction. The two men looked at each other in all directions. John Lee said, "DR. Howe, save the people. It will be too late." John Lee clapped her hands, kicked the middle-aged woman on the ground twice, and raised her eyes to Hao Huiren. Hao Huiren's eyes were fixed on John Lee, even though at this moment, Hao Huiren tried his best to restrain himself, trying to disguise himself as only being able to see John Lee alone. But the afterglow couldn't help glancing downward. 526 lying on the ground with really bad injuries. Chapter 67, Self-Incrimination. Hurry up. Save the people. Jiangli urged. Dr. How grimaced. He clenched his fists and said nothing. Jiangli wasn't in a hurry at all. The first rule of the doctor's code. When you meet a patient who is injured, rescue must come first. Hearing Jiang Li's words, Dr. Hao's face instantly turned red. How does she know the doctor's rules? TSK, if we wait any longer, we'll be breaking the rules. What can we do? A look of distress appeared on Jiang Li's face, and he uttered a mocking voice without any hesitation. 2 seconds later, Dr. Hao's fists loosened and he turned to order a stretcher. Quick, get 526 to the emergency room. Now. Jiang Li looked at Dr. Hao fixedly and put his hands into his pockets. There was a note in there. It's the doctor's rule. She used the second rule of the doctor's code in addition to the first rule of the doctor's code, trying to do everything possible to imply that 1037 is suffering from a serious mental illness. And Dr. Hao's method of suggestion was to lie about not being able to see Jiang Li's patient. It made Jiang Li himself suspect that he was sick. And actually, Jiang Li didn't have hypochondria at all. From the beginning, that was Dr. Hao's self-directed play. If Jiang Li hadn't been at the night kiosk and seen the 2 shrinking knives with blood sacks above the tagged with original owner, Hao, she wouldn't yet know that. As it turned out, from the day she first met Dr. Hao, and he started the show, from the beginning to the end, Jiang Li had the illusion of hypochondria. It was Dr. Hao who joined forces with his patients. A double act sung together. The fake props that those 2 patients inserted into their loins, the constrictor knives with the blood sacks. It's all still up in the commissary. Seeing Dr. Hao follow the stretcher out of the ward, Jiang Li hurriedly chased after him. Dr. Hao, I'm the one who hit the man. Do you think I'm mentally ill or not? Jiang Li glared at Dr. Hao. If Dr. Hao says yes, then Jiang Li will be exonerated for this beating. Beating someone during a psychotic episode is not something even the law can regulate, let alone a doctor. If Dr. Hao said no, then Jiang Li indirectly proved that she was normal. Inside the pass condition S rank, a very important condition is, prove that you are normal. Dr. Hao wrinkled his brow and replied, yes, good. Jiang Li is mentally ill and exempt, but Jiang Li isn't limited to just that. She went after him, holding Dr. Hao's eyes and asking another deadly question. Dr. Hao, you said I was the only one who could see them, so I'm hypochondriacal, but it turns out you saw them, so they weren't just a figment of my imagination. I am not hypochondriacal, yes or no? Dr. Hao's face was stony, his lips pursed. Jiang Li angrily slapped the stretcher, his eyes pressing harshly. Answer me, yes or no? Dr. Hao was dumbfounded. The answer to this question can only be yes. Yes, Jiang Li has no hypochondria, because Dr. Hao proved it with his actions. While he chose to save the middle-aged woman in 526, it also indirectly admits that Jiang Li's imagination is false. Now, as long as Dr. Hao said the word yes, Jiang Li would have completed the self-proof of her innocence. So, he couldn't talk. He couldn't let Jiang Li have his way. He's not allowed to say a word. The group walked to the door of the operating room. No matter how Jiang Li pressed, Dr. Hao just gritted his teeth and refused to say anything. Finally, Dr. Hao pushed the patient and ducked into the operating room. The door to the operating room closed with a bang, and Jiang Li was blocked from the outside. Jiang Li remembered her first day at the asylum. The back of the note on the patient's code. Wrote a sentence covered in graffiti. Run away. Don't trust %# and at. The part that's covered up at the back is supposed to be Dr. Hao. That was the advice left for her by the last 1037. It seems that the doctors at this insane asylum are just trying to get normal people in here, and then step by step it drives people crazy, and then realize some unspoken interest of their own. Jiang Li lifted the corner of her lips and smiled brightly. This game, she has won. It's okay, she has all the time in the world to take her time. Jiang Li returned to Ward 409, poked and prodded the chair to which he was tied, hanging his head and the red baby who passed out. Baby, don't pretend. The play was good. Red infant immediately raised his head, opened his eyes, and smiled nervously. At the same time, the chains he had bound to his body automatically slipped off. All the burns on the skin also instantly disappeared without a trace. Jiang Li threw 2 hearts to Red Baby. Does it hurt, baby? Jiang Li asked. She looked at the Red Baby heartily. Red Baby shook her head carelessly. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't feel at all. It's just a little dry throat from howling. He took the heart and stuffed it into his mouth in one satisfying bite. Red babies are creepy. How could the Red Baby, who had superior fighting strength, let a female lunatic bully her? It's not about mixing up the heart. Jiang Li laughed at him. I asked you to provoke that middle-aged woman, and you really pissed her off. It's amazing what that bad thing did to you. In the morning, when she went to wake up Red Infant, she had specifically explained that she wanted Red Infant to act. Be a little careful with your own safety. Who knew that Red Baby could play so wild? Getting chained up and having a curling iron in your eyes is also weirdly scary. But this self-direction was pretty successful. Taking advantage of this incident, Jiang Li forced Dr. How to admit the fact that he could see 526. It also accomplishes the self-evidence of being normal. S-class pass condition. Prove yourself to be normal and let Dr. Linny take you out. This condition, half of it, has already been realized. The other half of the next step is to find Dr. Linny. Jiang Li took the Red Baby and went out of Ward 409. Instead of going to 402, they went downstairs to another place, between level 1 and -1, that place that originally belonged to level 0. Only this time, it was more out of Jiang Li's expectation. The emergency room was working, but the blackened layer 0 wasn't there. Jiang Li's eyes flashed. This also suggests that opening the emergency room is not a condition that triggers the emergence of level 0. What else is needed to open level 0, which hides a huge source of pollution? That's when Mr. Sure said to Dr. How? Business is booming. It flashed quickly in Jiang Li's mind. Business? Could it be because, this time, the trading behavior wasn't triggered and that's why level 0 wasn't opened? Jiang Li thought of this and shifted his gaze to the -1 level in front of him. On the outside of the first floor, a big red notice board is posted. This floor is off limits. No patients allowed. Jiang Li stared at the words. Here, there must be some secret. Jiang Li took out her surgical gown from space and disguised herself as a doctor who had just finished an operation, and brought the Red Baby with her, pushed the door and walked in. Inside was a small, cramped room. Inside the door, there is also a luxurious metal gate. The metal doors blocked all view, and everything in the -1 floor was hidden from view. And the small room in front of Jiang Li was guarded by 2 staff members. It's 2 nurses. They were standing in the doorway with detectors in their hands. Seeing the surgical gown that Jiang Li was wearing, the nurse automatically assigned Jiang Li the identity of doctor. This doctor, please step up to the center stage. Let's check that you don't have any dangerous items on you. The nurse's voice was soft and not at all grumpy as it was with the mentally ill. Jiang Li took a gentle step and stood up. A nurse held a probe and swept it back and forth over Jiang Li's body. Like a subway security check, there is no alarm on the detector. Everything is normal. It's okay, the nurse informed with a smile. After saying that, she turned around and opened the cardboard box, took out a mask from inside and handed it to Jiang Li. Good luck with your negotiations. When the nurse at security finished speaking, another nurse went to the metal gates and the code was entered on the number pad. Tick, the password passes. The luxurious metal door in front of her slowly pushed open in front of Jiang Li's eyes. Inside is like another world. Chapter 68, The Secret of the Forbidden Zone. Wonderful place, gilded and opulent. Everyone here is wearing a variety of masks. Sheep head masks, tiger masks, elephant masks, black bear masks. All of these people were dressed in suits and looked expensive. In their hands, they all held a clear goblet. With a flick of the wrist, the red liquid in the glass gave off a faintly fishy sweet odor. And along the outer edge of the house stood a ring of tightly guarded, leopard-masked security guards. On this floor, the floor beneath your feet is, uniformly, made of light-transmitting glass. The view of the -2ND floor cafeteria dining is unobstructed through these glass floors, and the patients who eat in the cafeteria on the -2ND floor. It's like the fish these rich people keep in their tanks. To be viewed, to be instructed, and even, to be selected. As Jiang Li stood by and observed, a goat-headed man walked over. He turned to Jiang Li and spat something angrily, but what Jiang Li heard into his ears was a string of garbled code. Jiang Li couldn't understand a single word. Seeing that Jiang Li didn't have much of a reaction, the goat-headed man became even more angry. Sheepshead's raging tirade in front of this group of dignified characters on the -1 floor. It looks very otherworldly, so much so that there were frequent sidelong glances, looking Jiang Li's way, though Jiang Li couldn't understand what the goat-headed man was saying, but Jiang Li saw the one in the goat-head's hand. That's exactly what happened not too long ago, inside the building. The batch of information that was brought in by the nurse that Jiang Li designed to knock over. The information in the sheep's head man's hand is labeled with item number 1037. The information detailed Jiang Li's various physical data. The sheep's head's agitation had drawn the attention of several Panther security guards. Jiang Li knew that if he stayed any longer, he was bound to make a mess. She looked to the goat-headed man and nodded slightly, her expression signaling farewell, and then turned to head outside. The information is enough. The truth about the madhouse is pretty close. Jiang Li had just taken 2 steps when the goat-headed man clasped his shoulders. The goat-headed man rambled on. talking about a garbled code that Jiang Li couldn't understand. Not intending to let Jiang Li leave, Jiang Li frowned and plucked away the goat-headed man's hand. Seeing Jiang Li's rudeness, the goat-headed man was furious. He huffed and lifted his leather shoe high and was about to kick it over. Jiang Li's gaze was cold as he held his ankle with one hand and sidestepped the attack. Thus, the goat-headed man was in a strange position, controlled by Jiang Li. In the afterglow, there were a lot of people looking this way. A few security guards looked at the movement over here and began to lean in Jiang Li's direction. Seeing that the situation is not right, Jiang Li hurriedly put down the goat-headed man's feet. She bowed slightly in a slightly rude manner and turned to leave. The security guard, however, suddenly reached out and blocked Jiang Li's path. These security guards, Jiang Li had seen them when he was in the cafeteria. They are extremely fast. If he really got tough with the security guards, Jiang Li wouldn't necessarily be able to escape. The goat-headed man, on the other hand, continued to clamor behind Jiang Li, with no intention of letting her go. Stalemate. The metal door pushed open again. A man in a white coat with a scorpion head walked in. Jiang Li's pupils shook. Was the dean? Damn. Now there was a wolf in front and a tiger behind. Jiang Li was in a dilemma. At the main entrance, Dean's eyes were drawn this way for the first time. Jiang Li hurriedly lowered her head, avoiding meeting the dean's eyes. Jiang Li could feel that the dean over there glanced at her slyly, then took a step and, coming this way, calm down. In the middle of the night last night, even though Dean hit her with his car, but not necessarily seeing Jiang Li's face. What's more, the current Jiang Li was wearing a mask and surgical gown. She's a doctor now, not patient 1037. Never disorganize yourself. Jiang Li exhaled softly and raised her eyes, glancing at the dean, but to her surprise, the dean simply bypassed her and went to receive the emotionally unstable sheep's head in the back. After Dean finished his 3 or 2 messy sentences, the goat-headed man's anger subsided and the security guard backed off. Jiang Li was ignored by everyone. Immediately afterward, Jiang Li saw that the dean, with the goat-headed, went to the nurse's hand and exchanged it for another piece of information. The goat-headed man stared at the profile for a few seconds, not particularly pleased. But again, it seems barely acceptable. Next, Dean pointed to one of the patients under the glass floor and explained something to the goat-headed man. Jiang Li glanced down at the glass floor. In that direction, there's only one person. It was the fat guy that Jiang Li had met before. 022. It's mealtime. Jiang Li, like most others, left the cafeteria early after eating, but that fat guy ate a little more than the norm, so the meal was quite a bit longer. Jiang Li secretly worried for Fatty. This fat man was quite a good person and told Jiang Li a lot of useful information. And, last night, Fatty also gave Jiang Li a flashlight. He was genuinely helping Jiang Li. Jiang Li saw that on the dean's side. The goat-headed man staring at the fat man nodded frequently. The goat-headed man looked at the fat man, and the more he looked at him, the more satisfied he became. Jiang Li also watched Fatty's movements. After the fat man finished his meal, he carried his dinner plate and left the cafeteria. Jiang Li pondered for 2 seconds, quickly exited the -1 floor lobby as well, leaving this gilded place. Only when Jiang Li left, the dean's eyes glanced this way, a sinister flicker in his eyes. Jiang Li hurried out of the hall, hurriedly looking for an unoccupied hallway, took off the mask. Take off your scrubs. She had just put her things away in the space when she ran right into the fat man who was going up the stairs. 1037. It's you? What a coincidence. Are you going down to breakfast? Fatty smiled and greeted Jiang Li. Jiang Li pulled her lips stiffly. No, I went back upstairs. The 4th floor ward. That's just right. Fatty was very enthusiastic. Let's go together then. I'll go back too. 3rd floor. Jiang Li nodded and walked side by side with Fatty. Jiang Li's expression had been unnatural. What should I tell Fatty? Would it be too weird for him to be treated like a commodity? Fatty would definitely think Jiang Li was crazy. After all, Jiang Li was already a lunatic with a low health score. Right. Pay attention lately and try not to act alone. Jiang Li reminded Fatty. Fatty heard the worry between Jiang Li's words. He waved his hand carelessly. Harm. What's to fear then? I've been here for many years. They're old farts. They'll be fine. However, you can come to me for help if you encounter any difficulties. I'll be in Ward 304. As the fat man was talking, a nurse in a pink uniform approached. Jiang Li was slightly surprised. Pink nurses' uniforms. She has only seen it in the toilet of Ward 402. The pink nurse came over with a list and pill bottles. Number 22. Who's number 22? The fat man beckoned and answered. It's me. The nurse came over towards the fat man. Your attending doctor asked me to come over and deliver your medication. 3 pills at a time. Eat after dinner. Fatty didn't refuse. And he can't refuse, because of patient code number 5. Don't provoke the nurses here. The The fat man was so obedient that the nurse handed over a small glass of water, which he mixed with the medicine and swallowed in one gulp. By the way, where's the nurse who brought me my medication earlier? The one in the white nurse's dress. The fat man questioned the pink nurse suspiciously. So, the nurse who delivers the meds changed? Combined with the incident of the transaction just now, Jiangli seemed to associate it with something and her heart skipped a beat. She was about to tell Fatty to find a chance to spit out the pills. As a result, the fat man beside him suddenly shouted, "Ah, who are you? Don't come over, don't come and get me, Fatty pointed behind Jiangli, his eyes shouting in horror. Next, the fat man stepped on his back foot and fell down the stairs. Chapter 69 Decisions. The scene in front of her was the same as when Jiangli first arrived at the madhouse. The fat man died in the same gruesome manner as the last 1037. Soon the stretcher came and the fat man was carried away. And the fat man's eyes, still dead set on the top of the stairs, Jiangli's direction. Quickly, go inform Dr. How that the patient is being taken to the emergency room immediately. Emergency room, Dr. How. Transactions. 3 elements, all together. Jiangli would never have thought that it was in this way that level 0 was opened. Jiangli quickly found a corner and changed into her surgical gown again. Putting on her mask, had to make a trip to the emergency room. The secret of the madhouse is about to be revealed. Dr. How arrived in a hurry. He had just gotten off the last surgery on a 526 patient and was rushing to take this one. The dean names Dr. How to perform the surgery. What happened to 22? Dr. How looked anxious. The nurse was quick to explain. Same as before, went crazy and fell down the stairs. Dr. How immediately understood what the nurse was saying. He didn't say another word, but hurried into the operating room. Among the many medics and nurses entering the operating room, Jiangli also blended in. In order to avoid arousing suspicion, Red Infant purposely concealed his figure and lay on Jiangli's shoulder. Jiangli's surgical gown was non-sterile, and she didn't dare to get too close, so they had to get to the far corner and pretend to be helping. In actuality, he was quietly observing everything in the operating room. A few times during the surgery, Dr. How looked over at Jiangli. Fortunately, Jiangli was not recognized by him. In this surgery, Fatty's body organs were removed. Heart, liver, kidneys, and so on. The organs were placed in a cryopreservation solution and sent to an unknown location. The fat man's body was almost hollowed out into an empty shell. His body was covered with a white cloth and sent to the -3RD floor morgue. Congratulations to the chosen one for unveiling the secret of the asylum. The main plot is 90% complete. A system beep sounded in Jiangli's mind. Surgery is over. Go wash your hands. Dr. How took off his scrubs and led the crowd to the wash basin, and the serpentine on Dr. How's face, heavier. Jiangli's surgical gown never came off. Dr. How eyed her strangely. Aren't you going? Jiangli hesitated and responded. You guys go first, I'll follow. Dr. How fixedly looked at Jiangli for a few seconds, didn't say anything, and turned to go. Jiangli, who was left alone in the house, forced down her inner shock. The source of the contamination in the madhouse was found. They are the very same patients who have had their organs removed. The accumulation of hundreds and thousands of victims over the years constitutes a powerful source of pollution. That's why the last time Jiangli went to work on the -3 level, he was so heavily contaminated. Jiangli remembered the goat-headed man he had just encountered. Initially, that information in the sheep's head's hand was, in fact, 1037. That is, the person who was supposed to be lying here was Jiangli. But by mistake, Fatty endured it all for Jiangli. Jiangli withdrew his thoughts and lowered his eyes. She turned around, just about to leave the operating room. Who knew that when the sliding door opened, a man in a white coat, was blocking the doorway with a fierce look in his eyes. It's Dean. How did he get here? Jiangli stared at him nervously, taking 2 steps back defensively. The Dean looked coldly at Jiangli and craned his neck. In the palm of his right hand, the folded scalpel opened with a click. It flashed with a cold silver-white light. Finally, got you. Dean's voice was hoarse with a thick chill. In the blink of an eye, he instantly moved in front of Jiangli and pushed her down onto the operating table. The scalpel that was raised high in the air was viciously stabbed towards Jiangli's neck. The tip of the knife flashed with cold light, and at this time, it was less than 1 centimeter away from Jiangli's carotid artery. Jiangli's hand held on for dear life, preventing the tip of Dean's knife from falling. Red baby, 3 hearts, help me. As soon as Jiangli's words fell, the red baby on the sidelines suddenly appeared and kicked the Dean out a long way. Dean's body hit the door with a thud. He poo-pooed blood and rose from the ground. The shadowy eyes stared at Jiangli, then smiled wickedly and sinisterly. Immediately afterward, Dean seemed to go off the deep end. He opened his arms, and, with a gesture of great enjoyment, to the air around him, Took several sharp breaths of air. Jiang Li frowned, a bad feeling rising in her heart. What's he doing? 2 seconds later, Jiang Li saw that countless black chi of unknown origin came from all directions. Wisps of black gas drilled into Dean's nostrils and pooled into his body. Dean Scorpion's body changes as he begins to slowly expand. The white coat he wore on the outside also gradually cracked and fell off. Red Baby was alarmed. Mommy, stop him. I can't beat him even if he gets bigger. A chain appeared out of nowhere in Red Infant's hand. He stepped forward quickly and spun around a few times, binding Dean's body and stopping him from continuing to swell. Mommy, do it! Jiang Li's hand shook and a sharp knife dyed with pig's blood appeared in his hand. This was what she had brought out the night before, when she had gone to the back kitchen storage on the -3RD floor. Without guessing wrong, this one can hurt shenanigans. Jiang Li was about to raise his sword and stab, who expected a stern male voice to ring out from behind him. The pig's blood blade is useless. Pig's blood is contaminated and can only do damage to Creepy. It can't kill him. To kill him, use human blood. Jiang Li followed the voice. That turned out to be Dr. How? The bound Dean let out a sharp pop. He stared at Hao Huiren's figure, his pupils seething with rage. You betrayed me, Hao Huiren. You were brought up by my own hands, and you actually dare to betray me. Hao Huiren's eyes flickered and he looked away from his face. I'm not helping any of you. Whether you live or die is up to you. Jiang Li listened to Dr. Hao's words and cut his palm, letting his blood soak the tip of the knife, stabbing at Dean. As he watched the dagger of human blood about to pierce the Dean's abdominal cavity, the scalpel on the floor flew up in the air and it was also aimed at Jiang Li's abdomen. The scalpel was under Dean's control, suspended in the air. If you do, this knife will stab you too, and you will die too. I'm sorry, Dean said through gritted teeth. Jiang Li's hand that was holding the knife stopped violently. Dean, it won't hurt you as long as you don't kill me. It's a mimic. Once your knife goes into me, it's gonna do the same thing. Pierce your body. Dean looked to the scalpel, his eyes flashing with amusement. He was almost certain that Jiang Li wouldn't dare to act rashly, but he didn't know that Jiang Li wasn't actually afraid of death. Her only concern was her frail father. Jiang Li was bound to just the right father in the middle of this copy. If Jiang Li's knife stabbed into Dean's abdomen, that would also mean that the pain of being stabbed, in the form of a super doubled, transferred to the father. Dean laughed maniacally, his body still swelling. The Red Baby behind him was tugging at the chain with all his strength. Red Baby yelled at Jiang Li, Mommy, I can't hold on much longer. Do something. Off the air. Jiang Weisun was lying on the hospital bed with a ventilator hanging from his mouth. The inside of the hospital room was empty at the moment, with only the live feed across the hospital bed for company. Jiang Weisun struggled to open his tired eyes when he heard about his daughter's perilous situation. Outside the ward at that moment, however, came the idle chatter of passing patients. This time Jiang Li is going to die, and our country of China is going to suffer with him. I heard that this copy is bound to her father, who seems to be her weakness. Keep your voice down. I heard the man's father is lying here in the VIP area. Don't let anyone hear you. Hearing the chatter outside, Jiang Weisun's empty eyes moved. Inside, there seems to be a hint of movement. A second later, Jiang Weisun lifted his dry fingers and, from under his pillow, pulled out an envelope. He squeezed the envelope and put it on the nightstand next to him. Immediately after, Jiang Weisun lay back down on the bed and used the last of his body's strength to break free from the ventilator. Tears slipped from the corners of his eyes, and Jiang Weisun closed his eyes peacefully. Chapter 70, Killing the Dean. In the world of weird tales, Dean's gloomy words, one after the other. What? Don't dare to do it anymore? The Dean sneered at Jiang Li. If a man doesn't do it for himself, the sky will kill him. I'm doing it for profit. I'm not wrong. You're not wrong for yourself. We're all the same. Why do you need to kill me? Why don't we join forces? You're smart, and I need someone like you in my madhouse. Dean tries to persuade Jiang Li to submit to him and give up on making a move on him. Jiang Li didn't respond, just looked at him coldly. Just as Jiang Li was in a dilemma, a system alert sounded in Jiang Li's mind. Error. Error. Table World Kong Wisum link failed. The link to the Watch World Kong Wisum has failed. System failure. System failure. Jiang Li's eyes moved slightly. The link fails and there is only one possibility. That is, the person has died in the surface world. Father didn't want Jiang Li to be embarrassed. He had already made the choice for Jiang Li. Jiang Li's eyes glistened with tears. This was a game she had to win. I am absolutely different from you, Jiang Li coldly voiced out. Red Baby, tie it tight. After saying this, Jiang Li gripped the sharp knife and resolutely stabbed it. The dagger of human blood was plunged into Dean's abdominal cavity. At the same time, the hanging scalpel was ruthlessly stabbed into Jiang Li's body. Both of them spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. Jiang Li bowed her body, subconsciously covering her bleeding stomach. She looked across the room with cold eyes as that scorpion Dean spat out a large mouthful of black blood, and endless amounts of black gas escaped from Dean's body. Dean's body gradually shrank and grew smaller. Finally, corroded by the dagger of human blood, the Dean was reduced to a puddle of black, viscous fluid that remains on the ground. The human blood dagger was then destroyed. John Lee's stomach was bleeding as she looked at what was in front of her. The corner of her mouth, however, slowly hooked into a cold smile. Winning. She finally won. With a thud, John Lee's body collapsed to the ground, becoming increasingly unconscious. Mommy, Mommy, how are you doing? Mommy. Red Baby's voice was becoming inaudible. Before losing consciousness, John Lee saw the faces of Dr. How and Red Baby. John Lee woke up again. It's on a cold operating table. Next to her, Dr. How, dressed in scrubs, is operating on her. John Lee smiled weakly. Why did you save me? Dr. How froze for a moment when he saw John Lee waking up. He was still doing the work at hand. His mouth was talking, but his voice had little emotion. Dr. How said, have you forgotten? The first rule of the doctor's code. The first rule of the doctor's code is that when you encounter a patient who is injured, you must be the first to rescue him or her. That is the rule. John Lee curled her lips and smiled. Yes, it's the world of rules, and everything is done according to the rules. You're not a psychiatrist, are you? The surgery was done so skillfully. You look like a surgeon. John Lee's tone was sure. It's a given that Hao Huiren is a surgeon. Dr. How didn't deny it. He nodded. Yes, I'm a surgeon. And, Dr. Lin too. Dr. Lin, John Lee had asked Dr. How about it before. It was only that Dr. How, at that time, was not willing to say anything more to John Lee. And today, Dr. How took the initiative to talk about Dr. Lin. Dr. How continued to speak to himself. Dr. Lin is my senior sister. It's always been her the Dean has taken before. John Lee picked up. Then where is Dr. Lin now? The Dean is dead. Now you can always take me to meet her. Dr. How's eyes flashed. There was a long silence. Good. After the surgery, Dr. How got a wheelchair for John Lee. He pushed John Lee and arrived at the 0th floor of the building. John Lee looked surprised. Wasn't layer 0 opened only when the emergency room was trading? John Lee deliberately said. It's amazing. I've never seen layer 0 before. The haunting black aura was especially heavy in front of the entrance to the floor on the 0th floor. Dr. How spoke faintly. Every time I remember elder sister Lin, the passageway to level 0 opens. Dr. How pushed John Lee and walked in. Inside this floor, the decorative arrangements are all very cozy. It's very much like a small home, but the air inside was as cold as an ice cellar. Passing by a utility room, John Lee saw that it was piled with plutonium and yellow paper. The printer on the desk was working like crazy. Spit out a lot of little notes that looked like scary rumors from the loony bin. And, here, John Lee met an acquaintance. The little girl who disappeared for a while, wearing a little pink dress and a double ponytail. The little girl was sitting on the floor of the block room and stacking blocks with great interest. She saw Dr. How and smiled sweetly. Uncle How, you're back. Dr. How looked at the girl tenderly and nodded. After saying hello, Dr. How walked over to the largest white carved wooden door. He did a little mental preparation and took a bunch of roses from outside the house, which let John Lee, push the door and walk in. As soon as Dr. How entered the room, the rose in his hand wilted rapidly, and inside this house, there are countless wilted red roses. Every rose in here represents how many times Dr. How has been in here. The room is now a sea of flowers. Looking at the red roses all over the floor, John Lee had already guessed 8 or 9 points in her heart. This Dr. How seems to be a bit unusual to Sister Lin. Dr. How pushed John Lee and continued to walk 8 or 9 meters into the large room. In the center of the room, in a sea of flowers, was an ice coffin. There was a woman lying in there. It was Dr. Lin. Dr. Lin, himself, is a huge source of pollution hidden inside layer 0. All of the black gas on level 0 was escaping from Dr. Lin. Senior sister Lin died 3 years ago, killed by my own hands. Dr. How gave his explanation in a flat tone. The voice, as if recounting an unimportant past event. 3 years ago, senior sister Lin tried her best to stop the Dean from engaging in organ trafficking and was stabbed by the Dean. Although I saved her, senior sister Lin's spirit was severely traumatized. She was fuming, and she was in immense pain every day as she watched her fellow patients around her die horribly one by one. She wanted me to end her life. I agreed. Dr. How counted the passages. John Lee, on the other hand, associated it with the S-rank condition for passing the copy. Prove yourself normal and let Dr. Lin take you out. That said, put it 3 years ago, the S-pass approach worked. because of Dr. Lin, there is a trace of goodness in his heart. But now that Dr. Lin is dead, this past condition can no longer be fulfilled. Dr. Hao looked at the woman in the ice coffin with complicated eyes and said to Jiangli, "You know what? Emergency out today. Surgery for number 22. The green scrubs you're wearing were left behind by Dr. Lin." Jiangli was shocked for a moment. No wonder. That scrubs are so flattering to a woman's figure. It really should be a female doctor's. However, since Dr. Hao had already seen it, why didn't he expose her at that time? Jiangli looked at Dr. Hao suspiciously. Chapter 71, Burning of the Asylum. At this moment, Dr. Hao's eyes were slightly moist. He let go of the wheelchair and slowly walked over to the ice casket and gently stroked Dr. Lin's face. His voice was slightly choked, and the words were addressed to Jiangli. "Though the day of the emergency, there was an extra medic and I saw it right away. But I don't want to expose you. I want to pretend that senior sister Lin Shi is not dead yet." A crystal tear fell from Dr. Hao's eye. Senior sister Lin's personality is stubborn and headstrong. Her father named her Lin Yi. It's about wanting her to be tenacious and resilient. But this character of senior sister Lin also indirectly led to her inability to become a treacherous merchant. Sister Lin's greatest wish in life was to kill the dean and destroy this madhouse. I haven't forgotten. At the mention of destroying the madhouse, Jiangli remembered that she had just been in the utility room on level 0. The brand new plutonium and yellow paper scene, including the little familiar-looking notes that spit out of that printer. All of these strange things Jiangli had seen on the stairs of the hospital. The madhouse is declining by the day and it's you who caused it. Am I right? Jiangli looked at Dr. Hao. The tone is affirmative. This copy pass also requires uncovering the truth about the declining madhouse. If Jiangli's speculation is correct, the various bizarre incidents in the madhouse that part of it is artificially created and part of it is really spooky out there. And the artificially created part is the reason for the decline of the asylum. Hearing Jiang Li's questioning, Dr. Hao's expression drifted for a moment. Is that so? It seems to be true. I've been pretending to be a ghost at the hospital, spreading plutonium, burning yellow paper, throwing all sorts of creepy little notes around the corner. It is in the hope that rumors will be spread that will attract the attention of the outside world. Tell them not to send any more patients in. Dr. Hao looked like he was recalling something from the past. He continued to murmur, patients who have been sent to the madhouse since I started spreading rumors. There does seem to be a lot less of it. Dean's organ bank was inadequate. Business was getting worse. And on several occasions he was so angry that he vomited blood. Ha ha. As soon as Dr. Hao's words fell, the system beep sounded again in Jiangli's head. Congratulations to the chosen one for uncovering the truth about the decline and fall of the asylum. SS level clearance reached 50%. Jiangli didn't pay any attention and continued to look at Dr. Hao. Dr. Hao's eyes grew grim again as he spoke. Then Dean's business gradually turned around again. As he took the organ business, hit the normal people. The dean is in collusion with an outside hospital. Those normal people who've had a full body checkup, as long as their organs match the buyers, Dean will try to get them in. He's got me doing everything I can to imply that normal people suffer from mental illness, then force them to take hallucinogenic drugs. This group of people, all of them, will quickly die in fear. In Jiang Li's pocket, he still had the medical checkup sheet from the last 1037. It was something she found on the back of a picture frame that had been thrown away by a nurse. Actually, at that time, Jiang Li noticed it. The woman's physical data on this medical checklist is overly detailed, but the only strange thing is that, mentally, it shows up as normal. Dr. Hao suppressed his emotions and looked at Jiang Li. I've got a couple of barrels of gasoline stashed on the rooftop. You'll drench it from the gas line on the roof. You'll light it. Just go. Burning down the asylum is the best way to address so many sources of pollution. Jiang Li nodded in agreement, then asked, aren't you leaving? No. Dr. Hao shook his head and looked at the dead senior sister Lin. When you leave, take Cece with you if it's convenient. Cece is Dr. Lin's daughter. I want to trust you to send her to the orphanage. Sissy was creepy, but Jiang Li didn't say no. Yes, I will. This Hao Huairen is both good and evil. It's the good guys and the bad guys. He stayed with Dean on the pretext of lurking, though for the sake of his senior sister Lin, who had been stepping up to the secretly planning to overthrow the Dean and destroy the asylum. But he also did a lot of things to help Dean and aid in his endeavors. Nowadays, Hao Huairen's hands have been stained with the blood of patients, and he has carried too many sins. It can't be erased. The only way to wash the sins from your body is to stay here. What's more, one could be with his sister Lin forever. Therefore, burial in a madhouse was the best place for him to go. You go? I still have something to say to senior sister Lin, so I won't push you out. I'm sorry, Dr. How sent off in a hushed voice. Jiangli responded, turning the wheelchair herself and heading outside. She'd only just made it to the door when she heard Dr. How's emotions finally get out of control. His sobs were thick, and the string on his heart that had been taut for 3 years finally loosened at this moment. Sister, am I as much of a sinner as the Dean in your eyes? Your daughter who was killed by Dean. I found, in your heart, I shouldn't be that bad, should I? It's okay if you hate me in this life. Wait for the next life. In the next life, the country will be at peace. I'll pester you again. Wait for me. Jiangli didn't listen to the end of the story and went out of level 0. Barely able to support herself, she got up and went to the hospital rooftop. The sky was completely dark. Darkness falls. Mist was scattered everywhere in the air, obscuring the view. This copy of Weird Tales of the World, without the support of Dean Creepy, the order of spacetime has been completely disorganized. In the darkness, the kiosk under the hospital was lit with a ghostly yellow light. The yellow lights were dim, like fireflies, emitting a faint bright light. Blackout code number 5. If you get lost in the dark, look for the light of the night kiosk. It will show you the way. The kiosk is located between the hospital building and the main gate of the asylum. 3 points and a line. So, to escape from the asylum in this black mist, all one has to do is get out of the building and then run along the faint yellow light of the kiosk. Over there, that's the exit from the asylum. Behind Jiangli, a fire that blazed through the entire insane asylum. Dr. How? Dr. Lin did not come out of the fire. Countless stray cats swarmed out of the building and ran toward the open door. The moment they escaped the madhouse, the kittens revert to human form. In the mist, the family they had watched over for years revealed themselves and embraced them. The madhouse is at fault for more than its persecution of sane people. It persecutes the mentally ill, and it's wrong. Those profit-minded, snake oil healers, they're forgetting that the kittens were sent to the loony bin, doesn't mean abandoned. The kittens were never strays that no one wanted. The kittens are just sick, and the kittens' families, all of whom are still heartily looking forward to their return home. Congratulations to the chosen one, for finding the truth about the decline of the madhouse and successfully eliminating the source of contamination. The plot of a Sunshine Orphanage has been triggered, and you have been qualified for admission. This pass is graded SS. A perfect pass has been reached. Passing rewards will now be given out. Chapter 72. China is exempt from this Weird Tales advent. The chosen one Jiangli added. At end. This time, the system was so pretentious that Jiangli understood it as soon as she heard it. Well, that's good. Now the system has learned to act. It's the big moment to present the reward. And this thing says system failure? Deliberately dropping the ball when it counts? It was obvious that that thing wanted to play a trick and didn't want to give Jiangli the award. In terms of cunning, it's that thing that's better. In order to fool Jiangli, this dog system again pretended to ZZ2 sound. It wasn't until the delay was made to muddle through the award session that the process then moved on to the back of the line. This copy of the madhouse, the family member Jiangli is bound to is Jiang Weisun. The system has determined that Jiang Weisun has died by suicide, and the system is unable to resurrect him. According to the agreement, as long as Jiangli passes the test, then the family members who are bound to Jiangli, whatever form they are in, they will be resurrected. But now this system, obviously addicted to playing tricks, just wants to go against Jiangli. Only this time, Jiangli had no intention of arguing with it, because Jiangli knew that the death of his father was supposed to be an inevitable outcome. My father's pollution has long been in my bones. Maggots hollowed out his flesh and blood, letting a broken body die and come back to life. Wanting to die but not being able to, that's what's torturing the father. Although he tried his best to convince himself, Jiangli's expression was still visibly gloomy for a few moments. For, at a very young age, she had witnessed her mother pass away. Father, her only blood relative in China, and now her father is dead. In this huge country of China, Jiangli no longer has a home, and there will be no more people who are unconditionally kind to her. Who care if she is hungry, cold, or aggravated? Everyone out here will only care if Jiangli wins or not. Can you create value for them? Jiangli really became an orphan. An inexplicable sourness rushed to the tip of his nose at the thought. Jiangli held back her tears and clenched her palms. At this moment, the red baby on his shoulder, however, suddenly hugged Jiangli's neck. Mommy, don't be sad. You still have me. Red infant brought her face to the side and pressed against Jiangli. Now, the only one close to Jiangli would actually be the bizarre red baby. Jiangli barely managed to squeeze out a smile and rubbed his head. Thanks baby. She threw the red baby a heart. Off the air, a group from the intelligence department hurried to Jiang Weisun's hospital room. Xia Guofeng stood outside the door, cold and hard, and slammed his fist on the white wall next to him. Terrific. This is ing creepy, saying that bound family members can be resurrected, and it turns out the TM talks like it's farting. Xia Guofeng angrily cursed twice. Behind him, a shrewd young man pushed down his glasses with his index finger. Minister. This time it was Mr. Zhang's suicide that allowed Creepy to exploit the situation. The next thing we need to consider is to be wary of Chunli Dai and Lian Zhang committing suicide. This will ensure Zhang Li's safety as much as possible. When Xia Guofeng heard this, he immediately nodded. You're right. The young man wearing glasses took out an envelope and handed it to Xia Guofeng. The young man spoke. This is the suicide note left by Mr. Zhang, as well as the estate division agreement. In his suicide note, Mr. Kong wrote that since his contaminated Dai Chunli mother and daughter then whisked him to the study and treated him harshly. He said that he's recognized all his inheritance in the name of his daughter. Zhang Li includes a property that will be demolished soon. It's best not to tell Dai Chunli and Zhang Lian about any of this, so that they don't think about it. A suicide. Xia Guofeng's side was discussing, when a staggering female voice came from the front. Let me through. Let go of me. My man is dead and I'm going in to see what's wrong. An agitated woman was tangling with a couple of bodyguards. Behind Xia Guofeng, the young man with glasses sneered. It's Dai Chunli. Ha, Mr. Zhang didn't see her taking care of her when he was alive, but he was active when he died. Xia Guofeng's eyes were ice cold. Humph, this poisonous woman is obviously here to fight for the inheritance. He thought about it for 2 seconds and slipped Jiang Weisen's envelope into his pocket. With that, he walked towards Chunli Dai, striding over. Dai Chunli's eyes were full of resentment when she saw him. The last time Xia Guofeng sent someone to arrest her to suffer in the lab, she remembered it clearly. Xia, you're the one in charge, aren't you? My man is dead. Why don't you let me in? I'm telling you, Jiang Weisen might have been killed by you. You have to pay for it. Dai Chunli was furious and cursed spitefully. The Xia Guofeng in front of him, on the other hand, was a change from his previous stance. His eyes curved, showing the creases at the end of his eyes, and he said kindly, Ms. Dai, don't worry, Mr. Zhang, we are trying our best to resuscitate him. Before he lost consciousness, he said he wanted all of his estate after his death, including the property in his name, all inherited in your name. Take it easy for now. When Mr. Zhang is resuscitated, he'll tell you himself. Xia Guofeng said it with style. The young man behind him, also holding up his glasses, followed suit. Yes, Ms. Dai, Mr. Zhang is so good to you. When Dai Chunli, who was still angry, heard this, her face changed. The surprise in Dai Chunli's eyes couldn't be hidden. She covered her mouth in surprise and asked, Really? Really? He really said that? Xia Guofeng and the young man looked at each other and nodded firmly at the same time. Aha! Aha! Xia Guofeng thought for a moment and said tentatively, Mr. Zhang is blessed with a great life. Our top medical team is doing their best to save him. I'm sure he's auspicious and will be fine. At this time, Dai Chunli, as if she had been overwhelmed by joy. She had originally just said that Xia Guofeng and the others had killed Jiang Weisen and demanded that Xia Guofeng pay for the money. Now that he heard that Jiang Weisen might be saved, he changed his attitude on the spot. That. Dai Chunli cleared her throat, her expression a little unnatural. My man, he's so used to being rough and tumble that he can't actually, in fact, use that good of a doctor. Hey, you're all big shots, so how do you need to work your asses off for him? Dai Chunli's ugly behavior. Xia Guofeng took in. Xia Guofeng grimaced, hating this sympathetic woman more and more. Send the guests away. Xia Guofeng was annoyed by looking at this person and directly issued an expulsion order. Dai Chunli was not angry. Her face was joyful and she was in a good mood. She didn't linger much longer, turned around and left. Didn't even say he wanted to see Jiang Weisen one last time. Dai Chunli thought in her mind that in order to avoid a long night's sleep, she had to hurry back to get the real estate license and get to the inheritance closing as soon as possible. She panicked and just walked around the corner of the building. Unexpectedly, I walked in a hurry and bumped into a girl head-on. The thermos in the girl's hand had just been filled with boiling hot water. Being hit by Dai Chunli like that, the girl was slightly burned and immediately let go of her hand in fear. As a result, that boiling water splashed Dai Chunli directly. Dai Chunli shrieked as she was scalded. Her abdomen and arms, which were red and swollen at the time, burned several large blisters. Ouch. Sorry. Auntie, you this? I really careless. Xia Shaoqian looked sad and apologized. Chapter 73, Sunshine Orphanage, new copy. Auntie, you're hurt so badly. Let me take you to see and hang up a number? Xia Shaoqian felt guilty in her heart. Chunli Dai shook the clothes in front of her. Furious, but she's desperate for money now and in a hurry to get back to closing on the demolished house. She was so full of the millions of dollars in demolition money that she didn't even care about the burn compensation. Forget it. Get out of the way. Dai Chunli grumpily pushed aside Xia Shaoqian and, in a hurry, It's gone. Xia Xiaoqian stared blankly at Dai Chuanli's back, and was confused. Xia Guofeng, who was watching from afar, came over and asked with concern, Xia, did you burn yourself? Let daddy take a look. Xia Xiaoqian's hands were white as usual. She shook her head. I'll be fine, Dad. It's that lady who got a big blister on her hand and she didn't even care. I feel like she's crazy. Xia Guofeng thought of Dai Chuanli's mouth and snorted coldly. He instructed his daughter. That crazy old woman is Jianli's stepmother, and her heart is quite vicious. You pay attention from now on, and when you see that woman, hide as far away as you can. Xia Xiaoqian stared wide-eyed in surprise. Ah, so she's the stepmother who put Kong in a mental hospital? If I had known it was her, I would have thrown the boiling water in her face earlier. Xia Xiaoqian spoke gamely, and Dai Chuanli, who had walked away, was holding onto the banister and descending the stairs at a brisk pace. She didn't take more than a few steps when she suddenly blanched. Immediately afterward, a sharp pain came from between the abdominal cavities. It felt as if they were being held down and kicked to death. After a few moments, the burning pain faded, but with it came a long suffocation. It's like a big living person, buried alive in the dirt. Chunli Tai leaned back on the stairs in agony and shrieked. She was like a madwoman, and her hands kept digging at the mud of nothingness on her face. At that moment, a passerby passed by on the stairs. The cell phone in the passerby's hand was Zhang Li's live broadcast screen. A system beep came from there. Zhang Weisin has been unbound. The current bound family member is Dai Chuanli. Now officially moving on to the next subplot. Name of copy, Sunshine Orphanage. Copy introduction. Sunshine Orphanage is an orphanage on the outskirts of the city. But strangely enough, the orphans here are defective children. Here, you take on the role of the little 6-year-old mute Lily. It is said that the children hear that no one lives past the age of 7. And recently your 7th birthday is coming up. Passing condition. 1. SS level. Investigate the truth of the bizarre incident at the orphanage and eliminate the source of contamination. 2. Level S. Secure a family suitable for adoption and escape the orphanage. 3. Grade A. Survived his 7th birthday. The system reads the copy at the same time. Jiang Li's consciousness, with it, possessed the body of the little mute Li. Before she could see her surroundings, she felt a kick in the stomach from someone. Next, she fell into the pit, and a myriad of mud and sand came crashing down on her. Jiang Li's eyes were dark. She had determined that her eyes were covered with black ribbons, so much so that she couldn't even see who it was that did it to her. However, Jiang Li could feel that his hands were tied behind his back with a rope. She wanted to call for help, but the attribute of little mute prevented her from making any sound. If he had been sleeping in a mud pit and allowed himself to be buried by the mud, then Jiang Li would surely die. In the heat of the moment, Jiang Li used all his abdominal strength to sit up from the mud pit in a sit-up. The very moment she rose, all of the mud and sand that flew towards her all stilled and landed. Jiang Li broke free of the twine on her hands and removed the blindfold. Beneath the wilderness, the perimeter of the mud pit was empty. It was as if everything just now was just Jiang Li's illusion, frozen in time. The overcast sky suddenly flashed white twice. Rumble. A thunderbolt struck down. Immediately afterward, the rain fell in large drops, quickly soaking Jiang Li's entire body. A small mute boy, 6 years old, stood bewildered in the rain, covered in black mud and rainwater. Corey? Next to it, the back door to the yard was pushed open. A grandmother with an umbrella strides across the threshold and out of the yard. She wore a thick, floral cloth dress and had gray hair at the temples. Jiang Li glanced over there, but unfortunately the sky was too dark to see the faces. But from the figure of the old man, it was evident that she walked with a slight limp and seemed to have suffered an injury. The grandmother's hand clutched a small cotton jacket. She walked to Jiang Li with hobbling steps and draped the cotton jacket over Jiang Li's shoulders. Why did you run outside alone? Didn't even say anything to Grandma Lu. Grandma Lu held her umbrella above Jiang Li's head. With that, he took the little girl's hand and went in through the small wooden door next to her. The wooden door closed with a clunk. The sign on it shook twice. The words Sunshine Orphanage came into view on the decaying wooden sign. The rain hit the wooden sign and washed off some of the freshly painted red paint. The rain that dripped down the wooden sign was as crimson as blood. It was late and rainy. The orphanage's houses were dilapidated and gave off a strong, wet, cold odor. Jiang Li was led by Grandma Lu and walked into the backyard of the orphanage. Her eyes landed on a corner of the backyard. Another bolt of lightning fell. Jiang Li saw that in that less than 8 square feet of land in the corner, there stood a large tombstone, and many little tombstones. On the large tombstone, the writing is blurred, but the front is framed with a posthumous photo of the deceased. The small headstone, on the other hand, was simply inscribed with a name and age and nothing more. They were all no more than 7 years old. Don't worry about it, Luz. You're a good boy and we'll be fine. Grandma Lu stroked Jiang Li's head twice with comforting words on her lips. Jiangli faintly retracted her eyes and nodded her head in response. She followed Grandma Lu all the way into the wooden building of the orphanage. The third floor of the wooden building is where the children live. Grandma Lu led the way in front, with Jiangli following closely behind. Clang clang clang. The wall clock in the cabin's lobby struck 6 times. The voice was dull, yet with a hint of ethereality. With the creaking of the wooden stairs, the two men arrived at the third floor of the cabin, a room at the end of the hallway. Good boy, go back inside, take a shower and change your clothes. Grandma Lu hunched over, shook the rainwater from her umbrella, and smiled amiably at Jiangli. Just then, the lightning outside the window lit up with a click. Bright light, through the wet glass windows, shone into the room. For a short second, Jiangli saw Grandma Lu's face in front of her. Grandma Lu's face was identical to the old man who passed away above the tombstone in the backyard. Chapter 74, The Vanishing Door. As the bolt of lightning disappeared, Grandma Lu's face, once again, reverted to a dark shadow. Jiangli got goosebumps. She subconsciously took half a step back and stared warily at Grandma Lu. What's the matter, child? Are you afraid of Grandma? Grandma Lu's tone lowered by 2 points, and there was a hidden sadness in her tone. She took 2 steps closer towards Jiangli, blocking him in the corner. Grandma Lu won't harm you. Listen to Grandma. Come inside, okay? Good children listen to their grandmothers. Grandma Lu controlled her emotions and followed her advice. She pushed open this red door at the end of the corridor, her eyes signaling Jiangli to obediently enter. Jiangli looked toward the house. The darkness in the room seemed to consume her. Rue, don't trust her. Don't ever go in there. Come here. A little boy's voice came. Jiangli followed the voice. A little boy was standing behind Grandma Lu with a straight face, about 8 or 9 meters away. Grandma Lu looked back and saw the little boy too. The moment she saw the boy, Grandma Lu seemed to be stimulated by something. The tone of her speech, steeped in mania. Rue, you don't go over there. He is bad boy. Quickly, get inside the house. Right away. Same moment, Jiangli took advantage of Grandma Lu's head-twisting distraction and quickly rushed out from the corner, escaping Grandma Lu's siege. She now stood in the middle of the duo, looking from side to side, not daring to make a move. Li, come here, give me your hand. I'll protect you. The little boy sounded worried and, stretching out his small hand to Jiangli, don't go. Good boy, come to Grandma's side. Grandma won't harm you. Grandma Lu also extended her pale hand to Jiangli. Jiangli pondered for half a second and went over in the direction of the little boy. Another bolt of lightning struck down. The light came on. Jiangli's pupils contracted violently, and her footsteps toward the boy lurched. Wait a minute. There were no footprints behind him. Through the lightning just now, Jiangli could see the little boy's figure. The little boy was standing at the penultimate door, wearing a raincoat that should have just come back from outside. His black cloth shoes were caked with silt. The rain ran down the tops of his shoes and dirty sewage flowed all over the floor. But the only weird thing was that behind the boy, there were no footprints with water at all. Jiangli recalled what happened after going upstairs. After going up to the third floor, Jiangli did not hear the wooden stairs creaking sound. That would also mean that no one had climbed the stairs since Jiangli came up. So, he appeared out of nowhere. Jiangli stared at the little boy skeptically, retracting her approaching steps, a chill running down her spine. Outside the house the electricity was flashing and the rain and wind were raging. This weird weather is clearly cold like winter, but it's raining summer thunderstorms. The situation inside the house, on the other hand, was even more bizarre. On the left, the grandmother who passed away long ago. On the right, the little boy who appeared out of thin air, wearing a raincoat. Who should she trust? The rain was pouring outside the window. The rain hit the glass windows, crackling noisily and chaotically. Grandma Lu, come on. Good boy. Come over to Grandma. Little boy, Li, she's going to get you killed. Come here. I'll protect you. Jiangli's heart was in turmoil. There are problems on both sides. Jiangli raised his eyes and looked at the dark corridor. Only at the end there was a room door. Elsewhere, it was all wooden walls. There was no place to hide. Jiangli's index finger unconsciously twitched. And more. Jiangli snapped his head up. A strange detail flashed through her mind. The door. Little boy was clearly standing in front of the third door when the lightning appeared. But now, the door next to the little boy was gone. The difference is lightning, or rather, light. Jiangli's brows tightened. She immediately took out her flashlight from space and quickly turned it on, shining it at the wall. An old door had suddenly appeared on the wooden wall that was originally nothing in the dark environment. The old door closest to Jiangli was the second door in this corridor counting from left to right. The old door was unlocked, leaving a small crack. Inside, the candlelight shifted slightly. The light on the ground reflected the appearance of several children hugging and shivering. At this time, Jiangli's bizarre on both sides of his face. They bared their green fangs at the same time, glaring at Jiang Li with rounded eyes. It's too late to think about it. Jiang Li pushed open the door of the room and stepped inside, and the moment she entered the wooden door, Jiang Li quickly turned off the flashlight, turned around, and unlocked it. Creepy outside tried to get inside but couldn't follow. The moment the flashlight went out, the position of the wooden door changed back to a wooden wall. The door to the room disappeared. Jiang Li unlocked the door to her room, stunned. There is no such thing as a surefire ending. Since the two people outside were spooky, the room in front of them was bound to be safe, because there could be no fourth option in that narrow corridor. Before Jiang Li could slow down, he was startled by the shrieks from inside the room. A group of small children looked at Jiang Li, yelling and shrinking into a corner. The caretaker, who stood at the front of the room, held a dim candle in his hand. The caretaker stared at the 6-year-old girl who had broken into the house with a wary eye. She shielded the children behind her and looked to Jiang Li. Xiao Li, are you a human or a ghost? View from the caretaker's perspective. The 6-year-old girl who broke in had her hair wet and twisted into so many strands that long strands blocked the person's face, and the girl's body was covered in black mud. It's like it just crawled out of the dirt, especially the girl's shoulders, draped in that little cotton jacket. The kind of style and pattern that the caretaker handpicked for the little birthday suit. The cotton in the thin life jacket was sewn in by the caretaker herself. Auntie Jade, I was on the balcony just now, but I saw with my own eyes that Sister Lily was buried in the pit. A chubby little girl glared at Jiang Li and hid behind Auntie Xiaoyu. The tips of Jiang Li's hair dripped with water. She lifted her fingers and ruffled the hair that was blocking her eyes. Aunt Jade gulped, and considering that Liu Li was a little mute, she opened her mouth to ask, Liz, nod your head if you're human and shake it if you're not. Jiang Li looked at them and nodded. At this point, Auntie Jade carried out a half mirror and put it in front of her. That angle was just right to shine on Jiang Li. So, tell me, how many people are inside the mirror? Aunt Jade asked Jiang Li. Jiang Li looked into the mirror. Inside the mirror, Jiang Li could see herself as a 6-year-old girl, and behind Jiang Li, the position that was originally the wooden door was empty at the moment. Grandma Lu, wearing a flower jacket, and the little boy in a raincoat, stood right behind Jiang Li. Grinning grimly, Jiang Li quickly moved away from the doorway. She moved a step sideways. It was also this movement that Jiang Li saw the rules on the wall through the reflection of the mirror. Chapter 75 The Log Cabin Code. Sunshine Orphanage Chalet Code, I.1. There is no such thing as a sunny day in an orphanage. A sunny day is not normal. 2. No one can see Grandma Lu unless you are about to die, or already dead. 3. Never go out alone, especially after 6 o'clock in the afternoon. 4. There is no candy house in the orphanage. If someone wants to take you to a candy house, please reject him. 5. The last room on the 3rd floor is a spirit house, so please be sure not to use it as a dormitory. 6. Among the dormitories, there is one and only one who is not a human being, so please be careful to distinguish between them. 7. Don't trust any voice in the dark. 8. The caregiver will always put the child first, unless she is dead. The rules were written in chalk on a small blackboard, and the blackboard, which only appears in the mirror. Therefore, the rules above were only visible to Jiang Li. Although the rules' handwriting was flipped horizontally, the good news was that for Jiang Li, there's not much dyslexia. Li, tell Auntie Jade how many people can you see? Aunt Jade turned around and aimed the mirror at Jiang Li, as well as the doorway. She nervously asked Jiang Li again. Jiang Li raised her eyes and swept them. From inside the mirror, 3 faces could still be seen. Little girl Li, Grandma Lu, little boy. There was no red baby, and Jiang Li didn't know about red baby's whereabouts. Thinking for 2 seconds, Jiang Li stretched out a finger and compared it to 1. If I'm not mistaken, Aunt Jade's questioning is definitely the pits. As you can see from rule number 6, inside this dormitory, there is a member, who is not a human being. People need to identify this outlier, and according to the 2nd article of the Log Cabin Code, no one can see Grandma Lu unless you are about to die, or already dead. Jiang Li she can see Grandma Lu. It means she is either going to die or already dead. If anything, the vast majority of people couldn't see Grandma Lu, and Jiang Li admitted that she did. Then Jiang Li would be treated as that alien among the members, and in group play, being an outlier is a big no-no. So for this question, no matter how many silhouettes Jiang Li saw, the answer to this question, it can only be 1. As expected, when she saw Jiang Li's reply, Auntie Xiaoyu's expression let out a sigh of relief. Hey, scare me Rue. Auntie Xiaoyu put down the mirror, walked over to Jiang Li and squatted down. Didn't I tell you not to go out alone, much less wander off by yourself? We were worried sick with all the rain outside. Auntie Xiaoyu took Jiang Li's cold little hand and lit another candle and covered it with a windshield. She brought Jiang Li inside the restroom. It's been raining a lot lately and there's been a blackout. You take a bath first, Xiao Li. Don't get a cold. Don't drench the candles in the wash time, haha. Aunt Jade instructed as she placed the candle in the holder by the wall. I'll go and collect your clothes for you, so you can wash yourself first. Aunt Jade brought the door to her room with her words. Zhongli stood alone in the toilet. Her hair and clothes were soaked and she really needed a good wash. The candlelight inside the toilet shimmered, illuminating the dark, damp corners inside. Zhongli turned on the shower and washed his hair halfway. At that moment, there was another boom outside the toilet window, a muffled thunder. Immediately afterward, a gale rolled in with coldness and whistled. The old wooden windows were blown open. The windshield outside the candle on the holder of the toilet was also tipped over by the wind. A chill instantly filled the room. The lighted wick was without its windshield, and the candle flame fluttered and went out. Zhongli quickly picked up the little cotton jacket of the birthday suit and draped it over her body. In the meantime, the room outside the restroom was also plunged into darkness along with the terrified screams of the children. A child's startled voice rose and fell in the darkness. Ah, lights out. Watch out for ghosts. Look guys, there's something floating past outside the window. Oh Auntie Jade. I'm scared. Aunt Jade tried to control the scene as best she could. She clapped her hands twice to quiet everyone down. Okay, everyone keep quiet. Don't make any noise. All the candles are used up. We won't have candles until Sister Lioli comes out of the bath. Everyone take it easy for now. The children's chattering stopped. Auntie Jade wrapped her clothes around her and looked out at the wind-blown wooden window on the balcony and continued. Auntie Jade is going to the balcony to close the window. Are there any children who would like to join Aunt Jade? A few seconds. The dark room was silent. No children responded. The location of this dormitory balcony is considered half outdoors, and Zhongli's current location in the restroom was all still considered to be in the indoor range. The balcony is a little further out than the toilet. Aunt Jade muttered under her breath. A little window closing shouldn't count as going out alone. Article 3 of the Log Cabin Code. Never go out alone, especially after 6 p.m. Zhongli remembered that she was climbing 3 flights of stairs when she heard the wall clock in the hall strike 6 times, so it's long past 6 p.m. now. Right now the house is cold and dark. Aunt Jade hesitated for a few seconds, but still felt the darkness and headed outside the balcony. Zhongli felt that Aunt Jade's footsteps stopped at the door of the toilet. Knock knock. There was a knock on the bathroom door. Auntie Xiaoyu called her. Xiaoli, have you finished your bath yet? Knock when you're done. Didn't wash up knocking twice. Zhongli wrapped his clothes tightly and didn't knock on the door, only standing quietly. Article 7 of the Log Cabin Code. Don't trust any voices in the dark. Liz, Auntie Jade wants to go close the window and is a little scared. Will you come out and stay with Auntie Jade? Zhongli was silent. Xiaoli? After 2 seconds passed, without waiting for Zhongli's response, a slamming sound came from outside the toilet door. Boom boom. Zhongli pressed against the back of the door lock, not daring to let go. But the slamming of the door was getting stronger. The wooden door bolts, which were already weak, soon showed signs of loose screws. Zhongli took a deep breath, and with her tiny body, she pressed down on the doorframe with deadly force. A bolt of lightning fell. Zhongli's afterglow caught a glimpse of something with long hair over the broken window of the restroom. It's crawling inside. No. At this rate, neither side can hold. Just then, Zhongli suddenly remembered that he was in the last copy of the There are still unused little matches left. Seeing that the situation is getting more and more complicated, Zhongli's heart crossed. She pressed her back against the wooden door and, with her free hand, rubbed a match. Under the humid air, on the third rubbing, the match was lit. The candle was more than a meter away from Zhongli. Zhongli's heart crossed and she let go of the toilet door and went to light the candle. Bam! The restroom door was slammed open from the outside. In the darkness, a dark shadow drifted in with a wry smile. Under the attack of the two monsters, Zhongli finally lit the candle. The firelight flickered. The dark restroom, once again, was bright. The long hair that climbed in through the window, and the fake ant that barged in through the door, disappeared at the same time. Zhongli looked back twice. The wooden door to the restroom was intact and the restroom window was just blown open. Is an illusion? The darkness can be misleading. Outside the toilet, on the dark balcony, there was the sound of a window creaking shut. With that, a short and frightening scream rang out. The voice disappeared before half a syllable was uttered. Auntie Jade, what's wrong with you? The little fat girl's concerned voice came out of the house. Aunt Jade didn't respond. Zhongli was puzzled in his mind. She went to the window, stepped on the padded stool, and looked out. Rumble. The ink-black sky flashed white twice, accompanied by a thunderclap. Zhongli saw, on top of the pitch-black balcony, a small, pitch-black man that is nibbling on Aunt Jade's limbs. Chapter 76, Asthma Attack. The flickering thunder and lightning illuminated Aunt Jade's face. Auntie Xiaoyu's eyes, dead set on Zhongli's direction. With tears in her eyes, She desperately shook her head at Jiangli. Through the shape of her mouth, Jiangli could tell that Aunt Jade was telling her, "Don't come out. The balcony is also considered outdoors." Aunt Jade died because she broke the no going out alone rule. Jiangli looked at the situation outside through the glass window. His heart was cold. Aunt Jade, who put her children first, died. This also means that the difficulty of this copy pass is escalated. It was even blocking Jiang Li's way of seeking help from Auntie Xiaoyu. Jiang Li had complex thoughts in her mind. The next second, there was a flash of lightning. A frigidly white human face zoomed in front of Jiang Li's eyes. The man's face was as pale as paper. The eye sockets are black holes with no eyeballs in them. It was currently lying close to the glass window, smiling strangely, face to face with Jiang Li. Jiang Li's heartbeat missed half a beat. She quickly got off her feet and stepped back from the stepping stool. After confirming that the window had been locked, Jiang Li pulled the blackout curtain and took a quick shower. Jiang Li had been thinking about going out in dirty clothes after this shower. And just then, there was a knock on the door next to him. Knock knock. Liz, open the door. I'll hand you clean clothes. Hearing the familiar timbre, Jiang Li only felt his scalp numb. It's Aunt Jade's voice. But this person is not Aunt Jade. Aunt Jade has been replaced by Creepy. The candles in the toilet were now lit, so it wasn't Jiang Li's illusion. The current Jiang Li did not violate the rules. So even if Aunt Jade is creepy, it shouldn't be able to hurt her. Thinking of this, Jiang Li opened the bolt. The doorway opened lightly. A white hand came in through the crack. Jiang Li took the clothes and was about to close the door. But half of Aunt Jade's ghostly head was already sticking in. Jiang Li's heart tightened and he took half a step back. Boom! A kick to the door. Ah! The screamed. Aunt Jade clutched her head in pain, her face twisting as she retracted her neck. Before leaving, Auntie Xiaoyu viciously gouged Jiang Li. If it wasn't for the fact that she had to follow the rules, Auntie Jade really wanted to give Jiang Li a meal on the spot. Seeing Auntie Xiaoyu leave, Jiang Li quickly locked the door. She numbly dressed, grabbed the candle, and left the bathroom. The dark dormitory was illuminated by candlelight. Jiang Li could feel two unsuspecting lines of sight in the crowd. Article 6 of the Log Cabin Code. Among the dormitories, there is one and only one who is not a human being, so please be careful to distinguish between them. That rule, I guess, has changed. It was true when Jiang Li initially stepped into the dormitory. But now, I'm afraid that this true rule has become false. In this dormitory, there are two people who are not people. One is Aunt Jade, the other, unknown. Jiang Li observed the other three children in the room. One is a chubby little girl with an amputated right leg. One, a small positive man who always wore a black mask. Another, like a leather monkey, was a black kid who liked to jump up and down and yell. In addition to the little fat girl's physical disability, which could be seen by Jiang Li at a glance, the other two, Jiang Li didn't know what defects their bodies had. Anyway, one of these three kids is a ghost. Jiang Li collected his thoughts and walked towards the house. In this dorm room, there is a grid of lockers on the left and a large bunk on the right. There were 5 beds in the large bunkhouse, and 4 of them were occupied. Only Auntie Jade and the little fat girl had an empty bunk left between them. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the little girl Lily's bunk. Jiang Li lifted his foot and went over that way. On the opposite side of the shelf, she dropped a drop of wax oil and then stood the candle steady. With that, he turned, walked straight to the vacant bunk, and got under the covers. During that time, Auntie Jade, who had been pinned over the head, had been staring at Jiang Li with unblinking eyes. The resentment in his eyes was not hidden at all. At that moment, the sound of heckling from the side attracted Jiang Li's attention. Hey guys, look! I found a hole in this wall. Black Boy pointed to a small hole in the wall and gestured for everyone to go over and look. The little proper man swept in with a serious look. I already knew that. This whole wall has a lot of holes in it. Hearing this, Jiang Li looked toward the wall above her bed. It does have quite a few small holes. Each hole is the size of a coin. Black Boy yelled next. But the inside of this hole is red. So amazing. The Black Boy closed one eye and moved closer to the small hole, peering inside excitedly. Jiang Li also took a glance from afar. Indeed, the inside of this wall full of little holes is almost always red. What's on the other side of the wall? Jiang Li recalled the 5th article of the cabin code. The last room on the 3rd floor is the hearth. According to the orientation projection, the next door should be the hearth. Auntie Jade, you've never told us which dormitory lives next door. Are they having a party? Black Boy asked Auntie Jade without raising his head as he looked intently at the small hole. The corner of Auntie Jade's mouth hooked and she smiled. There's no one living next door. Next door there's just a bunch of dead red ice. Stunned for 2 seconds. In reaction, the Black Boy's spine stiffened. So much for the little holes all over the wall across from the peeping eyes of that red eye. Black Boy doesn't know what's going on. He looked like he'd been startled, suddenly agitated, breathless, covering his chest, and it was hard to fall back on the bed. Auntie Jade. Zhuang, he's having an asthma attack, the little fat girl exclaimed. Zhongli only reacted at this time. Turns out the black kid's physical defect is asthma. The three children in the room turned their heads at the same time and looked at Auntie Jade for help. Who knew that Aunt Jade deflated and lay down under the covers with no concern for the matter. Log Cabin Code Article 8. The caregiver will always put the child first, unless she's dead. The caretaker of this dormitory is dead. This Aunt Jade in front of me is spooky. In its heart, Creepy couldn't wait for one more person to die, so how could it come to the rescue? Seeing Auntie Jade's indifference, the little fat girl and the little square looked at each other and all of them moved their gazes to Zhongli's body. Zhongli will soon be 7 years old, the oldest child in the dormitory. Sister Li, Strong is dying, help him. The little fat girl grabbed Zhongli's hand, her eyes red and on the verge of crying. Zhongli raised his eyes to look over. The black boy, brawny, lay hard on the bed. The limbs twitched and a sharp whistling sound escaped from his mouth and nose. Zhongli's brows furrowed. She quickly went and got a pen and paper and wrote down one word, medicine. The little fat girl and the little square man shook their heads at the same time. They don't know either. Auntie Jade is in charge of all the medicine, little Masa said. At this point, Aunt Jade, who had been silent, spoke. The medicine is in his shirt pocket. Aunt Jade spoke in a calm tone. Zhongli quickly walked over to Strong and rummaged through his shirt pockets. All 4 pockets were emptied. A big mess. Just no medicine. Zhongli realized that she had been tricked, and she raised her eyes to look at Auntie Xiaoyu. When she came into contact with Zhongli's line of sight, Auntie Xiaoyu slapped her head with a look of realization. Oh, I forgot to touch my pockets last time I washed Strong's clothes. The Strong medicine should have been in the last shirt, right? The clothes are just hanging out on the balcony. Aunt Jade raised her hand and pointed in the direction of the balcony. On her face was an impish grin. Chapter 77, Children Eaten. Zhongli crossed Auntie Xiaoyu's eyes. This fake caretaker. The little beads of reckoning in its heart were about to collapse into Zhongli's face. It tried to trick Zhongli into going to the balcony. If Zhongli hadn't passed through the window of the toilet when she took a shower just now, seeing Auntie Xiaoyu's miserable state of being eaten, then Zhongli might have fallen for it. But this child who committed asthma, Zhongli must be saved. If Zhongli sits back and does nothing about this, then the only 3 humans in the dormitory, then 1 will die and only 2 will remain. Zhongli and another human child. As creepy as it was, it would surely figure out another way to kill the only remaining child as well. At the end of the kill, only Zhongli was left alone, as well as a room full of weirdness. At this time, Zhongli would easily violate the rule of not going out alone. So, to be on the safe side, Zhongli had to save the child. Think for 2 seconds. Zhongli walked over and tugged on the little fat girl and the little Zhengtai, trying to bring them together on the balcony to collect the laundry and find the medicine. Who knew that Auntie Jade suddenly swung her big hand and circled the little fat girl's neck. Nuno has a disability in her right foot. She can't go with you to the balcony. Aunt Jade curled her lips, her eyes smug. Zhongli's brows wrinkled. This little fat girl is, indeed, disabled with an amputated right leg. The only one who could accompany Zhongli to the balcony now was little Zhengtai. But if Kamesa is the second ghost in the dormitory, then Zhongli would still be violating the no going out alone rule by taking him to the balcony. Zhongli will still die. Right now, Black Boy has gotten worse. Any more delays and the Black Boy will die. Whatever, there's no other way now. Zhongli walked over with big strides, rolled up his sleeves, and directly picked up the Black Boy in a horizontal hug. Zhongli really didn't have much strength, especially now that she was still in the body of a 6-year-old girl. But Zhongli didn't forget that after her second copy of Perfect Pass, gained a 100% increase in stamina bonus. Picking up the Black Boy was much easier than expected. Zhongli was holding a Black Boy in front of him, and carrying a small positive man next to him. It's not going out alone anymore. And, even if the little Masamune was on the verge of escaping, at least the Black Boy that Zhongli was holding was human, and she won't die for breaking the rules. Zhongli's operation was something Auntie Xiaoyu didn't expect. Aunt Jade saw the 3 of them go out together, and before long, come in again, safe and sound. Teeth are gnashing. When Zhongli entered the house with the 2 little children, Auntie Xiaoyu was so angry that she was blinded by the quilt and, cover your head and sleep. Lily, thank you for saving me. Black Boy scratched the back of his head and looked at Zhongli gratefully. When he finished, he went over to his bunk and rummaged under his pillow and pulled out a small tin box. Black Boy opened the box, took out 2 candies, and shoved them into Zhongli's hands. These are candies I've been saving for a long time for you. The Black Boy blushed coyly. Zhongli waved his hand, originally intending to refuse. As a result, his afterglow caught a glimpse of a card in the metal box. The cartoonish pattern is emblazoned with the words Candy House in large letters. Zhongli's pupils shrunk. She quickly took a white piece of paper and wrote, "You've been to a candy house? Article 4 of the Log Cabin Code. There is no candy house in the orphanage. If someone wants to take you to a candy house, refuse him. The black boy looked at Zhongli puzzled. His eyes were confused as he explained. Hasn't everyone been to the candy house? Lily, you've been there too. Have you forgotten? Zhongli certainly wouldn't remember such things. Zhongli didn't know anything about what this 6-year-old girl named Lily had done. Zhongli had planned to ask more, but the candles in the dormitory suddenly went out. Okay kids, knock it off. Lights out and go to bed. Get back in bed. Aunt Jade collected the candles and blew them out. The dormitory was dark. Seeing the candle extinguished, Black Boy and Little Positive Man immediately jumped under the covers and hid inside. Zhongli had a flashlight in her hand, but she couldn't very well call Black Boy up again. I'll just have to ask another day. Zhongli also returned to the blanket and lay down. This Auntie Jade next to her is obviously doing it on purpose. It stumbled at all times, thwarting Zhongli's actions. As soon as Zhongli opened her eyes after lying down, she could see Auntie Xiaoyu's bright eyes beside her. It was up all night. Was it planning to keep an eye on her? Zhongli simply rolled over and turned his back to the caretaker, facing the little fat girl's side. Close your eyes and go to sleep. Outside, the cold wind howled and the rain stretched on, perfect for falling asleep. Zhongli had just slept for a short while when she felt Auntie Xiaoyu behind her get up. She rustled out of bed, walked to the door, and gently pulled it open. Then came the footsteps of 3 men. Zhongli could feel that something was coming in from outside. One was walking with a slight limp. Another one, the sound of its feet on the wood floor, always feels wet. Those 2 things, first stopped in front of Zhongli's bed. That burning sight stared at Zhongli for tens of seconds. Zhongli closed her eyes tightly and didn't open them. A few moments later, they moved again and went to the bed next to them. Soon the dark house was filled with the sound of chewing. It's like gnawing on a crunchy bone. Crunching. It felt good to eat. Aunt Jade's voice rang in Zhongli's ears. Oops. If you don't save them, you'll be the only one left in the house. It was accompanied by snickering laughter. That shrill, weird laugh, kind of like fingernails scratching a chalkboard, was uncomfortable. Zhongli continued to close her eyes and pretend to be asleep, not making a fuss. The black boy was the first to feel the pain in the darkened quarters. He scrambled to his feet with a panicked yelp of horror, pushed the ghostly thing out of the way, and hastily cowered into a corner. Don't come over here, don't eat me, you go away. Black Boy hugged his pillow and threw it at the dark mass. The commotion over there woke up the chubby little girl who was being nibbled on as well. The little chubby girl cried out of fear straight away, cowering in the corner and growling. Ah, there are ghosts. There are ghosts. Oh Lily sister, wake up. I'm scared. The little fat girl patted Zhongli's quilt. Zhongli was indifferent. To his ears, came Auntie Jade's low reminder. If you don't get up and help them, they're all going to die. There were all kinds of sounds in the room. Zhongli was so disturbed by the noise that she couldn't sleep at all. She didn't get up or open her eyes. The 2 children screaming in the dormitory struggled for a while, and eventually went silent. Gnawed clean. The smell of blood was quite strong, and Zhongli felt like she was about to be unable to breathe. It was an uncomfortable feeling that lasted until the latter part of the night. Zhongli was woken up by the sound of crying. She frowned and opened her sleepy eyes. A lightning bolt flashed in the darkened room. Zhongli saw that at the end of her bed, there were 2 bloody children standing, a man and a woman. The little fat girl cried with a sob. Sister Lily, why don't you save me? I'm alive and they bit me to death. How can you be so cruel? Oh. The black boy also stood next to him, staring at Zhongli with bloodshot eyes and hatred. He held out his hand grudgingly. Give me back my candy. You don't deserve my candy. I hate you. These 2 children never left, crying and fussing at the end of Zhongli's bed. Zhongli was being bickered over. She held her forehead with a headache and collapsed. Then he took out the flashlight from the space and snapped it on. The dormitory brightened up again. Quiet dormitory. What the hell? On this big bunk in Zhongli, the black boy and the little fat girl were both sleeping soundly. Drooling. Sure enough, as long as the house is lit, nothing happens. Article 7 of the Log Cabin Code. Don't trust any voices in the dark. In the darkness, there are hallucinations. This truth was discovered by Zhongli when she was showering in the toilet. And Black Boy and Little Fat Girl, those 2 didn't even break the rules. Even if Aunt Jade had let the creepy in, it didn't make sense for them to eat the 2 kids. To avoid being screwed up and having a nervous breakdown from lack of sleep, Zhongli decided to sleep with the light on tonight. Chapter 78, Hidden Chosen 1. Early the next morning, the rain outside the house was lessening, but it still hadn't stopped. Zhongli and his group wore transparent raincoats and followed Auntie Xiaoyu to the cafeteria for breakfast. The cafeteria is in the next building. A few people stepped on the muddy ground in the drizzling rain and headed over to the building next door. Along the way, Zhongli also saw quite a few children from other dormitories come out. It's basically a caretaker-led operation with 4 or 5 people. walk through a pathway on the way to the cafeteria. Jiang Li's eyes were drawn to a man at the small fork in the road. The man stood motionless in the rain without an umbrella or a raincoat. His eyes have been gazing in Jiang Li's direction. Lily? Lily! Black boy called out to Jiang Li. Jiang Li was slightly lost in thought, and the black boy shouted twice before she withdrew her eyes. Jiang Li looked at the black boy. Lily, are you getting by? Let me pull you. The black boy stepped over a large puddle of. Turning back to Jiang Li, he extended his hand. Jiang Li had planned to refuse, but it suddenly occurred to her that she might ask the boy about the strange man who had just. So the hand was extended. Be careful. Don't step on the water. Black boy held Jiang Li, and Jiang Li took a step over. Jiang Li went over and handed Black boy a note. It says, "Who is he?" Jiang Li pointed down in the direction of the man from earlier. Both men looked sideways at the same time. All that's left over there is a row of pitted footprints. The man is gone. Black boy took Jiang Li's note and read the text. His face was a bit distressed. Lurie. I don't recognize that last word. Black boy explained in embarrassment. Black boy's words startled Jiang Li into realizing. The little kids here. They're all less than 7 years old. This copy makes Jiang Li a mute, although he can communicate by text. But it would also make it hard for Gang Li to get information from the child. The meaning Jiang Li wanted to express could be fully understood by the caretaker at best. It's just a shame that the caretaker is now dead. The passage of this copy was much harder than Jiang Li had imagined. Lurie, I heard there's an adoption couple coming in this afternoon, and they want to adopt a girl. Do you want to go? While walking, Black boy asked Jiang Li with some concern. He whispered beside him, "You're so pretty. If you want to go to they'll pick you for sure." Hearing this kid's words, Jiang Li thought for a second and nodded. Copy of the S-rank pass condition, securing a family suitable for adoption and escaping the orphanage. Since this copy restricts Jiang Li in every way, this adoption at hand, it's the best way to get through. It's too high a risk factor to keep spending time here. Seeing Jiang Li nodding his head, the black boy let out a faint "oh" and skimmed his lips. A man ran ahead at a fast pace. The group went to the cafeteria for breakfast. It was only during the meal that Jiang Li realized that why does that little posh guy always wear a black mask? Little Zhang Tai has a cleft lip and palate, commonly known as a hair lip. Wear a mask to hide your flaws. Though the little posh boy's eyes were big and watery and his face marked white, this hair lip, however, is very distracting. This has led to a delay in the adoption of little Masa to a family. After breakfast, Aunt Jade took them to the classroom on the second floor of the cabin. The classrooms are staffed by teachers who come to volunteer specifically for the program. Orphanages do not receive much donations, and children are able to learn cultural lessons, all with the help of volunteer teachers. With Black boy's assistance, Jiang Li smoothly found his seat, center row, against the wall. She had just gotten in when a scream came from the front row. There are rats. Many of the children in the front row climbed onto the table in terror. The fat rat squeaked, as if he meant to, got into the shirt of a kid in the front row. That little kid broke down and cried and shook for a long time to get the big rat out. The big rat fled openly and jumped onto the table in Jiang Li's row. Jiang Li's position, on the right side of the classroom against the wall, while the rat appeared on the left. Jiang Li hadn't cared. Suddenly there was a bang. A bang. A little girl in a white dress over there copied the bench and smashed the mouse to pieces in one fell swoop. Foul-smelling slurry that splattered all over the table. There's no running away now. That little girl's eyes were clear and cold. The micro-expression on his face still had the dark pleasure of killing a mouse. That feeling, in Jiang Li's opinion, was not the demeanor of a young child at all. It's not too much of a stretch to say she's an adult in her 20s or 30s. Seemingly noticing her outburst, the little white-skirted girl's mouth tightened and tears gradually welled up in his eyes. Ying, are you okay? A young male teacher walked over. The girl named Ying, when she saw the male teacher coming over, her tears instantly fell. Mr. Chen, scared me to death. I'm so scared. With a sobbing voice, Ying wiped her eyes. Did I kill the critter that? I don't know how. Ying's shoulders were shaking as she spoke. It's alright. The rats should have died in the first place. Ying did the right thing. The male teacher picked up Ying and said a few kind words of comfort. Ying looked obedient and coquettish, with delicate features like a porcelain doll. Especially when you cry. It's even more heartbreaking. Tell you what, will teacher change Ying's seat? The male teacher mouthed reassuring words and moved his feet out of his seat. Hearing the conversation over there, Jiang Li had an uneasy feeling in her heart. The male teacher said, there's an empty seat next to Lioli. Will you sit next to Lioli? Although it was a question, the two had already come over in Jiang Li's direction. Jiang Li sat in the corner against the wall, silently lowering her head. Okay, then thank you, Mr. Chen. Ying stopped crying and squeezed out a sweet, soft smile. After Ying sat down, The male teacher went back to the podium and prepared for the lesson. Several children in the back row of John Lee were chattering and bragging about Ying Ying. Whoa! Ying Ying, you were so brave and handsome just now. Right, Ying Ying? Weren't you afraid of rats before? Why are you suddenly so bold today? Hearing the murmur, Ying Ying's micro-expression got even better. She squirmed. Gee, no la, I was shocked to be like this. John Lee did not move and observed a few glances, taking in Ying Ying's demeanor. Over here Ying Ying was surrounded by people praising her, and after Ying Ying had received all the compliments, she became somewhat indifferent to them. On the contrary, John Lee, who was leaning against the wall and ignoring people, Ying Ying seemed to be very interested. She took the initiative to extend her hand to John Lee and smiled. Hello, my name is Ying Ying, and you're Li Li, right? Heard about you a long time ago. Feeling Ying Ying's accosting, John Lee looked indifferent. She touched her hand gently and nodded with a smile. At the same time, outside the live broadcast, in the Intelligence Ministry of China, Xia Guofeng was in his office, listening to the reports from members of the Intelligence Department. Minister, a death row inmate at the prison has been missing all night. The prison system is well managed. There is no possibility of a jailbreak. Xia Guofeng frowned. Could it have been contaminated by the weirdness and swallowed up? Members of the Intelligence Ministry denied it. The minister, who shouldn't be. That death row inmate disappeared right at the sight of the firing squad, vaporized out of thin air in front of everyone. At this moment, outside the conference room, there was another urgent knock on the door. Enter! Xia Guofeng shouted to the door. The man outside came in, holding a stack of information. He walked over to Xia Guofeng and handed him the information. Minister, there's news from the next country over. Looks like there's a big change in the copy this time. It's rumored that a hidden chosen one has additionally been chosen for this replica. And that hidden chosen one's past conditions have changed. These are compiled by our group. All relevant information from other countries. You read it. Chapter 79, A Sad Birthday Party. Xia Guofeng read the information and his face was unusually grave. According to information gathered from other countries, the characters possessed by this hidden chosen one vary. Moreover, the past condition of hidden chosen one is likely to be antagonistic to John Lee, because the country next door happens to have a national leader who has been chosen. That leader announced his identity as the hidden chosen one directly in front of the live broadcast. The man's last words before he killed himself were to say, "For the sake of the country, I'd rather die than make an enemy of the chosen one." And, in this copy, even if the hidden chosen passes, nor will it do China any favors. This hidden chosen is more of a member of the creepy than a member of the Kingdom of China. He was the equivalent of a bizarrely elected accomplice. Xia Guofeng slammed the information on the table and was furious. Damn creepy. Backstabbing again. A nearby member of intelligence voiced a suggestion. Minister, we have 2 communication opportunities left. Should we use it once and talk to John Lee? Let her keep an eye out ahead of time. Xia Guofeng thought for 2 seconds and shook his head. He frowned. Not yet. According to the rules of communication, we deliver a message to John Lee. The hidden chosen one must have received it as well. We're sure to spook people if we come right out and say it. Maybe, it will even make the hidden chosen move against John Lee in advance. The intelligence member tried to insist. But, the minister has a point. A loud male voice came from the doorway. The crowd followed the sound. In front of the office, a young man with glasses, carrying a thermos of goji berries, striding in. He held up his glasses and put Xia Guofeng's thermos on his desk. There are 2 things to prepare for now. First, find the hidden chosen one, and make sure the evidence is solid and there's no room for error. Otherwise the consequences are unimaginable. Secondly, it would be good to figure out a way to avoid the hidden chosen with our communications. Only Jian Li was contacted. We don't have any key information now. If we contact Jian Li rashly, not only will it not help her, but odds are it will hurt her. The member of the intelligence department next to him was worried. Then now Jian Li doesn't know anything. Wouldn't it be dangerous? Ha! The young man with glasses laughed softly. You think Jian Li is stupid? What do you think got her this far? The young man raised his eyes to the live feed. He tugged up the corner of his lips. Maybe, she figured out the hider before we did. Live feed. Jian Li sat calmly inside the classroom. Classes are in session now. Ying Ying at the neighboring table tried to strike up a conversation with Jian Li 3 times, but Jian Li was just like a log, deliberately pretending to be invisible and not wanting to talk to her. Intuition told Jian Li that this Ying Ying was not simple. It's better to be treated as a stranger than as a good friend. Otherwise, the more contact you have down the road, the more likely it is to end badly. Ying Ying herself is high-minded and proud. 3 or 2 times down, Jian Li ignored people. She felt that she was being swept off her feet, so she secretly gouged out Jian Li and turned back to listen to the lesson. Jian Li was also left alone during recess, not in the least as lively as the neighboring table. On Ying Ying's side, A lot of people gathered around as soon as they took a break, especially boys. They all seemed to like Ying Ying, a pretty-looking and cheerful little girl. Zhongli couldn't figure it out for a moment. This orphanage, by definition, adopts physically challenged children. Every kid here, in one way or another, has some kind of problem, but only this Ying Ying. Zhongli couldn't see anything wrong with her. Inga is here, looking very bright. When Zhongli was resting, Black Boy would come over to chat with her. The Black Boy talked a lot, and each time Zhongli replied to his conversation by writing briefly on a piece of paper, lesson after lesson. It was hard to wait until the end of the morning study. Zhongli thought that she would be able to go back. Who expected the male teacher to read a list of names before class ended? He told all the kids on the list to go to the activity room. Not only did he call up Zhongli, he also called up Ying Ying. She and Ying Ying followed the teacher one after the other. There were 7 or 8 children, both boys and girls, who went along. Among them Little Justice and Black Boy. When we got to the door of the activity room, the kids just went in. It's the sound of crackling barrels spraying ribbons. The children's heads and bodies were covered with colorful ribbons. They were taken to the center of the activity room. There was a birthday cake there about 10 inches long, covered with fruit. Congratulations to our birthday boy this month. A female teacher's cheerful voice rang out. Then came a happy birthday song. Zhongli and their total of 8 children all took turns receiving the teacher's blessing. It is a tradition at Sunshine Orphanage to recognize a child's birthday on the day of their first day at the orphanage. As for the year of birth, it is based on the child's own description, or the growth of the body. Conduct a multifaceted assessment and then finalize it in a comprehensive manner. This time, 8 children had their birthdays together, 4 of whom were about to turn 7. The 2 boys, who will be 7 years old, are Little Justice and Black Boy. The 2 girls, who will turn 7, are Zhongli and Ying Ying. Among them, the biggest was Zhongli, then Ying Ying, Little Zhongtai, and Black Boy in that order. The other 4 are much younger, and after they'd had their birthday cake, it was then taken away by the caretaker. Zhongli and the 4 of them were left behind again. Only strangely, the atmosphere that followed stopped being lively and became somewhat sad. Zhongli's 4 people stood in the center. They were surrounded by teachers and caregivers who looked at them with tears in their eyes. The look of sadness sneaks in tears. The atmosphere in the event room, it seemed, became heavy. It was quiet for a while. The male teacher walked up and gave Zhongli a cartoon card for each of them. Kids, you can write down any birthday wishes you have. Zhongli also got a card. She wrote down a few random words and hung the card on the decorated tree in the corner. There are a lot of cards on that tree. Each card, a child's birthday wish. When Zhongli went to hang the sign, he saw a familiar name on the drop, Red Infant. Only that one line. It didn't even look like it was written by a human being. It's rather like one of those can't even write the words, but draws them down rigidly from the standard text symbols. This brat, Red Baby, doesn't know what he's up to again. Zhongli silently noted down Hong Ying's birthday wish and hung up her own sign before leaving. Zhongli's 4 people stood in a row. A woman with short hair and glasses came up and lectured them. She snapped, "You've had lunch, so dress yourselves seriously. A couple will be coming to the orphanage this afternoon to adopt a child. I would advise them to try to have a boy and a girl if they can. You guys need to fight for it and make the most of this opportunity. If you miss this one, there won't be a next one. Got it? Good." The other 3 children all agreed in unison. Zhongli couldn't say anything and nodded along. Chapter 80 The Strange Caretaker. After Zhongli's 4 left the activity room, they put on their transparent raincoats together and teamed up to go to the cafeteria. The sky outside the cabin was still cloudy. The rain was very heavy and kept on clattering, accompanied by occasional thunder and lightning. Past the little fork in the road on the way to the cafeteria, Zhongli subconsciously glanced toward the fork in the road. This time, she saw the man again. The man was bearded and looked to be in his 50s. He's still not wearing his raincoat, so he's just straight up in the pouring rain. Without blinking, he stared in Zhongli's direction. Zhongli felt more and more strange. She wanted to look a few more times, but Ying Ying suddenly came to her heels and blocked Zhongli's line of sight. Ying Ying's eyes always gave off an inexplicable sharpness. She turned her back to the 2 boys in front of her and deliberately lowered her volume when she spoke to Zhongli. Lily, do you want to be adopted? If you really want to, beg me. I can give you the opportunity. Ying Ying blurted out, rather like a superior person. Zhongli looked at her and curved his lips slightly. With that, he drew out a slip of paper and shook it open. It says, "Thanks. You're such a nice guy." Zhongli smiled skinlessly and narrowed his eyes slightly. This operation, on the contrary, confused Ying Ying. Ying Ying had thought that Zhongli was stubborn and would never ask for something that someone else was handing out. She had originally planned to make Zhongli angry, and she herself had acted like she was being bullied in the meantime, backstabbing Zhongli with a knife. As a result, she also didn't expect Zhongli to agree so readily. Ying Ying exploded a little inside. It's hard to take back what you've said now, but she didn't want to really give the opportunity to Zhongli. Then he had to suppress his temper and act like he didn't care. Gee, there are plenty of opportunities like this. I'm not in a hurry. With these words, Ying turned her head and walked quickly away. She took 2 quick steps and came up to the youngest and the black boy to strike up a conversation. Zhongli looked at Ying's back, the corner of her mouth lifting into a cold smile. Ying's words of "she's not in a hurry" are naturally false. As soon as Zhongli heard that tone, she knew that Ying's heart was dying of anxiety. We all know that in this Sunshine Orphanage, all orphans do not live past the age of 7. I don't know the reason, but age 7 is really a point. By age 7, it's either adopt out or die here. That's why the group of teachers and caregivers were secretly shedding tears at the birthday just now. Because of this early birthday party, most likely the last birthday celebrations for several of their children. The 4 kids walked together to the cafeteria door. Ying's caretaker was waiting for her at the door, so Ying took the caretaker's hand and went right in. When it was Zhongli's turn for the 3 of them, the black boy was planning to enter the cafeteria. Zhongli raised his hand and stopped him. Black boy looked at Zhongli suspiciously. What's wrong, Li? Aren't you going in to eat? This black boy is clear-eyed, but not good. Zhongli pointed to the note on the door. That's a new copy of the rules. Sunshine Orphanage, Code of Conduct, Article 1. When entering the cafeteria, you need to be accompanied by a caregiver, otherwise your safety will not be guaranteed. The rule is clearly written. In fact, the vast majority of the time, the caregivers wait for the kids to get out of class and then bring them over. But Zhongli, their caretaker, died last night. Nowadays, the caretakers don't care about the deaths of children like Zhongli. It was naturally impossible to honestly wait for Zhongli to enter the cafeteria with them. The 3 men stopped in their tracks. As they waited at the door, they happened to run into Aunt Jade coming out. Auntie Jade with the little fat girl. The little fat girl greeted them warmly. Sister Li and brother Yang, brother Zhuang. What are you all doing here? The little fat girl was amazed. The strong brother that the little fat girl was talking about was referring to Black Boy. That yo-yo brother would be little Masaneo, the somewhat mysterious little Zheng Tai. Zhongli didn't know his name until now. Hearing the little chubby girl's question, the little proper man said in a serious manner, "We're waiting for Auntie Xiaoyu. Auntie Xiaoyu, take us in for dinner." Auntie Jade, who was next to her, had a lollipop in her mouth, and her eyes scanned up and down the little positive man for a few moments. Then he shook his head decisively. "No way. Who am I to sacrifice my time off to take you guys to dinner on a special trip? If you want to eat, just go in and eat yourself. It's not like anyone's stopping you." Auntie Jade said this, took the little fat girl in her arms, and left without looking back. Zhongli was not surprised. It was to be expected that this fake caretaker would leave them behind. What Zhongli cares about is not this, but the lollipop in Aunt Xiaoyu's mouth. That candy. Zhongli had seen a similar one in Black Boy's small metal box. Zhongli could be sure that it was something from the candy house, and Zhongli had noticed that on the little fat girl's arm, there was an extra layer of furry brown hair. The little fat girl is contaminated. Could the source of the pollution have anything to do with the candy house? Lioli, are we really not going in? Black Boy eyed the inside of the cafeteria. If we don't go in and eat, the cafeteria will be closed. Zhongli thought for a moment and did not respond. That was just when a caretaker rushed over from the rain. The caretaker, by the looks of the body type, is a male. His whole body was covered extra tightly. Wear a mask, hat and gloves. All over, only a pair of red bloodshot eyes were revealed. From the aura around him, he always gave off a menacing feeling. This fierce caretaker walked to the door and shook the rain from her body. He swept a slanted glance at Zhongli as he passed by her. I don't know if it was an illusion. Zhongli always felt that the eyes looked like he had seen it somewhere. The fierce caretaker strides into the cafeteria. Zhongli didn't have any hesitation and directly followed. Zhongli was as close as a little tail to the somewhat dangerous caretaker. Sunshine Orphanage, Code of Conduct, Article 2. You can trust any of the caregivers at the orphanage. They may not be able to help you, but it certainly won't hurt you. This rule is true. That's why Zhongli dared to be so bold and follow that caretaker uncle who didn't look like a good person into the cafeteria. When Zhongli went in, he also put his hand behind him and gave Black Boy a hand signal to them. She gestured for them to follow suit. It says so in the rules. When entering the cafeteria, you need to be accompanied by a caregiver. Only the action of entering is emphasized here. It doesn't say you need a caregiver with you the whole time. Therefore Zhongli and the others only needed to follow the rules when entering. The caretaker uncle was walking ahead, and he seemed to notice something, but in the end nothing was said. Instead, he pulled down the brim of his hat to hide the pleased upturn at the corners of his mouth. After Zhongli's trio followed him in, they quickly distanced themselves from him and went to get their own food. The 3 hit the table and sat down. Coincidentally, the fierce caretaker uncle, Who just now? Surprisingly, he had found a position neighboring Jian Li's trio. He was sitting at the table next to him. Meal time, the black boy curiously asked the little square man. Yang, are you going to fight for the adoption? This afternoon? The young Masamune took 2 mouthfuls of his meal and buried his head. Of course I want to go, but people don't always look at me. The little Masamune lost his mind for a couple of seconds as he thought about his cleft lip and palate. Then he asked Black Boy, what about you? Are you going? Hearing the little proper man's question, the black boy glanced at Zhongli. It occurred to him that in the morning, Luri had said something about her wanting to go. Hesitating for 2 seconds, the black boy thought, I am not so sure, but Lioli wants to go. Anyway, if we both go to one, and a companion for Lioli. The black boy's words fell. The sound of a dinner plate being spilled came from the table right next to him. Chapter 81, The Mouse Couple. Bam! A bang. The stainless steel dinner plate fell to the floor. The crowd looked over. It was found to be the caretaker's uncle who had just finished his meal, and as he was collecting his dinner plate and getting up, accidentally bumped into the janitor. Excuse me. The caretaker uncle lowered the brim of his hat, bent down to pick up the dinner plates, and quickly left the scene. The cleaning lady in orange, with a wooden expression, nodded her head. It's not in the way. The cleaning lady stiffened and pulled at the corners of her mouth. After saying her words, she mechanically craned her neck again and looked over to Jian Li's side. This janitor has the demeanor of a human puppet. She opened her mouth, revealing her blood-stained teeth, and smiled kindly at Jian Li's trio. Without waiting for her to get closer, Jian Li immediately got up, picked up her dinner plate and left. Sunshine Orphanage, Code of Conduct, Article 3. There is no cleaner at the orphanage. If you've seen the cleaner, please find the caretaker immediately. He knows how to get out safely. Oops. Nowadays, in the cafeteria, basically everyone has finished eating and left a long time ago. Jian Li looked around the cafeteria. I don't know when there were so many cleaners in the cafeteria. They were all dressed in orange overalls and moved slowly around the cafeteria. Some of the cleaners had their backs turned and were munching on something, and down their elbows, dripping to the floor, was bright red juice. Jian Li's heart sank. It's gone into the den of creepy. Children are still too weak. Now, is down to one last option. Jian Li looked at the burly figure in the corner and hurriedly put down her dinner plate and quickly ran up. The caretaker uncle is squatting on the ground, tying his shoes. As he dawdled, Jian Li had already chased after him. The duo of Black Boy and Little Positive Man were unsure, but they followed and whisked up Jian Li. The caretaker uncle stood up. He pulled a bottle of black perfume from his pocket. With that, he pressed the nozzle and sprayed all over his body. When the caretaker uncle finished spraying the black perfume, he casually placed the bottle on the counter and lifted his foot to walk away. Jian Li quickly picked up the perfume and sprayed it all over his body, following the uncle's example. Once the trio finished spraying, the cleaners who had originally surrounded them seemed to have lost their way instantly. They both froze in bewilderment for a few seconds, before continuing to move slowly in the other direction. Jian Li took away the perfume. Her expression was a little subtle. The caretaker uncle, who wore all black, low-top rain boots. Those rain boots, they don't even have laces to tie. So why is the caretaker uncle pretending to be tying his shoes? He was stalling for time, deliberately waiting for them and leaving the perfume for the 3 Jian Li. He's helping them. But, why would he do that? Wait until the afternoon. Jian Li and Ying, all 4 of them, were brought to the meeting hall on the first floor of the wooden house. For small children, all standing in regular rows across the coffee table in the hall. There were footsteps at the door. Immediately after that, the short-haired, glasses-wearing woman from the orphanage, let a couple into the house through the curtain of rain. The couple wagged their tails and shook the rain off their bodies. Jian Li fixed his eyes on it. That turned out to be a pair of rats. Mr. Dio, Mrs. Dio, please come in. The short-haired woman warmly greeted Mr. and Mrs. Mouse as they entered the house. The short-haired woman was mortified. The conditions of our orphanage are simple, not comparable to your riverside villa. You two are sorry. You're welcome, Vice President. Mrs. Mouse smiled and exchanged pleasantries that, my husband and I have come from hard times, so it's not that much of a stretch. The short-haired woman, who was the Vice President, heard Mrs. Mouse's words and the smile on her face intensified. She guided the mouse couple to sit on the couch in the hall. Then he pointed at Jian Li's 4 people and introduced them. Mr. Dio, Mrs. Dio, these 4 are the better children in our home in every way. You'll see their profiles first, and each one of them is well behaved. The Vice President nimbly poured 2 cups of tea for Mr. and Mrs. Mouse. Mr. Mouse flipped through the information twice and stopped when he saw Inga's page. He reached out with his long pointed fingernails, pointed to the page and said, "That's a good boy." Mr. Mouse raised his head and looked across at the docile and coquettish Ing. Warbler, Uncle asks you, suppose you have 3 cheeses to give to 4 hamsters, how would you split it? Ying thought for a moment, then sweetly curled her eyes and smiled. Uncle, I'll cut the cheese into different small pieces, depending on their size, then divide them by size. Mr. Mouse nodded, looking satisfied. He turned to his wife and said, Wife, I think this Ying is good. Not only is she simple, it's kinda smart. Mrs. Mouse next to her glanced over and pouted in displeasure. Her intuition as a woman told her that this Ying's eyes were not innocent at all. Mrs. Mouse flipped through the information twice, and when she saw John Lee's page, she didn't move. Lee. Mrs. Mouse raised her eyes to John Lee. You are Lee, right? John Lee smiled a little and nodded. What a nice boy, but it's a shame he's mute. Mrs. Mouse said to herself. So tell me, what is your answer to that question you just asked? You can write it down. Mrs. Mouse looked down and flipped through the information in her hand, not even looking at John Lee. John Lee took out a pen and paper. She was a little hesitant. Is it really possible to get through being adopted by this mouse couple? But why did she think that the rat couple was more contaminated than they were at the orphanage? John Lee held the pen in her hand. The tip of the pen stayed poised there for a long time without writing down the answer. The black boy was standing right next to John Lee. He thought John Lee was unable to think of an answer, so he quietly came closer to whisper a reminder. The glazed can be divided into 4 equal parts, according to the weight of the cheese. Black boy's voice was low. Since John Lee wanted to be adopted, he still wanted to help John Lee out. John Lee was stunned for a few seconds. She thought about the caretaker uncle who had spilled his dinner plate at lunch. The topic of discussion at their dinner table at that time happened to be whether or not they wanted to be adopted that afternoon. At that time, Black Boy was talking. Lily wants to go. Anyway, if the 2 of us go to one, we can still have company with Leoli. Could the caretaker uncle have spilled the dinner plate on purpose because of this? Ask a man who is alert and carries black perfume with him. Under what circumstances would he voluntarily bump into a dangerous man cleaner? He was so alert. How could he have wandered off? There must be something going on and he's trying to make a deliberate noise to alert people. But this is something that, probably for some reason, he can't say outright. John Lee quickly retracted his thoughts. With a trembling hand, she wrote a line. Black Boy came over to look at it, his eyes surprised. John Lee's answer was handed to the mouse couple. After Mr. and Mrs. Mouse read it, they looked at each other and their faces instantly turned pale. Just see the piece of paper that says, I'll bench a rat because rats deserve to die in the first place. This, originally, was the answer Ying had in mind. Chapter 82, Sweeping the Hall of Remembrance. Cough. The Vice Dean clenched his fist and coughed, inclining his head and glaring darkly at John Lee. With this response, John Lee clearly didn't want to be adopted by the mouse couple. The minefield that the mouse couple avoided. John Lee specialized in stepping on it and bouncing. Seeing that the rats were turning blue in the face, the Vice Dean hastened to say a few kind words. Mr. D.O., Mrs. D.O., children don't know better. You two are generous. Don't ever bother with children. The Vice Dean had said so. So naturally the mouse couple couldn't afford to dwell on this matter too much. Mrs. Mouse smacked her lips. Lily, this child is really not very suitable. Ying is meek and it's not bad at all. Mr. Mouse seconded the approval. After this little episode, the vice president persuaded the mouse couple to adopt another boy. The 2 boys in the orphanage at the moment are both about to turn 7 years old. If we could send one more out, one less would die in the orphanage. The intention of the mouse couple was to look very favorably on the black boy. The black boy looked pretty standard except for his darker skin, and this little posh guy with a cleft lip and palate on his lips is just too much of a distraction. Mr. and Mrs. Mouse discussed the matter and asked Black Boy with a smile. Strong is it? Want to go with your aunt and uncle? Black Boy kept his head down, picking at his fingers. Now that this is the case, Leoli has definitely lost the election. He stole a glance at John Lee, a little uncertain in his heart. I don't know. Black Boy held back a few words. Mrs. Mouse then asked, well, why don't you answer the question that Uncle just asked? Mrs. Mouse and Mr. Mouse, both of them, stared softly at Black Boy, encouraging him to answer properly. Black Boy, on the other hand, followed John Lee's line of sight and noticed the business card in Mr. Mouse's hand. The back of that business card had a few messy watercolor scribbles on it. Presumably the front of the business card was intact, which is why Mr. Mouse didn't notice it in time. Black Boy's mind boggled for a moment when he saw the graffiti, the kind of scribbling he'd only seen as a child. It's a habit of many children to take watercolors and draw whatever they catch. But didn't say the mouse couple had no children? And how could Mr. Mouse's business card have been drawn by a child? In this moment, Black Boy suddenly understood why John Lee had given such a perverse answer just now. What's the matter, Strong? Mrs. Mouse asked Black Boy with a strange look in her eyes when she saw that he had been silent. The Black Boy withdrew his gaze and raised his eyes to them. This time, there was a little more determination in his eyes. I hate rats. All that cheese, I won't share a single piece with them. The Black Boy's reply pushed the atmosphere into silence once again. The vice president was getting pissed off. Lily and Zhuang, you can't take these two kids with you. It was a two-way street, and it ended with everyone having their own way. In the end, the mouse couple takes away Ying and little Zhengtai. When Ying left, she even deliberately pleaded for Zhongli in front of the mouse couple. Uncle and auntie, I think. In fact, Lily is also quite good. Just a little bit of radical character. Really don't want her? Zhongli secretly smacked his lips when he heard that. That's no pleading. She didn't want to go at all. This rat couple, obviously, has issues. The details of that business card scrawl, coupled with a deliberate reminder from the caretaker's uncle that, if that didn't make sense, then Zhongli was truly stupid. And this Ying too, clearly hates rats to death, and pretend to be a bodhisattva, since she insisted on going. So be it. A go a no squeak. Ying and Xiao Zhengtai were taken away. The adoption has not been formalized yet. This is now the trial adoption stage. A day later, if there's nothing wrong, Mr. and Mrs. Mouse sign off on it. The adoption contract is then formalized. Tonight, Mr. and Mrs. Mouse are taking the two children home to familiarize themselves with their new surroundings. Before he left, Black Boy made a point of going and whispering to little Masaneo. He told the little Masamian to be safe. There was always something wrong with that rat couple. The vice president sent the mouse couple away and then doubled back. The vice president's face wasn't very pretty. She looked to both Zhongli and Black Boy, her head aching with anger. You too. I've worked so hard to get you the opportunity to. Why don't you guys know how to cherish it? The Black Boy drooped and hung his head. Zhongli was indifferent. The vice president looked at the two kids and got angrier and angrier as he thought about it. She called Auntie Jade, the caretaker of Zhongli and Black Boy. Take them well. Disobedience really pisses me off. The vice president pulled a long face and, gone in a huff. Aunt Jade had a gloating look on her face. Yo, got into trouble. She went to the toilet and brought 2 buckets of clean water, accompanied by 2 hankies. Auntie Xiaoyu crossed her arms and said with gusto, you have to be punished for doing something wrong. Just punish you too. Go clean the 3rd floor, especially the last hearth room. It's been a while since anyone cleaned it up. It's in your hands. John Lee remembered the 2nd article of the Sunshine Orphanage's Code of Activities. You can trust any of the caregivers at the orphanage. They may not be able to help you, but it certainly won't hurt you. This caregiver, Aunt Jade, really didn't hurt them directly, but she always tried to find ways to indirectly cause John Lee's death. John Lee looked over Aunt Jade's shoulder. There's an extra red armband there. I was right. Looks like it's Auntie Jade's turn to be on duty today. This Aunt Jade cleans the orphanage. As a result, Auntie Jade wants to be lazy now, so she's taking this opportunity right now. Throw the matter to John Lee and the others. By the way, she also wanted to fix John Lee. The Black Boy next to him instantly wilted when he heard he was going to clean the hearth. Aunt Jade, didn't you say that there were dead red-eyed people in that hearth? I don't want to go. Black Boy cried. Aunt Jade's eyes lit up in the face of the Black Boy's pleas for mercy, and the corners of her mouth turned up, getting even more excited. She rejoiced. That's great. Just the 2 of you go. It's a deal. Aunt Jade clapped her hands together and sat her butt down on the couch in the hall. Black Boy opened his mouth to say something else, but Jiang Li tugged at him and shook his head. Black Boy doesn't know that Aunt Jade was replaced a long time ago. Pleading with this creep now would be a pure waste of effort. Jiang Li remembered that the 5th article of the cabin code, the last room on the 3rd floor is the spirit room, so please be sure not to use it as a dormitory. As long as Jiang Li and the others keep in mind that that room is a spirit house, not a dormitory, shouldn't be too much of a problem then. Jiang Li and Black Boy carried the bucket and stepped on the creaking wooden stairs. From the lobby up to the 3rd floor, they stood before the last room and set down their buckets. Jiang Li wrote a note to Black Boy. Meditate 3 times. This is a hearth. This is not a dormitory. The Black Boy did as he was told in a confused manner. Then, both of them looked up at the same time, at the red door. And just then, the red door shuddered gently, pulling a small slit open from the inside. A ghastly hand reached out from the darkened doorway. That hand handed out a copy of the rules. Chapter 83, The Doll Room. The other side. Ying and Xiao Zhengtai were taken away. They got into the limousine and drove off in the direction of the orphanage. Away from the orphanage, the expected thunderstorm didn't stop. On the contrary, the rain outside the car window appeared to be coming down harder. The rain drummed against the windows of the car. A sharp voice, as if it were a celebration, and as if it were a reminder. Not much longer. The black minivan slowly drove into the Riverside Villa area and stopped in front of a white villa building. Ying, Yang Yang, you guys follow Auntie Diao into the house first. I'll go park in the garage. Mr. Mouse twisted his head and barked. Okay, thank you uncle. Ying sweetly answered, pushed open the car door, and got out of the car. The little Masamune went down with him. Mrs. Mouse walked ahead, with her 2 children, to the front door of the first floor of the building. She took out a set of keys and unlocked the outermost door, a luxuriously carved white door, proceeded to open the inner layer of security doors again. The security door opens and there is a final layer of iron doors inside. Ying's eyes changed slightly as she looked at the door of this inner and outer room. There are always thefts in the Riverside Villa area these days. Your Uncle Diao specially went to ask a master to come and install the security door. Mrs. Mouse smiled lovingly and explained at the children. Ying collected the skepticism under her eyes. Her eyes curved and she obediently nodded her head. Okay auntie, I understand. Mrs. Mouse stroked Ying's head and deliberately rolled her eyes. Her tone scolding, still called auntie? Ying was more cooperative than expected. She whined, blushed, and called out mommy in embarrassment. Mrs. Mouse led the pair into the house with a smile on her brow. It was extraordinarily dark in this room, as if all the windows were blocked. Ying felt something wrong when Mrs. Mouse turned on the light with a snap. In an instant, all the lights in the villa, big and small, were lit. The whole house brightened up instantly. The 2 children looked at the interior of the villa and let out a gasp. The house is gorgeous, with a uniform European style. The chandelier in the hall hung down high, more than 2 meters long. The house also has a large rotating staircase that connects the 2nd and 3rd floors. It's a completely different environment than the dilapidated orphanage cabin. It makes sense that 2 small children would react this way when they see these for the first time. Mrs. Mouse greeted Ying and Yang Yang and told them to sit and rest in the living room first. Then he pressed the remote and turned on the TV for them to watch. Boys, you watch cartoons for a while. Mommy is going to make you 2 cups of hot milk. Warm up on a rainy day. When Mrs. Mouse finished her explanation, she turned and went into the kitchen with a smile on her face. Ying and Yang Yang sat down to watch TV. Halfway through the movie, the villa suddenly went black. Reach for the sky. Mommy, is the power out? Ying looked in the direction of the kitchen and shouted to Mrs. Mouse. Mrs. Mouse's voice also came, in an anxious tone. Ouch, the outlet hit the water and tripped the breaker baby. Hold on, Mommy, take care of it. Inside the entire villa, it was so dark that you couldn't see anything. It's always a little creepy. Ying subconsciously moved closer in little Jingtai's direction and grabbed little Jingtai's arm. Her eyes were drawn to a red light in the darkness. In the pitch blackness, there was only one door to the room with a glimmer of red light coming through the crack. Yang, look over there. What is in that house? Ying lowered her voice. She tugged at the young Masamune's sleeve. Inexplicably nervous, the young Masamune glanced that way. I don't know. Go check it out. The 2 men exchanged a couple of whispers. In his mind, the young positive man was still thinking about what the black boy had told him before he left the orphanage. He said the couple was a little weird. Yang, you lead the way. Ying nudged the little Masamune. In this dark and quiet house, the red light from the doorway always carried an inexplicable attraction. Both kids guessed that place might be hiding some secret. Maybe there is something really wrong with this couple, but no one dares to jump to conclusions until they see it with their own eyes. Driven by curiosity, Yang and Ying slowly moved in that way, one after the other. Walked to the door. Yoichi took a deep breath and pushed the door open. The house was shrouded in red light, and the eerie scene inside came into view. Dolls. So many dolls. They are fake dolls with doll eyes that don't move. Each doll has its name and birthdate written on its body. Closest to the doorway was the dried out skin of 2 dolls. Skin was spread out on the floor. Looks like one is a boy and one is a girl. The 2 skins have no names written on them yet, nor birthdates, and in the center of the room, there were 2 enlarged effigies. The faces of these 2 effigies are none other than Mr. and Mrs. Mouse. Ying and Yang held their breath, not daring to breathe. Yang, how about we escape? Ying's voice was extremely low and, despite the best efforts to suppress it, you could still hear the panic in it. Yo-Yo looked toward the 2 effigies, the glass panels above them, reflecting 2 high-end, slowly approaching figures. It's too late. The young Masamune's heart sank. In the Sunshine Orphanage, the black boy's body froze when he saw the white hand sticking out of the hearth, and his mind was dumbfounded on the spot. He threw away the paddle and tugged at Zhongli, trying to pull her away. But Zhongli didn't move a muscle. Zhongli had her own thoughts in her mind. There are a lot of things that if you don't face them directly, you will never know the truth. Today was too good an opportunity to miss to explore the hearth. Zhongli reached out, removed the note, and unfolded it. Sunshine Orphanage, Haven of Hope Code 1. Before entering the funeral parlor, please be sure to knock 3 times on the door of the room and wait in place for 10 seconds. Remember, if you go straight into the house, something terrible will happen. 2. There are no electric lights in the room. If you need light, ask for a white dummy. Let him light the red candle for you. 3. Please don't talk to the black dummy. He likes to eat children who take him on. 4. The food and beds in the house are specially prepared for you. If you feel hungry or tired in the house, feel free to use it. 5. If you are alive, make sure you leave the room before 1800 hours p.m. If you're dead, feel free. 6. The two figures worshipped in the house, one red and one green. If you find both turning red, leave the room immediately and by all means. 7. There is no staircase down to the funeral hall. If someone leads you to the downward staircase, please reject him. 8. Be wary of your friend, especially if he repeatedly urges you to go to the down staircase. Chapter 84, The Disguise of the Dummy. Squeak dash. Something in the house and pulled the red door open a little. Then a gray face stuck out of the darkened doorway. The face had a similar texture to a real person, but the surface appeared to have been sprayed with a white paint. The whole face was white to gray, and only the middle of the lips, a bright red. The dummy turned to Jiangli, curved his lips and smiled. With that, he reached out his hand and pivoted inward, signaling Jiangli for them to enter the house. Jiangli and Black Boy exchanged glances. Li, I really don't want to go in. Black Boy truly felt that this place was evil. Jiangli didn't force himself. She wrote a note to Black Boy to clean the other rooms on the 3rd floor. Black Boy nodded his head in agreement. Then be careful and come out anytime you have a problem. When the Black Boy had finished his instructions, he went next door with a bucket of water and a lot of energy. Jiangli also withdrew his sight and looked towards the red door, intending to enter. And just then, the red door of the hearth was pulled open from the inside. The door was open and the house was bright. There is a large balcony across the street. The furnishings of this spiritual hall were actually exactly the same as those of a normal dormitory. Large pass-through bunks on the left, shelving unit on the right. As Jiangli froze, a figure sprang out from behind the door. It's Black Boy. He carefully wiped the door panel, and when he looked up, he saw Jiangli outside the door. The Black Boy's eyes were surprised. Ruri, you're not going to the spirit hall either? Then let's come in and clean the dormitory together. The Black Boy bent down, scrubbed the pad twice, and warmly greeted Jiangli as he went in. Jiangli was in a trance for a moment. If I remember correctly, she didn't leave the door of the funeral parlor just now, did she? Jiangli glanced towards the outside of the corridor. Surprisingly, there was a red door next door, and the position Jiangli was standing in happened to be the penultimate dormitory. Just as the thought of this as a dormitory had sprung to mind, Jiangli awoke with a jolt. Nope, she hurriedly mumbled twice that this was a hearth. This was not a dormitory. This is a hearth. This is not a dormitory. Article 5 of the Log Cabin Code. The last room on the 3rd floor is the spirit room, so please be sure not to use it as a dormitory. The visions faded under mental suggestion. The house was restored to its original appearance as a hearth. The red door was wide open, and light from outside the house shot in, illuminating a triangle inside. Now this house is a hearth. For in the doorway, there stood a tall, thin, white dummy. The crowd watching the live broadcast sighed in relief. Fortunately Jiangli wasn't deceived by the illusion. Just when everyone thinks that it's time to enter the hearth, Jiangli in the live broadcast screen, violently pulling the door handle. Bang sound closed the red door, isolated himself from the door. Jiangli's eyes were slightly cold. The thing in the house is really quite cunning. It purposely used inferior illusions to make Jiangli mistake this place for a dormitory. If Jiangli hadn't recognized the illusion, then there was a high probability that she would have died. If Jiangli had recognized the illusion, then using the human heart, most people think they have dodged a bullet, let their guard down and become complacent. The red door, at this point, was wide open, but as soon as they head inside, another rule is triggered. Before entering the spirit hall, please be sure to knock 3 times on the door of the room and wait in place for 10 seconds. Remember, go straight into the house. Something terrible will happen. If, say, it did go straight in, it would be light on contamination and heavy on death. To be able to devise such a chain of underhanded tricks shows that this place is creepy and has a really dark heart. Jiangli double-checked that there was no mistake before he raised his hand and knocked 3 times on the door of the room. Knock knock. After a knock on the door, there was a panicked sound of footsteps in the house. There's a sense of hiding, of being in a hurry to hide. 10 seconds later, the clutter of footsteps disappeared. Jiangli carried the bucket, pushed open the red door, and walked in. To the left of the red door stood a very tall white dummy. The white dummy smiles and bends down to make a pleased gesture when it sees someone coming in. In the meantime, behind the red door, a black head poked out. This black dummy, in addition to being a different color than the white dummy, everywhere else is as good as it gets. When the black dummy saw Jiangli enter the room, He smiled wryly and closed the red door with a bang. There were no windows in the house, much less a balcony, and no electric lights. It's so dark you can't see anything. John Lee put down the bucket and took out a flashlight to illuminate the house. It's a ramshackle ceremonial hut. Inside the room was a desk, a coffin, 2 chairs, and an uncountable number of blank effigy frames. There wasn't much furniture, but the dust was quite thick. John Lee took the handkerchief and dipped it in the bucket of water twice, then began to wipe the desk table. Underneath the desk, each cabinet John Lee went through. The first layer is a photograph. The photo shows 2 identical-looking 3-year-olds standing side by side, but unfortunately no faces. On the second level is an admission form, but on top of the form, there is only information about 1 child. The third cupboard, on the other hand, was locked with an old-fashioned iron lock that could not be opened. There was also a note on it, not to be vandalized. John Lee was about to find out if there was a key in the house. As a result, the light from the flashlight, at this time, suddenly began to weaken. Maybe it's low on power and the light is getting dimmer. Next to the red door, the white dummy saw this and walked towards John Lee. The white dummy's shirt was unusually long and completely covered his feet. He moved in tiny little steps, the way he looked like he was drifting over. The white dummy floated to John Lee's side. He held out his hand, pointed to the red candle, then to himself, and grinned. It looked like he was reminding John Lee that he could help John Lee light the red candle. There is no electric light in this room. If you need a light, ask for a white dummy. Let him light the red candle for you. But, this dummy, is it really white? When he was outside the door just now, John Lee clearly remembered that the dummy's skin was grayish. A color like off-white is special. If it's an artificial coat of white paint on the outside of a tan skin, the final rendering of the skin, then, will be gray. John Lee glanced at the weakly charged flashlight. If we don't light the red candle soon, we won't be able to see anything in the house. It would be another hassle to be in the dark and hallucinate something. However, this furtive white dummy in front of John Lee's eyes, again, it gives the impression that something is not quite right. Details. Pay attention to the details. John Lee closed his eyes. A quick recollection of all the scenes inside and outside the house. Without realizing it, she furrowed her eyebrows and twitched her index finger. In the next second, John Lee opened her eyes. She quickly reached out, pinched the white dummy's tunic, and lifted it up. Underneath the white tunic, a pair of black bare feet. There. John Lee quickly walked to the black dummy and made the same movement. And underneath that black tunic, there was actually a pair of white feet hidden. Sure enough, it's true. These 2 devils, thinking their feet are hidden in their clothes, even if they're not sprayed with fake paint, and it won't be noticed. But they didn't realize that the white dummy had just exposed itself when it walked. The white dummy approached John Lee, wanting to introduce himself, but not daring to take a big step. Then he had to move in very small steps and try to hide his feet inside his long shirt. That's why he was walking and looked like he was floating. John Lee gently hooked her lips. It was really hard for these 2 guys to go to such lengths in order to lure John Lee into a trap. No wonder one stood afraid to move and the other only dared to take small steps. Turns out that was the reason behind it. And, that gray and white guy with the lipstick in the center of his lips. I'm afraid it's not lipstick. Maybe it's some unlucky adventurer who's mistaken the color of the dummy. Bloodstains left behind only after being eaten. John Lee collected his thoughts. She took the red candle and handed it to the real white dummy, signaling him to light it. Chapter 85, Woe is me. Take the red candle. The white dummy held the wick and twisted it twice. Candlelight. The white dummy handed the red candle to John Lee and retreated behind the door to stand guard. The real black dummy, on the other hand, drooped its eyebrows because it had not succeeded in seducing John Lee. Sardonically, he went back to stand guard on the other side of the door. At about this time, John Lee's flashlight, too, officially ran out of power, and the bright light went out. Luckily, this candlelight was picked up just in time. John Lee was glad in his heart. She took the red candle and inserted it inside the incense burner used for the ritual and went back to cleaning. It said cleaning, but John Lee was more interested in finding the key. John Lee wiped the house inside and out. Looked everywhere I could except for that coffin, even on that desk, accepting the worship of a red and a green 2 small people. John Lee all rummaged through. In the end, there wasn't even a shadow of a key. John Lee bent down and scrubbed the pad inside the bucket of water. For some reason, after doing so little work, my body felt inexplicably weak. Not only are you tired, you're hungry. Her stomach kept rumbling, and she had clearly eaten quite a bit for lunch. John Lee looked towards those offerings on the case table. The pig's head that was offered there and hadn't been replaced for a long time was now a human head. The eyes of the human head were tightly closed, giving off a strong, ethereal scent. At the same time, a strong sense of weariness swept over him. In the empty space of the hearth, at some point, there was a single bed. The bed was covered with yellow sheets, yellow pillows, and a thick black comforter. At this moment, the bed had a huge attraction for Zhongli. The white dummy picked up the human head and handed it to Zhongli. Eat it, you won't be hungry afterward. The black dummy took Zhongli by the hand and guided her to the single bed. Sleep when you're tired. Sleep. Sleep in peace for a while. Zhongli shook his head. The two dummies, one black and one white, that were holding her up at this moment were simply as black and white at first glance. Article 4 of the Haven of Hope Code. The food and beds in the house are specially prepared for you. If you feel hungry or tired inside the house, please feel free to use it. False. It's a bogus rule. Zhongli pushed these two guys away, took out a cup of honey water from space and quickly drank it down. The feeling of being out of control quickly subsided. The heads of the sacrifices were restored to the heads of the pigs, and the so-called single bed changed back to look like a black coffin. Sources of pollution. There is definitely a source of contamination in this room. Zhongli's eyes swept towards the coffin. The odds are that the source of contamination in the house is hidden in the coffin. As he was thinking this, the two black and white dummies in the room suddenly took two red lampshades and set on top of two red candles. The light in the room was instantly reddened, and just then there was a knock on the door in the quiet house. Knock knock, one after the other. Zhongli raised his head and looked toward the red door. Nope, the source of the sound is not that way. Rather, Zhongli looked toward the coffin in the room. Inside the coffin, something seemed to have been banging on the boards. At first there was less movement. The further back they got, the pounding in there became more and more urgent. One might even say it's smashing coffins. With each stroke, it felt like it was going to tip the coffin boards over. The clothes of the green villain, on the sacrificial table, were slowly turning red. A rustling commotion began to emanate from the house. This sound, just like the 10 seconds that Zhongli waited outside the door before entering the house. Hear the same sound. Those things are coming out. Zhongli quickly rushed to the door, pulled open the red door, and ran out. Outside the red door, there's Grandma Lu in a cotton jacket, and a little boy in a raincoat, all staring at Zhongli at the door. At that moment, the wall clock in the lobby of the cabin struck 5. Clang clang clang. The time now, exactly 5 in the afternoon. There's no violation of the no going out alone after 6 p.m. rule, so neither Grandma Lu nor the little boy could hurt her. Zhongli directly pushed aside those two and walked away. This time, Zhongli summarized 3 things. First, there are sources of pollution in the hearth. Second, the truth about the orphanage shenanigans may have something to do with that locked cabinet. Third, Article 5 of the Haven of Hope Code. If you are alive, make sure you leave the room before 1800 hours p.m. If you're dead, feel free. The correct time, inside this incorrect rule, should be corrected to 1700 hours p.m. Because just as Zhongli came out, the bell in the hall struck 5 times. The hearth is now occupied by weirdness, so I'll have to wait until next time to go in and see what's going on. Zhongli came out of the spiritual hall. Raising her eyes, she realized that Black Boy had been waiting for her in the hallway. Black Boy cleaned their quarters and scrubbed the floor of the 3rd floor hallway. Zhongli came out just in time. Lizzie, why don't you have your bucket? Black Boy asked her. Zhongli wrote a note. Forget it. The Black Boy let out an O. The two went to Auntie Jade to turn in. As a result, Auntie Jade was still collapsed on the sofa, huffing and puffing. Zhongli didn't wake her up, but directly put down the bucket with Black Boy and went straight to the cafeteria. It's dinner time. Zhongli stood at the entrance of the cafeteria for a while. It didn't take long for the caregivers and children to flock to the program. At that moment, a caregiver entered the cafeteria holding her little friend. Zhongli also very calmly held the little kid and blended in. After fixing dinner, Zhongli and Black Boy returned to the cabin. Inside the lobby, Aunt Jade was hanging her head to be lectured. Such a big man, and he lost one of his buckets. And the hallway on the 3rd floor. See for yourself. There's water all over that floor. You're responsible if the kid slips? The vice president poked Aunt Jade in the head and cursed rather loudly. Passing through the hall, Zhongli and Black Boy looked at each other and hurriedly slipped away. Auntie Jade huffed and puffed and bowed her head as she was scolded. Without realizing it, her afterglow caught sight of the Zhongli duo. Hey, don't go. You too. Aunt Jade called out to them. She whipped her head around to tell off the vice president. Vice president, I'd like to report that they were the ones who lost the buckets, and the floor on the 3rd floor. They rubbed it in, too. Zhongli's eyes widened in shock when she heard this. This sister, she actually exposed herself? The caregiver will always put the child first, unless she's dead. The logic inherent in this rule is that every conservationist that the staff code of putting children first is followed. In the world of weird tales, no matter what the character is, they must follow their character's rules. At the very least, it's not a blatant violation in front of the leader. And this Auntie Jade, in an attempt to push her luck, said what she just said. Wouldn't that be an obvious way to tell the vice president that she broke the rules by enslaving a child? Zhongli twisted his head to look over there. Sure enough, as soon as Auntie Jade's words left her mouth, the vice dean's face turned odd. What you said? Sure it's true? The vice president asked. Auntie Xiaoyu nodded her head in a hurry. It's absolutely true. 1,000 times true. They are the ones who caused the trouble. Next, Aunt Jade's eyes went black, only to see the vice president stretch her neck, open her mouth wide, and swallow her head in one gulp. Chapter 86, The Villa Tragedy. Zhongli hurriedly turned her head, not looking at the bloody scene. It is clear that there are more powerful and bizarre forces controlling this orphanage. Could that powerful force have anything to do with what's in the coffin? Zhongli thought all the way. Unknowingly had already returned to the dormitory with Black Boy. It didn't take long. A new caregiver was assigned down from above. You can call me Uncle Joe. I'm a recent transfer to childcare. When the new caregiver entered the room, she took off and removed her clear raincoat and first introduced herself. Zhongli froze for a second when she saw the man. This uncle, isn't he the one who helped them in front of the cafeteria? This uncle looks kinda mean. Uncle Zhao went on to say, I've looked at the information, and there are 4 children in our dormitory. Brawny, Nunya, Lily and Yang Yang. The boys sleep next to me. You guys adjust the bunks. After Uncle Zhao finished, he took them to exchange beds. Black Boy sleeps next to Uncle Joe, followed by Little Positive Man, Little Fat Girl, and Zhongli. Little Masa is now in the trial adoption stage and has not yet been officially contracted. He would not officially check out of his bed until the adoption contract was signed the next day. After taking care of a lot of trivial things, it was time to go to bed for the night again. Zhongli counted the days. The Lily she possessed had her 7th birthday 3 days later. If there were no surprises, she would strive to live through these 3 days, and she would be able to pass with an A grade. And this time the newly assigned Uncle Joe is not bad. He would have known that dark environments can create illusions, so to avoid that, he made a point of getting a new batch of candles. Beyond the cabin, a storm raged and lightning flashed, and inside the cabin, 2 white candles were being lit, ready to sleep in the warm light. After Zhongli washed up, she also laid down inside the quilt. That's when her afterglow skimmed the little fat girl's arm. The brown hair on it disappeared. Zhongli clearly remembered that when he ran into her at the entrance of the cafeteria at noon, she still has traces of contamination. What did the little fat girl go through this afternoon that the pollution would disappear? Zhongli was planning to write a note and ask the little fat girl, but next to Uncle Joe's cell phone inside, the evening news that was playing loudly, but it caught Zhongli's attention, is aware of a serious burglary and murder case in the Riverside Villa area. The deceased were a young couple. According to sources, the murderer's methods of killing are quite brutal. The couple's bodies were mutilated, their internal organs were missing, and their faces were peeled off alive with tools. The suspects involved have been arrested. The news mentioned Riverside Villa. If Zhongli remembered correctly, the rat couple lived there. The vice president mentioned it in pleasantries with Mrs. Mouse when they met in the afternoon. Knock knock. At that moment, there was a knock on the wooden door of the dormitory. It's 10 o'clock at night. There shouldn't be any people out there. Uncle Joe in the house wasn't going to care. He subconsciously felt that it was that thing that was messing things up. But the knocking went on, with absolutely no intention of stopping. Uncle Joe got up from the bed helplessly and put on his shoes. Who? A familiar voice came from the door. It's me. I'm Yo-Yo. I live here. It's Little Positive Man. What's he doing back here? Uncle Joe went to bring in a half-length mirror, then unlocked the door and aimed it in the direction of the doorway. Come in. Uncle Joe snapped. The wooden door pushed open. The two of them, Little Zhengtai and Ying, were dripping wet. Their clothes were torn and tattered, and they came back covered in blood. How many people are in the mirror? You guys? For starters? Uncle Joe asked. The little square looked away and answered seriously. 2 people, me and Inga. Ying nodded along. Yes, 2. Hearing this answer, Uncle Joe unloaded his defenses. Originally, according to the rules, Ying did not belong to this dormitory and was not allowed to stay here. But if she was thrown out, it would inevitably result in Ying going out alone. The safety of the child has the highest priority. Therefore, for the sake of Ying's safety, Uncle Zhao agreed to let Ying come into the house and stay for the night, and let Ying sleep with Zhongli and Nyo-Nyo. Sister Ying, what's wrong with you and Yang Yang? Why is there blood all over you? What the hell happened? The little fat girl sat on the bed and asked Ying who came out of the bath. Ying was wearing Jiang Li's clean clothes and was holding a towel, wiping her hair. She heard the chubby little girl's question and her hand movements stalled. Immediately afterward, tears pooled in his eyes. She crouched right down on the floor, hugged her knees and cried. The shoulders were twitching terribly. Uncle and Auntie they were killed by robbers. Oh, Ying wiped her tears as she spoke. but Jiangli noticed that Ying Ying's nails were pinching her palms.
Ying Ying was forcing herself to force the tears out of her eyes with painful stimulation.
Infected. Little Masatoshi's nose also turned sour and he shed a tear. Thinking of those horrible images and scenes, the young Masamune's body couldn't stop shivering.
His whole body was shaking.
Okay, Nyonya, don't ask your brother and sister. They just came back from the police station after making statements. Let them rest first.
Uncle Zhao relieved them and comforted the duo a couple more times.
During the night, everyone was ready to rest. And this time, Zhang Li's ears suddenly appeared a burst of electric current ZZ sound.
Then there was a strange ticking sound.
It's Morse code. Intelligence is passing her Morse code.
Zhang Li's heart was shocked.
Although she didn't understand why, she quickly pulled out a pen and paper and make a note of the corresponding information. It was densely written on half a page.
Zhang Li looked at the content on it and only felt her scalp tingle.
In this communication, 2 messages were conveyed. First,
a serial murderer in a Chinese prison strangely disappeared on the day of his execution.
The murderer, sex female, left-handed.
The usual killing techniques,
skinning and harding.
The modus operandi is extremely skillful and the crime has been on the run for 10 years. Best at faking murder scenes and planting blame.
Second, a copy of the orphanage is mixed with a hidden chosen one. Hidden chosen one is in a hostile camp,
with a high probability of being the serial killer mentioned above.
To prevent communications from being eavesdropped, Morse code,
which is incomprehensible to murderers,
is used for transmission. The intelligence department initially pinpointed the culprits on the duo of Yang Yang and Ying Ying, and in the communication,
Zhang Li reminded Zhang Li to be careful in everything and make sure to stay safe.
Zhang Li's bedside, Ying Ying, who was under the same blanket as the little fat girl,
had been frowning and pulling out her ears.
What's wrong, Sister Ying Ying? Are your ears uncomfortable? The little fat girl asked Ying Ying with a sideways glance.
Ying Ying scratched twice more.
It's fine. Maybe I washed my hair just now and accidentally got water in it. Kind of hallucinating.
Zhang Li swept a glance at her, her eyes flickering for a moment.
A few moments later, she gathered up the coded note and got out of bed. Zhang Li walked straight to the side of the candle. With that, he ignited the coded note and burned it to ashes. Chapter 87, He's Not Red Baby.
Zhang Li finished burning the note and glanced at the half mirror as she walked towards the bed.
The mirror was facing the direction of the doorway. The wooden door to the dormitory was locked, but inside the mirror, Zhang Li couldn't see the wooden door.
Where the wooden door was, there was only an empty door frame,
and outside the doorframe,
there still stood Grandma Lu in her flowery cotton jacket,
and the little boy in his raincoat. Zhang Li had a feeling. These 2 creeps outside weren't after Ying Ying and little Zhengtai, because these 2 weird sights were always fixed on Zhang Li.
It's as if they have an obsession and would love to take Zhang Li out.
At this time, Zhang Li suddenly remembered that Article 6 of the Log Cabin Code. Among the dormitories, there is one and only one who is not a human being,
so please be careful to distinguish between them.
Who could this ghost be? Into the night,
Zhang Li's sleep was light. The murderer was hiding in the house and she didn't dare to actually fall asleep.
Fortunately,
perhaps the murderer had just knifed the rat couple today and was a little mentally exhausted.
This murderer, therefore, did not strike at Zhang Li at night. Early the next morning,
Zhang Li had been observing Ying Ying and Xiao Zhengtai as she washed up.
Oddly enough, both kids are left-handed. According to Hua's intelligence, the replica of the hidden chosen one, she is a left-handed female serial killer. If one of them, indeed, is a murderer, well, isn't it all the more important for her to hide her habits? Right now, for Zhang Li, the most profitable way was to kill both Ying Ying and Yang Yang,
surviving in the last days. But if you are merciful and soft, then the one who will die will be Zhang Li himself.
But the only concern now is whether or not the hidden chosen one has a skill boost. Since the hidden chosen are in the creepy camp, that means there's a high probability that she'll get some extremely high level of talent. How else was Zhang Li supposed to explain that these 2 small children, less than 7 years old, in a vulnerable situation, handily killing that rat couple? Therefore, whether Zhang Li could kill this murderer or not was a question that Zhang Li needed to consider. Are you sneaking a peek at me? In front of the washstand,
Ying Ying twisted her head and asked Zhang Li.
Zhang Li was indeed observing her.
She wanted to see if this Ying Ying's eyes, which were as mature as a 20 or 30-year-old,
were real or not. But this Ying Ying
seems to be more perceptive than the average small child. Zhang Li had tried to hide his sight as much as possible, but Ying Ying still noticed.
Facing Ying Ying's inquiry, Zhang Li did not respond.
Zhang Li washed her face with the other children and followed Uncle Zhao out of the dormitory.
After breakfast,
Zhang Li took a leave of absence from Uncle Zhao on the grounds that he was not feeling well and did not go to class. Caregivers should always put the child first,
so Zhang Li's excuse would most likely not be rejected. After taking her leave,
Zhang Li returned to the 3rd floor, in front of the spiritual hall.
Now, The fastest way to get through the game is actually the SS level investigating the truth about the orphanage. Elimination of sources of pollution. The S-class adopted route to clearance is not working now, and the A-list survived his 7th birthday and was joined by a serial killer. Risk overlay. Not only do you have to be wary of weirdness now, but you have to be wary of murderers as well. In fact, for Zhongli, weirdness wasn't that scary. As long as Zhongli didn't break the rules, creepy couldn't harm her. But a murderer is a different story. The murderer could have physically attacked Zhongli at any time. Zhongli might die at some point. Instead of waiting for an A pass, I'd rather be proactive and look for clues. Try the SS level pass. Zhongli raised her eyes. Her footsteps had stopped at the door of the hearth. As is customary, she knocked 3 times on the red door. After waiting in place for 10 seconds, Zhongli pushed the door and walked in. This time, Zhongli brought white candles from the dormitory. So for the white dummy who took the initiative to come forward and wanted to help her light the red candle, Zhongli didn't pay any attention at all. Zhongli walked straight to the black coffin. What's inside this coffin? Zhongli pondered over it and took out a cup of honey water from space, drinking it in one gulp, crouched down next to the coffin again, intending to open the museum. Just then, a tender child's voice sounded behind him. You better not. Zhongli's movements lurched. This is the voice of Red Baby. A flash of surprise flashed across Zhongli's eyes. She turned with a jerk and saw that in the chair in the room, was sitting a 3-year-old boy in green. Isn't this kid Red Baby? Only, the way Red Infant looked at Zhongli was very unfamiliar. Zhongli guessed that it was because Red Infant did not recognize herself. Zhongli wanted to explain, but the attribute of Little Mute prevented her from speaking. Write notes for Red Baby to read, but Red Baby can't read at all. So inside the spiritual hall, Zhongli and Honging were wide-eyed, unable to communicate at all. Your name is Li Li, right? Red Baby asked. Zhongli nodded. After receiving an affirmative answer, Red Baby mulled over for 2 seconds. Then out came a huge burlap pocket. This burlap pocket is bigger than Red Baby himself. He bent in and rummaged for something, looking for something as he threw it out. This is the right leg of a chick. This is not. This one is Yang Yang and it's not. And brawny. Not. In the end, he finally found out what belonged to Lily. Red Infant took that and handed it to Zhongli. Here you go. It's the soundtrack you traded with me last time, and I'm giving it back to you for now. So, what do you want to tell me? Red Infant rejoined the chair and sat down, looking blearily at Zhongli, waiting for her to speak. And at this time, Zhongli's voice was magically restored. Zhongli coughed lightly and looked at Red Infant to open her mouth. Infant, I'm Zhongli, the chosen one of China. Your mommy. The Red Baby in front of him was stunned. He jumped out of the chair with his calves. After approaching Zhongli, he surveyed her for a few more seconds with a strange look. Zhongli? Red Baby frowned, then shook her head firmly. Don't recognize. I only know Sister Lioli. But you shouldn't be Sister Lioli. The Sister Lili in the mouth of the Red Baby was referring to the 7-year-old girl possessed by Zhongli. Zhongli couldn't understand for a moment why Red Infant would say she didn't recognize her. Oh right. Red Infant looked to Zhongli. You just tried to open the coffin, didn't you? I advise you not to open it. If it's Sister Lili herself, she mustn't have done that. Honging tried to persuade Zhongli. Zhongli looked at the coffin and then at the Red Baby. She curled her lip. But I'm not your Sister Lily. Red Baby couldn't stop her, so she had to stand on the side, watching and muttering at the same time. Hey, Zhongli, if you do that, someone will get angry. Red Infant reminded Zhongli. Zhongli's eyes moved. Is the truth getting close? Who would be angry? Zhongli asked casually, pretending to be careless. She held on to the coffin boards and made a fake gesture that she was about to open the coffin. There's no hurry to open the coffin or not. The important thing was that this might lure Red Baby into telling the truth. Some truths about Sunshine Orphanage. Red Baby will be angry. The Red Baby in front of him said. Hearing this answer, Zhongli froze for a moment. She looked over quizzically, her eyes going straight to the little boy in green in front of her. So, you are not a Red Baby? Zhongli asked him. Although it was a question, Zhongli had already guessed the answer in her heart. The boy in front of him was dressed in green, while Red Baby preferred to wear red. The boy in front of him was a stranger to Zhongli, but not Red Baby. No wonder just now. He said he didn't recognize Zhongli. Who exactly are you? Zhongli's tone became serious. Seeing Zhongli's reaction, the little boy beside him shrugged. He said in a tone full of concern. I'm Green Baby. Red Baby is my brother. I never said I was Red Baby. Chapter 88, The Dead in the Coffin. Hearing this reply, Zhongli slightly raised her eyebrows. She remembered underneath the desk, on the first shelf of the cabinet, there was a picture in there of twin brothers with no faces. In that case, the twins with their faces painted off would be Green Baby and Red Baby. Where is your brother Red Infant? Jiang Li asked Qing, but bizarrely, Qing didn't answer positively. His eyes suddenly curved. Holding his little tummy, he stretched out another little hand, pointing at Jiang Li's back, and giggle. Jiang Li, look behind you, giggle, laugh me to death. Qing, a small body, laughed and came up for air. Jiang Li quickly ducked. She turned to look behind her. Next to the coffin was standing Grandma Lu in a big red flowery cotton jacket. Grandma Lu bowed and pushed hard on the coffin board. Dust rustled down and the coffin panels pushed open with a loud bang. Jiang Li's pupils instantly contracted when she saw what was inside. The body. Inside is surprisingly Jiang Li himself, a 7-year-old girl, Lily, to be exact. Liuli's body was covered in dirt. Her mouth and nose were clogged with black mud, and she had died 2 days ago. It was buried alive. Xiao Li, Grandma let you play for 2 more days. Have you had enough now? Grandma Lu looked over at Jiang Li and smiled kindly. The ends of her eyes were all creased, the faces covered in corpse spots. In the hearth, white candles still burned eerily. This candle was brought by Jiang Li from the dormitory. Ever since Jiang Li entered the dormitory of the orphanage, the dormitory had been lit with white candles. White candles are used to honor the dead. Grandma Lu's hand held the coffin and stood up. She looked at Jiang Li. Good boy, come on in. Don't run around and it's going to cause trouble. Grandma Lu walked towards Jiang Li, took her hand and walked in the direction of the coffin. Jiang Li pondered for a second and secretly bit the tip of her tongue. The smell of blood spread out, and the wound did not recover. Jiang Li's physical injuries hadn't transferred, which could only mean one thing. Chun-Li Dai is dead. When she was buried alive in the opening scene, Dai Chun-Li had already died for Jiang Li. It's just that at the time of death, there was Dai Chun-Li on top, so Jiang Li had always felt that she wasn't dead. Jiang Li went on living again with an obsession of I thought I was still alive. Liz, listen to Grandma and lie in. There won't be any pain. Grandma Lu's whisper was like a magic spell. You died a long time ago, so why work so hard anymore? Don't think about anything else. You're dead and the dead should rest in peace. Remember your Uncle Joe who died in a car accident? You loved your Uncle Joe the most. Once your Uncle Joe died, you became an orphan. It was hard for you to use your voice to get back to see Uncle Joe again. Now that you're dead, you can go down to him yourself. How nice. Good boy. Do as you're told and lie down in it. Come on. Everyone held their breath as they watched Jiang Li approach towards the coffin. Grandma Lu was trying her best to persuade her, and Qing was suppressing her laughter. The black and white dummy guarding the doorway also looked this way and grinned weirdly. Jiang Li was brought to the coffin, listening to the voice like hypnosis. Her expression gradually became wooden. Just when Grandma Lu thought everything was going well and let her guard down, Jiang Li suddenly had a cold look in her eyes and pushed Grandma Lu next to her in. Grandma Lu's legs and feet are disabled and she is old, so there is no room for resistance. An old bone fell into a coffin and couldn't even climb up. Outside, Jiang Li quickly closed the lid of the coffin and sat on his butt, letting Grandma Lu knock around inside. Jiang Li slapped the ashes of her hands and called it a day. The dead man in the coffin couldn't be Jiang Li at all. Jiang Li had 2 lives. Even if Dai Chun-Li died, Jiang Li himself still had 1 left. If Jiang Li didn't die, there was no way that an additional Li Li's body would appear out of thin air. And there is one more detail, dust. When Grandma Lu opened the coffin just now, the coffin board was full of rustling dust. It means that the coffin has not been cleaned and has been sitting here for a long time. How can a fresh body appear inside a coffin that has been sitting there for many years? And Grandma Lu was covered with corpse spots, and she always lures Jiang Li into the spiritual hall, near the coffin. Then there's only one possibility left. Grandma Lu is looking for a scapegoat. As long as Jiang Li enters the coffin, the pass will fail, and Jiang Li will stay here forever. A dead man in a coffin. Grandma Lu is sinister. Last time, it was a coffin disguised as a bed, inducing the tired Jiang Li to lie in it of her own accord. This time, on the other hand, it was brainwashing Jiang Li, trying to make Jiang Li think he was dead, tricked her into lying in a coffin herself. The source of the pollution in the coffins, I'm afraid, is the ghost of one scapegoat after another. The more people that go in, the heavier the contaminant in the coffin. Qing, who was next to him, saw Jiang Li's actions and couldn't help but sigh in defeat. Hey, it's no fun. I thought there was a good show. Qing sat back in his chair and, hugging his chest, he teetered on his calves. At this time, Jiang Li noticed that Qing had a key hanging around her neck. Could that be the key to the third locker? Jiang Li was about to speak, but she felt something that came out of her throat. Jiang Li, I'll remember you. Qing utilized his weird power to retrieve something like that. And carefully put it into a burlap pocket. Once again, Jiang Li couldn't make a sound, while bending down to pick up those strange things thrown out of the sack. Qing, while speaking to Jiang Li, those weird things are basically body parts for kids. Even though you didn't die this time, you'll still die next time. Listen to my brother.
Waiting for death is worse than facing it head-on. Oh, Xing reminded Zhongli. A few small hints of smugness in her tone. Zhongli thought for a moment, took out a heart from the space, threw it gently, and caught it again. With that, he shook it at Green Baby. Xing glanced at the object and moved, her eyes instantly straightening. Whoa, how did you get this good stuff? Xing threw the sack and, walking up to Zhongli, he looked at her obediently. Zhongli pointed to his throat, signaling an exchange. As soon as Xing heard this, his face was torn and distressed. But if I give it to you, you'll be adopted away when you get your voice back. It's bad out there. Xing words were heartfelt. It seems that inside the orphanage, all sorts of defective children are the work of Xing. Green Baby didn't want the children taken away by adoption for some reason. The best way not to be taken away is for everyone to be a defective child. Because they are defective, they are generally not chosen by adults. Is this mentality that Green Infant has developed related to their birth? Zhongli thought for a moment and took out 2 more hearts from space. A total of 3 hearts were held in the hand. Zhongli deliberately wiggled under Qingying's nose. Since 1 heart won't solve the problem, let's try 3. Unsurprisingly, Green Baby moved. He gulped, his eyes glowing with gluttony. Then, that's good to give you a little while longer. Qingying used his weird power again and returned the vocal cords to Zhongli's body. Zhongli regained his voice once more. Qingying snatched the heart and took a bite out of it, eating it like a thief. Why do you love hearts? Zhongli asked Qingying. Qingying's mouth was full of juice as he mumbled. My brother said that what you eat makes up for what you eat. My brother and I were born with bad hearts, which is why we were left at the door of the orphanage by our mom and dad. I remember that night. Chapter 89, Catching Ghosts in the Dormitory. Seeing that the truth of the matter was about to be revealed. However, Zhongli didn't wait for Qingying to finish speaking before he immediately grimaced and turned around to leave the room. Changed. Inside the hearth, the 2 mannequin dolls that were worshipped changed color. Article 6 of the Haven of Hope Code. The 2 figures worshipped in the house, 1 red and 1 green. If you find both turning red, leave the room immediately and by all means. Damn creepy. You think it's telling you the truth and helping you get through, but in reality, it's a constant temptation to break the rules and to die. The moment the red door was closed, a red figure flashed by as well. The little red shadow scurried out. By the sound of the movement, it looked like someone had been kicked in the face. Ouch. Brother, why are you punching me? Qingying's mournful voice rang out. Green Baby huffed and puffed as she explained to Red Baby. Brother, I didn't open that coffin. Grandma Lu opened it herself. I obviously even advised Zhongli to not open. Don't open. Ouch. Qingying seemed to have received another kick. Red Infant's grumpy voice came out. Zhongli, is Zhongli what you shouted? I have to call people mommy. You call people Zhongli. Zhongli couldn't hear much of the quarrel that followed. For the white dummy at the door. Boom! Slammed the red door. Zhongli stood in the doorway for a while. A tall, dark figure appeared above the corridor. Zhongli twisted her head to look over, and ended up meeting the caretaker uncle at eye level. Zhongli's eyes flashed. This new mean-looking caretaker uncle, who happens to be named Zhao, and it's always helping her explicitly and implicitly. Will he have something to do with the Uncle Cho that Grandma Lu talked about? According to Grandma Lu, Uncle Zhao is Lily's only relative. After Uncle Zhao's death, Lily was forced to come to the orphanage. Rue, why did you run into the hearth all by yourself? It's too dangerous. The fierce caretaker uncle came over and took Zhongli's hand. How's it going, Rue? Still not feeling well? The caretaker uncle asked her with concern as he walked away. Zhongli shook his head in response. She observed the caretaker uncle for a few moments. The caretaker uncle's whole body was covered especially tightly. Masks, hats, gloves, thick clothes, everything. Zhongli sneaked a look at the back of the caretaker uncle's head. There seemed to be a strange liquid leaking out of the part covered by the ducktail cap. Is it brain matter? Grandma Lu said that Uncle Zhao died in a car accident. It's because the body's been smashed to pieces. That's why you have to wrap yourself up tightly and, so as not to reveal anything? Lily, a young girl with no one to turn to, whose wish is to see Uncle Zhao once more. The corresponding price is paying for your own voice. That's why Lily became mute. And Uncle Cho may have made some kind of pact with the weird world for Lily's sake. Voluntarily became an NPC here and stayed forever. Zhongli glanced at the caretaker uncle again. She felt that she had uncovered a large part of the truth about the bizarre events at the orphanage. But not all. And, Zhongli needed to find a way to destroy the source of pollution in the orphanage. The source of pollution in the orphanage is divided into 2 parts. There are sources of contamination in the casket of the hearse. In addition to that, there's a place, Candy House. The contamination on the little fat girl's body worsened after she had been to the candy house. So that place, it must be hiding something. Article 4 of the Log Cabin Code. There is no candy house in the orphanage. If someone wants to take you to a candy house, refuse him.
This rule is false. Candy houses are real. This rule doesn't want Zhongli to go to the candy house. So that means that there must be something hidden in the candy house that it didn't want Zhongli to know. Uncle Zhao, do you know where the candy house is? Zhongli tugged at the caretaker uncle's sleeve. The caretaker uncle wasn't the least bit surprised that Liuli had suddenly opened her mouth to speak. He just frowned and thought for a moment. I just got here not too long ago. I'm not really sure. Zhongli let out an O sound and did not pursue the question. The caretaker uncle didn't react at all to the fact that Lily wasn't mute. That would be even more proof that he knew Liuli before and knew that Liuli wasn't mute. He is indeed Lily's uncle who died in a car accident. The caretaker uncle led Zhongli, braving the cold rain, to this side of the backyard. There are a lot of people gathered here in the backyard. Everyone stood neatly in front of that graveyard in their clear raincoats. A new batch of little ones are to be buried and the headstones are ready. A child could not be absent from each burial ceremony. Vice President, we're all together in the dormitory. The caretaker uncle took Zhongli to a team. The vice dean glanced at Zhongli and nodded. Let's get started then. Your dorm first. The vice dean snapped. After the caretaker uncle answered, he took out 4 paper balls. He put a ball of paper in the palm of his hand and asked the 4 children in the dormitory to draw lots. Zhongli also chose one. She opened it and there was a skull design inside. The note recorded one of the tasks of the burial ceremony. Please identify the ghost child in the dormitory and let him rest in peace. A few lines of information are written below. Among the dormitories, there are children who are dead, but they think they are still alive. Please persuade them to give up their obsession and rest in peace. Please note that burial ceremonies are held only once a week, and children who are not buried in a timely manner, it will be incarnated in weirdness and never be reversible. Inside Jiang Li's dormitory, the results of the lot drawing also came out. Apart from Jiang Li, the remaining 3 children drew white paper. This time, it will be Jiang Li who will make the identification. Jiang Li looked at the little chubby girl, the little square man, and the black boy in front of him, and fell into deep thought. First of all, Jiang Li could be sure that he was not a ghost. And secondly, little Zhengtai came back with Ying around 10 o'clock last night, but both are safe and sound. Judging by the rule never go out alone, especially after 6 p.m. Neither little Zhengtai nor Ying are ghosts. Other than that, that leaves the little fat girl and the black kid. The little fat girl has been to the candy house before and been contaminated once. Only people are tainted. Ghost children themselves are spooky predecessors. There is no such thing as pollution. Therefore, the little fat girl is not a ghost either. Eliminate all the impossible options that remain, even if one no longer wants to believe that but that's the right answer. Jiang Li's eyes circled around and settled on someone's face, and someone gradually reacted when they saw Jiang Li's reaction. He looked at Jiang Li with a sad expression, his voice trembling a little. Is it really me? Chapter 90, The Candy House at the Fork in the Road. The black boy's face was pale and he looked at Jiang Li fixedly. Jiang Li gently nodded her head. It was raining so hard outside the house that it was no longer possible to tell whether it was tears or rain on the black boy's face. He stood frozen for a long time before heading towards the cemetery. Black boy is a strange person. When he was sick, Jiang Li just raised his hand and helped him out. But since then, he had taken extra care of Jiang Li. Black boy's cause of death was asthma, and so was the obsession. He was abandoned by his relatives because of his congenital asthma. He died tragically from an asthma attack that was not helped by anyone, because from the very beginning, this dilapidated orphanage would not be able to come up with a significant amount of money for his asthma treatment. After Black Boy dies, fantasize out that the orphanage has enough potent medicine for him. He's been waiting for someone to show up, someone who will find the asthma medicine when he has an attack. Give him a hand, so that he won't die in vain. Then he waited. Jiang Li helped him, and he was already content inside. Goodbye, Liz. You're the only friend I've ever liked. Had an asthma attack the other night. Thank you for helping me. Black Boy removed the hood of his raincoat and stood in the rain, waving at Jiang Li. Jiang Li also waved his hand. Black Boy's body gradually became transparent and disappeared into the lingering overcast rain. Another tiny headstone in this narrow cemetery in the backyard. It says, strong, aged 6 years. The vice president bowed his head in silence, and the others followed. Ryoko, the vice president lifted his face, his eyes already filling with moisture. She murmured, the boy Strong has been stubborn since he was a child, and his name, or he had to change it himself. He used to tell me that if he could only be a little healthier, a little stronger, would it be possible to have a happy home? The burial ceremony continues, a process that resulted in another row of headstones in the cemetery. The rain was heavy and everyone's hearts were heavy. Uncle Joe greeted the vice president and left the scene early. The ceremony is over. Jiang Li and the other children walked back. As they passed that small fork in the road, Jiang Li subconsciously glanced that way. In the past,
This place has been home to a strange man who doesn't wear an umbrella or a raincoat. But this time, the man was gone. Jiangli stared at that direction for a while. A dark shadow came from over there in the dreary rain. The dark figure, and the memory of the strange man gradually overlapping it eventually changed to the clear face of the caretaker's uncle. The caretaker uncle's burly frame looked slightly awkward in the rain. He hurried over and walked over to Jiangli. Don't look at it, Rue. Don't ever go over there. It's dangerous. The caretaker uncle raised his hand and pointed in the direction of the fork in the road behind him. At that moment, the vice president passed them by. The vice president's eyes instantly glazed over when he saw the caretaker uncle pointing at the fork in the road. But after listening carefully to what the older man said, her face gradually eased again. Jiangli took in the actions of the vice president and the caretaker uncle. She purposely bent over to tie her shoes, letting the others go first. Only after everyone had left did Jiangli stand up and look in the direction of the fork in the road. A moment later, she headed for the fork in the road. The pop-ups rolled wildly in the live room. The experts are also locked in a heated debate. Jiangli, what is she doing? Could it be that she saw something? But the fork in the road was clearly out of place. The caregivers take the safety of the children very seriously. So never lie. What's going on with Jiangli today? What should we do? Should we move a communication opportunity? Don't rush. Let's take another look. Jiangli shouldn't be confused. Everyone continued to look at the live feed. The image showed Jiangli following the muddy path, going deeper, until they reached the end of the path. A colorful hut appeared in front of Jiangli's eyes. At the door of the cottage, the sign "Candy House" hangs. The entire house, from the inside out, exuded a thick black aura. Jiangli curled her lips. She had guessed correctly. Some words should never be taken at face value. On the face of it, the caretaker uncle wasn't lying. It was indeed dangerous to head for the fork in the road. He was explicitly reminding Jiangli not to go over there. But let's not forget that he is a caretaker. The rule for caregivers is that the safety of the child is the first priority. Jiangli had just asked the caretaker uncle about the candy house. And the place, the candy house, is itself a source of pollution, restricted by the rules of the conservatorship. The uncle could also never place the source of the pollution. Tell Jiangli directly. Otherwise, he'd be breaking the rules of the character, especially since the vice president was present at the scene just now. Therefore it is even more unlikely that the caretaker uncle will say so explicitly. Anyway, the hints from the caretaker's uncle were in place. As for whether Jiangli could realize it or not, that would depend on Jiangli's ability. Jiangli came all the way to the end and crouched outside the candy house, covering his form with a rock. She saw a group of men unloading in front of the candy house. The group was uniformly dressed in the uniform of the Little Bumblebee Foundation. On the outside of the carton, the words "Honey Fudge" were written in large letters. Jiangli had never been clear about why he had been to the candy house before, and the contaminated chubby little girl with the contamination on her arm will bizarrely disappear again. Now it seems that the truth has surfaced. It's the Bumblebee Foundation that funded the honey fudge. Those who enter the candy house must be contaminated, but if they eat honey gummies, the contamination will be removed in time. Jiangli guessed that honey fudge and hot honey water should have the same effect. Jiangli had been crouching outside on guard. Jiangli revealed her face only when all the personnel had left. She walked to the door of the candy house. The door to the candy house was open and a red awning was propped up in front of the house. A rocking chair was set up in the awning, which was not pushed, but kept rocking back and forth. Chair, a little civet cat with tightly closed eyes, was curled up, holding its tail and sleeping with the rain. Jiangli walked under the awning and glanced at the little civet cat. Underneath the kitten's body, a note was pressed. Jiangli carefully pinched the note, tugged on it, and pulled it out. It's the new rules. Sunshine Orphanage, Candy House Code. 1. Kittens do not like candy. If you find that a kitten starts to eat candy, leave the area as soon as possible. 2. The old dean doesn't sleep well. If you find him taking a nap here, remember not to disturb his rest. 3. Candy of your choice in the candy house, but before leaving, be sure to take at least one honey fudge with you. Chapter 91 Pollutants of the Candy House. There aren't many rules for candy houses. Jiangli wrote it down, put down the note, and walked in front of the door of the candy house. The candy house was dark. Jiangli made a mental preparation, raised his feet, and stepped into the hut. As soon as Jiangli entered, she was stunned in place by the sight before her. For a moment she was in a trance as to whether she had ended her strange talk and returned home. The layout, the decor, it's exactly like Jiangli's little shabby building. Only this house gave Jiangli the feeling that it was more like the home from more than 10 years ago. Xiaoli, what are you doing? Quickly put your book bag down and sit down to eat. Jiangli's mom came out of the kitchen with 2 plates of hot dishes in her hand. The food smelled great and tasted exactly like I remembered it. Jiangli stared blankly at her mother's smiling appearance, her nose steeply sour. As he was staring,
Dad came out of the kitchen as well, holding a big bowl of hot soup, tomato and egg soup, my daughter's favorite. Hiss, so hot, get out of the way, get out of the way. Dad's face was beaming with joy. Dad, at this time, was still untainted and still fit. Liz, do you know what today is? Daddy asked happily. Zhongli looked at the old calendar on the wall, and then I saw the wedding photo portraits on the coffee table that I hadn't had time to put away. An idea flashed through his mind. If I'm not mistaken, today is Mom and Dad's wedding anniversary. Zhongli arched her eyebrows and smiled. Dad and Mom looked at each other and then at Zhongli. Worthy of being our daughter-in-law, playing smart as a child. Ha ha. Lily, your father and I have decided that we're going to take advantage of the fact that you're on summer vacation in 2 days. A nice family outing, Mom explained from the sidelines. Mom gave Zhongli chopsticks of shredded meat. Eat more, our Lily is still growing. Quickly taste the flavors. Mom just learned a new dish today. Mom looked at Zhongli expectantly. Zhongli picked up the shredded meat and put it in her mouth, her brows frowning slightly. What's wrong, Luri? Is it too salty? Mom agonized. Zhongli shook her head. Not salty, but especially sweet. Too much sugar, right, Mom? Zhongli hurriedly took a mouthful of rice. She just raised her eyes, ready to say something else. As a result, in the blink of an eye, the scene in front of him all disappeared. In front of Zhongli, there were only countless candies, and in her hand, she was squeezing a peeled candy paper that, a fruity hard candy was stuffed in his mouth at some point. Of course the candy will be sweet. Mommy, in the candy house, Red Baby looked over at Zhongli with a smile. Zhongli was surprised. Red Baby? Red Infant walked calmly to Zhongli with a playful smile on her face. He took away the sugar paper in Zhongli's hand. This is a fragment of Mommy's dream to collect. Zhongli saw Red Infant holding the so-called dream fragment, hanging onto a new little red string. Only then did Zhongli notice that there were very many small red ropes hanging down from the roof here. Each little rope, unique in its own way, has its own owner. Presumably, anyone who visits the candy house will get their own dream fragment. Zhongli's eyes traced over that thin rope of Ying Ying's. Seeing what was on the thin rope, Zhongli's eyes flickered for a moment. Will dream fragments be generated every time you enter the candy house? Zhongli asked Red Baby. Red Baby thought for a moment. Not really. A person only gets one chance a year to generate a dream fragment. Other times, no amount of sugar will help. Zhongli once again looked at Ying Ying's thin rope, his eyes becoming intensely deep. Candy houses are too polluted. Every candy in this house can be so sweet that you can forget the pain. But a side effect of eating sweets is contamination. The more you eat, the more you pollute. After Zhongli ate that hard candy, hard hair had grown on her face and hands. Small bumps kept popping up on the skin as well. Zhongli didn't hesitate as she quickly approached the pile of candies. Peel a few honey fudge out of it and eat them. Pollution was mitigated. Zhongli had no intention of staying in the candy house much longer. The source of the contamination has been figured out. The thing to do now is to get out of here as soon as possible. Zhongli utilized the space and took away a few more boxes of honey soft candies. Taking Red Baby with him, he left the candy house. When Zhongli came out, the little civet cat in the rain shelter had already awakened. The little civet cat is petite, but inexplicably gives off an older look. It greedily licked the candy in front of it, as if trying to numb itself with sugar. But along with more and more candy, the kitten's eyes grew dimmer and dimmer. Zhongli remembered the first rule of the candy house code. Kittens do not like candy. If you find that a kitten starts eating candy, please leave the area as soon as possible. Zhongli quickened his pace. After leaving the candy house, Zhongli's face was unusually grave. Too much pollution in the candy house. Everyone here has everyone's obsessions, and the candy house is the place to absorb them. It is not an easy task to destroy so many sources of pollution. In particular, it's been a weird rainstorm at the orphanage. Burning on fire doesn't always work. One of the conditions for SS class clearance is the elimination of the source of pollution. The difficulty was greater than Zhongli had imagined. Walking out of the small fork in the road, Zhongli looked up and saw a familiar pink back. Looking at the little pink dress, as well as the two double ponytails on her head, Zhongli instantly recognized that this is Sissy, who I haven't seen in a long time. Sissy is creepy and the daughter of Dr. Lin, whom Zhongli brought over from the asylum. Sissy was adopted away. The woman who adopted was more creepy than human. At this moment, an idea was born in Zhongli's mind. Right, creepy. Creepy can also adopt children, but only if this weirdness wouldn't hurt Zhongli. After thinking for a while, Zhongli suddenly thought of someone. She walked quickly back to the dormitory and found the caretaker uncle who was cleaning. Uncle Zhao. Zhongli called out to him. The caretaker uncle looked back and answered. What's wrong, Li? Zhongli opened the door. Can Uncle Zhao adopt me? I don't want to stay here. Hearing Jiang Li's claim, the caretaker uncle's eyes first lit up, but then, suddenly, something seemed to come to mind.
and the light in his eyes gradually dimmed. He shook his head in some frustration.
Uncle couldn't get out. Uncle died a long time ago. The reason you've been able to see him all this time, it's because Uncle accepted a weird contract from the orphanage. The deed is done, and I must stay here forever. Zhongli pondered for 2 seconds.
She scanned the cell phone in the caretaker's uncle's pocket and,
continuing, he said, then can Uncle contact the people outside? Does Uncle have any friends who are suitable to adopt children? I want to go out. S-class pass condition. Securing a family suitable for adoption and escaping the orphanage. The best way to get through right now is to be adopted. Originally, Zhongli's first choice was creepy Uncle Zhao, but the identity of Uncle Zhao's character was already set in stone. Unable to leave the orphanage. But if Uncle Zhou can reach someone out there, and that friend knows Uncle Zhao well, so he certainly won't harm Uncle Zhao's niece, Li. This is by far the surest and fastest way to get through.
Uncle Zhao's face lost its expression for a moment when he heard Jiang Li's words.
Do we really have to go out? He asked Jiang Li. Jiang Li knew that.
Uncle Zhao stayed as an NPC for the little girl she possessed, Li.
As a result, Jiang Li was now leaving.
This was indeed quite cruel to Uncle Cho, who had signed a contract of sale.
However,
Jiang Li's heart also knew very well that she was now Jiang Li,
instead of the character Li in the replica. So even if it was cruel, Jiang Li had to do it.
Jiang Li raised her eyes
resolute as she looked at the caretaker uncle. Uncle Zhao, I really want to get out.
The caretaker uncle lowered his eyelashes to hide the despondency in his eyes. There was a long silence before he nodded heavily.
Good. Uncle Zhao fully supports what we, Li, want to do. Chapter 92 Water Pollution.
The caretaker uncle took out his cell phone and flipped through his address book. As he searched, he said,
that said,
Uncle does have a suitable friend. He is a former colleague of my uncle and works at the Clear Spring Hotel just like my uncle.
Just call him Uncle Shui. You've met a few times before.
Their old Shui family has never been able to produce a child.
It's appropriate for you to go. I will. In the name of a suicide note, please ask him to take you out.
The caretaker uncle quickly contacted Uncle Shui.
Afternoon. Uncle Shui then went to the orphanage. He asked for Lily by name. As a result of providing proof of family and friends, Jiang Li can be taken away directly. You don't even have to go through a trial adoption period. After Uncle Shui talked to the vice dean, he left a little time for Jiang Li.
Let Jiang Li pack her things.
Jiang Li went back to the dormitory and said goodbye to Uncle Zhao.
Uncle Zhao took out a universal room card, which was the room card of the Qingxuan Hotel.
He instructed Jiang Li, Li, there's nothing Uncle can do to help you now. Only this card. This room card opens any door, and it gives you a place to stay if necessary. Jiang Li collected the room card.
The hallway was clogged with creeps as she emerged from her dorm.
All the weirdness came out, trying to block Jiang Li's way. Jiang Li knew that it wasn't Jiang Li, but Red Infant, that these shenanigans wanted to keep. Red Baby is the owner of Candy House. Without the Red Baby's creepy powers, the Candy House will be unsustainable. As for when the Candy House would be overthrown, Jiang Li couldn't be sure.
Jiang Li squeezed his way through the crowd and arrived at the hall.
Lioli, do you really have to go? Can we not go, Lily? In the center of the hall, two children blocked Jiang Li's face. One is a little square and the other is a warbler. In both of their left hands, they each held a knife. Jiang Li's eyes swept over the two of them, and finally slowly landed on little Zhentai's face.
Jiang Li's eyes hardened slightly.
What? Planning to make a move to kill me now, Yang Yang? Or rather, I should rather call you murderer. The young Masamune raised an eyebrow at this. I can't understand what you're saying. Jiang Li glanced at a fruit knife on the coffee table in the hall while talking. One side rambled closer. I had thought the hidden chosen one was Ying Ying, but it was not until he went to the candy house that he realized that there were more than 30 dream fragments of Ying Ying. Only one dream fragment can be produced in a year. This means that Ying Ying has been here for at least 30 years. I'm afraid that Ying Ying never grew up because of the pituitary hormone disorder in her body. Ying Ying appears to have no physical defects, but she actually has the worst defects. The adoptive parents will abandon Ying Ying as a weirdo once they find out the truth. That's why Ying Ying fabricates another age, and another name, every so often. Back to the orphanage again.
Jiang Li finished her analysis, raised her eyelids and looked at Ying Ying.
Am I right? Ying Ying's eyes moved slightly. She averted her face, biting her lip and not saying a word. Hide the chosen one is a murderer, and murderers are left-handed.
Jiang Li's line of sight shifted downward and settled on top of the small knife Ying Ying was holding in her left hand. It was also clear from the grip on the knife that Ying Ying was not skilled in using her left hand. Jiang Li guessed that Ying Ying should be in the Riverside Villa, witnessed the entirety of the murder of the young Masamune, and little Zhengtai wanted to confuse things. That's why he deliberately didn't kill Ying Ying. But the counterpart presupposes that Inga must disguise himself as a lefty. In this way, he could mislead Jiang Li and keep himself from being in a dangerous place.
I'm pretty sure that the mouse couple was killed by you. Zhang Li's eyes pressed straight into the young Zheng Tai. Being spoken to by Zhang Li, little Zheng Tai did not continue his disguise. He remembered all the things the rats had done and was so angry that his adrenaline spiked dramatically. The young Masamune turned red with anger and roared out. They deserved to die in the first place. Stalemate for a moment. The young Masamune broke the silence by pulling a face. He spoke indignantly. I am indeed a murderer, but I don't kill everyone. In front of Zhang Li, little Zheng Tai put away his folding dagger. Go away. I won't kill you. Zhang Li raised his eyebrows in surprise. In the weird world, this kind of situation where you're dead or alive, she didn't dare to trust any promises so easily. Little Zheng Tai knew that Zhang Li didn't believe it, and he sneered. You corresponded with the Ministry of Intelligence the other day. You guys think I don't understand? Oof. If I wanted to do it I would have done it already. Why wait until now? Zhang Li watched out for him, gripping the fruit knife tightly and slowly moving out from the passage. Uncle Shui was still in his car, waiting for her in front of the orphanage. She needs to get out as soon as possible. As long as we get out, Zhang Li can pass. Hey, Zhang Li, the murderer suddenly called out to her. If you make it out of Weird Tales alive, help me visit the orphanage in Jinghai City. I don't think most people can accept a rapist's child, and neither can I. But I've been on the run for 10 years and I've never been able to let go of my children. Zhang Li looked back at him in surprise. This time, what Zhang Li saw wasn't the face of the little Zheng Tai. Instead, it was a gaunt woman in her 30s. This woman knows Morse code and how to hide her left-handedness. Suffice it to say that she is intelligent, wise, and educated. The woman's right hand, however, was twisted in an odd position. She's a murderer, but she wasn't born left-handed. Rather, because he was abducted and sold into the mountains, and his right hand has been subjected to inhuman torture and is completely unusable. The left hand that was switched to as a last resort. Zhang Li nodded. I promise you. Zhang Li quickly went out towards the door, but uncountable weirdness suddenly gathered at the door of the cabin, blocking Zhang Li's way. They can't let Red Baby go. Although Zhang Li hadn't violated the rules and Guile couldn't hurt her, Guile could join hands to hinder her. Zhang Li's face turned cold as he held the fruit knife, scratching his palm and staining it with human blood. In the face of the creepy in his way, Zhang Li raised his human blood dagger and slashed one by one. The human blood dagger was becoming more and more transparent as the stabbing was eerie. The amount of weirdness is too great. Killed a lot of them, but the numbers remain unabated. Zhang Li was in a bit of a bind. In the next second, the murderer flashed to Zhang Li's side. Her killing method was deadly, not inferior to Zhang Li at all. The woman made a move on one side and yelled at Zhang Li on the other. You go, I'll break the back, before I die. I also want to be a good person. Immediately after that, the woman transformed into countless doppelgangers. The gift given to murderers by the bizarre world turns out to be detachment. Murderer's diversion. Combat pulled full circle. The people behind the bizarre world that gave the hidden chosen such a high level of talent. It seemed that he really wanted to kill Zhang Li. Luckily, the murderer didn't make an enemy of Zhang Li. Zhang Li took Hong Ying with him and took advantage of this time to run out of the wooden house at a fast pace. Outside there were dark clouds, winter rain and lightning. Zhang Li went out in the direction of the orphanage's back entrance against the rain. Walking to the door, she saw 3 men from the Water Quality Control Bureau. The vice president stood guard at the door and received them out of the car. The WQSB man showed his credentials. A report was received that the orphanage's water source contains radioactive material. When they finished, they pulled out a stack of diagnostic reports. The vice president looked shocked and, how is it possible that we and the people around us are using the river water? The Diao couple who lived in the riverside villa, the one that made the news. You should recognize them, right? The water regulator asked suddenly. The vice president froze and nodded. The WMS man went on to say, the police, from the home of Mr. and Mrs. Dio, a large amount of radioactive material was searched. They abducted large numbers of children, using their blood, mixed with radioactive elements, practicing a hidden form of sorcery. Radioactive effluent is generated and discharged directly into the river. All the inhabitants of the area who use the river water are affected and suffer from various health ailments, and won't live more than a few years before he dies. Chapter 93, Leaving the Orphanage. Hearing this conversation, Zhang Li came to a realization. No wonder all the kids in the orphanage don't live past the age of 7. As for many of the orphanage staff, they are long dead. Most of the staff is spooky. How else could the vice president have managed to swallow Auntie Jade's head in one bite? So, green and red babies suffer from heart disease and it is also related to water pollution? Then there's the little square boy's cleft lip and palate and the black boy's congenital asthma. According to this logic, the reason why Ying Ying suffers from pituitary hormone disorders. I'm afraid that's why. As to why Ying Ying could live for more than 30 years, most likely because Ying is really pretty and frequently adopted by outsiders. Thus, most of the time, she was taken away from the Riverside district. With all this back and forth, Ying barely survived. Just as she was thinking this, Zhongli bumped into someone head-on. It's Green Baby. Green Infant was carrying his huge burlap pocket, and looked gray with a touch of pity. Brother, do you have to go? Xingyin deflated her mouth. Not too happy. Baby Red nodded. I have mommy, and when mommy leaves, I must follow. Green Baby asked with a sad face. Then will I have a mommy? Red Baby jumped down and hugged Green Baby. It will come. Just wait a little longer. You'll definitely have your mom and dad too. The two children hugged in the rain and said their fond farewells. At this time, Zhongli caught a glimpse of something in Qingying's burlap pocket. Now it was outdoors, and it was only through the outdoor light that Zhongli could sort of see what was inside. In that burlap pocket, on the little fat girl's right foot, 6 toes grew. In addition to this, the backs of the hands, which were covered with scales, and the ears, which grew into 3 petaled, and the eyes on the soles of the feet. Zhongli was shocked for a moment. It was only now that she reacted to the fact that she had misunderstood Qingying. Baby Green used the bait of helping a child's wish come true to let the kids pay with their body parts. He's not harming everyone, he's protecting them. He doesn't want the outside world to think that all the children in the orphanage are freaks. Let outsiders think that the children are defective children. It sounds better than thinking it's a freak. So it seemed that Qingying should have sensed that the river water outside had been artificially polluted. That's why he says things like, there are bad people out there who don't want people to be adopted. And, for the little girl Lili, who had just arrived at the orphanage and had not yet mutated, she took the initiative to find Green Baby to exchange. Even so, Qingying considered not to affect Lili's normal life. It's just the removal of Lily's vocal cords, not the breaking of her arms and legs. The vocal cords were removed so that Lily would be a defective child, not wanting her to be adopted by the wrong people. The reason we don't let Lily break her arms and legs is because Lily's mutation isn't deep. Qingying didn't want to interfere with Lili's normal life. It was only now that Zhongli reacted to the fact that she had been the one who had misunderstood Qingying. After Qingying and Red Ing made their farewells, Zhongli stepped out of the back door of the orphanage. At the back entrance, Zhongli met Grandma Lu, who often stood with and wearing a raincoat for the little boy. Oh, forgot about you. The Red Baby looked over at the little boy. Zhongli asked Red Baby suspiciously, who is he? Zhongli saw the Red Baby's small hand wave, and the little boy instantly turned into a puddle of black mud. He's a clay figure I made. There's a Grandma Lu in the orphanage who's bad and often bullies the kids. I sent Grandma Lu to the hearth, sealed in a coffin. It's all because I'm afraid that if I don't pay attention a little bit, Mommy will be captured by Grandma Lu. So I pinched a clay figure. Every time Grandma Lu shows up, the Mudman comes out to help Mommy. Red Infant smiled wryly and looked to Zhongli to explain a few things. Hearing Red Infant say this, Zhongli's heart warmed and threw 3 hearts to him. Baby Red did a double take. Wow, thanks Mommy. The Red Baby ate the heart with joy. Zhongli took Hongying and got into the Uncle Shui's car that was waiting outside. In the car, Red Baby ate and drank and fell asleep. Zhongli took the small blanket from the car and covered the Red Baby's body. Unintentionally, Zhongli touched the piece of candy paper in Hongying's hand. Touching the dream fragment of the Red Baby, Zhongli was sucked in by a force. In Red Infant's dream world, Zhongli stood blankly in a clearing. This scene is the main entrance to the orphanage. It was dark and cold. It was a winter night. In this scene, Zhongli saw Qingying and Red Ing. These 2 3-year-old twin children were cowering by the door of the orphanage, huffing and puffing white, rubbing his little hands together. He was shivering from the cold. The rain was particularly heavy, but these 2 children were particularly thinly clad. Brother, does Mom and Dad not want us anymore? Green Baby curled up and asked Red Baby. Red Baby patted his shoulder to comfort him and gave Green Baby his favorite candy. Red Baby forced herself to calm down and said, it's not that. Mom and Dad are just busy going away for a while. It's not scary. Brother is here. Red Baby stroked his brother's head and took his jacket off for Green Baby to wear. Qingying wrapped her clothes tightly and obediently said, Brother, winter is so cold. I don't like winter. I only like summer. Red Infant smiled and responded, good. Brother likes summer. Brother remembers. At 1 a.m. The Sunshine Orphanage had long since closed. In a place like this on the outskirts of town, especially at night in winter, no one passes by at all. Toward the latter part of the night, snow began to fall on the winter night. The Red Baby fell asleep. Snowflakes drifted onto the Red Baby's eyelashes. The Red Baby's eyes were tightly closed, and her lips had gone pale from the freezing. Qingying woke up, saw his brother freezing and couldn't bear it, took the clothes off his body for Red Baby to wear. That night, Red Baby survived, but Green Baby died. Time turned to the next morning. In this rain and snow weather,
Red Baby hugged her brother's cold body and cried her heart out. The climate is suddenly unusual for a cold winter. Dark clouds loomed and winter rains fell, but the sky is always ringing with the untimely sound of summer thunder. Summer is Green Baby's favorite season. The sky responded with a flash of lightning and thunder with every cry of the Red Baby. It felt like a dead brother, responding to his older brother. Since then, there have been no sunny days at the orphanage, only eerie cold winters and thunderstorms. Qingying's body was packed in a package by Red Baby. He sneaks his brother into the orphanage and hides him in a hut all to himself. The cabin, stocked with lots and lots of candy, all my brother's favorites. In that room, the brother seemed to come to life, but the brother who came to life, it's different. Red Baby's brother was so happy whenever he visited him, though each time the Red Baby is contaminated, it gets worse and worse. But Red Baby was willing to do whatever it took to be able to see her brother. The days passed by. Red Infant also turned completely bizarre, just like his younger brother, Green Infant. In the orphanage, Red Baby opened her own candy house. Inside were all kinds of candies that Green Baby loved. And Green Baby, too, is in the limb-swapping business. This dream was long. Zhongli entered Red Infant's dream fragment and watched it all from the sidelines. Zhongli broke away from the dream world. She saw the sleeping Red Baby beside her, already crying her eyes out. Zhongli hugged the crying Red Baby into his arms. It's okay, it's okay. Chapter 94, Drawing SS Grade Props. The car drove into the mist. While moving away from the Riverside district, the system beep sounded. Congratulations to the chosen one, Zhongli, for securing a suitable family for adoption and successfully escaping the orphanage. The plot related to Clear Spring Hotel has been triggered. Please prepare the chosen one. This pass is graded as S grade. The reward for this clearance is now drawn. 3 cards with skulls on the back, cards that hovered in front of Zhongli's eyes. Next to the card, a line of fluorescent text appears. This reward contains SS grade and S grade, as well as a grade props, so please choose carefully for the chosen one. Zhongli observed the hanging cards and didn't rush to extract them. The system, right now, is toward the creepy side. According to the system's nature, Zhongli's previous SS level clearance, it could have resisted not giving rewards. Then this time, if Zhongli is allowed to choose the rewards, the probability is that it is going to make a mess as well. That is, no matter which card Zhongli chooses, as long as the system says it's an ace, then the card would be an ace even if it wasn't an ace. Something has to be done. Zhongli's index finger unconsciously tapped the seat twice. Thinking for a second, she pulled out the paper and pen she carried with her in her copy of the orphanage. With his left hand covered, his right hand quickly wrote down an answer. I've chosen. Zhongli told the system. You can open the cards now. Zhongli's answer was not published. However, the crowd in the live broadcast room sweated for Zhongli. Everyone could see that Zhongli was afraid that the system would play tricks on him and came up with this countermeasure. However, just now Zhongli overlooked a point. She wrote down the strokes of the numbers, forgetting to hide them. Although Zhongli's left hand blocked the answer, but her pencil wrote out the number 3 strokes. It's really too obvious. The experts watching the live stream were deflated. If the system is so ghostly, surely it should have seen Zhongli's answer as well. Guess it's time to switch the third deck to aces. Hey, don't blame her. Zhongli has done her best. Yes, everyone has a slip up, let alone such an intense job as Zhongli. It doesn't matter. Even if we only get an A rank reward, it's better than nothing last time. The experts consoled each other twice, all excusing Zhongli's mistake. There was only one wheelchair-bound old-timer who angrily slapped the table and looked at Zhongli with hatred. This chosen one. People look shrewd, but end up dropping their chains at critical moments. What she's carrying isn't her fate alone. It's the fate of the entire country of China. Xia Guofeng looked at the old-timer and said a few good words for Zhongli. Hey, old-timer fan. That can't be said. After all, such small details are all for the authorities, but not for the onlookers. In our place, we don't necessarily do better than Zhongli either. Don't you all think so? Yeah, it is what it is. Everyone else followed suit, agreeing with Xia Guofeng. The old-timer let out a humph with a displeased expression. Everyone made a scene, so they all had to shut up and turn their heads to continue watching the broadcast. Inside the live feed, the system let out a low, sinister laugh. That small detail that Zhongli had overlooked, it had certainly noticed. Zhongli chose 3. On the screen, Zhongli stared tightly at the 3 cards in front of her. The cards are opened in order from left to right. The system publishes the answer. First one, prop grade, S. Second one, prop grade, SS grade. Seeing this, Zhongli had shown a lost expression. Noticing Zhang Li's depressed mood, the system suddenly went crazy and laughed maniacally. That hoarse and triumphant laugh. Mocking. The system deigns to turn over the third one and announces the final answer. Third one, prop grade, a grade.
Congratulations to chosen one Zhongli. Hearing this result,
Zhongli suddenly lowered her head. The scene was silent for 2 seconds before Zhongli raised her eyes. Looking at the mist in Zhongli's eyes, it was clear that he was angry with the system and cried. The system bloated with an ecstasy. Its eerie laughter resounded throughout the live broadcast. While the system was laughing with glee, Zhongli turned over her answer with a face full of regret. The note was opened and the large number 2 stood out. Caught off guard, the system's mocking laughter ended abruptly. What a shame. I was so optimistic about deck 3. I didn't realize it was an ace. Zhongli shook his head, his tone filled with regret. Hey, luckily I chose 2. Then this SS grade prop. I'll take it reluctantly. Zhongli's tone emphasized the words SS grade. The system saw that on Zhongli's white paper. The number 3 was written more than halfway across. That's not a 3 but a 2. The system came to sudden realization. In this case, it was set up by Zhongli. The system was pissed off enough, but Zhongli was very satisfied. This damn system. Last time it fooled Zhongli. This time it wants to come and play smart in front of Zhongli. The result is that cleverness is mistaken for cleverness, and he has hit himself in the face. Zhongli had thought about it from the start. She wrote the stroke 3 on purpose, but in fact, after writing the shape of 2, the nibs of the pen were already dangling in the air. According to Zhongli's speculation about the system was so cunning that he would definitely observe Zhongli's pen movement pattern, and thus deduce that Zhongli chose the card 3. Then when the time comes, the system will surely replace the card 3 with an A. Therefore, the card 2 written by Zhongli will either draw an S rank, either that or you'll be drawing SS class. If you draw an S rank, it will fit right in with the rewards that this S rank pass deserves. If you draw an SS class, it's pure profit. Anyway, for Zhongli, there was no loss either way. And this time, Zhongli was lucky and drew the SS grade. Seeing Zhongli's answer, the system eventually cursed and put away its laughter. It said reluctantly, "Congratulations to the chosen one, Zhongli, who has drawn SS class props." Experts watching the live broadcast saw the number 2 on Zhongli's paper. All of them laughed maniacally and slapped their thighs. Ha ha, sure didn't let me down. Elder Fan, who was originally quite resentful towards Zhongli, pursed his lips and stopped speaking at this second. Xia Guofeng raised his eyebrows and walked over to Elder Fan and patted his shoulder. How about it, Mr. Fan? What did I just say? I told you that Zhongli would definitely work. Now believe it. Old-timer Fan was so blocked that he couldn't say a word. In the live room, the system's voice continued to sound. This SS grade prop is treading foglights. As soon as the words left his mouth, the functions related to the treading foglight were implanted into Zhongli's brain. The main function of the tread foglight is to disperse the fog. All of the area outside the main range of the replica is shrouded in mist. With this lamp, Zhongli could walk in the mist. Only, there is a time limit for the use of treading foglight, and it can only be used for 2 hours at a time. If more than 2 hours have passed and Zhongli still hasn't returned to the duplicate center area, then tap foglight will be disabled, and humans trapped in the mists, vulnerable, and untouchable. The lethality rate is extremely high because nothing can be seen and the possibility of breaking the rules exists at all times. Being stuck in the fog is about as close to death as you can get. At this point, the system was still reading out the process in an irritated tone. The family member Daichuanli, who was bound to the previous round of copies, has recovered her heart rate and will survive for the time being. Currently replacing bindings with Zhang Lianlian. Chapter 95 Clear Spring Hotel, new copy. The system didn't resist this one, because it has been sent to the morgue. The body covered with corpse spots. Daichuanli. Fraud. Nurse, is my mom really dead? Zhang Lianlian looked sad. She was led by the nurse into the hospital elevator. The nurse nodded. MS. Daichuanli is indeed dead and needs you to come and claim her. Ding dong. The elevator doors opened. The two came to the door of the morgue on the first floor. Walk into the morgue hallway. It always felt gloomy and chilly inside. The place was dimly lit, with little difference between the electric lights on and off. The nurse was about to take Zhang Lianlian into the house to look for someone when she didn't expect her cell phone to suddenly vibrate. Pick up the phone, mommy, pick up the phone, pick up the phone, mommy, pick up the phone. A recorded child's ringtone came out of the cell phone. In the quiet morgue, Zhang Lianlian was startled by the sudden ringing of her cell phone. The nurse pulled out her cell phone and immediately stopped dead in her tracks when she saw the incoming message. She gave Zhang Lianlian an apologetic look. MS. Zhang, I'm sorry, my leader is calling. The signal here is not good. I'll go out and get it first. Your mother is in morgue 3, counting from right to left. Bed 8. It's not in the morgue yet. You go ahead and claim it. Ha. The nurse hadn't finished her sentence, and the man was already walking away at a fast pace. Hey wait a minute. Zhang Lianlian hurriedly shouted at her, and as a result, Halfway through her sentence, the nurse suddenly craned her head again. The nurse spoke up. "Oh, by the way, Miss Jiang, when we resuscitated Ms. Day was awake for a few seconds. She said something about real estate license or something. You pay attention to that. Does Ms. Day have a real estate license on her? Such an important document must not be incinerated with the remains." After a few words, the nurse pulled the door of the morgue closed with a bang. Jiang Lianlian was left alone. A big living person standing inside the morgue. A cold air came to the surface, causing Jiang Lianlian to shiver. It should be fine. Jiang Lianlian gathered her courage. A little bit of her wanted to leave, but the nurse said, Chunli Dai had a real estate license on her? The family's old neighborhood is going to be demolished and the real estate license can be worth a lot of money. Jiang Weisin seems to be dead. Sooner or later, that Jiang Li will also die. Now that mom is gone too, the demolition money is mine alone. Jiang Lianlian hit the ground running. Bravely, she moved a few steps toward Morgue 3. Standing in the doorway of room 3, she craned her neck and peered inside for a few moments, but hesitated to step in. Jiang Lianlian was in the morgue aisle, standing there for a full 10 minutes, and the nurse hadn't come back yet. The longer she stood, the more Jiang Lianlian's scalp tingled. This hellhole, cold and dimly lit, it's not really a place for people. It would be better to take a leap of faith. Go get your real estate license and just walk away. Save yourself the panic of waiting around. Jiang Lianlian made up her mind that when she went in, she would not lift the white cloth on the corpse's face, just lift the shirt pocket part. Find the real estate license and go. It's only a 30-second thing. Jiang Lianlian looked at morgue number 3, took a deep breath, lifted her foot and walked in. From left to right, the 8th bed. Jiang Lianlian muttered to herself. She counted the beds, clenched her fists, and walked quickly to the beds. Jiang Lianlian held her breath the entire time, forcibly enduring the stench of the corpse, lifting the part of the clothes pants pockets. Rummage around. After half a day of searching, I didn't even see a sign of the real estate license. Jiang Lianlian looked puzzled. Moreover, this corpse was wearing clothes that Jiang Lianlian had never seen her mother wear. What are you looking for? A familiar timbre sounded behind his ears. Jiang Lianlian's neck went cold. Her body stiffened and she twisted her head, looking behind her. 4 eyes, only to see Dai Chunli's corpse-stained face, smiling and zooming in front of Jiang Lianlian's eyes. Ah! Jiang Lianlian screamed in horror, and I don't know where the courage came from to push Dai Chunli away and run. Chunli Dai was pushed back, her thigh bone hitting the bed frame behind her. The fragile bones broke on the spot. Jiang Lianlian shouted madly and ran wildly. She made her way out of Morgue 3 into the hallway door, frantically twisting the doorknob and keep pushing the door. But the door to this room was as if it was locked and could not be pushed. Chunli Dai, from Morgue 3, dragged her battered leg and limped after her. As she chased after them, she reached out her hand to Jiang Lianlian with a trembling sob of resignation. Lian, wait for mom. Lian. Dai Chunli's voice was as hypnotic. This, in Jiang Lianlian's opinion, was simply a life-suppressing female ghost. Jiang Lianlian was paralyzed with fear and cowered in the corner. She kept pounding on the door, making a sharp thump sound. Open up. Is there anyone there? Open the door. Seeing that Dai Chunli was already close, even the cold fingertips had been placed on her shoulder. Jiang Lianlian rolled her eyes on the spot, foamed at the mouth, and fainted. Lian, my Lian, what's wrong with you? Don't scare mommy. Dai Chunli struggled to shake Jiang Lianlian's body. At that moment, the door to the morgue was pushed open from the outside. The nurse came in and was startled to see a woman doing CPR on Jiang Lianlian. What's going on? Why is the man fainting? The nurse rushed to call for a stretcher. Dai Chunli cried and said, I don't know. I suddenly fainted. The stretcher quickly came down and transported Jiang Lianlian away to the emergency room. Outside the hospital's corridors, small televisions dangled and were showing live streams of weird talk. In the live room, Jiang Li got down from the black sedan. The moment you stick your foot out of the car door, Jiang Li's body, from the little girl Li, changed to look like an adult in a black uniform. Jiang Li stood outside the car and raised her head, looking at the tall and luxurious building in front of her. The 4 big words Clear Spring Hotel hung high above the head, carrying a sense of majestic oppression. And in Jiang Li's hand was a copy of the Qingchuan Hotel invitation to join the team. The latest copy will be opened soon. Copy name, Seizhen Hotel. Copy introduction. Clear Spring Hotel is located halfway up the mountain. It is a famous fake hotel with natural hot springs. You will be a waiter here. In recent years, there have been a lot of strange incidents in hotels. It is said that on every floor here, a strange guest lives. Passing condition. 1. SS level. Send off all the guests of the hotel and get favorable comments from the guests. 2.
Class S, relevant information contaminated and unrecognizable. 3. Level A, relevant information contaminated and unrecognizable. Chapter 96, 10 and 501. This one is rare. The system actually didn't inform Jiangli of the S-rank and A-rank clearance conditions. Jiangli faintly raised her lower lip, her heart a piece of understanding. I'm afraid it's because she just won over the system, and the system is now taking deliberate revenge. The system only keeps the hardest way to pass the level, trying to make Jiangli's adventure more difficult. But that's fine. The clearance conditions are very clear. As soon as Jiangli finished sending all the guests, he could leave. But I'm afraid that every one of these guests is not easy to deal with. Just thinking about it. A small, barking Teddy suddenly burst out of the hotel building. Woof woof. Woof woof woof. Little Teddy bared his sharp teeth and his eyes glowed an eerie red. It doesn't run fast. Because of its right front leg, which was still wrapped in a bandage oozing blood, little Teddy lifted his right front leg and ran on the other three, escaping with a limp. The direction it ran towards was right behind Jiangli, the misty area. Jiangli hadn't intended to care much, but she suddenly thought of something and her face changed slightly. Jiangli quickly took out the mutton-flavored scented pouch and put a drop of mutton blood on it. The lamb's blood seeped into the scented capsule, and the flavor of the lamb inside was immediately aroused. Jiangli looked at the little Teddy and waited for its reaction. If it was a dog, then it would have smelled the odor and would have circled around. But it doesn't. Little Teddy still had a firm gaze and trotted over in Jiangli's direction without stopping for a moment. It is determined to go into the misty area. Seeing little Teddy's reaction, Jiangli's eyes darkened. This is not a dog. If this little Teddy is a guest, that's bad. Little Teddy had no protection, and entering the misty area was only a dead end. SS level clearance conditions. Sending off all the guests of the hotel with favorable comments from the guests. If the guest died, then Jiangli would never be able to get a favorable review, much less pass the level. Thinking of this, Jiangli couldn't care less. She crossed both feet and stopped in front of the hotel's iron fence, blocking little Teddy's path. Little Teddy's eyes were dull and his eyes flashed red. It was like a fiend, bent on charging into the misty area to die. When Jiangli caught it, it was still looking insistently into the mist not far away. Barking furiously, Jiangli took out a honey fudge and quickly stuffed it into little Teddy's mouth. After forcing it to swallow, the red light in little Teddy's eyes, too, gradually dissipated. Honey, my little baby. Ugh, why are you outside? A noblewoman in a large fur and high heels rushed out of the hotel after her. She looked close to 40 in age, but had lost none of her charm. The noblewoman lifted up her long skirt and walked down the steps to D, heading straight for Jiangli. The waitress. Thanks. Here, give it to me. The noblewoman came over quickly and took Teddy from Jiangli's hand. Teddy, who has eaten honey fudge, is now much more docile. It lay obediently in the arms of the noblewoman, not making any noise. Only those round eyes, filled with tears, looked at Jiangli for help. Jiangli was puzzled. The noblewoman jerked closer to Jiangli and sniffed her nose. Ha! What's that smell on you? Why is it so stinky? The noblewoman fanned herself twice with her hands, took a few steps back and pinched her nose. Jiangli smiled faintly and put the mutton-flavored scented capsule in her hand. Without moving, into space. MS. Son. A voice came from the distance. Jiangli looked up. It was Uncle Shui, who had just gone to park his car and this time walked over. Uncle Shui is 45 years old, has no children at his knees, and is the lobby manager of the Clear Spring Hotel. He looked this way, carrying 3 small bags in his hand, and walked briskly over. MS. Son. I got the dog food you asked me to buy on your behalf last time. Manager Shui smiled broadly as he looked at the woman holding the dog. MS. Son sniffed and immediately did a double take. She backhanded the little Teddy and gripped the dog food in one hand. Thank you, Manager Shui. This is the one I wanted. Thank you so much. I'll go to the front desk right now and register you with a favorable review. MS. Son hugged the dog food and smiled at Manager Shui. With that, she stepped on her heels and entered the hotel building without looking back. Manager Shui was full of smiles and hurriedly followed. Jiangli looked at the backs of the two men, her eyes flickering. This MS. Son's positive reviews seemed to be pretty easy to come by. Was fuming. The little Teddy that had been thrown down, barked twice at Jiangli's feet. Woof woof. Woof. Little Teddy, now restored to his senses, did not run further into the misty area. It wagged its tail at Jiangli, guiding Jiangli to the corner of the hotel's front door. Little Teddy articulated a note and placed it at Jiangli's feet. It looked like it was thanking Jiangli for saving it just now. Jiangli stroked the dog's head twice and opened the note. Kayasumi Hotel Code of Conduct for Waiters. Remember, the customer is God, and don't make them angry at any time. That's the only rule on it. Jiangli. Manager Shui stood at the front desk and beckoned her in. Jiangli collected the note and lifted his feet to walk into the hotel building. The interior of the hotel is classically decorated.
A uniform color palette of warm yellow tones abounds everywhere with an air of extravagance. Manager Shui handed Jiang Li a piece of information. This is the list of guests you'll be responsible for. Jiang Li scanned through a total of 5. Manager Shui continued to explain. Your job is simple. All you have to do is move your lips and persuade these guests to leave. You don't have to worry about the rest. Manager Shui took an elevator card from the front desk and handed it to Jiang Li. Go up and down the stairs and use the staff elevator. This card will take you straight to the 5th floor. Go on. Work hard. Manager Shui patted Jiang Li's arm and kindly arched his eyebrows. The little girl at the front desk kept snickering as she tapped away at the keyboard next to her. Jiang Li swept her a glance, silently took the elevator card and walked in front of the elevator entrance. There are 2 elevators. One is a passenger elevator and one is an employee elevator. In front of the passenger elevator, Ms. Song was holding her dog and waiting for the elevator just like Jiang Li. Jiang Li saw Ms. Song tear open a bag of dog food, grabbed out a handful, and put it to the little Teddy's mouth. Little Teddy turned his face away, looking wan and not wanting to eat. You don't even eat this? If you don't eat again you'll starve to death. Ms. Song scolded angrily. Then with one hand, he took the dog food in his hand and shoved it into his mouth. As she chewed, she blamed Teddy for not knowing what she was doing. Little Teddy curled up and raised his eyelids, looking at Jiang Li with a relieved expression. Ding dong, the elevator Ms. Song was waiting for arrived. Jiang Li watched Ms. Song go inside. The numbered passenger elevator goes up and finally stops at the 3rd floor. It didn't take long. Jiang Li's staff elevator also arrived. In contrast, the staff elevator is much more modest than the passenger elevator. Jiang Li walked in and found another person standing inside. It was a young woman with bangs. This woman was wearing the same black staff uniform as Jiang Li. The woman's pale skin was bruised in various places. The position on the badge is elevator man. The woman stood next to the elevator buttons and looked over at Jiang Li. Hello, what floor are you going to? Elevator card, please. She reached out her hand, took Jiang Li's elevator card, and swiped it with a drop. The button on level 5 lights up and changes to red. The elevator went up slowly. With a ding-dong sound, the elevator door on the 5th floor opened. A note was placed outside the elevator door. Jiang Li exited the elevator and picked up the note. Welcome to the Clear Springs Hotel and to this floor. Please be aware of the following information during the work period. The tenant on this floor, number 501, is a strange old man. The old man was known as a good gentleman, but as his eyesight has declined in the last few years, the old man's temper has grown more erratic. After losing his sight completely, the old man spends his days in a hotel, out of sight. Please persuade the old man to open his mind and leave the hotel. Jiang Li took the note and flipped it to the back, discovering a new rule. Kayasumi Hotel, 5th floor code. 1. There is a hot spring pool at the end of the floor. Guests in room 501 will go to the hot spring pool to bathe from 9:45 to 10 o'clock every day. Please clean room 501 during this time. A long strip of paper with only the first rule appearing at the top. It seems that some additional triggers are needed to uncover the rest of the rules. Jiang Li put away the note and walked towards the corridor. The electronic screen in the hallway showed the current time as 9:40. It was 5 minutes before the old man stepped out of his room and headed for the hot tub. Jiang Li observed the room numbers along the corridor, but the more she observed, the harder her face became. The old man lives in room 501, and Jiang Li put his eyes. A long hallway of all 501s. Chapter 97, True and False Tenants. The corridor runs from end to end and has 20 rooms. There is only one, a true 501. If you really can't tell the difference, then the next best thing is to clean all the rooms. But this approach is simply not realistic. Jiang Li has less than 15 minutes. The one she had to clean was the superior suite at the Clearwater Hotel. A premium suite here is a full 300 square feet. 15 minutes was only enough time for Jiang Li to finish cleaning one, so she didn't have the luxury of cleaning the other rooms. She had to find out the real 501. Jiang Li walked outside the door of the room and carefully compared them. Every room here has a closed door and a 501 sign. It looks just like copy and paste. Visually, there is no difference at all. Jiang Li frowned and pondered for a while, and just then, the time came to 9:45. Dozens of room doors were opened at the same time. Immediately afterward, 12 old men who looked exactly alike came out of the house at the same time, and the remaining 8 doors of the room remained tightly shut. Jiang Li quickly memorized the locations of these room doors. That is, the real room 501, among the 12 open doors. But with 12 picks, it's still not a good split. Jiang Li stood at the end of the corridor, guarding the entrance to the hot spring pool. Now all 12 old men were coming towards Jiang Li. What to do? If they all went into the hot spring pool, then Jiang Li would only judge even more poorly. Which one is really true? At this point, on the electronic screen in the hallway,
The sound of Animal Planet is playing. It attracted Jiang Li's attention. This is a very rare scene in the African savanna. A male lion captures an antelope cub less than 2 hours old. Yet it is a great surprise that the male lion, who is supposed to be cruel, to go so far as to use his own tongue to lick the wounds on the cubs. Jiang Li looked up at the electronic screen. Seeing the image above, Jiang Li's mind flashed. She quickly took out a heart, threw it to Red Baby, and whispered something into his ear. So the next thing you know, a series of voices rang out in the hallway. Jiang Li pushed down the cleaning cart with a loud noise. Then came the shouts of small children. "You!" Red Baby flopped to the ground with his ass in the air. He clutched his knee and yelled, "I hurt my knee. It hurts like hell. Is there any kind person to help me? Oh, it hurts." The Red Baby squeezed out 2 tears, sat down on the floor and began to sell her misery. A good half of the 12 old men who came up to us ignored it, and went around the Red Babies, straight into the hot tub. In the end there were only 3 left. But, needs all 3. It was clearly written on the copy of the note Jiang Li had picked up when she first exited the elevator. The old man is known as a good gentleman. Based on this statement alone, it is impossible for the old man to sit back and do nothing about the injured child. The 3 elderly people who approached, one without a guide stick, appeared to have normal vision. There were also 2 blind people with guide sticks. Jiang Li targeted 2 blind people. One of the blind men was kind, and said in a hoarse voice, "My little friend, there is medicine in Grandpa's house. Do you want to go back to your room with Grandpa to get medicated?" Another blind person had a worse attitude. He stomped his cane in anger. "Where are your mom and dad? Left a little kid here unattended? Is the injury serious?" Red Baby hurriedly responded with a sobbing face. "It's especially bad. It's bleeding. Forget it. You go back to the house with me first. It's too dangerous for children to run around." The somewhat fierce old man wrinkled his brow with displeasure. Both old men were waiting for Red Baby to reply. Red Infant didn't say anything and turned her head to look at Jiang Li. Extreme 2 for 1. Most of the netizens who watched the live stream favored the first senior. After all, it was clearly the first one who looked more like the good guy. The second old man wasn't quite as bad as the first, but he was just a little less interesting than the first. The pop-ups were bristling with people who thought they should have picked the first one. Jiang Li fell into deep thought. There can be no such impasse. If one of them is fake, then he's bound to show a crack somewhere. Jiang Li's brain raced. Suddenly, a detail that flashed through Jiang Li's mind. Jiang Li quickly raised her eyes and glanced at these 2. Then she gave Red Baby a wink. Red Baby willed it and stood up to take the second old man's hand. "Grandpa, I'm coming with you." Red Baby went off with the old man who looked a little mean. There was a sigh of relief in the live broadcast room, all speculating whether Jiang Li had made the wrong decision. However, Jiang Li's expression was not worried at all, because she was pretty sure that the first old man was a fake. Think back carefully to what this old man said. "Little friend, there is medicine in Grandpa's house. Do you want to go back to your room with Grandpa for medicine?" What does a blind person have to do to medicate a child? So this so-called blind man is not blind at all. He is pretending to be blind. Its purpose was to induce Jiang Li to make a mistake. But if Jiang Li found a hole in the logic of his language, it also happened to help Jiang Li break the game. The real 501st tenant led Red Baby to a door in the middle of the hallway, and that's when the door numbers of the other rooms gradually changed. 2. No more 501. Even the old men who looked the same were reduced to ashes after their faces were distorted. Jiang Li glanced at the room number on this floor. All the room numbers are lined up and completely disrupted. 501 is located in the middle of the corridor. Jiang Li was glad she didn't use the voice of experience. It was taken for granted that 501 would be the end of the hallway. After the Red Baby followed the old man into the room, Jiang Li packed up the cleaning cart and it was also pushed to the door of room 501. Knock knock. Jiang Li raised her hand to knock on the door. "Guest room cleaning." Jiang Li shouted. "Come in." Jiang Li put the cart at the door and took the cleaning tools into the house. The rules state that it is between 9:45 and 10 o'clock that the rooms are cleaned. However, there is no mention of not allowing tenants to stay in the house, so Jiang Li wasn't really in violation now. During the time Jiang Li went into the house to clean up, the note in his pocket was vaguely hot. Jiang Li took it out and looked at it, and the second rule appeared. So the second rule appears to be triggered by entering the correct 501. Jiang Li lowered his head and quickly passed over the rules. Kayasumi Hotel, 5th floor code. 2. Do not agree to any request from the 501 tenant unless he leaves the 501 room. The waiter, if you would be so kind as to look under the bed for me. I think I dropped my slippers in there. The old man's low, hoarse voice came. Jiang Li's back stiffened. The waiter's code quickly came to her mind. Remember, the customer is God, and don't make them angry at any time. Refuse the old man. The old man will get angry, and Jiang Li will break the rules. But by agreeing to him,
Jiangli would likewise break another rule. What to do? Chapter 98, The Endless Corridor. The corridor runs from end to end and has 20 rooms. There is only one, a true 501. If you really can't tell the difference, then the next best thing is to clean all the rooms. But this approach is simply not realistic. Jiangli has less than 15 minutes. The one she had to clean was the superior suite at the Clearwater Hotel. A premium suite here is a full 300 square feet. 15 minutes was only enough time for Jiangli to finish cleaning one, so she didn't have the luxury of cleaning the other rooms. She had to find out the real 501. Jiangli walked outside the door of the room and carefully compared them. Every room here has a closed door and a 501 sign. It looks just like copy and paste. Visually, there is no difference at all. Jiangli frowned and pondered for a while, and just then, the time came to 9:45. Dozens of room doors were opened at the same time. Immediately afterward, 12 old men who looked exactly alike came out of the house at the same time, and the remaining 8 doors of the room remained tightly shut. Jiangli quickly memorized the locations of these room doors. That is, the real room 501, among the 12 open doors. But with 12 picks, it's still not a good split. Jiangli stood at the end of the corridor, guarding the entrance to the hot spring pool. Now all 12 old men were coming towards Jiangli. What to do? If they all went into the hot spring pool, then Jiangli would only judge even more poorly. Which one is really true? At this point, the sound of Animal Planet is playing on the electronic screen in the hallway. It attracted Jiangli's attention. This is a very rare scene in the African savannah. A male lion captures an antelope cub less than 2 hours old. Yet it is a great surprise that the male lion, who is supposed to be cruel, to go so far as to use his own tongue to lick the wounds on the cubs. Jiangli looked up at the electronic screen. Seeing the image above, Jiangli's mind flashed. She quickly took out a heart, threw it to Red Baby, and whispered something into his ear. So the next thing you know, a series of voices rang out in the hallway. Jiangli pushed down the cleaning cart with a loud noise. Then came the shouts of small children. You! Red Baby flopped to the ground with his ass in the air. He clutched his knee and yelled, I hurt my knee. It hurts like hell. Is there any kind person to help me? Oh, it hurts. The Red Baby squeezed out 2 tears, sat down on the floor and started to sell her misery. A good half of the 12 old men who came up to us ignored it, and went around the Red Babies, straight into the hot tub. In the end there were only 3 left. But, needs all 3. It was clearly written on the copy of the note Jiangli had picked up when she first exited the elevator. The old man is known as a good gentleman. Based on this statement alone, it is impossible for the old man to sit back and do nothing about the injured child. The 3 elderly people who approached, one without a guide stick, appeared to have normal vision. There were also 2 blind people with guide sticks. Jiangli targeted 2 blind people. One of the blind men was kind, and said in a hoarse voice, My little friend, there is medicine in Grandpa's house. Do you want to go back to your room with Grandpa to get medicated? Another blind person had a worse attitude. He stomped his cane in anger. Where are your mom and dad? Left a little kid here unattended? Is the injury serious? Red Baby hurriedly responded with a sobbing face. It's especially bad. It's bleeding. Forget it. You go back to the house with me first. It's too dangerous for children to run around. The somewhat fierce old man wrinkled his brow with displeasure. Both old men were waiting for Red Baby to reply. Red Infant didn't say anything and turned her head to look at Jiangli. Extreme 2 for 1. Most of the netizens who watched the live stream favored the first senior. After all, it was clearly the first one who looked more like the good guy. The second old man wasn't quite as bad as the first, but he was just a little less interesting than the first. The pop-ups were bristling with people who thought they should have picked the first one. Jiangli fell into deep thought. There can be no such impasse. If one of them is fake, then he's bound to show a crack somewhere. Jiangli's brain raced. Suddenly, a detail that flashed through Jiangli's mind. Jiangli quickly raised her eyes and glanced at these 2. Then she gave Red Baby a wink. Red Baby wilted and stood up to take the second old man's hand. Grandpa, I'm coming with you. Red Baby went off with the old man who looked a little mean. There was a sigh of relief in the live broadcast room, all speculating whether Jiangli had made the wrong decision. However, Jiangli's expression was not worried at all, because she was pretty sure that the first old man was a fake. Think back carefully to what this old man said. Little friend, there is medicine in Grandpa's house. Do you want to go back to your room with Grandpa for medicine? A blind man. What do I have to do to medicate my little friend? To be able to say such a thing means he's not blind at all. The blindness is feigned. Pretending to be blind was to induce Jiangli to make a mistake. But if Jiangli found a hole in the logic of his language, it also happened to help Jiangli break the game. The real 501st tenant led Red Baby to a door in the middle of the hallway, and that's when the door numbers of the other rooms, which were gradually changed. No more 501. Even the old men who looked the same were reduced to ashes after their faces were distorted.
Zhang Li glanced at the room number on this floor. All the room numbers are lined up and completely disrupted. 501 is located in the middle of the corridor. Zhang Li was glad she didn't use the voice of experience. It was taken for granted that 501 would be the end of the hallway. After the red baby followed the old man into the room, Zhang Li packed up the cleaning cart and it was also pushed to the door of room 501. Knock knock. Zhang Li raised her hand to knock on the door. Guest room cleaning. Zhang Li shouted. Come in. Zhang Li put the cart at the door and took the cleaning tools into the house.
The rules state that it is between 9:45 and 10 o'clock that the rooms are cleaned.
However, there is no mention that tenants are not allowed to stay in the house, so Zhang Li wasn't really in violation now. During the time Zhang Li went into the house to clean up, the note in his pocket was vaguely hot. Zhang Li took it out and looked at it, and the second rule appeared. So the second rule appears to be triggered by entering the correct 501. Zhang Li lowered his head and quickly passed over the rules. Kayasumi Hotel, 5th floor code. 2. Don't agree to anything the 501 tenant asks unless he leaves the 501. That waiter, if you would be so kind as to look under the bed for me. I think I dropped my slippers in there. The old man's low, hoarse voice came.
Zhang Li's back stiffened. The waiter's code quickly came to her mind.
Remember, the customer is God, and don't make them angry at any time. Refuse the old man.
The old man will get angry, and Zhang Li will break the rules.
But by agreeing to him,
Zhang Li would likewise break another rule.
What to do? Chapter 99, Hot Springs Crisis. 8.
U001 in order to verify the conjecture in his heart.
Zhang Li decided to run out and try it. If she could run out of the corridor,
that would mean that what she had just guessed was true.
This one copy, the family member bound to Zhang Li, is Zhang Lian.
Zhang Li hooked up the corner of his mouth. Since she wouldn't get hurt herself, she naturally had no worries.
Zhang Li took a flashlight and illuminated the direction of the elevator entrance.
She held her breath and made a quick dash in the direction of the elevator entrance. Since the flashlight could only illuminate the front, it caused Zhang Li to be chased by countless wooden men behind her. The group of wooden men caught up and dragged Zhang Li's feet,
slowing down his running movements.
Zhang Li had no choice but to turn the light of the flashlight around to illuminate his feet. The wooden man dragging her feet settled, and Zhang Li took the opportunity to pull her feet away.
And at the same time, countless more wooden men swooped over in the darkness ahead.
Zhang Li managed to walk to the end of the corridor, the location of the elevator entrance.
But immediately afterward, the screen shifted and the corridor appeared again with a turn to the right. The elevator opening in front of him, in the blink of an eye, changed orientation again. The elevator entrance now appears at the end of that corridor on the right.
Zhang Li cursed.
I didn't realize the corridors would start to lengthen. And at that moment,
Zhang Li's hands and feet were also dragged by countless wooden men. Zhang Li barely managed to use her flashlight, fixing the wooden figures tugging at her arms and legs, breaking free from their bonds,
and then continue the escape. During the process of escaping, Zhang Li realized that these wooden people were quite ruthless in their strikes. They are planted with nails that are as sharp as razor blades. They don't want to kill you. They simply want to scratch your eyes out. It will also do everything possible to slow you down in order to hinder your actions. Zhang Li ran away in this dark corridor just week after week. A total of 10 corridor direction changes were made. It was only with great difficulty that Zhang Li escaped to the final elevator entrance. The entire escape took up to 20 minutes. Zhang Li couldn't run at all. Every step she took to walk forward was exceptionally difficult. She did, on a few occasions during that time, get caught with her eye.
Zhang Li quickly closed her eyes and turned her head, but she still felt her cornea being scratched.
And these physical injuries were transferred to Zhang Lianlian's body through and through. And Zhang Li didn't feel any pain.
Zhang Li took a lot of effort and finally escaped to the elevator entrance and was about to press open the elevator.
Unexpectedly at this time, the lights in the corridor suddenly all lit up.
The strange images in front of me also all disappeared.
And Zhang Li, once again back in the middle of the brightly lit corridor. Room 501 entrance. Time's up. Game over. In the hallway, a female voice came from a dark electronic screen. Then, the electronic screen image changed from black to normal playback. And once again, the alarm clock ringtone came from inside room 501 in front of Zhang Li. Suzaku, jingle bells.
The old man snuffed out the ringer, and Zhang Li came back to her senses. She glanced up at the electronic screen. The time was now 10:30.
That is, this game has a time limit. A game is only 20 minutes long. Not only do we have to get out, we have to get out in 20 minutes.
Even Zhang Li hadn't been able to break through at once, let alone a 60-year-old aged man. But what exactly is the reason for the old man to be in such a strange mess?
Zhang Li would not know. The reason behind this is left aside for now. Zhang Li only wanted to escape with the old man as soon as possible now. Zhang Li pondered for a moment.
she escaped on her own. 2 more tries. It should work, but to add a blind old man to the mix can only be quite difficult. Zhongli tries to turn the treading fog lights on. However, it was found that in the non-misty areas, the tread fog lights did not work at all. Click. The door to room 501 was opened. The old man leaned on his cane and stepped out. Don't waste your efforts. There's no escape. The old man seemed to have guessed the commotion outside, and he opened himself up. The old man spoke out to comfort Zhongli. You can just find a room to stay in. The last waiter did the same thing. What about the last waiter? Where is he? Zhongli looked at the old man. The old man said directly, long gone, turned into one of them, a woodchuck. Zhongli did not answer again, looking at the old man's direction. He's still going to the hot spring pool today. The old man seemed to be particularly obsessed with the hot springs. Zhongli went after him. What about candles? Candles can light up a whole hallway. They don't have 5 senses. There would be no way to blow out the candle. The old man shook his head. The corridor will be blowing a cloudy wind. There's no way it's going to let you out. Zhongli looked at the old man's back. She carefully recalled what the old man had just said, and a strange feeling rose in her heart. Nope. There are holes. There's something wrong with what the old man said. If the last waiter was like the old man, he ducked into the house. Then why did the waiter turn into a woodchuck and the old man didn't? Thinking of the old man's behavior of going to hot springs every day, a conjecture vaguely surfaced in Zhongli's heart. Zhongli asked directly, Old sir, soaking in a hot spring can prevent you from turning into a wooden man, am I right? The old man's back lurched. He turned around slowly and raised his eyebrows, looking as if he was quite surprised. You're smart. The old man gave a rare word of praise. When he finished speaking, he proceeded to turn back and head in the direction of the hot spring pool. There are 2 hot tubs at the end of the hallway. Turn left and push open the white carved double doors to the male hot tub. Turn right and push open the door to the women's hot spring pool. Zhongli also followed the old man's example, intending to go into the hot spring pool for 15 minutes. Zhongli told Red Baby to go play in the men's pool. On her own, she pushed open the door to the women's pool alone and stepped inside. It had to be said that the hot spring pool at the Clear Spring Hotel was much larger than Zhongli had imagined. Inside, the water used is natural spring water. By the large hot spring pool, apart from the sound of Zhongli's footsteps, there was only the sound of clattering water. Zhongli had just walked into the house when he felt the note in his pocket start to burn. Zhongli's breathing tightened. Is the new rule. She hurriedly took out the note and opened it. Kayasumi Hotel, 5th floor code. 3. Hot tub stuff is dangerous. Don't let it know you can see it. After Zhongli read the rules, he only felt a blackness before his eyes. The face of a girl whose eyeballs had been scratched and bloodied, and whose orbits dripped with. He fiercely came up to Zhongli's face. Chapter 100. The girl looked 17 or 18. Her body flew horizontally through the air, her white skirt rising without wind. It was now facing Zhongli, opening its bloody mouth. From a distance, the girl's sharp teeth were almost on the verge of biting Zhongli's nose, and just as the girl was about to take a bite, she met a pair of out-of-focus eyes. Zhongli's pupils were lax and his eyes were lifeless. At this moment, one of Zhongli's hands had already fumbled to hold onto the wall. Zhongli pretended that nothing had happened and slipped the note into his pocket. Then with his hands on the blood-stained tiles, he probed his way with his feet and moved forward slowly. Zhongli's actions caused the girl to develop a hint of suspicion. Scratching her head curiously, she collected her teeth and came down from midair, her bare feet on the ground. The moment she landed, the girl's face changed. She put away her bloody ghost face. Now it looks like a poor little girl. The only incongruity was the pair of eyes in the girl's sockets. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like her own. Sister, can you see me? The girl's sweet voice rang out. She was questioning Zhongli. Zhongli inclined her head. Her eyes were out of focus. Zhongli's heart murmured the 3rd article of the 5-tier code. The hot tub stuff is dangerous. Don't let it know you can see it. This rule is true. Zhongli laughed a little and shook his head at the girl. Can't see. Really? The girl didn't seem too convinced. She thought for a moment and went to the corner to remove a mop. The girl took out the wooden stick of the mop, then dragged the stick and walked to Zhongli's face. But how? I don't. Believe it. The girl's voice gritted her teeth as she spoke. She raised the wooden stick with both hands, aimed it at Zhongli's eyes, and swung it over with fury. The stick cut through the air with a whooshing sound. A light wind that kicked up with it blew away the hair at Zhongli's temples. Zhongli's hand, which was clenched in a fist, subconsciously tightened. Can't hide. The rules are very clear. This confrontation hurts those who can see. As long as Zhongli convinced this thing that Zhongli was invisible, then it would definitely be fine. With a whoosh, the stick stopped exactly 3 millimeters in front of Zhongli's eyeball. It had even touched Zhongli's eyelashes, but Zhongli froze and stubbornly didn't close her eyes. When something attacks the eye, Closing the eye is the most basic physiological response. It's not easy to restrain this physical reaction. In order to keep her eyes from closing, Jiangli pinched herself until her nails sank into her flesh. When the girl saw Jiangli's reaction, the expression on her face had a subtle change. She lowered her stick. You really can't see? Jiangli smiled faintly. You tell me. Okay then. The girl casually tossed the stick aside and clapped her hands together. Then he intimately stepped forward again and interlocked Jiangli's arm. Sister, you're working so hard. You have to be a waitress when you're blind. Hearing the girl's words, the corner of Jiangli's mouth twitched. This kid really knows how to talk. Trying to trick her? But Jiangli didn't fall for it. Jiangli responded calmly. Not hard. Life is hard. At those words, the girl withdrew her eyes from observing Jiangli. She led Jiangli and walked to the staff spa area. Coming to the rows of shoe cabinets, the girl crouched down. She said sweetly, Sister, why don't you take off your shoes and I'll help you change your slippers? Then I'll trouble you. Jiangli responded, holding onto the cabinet and taking off her shoes. Jiangli had just finished removing his shoes when he heard the sound of a girl exclaiming in shock. Oops, the slippers on this side are all used up. Sister, why don't you come with me to the other side? I remember it's in the cabinet over there. When the girl finished, she stood up. She reached out to assist Jiangli and led him forward barefoot. From Jiangli's line of sight, the stretch of road ahead was maliciously sprinkled with pins. The tips of those pegs glistened with silver sharpness. It would be downright sour to be stepped on barefoot. Jiangli suddenly realized. No wonder this girl just shouted at her to take off her shoes. Turns out the main event is here. Sister, let's go. The girl next to her began to urge, her eyes sparkling with excitement. If it was a sighted person, it would never have been possible to step on it with any peace of mind. She'd tested it long ago. No one can get past that. The girl carefully observed Jiangli's change in expression, only to be disappointed that Jiangli didn't react to anything. In front of the girl, Jiangli stretched out her white right foot and stepped on it without changing her color. The pegs dug into the flesh, and Jiangli couldn't feel the slightest bit of pain. On the contrary, Jiang Lian, who had just been resuscitated in the Chinese hospital, let out a heart-rending scream. Jiang Lian, who had managed to wake up with great difficulty, just fainted from the pain again. In the bizarro world, Jiangli stepped on the peg and hissed in feigned pain. It hurts. Did I step on something? Jiangli frowned. That's the reaction of a normal blind person. Blindness is just blindness, not a pain nerve disorder. Yeah, let's see. The girl next to her deliberately looked down. There's nothing on the floor. Sis, you're the one who's overthinking it. Jiangli pulled her lips stiffly. The cold pegs were still stuck in the soles of Jiangli's feet. All this damage was transferred to Jiang Lian. Jiangli heartily mourned for Jiang Lian for a second. This wasn't Jiangli deliberately not pulling out the pegs to torture Jiang Lian. Jiangli himself wanted to pull it out, but the damn thing wouldn't let him, so there was nothing he could do. It's pretty uncomfortable to walk on this thing, but we'll just have to figure it out later. Jiangli was barefoot and stepped on the pegs as he walked through this bloody path. Walking over to the shoe cabinet on the other side, the girl took a pair of slippers for Jiangli to put on. Another bag of clothes was stuffed for Jiangli. Sister, this is a disposable yukata. You can wear this to the hot springs. The changing room is on the right. You're on your own. After the girl explained, she didn't bother to serve Jiangli anymore. She sat down on her ass behind the counter and played with a pile of eyeballs in a drawer. Okay, thanks a lot. Jiangli said thank you, then hugged the clothes and fumbled her way to the dressing room by herself. Along the way, Jiangli saw many sprawling corpses. A lot of them stink, rot, and even grow maggots. Corpse water was flowing everywhere. And these bodies, the only thing they have in common, is that they have had their eyes plucked out. Jiangli walked to the door of the first locker room. The first one happened to be unlocked. Jiangli gave a gentle push. The small door opened with a creak. Jiangli took a step inward, but his feet were in a lurch. The door to the locker room pushed open, and what came into view was a hanging body. This female corpse happens to be the girl herself just now. On the bodies, like Jiangli, they were wearing black staff uniforms. She used to be one of the waitresses who came to the 5th floor. She couldn't escape and was fed up with being blind, and eventually killed herself in the locker room. Dead girl who volunteered to be an NPC in a weird world. She relies on killing other waiters and gouging out their eyes for the light of her own emptiness. Chapter 101, The Old Man's Mind. Even though she had already seen the hanging ghost in the house, Jiangli walked in with a stiff upper lip. A blind man can't see a dead man. If you're going to pretend to be blind, then you have to follow through. Fortunately, the locker room is still relatively spacious. Jiangli avoided the corpse and still had more than enough room for a change of clothes. After changing into her yukata, Jiangli opened the door. Outside the door, the girl was carrying a tray of fruit cuttings and standing not far from the theater.
The girl took a piece of watermelon and put it in her mouth, taking a bite. Red watermelon juice, running down the corners of his mouth. The girl's eyes, however, looked at Jiangli without blinking. She was watching Jiangli's reaction, for on the doorframe of Jiangli's dressing room, compared to the height of Jiangli's neck, she just racked up a sharp watermelon knife. If his eyes were truly blind, Jiangli would have been cut off at the neck by the knife if he had walked straight out. But if the eyes could see, then Jiangli would definitely not dare to walk out. The girl was still undeterred. She was still testing Jiangli. Sister, come on out. I just cut up fruit. Let's eat together. The girl smiled and greeted Jiangli warmly. Jiangli smiled back. Good. Immediately after that, Jiangli walked straight out as if she didn't see the knife. Jiangli always kept in mind, in this game, the blind don't die. The only ones who will die will be those who are visible. What's more, when the sky collapses, there is still Jiang Lianlian to hold it up. It's not like she can die. Jiangli didn't hesitate for half a second and went straight for the knife. Seeing this reaction from Jiangli, the girl looked forward to it for a moment. As Jiangli's body moved forward, the watermelon knife got closer and closer to her neck. The sharp blade had scratched Jiangli's skin. Continuing further out, Jiangli would surely have her throat slit. Seeing that Jiangli was still confused and slamming into the knife's mouth. In turn, the girl was not calm. Hey wait! The girl volunteered to step forward and remove the watermelon knife. Sister, you are truly blind. The girl is completely dead. She didn't give Jiangli another hard time, but threw away the watermelon knife and assisted Jiangli, took her to the staff hot tub. She sent Jiangli into the pool to soak. Sister, be careful and call me if anything happens. It's already quite a life when you can't see, so don't drown in the pool again. The girl's words showed a few moments of sympathy for Jiangli. Seeing Jiangli, who was still struggling after losing her sight, the girl seemed to remember her past self. The girl used her weird power to erase the pegs on the bottom of Jiangli's feet. Cleaned up the house again. The entire spa pool was immaculately clean. Jiangli soaked in the hot spring for 15 minutes and got up. The way out was clear. The girl helped Jiangli as much as she could. She felt that the Jiangli in front of her, who had suffered similarly to her, was the next herself. Sister, if you don't want to live any day, you come to me. Let's stay here and work together. Jiangli was slightly surprised and smiled. Good. The girl continued to persuade Jiangli. Staying here and working is better than turning into a pile of broken wood. Jiangli smiled and nodded his head as a response to her. The girl held Jiangli's arm and waited for Jiangli to go and change back into her clothes, then eagerly sent Jiangli out the door. Sister, I've got a lot more eyeballs here, so if you figure it out someday, come over and keep me company if you want, and I'll give you a pair of eyeballs. Jiangli was flattered. Okay, I'll think about it. The white carved door to the women's spa room pushed open. The girl kept sending Jiangli to the door. Come back tomorrow. Sister. Jiangli's gaze was lax, curved his lips, and said goodbye to the girl. The door to the women's pool closed. Seeing Jiangli being sent out unharmed and bizarrely, Red Infant looked confused outside. Mommy. Hong hurriedly went to hug Jiangli's thigh. Jiangli's taut nerves only dared to loosen up now. What's wrong, baby? Jiangli held Red Baby. Red Baby held out his hand and pointed to the time on the electronic screen in the hallway. Mommy, I heard Grandpa say that at 10 minutes past 1400 hours, those woodchucks are going to come out again. Jiangli looked at the time. It was still almost 3 hours until 1410. The afternoon game of Woodenheads is an opportunity. It would be best if we could figure out a way to escape with the old man. But before that, Jiangli had one more thing to do. Jiangli took the universal room card and put all the rooms except 501. Rummaged through every house I could get into. There is one thing that is very important. Without this item, even if Jiangli won the Wooden Man game, it was meaningless. Jiangli spent a whole hour but found nothing. There's nothing everywhere, so there's only one place left. Jiangli's eyes flickered slightly. By noon, Jiangli went to the self-service pickup area and picked up her meal. She pushed the delivery cart and came to the door of room 501 and knocked. Sir, food delivery. Jiangli shouted from the doorway. The door to room 501 was ajar. The old man's voice came from inside the house. Send it in. Jiangli had expected this and came back with this trick. Clear Springs Hotel, 5th floor code, Article 2. Don't agree to anything from the 501st tenant unless he leaves the 501st room. This old man is known as Mr. Nice Guy out there, but once inside, the heart is very black and ready to think of ways to do harm. Jiangli thought for a moment and opened his mouth with a smile. Sir, I can take you out this afternoon. Since we can neither make him angry nor agree to his demands, the best solution. It's just a distraction from him, especially something he particularly cares about. For example, escape. The people in the room obviously froze for a few seconds when they heard Jiangli's words. Silence for half a day. The old man came out of the house of his own accord with his walking stick. tapping on the floor. The door to room 501 opened and the old man poked his head out. Are you telling the truth? The old man asked Zhongli incredulously. Zhongli nodded. Of course it's true. Why are you helping an old man like me? The old man still felt incredulous. Zhongli shoved the dinner plate into the old man's hand. There is one thing that, I think you know where it is. What is it? The old man asked Zhongli. Zhongli said bluntly, leave the employee elevator card on the 5th floor. Hearing this, the old man threw the door open with a bang. Red Baby asked Zhongli in confusion. Mommy, isn't the elevator card in his hands? Zhongli arched her eyebrows and smiled. No, the elevator card can only be in his hands. Zhongli had looked at the weird building, and there was no safe passage. To get downstairs, you have to take the elevator. And that elevator card of Zhongli's, swiped out, could only lead to the 5th floor. It's impossible for a copy to block the road. So according to the design of the replica, the elevator card that leaves the 5th floor, it should be placed where Zhongli can find it. But Zhongli didn't have it after searching all over the place. Even when she cleaned up after the old man in the morning, she didn't notice any elevator cards going anywhere. So there is only one possibility. The elevator got stuck on the old man. This old man, explicitly or implicitly, has also killed many waiters. There's always a waiter who's found the card. The old man had actually planned this. If any of the waiters managed to escape, then that employee elevator card for leaving the 5th floor, it's the bargaining chip the old man traded with. Without that card, the waiter would never have gotten off the 5th floor. So even if the waiter wins the game, he's bound to come back and beg him. Kada. The door to room 501 opened again. The old man's voice came. I promise. Chapter 102 Burning Broken Wood. What are you going to do? The old man asked Zhongli. Zhongli thought for a moment and looked at him. Do you have an extra flashlight? The old man nodded. Yes. When the old man finished, he turned around and went back inside. He leaned on his crutches and walked over to the bedside table. Skillfully, he pulled open the first drawer and removed the black flashlight inside. On the way out, you and I will each have a flashlight. I'll light the front. You light the back. Zhongli gave the program. Illuminates the front and can fix the woodchucks in front of you. And lighting up the back will immobilize the mooks behind you. All it takes is two people working together to get out of the situation. One will malfunction. The old man finished and put the flashlight back. He held his cane with both hands and talked about his experience. I tried it a couple years ago, with a flashlight in the front and a cell phone light in the back. But there's always a direction that fails. It was a lesson the old man had learned from countless attempts. A few years ago, the old man gloated for a while because he came up with this method. It was with this hope that he tried again and again. In every game, either something goes wrong in the front or in the back. At first, he really thought it was his fault. It wasn't until later, when his eyes were trying to go blind, that the old man came to his senses. Maybe this game of woodchucks, the hidden setting, is just that. How else could it be so easy to escape using two lights? It is but a dream of a yellowish color. And in the end, what awaits you is blindness. After the blindness, the escape becomes even more hopeless. This experience of the old man was important information for Zhongli. Zhongli really didn't expect this outcome. In that case, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I'll come and call you. Zhongli put down these words. Just leave the 501. The time quickly came to 1400 hours PM sharp. The old man in 501 has long since packed up. He had been sitting in the house waiting. There had been a number of waiters trying to take him out over the past years. He also remembered that there was a 17 or 18-year-old girl before, who was also like the current Zhongli, full of fight and trying to do everything. That little girl ended up losing her eye instead of succeeding. Then the little girl clung to life for a while and eventually had a nervous breakdown. And then there was no sign of the little girl. Might turn out to be wooden. Or maybe it's dead. Anyway, the old man was never seen again. Knock knock. A knock on the door of 501 sounded. The old man got up and went out, holding his cane. The red carpet that had been laid out in the hallway was now gone. Zhongli received it into the utility room in advance. Can you run? Can't run in the car. Zhongli pushed over a cleaning cart and gestured for the old man to sit on it. Without the aid of such a cart, the old man's blind speed of movement would only slow him down. The old man was well aware of his disadvantage. He obediently sat up and didn't refuse. Zhongli strapped a flashlight to the front of the cart, freeing his hands to push it. Do you have your elevator card with you? I need to take a look. Zhongli wasn't very comfortable with the old man's character. The old man was a little hesitant. 2 seconds later, he spoke. Don't worry, it's brought, but I can't give it to you now. What would you do if you snatched the card away and left me a lousy old man? It was within Zhongli's expectation that the old man could give this answer. Zhongli didn't force the issue. If the old man didn't give it to her by then, she had ways to clean him up. Zhongli settled the old man down. The time is also getting closer to 1410. The old man's urgent alarm clock chimed before the hallway plunged into pitch blackness. Suzaku! Jingle bells!
Jiangli took out the small match from the space, rubbed the fire,
and lit it. It's a matter of whether or not we can escape. The onlookers were unsure and gave their guesses in the pop-up section. My god, what is she going to do? Jiangli isn't planning on using matches all the time. Is he? Is this some kind of joke? Everyone was glued to the screen, wanting to see what exactly Jiangli was going to do. Straight from the booth, the lights in the corridor on the 5th floor of the hotel began to go out one by one, and the other 19 room doors, except for 501, were opened at the same time. An endless number of wooden men rushed out of those rooms. The moment the corridor darkened, Jiangli quickly wiped the match and ignited the one thing beside me. Woodmen. Jiangli remembered that the girl at the hot spring pool had said something. It's better to stay here and work than turn into a pile of broken wood. That's right, broken wood. In this 123 wooden game, breaking the wood is the key to breaking the game. It is precisely because it is broken wood that it can be ignited more easily. The wooden figure beside him touched the match, and the light of the fire went up. The fire immediately spread throughout the body. These woodies are very easy to ignite. They were meant to be burned for adventurers. As to whether or not the adventurers found this combustible, that depends on whether the adventurer knows how to make the best use of what he has. The moment this wooden man beside Jiangli burned up, all the rest of the woodies in the corridor were all immobilized. Taking advantage of this moment, Jiangli pushed up the cart and ran wildly outside without looking back. At this point, a cloudy wind blew through the corridors of the hotel. Are you lighting candles? It'll blow out. The old man warned kindly. He seemed to feel that something was burning up behind him. The old man thought that it was a bunch of candles. Jiangli raised her lips and smiled. Don't worry, it can't be extinguished. A weak candle flame can be blown out by the wind, but the fire won't. Wood is one of those things that, once it burns, blowing air not only doesn't extinguish the flames, instead, it sends oxygen. Oxygen is what you need for a flame to burn. The more oxygen delivered, the more the fire burns. Fruity. After this gust of wind had risen, the ignited wooden man burned even more fiercely. At the corner of the corridor, Jiangli continued to light the next wooden figure, and the fire took over. Jiangli once again pushed the old man to run wildly. Week after week, the corridor, this time, still went through 10 turns. Jiangli pushed the cart all the way, crashing and burning a lot of wooden people. With great difficulty, he finally escaped to the last stretch of the corridor. The elevator entrance is just ahead. Give me the elevator card. Quick! Jiangli looked anxious. She glanced behind her at the wooden man, nearly burned out. Jiangli quickly lit another one and renewed it. The old man realized that he had escaped the corridor. He got off the cart unsteadily, shook out his clothes, and held onto his cane. An elevator card? Where did you get an elevator card? I don't have any on me. When the old man finished, he fumbled his way into the passenger elevator from memory. With that, he faced Jiangli and revealed a wry smile. Chapter 103, The Vanishing 404. Jiangli looked at the old man's sinister face, clenched her fists, and her brain was hot. Almost killed the old man on the spot with a punch to the sack. But Jiangli thought carefully. Nope, there is a problem. The old man was known as a good gentleman. This statement is not false. Everything sinister he did would only be within room 501. In secret. If he cares so much about his reputation, how could he do such a self-destructive thing? Is there a possibility that he didn't deceive Jiangli? He said he brought his card. It's true. He also said he doesn't have an elevator card on him right now, which is also true. Along the way he broke in, he only touched one thing. Cleaning truck. The elevator is stuck on the cleaning truck. Jiangli immediately squatted by the cleaning cart and rummaged around. Sure enough, under the flashlight, I found the employee elevator card leaving the 5th floor. The old man put it there. Jiangli suddenly reacted. Those words just now. The old man said that on purpose, because when those words came out, but if Jiangli was a bit emotional, she would definitely go mad. The fuming Jiangli, no matter what move she made, was bound to enrage the old man. Then Jiangli would have broken a rule. Remember, the customer is God, and don't make them angry at any time. He's an Jiangli. If the old man didn't give Jiangli the elevator card, it would tarnish his reputation as a good old boy. He sure doesn't want to do that. But if he was just innocently assaulted by a waiter, then for his reputation, it can have no effect at all. What a black heart. This old man. Before leaving, he even dug a hole and waited for Jiangli to jump into it. Almost, Jiangli was killed by him. Jiangli looked toward the passenger elevator door that was about to close. You've got to be kidding me, old man. I found the elevator card on the cleaning truck. Hearing Jiangli say that, the old man put away that very beaten smile. He arched his eyes, amiably revealing a face full of creases. Thanks a lot, little girl. I'll change my rating now and give you a 10.
When the old man finished speaking, the door of the passenger elevator, 2, had gradually closed. The lights disappear and the passenger elevator goes down.
In the meantime,
A wooden hand slowly landed on Zhongli's shoulder.
Zhongli's heart jumped.
Oops.
Ignore the behind.
Zhongli ducked a step forward, grabbed the flashlight, and pointed back at the wooden man.
Nearby, the woodchuck was immobilized, but in the distance where the flashlight didn't shine, countless wooden people
were still surging towards Zhongli.
Zhongli was blocked at the elevator door, and there was no way back. Ding dong dash, the staff elevator arrived. The elevator doors opened.
Zhongli took a step back and dodged inside, and everything on the 5th floor collapsed at the last moment when the old man and Zhongli left.
The woodwork disintegrated and the siding peeled away.
Everything here will turn to ashes and cease to exist. A seal appeared with a flourish,
stopping the elevator outside. Seal off the floor pending renovation upgrades. The door to the employee elevator closed slowly, isolating the disorder outside the door. In the staff elevator,
Zhongli glanced at the young woman still standing inside with her combed bangs.
It's the elevator man I saw last time. Only this time, the way the elevator operator looked at Zhongli seemed to have become much more sultry. Moreover,
I don't know if it was Zhongli's illusion. She always felt that the elevator operator this time seemed to have an extra layer of heavy black aura on him.
A moment of silence. The elevator operator asked Zhongli, "Hello, which floor are you going to? Please show your elevator card."
Zhongli handed the card over.
The elevator operator took the card and swiped it with a tick.
Floor key level 4 lit up with a ghostly red shimmer.
Ding dong. The elevator doors opened. Zhongli walked out. The corridors on the 4th floor are uniformly lit in dark red.
The corners of the hallways were littered with rotten apple cores, putrid food scraps,
and
various animal bones that have been shivered clean. Cockroaches crawling around on the dirty red carpet when you stick your foot in it. Zhongli's gaze was attracted by a notice on the wall.
Barely stepping on a clean landing, she walked over to the wall and read the note. "Welcome to the Clear Springs Hotel and to this floor. Please be aware of the following information during the work period.
Room 404 on this floor is occupied by a strange man.
Men have a mania for food.
He went on a feeding frenzy and his weight skyrocketed even more.
Since he arrived at the hotel,
all the buffet food on the 4th floor has been swept away. The business of the hotel, too, has been seriously affected. Please do everything possible to persuade the men to leave the hotel."
Zhongli uncovered the notice and flipped it to the back.
The rules for the last 5 levels appear on the back of the introductory information.
That 4-story one, maybe 2. Sure enough, the note hides a new rule behind it. Kayasumi Hotel, 4F code. 1. Tenant number 404 likes to eat, so don't refuse him when he asks for food. 2. Every day from 1430 to 1600 hours is afternoon tea time for 404 tenants. Please deliver the meal in a timely manner. 3. Tenant 404 doesn't like to take baths. Please don't force him. 4. Wait is a guest secret and you'd better not mention it.
Zhongli stood in the hallway, having just finished reading the rules.
Not far ahead, there was a waitress, wearing a black uniform, just like Zhongli, exit the self-service dining area. In front of her,
she pushed the delivery trolley.
On the trolley,
the food towered over a small mountain.
"It's a buffet, but you can't eat like that every meal, can you? I'll deliver a meal for a couple days. Muscles are coming out really." The waitress cursed and came into the hallway, crossing over the towering piles of food. She saw Zhongli standing on the sidelines. The waitress instantly just lit up. "Hey, are you new here?"
The waitress pushed the cart in front of Zhongli and inquired. Zhongli was shocked for a moment when she saw the food on the food cart, then nodding at the woman.
"Yes, that's great."
The waitress let go of the food cart and rubbed her shoulders.
"You're picking up my shift. I'll go first."
She shoved the food cart at Zhongli.
With that, he numbly pressed open the employee elevator and waved it away.
Zhongli looked at the cart of food and remembered the 4-tier code again.
Tier 4 code Article 2. Every day from 1430 to 1600 hours is afternoon tea time for 404 tenants. Please deliver the meal in a timely manner. Zhongli glanced at the electronic screen in the hallway. The time is now 14:25. There's still 5 minutes left for delivery. It's not too late.
Zhongli pushed the food cart and walked along the dirty red carpet. She watched the room numbers along the way.
The room numbers, this time, are in order. Start counting from 401 on this side of the corridor to 420 at the end of the corridor. But the only oddity was the doors to the rooms in the hallway. Only 19 in total. There is no room 404 on this floor. Zhongli counted twice, and the result was still the same. He couldn't find 404. Last 2 minutes left until 1430. The time for delivery is getting closer. But room 404, where exactly? Chapter 104, Chefs Don't Lie.
Zhongli stopped her steps.
There is not much time left. No more searching so blindly. Room 404, Indeed, is hidden for some reason, but it must be there. Details. Did she miss any details? Jiangli closed her eyes and quickly went over everything that had happened since she came to the 4th floor. Piles of trash in the hallway, signs on the walls, and waitresses delivering food. The waitress spat out a comment. I'm delivering a meal for a few days and my muscles are building up really. Right, she delivered the meal. Jiangli's eyes snapped open. Having to use a cart to deliver food in a hallway with so much trash is sure to leave marks on the floor. Jiangli lowered her head and looked toward the red carpet in the hallway. The red carpet was very dirty and had food waste piled almost all over it. This entire corridor is not too much of a garbage dump. And in the midst of all the garbage, the area in the middle of the red carpet was left with a small path. It's years and years of pushing food around in little carts, a barely clean path that had been run over. The pathway exits the self-service pickup area and extends outward, all the way to the door of room 414. Zhang Li's eyes flickered. 414 and 404 are just one digit apart. Could it be it? At this point, a cheerful female voice came on the electronic screen in the hallway. The 2:30 appetizer food show starts in 30 seconds. Let's count down. It was a voice that looked like it was cheering the big appetizer show, but Jiangli felt that it was clearly a countdown to his own death. It's 14:30, the last 30 seconds left. Jiangli didn't dare to delay a moment, pushing the food delivery cart and dashing to the door of room 414. 20, 19, 18. Jiangli raised her hand and was about to knock on the door. Her eyes, however, fell on a small line at the bottom of the door number. The small print is red, lined with reddish-brown undertones and red lighting in the hallway. A little bit of inattention can go unnoticed. Jiangli skimmed the line of text. 414 men are cranky. 404 men are gentle. Kisses. Don't knock on the wrong door. Jiangli's knock on the door was a beat. From the red carpet cart track, the destination of the delivery should be the door of the room 414 correctly, since it is confirmed to be this door. The problem can only be in this door number. Jiangli took a closer look. In the 3 digits of the house number 414, the middle digit 1, much like an enlarged version of a luggage combination lock. Upon closer inspection, the number appears to toggle up and down. At this point, the female voice continued to sound on the electronic screen in the hallway. The tone was cheerful and high. 5, 4, 3, last 3 seconds left. Zhang Li's breath could not help but stutter. She lifted her finger and placed it on the number 1 in the center of the door number. Dialed a number down hard. The number 1 is adjusted to the number 0. Door number 404 came up. 2, 1, 0. At the last moment when the female voice counted down to 0, Jian Li knocked on the door. Knock knock. Hello, delivery. Jian Li lowered her hand and squeezed her cold fingertips. In a hurry, Jian Li actually noticed that his fingers were shaking slightly. The door to room 404 opens. The small room revealed a face full of fat and oil. Got it. You leave the food cart by the door for now. The man's naive voice rang out. Jian Li glanced at him with a professional smile. Yes sir, enjoy your meal. Jian Li put down the food cart and left through the door. But in her heart, she was slightly shocked. This so-called tenant of room 404, instead of being a normal person, but Jian Li felt that he's more of a monster. This man's size was more than 3 or 4 times bigger than Jian Li. The man's entire body was covered in fat, in a layered pile of circles, from the legs to the waist, to the arms, neck, and faceplate. All of it was divided into several thick layers. In the small space behind the 404 door, the man had been unable to walk out front. He was on his side, paralyzed, squeezed into the 404 door behind the entranceway. Every gap in the foyer, all of it, was filled with the fat spilling out of the man's body. Jian Li had never seen such a person before. Waiter, please wait. Jian Li was halfway there when the 404 tenant behind her called out to her. Jian Li stopped and turned back. Sir, if there's anything you want to say. Jian Li smiled and returned to the door. And this time, the man in room 404 was using his bloated fingers to squeezing up the last piece of food from the food truck. He shoved a bite into his mouth. Another load, please. The man shook his fingers and made some wonderful sipping noises. Jian Li froze for a moment as she looked at the food that had already been eaten in the car. Yes sir. Just a moment. Jian Li pushed the food cart away. She was in a trance for a moment. This rate of eating, is it real? Jian Li even began to suspect that this 404th tenant, he might, in fact, have. It wasn't that I didn't want to leave the hotel. Rather, simply couldn't squeeze into the elevator and leave the hotel. Jian Li guessed that the man would have to eat like crazy for some special reason, but the more he ate, the fatter he got, which also led to his inability to move like a normal person. Even the elevator is overloaded. Thus trapped, Jian Li thought all the way to the garbage disposal window on the 4th floor without realizing it.
This window is full of crap and has been bursting out of it for a long time. Zhongli had no choice but to take the food scraps from the food cart and dump them outside the window. There's a little more trash in the hallway. Waiter, please make it quick, please. The urging of the man behind him was incessant. Yes, sir. Zhongli gave a haphazard assent. He hurriedly pushed the food cart in the direction of the self-service pickup area. She still had to find this man to get a favorable review and couldn't take it too lightly. Zhongli walked into the self-service pickup area. Pickup area with food of your choice. And today's portion has been missing a big chunk of the dosage, presumably eaten by the 404 tenant in the morning. Zhongli walked around the pickup area, picking out some of the various foods. Newbie, here's a load ready to go. One of the cooks in the kitchen called out to Zhongli. Zhongli turned around and saw a hand extended behind the kitchen curtain. The hand was pointing at a delivery truck in the corner. Zhongli glanced that way. The delivery truck in the corner was stocked with chef's freshly made sea crabs. The sea crabs had just come out of the pan and were still steaming white. Waiter, hurry up a bit. Thanks. The man's urging echoed down the hallway. The chef explained to Zhongli as he chopped vegetables. Just send this. I know he's rushed, so I have it just for you. Zhongli weighed the situation, put down the cart in her hand, and pushed the prepared food cart out. As she pushed her cart and headed out, she looked to the section in the far corner of the pickup area. Some of the seafood that was originally kept there was largely untouched. Zhongli looked toward the back kitchen. The curtain in the kitchen bears the rules for a 4-story back room. Kayasumi Hotel 4F Rear Kitchen Code. 1. You can trust the chef completely. The chef will never lie. 2. Please monitor kitchen hygiene. If the meal hygiene is not up to standard, you can call the hotel's internal reporting number, 4949. Zhongli swept through it with his true eye. Both rules are true. Brother chef, can 404 guests eat seafood? Will they be allergic to seafood? I'm sorry. Zhongli asked more. The chef in the back responded casually as he concentrated on chopping his vegetables. Just relax. He's not allergic. My whole family will die if I lie to you. Chapter 105, The Cheap Chef. The vow. It was poisonous enough. Zhongli suppressed the doubts in his heart and pushed a cart full of large sea crabs out. She came out into the hallway and made a point of keeping an eye out for trash on the floor. All kinds of food scraps are available, but there was one thing that wasn't seen. Seafood. Neither crab shells, shrimp shells, nor fish bones were seen. Waiter, well no, hurry up, please. Tenant number 404 continued to politely prod. Zhongli's movement of the cart gradually slowed down. A guess arose in Zhongli's mind. Sir, do you have a contraindication? Zhongli shouted loudly in the direction of 404. 1 second later, the man's voice came. Not a fan of seafood. Thanks. Zhongli was shocked in his heart. Sure enough, this car is ready for seafood. It's a trap. Zhongli put down the cart in her hand and immediately ran into the self-service food pickup area. Chefs don't lie. He was indeed right. Tenant number 404, not allergic to seafood. However, allergic or not and like it or not are two different things. But if Zhongli sends this car of sea crabs over, then Zhongli wants to get a favorable review of the matter. And it fizzled out. You might even make the customer angry and violate the waiter's code. This chef, he's got quite a heart. Zhongli couldn't care less. All the food within reach, as long as it wasn't a marine product, went to the previous food truck. Before long, the food cart was full. Zhongli winded up and pushed the food cart out. She walked briskly to the door of room 404. The door to 404 stays open. The man sat in the foyer, gnawing his fingers hungrily and waiting with bated breath. Your meal, sir. Zhongli put the cart in the doorway. 404 of men reaching out with fat fingers and grabbing food from the food trucks. Shove it straight into your mouth. It seemed to be swallowed without chewing at all. The man took a big bite and started nibbling on his fingers again. Another load, please. Zhongli nodded and answered. Yes sir. Wait a moment. Zhongli pushed the empty food cart again and ran towards the self-service pickup area. Only when she went back, she felt the resentful sight of the chef's big brother. What? What I said is not credible and you want to ask that fat guy again alone? The chef's older brother always felt a little shifty when he spoke. Zhongli was in the middle of picking out her meal and didn't have the leisure time to pay attention to him. Just now, this chef had framed Zhongli, and Zhongli hadn't even looked for him to settle the score. As a result, he is good, but also to beat Zhongli a rake. Zhongli glanced at the chef. She realized that the chef had stopped chopping and started holding his knife up, dryly glaring at Zhongli. Waiter, I'm going to starve. Please hurry up. Thank you. The men are hyperventilating again. Zhongli had no choice but to withdraw her eyes and quickly selected the food, sending it over in another cart. This time, the 404 guests again ate quickly. Another load, please. Zhongli continues to run a third, fourth and fifth. To the end, the food in the self-service pickup area, except for seafood, has been completely emptied. Jiang Li scraped the plate empty and picked out a small half-cart of food. There was no food left at all in the self-service pickup area. Jiang Li pushed the food cart over. But the 404 man, seeing how little food there was, his face fell on the spot. That's all you got this time? The man's tone grumbled. Jiang Li stiffened her head and nodded. Yes sir. Jiang Li couldn't do anything about it. That guy in the back kitchen. It seems that just because Jiang Li just asked the guest so a voice, the chef's plot was foiled, so he got upset. The cook, now, is lying in a little rocking chair in the kitchen, posing badly. He also kept cursing Jiang Li with his mouth. Gee, if you don't trust me that much, I don't want to cook. In case you get an upset stomach from something bad, and someone thinks I did it, maybe backhandedly report me. I'll just stop cooking and I'll see what you do when he eats all the food. Jiang Li also didn't expect that he would provoke that careful cook. Jiang Li was thinking about what had just happened, and the 404 man in front of him had licked that last plate, clean. Still want to eat, so hungry. The 404 man, eyeing Jiang Li with gluttony. I want to gnaw on a bone. The man held out his hand, his fat fingers, right at Jiang Li. Tier 4 Code Article 1, Tenant number 404 likes to eat, so don't refuse him when he asks for food. Jiang Li's heart shook. The food was actually herself? Jiang Li remembered the animal skeletons she had seen when she first stepped onto this floor. Jiang Li had an epiphany. Bones that big are clearly human bones. The tenant of this 404 is insane. When he doesn't have enough food, he gets hungry and gnaws on people. Jiang Li's fists tightened. Agree to him, then you'll be gnawed on yourself and will die. Refuse him, break the rules, and still die. May I, waiter? Give me a gnaw bone. The man in 404 smiled dementedly. His drool ran onto the floor, pulling out long silken strands. Red Infant came to Jiang Li's ear and said, Mommy, I saw what looked like just the right amount of thrown away bones inside that pile of trash in the hallway. Let's go pick it up and feed it to him. Jiang Li was silent for a second and looked at the 404 man. Sir, wait a moment. I'll go prepare the bones for you. The man wanted to gnaw on a bone, and Jiang Li answered this way, not refusing him. Jiang Li finished with a smile, not waiting for the man to reply, pushed the car and turned around. The 404 man looked a little lost, but urged politely, then make it quick, please. Jiang Li pushed the cart and came to the bones in the trash. The flesh on the bones has been gnawed clean, just a few blackened and smelly tendons left behind. It's got bugs crawling all over it. Jiang Li thought for a moment and didn't bend down to pick it up. She turned and went into the self-service pickup area. Inside the back kitchen of the pickup area, the cheapskate cook had slumped into a rocking chair and started snoring. One snore was louder than the other. Jiang Li pushed the food cart and walked to the kitchen door. She shouldered this cook and placed it on the dining car. Chef stirred from his sleep and opened his eyes hazily. Upon realizing that Jiang Li was carrying him, he woke up from a frightening doze. What are you doing? The chef raged. Jiang Li immediately changed his expression when he saw this. Big brother, congratulations. Jiang Li's tone cheered up. Seeing the chef's doubts, Jiang Li smiled and opened her mouth to explain. 404's guests say that your cooking is especially good. Would like to meet you, write you a letter of commendation. The chef looked incredulous. Really? You're not going to lie to me? Jiang Li softened his voice. Big brother, what happened just now was all my fault. I always felt sorry for you in my heart. So when the 404 guest says he's going to write me a letter of commendation, I recommended you at the time. I'd say you're the chef, and you're the one who should be praised for cooking so well. Hearing Jiang Li's sincere attitude, I'm sorry and good cooking, the chef's face turned a little better. Gee whiz, it's just some home cooking, just make it up as you go along. The chef, with his hands behind his back, smugly, he headed outside. He took 2 steps and had come to the corridor, seeing that Jiang Li had not yet followed him. So he impatiently turned back and gave Jiang Li a tisk. What are you waiting for, newcomer? Go ahead and lead the way. When Jiang Li heard this, her smile grew even more. Okay, Lu brother, I'll take you there. Chapter 106. Jiang Li quickly walked to the front to lead the way. Behind her was the cook, straightening his collar along the way with a smug look on his face. Waiter, are the bones ready? Please hurry up. Thank you. The 404 man suddenly started yelling. Jiang Li's hanging heart, all of a sudden jumped up. She hurriedly replied in a loud voice. Just a moment, sir. The bones are stewing in the pot and will be ready for you right away. Jiang Li finished speaking and glanced to the back with his afterglow. The cook's footsteps were normal and should not have been heard. Jiang Li exhaled softly. Not 2 more steps. The cook snapped. Wait. Jiang Li was shocked in his heart. What's wrong, brother? Jiang Li stopped his steps and looked back at the cook who had stopped in his tracks. Brother, we'd better hurry over. Don't keep the guests waiting. Jiang Li feigned composure and tried his best to persuade him. Faced with Jiang Li's uncharacteristic behavior, The cook suddenly frowned and looked at Zhongli strangely. No, it's not right. The cook cupped his chin and stared at Zhongli skeptically. He walked in a half circle around Zhongli, his eyes slightly glazed over. You have a problem. You're trying to harm me. The cook huffed in his tone and bellowed at Zhongli. Zhongli's heart trembled. Looks like this guy has some brains after all. I'm surprised he saw it coming. However, since this cook didn't explicitly say so, Zhongli had no choice but to feign confusion. She compensated with a smile and said, Brother, what are you talking about? I've given you the opportunity to take credit for all of this. How could I hurt you? No. The cook's eyes glazed over. You're definitely disturbed. Zhongli's body instantly cooled halfway. If this cook doesn't want to go, then Zhongli will have to come hard. Zhongli looked at the cook with cold eyes. The cook, on the other hand, turned and ran into the kitchen without saying a word. Behind them, 404's guest prodded mournfully. Waiter, is it ready yet? As soon as possible, please. Zhongli turned back. Right away, sir. I'm going to grab you a bone. After Zhongli finished speaking, he rolled up his sleeves, quickened his pace, and followed the cook into the kitchen. In the kitchen, the cook was taking a big iron spoon and scooping a big stick bone into a bowl of served some more bone broth. When he saw Zhongli coming, he gave a cold humph. New guy, don't think I can't hear you. I clearly heard 404's guest wanting a bone just now. Why didn't you tell me in advance? Humph. You look like you're just trying to bring me over for a scolding. Screw up my letter of commendation. The cook, carrying a large bone, rolled his eyes. When he turned around, he saw Zhongli was holding the kitchen knife, standing behind him grimly. The cook was so scared that the bowl in his hand almost fell on the floor. What are you doing with my knife? You want to cut me to death, don't you? The cook put down his bowl and his eyes went cold. His eyes spewed sparks of fire and his gaze was dead on Zhongli. Looking like that, it was ready to fight with Zhongli. Zhongli froze for a moment when she saw the bone soup that the cook had served. She immediately put the knife into the knife holder next to her. No, not the brother of the. I'll see that you don't confiscate your knife so you don't smash your foot. Zhongli turned to the cook and laughed dryly. The cook observed Zhongli a few more times. Seeing that Zhongli's eyes were clear and there was no dissent, he slowly relaxed his guard. Waiter, why isn't it ready yet? 404 starts banging on the door, venting his frustration. When the cook heard this, he hurried out with the big bones. Hurry up, don't dawdle. I'll see how you'll pay for it if my commendation letter goes yellow. The cook yelled. The next thing Zhongli saw was the cook running off to the corridor in a hurry. Zhongli stared at the cook's back, slightly relieved. She thought that this cook had heard the end, but it turned out to be a digression. But that's fine. This cook served the big bones out. By the time the 404 is up, whichever bone the guest wants to gnaw on is the guest's choice. Hurry up, lead the way. The cook urged Zhongli, and on the side of the 404 guests, the sound of slamming doors is getting louder and louder. Zhongli took the cook and hurried to the door of room 404 at a quick pace. The door to the room opened wide. Zhongli looked at roomie 404, raised his hand, and pointed in the direction of the cook. Sir, the bones are brought to you. After Zhongli finished speaking, he silently took a step back. The cook next to him smiled fawningly. He rushed forward to take credit. Yes, I brought the bones. I boiled them especially for you. Try them. Also, the letter of commendation thing. Before the cook could finish his words, his eyes suddenly widened in horror. For the man of 404, in opening his mouth wide, and eating the great bone in his hand, it also took a bite out of half his arm. This guest is a monster. The cook lowered his head, looked at his remaining half-bloody arm and, my mind was buzzing with confusion. A smell of urine hit me. Zhongli fixed his eyes on this cook, and peed. Zhongli continued to take another step back, hiding away from the doorway. A man's desperate screams came from the doorway of 404. The man struggled for a moment and then went completely still. Zhongli kept her head down the entire time, staring at the red carpet and avoiding the line of sight. From Zhongli's viewpoint, only some red juice fell onto the red carpet, blending in with the dark red of the carpet. Actually, the cook could have stayed dead, as long as he cooks by the book, doesn't toss around any messes, and feeds the 404 tenants, and nothing happens. But offhand, he doesn't want to cook, so one becomes that dish. After all, Zhongli couldn't possibly take the blame for the cook just because of his dereliction of duty. And put your own life on the line. Whoever makes a mistake is responsible. Zhongli pondered for a moment, and by this time, the 404 man was pretty much chewed up. The man ends up spitting out some sinewy bones and yucking them out into the hallway. Burp, the man should have been full. Zhongli inquired. Sir, your afternoon tea has been delivered. 1 to 10 minutes. Please judge me. The man in 404 thought for a moment. Well, 9 out of 10. This bone smells like piss. The rest is not bad. Before the man closed the door, Zhangli opened the door and asked, "Sir, would you like to leave the hotel, please?" The 404 man heard this and slammed the door. His expression suddenly became sad. "It won't work. The elevator won't fit at my size." The man finished his sentence and closed the door with a bang. Zhang Li's mind had an answer. This man, it's not don't want to leave, but can't leave. Maybe controlling a man's appetite will keep him from continuing to gain weight. From there, sometime in the future, one will be able to lose weight and leave the hotel. But the difficulty lies in the fact that men, for some special reason, are obsessed with, must eat like crazy. If Zhang Li advised him to go on a diet, control his weight or something like that, it would definitely make the man angry. But then again, what's the best way to get a monster to shed fat fast? Thin to a normal person? Chapter 107. U001E Zhang Li collected his thoughts. After the 404 man closed the door, Zhang Li did not leave directly. Instead, he bent down to go inside the pile of bones in the doorway and rummage around a bit. She had just noticed something. The elevator card. The elevator card going down was spit out along with those bones. Zhang Li endured the fishy smell, picked up the card, and took it to the sink next to the hot spring pool to wash it. The mirror in front of the sink is labeled Spa Efficacy. The Clear Spring Hotel utilizes natural mineral spring water from Tianling Mountain, which has many therapeutic effects. First, to energize the muscles, prevents hardening of the body's bones and lignification of the body's structure. Second, healthy weight loss, prevent excessive accumulation of body fat, the gospel of weight loss people. When she saw the second one, Zhang Li's pupils dilated violently. There can't be a dead end. So the soaking in the hot springs here is probably the way to break the ice at this level. And Zhang Li had seen the biggest difference between the hot springs in this bizarre world and the real world. It's the length of time it takes for the effects to be seen. A hot spring in a spooky world has an almost instant effect. Zhang Li suppressed his inner elation. She was planning to tell the tenant and put it into practice. But in her heart, she had a vague feeling that something wasn't right. This floor, is it possible to get through so easily? Zhang Li suddenly remembered the third rule of the 4-tier rule. Tenant number 404 doesn't like to take baths, so please don't push him. Why doesn't he like baths? It's because of laziness. Or is it because is afraid of water? A chill rose in Zhang Li's heart. Other than that, combine that with the fact that houseguest number 404 hates seafood, the sense of unease in Zhang Li's heart became more and more obvious. Tenant number 404 is likely to be interested in the sea, in water, or something like that. There's something in the mind. The key to breaking the mold is not to find a way to soak in the hot springs. Instead, we want a person who is phobic of water to take the initiative to go to a hot spring. It's not an easy thing to do. Zhang Li finished cleaning the elevator card with a heavy heart. Then he drew a paper towel, dried the water stains, and left the sink. After she left, in front of the sink, the mirror inside the Zhang Li, but still stayed in place. The mirror man topped Zhang Li's face and straightened his broken hair. It grinned. Seems to be very happy with the way he looks now. A few moments later, Mirror Man gets on his hands and knees and climbs onto the mirrored sink. Creeping again. From inside the mirror. Creeping out. Zhang Li had just come out of the hot spring pool after washing his card. Just happened to run into the new cook. The new chef came out of the male hot spring pool, leaving only a backdrop for Zhang Li. Zhang Li looked at this back in surprise. How it looks. How it's familiar. It seemed to have sensed Zhang Li's line of sight. The new chef stopped and slowly craned his neck over. The whole process is extremely slow. Too slow to be normal. Zhang Li unconsciously tingled her spine and subconsciously stopped her steps. Are you staring at me? The new chef looked back at Zhang Li. Zhang Li got a good look at the new chef's face. Breathing inexplicably stopped for a beat. Because this new cook, surprisingly, looked exactly like the dead cook. More than looking alike, even the eyes are the same. Even the smallest gestures like to walk with their hands behind their backs. Zhang Li's expression was a bit stunned. Instead of answering him head-on, she spoke in a slightly tentative manner. Brother, it looks familiar. I think I've seen you before. The chef in front was silent for 2 seconds when he heard Zhang Li's words. 2 seconds later, the new chef couldn't hold it in and threw back his head and laughed out loud. Pooh ha ha, said the new chef, his shoulders shaking with laughter. What an old-fashioned way of picking up a girl. Sister, it's long out of fashion. The new chef finished, reached out his palm and wiped his greasy black hair. Then smugly, he walked away confidently with his hands behind his back. When he walked, he even deliberately slowed down his speed, as if he wanted to wait for Zhang Li to travel with him. Zhang Li was now convinced that this person and the dead cook were not the same, but these two men are as good as it gets. Same narcissism. Odds are, it will be just as petty. It's best not to mess with him. Zhang Li had just thought so, when he saw that the cook in front of him had stopped his steps. If it wasn't for John Lee's quick reflexes, she almost crashed into his back. My last name is Yang. You can call me Brother Yang. I'm not usually a smoker. Love a little wine. No bad habits. And no family genetic disorders. And still single. Are you? The cook turned back to John Lee. John Lee froze. The cook stared at John Lee with a smirk. Get the basics. Don't worry. John Lee felt that if she didn't say something, she would definitely be hated by this cook again. But it was better to get rid of the man and not offend him when she spoke out. John Lee pondered for a second and said, My name is John Lee. Single. No bad habits. No family history of genetic diseases. Only. John Lee's words paused for a moment. Then he pretended to be nothing and generally smiled. Hey, forget about some things. Don't talk about it. Seeing Jiang Li's desire to speak, the cook became even more curious. He then asked, Only what? Tell me. Brother has a lot of connections. Maybe I can think of something for you. Jiang Li sighed with a heavy face when she heard him say that. Hey, look at it. Jiang Li pointed to the red baby on his shoulder. I'm single and divorced with a baby. My ex-husband is a good gambler, and I'm acting as a guarantor. And a $20 million debt. The cook's face changed on the spot when he heard that. Jiang Li struck while the iron was hot and grabbed his arm. Brother Yang, aren't you well connected? Look, could you please help me raise the $20 million I owe? In the future, I will definitely. Jiang Li was halfway through his sentence. The cook hurriedly pushed away Jiang Li's hand and ran away in a panic. I just remembered. I think my kitchen pot is on fire. I'll go first, big sister. The cook waved his hand in front of him and ran as fast as if he had seen a ghost. Jiang Li saw that the people had gone far away. Then she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Good job, mommy. When it comes to people like that, forcing him away is the best way to get out of it. The red baby also followed Jiang Li, giggling, but hearing red infant's words in the cold, Jiang Li's heart shook. Force him out. Right, it's to force him out. By the usual method of refusal, the cook would have been displeased and it might also continue to pester Jiang Li, but forcing the cook away is different. It was the cook who left of his own accord. The same approach is applied to the 404 tenant. 404's guests are abnormally fat and can't squeeze into the elevator, but the hot springs at the Clearwater Hotel in this bizarre world have miraculous effects. As soon as a fat person gets into a hot tub, odds are that he or she can lose weight instantly, and one of the difficulties is that he is afraid of water and won't go to the hot tub. So is there any way to force him to voluntarily enter the hot tub? Jiang Li's gaze moved slightly as an idea came to his mind. Chapter 108, Artificial Cooling. Night. Jiang Li wrapped up 2 layers of large quilts and sneaked into the operation room alone. With a few drops. Central air conditioning on the 4th floor. Mode shift to cooling. The temperature was also turned down to the lowest temperature, 16 degrees Celsius. The air conditioning in Clear Springs hotels is usually adjusted by the guests themselves. However, the main console can also be operated in a uniform manner if required. As Jiang Li adjusted the temperature, he kept an eye on the movements outside. Right now at this point in time, everyone should be asleep. The change in air conditioning temperature is usually not noticed. The air conditioning unit, which had been tuned up, started working non-stop. The cold air is delivered to each guest room. Jiang Li looked at the thermometer. 404 guest room temperature has dropped, but that temperature isn't enough. Let the cooling come a little harder. Jiang Li wrapped the small quilt tightly and walked to the corridor vent and opened the window. The cold winds of winter whistled in. It blew Jiang Li's face icy cold. Within 5 minutes, the environment inside the building, too, became chilly. Jiang Li saw that he was almost busy. Then he disconnected the electric switch, wrapped up tightly in his blankets and retreated into the employee lounge. In places like the Clear Springs Hotel, where room temperature is constant, the hotel uniformly provides. It's all single quilts. Plus, the temperature was perfect and everyone was not dressed too thickly, so it won't take long for the people on level 4 themselves to freeze awake. Jiang Li stood guard in her staff lounge and waited for about 10 minutes. Then, in the quiet corridor, the sound of a lock clicking was heard. The door to the staff lounge next door was opened from the inside. What's wrong? Why is it so cold? The new chef's grumbling voice rang out in the hallway outside. Jiang Li heard the commotion and followed suit, pushing the door out and pretending to look like she had just woken up. She rubbed her eyes. It's freezing. Waking me up. Jiang Li was draped in the quilt, unconsciously raising her eyes and glancing towards the door of room 404. This 404 tenant, how come he's not frozen awake yet? It's only a few degrees in the winter here. Their clothes and blankets aren't very thick and shouldn't last long. Only 404 tenants have thick body fat. Fat keeps out the cold and is more resistant to freezing than skinny people. I'm afraid it's going to take a little longer to force the 404 tenants out. Jiang Li was thinking about it when the new chef next to her asked her,
Sis, the air conditioning is off in your house too? Jiangli nodded. Yeah, it seems like the power is out. The new chef huffed white breath and froze his entire body. In the middle of winter, he was blown by the cold air in the house for almost half an hour. The chef, nowadays, is almost completely covered in ice. The cook's teeth chattered. I can't, it's freezing. I'm going to the hot tub for a while. The hot spring pools at the Clear Spring Hotel use live water, and the temperature outside, which hadn't reached freezing point, so it didn't freeze. With those words, the new chef was in a hurry to head in the direction of the hot tub. Jiangli looked at the door of room 404, which was still tightly closed. The 404 man hasn't come out yet. Hey Yang, why don't you go check the electric switch? Is it tripped? Jiangli gave the chef an idea. When the chef thought about it, it was true. If we can get the power back on, the room will warm up soon. It also saves a trip to the hot tub in the middle of the night. Okay, I'll go check it out. The cook wrapped up his shirt, grabbed the house flashlight, and headed in the direction of the operations room. Jiangli looked at the cook's back. She wasn't worried about the chef being able to restore the power because she had done a double take. Not only did she pull down the electric switch, but she made a simple circuit shorting device. Even when the cook opened the electric switch, it didn't help. Let the cook check the electric switch, but only to tell guest 404, through the cook's mouth, there's only one viable way to get warm. Hot springs. After sidetracking the chef, Jiangli threw a heart to Red Baby. Baby, think of a way to smash the window in 404. The red baby took the heart and hugged and nibbled on it. He slurred. Mommy, this is too easy. Red Baby uses a weird power to kick up a strong wind. That strong wind, aimed at the guest room window of 404. There was a snap. The windows were blown open and glass shattered all over the place. Not 2 minutes. 404's guest is awake. He squeezed his way to the door with difficulty and pushed open the door to room 404. The 404 man was frozen with rage. Waiter, I want to file a complaint. I want a bad review. This ing. 404's guest was halfway through his sentence. Jiangli closed the door to the guest room with a bang. The netizens in the live broadcast room, who were still staying up late to accompany Jiangli, were all in a daze. Look, you guys, Jiangli, she couldn't take the anger and shut 404's guest inside? Holy, what kind of operation is this? Shouldn't she be leading people to the hot tub? What's this about? I don't understand. Fan, an old-timer in the Chinese intelligence department, is tossed out of sleep by the strange talk at home. He simply climbed up to watch Jiangli live. As a result, as soon as he opened his cell phone screen, he saw the scene of Jiangli slamming the door and shutting the guest inside. Old senior fan thought about what happened last time and had many grievances in his heart. This time it was hard to catch Jiangli at fault. He immediately took out his cell phone and sent a WeChat to Xia Guofeng. Guofeng, something big has happened. You get up and take a look. Jiangli, this young man, is too indolent. She loses her temper when people say something to her. Put someone in the house. Fan old-timer's heart is high. Last time he was angered by Jiangli. This time he said that he would take back a game. The live screen next to the old-timer. After Jiangli closed the door to room 404, feeling the dark, he put his hand on the door number. The original 404 has changed to 414. During the day, Jiangli had seen the hints. 414 men are cranky. 404 men are gentle. The man who just pushed the door out was clearly the grumpy man. Jiangli guessed that perhaps 414's irascible personality was the man's nature, but it may be constrained in some way, forced to be gentle. Door numbers adjusted. The door to room 404 was opened once more. The polite and gentle fat guy showed up. He froze and glanced at the dark hallway, then looked at Jiangli in front of the door. Hello, is the power out, please? It's so cold in the house. Also my window is broken. The 404 man looked distressed. Elder fan, who was watching the live broadcast, saw this image and he instantly reacted to the intention of Jiangli's slamming the door move just now. He edited the WeChat and just sent it to Xia Guofeng, and on the screen in his hand, it also shows Xia Guofeng's side as the other side is inputting. Old-timer fan's heart skipped a beat. He hastily long pressed the paragraph and clicked retract. Xia Guofeng came back with a question mark. Elder fan looked at Jiangli, then at himself, and couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Hey, the later generations are fearful. This old bone of mine, that's really senile. Chapter 109, The Shadow of the Tenant. In the weird world, Jiangli calmed down the 404th guest, and that's when the cook, who had gone to pull the electric switch, wilted and returned. The power's out. The circuits should be fried. The cook's teeth chattered as he spoke, and his face had frozen white. What then? The guests are freezing too. Jiangli deliberately asked the chef. This hot spring thing is, after all, a minefield. It's better to let the chef do the talking so you don't get in trouble.
The chef immediately thought of the hot spring pool when he heard Jianli ask this. He hastened to the 404 guests and gave his solution. Sir, why don't you follow me to the hot spring pool? Right now there are only hot springs. As soon as the chef said the word hot springs, the door to room 404 slammed shut. Article 3 of the 4-tier code. Tenant number 404 doesn't like to take baths, so please don't push him. For tenants of 404 who are afraid of the water, bathing and hot springs are the same disgusting existence. The chef had good intentions and ended up with a nosebleed, only to withdraw his smile resentfully. If you don't go, you don't go. What's the face you're throwing? The chef whispered a couple curses. The chef would have been petty. As a result, guest number 404 slammed the door and completely offended the chef. The chef deflated and had no intention of bothering with guest number 404. Instead, shivering by herself, she trotted into the men's hot tub and, hey yo, freezing to death, freezing to death. The chef is gone, but Jianli couldn't leave. This 404th guest, we have to force him out today. Jianli threw another heart to Red Baby. Baby, make the wind blow a little harder in his house. Red Baby eats from the mouth and takes from the hand. He dutifully used his weird power and another strong cold wind blew. Inside the room at 404, it had been almost as cold as outside. Jiangli returned to her staff lounge. She wrapped another layer of covers around her, then peered through the cat's eye on the door, watching the hallway outside. It's been half an hour, and the tenants of 404 are really resistant to freezing. Froze without a word. It seems that this person is really afraid of water, and has a deep psychological shadow over water. Jianli thought for a second and went to the kitchen to get a dinner plate. She tuned out the space and took out some boneless chicken feet doused in red broth. This chicken claw was left behind by the train copy. It's good stuff. You can pass out immediately after eating it. Jianli carried the plate of boneless chicken claws and went to knock on the door of the 404 man's room. Sir, the kitchen compensated you with a late-night snack and put it on your doorstep. Jianli put down the chicken claws and left by the 404 door. By all rights, these 404 fatties should all become as you are when it comes to food. Sure enough, 404 tenants, even if they've frozen their fingers stiff. Still, he opened a crack in the door, brought in the plate of chicken feet, and took a big bite into his stomach. This time, the chef had finished soaking in the hot springs and was humming a little tune as he emerged from the hot tub. Jianli saw him come out and immediately came to the corridor. She took out her universal room card and swiped open the door to room 404, and the fat man, who had fainted in the foyer. Jianli's expression was taken aback. She rushed to call the passing cook. To send Fatty to the male hot spring pool, you have to get the chef to help. Jianli's voice was anxious. Brother Yang, something's wrong. 404's guest is freezing. The cook stopped and glanced toward the door. Then without a word of humor he spoke. He should. What if the guest freezes to death? Jianli asked him. But the chef was angry at the thought of what had just happened. Good intentions are like a donkey's liver and lungs, and you deserve to die. Bah. Jianli heard the chef's tone and knew that he was still angry. Since going along doesn't work, you have to go against the grain. Jianli thought for a moment and sighed in mock regret. Hey, I've heard that guests of this 404 have a mental image of hot springs. It's better not to go. It's better to freeze to death than suffer, isn't it? The chef's feet lurched. Are you serious? He's afraid of water? A hint of mischief crossed the bottom of the chef's eyes. Jianli hurriedly nodded. That's true. I'm scared to death when I see water. I don't like to take a bath. Not to mention the hot springs. The chef's eyes rolled. He hemmed and hawed. Sis, I think you're right. If a guest freezes to death, it's a liability to chase down the. We can't afford it. Why don't we send him to the hot tub and let him warm up? The chef's eyes glanced in the direction of the hot tub. He signaled Jianli to carry this fat man with him. Jianli deliberately made things difficult. Wouldn't that be good? He's so afraid of water. What if that triggers some kind of mental illness? Gee, what's wrong with that? The chef was getting antsy instead. He preferred the fat man to suffer more than letting him die just like that. Chef, hurry up. If we don't get him there, people will freeze to ice. With that look, the chef looked more aggressive than Jianli. It took him a lot of effort to drag the fat man out a little. Jianli wasn't idle either. Also with the cook, dragging the fat man outside. It was hard to move the fat man outside. How to transport him? There was another problem. The chef was determined to throw the fat man in the water. In short, what the fat man fears, he does. To accomplish this, the cook rushed to the back kitchen storage and pulled out a crate. Jianli and the chef combined their efforts and carried the sleeping fat man on top of the crate. The whole thing went pretty well. 404 of the guests, dragged by the chef and thrown into the male spa pool. Jianli saw that things were almost done, then took the time to go and restore the circuits on level 4. The hallway lights came back on. Heating was restored to all locations. When Jianli came out of the operation room, He saw the chef acting like he had seen a ghost. The chef clutched his head and ran madly from the male hot tub.
Ah, an illusion. It must be an illusion. I must not have woken up. I must not have woken up. The chef, red-eyed and mad, ran into his staff lounge, and after the chef left, a small, thin man with wrinkled skin all over his body. Wetly, he stepped out of the hot tub. The man stepped out into the hallway, his eyes lightless as he looked at Zhongli. Zhongli locked eyes with him and got goosebumps. The skin condition of this skinny man was something Zhongli had seen before. It's an obese person who suddenly sheds the fat inside of but the skin has not had time to contract in the state. Man from his face to his feet, every inch of his wrinkled, drooping skin, all places that were once filled with fat. This thin man is exactly the 404 tenant. Tenant number 404 faced a mental breakdown after coming out of the hot tub. With tears in his eyes, he suddenly fell to his knees in the hallway, tearing his hair out, hugging and crying. Chapter 110, Trying to Replace You. Zhongli saw from afar that, after the 404 man had cried out in pain, dive headfirst into the hallway trash. He was frantically shoveling garbage into his mouth as if he had committed a crime. The mouth was still apologizing. Oh, I'm sorry, I'll eat it all. A 404 man, eating at a rather alarming rate. Zhongli just blinked his eyes, and the 404 man ate a small pile of empty food, and the 404 man's stomach, which had already dried up, gradually bulged again. Zhongli saw that the momentum was not right. If I let this monster eat anymore, I'm afraid it won't fit in the elevator again. Zhongli tentatively stepped forward with a professional fake smile. Sir, there's more food next to the elevator entrance. Why don't I take you there? 404 The man's eyes were blank. He shoved another mouthful of garbage into his mouth, then nodded woodenly. Zhongli walked ahead, keeping a safe distance from the man and guiding him to the elevator entrance. The tenants of 404, on the other hand, had no intention of going into the elevator. He then squatted in the garbage next to the elevator, eating frantically with both hands. Sir, would you like to leave the hotel? Zhongli asked him. The man kept shaking his head, his tone slightly demented. I'm not leaving. Eat something delicious. Does he want to leave? Was a question that Zhongli asked when the man was fat. What the man said was I wanted to leave, but I was too fat to get into the elevator. And this time, the man was so thin that he suddenly changed his mind. The man who has lost weight seems to have a very disturbed consciousness. He didn't even care what he ate, as long as it filled his stomach. Zhongli could infer that this 404 tenant, in his slimmed down state, sanity will be controlled. When you're thin, you don't want to leave. There was only one thought in his mind. Eat, but once a man's weight exceeds the elevator's weight capacity, for the man's sanity is then restored. And at this time, even if he wanted to leave, he was limited by his size and could not escape. So the tenants of 404 will have to be imprisoned on level 4 forever, until finally, completely alienated into a monster. After Zhongli thought about all this, she went to the kitchen. She copied a half-meter-long rolling pin, and while the man was delirious at the moment, a stick knocked him out. Zhongli dragged the fainted man into the passenger elevator. The elevator man in the passenger elevator was an elderly middle-aged woman, about 40 years old. On the woman's forehead, there was a large, ebony birthmark. Hello, send the guests to level 1. Zhongli opened her mouth. She had just finished her explanation to the woman when she saw her expression. Like a twitch, the twitchy, uncomfortable expression lasted a second before the woman curled her lips into another smile. Smiling for half a second, it suddenly became hard again. Two different emotions alternated on her face. The whole weird process lasted 2 to 3 seconds. It finally dissolved into a forced smile. Okay, the woman agreed bitterly. Zhongli gave her a strange look in her eyes, nodded and left the passenger elevator. When Zhongli came out of the passenger elevator, the door of the staff elevator next to him happened to close. The two figures in the elevator flickered. 4-tier. Had an employee leave? Is that the new cook? With speculation, Zhongli returned to her staff lounge. She planned to sleep and recuperate. The positive reviews for the 4th floor have been received and the guests have been sent away. It's the middle of the night again, so the going downstairs can wait until tomorrow. When Zhongli fell asleep, gusts of snoring came from the room next door. The chef is drooling and is sleeping too. The next day, Zhongli was woken up by the 6 o'clock biological clock. After briefly cleaning up, she took the downward-bound elevator card and went for the employee elevator. Zhongli entered the staff elevator. The moment you put your foot in it, the walls of the 4th floor, shaking off a layer of old dust, the dark red light in the hallway, went out with it. Everything original in the 4-story building became corrupt and obsolete at a rate visible to the naked eye. It's like the floor has long been deserted for decades. In the meantime, a seal reappears. Blocked floors pending renovation upgrades. In the staff elevator, Zhongli coldly watched the changes outside, and the elevator clerk in the elevator with bangs stared coldly at Zhongli. Noticing the not-so-friendly sight, Zhongli glanced at the elevator operator. The elevator operator lifted his sleeve and wiped the bloodstain from his mouth. The elevator operator seemed to be clutching something in his hand. It seems to be one ear, a very familiar ear. There were still a few drops of dried blood on the floor. The elevator operator grinned, his tone dripping with a bit of evil hatred. To what floor? Show the elevator card. Zhongli didn't say anything and directly handed the card over. The elevator operator took the card and swiped it with a tick. The floor 3 button lights up. Ding dong. The elevator doors opened. Zhongli raised his feet and walked out. The resentful line of sight behind her didn't slowly disappear until the elevator doors closed. Zhongli picked up a badge in the middle of the corridor on the 3rd floor. She picked it up and looked at it. In the name column above, it is clearly written Zhongli. Give me back my badge. A familiar female voice rang out. Zhongli turned around and saw a face exactly like his own. Only Zhongli's hair, as requested by the hotel waiter, was pulled up high, and the strange man in front of him was wearing his hair. The mirror man looked arrogant as it held out its hand at Zhongli, demanding a badge. Looking at that, it didn't seem to fear Zhongli at all. Zhongli squeezed the chest plate tightly, with no intention of giving it. Or, in exchange, the mirror man pulled out a slip of paper that, waving it triumphantly in front of Zhongli's eyes. Want this? Zhongli's eyes hardened when she saw the note. That stuff is the rule. It took away the rules. What the hell do you want? Zhongli's eyes stared at it grimly. The mirror man covered his mouth and laughed. I want to replace you. Zhongli's spine, sweaty hairs stood up. This weirdo that came out of nowhere is spooky alright. It copied Zhongli's appearance and also Zhongli's elevator card to the 3rd floor. Elevator cards are very difficult to duplicate if you keep them in your pocket, so only the time it's taken out is likely to be spookily replicated. And Zhongli remembers that she once took the soiled elevator card and take it to the sink next to the women's hot spring pool on the 4th floor and wash it. So, this shenanigans was probably mimicking her at that time. I'll give you the note if you give me the badge. Mirror man clutched his chest, lifted his chin and, looking at Zhongli contemptuously, it was pretty sure Zhongli would give in. The badge is an essential thing for mirror people who want to imitate Zhongli at the hotel. Losing the badge means it loses its identity. Hearing the mirror man's request, Zhongli just raised her eyebrows lightly. She squeezed the badge and smiled. It's not impossible for you to want this. Zhongli thought for a moment and walked over to the employee elevator. She said slowly, on the count of 3, we'll put our stuff on the floor at the same time, with Red Baby as the witness. Mirror man nodded. Yes, I agree. Zhongli raised her lips and started counting down. 3, 2, 1. Chapter 11, Cat and Mouse. At the last moment when Zhongli counted to 1, the staff elevator door behind Zhongli opened, and she immediately threw her badge in. The badge landed on the floor of the elevator with a snap. You! The mirror man looked at Zhongli's actions, and for a moment, his blood ran cold. Zhongli did put that on the ground and did not go back on his word. But, the mirror man's expression was tangled. Hurry up. It's your turn. Zhongli urged it. Zhongli remembered that in the staff elevator, the human ear clutched in the hand of the elevator man with the bangs. No wonder her ears always felt familiar. Now that I think about it, wasn't that just my own ear? Or rather, pretending to be your own creepy ears. The reason the one in front of her looked as creepy as she did, the reason why she wore her hair down and, I'm afraid it's to cover up the fact that my ear was bitten off. As for why the elevator man bit off his ear, Zhongli had a vague suspicion. The elevator man with the bangs seemed to hate Zhongli, but probably due to the restriction of the staff rules, she didn't dare to make a move against Zhongli. Therefore, even when Zhongli walked into the staff elevator and stood in front of her, she only dared to secretly hate. Not so with this creepy one pretending to be Zhongli. This bizarre, although it looked the same as Zhongli, there was still a difference in essence. Creepy is not protected by employee rules. That's why the elevator man with the bangs, who put his hatred for Zhongli, venting on this creep who looked just like Zhongli. I guess if it wasn't for the fact that the creepy ran fast and slipped away when he came to the 3rd floor, he might have gotten his life in. Zhongli was sure that this weird power in front of him was not strong. At least it's afraid of the elevator man. That's why just now, Zhongli threw the badge inside the elevator. It's a good way to keep creepy from getting to take over her identity badge without violating the verbal agreement. In front of Zhongli, the mirror man was simply furious. It looked furiously at the badge inside the elevator. Another cautious glance at the Zippy Bangs elevator man who was glaring at it in a ghostly manner. In the end, he only dared to clench his fists and grit his teeth in secret. It was simply too scared to go in and pick it up. Losing your life is a much scarier thing than losing your badge. The mirror man tried to backtrack,
so he bit his cheek and glanced at the witness. Red baby, 4 eyes. The mirror man's vision flinched. Confirmation that it's someone who can't be beaten. In desperation, the mirror man stuffed the note into his mouth in one gulp, chewed it twice before spitting it out onto the floor. Nah, I kept my promise and put it on the floor too. The mirror man would have liked to have stomped on the note a few more times. As a result, at that moment, the lights in the corridor suddenly turned a flickering dark red. There was a sharp beep on the electronic screen in the hallway. The red fluorescent numbers, set against a black screen background, began to sound a frantic alarm. The alarm is counting down from 99. As soon as the mirror man heard the voice, his face changed abruptly. It couldn't care less about the note on the floor and fled the corridor with its legs drawn. In Jiang Li's heart, a bad premonition rose. She stepped forward quickly and picked up the chewed note. The first one was barely legible. Clear Springs Hotel, 3 floor code, Article 1. When the lights in the corridor turn dim red, look for a place to hide immediately. Remember, make sure you hide it before it comes back. Never let it find you. Jiang Li glanced at the countdown. There are now 90 seconds left. Inside the entire floor, the hot tub, the staff lounge, and the kitchen, there are no locks on these 3 places. All other rooms, you need a room card to open them. The creepy one that imitated Jiang Li just now ran inside the kitchen. As a matter of conventional reasoning, a locked place must be safer than an unlocked place. Jiang Li thought for a moment and took out the universal room card. Better yet, pick a room with a lock. And the rules say to make sure to duck before it comes back. Since it's back, it's usually in the direction of the elevator. Even if it were to look, it would start with room 301, which is closest to the elevator. So the furthest room, 320, is relatively safer. Jiang Li ran a few quick steps that way. Take out your universal room card, swipe it, and enter the room. Jiang Li pushed the door and was shocked for a second by the sight in the room. This house is not tidy. All sorts of objects that were thrown about in a messy manner on the floor. Broken glasses, seats with broken legs. It's like there's been a melee here. The only thing neat in the house was the bed in the bedroom. The bed was covered with a quilt. Not a single small wrinkle or hairline. It means that this room is not the residence of that guest on the 3rd floor. The room was cluttered because someone had ducked in here before, and it appears to have been found. Jiang Li estimated the time. The time he had spent hiding now was about half over. Jiang Li walked around the house, eventually find the closet in the corner, falling to the floor. Jiang Li chose the smallest compartment at the bottom of the closet based on her size and dug in. The space in that compartment of cabinets is very tight. No one in their right mind would think it could hide someone. Jiang Li brought the cabinet door with him after he got inside. She crouched inside, holding her breath. Through the shuttered door of the cabinet, Jiang Li could see outside. Within 30 seconds, the alarms in the hallway stopped. It was accompanied by the sound of a high heel clacking. Those stiletto heels, on the red carpet of the hallway. It makes a dull ta sound. Jiang Li suddenly remembered that the 3rd floor was Ms. Song's floor. Ms. Song was the same noblewoman she had met the day she first entered the hotel, buying dog food. That noblewoman's Teddy doesn't eat dog food, but the noblewoman ate it up. At that time, Jiang Li still felt strange, but now that he thought about it, his intuition was not wrong. The noblewoman is the ghost that catches people in level 3 and that in the rules. The real guests on this floor, in all likelihood, are not noblewomen at all. Instead, it was the little dog, Teddy. Jiang Li was speculating. The footsteps of high heels came to the door of room 320. This Ms. Song, she doesn't follow the rules. I'm surprised they didn't start looking at the 301 closest to her. Jiang Li was wondering when an excited female voice sounded outside. Are you ready, baby? Mommy's coming in. Outside the door, Ms. Song played with the silver dagger in her hand. Inside her tone, there was an uncontrollable excitement. Jiang Li frowned when she heard the title mom. The self-proclaimed term mom is, for the most part, said to a child or a pet. And on this floor, Jiang Li had seen very human-like little teddies. So, will become Ms. Song's pet if she catches her? Jiang Li thought so. It's happening right now. The door lock clicked. The door to room 320 was brushed open from the outside. Baby, are you there? Stop hiding. Mommy's coming for you. In the meantime, the door to the 320 slammed shut, blocking the escape of the people in the house. Chapter 112, Women with Curly Hair. Ms. Song, wearing red high heels and humming a little tune on her lips, walked around the house a few times. As she walked, she stomped away from the chair that had fallen to the floor in her way. Where is baby? Our mommy sees you, yo. Ms. Song's tone was gentle as she slowly made her way to the bedside. Seeing a ruffle on the sheet, Ms. Song hit her lips and smiled softly. She could almost conclude that there was someone in the house. Hereat, as soon as Ms. Song lifted the sheet, Her eyes looked under the bed in surprise. Seeing the empty bottom of the bed, Ms. Song couldn't help but skim her lips with a less than satisfied expression. Then he put down the sheet resentfully and straightened up. Her grip on the dagger, which had already tightened, slowly relaxed. Baby, come on out. Oh, if you come out of your own accord, mommy won't blame you, but if she catches you next to the curtains, a piece protrudes. Ms. Song's eyes flickered and she stepped carelessly closer to the window. If mom catches me, I'll be made into ketchup. Ms. Song's eyes flooded with a coldness. She grinned wickedly and reached out, pulling back the curtains with a wow. Behind the curtains, nothing. There was only the window that had been opened, and the cold wind that fishtailed in. Gee, not under the bed or behind the curtains. Where else could it be hidden? Like, closet? Ms. Song's footsteps, slowly approaching the closet. Jiangli held her breath and covered her mouth and nose, not daring to breathe. Ms. Song's clacking heels stopped in front of the closet. She squeezed the dagger and pinned the tip against the closet door. Baby, is it hidden inside the cabinet? The dagger in Ms. Song's hand pulled a long slash across the outside of the cabinet door. She stopped in the middle of the cabinet door and reached out, about to pull it open. And just then, the toilet, however, suddenly resounded with the sound of a stream of water. Who? Ms. Song sounded surprised. She gripped her dagger tightly and stomped on her heels. Tada to the restroom side. Ms. Song pushed open the toilet door. The sound of water coming from the toilet is coming from behind the shower curtain. Through the thin shower curtain in the bathroom, Ms. Song could see the swaying silhouette inside. Ms. Song put her hand on the shower curtain. Hey, baby, hiding in here again? Then mommy's coming in. The sound of water in the bathroom didn't stop. Through the shower curtain, the black figure inside, too, shivered more visibly. Mommy's giving you a chance. Want to come out on your own? The man in the shower curtain didn't make a comment. Instead of getting angry, Ms. Song hooked her lips and smiled playfully. The light in her eyes converted from gentleness to bloodlust in just 2 seconds. Then, the dagger aimed at the black shadow's chest and stabbed in. Ms. Song's body lunged forward as well. However, the expected sound of knife-stabbing flesh did not appear. There was only the torn-down shower curtain, and the black raincoat on the floor. The raincoat, stained with dried blood, was hanging under the shower head. The raincoat wobbled and swayed slightly as it was drenched in water. Running down the corners of his raincoat and onto the ground was some red-stained standing water. Damn! Forgot about the last time I did laundry here and the water stopped. Ms. Song pounced and her hair was still wet. She turned off the shower head in indignation, wiped a handful of water from her face and, blushing hard, he left the bathroom. Ms. Song came back to the closet. Jiangli felt her heartbeat clearly audible. This time, Ms. Song did not open the closet door. Instead, with a face full of rage, he carried his dagger and aimed it at the shuttered door of the closet. Stick a knife into it, once and for all. Each slash carried a sense of trial, as well as hatred. Jiangli curled up and closed her eyes. Ms. Song's knife, as it stabbed the bottom of the closet, the smallest compartment of the cabinet, there was the sound of a plop into the flesh. Ms. Song looked startled. She drew her dagger. The tip of the dagger was stained with blood. Ms. Song did a double take. Baby, so you're here. Mommy finally found you. Ms. Song gripped the knife and stabbed it more and more viciously towards the cabinet. And inside the cabinet, a muffled grunt of pain came out. Ha ha, that's good. So the blood won't get on mom's raincoat. Ha ha. A few sporadic drops of blood splashed through the louvered door and onto Ms. Song's pale skin. It looked especially hideous to the crazed woman in front of her. After a 2-minute-long stabbing session, the contents went completely silent. Jiang Lian, who was watching the live broadcast, had a piercing laugh that resounded throughout the intensive care unit. Ah ha ha ha, Jiangli is dead. Jiangli has finally been killed. I'm not in pain. Nothing's happening to me at all. Malfunction haha. The psychiatrist passing through the doorway couldn't help but stop in his tracks when he heard the maniacal laughter. Jiang Lian, who was in the hospital room, continued to laugh maniacally as she watched the live broadcast. She held her stomach and laughed so hard that she couldn't catch her breath and tears came out of her eyes. Straight from the booth. Ms. Song didn't drop the dagger until she'd zapped the inside to silence. Then she twisted her wrist and took a break. With a graceful twist of her hips, she went to her room and got an unopened bottle of mineral water. Then as soon as it was unscrewed, it was drenched down your face to wash the bloodstains off your skin. It was then that he dropped the water bottle and went to the bloodied closet and opened the door. The cabinet door creaked open. A curly-haired woman covered in dog hair was carried out by Ms. Song. The curly-haired woman's eyes were tired and dying. Ms. Song snapped her fingers. The dark red light of the hallway disappears in favor of a warm overhead light. A player has been successfully captured. A player has been successfully captured. This round is over. This round is over. The electronic screens in the corridor began to broadcast. Zhongli heard the sound outside, pushed open the cabinet door, and got out of the cabinet. The location she was in now was room 318. Just now she had originally gone to 320, but I didn't realize that the moment I opened the cupboard door. And inside, hugging my knees, the poor shivering curly-haired woman's eyes met. Zhongli instantly realized that this room, potentially, was not safe. Not for anything else. Just with that electronic dog chain around the curly-haired woman's neck, Zhongli felt something was wrong. Electronics. Hell if there's a locator device in there. So at that time, Zhongli immediately left room 320. Outside the corridor at that hour, the countdown alarm was getting more and more urgent. Zhongli looked at the balcony next door was very close, so he went directly from the balcony over to the next door. Room 318. Zhongli did not choose a closet in 318, but chose a short cabinet. The cabinets are next to the 320 wall, which also makes it easy to eavesdrop on what's going on next door. If Ms. Song can really spot the curly-haired woman hiding at 320 by locating her, that would mean that the leash is really something. Zhongli came out of the cabinet safe and sound. As the live feed switched back and forth between Zhongli and Ms. Song, when Zhongli flipped the balcony, the live feed switched to Ms. Song just in time. Therefore, many viewers mistakenly thought that Zhongli was still in the room and had been killed. Now that they saw that Zhongli was fine, everyone was relieved. But in the ward, Zhang Lian, who was still laughing like crazy, saw the scene of Zhongli coming out safely. The eyes changed suddenly. She snapped and dropped the remote. The remote control flew out and smashed the TV screen in the hospital room. Ah, why? Little, why aren't you the one who died? Why not you? Zhang Lian cursed as she cried. The psychiatrist guarding the doorway couldn't stand still when he saw this. The doctor brought a nurse into the room and brought Zhang Lian, who had finished laughing and started crying again. Under control, the doctor ordered. The patient is mentally confused and very unstable. Initially judged to have mania. Sick. You're the one who's sick. Let go of me. Zhang Lian's two eyes glared fiercely. She's got a couple of nurses controlling her arms and legs, and now she's acting like a rabid dog. Catch what bites. The psychiatrist was so close that his shoulder was nibbled by Zhang Lian. The bite oozed blood straight out of the mouth. The psychiatrist shook her off in pain. Crazy. Get her to the shock room. The doctor ordered. The nurse next to her was a bit hesitant. Dr. Chen. She hasn't been diagnosed with mental illness yet. It's not a good idea to send it to electrocution, is it? The doctor was sullen. Forget the weird talk of invading hospitals over the last 6 months. It's in the rules. Anyone who bites inside the hospital is treated as mentally ill. Go. Yes. Dr. Chen. Chapter 113, Misadventure in Housing. Zhongli was about to head for the door after coming out of the cupboard. At that moment, the door to room 318 suddenly dripped and was brushed open from the outside. Zhongli's heart jumped. She immediately ducked close to the bottom of the bed. The person who entered the house was none other than Ms. Song, who had come from next door. In her arms, she held the little dying Teddy. The whole way they walked over, little Teddy was dripping blood. Zhongli hadn't expected that room 318, which he had casually entered. Surprisingly, it would be where Ms. Song lives. Oh baby, wait here for mommy. She'll go get you some medicine. Ms. Song bent down and put the blood-covered Teddy on the floor. She continued, baby's wounds will heal soon, once they've been medicated. Be good and wait for mommy. Ms. Song turned to the cupboard when she finished. She pulled a fresh packet of salt out of it, casually tearing open a small opening. He poured out a handful into his hand. The little Teddy didn't seem to have much spirit and didn't even have the strength to resist. Little Teddy glanced in the direction of the bottom of the bed and happened to lock eyes with Zhongli. Zhongli gave it a shh, and the little Teddy lowered his eyes and withdrew his gaze. Come on baby, mommy's going to heal you, be good haha. As soon as Ms. Song's words left her mouth, she took the cup salt in her hand and sprinkled it on the little Teddy's wound. Little Teddy was in pain and had tears in his eyes. It wailed miserably, unable to move at all. After Ms. Song finished spreading the salt, she found the location of the wound and rubbed it hard a few more times. Bear with me baby, the wound will heal soon. Ha ha. Ms. Song let out a strange laugh and poured the entire packet of salt on the little Teddy's wound. White salt, rubbed inside the wound. Little Teddy was shaking in pain. It went on for about 10 minutes, until little Teddy was on his back, not moving. It looked like death before Ms. Song stopped, humming a little tune. She carried little Teddy to the bathroom. The shower head in the bathroom turned on and the water was loud. Zhongli took advantage of this time to come out from under the bed and softly came to the door. Jiangli was just about to open the door when he saw the newly added doorstopper at the foot of the door. But whenever Jiangli dared to open the doorstopper would immediately call the police. This was presumably installed on purpose to prevent little Teddy from sneaking out. Jiangli put her eyes on the balcony. The balcony is the only way to escape now. Jiangli had just lifted her foot to go that way when the sound of water in the bathroom came to an abrupt end. This was followed by the sound of the toilet door being pulled open. It was too late to react. Only the curtains were closest to Jiangli. Jiangli sidestepped and then hid behind the curtains. Ms. Song came out holding her little Teddy after a bath. Little Teddy, now, magically regained some of his vigor. Little Teddy was put on the floor. It stood firmly on all 4 feet before bobbing its head and shaking the water. Jiangli saw from the slit that the wounds on little Teddy's body seemed to have completely disappeared. It's a whole lot different than the way he almost died a moment ago. Maybe the cure for little Teddy's wounds in this copy of Weird Tales is really salt. Jiangli's heart was somewhat shocked. The ruthlessness of this copy was beyond Jiangli's imagination. Little Teddy in a game of hide and seek. But whenever Ms. Song catches him, it's sure to get tossed around. But to save little Teddy, salt must be rubbed into his wounds. Not only that, little Teddy's recovered from his injuries. The presence of the electronic locator will lead to another round of hide and seek. Continue to be caught by Ms. Song. Week after week, little Teddy lives almost every day in a nightmare. It simply cannot escape. Ms. Song took off her wet raincoat and threw it carelessly on the ground, then hugged the dog food on the nightstand and crunched on it. Where are my slippers? Ms. Song took off her high heels and, barefoot, bent down to peer under the bed. At the edge of the bottom of the bed, reached his slippers. Ms. Song put her shoes on and went to recline in one of the rocking chairs near Jiangli. Listening to Ms. Song move, it looked like she had ripped open a mask. Ms. Song is not very good at applying masks to humans. She lifted the mask and pressed the whole thing to her face, and her eyes were closed. Next to the rocking chair sat her dog Snacks. Ms. Song laid leisurely with her eyes closed and her hands unoccupied, keeping Snacks in her mouth. Jiangli saw that the time was right, so he slowly moved his steps and went over in the direction of the balcony. Jiangli had just come out of the curtains and went to the balcony lightly. As a result, Ms. Song's dog Snacks were accidentally touched off by Ms. Song. Snap. Jiangli immediately took a step back and hid back inside the curtains again. Baby, help mommy pick up the snacks. Ms. Song didn't open her eyes or get up. She barked out a command to the little Teddy. A few seconds passed and little Teddy didn't move much. Jiangli glanced outside. Little Teddy shrunk to the foot of the bed and lay on his head, exhausted and asleep. Jiangli felt bad in his heart. Now Jiangli's hiding place, although it was also curtained, it was no better than just now. In front of the curtains just now, there were vertical air conditioners for cover. There was nothing in front of this curtain now, and Jiangli's feet were exposed. As long as Ms. Song opened her eyes, Jiangli was bound to be discovered. Baby come over here and help mommy pick up the snacks. Ms. Song shouted again. Looking at Ms. Song, it seemed that if little Teddy didn't respond, she should get up with her eyes open. Baby misbehaved? How come mommy can't talk well now? Ms. Song sat up, and in mid-sentence, she reached down to the ground in the palm of her hand and, just one more bag of dog snacks. Ms. Song sensed Teddy's response and wrathfully reclined again. Humph, count on you to know what you're doing. Jiangli held his breath as he lay on the ground and was about to leave after handing the lady her snack. I didn't expect Ms. Song to start talking again. Baby, turn the air conditioner on for mommy. Jiangli cursed. Without being able to determine whether the guest to be sent away was Ms. Song or little Teddy, she must never make Ms. Song angry. Therefore Jiangli must not let Ms. Song find out as she sneaked into her room. Otherwise the good review thing would be yellow for sure. Jiangli glanced at the sleeping Teddy, and had to once again harden his heart and go pick up the air conditioner remote that fell on the floor. With a drop, Jiangli turned on the air conditioner. Then, Jiangli quickly slipped outside the balcony and flipped out. Chapter 114, Honey Drink. Jiangli crossed the balcony and flipped from 318 to 320 next door. It was a reassuring walk out of the 320 house. She thought back now to the time when she'd run into the curly-haired woman in the 320 house. 320 The outside door was clearly locked. This meant that the curly-haired woman, like Jiangli, should have hidden inside the house by going over the balcony. Could this curly-haired woman be the real Ms. Song? Jiangli thought so, and the person had already arrived at the corridor. The note in his pocket was vaguely hot. Jiangli realized that it was the hidden rules that had appeared. Jiangli immediately took out the note and checked the rule that appeared. Clear Springs Hotel, 3rd floor code, Article 2. If you don't get caught by it and you don't want to turn into a critter, please go to room 3 ### within 10 minutes of the end of the game and drink the honey drink with the bumblebee logo on it.
Inside the rules, the part with the hashtag coincidentally broken by the mirror man, is simply unrecognizable. Jiangli raised her eyes to the electronic screen in the corridor. It shows a 10-minute countdown. This is the limited time that adventurers need to get their hands on the honey drink. There are still 1 minute left in the countdown. There was only 1 minute left before the hidden rules started to come into play. And, tell Jiangli about the matter of wanting a drink. This was clearly asking for Jiangli's life. It's okay if the note isn't broken. It wasn't broken. And Jiangli just happened to have the universal room card again. Entering the room to fetch a bottle of water was not a problem at all. But the biased room number was broken. Jiangli's eyes went cold when she thought of that damn creepy. That creepy wasn't strong. And there was a weakness in it that Jiangli must find. Otherwise, if it's on top of Jiangli's face, it might piss off one of the guests. I don't know how many more things have to be broken. Fortunately, though, the badge didn't fall into that creepy hand. Otherwise it would be really easy for it to destroy Jiangli and make Jiangli fail in his mission. Jiangli collected her thoughts and quickly ran around the corridor. There are 20 rooms on 3 floors. Jiangli had just noticed that the drinking water of 320 and 318 was normal. It does not carry the B logo, nor is it a beverage made from honey. Excluding these two, there are 18 rooms left. What's the quickest way to find the most special one inside 18 rooms? Jiangli was in the middle of the corridor, watching time pass by second. Her heartbeat unconsciously accelerated. Jiangli's thoughts were organized. One of the 2 most frequent logos in this spooky world is the death skull. The death skeletons are spread throughout the various copies, and the network of organizational relationships is extremely large. Before Jiangli entered the bizarre world, he had heard of this organization, codenamed Ghostface. China's Ministry of Intelligence generally calls it the Ghostface Organization. Another organization, the Little Bumblebee Foundation. The Little Hornet Foundation is at all times antagonistic to the Ghostface Organization, since, in this copy, the Little Bumblebee Foundation is fighting to help the adventurers. A honey drink was provided. That means that the people at the foundation, it will certainly be considered for the adventurers how to get the drink easily. Not every adventurer was like Jiangli, who had the universal room card gifted by Uncle Zhao. Considering the universality, the people at the foundation, who are likely to do one thing, to the door locks, do something. Jiangli figured this out, and there was not much time left. Last 20 seconds left. The skin of Jiangli's body began to have white hairs that were going to struggle to grow out. She quickly ran down the hallway. Eventually, with 10 seconds left, it was discovered that at the lock of the door to room 309, was dabbed with an extra piece of clear tape. Clear tape seals the latch of the door lock, so the door to the 309 is nice to push open. Jiangli pushed her way in and went straight to the 2 bottles of honey drink underneath the TV. In the last few seconds, Jiangli quickly unscrewed the cap of the bottle and tilted her head back to drink. Finally, at the last second, the last drop of the honey drink slipped down his throat. The white hair on Jiangli's body stopped growing. For the next few minutes, Jiangli felt the skin on her body itch. The white hairs that had sprung up on her body shrank back at a slow pace. After finishing the honey drink, Jiangli glanced at the ingredient list. Inside the drink, in addition to water and honey, there's some messed up ingredient that's been added. Jiangli was unable to look away. There were only 2 bottles of honey drink in the room, and Jiangli drank one of them, so there was only one left. Uncertain as to when the Little Yellow Bee organization would restock, Jiangli took the other bottle. As for the creepy one who looks just like Jiangli wasn't worried. Creepy shouldn't mutate, as you can see from the red baby as well. Besides, this honey drink was never meant for creepy. Come out of 309. Jiangli had just stepped out of her room when she ran face to face with the mirrored man who was pretending to be Jiangli. The mirror man was pushing a delivery cart from the kitchen and was heading for the door of room 318, raising his hand with the intention of knocking on the door. It seemed to have an inexplicable obsession with the matter of impersonating Jiangli. In Jiangli's shocked eyes, the mirror man had knocked on the door of the room. Knock knock. Hello, delivery. Worrying that the mirror man is bad, Jiangli immediately rushed over at a fast pace, kicked the mirror man out the moment the door to room 318 was about to open. Jiangli obediently took the mirror man's place and stood behind the food cart. But after reading the Do Not Disturb sign on the door to room 318, Jiangli's brain was buzzing for a second. This weirdness was intent on getting Jiangli killed. If not for Jiangli's timely arrival, Jiangli's bad review would definitely be unavoidable. In the current situation, Jiangli had to come up with a way to resolve this impasse in front of him. Didn't I say, don't bother me, don't bother me? Can't you see it in those big letters hanging on the door? MS. Song, who was still wearing a face mask, took away the doorstop and dawdled to open the door to her room. Jiangli's palms clenched instantly. MS. Song was all upset. What's your work number? I'm going to complain about you, give you a bad review.
The scene was grimmer than expected. It was an indisputable fact that Jiangli had been caught by MS Song. People say do not disturb and get a knock on the door. Whether it was the mirror man or Jiangli himself, this situation simply could not be defused. The mirror man snickered and ducked to the side. Although it had received a kick from Jiangli, it had anger in its heart. But now, seeing Jiangli being scolded, the mirrors are not only secretly happy, it's close to banging a drum. The mirror man consciously hid. It would not be in front of the guests, and Jiangli appeared at the same time, because it was still thinking that one day in the future, it could live in place of Jiangli. So naturally, you won't reveal the little you're a replica. At the door of room 318, Jiangli's temples seeped some false sweat, and her palms couldn't help but tighten. What's done is done, and how to turn it around. Mustn't let MS Song give her a bad review, otherwise this copy, Jiangli would never be able to get out. MS Song took out a book and began to transcribe the work number on Jiangli's chest. I'm going to give you a 1 out of 5 and give you a bad review. Just you wait. Chapter 115, Calling a Deer a Horse. U0010 MS. Song gritted her teeth in anger. Just as she crookedly copied her work number, she intended to close the door at the last moment. Jiangli stopped her. Wait a minute, MS Song. MS Song didn't give Jiangli a good look. What for? Still dare to block the door? Jiangli immediately exported an explanation. MS Song, I think you've misunderstood. This sign hanging on your door. Jiangli stretched out her hand and pointed at the 4 big words "Do not disturb" on the sign, and said in a serious manner, "It says need to clear, sweep. It doesn't say not to be disturbed." Jiangli's operation directly stunned the crowd of netizens in the live broadcast room. Holy, isn't that bull asterisk 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 asterisk? The world is finally having a seizure, ha. The chosen one is having a seizure, and so am I. And this weird talk about epilepsy too. Sis, no, we can't play like this even if we have an awesome aura. Don't panic, don't forget that our sister can't die. Big deal. Send a Jiang Lianlian's life to her. Live streaming pop-ups scrolling through the screen. The experts in the intelligence department, at this time, were also in a heated discussion. What's going on? Did Jiangli discover something special? Did she find out that MS Song can't read? It's also possible that it's a desperate move. Think about it, the situation at hand would have been a dead end. A bet that MS Song can't read. In case it works. Everyone glanced sideways at the big live screen in the conference room. Now MS Song's reaction basically decided Jiangli's fate. Everyone was waiting to see what MS Song's attitude would be. Straight from the booth. When MS Song heard Jiangli's words, she immediately froze for a second and her face became a bit bad. The already uneasy mood of the netizens hangs on. Just when everyone thought that MS Song was going to freak out on the spot, an unexpected scene emerged. Only MS Song removed the sign from the doorway, leaned in close to the text, and looked at it closely for 2 seconds. Immediately afterward, MS Song's face turned red with slight embarrassment. She scratched her head. Is that so? These 4 words, they mean need to be cleared? Jiangli nodded firmly. Yes, MS Song. Jiangli pointed to the 4 big words "Do not disturb" and taught her one by one. Needs, clearing, sweeping. Seeing that MS Song was already convinced, Jiangli continued to fool around. If you don't need to be disturbed, then you should turn it over to the back, and on the back these 4 words. It's "Do not disturb." The netizens in the live broadcast room nearly burst out laughing when they saw this scene. It's unbelievable that MS Song would believe such a clumsy lie. Jiangli looked at MS Song, and the corner of her lips curved up into an imperceptible arc. Of course MS Song would believe it. MS Song is now, quite frankly, essentially a dog. Since it's a dog, it's bound to have a characteristic. Can't read. Maybe a slightly smarter dog could mimic a human and write numbers. But the complex Chinese characters that are popular in China, without anyone to teach them, definitely more or less cognitively impaired. As long as Jiangli takes advantage of MS Song's characteristics, today's bad review, it wouldn't fall on her head. Unsurprisingly, Jiangli was surprised. The deer in the headlights tactic was very successful. It was also clear from MS Song's expression that she had believed it. Well then, it's me who misunderstood you. MS Song blushed and told Jiangli I was sorry. When she finished, she turned the sign over and hanged the needs cleaning side on the doorknob. It's "Do not disturb" now, isn't it? MS Song asked. Jiangli smiled and nodded. Yes, MS Song. MS Song didn't mention the bad review again as she shifted her gaze to Jiangli's food cart. I'm sorry to make you come all the way out here to deliver the food for nothing. You can give me the meal. Jiangli glanced down at the food on the food cart. and his heart was shocked again. That verminous creepy, scooping up food from nowhere. Not only does it look awful, it smells pretty bad too. Zhongli seriously doubted that this meal was bizarrely scooped out of the slop bucket. Song, the food is a bit cold. Why don't I go and get you another hot one over here? I'm sorry, Zhongli laughed. But looking at Song's appearance, it appeared that she didn't think there was anything wrong with the meals. Give it to me straight, it's fine. Song served away the meal. She took those meals and poured them inside the little Teddy's dog bowl. Zhongli saw the situation inside the house through the small crack opened in the doorway. Song returned to the door with another empty tray. Zhongli did not move and lowered her eyes, pretending not to peek. Thanks you go, I won't pursue this. Song nodded gently to Zhongli and, with that, he closed the door to room 318. The mirror man poked out half of his head, noting the movement on Zhongli's side. It had intended to see a good show, but it had not expected its wishes to be disappointed. Zhongli pushed the food cart back. Count yourself lucky. The mirror man followed out and walked next to Zhongli, baring his teeth at him. It wanted to leave after murdering Zhongli, only to be shouted at by Zhongli. Stop! The sudden loudness gave the mirror man a shiver of fear. What did you call me for? The mirror man put on the same menacing tone and asked Zhongli back. Zhongli pushed the food cart and smiled a little. Do you want to go downstairs? Don't give me any trouble. I can take you out. The mirror man's eyes lit up at that. Really? Of course it's true. The mirror man was incredulous. Would you be so kind? Zhongli did not answer positively. She just continued to push the food cart, walking ahead of her, shaking her head in mock disbelief. If you don't want to say yes, forget it. Someone is neither a guest to ride the guest elevator nor an employee to ride the employee elevator. Then someone will have to be stuck here for the rest of their life. Gee, that's pathetic. The mirror man's face suddenly became colorful when he heard this. It recalled its own situation, but it was really right by Zhongli. Not at all. Hey, wait. The mirror man quickly caught up with Zhongli. Actually, I can also promise you, but you have to keep your word. The mirror man stared into Zhongli's eyes. Zhongli nodded calmly. Of course it counts, but sometimes you are needed to assist where you have to listen to me too. Actually, that's fine, as long as you take me out, mirror man whispered. After it muttered to itself, it fished something out of its pocket. The mirror man handed the item to Zhongli. Nah, I found this by accident when I was hiding in the kitchen, so I'll give it to you first. With this, you can take me downstairs. Zhongli fixed his eyes on it. That turned out to be an elevator card going down. Zhongli was ecstatic inside. Thanks for buying into the creepiness. Otherwise, Zhongli would have turned the third floor upside down, and surely he wouldn't have been able to find this card. Zhongli coughed lightly to hide the excitement in his heart. Then with a cold face, he reached out and took it. Don't worry, as long as you listen to me, I'll definitely take you down, Zhongli assured. Chapter 116, Burn After Reading. The mirror man got Zhongli's guarantee. The corners of his mouth lifted, and his smile widened. Then it's a deal. No one is allowed to back out. The mirror man finished his speech and ran off at the top of his lungs. Zhongli looked at the mirror man's back and always felt that it looked a bit awkward. Even though this creepy and himself were wearing the same face, the demeanor was really unlike his own. This weirdness was very much like another crazy self to Zhongli. Zhongli pushed the cart 2 steps, and then suddenly remembered something. She rushed out to call out to Creepy. Hey, who's that? How can I find you? The mirror man, who had already run around the corner out of sight, suddenly burrowed his head out again. It showed its teeth and smiled. You find a mirror and call me out. You can call me. 1037. With those words, the mirror man retracted his neck and disappeared. The weirdness is coming out of the mirror. Zhongli made a note of this characteristic. And this mirror man likes to jump up and down. It seems to be filled with many curiosities about the world beyond the mirror. After the mirror man left, Zhongli also withdrew her sight and pushed the food cart into the kitchen. Zhongli had just entered the kitchen shortly before the note in her pocket showed signs of burning. Zhongli immediately took out the note and checked the rules. Clear Springs Hotel, 3rd floor code, Article 3. If you're unfortunate enough to be caught by it and contaminated badly, the human body can be restored briefly by drinking a hot honey drink for 30 minutes at a time. The rules are followed by several long lines of red letter hints. The tips, all enclosed in brackets. The method of early release of human form is described in detail. However, Zhongli felt that this method should not be used. The human form only lasts 30 minutes at a time. It's too late for that. And how could it be too long and need to be lifted early? But just to be on the safe side, Zhongli still took a look at the complex operation here. Zhongli had just finished reading these lengthy operational steps. I didn't realize that in the next second, the red letter alert disappeared. Then a large paragraph, right under Zhongli's eyes,
gradually faded and, until it's completely gone. Jiangli was slightly shocked for an instant. This lengthy alert message will actually burn after reading. The appearance lasts only a few short seconds. Jiangli thought for a moment, quickly pulled out the pen and paper in his pocket, bit off the cap of the pen, and, carefully, he buried his head and mimeographed down the string of operations. Whether or not that tip message is useful, you certainly can't go wrong by writing it down. The early deactivation of the human body is a very complicated operation. The details are particularly demanding. If you don't write it down, and then recall it after a couple of hours, no one can guarantee that the details won't be off. Jiangli reproduced it as it was with his amazing memory. It was only when she saw the several lines of text that filled the room that Jiangli gradually stretched her brows. Staring at the rules and words, Jiangli's eyes flashed. She thought of the little Teddy on this floor. Using the third rule, it might be possible to talk to little Teddy. If it's confirmed that Teddy is the real MS Song, then getting a good review is a good idea. It would have gone much smoother. The only thing to do now is bide your time, waiting for a time when MS Song is away and little Teddy is alone. The kitchen is located just a short distance from the elevator entrance. Under the guise of working in the kitchen, Jiangli secretly monitored MS Song's actions. Basically, every time MS Song goes out, she takes her little Teddy with her. Jiangli just waited until 6 in the afternoon. Almost time for an after-dinner walk. This time, MS Song was alone, without her dog, and went out with her satchel. She had 2 empty snack bags stuffed in her satchel. It looks as if the dog's snacks have run out and they are planning to go out and make purchases. Jiangli saw with his own eyes that the elevator MS Song rode in, descended from the 3rd floor to the 1st floor. That's what put it down. On Jiangli's side. On the other hand, she had long since taken advantage of the kitchen to put the bottle of honey drink in warm water. It says in the rules that Teddy's drink has to be a hot honey drink. Everything is ready. All we need is an east wind. Now that MS Song had gone out, Jiangli grabbed her drink and immediately headed to room 318. Jiangli took the universal room card and was going to directly swipe open the door of room 318. But the movement froze as he glanced at the note in the doorway. Once the door to the room is opened, the note hits the floor. It seems this MS Song is very guarded. It could be a precaution against someone entering the house, or it could be a precaution against little Teddy sneaking out. However, this note-clipping maneuver may seem discreet, but it's actually pretty easy to crack. As long as Jiangli noticed this detail, then she could, when she left clip the note back in. MS Song was a little wary, but not much. Jiangli hesitated. In order to avoid any complications, Jiangli still chose not to move the door. She walked to the 320 door, swiped her card, and entered the house, then over the balcony and into room 318. When Jiangli came to the balcony, she also happened to see MS Song's back as she walked into the mist, entered room 318 without incident. Jiangli saw the little Teddy in the house, which was being tied by a hemp rope around its neck, tied to the bars of the window. The moment little Teddy saw Jiangli, his listless face took on a glow. Jiangli squatted in front of the dog, took out the hot honey drink, poured it into the dog bowl and fed it to the little Teddy. Facing the intruder Jiangli, little Teddy did not show resistance. He dutifully bowed his head, wagged his tail in small circles, and licked at the bowl of hot drink, and little Teddy's form gradually reverted to that of a curly-haired woman. The state only lasts for 30 minutes. Jiangli glanced at the time in the room and secretly timed it. Are you MS Song? Jiangli opened the door. The curly-haired woman, tears in the corners of her eyes, nodded. You first give me a favorable rating. Jiangli took out a rating sheet. The curly-haired woman took the pen, found the fraction column, and filled in the number 10. Taking advantage of the curly-haired woman's time to write, Jiangli continued. Why are you here? The curly-haired woman's voice trembled and she fell into tears. Inside the impression. It seems like I've always been here, with my master taking me. Anything earlier can't be recalled. The curly-haired woman's eyes were blank. She tried to remember what happened a few years ago, but the more she remembered, the more her head ached, on the verge of exploding. Seeing the curly-haired woman in such pain, Jiangli hurriedly interrupted her. Well, forget it if you can't think of it. It's not important. Jiangli inquired the curly-haired woman. Do you want to go out? Think. Jiangli made an instant decision. Then come with me now. Go check out of the room right now before that person comes back. Jiangli's purpose was to help the guests leave the hotel. As for whether or not the curly-haired woman would, after leaving, because of the locator device, and it was up to the curly-haired woman herself to be found by that woman. The curly-haired woman immediately shook her head when she heard Jiangli's suggestion. I tried, and the only safe zone is the room. Once I leave the room, the alarm will be received on the master's side, and I won't be able to escape. John Lee stared at the electronic dog leash around the curly-haired woman's neck. There's a locator on it. You take it off and drop it in room 318. As long as the locator doesn't leave this room, she can't receive an alarm. The curly-haired woman covered her leash and, with a sad face, continued to shake her head. She wailed, I can't, this thing monitors heart rate. I'll take it off and, the owner also receives an immediate alarm. John Lee frowned. This doesn't work, that doesn't work. If you can't, then kill your master. Chapter 117. John Lee's suggestion was very simple and rough. The curly-haired woman listened without speaking, but she rose from the ground, pursed her lips and took John Lee to a place, the check room. John Lee followed behind, watching her strange behavior. The curly-haired woman pushed open the door to the check room. At the same time, the smell of blood hit his nose. The bloody clothes that had been bitten to pieces at the doorway were displayed in front of John Lee's eyes. Further in, there were all sorts of limbs and broken arms, uncountable heads of. It also includes intact bodies. These are MS. Song's, the imposter MS. Song, who took the place of the curly-haired woman, simply couldn't be killed. Kill one imposter. There will be a second, a third, a fourth. The curly-haired woman ruffled her long hair to reveal her face. This delicate face, now crying with pear blossoms and rain, looked at John Lee fixedly. John Lee saw it clearly now. It turns out that the imposter is mimicking the very face of the curly-haired woman. It strips the curly-haired woman of her wealth, her money, and everything. The curly-haired woman was indeed a real guest on level 3. John Lee lowered her eyes and organized her thoughts. In the case at hand, the guests are getting good reviews, but how to send the guests out is a challenge. John Lee was pondering on a countermeasure, and that's when the afterglow caught a glimpse of the downstairs of the balcony, where MS. Song was holding a bag full of dog snacks, the figure returning from the mists. John Lee's pupils contracted violently, and at that moment, the curly-haired woman's electronic leash, too, vibrated gently. Feeling the vibration, the curly-haired woman's face changed slightly. She immediately went back and plopped down next to the dog bowl and reminded John Lee, "You should go. She's back." John Lee also realized that something was wrong. She immediately closed the door to the fitting room and asked curiously, "Didn't she just go out?" The curly-haired woman explained, "Master never leaves me alone in my room for more than 5 minutes at a time." John Lee got up and headed for the balcony, intending to leave, but in the back of my mind, I felt something was wrong. "You're still in human form. You should be fine, right?" John Lee turned back to ask the curly-haired woman, but at that moment, the curly-haired woman looked at John Lee with pity. "Sure, I'll be fine. It's you who will be fine." The curly-haired woman's cold words made John Lee's heart flutter. "She'll kill you." The curly-haired woman's voice was devoid of emotion as she said those 5 words. "It's like you're so used to seeing this kind of scene that you've seen it all before." John Lee frowned. The curly-haired woman's words had woken John Lee up. No wonder the note deliberately provided a way to prematurely deactivate the human form. It turns out that this copy was already calculated. The human form lasts for 30 minutes, but the length of the curly-haired woman's fall is only 5 minutes. If John Lee hadn't completed the form disarm, those extra 25 minutes would have been fatal. John Lee thought for a moment and immediately went to the bathroom. She yelled into the mirror, 1037. "Get out here. Something's wrong." The mirror's surface, like a wave of water, rippled in 2 circles. "The mirror man comes out of it. Give you a chance to disguise as me," John Lee said. The mirror man's face lit up with joy. "Good, you go to the door. Stall MS. Song as long as you can, and don't let her in the house," John Lee explained the mirror man. "Okay." The mirror man received the order and went through the door of the room and went outside the corridor. Soon, the elevator at the end of the corridor, ding dong, arrived at the 3rd floor. The elevator doors opened. MS. Song walked out from inside the elevator, clutching her snacks. The heels sounded very subdued. As MS. Song passed by the mirror man, she didn't know what she had stepped on and slipped on her back. MS. Song shrieked and fell to the floor. The dog food in her arms, too, scattered as much as it could. "Yikes, are you okay, MS. Song?" The mirror man rushed forward and helped MS. Song up from the ground. MS. Song got up in a heap, covering her knee and hissing in pain. She fixed her eyes on the heels of her high heels, which had broken off at some point. "Oh my god, Miss Song, your knee is bleeding. You quickly stay still. Let me take care of it for you." The mirror man has a high work ethic. It used to be in the women's hot tub, inside the mirror of the sink. I've seen the how guests treat wounds maneuver many times. It came in handy this time. Under MS. Song's dismayed gaze, the mirror man picked up MS. Song in a crossbody, sent it in front of the kitchen sink. It lifted up MS. Song's knee and just cleaned her wound. MS. Song was dumbfounded.
Being picked up like this was something that only she had encountered before when she was a dog.
Where have I experienced this since being human? MS. Song stared blankly at the mirror man and said thank you with a wiggle. In the meantime,
Zhongli took out the operation method of early release of human form in room 318. She cross-referenced the details inside and drew the matrix of symbols weirdly around the curly-haired woman. The solution is cumbersome and complex. At full concentration, Zhongli would have taken at least 5 minutes before it can be completely finished. Inside the kitchen, the mirror man finished flushing MS. Song's wound and then intended to give her medicine. But inside the kitchen, there were no medicines prepared. Thinking about it, the mirror man, who didn't have much life experience, went to the spice cabinet and grabbed a bottle of cooking wine. The moment it opened the bottle of cooking wine and poured it onto MS. Song's wound, the netizens watching the live stream of, all of them were wide-eyed. I'm getting cerebellar atrophy family members at the sight of the cooking wine. Guys, I suspect it's pickled dog meat, and I have proof. MS. Song, I'm a little sick in my body, so I'll get off first. Fortunately, the imposter, MS. Song, doesn't appear to have much common sense in life either. She didn't say no at all, even lifted the velvet gown a little higher. MS. Song's face was flushed. She looked at the mirror man like a dog seeing its master. The expression on the mirror man's face, however, was serious and earnest. It buries its head, pulls out the spices from the kitchen, and a little of each was sprinkled onto MS. Song's wounds, mimicking human medicine. MS. Song's leg, completely reduced to a big pickled dog's leg, watching things go progressively off the rails. MS. Song was the first to realize something was wrong. She hastily voiced a stop. That, I have medicine in my room. Why don't I go back and get it? When MS. Song finished, she got off the sink, dragged her right leg, and headed for room 318. The mirror man had been concentrating on finding seasoning. When he came back to his senses, he found that MS. Song had already run away. Instantly his face went white and he rushed out to hold her down. Wait a minute, MS. Song. Mirror man stepped forward and pulled her back. You have a leg injury. Why don't I go? MS. Song's face heated up again as she looked at the mirror man. You're quite caring. The mirror man topped Zhongli's face and hemmed and hawed. MS. Song thought for a moment and said, then how about this? I happen to be going back to the house to rest, too. You help me over with you. Okay. The mirror man's mouth is faster than his brain. In response, it smiled. No. Chapter 118, can't stop them. U0011 seeing the waiter's resolute attitude, as if he intended to prevent himself from entering the house. A flash of skepticism flashed through MS. Song's pupils. Before she could question it, the mirror man continued to speak. MS. Song, you're so badly injured. It's my duty to take care of you. Don't you move around. I'll get your medicine for you. With these bold words, the mirror man picked up MS. Song again, sent back to the kitchen, which is a long way from room 318. MS. Song's brain went down for a few seconds. The suspicion that had arisen in the first place, after seeing such a frank character of the waiter. Also, smoke goes up in smoke. As she was picked up, MS. Song observed the waiter's eyes for a few moments. Clear, clueless, and even a few wisps of stupidity. It just looks like it can't hide anything. It bore a resemblance to the simple and harmless master she had once been. So this waiter should not be what she suspected? With that thought, MS. Song was placed on a stool in front of the pickup area outside the kitchen. The mirror man put her down and turned to the freezer, burrowing halfway in, looking for ice. MS. Song, your ankle is a little swollen, so you should ice it a little first. I'll go to your room and get your medicine. MS. Song seemed to remember something from the past when she saw the waiter's actions. She said sadly, you look a lot like a friend of mine. Her name was Shui Ping. The mirror man held out a couple of ice cubes and asked absently, well, and how is your friend now? Upon hearing these words, MS. Song lowered her eyes to hide the emotions welling up inside. It's fine now. MS. Song sniffled and laughed a little. Mirror man puts ice on MS. Song's ankle and casually picks up. Friends who can look like MS. Song's, I'm quite honored. The mirror man smiled broadly, seeing the waiter's attitude so sincere. MS. Song felt that her suspicions should be more than enough. From within the many room cards, she selected the one for 318 and handed it to the waiter. The medicines are on the bottom shelf of the nightstand on the left. Please. I should. You're too kind, MS. Song. The mirror man cheerfully got his room card and happily headed for room 318. It swiped its card, entered the house, and saw Zhongli, who was in a state of delirium inside. Zhongli, at this time, was busy. Zhongli has to follow the operation steps and draw strictly according to the points of the checkerboard grid. The shape of the figure can't be wrong in the slightest.
because this pattern is used to attract polluters. This so-called method of lifting the human form in advance. In fact, it is to use some tools to bring together the pollutants in this copy. The curly-haired woman is in the middle of the pattern. This allows the pollution source to accurately pollute curly women. The ultimate goal is to mutate the curly-haired woman's body extremely quickly. Zhongli was now marking all the spots, and hadn't had time to connect them yet. Just saw the mirror man come in. Zhongli looked surprised for a moment. Why did you come over? The mirror man shrugged and walked over to the bed with a big grin, rummaging through his medicines and, I've come to get MS. Son's medicine. Zhongli, how long will it take you to finish? Mirror man asked her. 3 minutes. When the mirror man got his answer, he stopped bothering Zhongli. It found the bottom tier of medicine on the nightstand and walked away with a leisurely hug. A short delay. 3 minutes should be enough. The mirror man made his way back to the kitchen, but upon walking into the kitchen, the mirror man was met with an empty stool in the kitchen. The mirror man froze. It panicked and put down its medicines, and looked inside the kitchen and out in the hallway a couple more times. MS. Song is really gone. Not only has MS. Song disappeared, but even MS. Song's high-heeled shoes with broken heels, as well as the dog snacks that had just been purchased, they all disappeared in one fell swoop. The mirror man panicked. It took out the small mirror it carried with it and sent a message to Zhongli. Zhongli is not well. MS. Song has disappeared. I can't find her anywhere. The voice traveled through the small mirror, to the dressing mirror in room 318, and into Zhongli's ears. A moment later, Zhongli's voice came. That MS. Song just now seems to have been recalled early because of an infected wound. Keep your eyes peeled for the elevator entrance. A new MS. Song will show up. All this information that Zhongli said was told to her by 318's TV screen. The screen showed that at 1807, MS. Song had a traumatic infection. MS. Song was unable to leave the third floor for too long, resulting in untreated injuries. It would eventually be pronounced dead a month later. With the weird power of level 3, Soleil just recycles MS. Song and reassigns someone new. And over here in the kitchen, the mirror man had just picked up Zhongli's Q2. I heard the elevator door ding-dong. The sound of domineering high heels. Once again, tada! It came so suddenly that the mirror man was unprepared this time. So by the time the mirror man tried to get out and screw up, MS. Song was already clutching her snacks and walked past it. Wait a minute, Ms. Song, do you want to go into the kitchen and eat something? The new MS. Song was very high-strung and only lightly swept the waiter a glance. No need. Hearing the refusal, the mirror man decides to pull the same old stunt. It stretched out a foot and tried to follow the example of what it had just done. Tripping MS. Song, tripping is the right way to think about it. As long as the mirror people don't drug their guests indiscriminately, shouldn't go wrong. The mirror man's little foot stretched out. Who knows that this time MS. Song, not only did not trip, but also forced the high heel's heel. Stepped on top of the mirror man's instep. The mirror man was confused on the spot. It is spooky in its own right and doesn't have much pain, but it was true that it had a deep crater stomped out of its foot. Sorry for stepping on you, MS. Song's tone was flat, and she swept a slanted glance at the mirror man. Then he left without looking back. The mirror man looked at MS. Song's back, and now he was completely flustered. It hurriedly took out a small mirror and whispered a message to Zhongli. Zhongli, I can't hold on much longer. Just hurry up and go. 2 seconds later, Zhongli's voice came from inside. I can't leave. You can stall a little longer. There's still 2 minutes left. The mirror man sounded anxious. I can't hold it off. She's almost at the door. Zhongli said, if you drag her down, I will definitely take you out. If you can't hold her off, you'll be stuck here if I die. But, the mirror man looked embarrassed and tried to argue. It's not that I can't help, but I can't think of a way to help anymore. Originally, the mirror man was just low-level creepy and his brain wasn't very well developed. As a result, now I have to do such a brain-burning task that my brain cells are dead. Zhongli said bluntly, there's still 1.5 minutes left. It'll be ready soon, so hold on for a while. MS. Song used to be a dog, so you use that to your advantage and have a good time thinking again. With those words, Zhongli of 318 ended the communication. At this moment, Zhongli was receiving a bowl of white water and placing it in front of the point map on the ground. She punctured the curly-haired woman's finger and squeezed out 2 drops of blood. Blood and water are body fluids and are important tools for identifying who to contaminate. A few drops of blood fell into the middle of the bowl of water and swirled around. Zhongli dipped his chopsticks into the water and connected the marked spots one by one. It's a fine job, but if one line is connected wrongly, everything is lost. Under the high level of mental concentration, a layer of fine, hooded sweat seeped out from Zhongli's forehead. At this point, without Zhongli noticing, a bead of sweat slid down Zhongli's cheek.
The beads of sweat fell in the exact direction of the bowl of white water on the floor. If that bowl of water had been mixed with your own sweat, the pollutant that gathered over there, not only would it contaminate the curly-haired woman, it would contaminate Jiangli herself. Jiangli noticed the sweat sliding down his cheeks, and his pupils instantly contracted. Oops, it's too fast. It's too late to pick it up now. Chapter 119, Revealing the Cloven Foot. A close call. The red baby stretched out his little fleshy hand and blocked the top of the small bowl with one hand, and the drop of sweat, also snap, fell on the back of the red baby's hand. Mommy, you're sweating. I'll get some paper to wipe you off. Red baby retracted her hand, putting the sweat on the back of it and rubbing it on her own shirt. The kid finished and ran over to the coffee table and drew 2 tissues. Then he returned to Jianli's side and wiped Jianli's sweat. Everything happened so surprisingly fast that Jianli barely reacted. She had just thought that if it was really contaminated, she'd have to try drinking hot honey water. Try to see if you can change back again. It turned out that this crisis would be resolved by Red Baby. Hongning stood next to him and wiped Jianli's sweat. Jianli looked relieved. Thanks baby, I'll give you a reward when it's over. Yes yay mommy, I want 5 hearts. Baby Red spread his 5 fleshy fingers and smiled like a thief. Okay, wait mommy, it's over in 1 minute. Jianli added the final stroke to the pattern. Originally a pattern of transparent lines. After completing the line closure, a blood-red shimmering light was instantly emitted. Countless black auras converged from outside the window, all burrowing into the curly-haired woman's body. The curly-haired woman let out a pained and all over her body. The puppy's fur begins to grow rapidly. The next process is to wait outside the hallway. From Jiangli, the mirror man learned that Jiangli still had the last minute and a half to go. It's the only way to end it for good. The mirror man gritted his teeth, and in just a minute and a half, said nothing to let MS Song pass. Jiangli tells the mirror man that MS Song used to be a dog. Mirror man thought for a moment. Since it's a dog, it must have a dog owner. Remembering what the last MS Song had said, the mirror man suddenly had a flash of insight in his mind. There seems to be something connected. MS Song, do you know Shui Ping? Mirror man looked at MS Song's back as she walked away and suddenly asked this. The mirror man's heart was a little apprehensive. It's make or break if we can stop MS Song. The last MS Song said that she had a very important friend named Shui Ping. Combine that with the fact that MS Song used to be a dog. The mirror speculates that the friend called Shui Ping, it should be MS Song's previous dog owner. This is because the average pet dog has the most contact with humans, their owners. As expected, MS Song in the front coldly heard the word Shui Ping. There was a lurch in the footsteps. The sound of heels stopped. MS Song turned back to the mirror man behind her with an odd look. How do you know about Shui Ping? MS Song's tone was a bit aggressive. She seems to be angry. The mirror man could roughly see her emotions. But anyway, it worked, and MS Song stopped for good. The mirror man put on an air of calmness, and under MS Song's stern gaze, slowly walk up to her. To tell the truth, Shui Ping she used to be my best friend. The mirror man's lies come out of his mouth. There's no way around it. Whatever tickles MS Song's fancy. MS Song looked the mirror person up and down a few times and raised her eyebrows. Really? You're her good friend. Then how come I've never seen you before? The mirror man was in a bit of a panic, being asked by MS Song so quickly. As the mirror man was anxious and at a loss for words, a voice came from the small mirror. Classmate. Jiangli prompted it with 2 words. Jiangli's side of the matter is basically busy, and now to do. It's just waiting quietly for the curly-haired woman to be completely contaminated and turned back into a puppy. Taking advantage of the free time now, Jiangli heard the situation outside. She sensed that Mirror Man was being asked and gave him an idea. The communication between Jiangli and the Mirror Man was reached under the effect of the Mirror Man's weird power. Therefore Jiangli's voice would not fall into MS Song's ears. The Mirror Man received Jiangli's reminder. It looked up at MS Song, who looked skeptical, and said in a serious manner, "Of course you haven't met me. I'm a classmate of Shui Ping's, and Shui Ping and I only dated in school." There is no obvious break in the Mirror Man's claim, because both the Mirror Man and Jianli knew that MS Song was probably once Shui Ping's dog. Typically, students do not bring their family dogs to school, so it made sense that MS Song and the master's classmate had never met. MS Song's suspicions were half dispelled when she heard the Mirror Man's explanation. She continued to ask, "So tell me, what kind of person is Shui Ping?" MS Song paced around the Mirror Man twice. She still found the waiter inexplicably odd, and didn't dare to trust him easily. Once again, the Mirror Man was stumped. It forced a calm demeanor, but it was dying inside. The Mirror Man bears the scrutinizing gaze of MS Song,
transmitting voices with eerie power that ask Jiangli for help. Jiangli, I've never seen Shui Ping ah. How should I answer? Quickly save me. Receiving the mirror man's request for help, Jiangli gently wrinkled her eyebrows. Shui Ping, this person. Honestly, she has never seen. Even if it wasn't for the mirror person taking the initiative to mention it, Jiangli, she had never even heard of this name. Meditate for 2 seconds. Jiangli sent out a few words. Tough on the outside, soft on the inside. This universal public notice applies to basically 99% of the population. The mirror man picked up on the cue and immediately hardened up again in front of Ms. Song. It cleared its throat and addressed Ms. Song. Shui Ping. She is a girl who is strong on the outside and soft on the inside. She likes to disguise herself with a hard shell. In fact, do it just to protect yourself from yourself. The more the mirror man talked, the less he got out of breath. There's always a fear of exposure when you've ******* Ted too much. The mirror man was carefully observing Ms. Song's reaction on one side of the room. On one side, he cried and sent a message to Jiangli. Jiangli, have you gotten better? How much longer? Jiangli glanced at the curly-haired woman's contamination level. There are still 20 seconds left. Hearing Jiang Li's response, the mirror man decided to hold out a little longer. As long as Jiang Li didn't die, there was still hope for its future free life. Ms. Song heard this from the mirror man and stared at it silently for a few more seconds. Immediately after, Ms. Song let out a long breath. I didn't think you were really Shui Ping's friend. Seeing Ms. Song let her guard down, the taut string on the mirror's human heart, and follow the slack. Ms. Song recalled the past with nostalgia. Song Shui Ping was very kind and I'm happy that you're willing to be friends with Song Shui Ping. The mirror man's eyes curved in a smile as he followed Ms. Song's words. That's for sure. Song Shui Ping is very nice. I especially like her. The mirror man playfully had just finished saying this when he saw Ms. Song's face steeply change. Ms. Song's eyes narrowed as she squeezed the mirror man's wrist. You're not even a friend of Shui Ping's. Shui Ping's surname is not Song at all. How dare you lie to me? Mirror man was shocked by the sudden turn of events. Mirror man almost cried on the spot. Say, you took the liberty of posing as Shui Ping's friend without authorization. What on earth did you have in mind? The mirror man knew he couldn't keep it from the public and grimaced bitterly. Its eyes averted and it subconsciously glanced in the direction of 318. Jiangli, why not come out? Its side has been exposed. This tiny look from the mirror man was keenly captured by Ms. Song. You're hiding someone in my house, aren't you? Ms. Song was furious. She flung the mirror man's wrist away, her features twisting and contorting in anger. Ms. Song huffed and stomped on her heels, walking quickly to the door of room 318. In her anger, she stomped on the door with a clang. Chapter 120, leaving level 3. A close call. The red baby stretched out his little fleshy hand and blocked the top of the small bowl with one hand, and the drop of sweat, also snap, fell on the back of the red baby's hand. Mommy, you're sweating. I'll get some paper to wipe you off. Red baby retracted her hand, putting the sweat on the back of it and rubbing it on her own shirt. The kid finished and ran over to the coffee table and drew 2 tissues. Then he returned to Jiang Li's side and wiped Jiang Li's sweat. Everything happened so surprisingly fast that Jiang Li barely reacted. She had just thought that if it was really contaminated, she'd have to try drinking hot honey water. Try to see if you can change back again. It turned out that this crisis would be resolved by Red Baby. Hongning stood next to him and wiped Jiang Li's sweat. Jiang Li looked relieved. Thanks baby, I'll give you a reward when it's over. Yes yay mommy, I want 5 hearts. Baby Red spread his 5 fleshy fingers and smiled like a thief. Okay, wait mommy, it's over in 1 minute. Jiang Li added the final stroke to the pattern. Originally a pattern of transparent lines. After completing the line closure, a blood-red shimmering light was instantly emitted. Countless black auras converged from outside the window, all burrowing into the curly-haired woman's body. The curly-haired woman let out a pained and all over her body. The puppy's fur begins to grow rapidly. The next process is to wait outside the hallway. From Jiang Li, the mirror man learned that Jiang Li still had the last minute and a half to go. It's the only way to end it for good. The mirror man gritted his teeth, and in just a minute and a half, said nothing to Ms. Song. Jiang Li tells the mirror man that Ms. Song used to be a dog. Mirror man thought for a moment. Since it's a dog, it must have a dog owner. Remembering what the last Ms. Song had said, the mirror man suddenly had a flash of insight in his mind. There seems to be something connected. Ms. Song, do you know Shui Ping? The mirror man looked at Ms. Song's back as she walked away and suddenly asked this. The mirror man's heart was a little apprehensive. It's make or break if we can stop Ms. Song. The last Ms. Song said that she had a very important friend named Shui Ping. Combine that with the fact that Ms. Son used to be a dog. The mirror speculates that the friend called Shueping. It should be MS, Son's previous dog owner, because the average pet dog, the human that has the most contact with them, is their owner. As expected, MS, Song in the front, coldly heard the word Shueping. There was a lurch in the footsteps. The sound of heels stopped. MS, Song turned back to the mirror man behind her with an odd look. How do you know about Shueping? MS, Song's tone was a bit aggressive. She seems to be angry? The mirror man could roughly see her mood. But anyway, it worked, and MS, Song stopped for good. The mirror man put on an air of calmness, and under MS, Song's stern gaze, slowly walk up to her. To tell the truth, Shueping she used to be my best friend. The mirror man's lies come out of his mouth. There's no way around it. Whatever tickles MS, Song's fancy. MS, Song looked the mirror person up and down a few times and raised her eyebrows. Really? You're her good friend. Then how come I've never seen you before? The mirror man was in a bit of a panic, being asked by MS, Song so quickly. As the mirror man was anxious and at a loss for words, a voice came from the small mirror. Classmate. John Lee prompted it with 2 words. John Lee's side of the matter is basically busy. And now to do. It's just waiting quietly for the curly-haired woman to be completely contaminated and turned back into a puppy. Taking advantage of the free time now, John Lee heard the situation outside. She sensed that Mirror Man was being asked and gave him an idea. The communication between John Lee and the Mirror Man was reached under the effect of the Mirror Man's weird power. Therefore John Lee's voice would not fall into MS, Song's ears. The Mirror Man received John Lee's reminder. It looked up at MS, Song, who looked skeptical, and said in a serious manner, "Of course you haven't met me. I'm a classmate of Shueping's, and Shueping and I only dated in school." There is no obvious break in the Mirror Man's claim, because both the Mirror Man and John Lee knew that MS, Song was probably once Shueping's dog. Typically, students do not bring their family dogs to school, so it makes sense that MS, Song and the master's classmate have never met. MS, Song's suspicions were half dispelled when she heard the Mirror Man's explanation. She continued to ask, "So tell me, what kind of person is Shueping?" MS, Song paced around the Mirror Man twice. She still found the waiter inexplicably odd, and didn't dare to trust him easily. Once again, the Mirror Man was stumped. It forced a calm demeanor, but it was dying inside. The Mirror Man bears the scrutinizing gaze of MS, Song, and transmits voices with eerie power that ask John Lee for help. John Lee, I've never seen Shueping. How should I answer? Quickly save me. Receiving the Mirror Man's request for help, John Lee gently wrinkled her eyebrows. Shueping, this person, honestly she has never seen. Even if it wasn't for the mirror person taking the initiative to mention it, John Lee she had never even heard of this name. Meditate for 2 seconds. John Lee sent out a few words. Tough on the outside, soft on the inside. This universal public notice applies to basically 99% of the population. The Mirror Man picked up on the cue and immediately hardened up again in front of MS, Song. It cleared its throat and addressed MS, Song, Shueping. She is a girl who is strong on the outside and soft on the inside. She likes to disguise herself with a hard shell. In fact, do it just to protect yourself from yourself. The more the Mirror Man talked, the less he got out of breath. There's always a fear of exposure when you've ******* Ted too much. The Mirror Man was carefully observing MS Song's reaction on one side of the room. On one side, he cried and sent a message to John Lee. John Lee, have you gotten better? How much longer? John Lee glanced at the curly-haired woman's contamination level. There are still 20 seconds left. Hearing Jiang Li's response, the Mirror Man decided to hold out a little longer. As long as John Lee didn't die, there was still hope for its future free life. MS Song heard this from the Mirror Man and stared at it silently for a few more seconds. Immediately after, MS Song took a long breath. I didn't think you were really Shueping's friend. Seeing MS Song let her guard down, the taut string on the mirror's human heart, and follow the slack. MS Song recalled the past with nostalgia. Song Shueping was very kind and I'm happy that you're willing to be friends with Song Shueping. The Mirror Man's eyes curved in a smile as he followed MS Song's words. That's for sure. Song Shueping is very nice. I especially like her. The Mirror Man playfully had just finished saying this when he saw MS Song's face steeply change. MS Song's eyes narrowed as she squeezed the Mirror Man's wrist. You're not even a friend of Shueping's. Shueping's surname is not Song at all. How dare you lie to me? Mirror Man was shocked by the sudden turn of events. I. Mirror Man almost cried on the spot. Say, you took the liberty of posing as Shueping's friend without authorization. What on earth did you have in mind? The Mirror Man knew he couldn't keep it from the public and grimaced bitterly. Its eyes averted and it subconsciously glanced in the direction of 318. Jiangli, why not come out? Its side has been exposed. This tiny look from the mirror man was keenly captured by MS. Song, you're hiding someone in my house, aren't you? MS. Song was furious. She flung the mirror man's wrist away, her features twisting and contorting in anger. MS. Song huffed and stomped on her heels, walking quickly to the door of room 318. In her anger, she stomped on the door with a clang. Chapter 121, The Unseen Guest. The curtains on the right side of the balcony shifted the moment the door to the room was kicked in. Who? MS. Song immediately chased after her. Who's there? Orientation to the right of the balcony of room 318, just near room 320. Stop. MS. Song aggressively rolled over the balcony and chased her to room 320. Jiangli hid behind a corner, observing MS. Song go in the opposite direction and retracting her gaze. Relief. She had long guessed that MS. Song was suspicious. That's why Jiangli deliberately pulled and tugged on the curtains on the right side of room 318 when he got away. Create the illusion that you are running to 320. And actually the position Jiangli was in room 316 to the left of room 318. Jiangli searched the people in the 320 house while MS. Song was still stranded. She immediately opened the door and went out, switching back with the mirror man in the hallway. The mirror man's mission was successfully completed, and he slipped away in a beautiful mood. Red infant, you hide it first. Jiangli threw those 5 hearts to red infant. The red baby obediently hid its form. And 318 the house. Little Teddy was hanging his head and licking the water stains on the floor. Since Jiangli not only had to clean up the water bowls and chopsticks before escaping, you also need to wipe away patterns and dry water stains on the floor. With just a few seconds to spare, it's very tight and not every spot is scrubbed so carefully. So little Teddy took advantage of the fact that MS. Song hadn't come back, and put those tiny watermarks that all licked clean and took care of the remaining details. After getting this done, little Teddy purposely turned back and glanced at Jiangli in the doorway. It looked as if it was saying that it wanted to get out. Please be sure to take it out. Jiangli gently nodded and returned a look. And that's when MS. Song came out of room 320. She slammed the door to her room and headed straight for Jiangli. Say, where did the person hide? MS. Song glared at Jiangli and roared madly. Her instincts couldn't be wrong. She was sure that the waiter always tried to stall her and must have had something in mind. In the face of MS. Song's questioning, Jiangli just smiled bashfully. You're overreacting, MS. Song, we're the only 2 people on this floor. How can there be a third person when I'm with you all the time? There was no break in Jiangli's statement. On this 3rd floor, apart from the 2 of them, there wasn't even a cook for cooking. Level 3, unlike level 4, had a guest who ate a lot. On the 3rd floor, there was basically nothing to eat. Guests like MS. Sung are dog food oriented, and for each of Jiangli's meals, a co-worker came and delivered them. In this case, except for 2 big living people, Jiangli and MS. Song, it's true that you can't find a third person. MS. Song held her tongue for a while, unable to find the words to retort. Humph, don't let me catch you. MS. Song half smiled her eyes and put down a vicious sentence. With that, he went inside and slammed the door with a bang. Jiangli turned to leave. An impish grin hung on her face. The way out. Found it. Jiangli tucked his hand into his pocket, playing with the small remote control inside. Earlier, the curly-haired woman said she'd set off the alarm by leaving room 318. She removes the electronic leash, which also sets off the alarm. Seemingly seamless, but in fact, here, there are loopholes. This alarm that the curly-haired woman speaks of is an outward, audible sound, because this siren is meant to be used not only to alert MS. Song, but also to deter the curly-haired woman. Warn her to stay put. But in one case, the alarm will not sound. That's when MS. Song takes little Teddy out. Today, Jiangli was in the kitchen watching for little Teddy on the loose. Seen MS. Song go out several times. Inside those times, MS. Song didn't bring little Teddy, except for the last time. The rest of the time it's all about taking little Teddy out with us. At that time, little Teddy left room 318 but still didn't set off the alarm. This means that kind of alarm sound can be eliminated. It's impossible for a copy to completely block the path. So this place was the exit that the copy left for Jiangli. Originally, at that time, Jiangli still felt sorry that Miss Song went out of the house. Always bringing little Teddy along with him caused Jiangli to never wait for a chance for the puppy to fall off the wagon. Now that I think about it, it is these seemingly useless things that conceal the copy's solution to the problem. A few minutes ago, Jiangli hadn't been idle while waiting for the curly-haired woman to be contaminated. She went rummaging through a lot of cabinets. I eventually found this mini remote in the 318 checkroom. Each body in the checkroom was paired with a remote control. It means that this remote control is definitely an important prop for MS. Song. Lots of bodies and lots of remotes. Zhongli taking one of them would not alert MS. Song. Zhongli put his hand in his pocket and pressed the alarm mute button on the remote control. The next thing to do was just wait for MS. Song to fall asleep and little Teddy to slip out. Zhongli walked to the middle of the corridor and turned into room 309. Once inside, the 2 bottles of honey drink underneath the TV set stood out. The goods have been restocked. Zhongli smoothly collected the 2 bottles of drinks and took another dressing mirror before turning to leave the room. Outside the window, the night was getting darker. Zhongli waited in the kitchen for a long time before little Teddy finally came. It wagged its tail at Zhongli, its eyes shining brightly. Zhongli brought the hot honey drink to the little Teddy to drink. Little Teddy finished his drink, reverted to his human form, quickly opened the passenger elevator door, and left the 3rd floor. And on Zhongli's side, he also called for mirrors. Zhongli took the dressing mirror and signaled the mirror man to hide inside it. Then, Zhongli wore her hair down so that both of them looked the same inside and outside the mirror. Mirror man followed Zhongli's instructions and learned Zhongli's every move inside. The employee elevator dings and stops on the 3rd floor. Zhongli took the vanity mirror and walked into the elevator. Zhongli had just entered the elevator, and behind him, on the 3rd floor, order began to crumble. In the brightly lit corridor, the lights went out one after another with a dozen pops. Those delicate and sturdy carved wooden doors in the building also slowly became old and rotten and tattered. Thick wall plaster fell from the walls of the hallway, puffing up a cloud of raised dust. The only real little Teddy on this abandoned floor, sleeping alone on a concrete floor. Little Teddy seems to be having some kind of nightmare. It clung to its owner's picture in its arms, refusing to let go or wake up. The seal on the 3rd floor reappeared, blocking the way to the outside of the elevator. Blocked floors pending renovation upgrades. In the staff elevator, the woman with bangs next to Zhongli was staring at Zhongli with a deadly glare. It was as if he wanted to eat Zhongli alive. How many floors to go? Give me the card. The woman with the bangs had a hard tone and, but still performs the duties of an elevator man. Zhongli swept her a glance and handed out the card. The elevator card drops and the button for the 2nd floor lights up. Zhongli stared intently at the floor display, the vanity mirror in her hand. Seemingly casually to himself. The woman with the bangs turned sideways and glanced inside the mirror. Inside that, was a face just like Zhongli's. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary, so the elevator operator averted his eyes. After the woman with the bangs moved her eyes away, Mirror Man snickered a little in the vanity mirror. The elevator numbers go down. From 3 to 2. Ding dong. The elevator doors opened. Zhongli led the mirror people and walked out from the staff elevator. Chapter 122, Not a Guest. Zhongli raised her eyelids and glanced at the corridor on the 2nd floor. Clear Springs Hotel. 2nd floor code Article 1. There is only one guest on this floor. Room number 206. The rest of the rooms are vacant. Having said that, Zhongli glanced over. Now, with the exception of room 206, the rest of the room seems to be inhabited by unseen things as well. Some of them were frantically twisting the doorknobs, making them creak. There was no sign of stopping. Some of them swiped their cards, pushed the door open with a squeak, and close it with a bang. Repeat the action of opening and closing the door. During this time, the sound of footsteps walking up and down the corridor kept appearing. Listen carefully, and there is the movement of people lowering their voices and rustling small conversations. It felt like the whole corridor was bustling with activity, but when you looked around, it was empty. The whole picture is indescribably bizarre. Zhongli gripped the note tightly and took in the hallway. A few moments later, she lowered her eyes and thought for a second. The joints of her index fingers shook gently. Zhongli suddenly remembered something, and she raised her eyes violently. Quickly, open the elevator door for me. I'll say it one last time. Do you hear me or not? Open the door for me, open the door, open the door. The unseen girl kicked at the door of the passenger elevator, and the urgency of her voice grew more and more urgent. It looked like the girl's emotions were, at any moment, threatening to get out of control. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd of netizens in the live broadcast room, Zhongli took a step and, toward the invisible girl. I'll go. Is the girl really a guest? Zhongli saw it so quickly. You're kidding. How can you judge when there's no information whatsoever? I'm betting on a small pack of chorizo. The chosen one is absolutely blind. Spirit of heaven, spirit of earth, bless us chosen ones to win this one. Straight from the booth. Zhongli followed the voice and walked up to the girl. Hello, could you please show your room card to make sure you are a guest on our floor? Zhongli said and extended his palm, signaling the girl to put down her room card. The audience in the live broadcast room froze for a moment when they saw such a situation. The pop-up section, this time, is really blowing up. Help! I thought the chosen one judged it, but it turns out she doesn't know either. It's purely a gamble. Folks, in case the girl isn't a 206 guest, Then won't Jianli be hiccuped? Families, is the chosen one dead? I'm afraid to look, weeping. Jianli, without judging whether the girl was a guest or not, just strike up a conversation with it and something is likely to happen. It's fine that the girl is a 206 roomer. Jianli and the guest will be fine with each other. But if the girl is not a 206 tenant, then this approach of Jianli's, undoubtedly, they are rushing to their deaths. Some of the netizens turned a blind eye and kept waiting in front of the live broadcast for a long time. However, the expected chosen one's death notice did not appear. Could Jianli's luck really be so good? This invisible girl that, it happens to be tenant number 206? How else could one explain that nothing had happened to Jianli now? Just as the netizens were filled with suspicion, the crowd saw in Jianli's hand, was put into a room card. The camera cuts in close for a close-up of the room card. The numbers on top of that room card were clearly presented to the public. It should be 206 correct, or the situation doesn't make any sense at all. But the moment the netizens saw the room card, everyone's face went white. Each sucked in a breath of cold air. It's over. 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 Jianli missed the mark. But why isn't she dead yet? There doesn't seem to be any sign of contamination either. Upstairs, I don't know. I'm running out of brains, dumbfounded. Straight from the booth, Jianli saw the number on the room card and smiled calmly. I'm sorry ma'am, this room card doesn't belong to our hotel. Excuse me. Jianli put the room card next to the intelligent machine, and then directly turned around and left. Red Baby thought it was strange. Mommy, it's not guest number 206, so why didn't you die when you struck up a conversation with it? Although Red Baby could not read, he used his weird power to take the note and input to the brain in the form of speech. That's why he can't understand what's going on. At the moment, with the current situation, Jianli smiled and pinched his fleshy cheeks. Of course it won't die baby. The rules say that mommy can't respond to non-guest requests. Did mommy just respond? I'm sorry, Jianli said. Article 4 of the 2-tier code. You may not respond to requests from non-guests. Please keep this in mind. What Jianli had just done was indeed talking to a non-guest, but there wasn't a single sentence throughout that responded to the non-guest request. The girl's request, open the elevator door for it. The netizens in the live stream froze for 2 seconds. After realizing what was going on, he felt enlightened. Well, so that's how it works? Well, I admit thee is a little smarter than I am. The chosen one's brain spun and found a hole. I had a brainwave and found a hole. Jianli left through the elevator entrance. She went straight into the employee lounge, closed the door, laid down, and went to sleep. Outside the window at this time, the night was deep. The hotel at midnight, though it could not be said to be much safer. But now Jianli, it does need to be refreshed and get a good night's sleep. Jianli had just laid down not too long ago. The noise outside, then, grew progressively louder. There were small children running around and screaming outside with their parents yelling after them. There are those who play music and just play their guitars and let their throats sing. Some of them were even carrying pots and pans specially provided for the superior suites of the Clear Spring Hotel. It was clanging in the corridor, disturbing people. What's even weirder is that there are some people claiming to be Jianli's mom and dad. She kept screaming daughter, daughter, daughter and knocking on the door. Outside the door of the parents waited for a long time. See, Jianli did not take care of them, anxious to clang the door. It also seems to be trying to break in. These weird things, they should be trying to use tactics of attrition. The intention was to make Jianli sleepless as a way to drain Jianli's spirit. In the long run, Jianli's spirit was atrophied when she did things, and her brain couldn't keep up. Then something will happen to her sooner or later. Those things miscalculated a bit though. Jianli's sleep is not normally good. Jianli was nervous at all times during the day, and at night, she almost fell asleep when she touched the bed. Along with those loud noises, Jianli quickly fell into a state of sleep. After falling asleep, Jianli vaguely dreamed. She dreamed that she got out of bed in a confused state, opened the door, and walked out. Outside the door, the two people who claimed to be Jianli's mom and dad, it was looking at Jianli blankly with bright red tears of blood streaming from both eyes. And there are so many people in the hallway. Everyone is going about their business. The only thing they have in common is that everyone's face is chapped and bloodied. These things heard the commotion of Jianli opening the door and coming out, so they turned their heads at the same time and, with bloody eyes, he looked at Jianli who walked out of the room. Chapter 123 Window Closing Fiasco. Inside the noisy corridor, it suddenly quieted down. Time seemed to stand still. Jianli arrived at the door of room 206 against the strange gazes of the crowd. Jianli's hand, I do not know when more than a checkout sign. She took the list, raised her hand, and knocked on the door. Hello, checkout service.
Jiang Li knocked 3 times repeatedly. The door to 206 creaked open. From inside the doorway, a bloody face peeked out. It was a face that looked like it had been smashed to pieces with a hammer. The features soft and rotting, mixed with blood and mush. "Hello, I've come all the way to check out for you." Jiang Li revealed a professional smile. No retreat. The thing in the room opened its already deformed mouth and let out a cold voice. 206's guest was about to close the door after saying that. Jiang Li saw that she was going to be rejected. Immediately press hard against the door of the house. Jiang Li tried her best to persuade. "Hello, your room has expired. Please check out." But what's inside appears to be enraged. It stretched out its blood-stained claws, gripped Jiang Li's collar, and yanked hard. Jiang Li was caught inside by it. The door to room 206 closed with a bang. Jiang Li's eyes snapped open. Waking up from her sleep, her heart raced and she took a few big, ragged breaths. What a strange feeling. How can I dream like this? Jiang Li could feel that all the clothes on her body were soaked, and when the wind blew, it was frighteningly cold. Fixing his eyes again, he saw before himself, surprisingly, the door to room 206. Jiang Li was standing, and had raised his hand and was about to knock on the door. Is she sleepwalking? Jiang Li hurriedly retracted his right hand that was about to knock on the door. There was a cold wind blowing on his body, and Jiang Li glanced sideways. At the end of the empty corridor, the glass windows welded with protective mesh. It was opened at some point. The cold winter wind blew into the corridor, hitting Jiang Li's sweaty clothes. A shiver ran down his spine. Outside the window, the night was like ink. Jiang Li glanced at the electronic screen hanging in the corridor. It shows that the time is now 4 a.m. sharp. Go close the window. A soft female voice rang out from a position close to Jiang Li's right ear. Jiang Li looked towards the right side. There was no one. I'm not asking you. I'm reminding you. The female voice rang out next. Only this time, the voice was switched from the position of the right ear to Jiang Li's left ear. This girl who was talking to Jiang Li was different from the girl Jiang Li had met when she exited the elevator. The girl at the elevator door had a grumpy, brisk voice and a rougher timbre. And this time, the girl who reminded Jiang Li's voice was petite, with a few hints of crying. Don't ask why. Listen to me or you'll regret it. The more the girl spoke, the more choked up the voice became. Jiang Li hesitated and walked quickly towards the window. Since it wasn't a request, whether the girl was guest number 206 or not, she should be fine. Jiang Li went over to close the window on the way, always inside the empty corridor, stumbled into something odd. You kicked me, a fat man said. You be careful, don't step on my doll, a child yelled along. All of these people, it seemed, were lying down inside the corridor, sleeping upside down. Jiang Li was very uneventful all the way over there. She stumbled through the long hallway to the window. The window opened toward the inside of the hallway. Jiang Li gripped the edge of the window and quickly pushed it out and closed it. She pressed against the window door and was about to drop the lock. And just then, a powerful cold wind, wrapped in a black aura of, it crashed in with a whistling sound. That black wind came quite violently, toppling the window, not to mention that even Jiang Li, such a big person, both were blown out and fell a dozen meters away. If it weren't for the physical damage transferred to Jiang Lianlian, at this point, Jiang Li, I'm afraid I'd have broken my bones long ago. Jiang Li propped her hand on the carpet and got up from the ground. It was then that she realized that her fingers, now, were becoming slightly more transparent. Is there something wrong with this black wind? Transparent, which means no face recognition. Jiang Li subconsciously twisted her head and looked over towards the elevator entrance. In front of the door of the staff elevator, the up and down buttons. I don't know when it has disappeared. All that is left behind is a cold face recognition machine. Now that employees ride the elevator, they've switched to face recognition too? If Jiang Li's body, like 206's guest, became completely transparent, then, not to mention how to send the guests away, Jiang Li's own ability to go out was a problem. Jiang Li instantly reacted. No matter what, this black wind should never continue to blow. Jiang Li looked back and forth. The location where he fell out was very close to the staff lounge. Jiang Li's first reaction was to immediately hide inside. Jiang Li ran to the door of the employee lounge and frantically turned the doorknob. But no matter how Jiang Li tossed and turned, the door to the room just wouldn't open. It's no use. We can't even get back after 4. The ethereal female voice that. It rang in Jiang Li's ears again. Jiang Li looked up at the hallway window. That place? There was still a steady stream of black wind pouring in. There's no other way. The window must be closed. Jiang Li's eyes hardened. She tried to go against the black wind, in the direction of the window, but every time she managed to get to the window, she was met by an even stronger black wind that. It blew Jiang Li back again, and at the same time, the palm part of Jiang Li's hand was close to 90% transparent. It can't be delayed any longer. John Lee had to come up with a plan as soon as possible, smoothly walking over to the window and closing the glass window, blocking the invasion of the black wind. Right now, John Lee's weight was too light and the wind was too strong to pass. If the chosen one at this level is a fat ass, then he runs over and closes the window. Definitely much easier than John Lee. But now, in this situation, the chosen one could only be John Lee herself. Where is she going to find some ready-made fat guy? Wait a minute. John Lee suddenly raised her eyes. A ready-made fat man. Isn't there one in this hallway? Just now, when John Lee first went over to close the window, he also happened to kick the fat man. John Lee searched roughly according to the location in his memory. She braced herself against the wall and kicked twice at the mass of air. Sure enough, the fat man spoke. You kicked me again. The fat guy sounded kind of stupid and gives off a very naive vibe. Combined with this naive character of fatty, John Lee pondered for a second, then spoke seriously. Sir, sorry to interrupt. There's been a report that you've been scribbling on top of the windowsill in the hallway. Is it true that you write visit here, please? The fat man froze, and his voice suddenly became aggrieved. I didn't Who said so about me? I never scribble that. The fat man seems to believe it. John Lee smiled faintly and took the opportunity to fan the flames. Sir, while it is true that the name on there is yours, I'm sure that you didn't mean it. Hearing that the wrongful accusation had been put on his head, the fat man became angry on the spot. It can't be. The name on that is definitely not mine. Someone must have wronged me. Fatty is furious. John Lee became bitter. Really? I don't believe it. Fatty Bean got up from the ground, grabbed John Lee's arm, and headed for the window in a huff. I'm going to prove to you right now that name, it's definitely not me, Fatty said. Chapter 124 Weird Props. Inside the noisy corridor, it suddenly quieted down. Time seemed to stand still. John Lee arrived at the door of room 206 against the strange gazes of the crowd. John Lee's hand. I do not know when more than a checkout sign. She took the list, raised her hand, and knocked on the door. Hello, checkout service. John Lee knocked 3 times repeatedly. The door to 206 creaked open. From inside the doorway, a bloody face peeked out. It was a face that looked like it had been smashed to pieces with a hammer. The features soft and rotting, mixed with blood and mush. Hello, I've come all the way to check out for you. John Lee revealed a professional smile. No retreat. The thing in the room opened its already deformed mouth and let out a cold voice. 206's guest was about to close the door after saying that. John Lee saw that she was going to be rejected. Immediately press hard against the door of the house. John Lee tried her best to persuade. Hello, your room has expired. Please check out. But what's inside appears to be enraged. It stretched out its blood-stained claws, gripped John Lee's collar, and yanked hard. John Lee was caught inside by it. The door to room 206 closed with a bang. John Lee's eyes snapped open. Waking up from her sleep, her heart raced and she took a few big, ragged breaths. What a strange feeling. How can I dream like this? John Lee could feel that all the clothes on her body were soaked, and when the wind blew, it was frighteningly cold. Fixing his eyes again, he saw before himself, surprisingly, the door to room 206. John Lee was standing, and had raised his hand and was about to knock on the door. Is she sleepwalking? John Lee hurriedly retracted his right hand that was about to knock on the door. There was a cold wind blowing on his body, and John Lee glanced sideways. At the end of the empty corridor, the glass windows welded with protective mesh. I don't know what was opened. The cold winter wind blew into the corridor, hitting John Lee's sweaty clothes. A shiver ran down his spine. Outside the window, the night was like ink. John Lee glanced at the electronic screen hanging in the corridor. It shows that the time is now 4 a.m. sharp. Go close the window. A soft female voice rang out from a position close to John Lee's right ear. John Lee looked towards the right side. There was no one. I'm not asking you. I'm reminding you. The female voice rang out next. Only this time, the voice was switched from the position of the right ear to John Lee's left ear. This girl who was talking to John Lee was different from the girl John Lee had met when she exited the elevator. The girl at the elevator door had a grumpy, brisk voice and a rougher timbre. And this time, the girl who reminded John Lee's voice was petite, with a few hints of crying. Don't ask why. Listen to me or you'll regret it. The more the girl spoke, the more choked up the voice became. John Lee hesitated and walked quickly towards the window. Since it wasn't a request, whether the girl was guest number 206 or not, she should be fine. John Lee went over to close the window on the way, always inside the empty corridor, stumbled into something odd. You kicked me, a fat man said. You be careful, don't step on my doll, a child yelled along. All of these people, it seemed, were lying down inside the corridor, sleeping upside down. John Lee was very uneventful all the way over there. She stumbled through the long hallway to the window. The window opened toward the inside of the hallway.
Jiangli gripped the edge of the window and quickly pushed it out and closed it. She pressed against the window door and was about to drop the lock. And just then, a powerful, cold wind, wrapped in a black, it crashed in with a whistling sound. That black wind came quite violently, toppling the window, not to mention that even Jiangli, such a big person, both were blown out and fell a dozen meters away. If it weren't for the physical damage transferred to Jiang Lianlian, at this point, Jiangli, I'm afraid I'd have broken a bone long ago. Jiangli propped her hand on the carpet and got up from the ground. It was then that she realized that her fingers, now, were becoming slightly more transparent. Is there something wrong with this black wind? Transparent, which means no face recognition. Jiangli subconsciously twisted her head and looked over towards the elevator entrance. In front of the door of this staff elevator, the up and down buttons, it's gone at the moment. All that is left behind is a cold face recognition machine. Now that employees ride the elevator, they've switched to face recognition too? If Jiangli's body, like 200 in SAXS guest, became completely transparent, then, not to mention how to send the guests away, Jiangli's own ability to go out was a problem. Jiangli instantly reacted. No matter what, this black wind should never continue to blow. Jiangli looked back and forth. The location where he fell out was very close to the staff lounge. Jiangli's first reaction was to immediately hide inside. Jiangli ran to the door of the employee lounge and frantically turned the doorknob. But no matter how Jiangli tossed and turned, the door to the room just wouldn't open. It's no use. We can't even get back after 4. The ethereal female voice that. It rang in Jiangli's ears again. Jiangli looked up at the hallway window. That place? There was still a steady stream of black wind pouring in. There's no other way. The window must be closed. Jiangli's eyes hardened. She tried to go against the black wind, in the direction of the window, but every time she managed to get to the window, she was met by an even stronger black wind that. It blew Jiangli back again, and at the same time, the palm part of Jiangli's hand was close to 90% transparent. It can't be delayed any longer. Jiangli had to come up with a plan as soon as possible, smoothly walking over to the window and closing the glass window, blocking the invasion of the black wind. Right now, Jiangli's weight was too light and the wind was too strong to pass. If the chosen one at this level is a fat ass, then he runs over and closes the window. Definitely much easier than Jiangli. But now, in this situation, the chosen one could only be Jiangli herself. Where is she going to find some ready-made fat guy? Wait a minute. Jiangli suddenly raised her eyes. A ready-made fat man. Isn't there one in this hallway? Just now, when Jiangli first went over to close the window, he also happened to kick the fat man. Jiangli searched roughly according to the location in his memory. She braced herself against the wall and kicked twice at the mass of air. Sure enough, the fat man spoke. You kicked me again. The fat guy sounded kind of stupid and gives off a very naive vibe. Combined with this naive character of fatty, Jiangli pondered for a second, then spoke seriously. Sir, sorry to interrupt. There's been a report that you've been scribbling on top of the windowsill in the hallway. Is it true that you write visit here, please? The fat man froze, and his voice suddenly became aggrieved. I didn't Who said so about me? I never scribble that. The fat man seems to believe it. Jiangli smiled faintly and took the opportunity to fan the flames. Sir, while it is true that the name on there is yours, I'm sure that you didn't mean it. Hearing that the wrongful accusation had been put on his head, the fat man became angry on the spot. It can't be. The name on that is definitely not mine. Someone must have wronged me. Fatty is furious. Jiangli became bitter. Really? I don't believe it. Fatty Bean got up from the ground, grabbed Jiangli's arm, and headed for the window in a huff. I'm going to prove to you right now that name. It's definitely not me. Fatty said. Chapter 125. Listening to Fatty's tone, he should have indeed been exasperated by Jiangli's words, walking with a grunt of anger. If I said that person wasn't me, then it certainly wasn't me. Fatty held his breath in his heart. He tugged Jiangli's arm, and the two of them headed for the window against the strong black wind. Jiangli was glad in his heart, thanks to the fat guy's solid enough weight, to go against such a strong wind. Jiangli itself was struggling, but with Fatty leading the way, Jiangli was walking pretty steadily. Each step was moving closer to the window, and at this time, Jiangli's body's degree of transparency had already extended from his palms to his arms. If the windows are left open all the time and the black wind is allowed to erode like this, it was estimated that Jiangli waited until the next morning, and he himself would be the same as everything on the second floor. The whole body becomes transparent. Fatty led Jiangli all the way, avoiding those who were lying on the ground resting, one step closer towards the ledge. A female voice rang out when there were still 4 or 5 meters left to go. Hey, Fatty Wang, why are you holding that woman's hand? Jiangli couldn't see the silhouette, but through the familiar timbre, Jiangli judged that the person who was blocking the front to speak
It was the same cranky girl who lives in room 205 that Jiang Li met at the entrance of the passenger elevator. The fat man who grabbed Jiang Li's arm. His face instantly dried up when the girl said so. He didn't quite let go of Jiang Li. Jiang Li couldn't see Fatty's reaction at all. Thus caught off guard, she was so light that she was almost blown away by the strong wind. If not for Jiang Li's quick eyes and hands, he had backhanded Wang Xiaofang's collar. Jiang Li specified to fall back into place. Cough cough vomit. Wang Xiaofang's collar was yanked by Jiang Li, and he was almost strangled to death by Jiang Li. Jiang Li could hardly stand still, so he immediately grabbed Wang Xiaofang's arm and reminded him, "Sir, you'll have to go to the windowsill to confirm the name, and don't you forget it." "Oh, right." Wang Xiaofang looked at the girl in front of him. "Ran Xinxin, you get out of the way. Don't get in the way of what I'm doing." The girl named Ran Xinxin was less than willing. She seemed to hold a grudge against Jiang Li for not helping her at the passenger elevator entrance. "It's windy over there by the window. What is it that you have to go to the window to say?" "I'm sorry," Ren said, stopping the two men from leaving. Jiang Li felt a headache. "That window in front of me is only 4 or 5 meters away, and it looks like it's going to close soon." It turned out to be a bad thing halfway through. The wind blew Jiang Li's hair around, and Jiang Li pushed the fat man to keep walking. "Ran Xinxin, you don't get in the way." The fat man was a little impatient. The waiter said that there's some scribbling over there by the window. I'll go see if there's any of my name. Just as the fat man finished speaking, Ran Xinxin in front of him snorted out a laugh. She laughed at Wang Xiaofang. "Say you're stupid and you're really stupid. You believe when people say they have your name? Who knows if someone has an ulterior motive and is purposely trying to trick you into it." Ran Xinxin and Jiang Li belonged to the hostel camp. Ran Xinxin had done it once before at the entrance of the passenger elevator, deliberately inducing Jiang Li to break the rules. It seems that in this situation right now, she is planning to tear down Jiang Li again and stop him from accomplishing things. When Wang Xiaofang heard Ran Xinxin's words, his tone was obviously hesitant. "Waiter, are you really cheating?" Wang Xiaofang asked Jiang Li. Hearing this, Jiang Li smiled and shook her head. "Of course not. I never lie. Only, sometimes it's just to do the task and cheat the shenanigans." "Yo, so confident?" Ran Xinxin was unforgiving. She thought for a moment and continued. "Tell you what, then, you promise in front of me that you'll just swear that everything you say is true. Say the word and I'll let you through." Swearing to clear your name is not a big deal in and of itself, but the pit does not lie in self-evidence. Instead, it's at swearing. Jiang Li's eyes were slightly cold. Once she actually swears to her face, in that case, Jiang Li would be in direct violation of the rule of not responding to requests from non-guests. This cunning Ran Xin, it wants to play dirty again. TSK, can't say anything, can you? Ran Xinxin clasped her arms, her words provocative and, "How about it, Wang Xiaofu? Am I right? You shouldn't be stupid all day and believe everyone." If Jiang Li swore, he would fall into the trap that Ran Xin had dug, and Jiang Li would break the rules and die. But if she didn't swear, Ran Xinxin could go along with it, picking on the fat man and, "Let him not take Jiang Li to the window. Breaking the rules will kill you." Leaving the windows open, because the body is transparent and trapped, is likewise indistinguishable from death. No matter what Jiang Li does, Ran Xin can achieve the purpose of killing Jiang Li. Ran Xinxin smacked her lips. "A born of a mother, not raised by a mother thing that. What the hell are you dragging for when you're a little waitress and won't even ask you to help open the elevator? Running rushot all day long, with no one in sight, you really think you're an onion?" Ran Xinxin spat on the ground, humiliating Jiang Li. Jiang Li's face was grim as his fists gradually tightened. "Yo, you're still clenching your fists when I say something to you? What? Is it possible that you still want to hit me?" "I'm sorry," Ren said with a grimace. Listening to the location of the voice, Ran Xinxin was approaching Jiang Li with her rack, walking around in front of Jiang Li. So proud of it, Ran Xinxin felt that Jiang Li was defeated, and her voice became more and more dejected. There are some people who look like human beings, but in their hearts they may be harboring something bad. "Wang Xiaofang, you must not be." Ran Xinxin words have not yet spoken. Face suddenly feel pop, hot pain. Jiang Li retracted the hand that slapped Ran Xin. Is the mouth still cheap? Originally, Jiang Li was still worried about the possibility of not being able to find Ran Xin's location. Who knows? Ran Xinxin's mouth blathered on and on, just helping Jiang Li find the source of the sound. Big mouth to call up. "You." The slap had a lot of force. A teardrop of pain fell to the ground in that invisible mass of air. Without waiting for Ran Xinxin to answer, Jiang Li grabbed Ran Xinxin's collar again and pounced on her with force. "Let go of me." "Ah! What are you doing?" Ran Xin struggled and yelled in panic. Jiang Li rode on top of her, pinched her chin, and went up to smack several big mouths in a row. "Pa dash. Jiang Li, this slap is because your sister is human-like." Snap. Zhongli, these 2 slaps are because your sister has a bad stomach. Snap, pop, snap. Zhongli, these 3 slaps are because your sister was born of a mother but not raised by a mother. Remember? Clear Springs Hotel Waiters Code. Remember, the customer is God. And don't make them angry at any time. Ran Xinshin wasn't really a guest. Since she's not a guest, what makes her think that Zhongli will not fight back in front of her? Curses are not returned? Ran Xinshin could use the rules to clean up Zhongli. Then Zhongli could likewise exploit the loopholes in the rules to deal with Ran Xinshin. Wang Xiaofu, what are you waiting for? You quickly come and help me. Ah! Ran Xinshin exclaimed, seeking help from Wang Xiaofang. But at this moment, Wang Xiaofang, just like a bewitched person, 2 eyes confusedly giggling foolishly, froze and did not move. In Wang Xiaofang's hand, he held a peeled candy paper, and in his mouth, he was holding a candy that Red Baby had given him. After eating the candy given by Red Infant, Wang Xiaofang immersed himself into the dream fragment, entered a state of mental wandering. As long as Red Infant didn't wake him up, Wang Xiaofang wouldn't be able to wake up in a short period of time. Ah! Don't fight! Ah! Ran Xinshin was being ridden by Zhongli and continued to be beaten. The breath in Zhongli's heart was not to be spat out. So what if it's weird? As long as Zhongli didn't break the rules, these ghosts couldn't kill her. Even if they were to retaliate and cause Zhongli to suffer some injuries, those injuries that, it will also be transferred to Zhang Lianlian through and through. The more you get hurt, the better. In Zhongli's opinion, this is at most a dog-eat-dog. Zhongli rode on top of Ran Xinshin, and after beating him up enough, another thing was taken away from Ran Xinshin. What are you doing? That's my stuff, Ran Xinshin yelled. Zhongli's foot was on Ran Xinshin, and he was holding a black and unattractive object in his hand. What did you just say? Zhongli condescended. You just said that I'm a little waitress who runs roughshod over people all day long, and I really think I'm an asshole? The pots were all on Zhongli's head. Zhongli felt that if she didn't do something, this really is for nothing. Zhongli sked and shook her head. You're right. I am just rampant. You, the black and gold bead, were robbed by a rampaging waitress. Is that clear? After Jiangli finished speaking, he let go of his foot. At the same time as she let go of her foot, Ran Xinshin screamed miserably and was blown away by the gusty wind before falling heavily to the ground. Zhongli weighed this black and gold bead in her hand, and the corners of her lips lifted. She had just seen it. There must be something wrong with Ran Xan standing so close to the window and not being blown away by the wind. Zhongli guessed at that time that Ran Xinshin had some kind of weird props on her body. It has properties like wind protection. I didn't expect to really be blindly searched for by Zhongli and found out. It's spooky stuff anyway, so it's a no-brainer. Zhongli held the black and gold bead, letting the strong wind at the window rage. Her body did not move. It's still a good one. Zhongli waited for a few seconds until she heard the sound of Ran Xan landing and screaming in agony. It was only then that he took 3 steps to the window, trudged to it, pushed it out, closed it, and dropped the lock. After closing the window, Zhongli walked back. As she passed through a corridor, Zhongli moved forward and bumped into a person with a transparent body. Sorry. Zhongli bowed her head and shifted sideways to continue walking. I didn't expect to walk away and still bump into the guy. It seems that the person is intentionally blocking Zhongli's way. I didn't lie to you when I said close the window, did I? Zhongli, the girl with the dainty voice spoke. Chapter 126, Sneak Attack. Zhongli's head snapped up. Although he couldn't see the girl, Zhongli could feel that the girl was right in front of him, was staring straight at himself. Who the hell are you? Zhongli asked her seriously. After waiting for 10 seconds or so, the girl in front of her didn't speak. Zhongli knew that the girl hadn't left, for the faint sound of the girl's breathing stayed in the area before her. Suddenly, Zhongli felt a coldness in her wrist. A cold hand held her. Take a step to talk. The girl's voice was whiny. She grabbed Zhongli's wrist and led Zhongli to the end of the corridor, the elevator door. The girl let go of Zhongli and said, I'll be honest with you. I'm tenant number 206. Zhongli raised his eyebrows. How do you prove it? The girl thought for a moment, lifted Zhongli's hand and put something inside. It's the room card. The number on the room card. Exactly 206. I know you're here to take me out. The girl said bluntly. You don't have to waste your breath on. I'm not going out. Zhongli was puzzled. The girl's voice continued. Even if I get out of here, the way there's no way to live either. Anyone out there would just think I'm a monster. And I don't want to make a fool of myself. The girl's attitude was firm. Not like she was joking. But sending the guests out of the hotel was a task that Zhongli had to accomplish. Thinking of this, Zhongli advised her. Don't you want to go out and meet your family? The girl was silent for an instant. Family? I don't know myself if I have any family or not. I have no memory of waking up here. But no matter what I did, jumping out of windows or killing myself, trying so many different things,
but every time, I wake up from my hotel bed. And so the cycle went on, and I've been living here for many years. During this time, there was never any family that came to me. So, does that also just mean that it's possible that I didn't have a family in the first place? Hearing the girl's statement, Jiangli clasped her arms and supported her chin with one hand as she fell into deep thought. Then who are the other people living here besides you? Jiangli asked her. The girl's voice held a few tremors. I don't know, but they're all. The girl wanted to say something. She suddenly held Jiangli's hand and put Jiangli's fingers on her left arm. There, all the scars from the healing. Each one was extremely long and crawled all over the arm like a centipede. Is this all they did to you? Jiangli frowned. The girl gave a soft They think they're transparent. Just do me harm with impunity, because neither I nor they can be seen. These crimes of theirs, it's all covered up. Jiangli couldn't understand. Then why don't you leave? The girl explained, because it was a long time ago. Now that I've made peace with them, they've stopped bullying me. Perhaps they are now considered my friends. The girl breezily finished her sentence and continued to emphasize it to Jiangli. I hate living alone. Instead of going out and living alone with no one to see me, might as well live with the lot of them. At least now, there's someone to talk to. Jiangli was quiet for 2 seconds after hearing this. So if I kill them and no one talks to you, you'll be willing to go out, right? I'm sorry, Jiangli said. The girl's voice was slightly shocked that, how can you do this to my friend? After the girl finished saying this, she seemed to be a bit angry at Jiangli. Forget it, the paths are different. I don't want to talk to you. The girl's footsteps leave. Jiangli looked in the girl's direction, his eyes dark, and just then, something fell through the air and onto the hallway carpet. Jiangli felt that the thing looked familiar and quickly walked up and picked it up. This is the employee elevator card for going down from the second floor. Mommy, you seem to have made 206 guests angry. Honging sat on Jiangli's shoulder and grabbed a lollipop and said. Jiangli hooked her lips and laughed a little. She's pretending. If I really killed those things, she's going to be so happy. Huh? Really? Could it be that everything this guest said was a lie? Red Baby scratched her head. Jiangli smoothly slipped the elevator card into his pocket. Half true. And if those things really aren't continuing to bully her now, then guess what? Why did she make a point of bringing me here to avoid talking to them? To avoid that group of things means that the girl is wary of that group of things. The relationship between them is not as friendly as the girl makes it out to be. And I'm afraid there's only one reason why the girl has to be cryptic about it. The Red Baby, help mommy see if there's someone behind that sister all the time? Red Baby glanced that way and nodded. Yes mommy, when we were speaking over here just now, there was a man in red, then leaning against the corner here, supposedly eavesdropping. After that big sister left, the man in red followed her over. Jiangli's eyes flickered twice. This tenant, number 206, looks soft, but actually has a quick mind. What she said about not wanting to get out of here was partly for the eavesdropper, so as not to alert the things. On the other hand, she wanted to hold it hostage. She knew that Jiangli's purpose was to take the guests away, but before she left here, she hoped that Jiangli would help her take revenge. That's why she said something like, I don't like being alone. You can't get her out of here unless you make her feel alone. And the only way to make her feel alone here is to take the group of things on level 2 and all wiped clean. Every word the girl said was leading Jiangli to kill everyone. She will go with Jiangli this direction to think. She will see into everyone's mind. He also wanted to borrow Jiangli's sword to kill his enemies. This intentionally dropped elevator card was the best proof that she agreed with Jiangli's solution. Chapter 127, Who is the Evil Ghost? That night, Jiangli stood in the corridor, not knowing how she lost consciousness. When Jiangli woke up the next day, she felt a splitting headache. She woke up in the employee lounge. The door, it was unlocked. The quilt, too, was covered in regularity. Jiangli was surprised for a moment. Could it be that all that happened yesterday was just a light-hearted dream? Jiangli rummaged through his pockets. Noticed that in the pocket, there were indeed 2 extra items. One was a bizarre prop that Jiangli had fought with Creepy and snatched over. A windproof black and gold bead. The other, left for her on purpose by the tenant of room 206, was the employee elevator card going down the hall. The stuff is all there. This means that what happened last night was not a dream. Thinking this through, Jiangli got up from the bed. She cleaned up briefly before opening the door to her lounge room and heading out into the hallway. Jiangli raised her eyes to the scene outside and her expression froze slightly. The hallways were still noisy as usual, and it felt like so many people were out and about. But this time, in Jiangli's eyes, there was no longer nothing. Now Jiangli could see the palms and arms part of the group. Palms and arms. Jiangli's heart shook. Last night, after Jiangli was blown by the black wind, the palms and arms show signs of becoming transparent. So, in fact, Jiangli's body has been assimilated partially? When Jiangli's body was completely assimilated,
Then Zhongli would be able to get a complete look at the group of transparent things. But it also meant at the same time that Zhongli would be trapped here all the time. Just like them. There will never be an escape. Zhongli swept her arm and confirmed it slightly. Now in Zhongli's eyes, her arm was in its normal state and not transparent. Zhongli pondered for a moment. This situation might be a bias in Zhongli's self-perception. It's like when Ren Cynthia was at the elevator door yesterday, and she could see her own face, but the machine doesn't recognize it the same way. The only way to see exactly how much you've mutated is at night after 4 a.m. But during the day, everyone feels whole. As she was thinking this, but suddenly, Zhongli caught a glimpse of a pair of hiding next door. The hesitant dry old hand. The withered hands were slumped against the wall, their skin wrinkled and age-spotted. It looks like there are a few hiding places. Judging by the long nails on the withered hands, it would be an old woman. Zhongli's intuition. This old woman, 80% of the time, is specializing in hiding there, intending to find an opportunity to sneak up on himself. 2 seconds of silence. Zhongli decided to pretend he didn't see it. She stretched out in the doorway, deliberately lazy. Gee baby, it's so noisy in this hallway, but why isn't there anyone? How strange. Zhongli let out a smoke bomb, revealing that he can't see them. With the rest of her eyes, she glanced again at the withered hands in the corner. Fruity. After hearing Jiang Li's words, the pair of withered hands relaxed their guard for a few moments. The crouching old woman, carefully holding her breath, easing her steps, and stick to the wall and walk out. Zhongli withdrew his gaze and gently raised his lips. The little fish is going to take the bait. Forget it, there's nothing to do today anyway. Just go back inside and take a nap. Zhongli casually finished her sentence and turned around to enter the staff lounge. She even left a deliberate crack in the door after she entered the house. Zhongli had just gone in not long ago. Behind them, the eerie withered hands suspended in the air then slowly groped and held onto the doorframe. The door creaked open from the outside, and the crack opened a little wider. Zhongli stood in front of the sink, her back to the door of the room, and bent over to wash her face. Hearing the sound of the door shaft turning, Zhongli glanced back suspiciously. Those withered hands suddenly tensed and stopped moving. It was as if it was very afraid that Zhongli would find it. After Zhongli scanned a glance, he retracted his eyes in waves. TCH, why is the door open? It's really strange. Is it blowing? Zhongli muttered to herself. She picked up the cotton towel she had been washing her face with and wiped the water stains from her hands. Red Baby followed and picked up the conversation. Yeah, it's so weird. I clearly didn't see anyone. When Red Baby finished, she bit her lips and held it in, not laughing. Infant, go help mommy close the door. Zhongli called Red Infant. Okay mommy. The Red Baby agreed with alacrity. He jumped off Zhongli's shoulder, his short legs thumping, and ran to the lounge door, and the pair of withered hands that stopped at the door. After hearing Jiang Li trying to close the door, immediately and quickly moved inside, holding onto the doorframe. The Red Baby pushed the door out and closed it, turning the lock again in the process and unlocking it. And the pair of withered hands that secretly followed into the house crept closer and walked behind Zhongli. Those withered hands were behind Zhongli, slowly raising them. It aimed at the position of Zhongli's neck and was about to strangle towards Zhongli with force. Bam! The mouthwash cup shattered. Those withered hands leaned forward, but Jiang Li suddenly crouched down. The granny who made the sneak attack pounced, and at the same time, Zhongli's complaint sounded. Hey, how did the cup fall? That was careless. Zhongli perked up his ears and paid attention to the movements behind him. The old woman behind her, who was originally planning to pounce and lay her hands on Zhongli, being dodged like this by Zhongli. His body was suddenly unsteady in its center of gravity. The old woman almost fell over. Those withered hands quickly braced themselves on top of the sink. Its body presented an arch, and Zhongli crouched underneath it, picking up the crumbs of broken glass. The old woman, on the other hand, barely managed to stabilize herself and gasped 2 large breaths of fright. What a sound! I heard what sounded like a gasp. Zhongli snapped suddenly. The old woman immediately held her breath, not daring to breathe out a single breath. It's so easy to suffocate a granny when you can't breathe well, but it can't be helped. The most taboo thing about something like a sneak attack is to scare the snakes. Therefore, since it was planning to sneak attack Zhongli, it absolutely could not let Zhongli discover itself. Zhongli picked up the crumbs of broken glass and, with a jerk, straightened up. The pair of withered hands couldn't avoid it, so they immediately stretched the sink in fear and fell out on their backs. It dodged fast enough that Zhongli didn't touch it, but Zhongli saw that inside the mirror in front of the sink, those withered hands, they fluttered twice in the air, shouldn't have been stabilized. The old woman still sat on her butt and fell next to the trash can in the house. There was a thud, and by the sound of it, it looked like a bad fall. The old woman sucked in a breath of cold air in pain, and hurriedly held her ass with her hands as she It feels like the bones in my lumbar spine are cracked from the fall. That feeling of falling to the ground and wanting to scream out, but being afraid to make a sound it's really hard to call. Those withered hands, one hand on the waist, the other on the ground, hadn't had time to get up. As a result, Zhongli held the pile of broken glass crumbs and threw it towards the trash can behind the old woman. Zhongli held those broken glass slags and threw them piece by piece. Throw a piece, it gets caught in the air and falls off. Throw another piece, it's still blocked by the air and falls off. The crumbs of broken glass that fell were invariably stained with blood. As for where the blood came from, it's from the air. This thing in front of him was originally intended to assassinate Zhongli, so Zhongli, naturally, would not show mercy to it. Geez, am I that bad at throwing? The garbage can is so close, why can't I hit it every time? Zhongli shook his head helplessly, suppressing the enlarged smile on his lips. Chapter 128, Don't Go to the Hot Tub. The withered hands hastily shielded their faces and rolled away from the trash can. Based on the orientation of the withered hands' movement, Zhongli judged that the old woman should have hidden behind the door of the room. Zhongli felt that a grudging gaze, from behind the door, shot over to him. It seemed to be very resentful of Zhongli. Zhongli only pretended not to know and continued to do her own thing. The withered hands gripped the handle of the lounge room door as if they intended to open it and get out. Probably because, after the torture of stealing a chicken, they were ready to give up. Zhongli's afterimage caught the pair of withered hands on the door handle, hesitating for a long time. The old woman seems to be upset. It had intended to enter the house and make Zhongli suffer a little, but it ended up making itself suffer instead. The withered hand lingered on the doorknob for a moment, then finally let go of the knob and furtively doubled back. Zhongli, at this moment, was standing beside the bed, arranging the quilt. The withered hand moved behind Zhongli once more. The old woman had learned its lesson this time. It wasn't going to attack in close. Close attacks are easily detected, and the one who suffers is himself. It would be better to pick up a weapon and sneak up from a distance. The withered hand sneakily moved to the nightstand and quietly took a water glass. Then he moved behind him and aimed at Zhongli's head, smashing it hard. Bang! The cup smashed against the back of Zhongli's head, but Zhongli, who was folding the quilt, was as if she was unconscious, completely unresponsive. The withered hands hovered in the air, frozen for a second. Then it went on to steal a glass. This time, while Zhongli wasn't paying attention, the withered hand raised the cup again and a second hard smash to the back of Zhongli's head. The withered hand smashed and immediately and quickly ducked for the bathroom. Those hands lay on the bathroom doorframe, carefully watching the victim, Zhongli, for a reaction. But it's weird. Zhongli, who was folding the quilt, remained unresponsive except for his head sinking into a pit. The old woman began to feel strange. It was about to go out and take a look, when a hand, behind it slowly landed on its shoulder. What are you doing? Zhongli's voice rang out. The old woman gave a jolt of fear and her body visibly shook. It looked back and it turned out to be a face exactly like the waiter who folded the quilt. Ah, ghosts! When the old woman opened her mouth, Zhongli quickly found the source of the sound and stuffed a rag into its mouth. The mirror man, who was folding a quilt, heard movement behind him. He immediately took out the hemp rope he had prepared and ran over to catch the old woman with Zhongli. The mirror man and Zhongli, one after the other, moved to wrap the twine around the old woman's body with nimble movements, bundled it into a chair and sat. Old woman, it's even if you hit me with a cup. How dare you hit me twice? The mirror man sounded disgruntled. It rubbed the back of its head, which had been smashed and dented, and crossed its arms in indignation. Zhongli went to the side and took a plastic bag, put it over the old woman's head and tied it tightly. The old woman's features were immediately apparent in the transparent air. For insurance purposes, Zhongli is still on the plastic bag. The old lady's mouth and nose, these two positions, tear two small holes. Tell me, what is the reason for running into my house? Zhongli removed the rag from the old woman's mouth. The old woman didn't answer positively, just said with a trembling voice, You too, are human or ghost? Zhongli laughed and leaned down. We are evil spirits. If you don't answer my questions well, I'll eat you right now. The old woman should have believed it, and she couldn't speak very well. No, don't eat me. I have old arms and legs and the meat is not good. What did you come in here for when I asked you to answer a question? The mirror man knocked it on the head. The old woman quickly said, I am here to avenge my granddaughter Ran Xinshin. Yesterday you caused her to be blown away by the wind and break both her legs. Zhongli's expression was stunned. In that case, this old woman who sneaked up on her was actually Ran Xin's grandmother? I didn't realize that they were still related. The people on this floor, they can't all be your relatives, right? Zhongli felt that this was a possibility. The old woman shook her head. Everyone else is a relative of ours, except for the monster that lives in 206. We're here on vacation as a family.
Jiangli didn't care about their vacation life, but he was interested in the monster in the old woman's mouth. Wasn't 200 guest fine? What makes her a monster? Jiangli asked the old woman. The old woman thought for a moment and said, let me put it to you this way. One night, I went to the wrong room and pushed open the door to room 206 by mistake. As soon as she entered the house, she ended up seeing 206, the woman, who stomped away from the bench, hanging from the beams. But the next day, she came back to life. Do you think, is she a monster? As long as 206 that monster is alive, our family will be killed by her sooner or later. This statement by the granny is most likely why they are targeting the 206 tenants. Both of these camps, they want the other to die. They both agree that the other is the monster that threatens their lives, and more. Jiangli was violently shocked. Doesn't this mean that both camps are treating themselves as people? This large family feels that they are normal and the other is a monster. And the 206 tenants, too, feel that they are normal and the other person is the monster. Jiangli frowned and speculated. 206, the girl, whether she was human or not. Jiangli could not decide now, but this large family. Jiangli lifted her eyelids and glanced at the old woman. She thought of the granny's granddaughter, Ran Xin. Yesterday, in Ran Xinxin's hands, she clearly possessed bizarre props. So this family, more than anything else, should be creepy. However, when Jiangli punched Ran Xinxin yesterday, Ran Xinxin acted like she was in pain. It's weird. It doesn't hurt. But if Creepy mistakes himself for a human, that's not good enough. If Creepy subconsciously thinks he's not dead, that when it sees those attacks, it subconsciously uses the memories of its life. Attach a feeling of pain to yourself. In psychology, this is called psychological suggestion. It also reinforces the fact that this group of creepy self-awareness is unclear. Thinking of this, Jiangli took a piece of cloth and blindfolded it over the old woman's eyes. She took out a pen and, with the cold tip, wrote on the granny's arm. Did it hurt when I scratched you with the knife? Jiangli asked. The old woman hissed in pain, and tears welled up in her eyes, wetting the cloth. The old woman nodded frantically, her voice old and raspy. Pain. It hurts. Please, spare me this old woman. I've told you everything I need to tell you. The old woman whimpered and cried. Jiangli put away the tip of her pen and turned to go inside the fruit plate. Bringing a small knife, she ruffled the granny's other arm. Don't worry, I don't need a knife this time. I'll write a few words on your arm. The old woman nodded her head in agreement. Jiangli took the small knife and made a long cut on the old woman's arm. That left black, thick blood in there. What did I write? Jiangli asked it. The old woman replied. The writing should be 1. Does it hurt? I didn't put any force on the tip of my pen. Jiangli laughed. The old woman shook her head. It doesn't hurt. Jiangli put down both of the granny's sleeves. Alright, you can go now. Jiangli untied the old woman's rope and, don't bother me again. I can see you. Understand? The old woman nodded repeatedly. I see. Under Jiangli's watchful eyes, the old woman's withered hands unlocked the door and left the room. As of now, Jiangli has been able to ascertain that this large family that, it should indeed be deceased. They, the family, are the real monsters of level 2. This is a family that doesn't even think they are dead. Instead, they joined forces and bullied the 206 tenants that, instead, they still think they are doing the people a favor. Thinking of this, a solution sprouted in Jiangli's mind. Jiangli remembered that room 206's tenant's request was to obliterate this group of things inside level 2. Then if Jiangli came up with evidence to let this group of monsters know that they themselves had actually died a long time ago, after learning the truth, is their voluntary departure another kind of obliteration? Chapter 129 The Girl's Secret. Knock knock. On Jiangli's side, only a short while after sending the old woman away, there was a knock at the door. Jiangli, are you there? The dainty voice was the little girl who was the tenant living in 206. Jiangli answered and walked over to open the door. The door to the room pulled open. A pair of festering and pus-filled hands shocked Jiangli's visual nerves for a moment. Jiangli, I've had a skin condition for the past 2 days. The hot spring in your hotel is quite useful. It's so detoxifying and skin boosting that I want to take a dip today. Those hands, which were so rotten that they were not normal, were squeezed together in front of Jiangli in an awkward manner. You can. Jiangli calmly moved her eyes away. The hot spring pool is at the end of the corridor. Do you need me to take you there? The girl in 206 hesitated. A moment of silence. 206 The girl lowered her voice and coyly approached Jiangli, making her claim. It's just, there's a stalker and he's been following me and I'm a little scared. Jiangli, can I trouble you to accompany me to the hot spring pool? Is it okay if you accompany me to the hot springs? You can soak in the staff pool. Just stay with me. The red hands in front of him scratched twice unnaturally on the backs of their hands. Scratch hard.
Stinking pus oozed from where the nails had scratched. Stalker, as the girl called him. It should be the man in red that Red Baby had mentioned before. The two were able to match up exactly what they said. The girl wasn't lying. Thinking of this, Zhongli responded with downcast eyes. Of course. 206 girl's tone. Visibly relieved. That's great. The girl had just gotten mad at Zhongli once the night before, though she knew herself that the anger was fake, but just fooling the things that. It's just a temporary act. But she was also afraid that if Zhongli took it seriously and wasn't going to help her this time, it would be difficult for her. The girl held her chest in excitement. After thinking about it, she suppressed her voice again, to a very low volume, and whispered to Zhongli, "Thank you Zhongli, you helped me today. I will remember your kindness. And, I'm really sorry for snapping at you yesterday." Seeing the girl's guilty reaction, a hint of a smile floated out of the corner of Zhongli's mouth. "It's fine. If you really feel bad about it, why don't you?" Zhongli turned his words around and took out a scoring sheet. "Why don't you give me a favorable review? We each get what we want, and you don't have to be psychologically burdened." Zhongli respectfully handed out the score sheet. Incidentally, there's an open-capped signing pen. Instead of the whole false thank you rhetoric, Zhongli preferred the practical benefits. 206 The girl could not help but look stunned for a moment when she saw Zhongli asking so bluntly. When? Of course. From the girl's slightly hesitant voice, Zhongli heard a few hints of reluctance. Perhaps the girl did not want to give Zhongli a favorable review so quickly at first. Originally, she could have used this right to hold Zhongli for a while longer. But now, the atmosphere is all baked in. If the girl rejected Zhongli again, wouldn't that prove that all that thanks and apologies she just said was a lie? Looking at the scoring sheet handed out by Zhongli, the girl's fingers subconsciously curled and tightened. She doesn't want to give. But, riding the tiger is hard. Under Zhongli's gaze, the girl's movements were extremely stiff as she received the scoring sheet. The girl gripped the pencil hard, while the tip of the pen was pinned to the rating column for a long moment. The ink seems to have fizzled a bit. Finally, the girl seemed to make up her mind and quickly wrote the number 8 on it. 8 to 10, all within the range of favorable reviews. Reluctantly, the girl gave the lowest possible score. I wrote it. 206 The girl took the score sheet and the pen and shoved them back into Zhongli's hands together. Zhongli's favorable comments arrived, and with a big smile, he took the pen and paper and put it away. Thank you for your comment. So, is it past time for you to go over to the hot springs? The girl gave a low her voice noticeably colder than a moment ago. The girl said, You'll accompany me now. Past room 206. I stopped back to pick up a few things. Zhongli came out of the doorway, turned around, and closed the lounge door. By the way Zhongli, you shouldn't be able to see me, right? Asking this, the girl's tone of voice it's vaguely up a bit more. Actually, Zhongli was hesitant to open his mouth to explain, but no sooner had she said 3 words than the girl's excited voice overpowered her. Luckily you can't see me now, otherwise I'd be so ugly for you to see. I'm really going to have to hide and be embarrassed to see you for half a month. Hearing this, Zhongli consciously swallowed back the words she originally wanted to confess. No one is going to live with themselves. Zhongli too. If Zhongli really told the truth, then in case the 206 girls were really dead set against going out, then I'm afraid it will only get harder for her to get the girl out. By the way Zhongli, you seem to be saying, actually you what just now? The girl inquired Zhongli. Zhongli naturally picked up the conversation and laughed. Actually, I'm kinda good at soaking in hot springs. Yes? The girl let out a soft laugh. Looks like I was right to let you accompany me to the hot springs. Zhongli didn't say anything more, just letting the girl lead her. The two came to the door of room 206. Just wait for me. The girl's hand released Zhongli. I'll go get something come right out. Okay. Zhongli smiled and answered. 206 The girl skillfully swiped her card and opened the door. Zhongli stood in the corridor and waited, wiping the pus that had gotten on her wrist in the process. At that moment, a very soft male voice appeared in her ears. Don't go to the hot tub. Zhongli looked back. The source of the voice was the man in red. After the red-clothed man finished speaking, he retreated to 3 meters away with great speed. Zhongli stared at those red hands for a few seconds and withdrew her eyes. It wasn't long before Zhang Li's ears again resounded with the man's extremely light murmur. Don't go to the hot spring pool. As soon as Zhang Li turned back to the pair of red hands, they retreated to a distance of 3 meters again. Who's talking? I hear a man's voice. The door to room 206 steeply opened from the inside. The girl's voice was permeated with coldness, and it reached Zhang Li's ears. Zhang Li's eyebrows jumped. She hurriedly withdrew her gaze. Nothing, my son was whispering to me. The man in red is silent. The red baby on his shoulder gouged his head in confusion. 206 The girl stared at the red baby for 2 seconds. The eyes were a little defensive. It was a long time before the girl spoke. Okay. 206 The girl walks out of the room, closes the door, and holds Jiangli again. Let's go to the hot tub then. I've brought 2 bathing supplies, so you and I will each take a shower and then we'll soak in the hot springs together. Good. Jiangli was led by the girl and followed her. Her eyes, she couldn't help but glance toward the bag in the girl's hand. It was a clear plastic bag. It contained some basic bath products in addition to a packet of what looked like razor blades. A full pack of blades. 206 tenants. What the hell does she want? At that moment, the man in red behind him seemed to be following a little closer. Jiangli walked behind the girl. The man in red, on the other hand, was more than a meter away from Jiangli, always following behind her. Several times during this period, the man in red eerily extended his hand and, trying to tug at Jiangli's clothes. Don't go to the hot spring pool. The words of the man in red always hovered in Jiangli's mind. Is the man in red a friend or foe? Why would he say such a thing? The man in red and the 206 girl are enemies. So are men trying to obfuscate or is something else? Jiangli suppressed the panic inside. She took advantage of the fact that the 206 girl was leading the way and not paying attention to her, quickly pulling out the rule note in his pocket. He quickly read it again. Jiangli's heart thumped when she saw a certain word on it. Chapter 130. Arrived. The girl reached out and pushed open the door to the women's hot tub. Jiangli quickly put away the rule note and curbed the strange look on his face. Jiangli, don't follow the little boy on your shoulder in there. What do you say? The girl suggested Jiangli with a sweet voice. Jiangli didn't rush to respond. At this moment, Jiangli's line of sight, crossing over the girl's transparent body. It landed on the full-length mirror behind the girl. At the entrance of the hot spring pool, the girl's whole body was clearly illuminated in the huge full-length mirror. 206 The girl's skin, every inch of it, was torn and tattered. The skin in many places, where the girl should have scratched, was bubbling with pus. Now this 206 girl, even her scalp is rotten. Not even a few strands of her hair were left, bare revealing the flesh and blood inside. Pretty creepy. With this ugly and horrible appearance, it was no wonder that the girl said that if Jiangli could see her, she's about to hide inside and not go out for half a month. What's wrong, Jiangli? Why aren't you talking? The girl's voice, still in its little girl whiny tone. It has nothing to do with the ugly image that appears in the mirror. Jiangli choked for a moment. She remembered the second article of the Tier 2 code. Whenever a 206 guest makes a request, you must respond. It says have a response, not have to say yes. Promising to rush into the hot tub at the request of the 206 tenants. Perhaps. It can be really dangerous. Jiangli, you just promised me that you would accompany me to the hot spring. You're not playing me, are you? 206 The girl's whiny voice, with a little bit of seduction. She turned back and stretched her neck, sniffing at Jiangli's cheek. At the same time, a slimy drop of saliva, pulling at the silk, landed on Jiangli's shoulder. If Jiangli had fooled her, then Jiangli would have violated the waiter's code. Remember, the customer is God, and don't make them angry at any time. Break the rules and the girl can kill her on the spot. However, if Jiangli really followed the girl into the hot spring pool, Jiangli's situation that, whether it's bad or good is anyone's guess. Just now, the man in red clothes reminded Jiangli. Now the man in red was tugging at Jiangli. These hints forced Jiangli to dismiss the idea of entering the hot spring pool. Without going in, Jiangli is safe. If he went in, and Jiangli couldn't bring Red Infant with him, then Jiangli's safety couldn't be guaranteed even more. So, are you really lying to me, Jiangli? 206 The girl's voice, gradually, became a little shrill. What to do? Now, Jiangli had to come up with a reasonable explanation. It's important not to make the girl feel cheated, but also to avoid entering the hot tub alone with the girl herself. Jiangli's heartbeat accelerated and her fingers subconsciously clenched together. The more perverse the girl was, the more Jiangli was determined not to go in. At this point, the 206 girl, her saliva holding the silk, fell down 2 more drops. She opened her fangs, and with her sharp teeth, she rubbed against Jiangli's neck vainly. With just a little bit of force, she bit Jiangli's neck through at any time. Jiangli's brain raced. As long as it wasn't until the last moment, Jiangli still had a chance to turn the tables. The explanation now just needs to be a plausible one. The stalker behind him was still tugging on Jiangli's coat. As for the girl in front of her, her sharp teeth had already worn through the skin on Jiangli's neck. Right. Jiangli suddenly raised her eyes. Stalker. Just the moment the girl's fangs started to push hard and were about to bite through Jiangli's skin, Jiangli's sharp voice interrupted her. It's a stalker. The girl's nibbling on Jiangli gave a lurch. Jiangli continued to speak. The stalker grabbed my clothes. He dragged me. I couldn't get in. This statement was made. 206 The girl's sharp teeth slowly retracted.
The girl cocked her head and glanced behind Zhongli. Behind Zhongli, the man in red was indeed extending his right hand and deadly tugging on Zhongli's coat. Only the man's hand, which looks particularly weird. Zhongli could feel that there were two indignant lines of sight that met at Zhongli's shoulder and neck at the moment. 206 girl, glaring darkly at the man in red. Her eyes warned the man, "Let go," and the man in red, too, was glaring hard at the 206 girl. His eyes responded, "No release." Both men gritted their teeth and fought in secret. The girl's always gentle face was now vaguely grim. Through the full body mirror at the entrance of the hot spring pool, Zhongli saw that the girl's state was a little stormy. At the base of her neck, veins rippled out, and the black blood inside jutted out, and the nails on the girl's hands lengthened at a rate visible to the naked eye. 206 girls, not human at all. This scene, Zhongli should have expected it. Very early on, a detail emerged. That detail, early on, hints at the girls aren't human thing. Zhongli was afraid that she had remembered wrongly, so on her way over, she even turned over the rule note. Confirmed. Clear Springs Hotel, 2nd floor code Article 2. Whenever a 206 guest makes a request, you must respond, even if you can't see it at all. Inside this rule, is used, it. The rules had quietly reminded Zhongli from the moment he entered the 2nd floor. 10 and 206. Not a human being. Let's just say that the 206 girl's voice is too disorienting. It hides the fact that it is an evil spirit with a gesture of weakness. 206 The girl and the family are deadly rivals. Zhongli sprouted a guess. That family may have been killed by the girl who was an evil spirit. The family member who dies loses part of his memory and forgets the horrors of his murder. It's their self-protection mechanism. But the hostility of that family toward the girl was, subconsciously, retained. So after that family became creepy, they fought the girl at every turn. And the girl was weak and tired of being tossed around by that family. So the girl thought that she would use Zhongli's hand to get rid of that family of shenanigans. 206 The reason why the girl couldn't hold back today and couldn't wait to get her hands on Zhongli. It is highly likely that has something to do with the girl's current skin condition. Zhongli glanced at the full body mirror. In the mirror, all of the girl's skin, in a state of imminent total festering. Her skin, it's going bad. Zhongli looked at the mirror and shifted slightly sideways. After shifting sideways, Zhongli was just able to see the man in red behind her. From inside the mirror, the second you see the man's face, Zhongli's scalp instantly went numb. Men in red, and not clothes, rather, flesh and blood. The man was covered from head to toe. Not even a single strand of skin existed. His human skin, as if he had been stripped alive. His entire body was miserable. A man is a blood man. At first glance, I thought he was wearing red, but in reality, every strand of that red color was bright red blood gushing outward from inside his sinewy flesh. Chapter 131, Take Me Away. So the girl from 206, can't wait to trick Zhongli into going to the hot spring pool. It was because she was planning to peel off Zhongli's skin in the hot spring pool. Skinning your already broken, rotten self. Thinking of this heavy possibility, the coldness in Zhongli's body leapt from the soles of her feet directly to her heart. No wonder the 206 girl had a whole pack of razor blades on hand in addition to taking bath products. Those blades, they were used to skin Zhongli. Zhongli didn't violate the rules, so Zhongli wouldn't die. But Zhongli's skin will be peeled off, just like the red-skinned men of today. The red-skinned man with quite the grudge, always carrying that obsession of being hurt by the, followed by 206 girls. He watched as the girl topped her skin and hid in the shadows as a stinky rat, also watching the girl to stop her from continuing to hurt other innocents. As for how the seemingly straight man was tricked into going to a hot tub by a 206 girl, the reason behind it was unknown to Zhongli. Perhaps only the man himself knows that the girl's desperate call to pretend to be drowned that day. It's a final funeral song to send yourself away. Zhongli. The girl's shout interrupted Zhongli's thoughts. Zhongli collected his thoughts and looked in the girl's direction. At this moment, the 206 girl was grabbing Zhang Li's right arm and forcefully yanking Zhongli inwards. Follow me. Zhongli's steps did not move, because the red-skinned man also grabbed Zhongli's left arm and pulled Zhongli towards the outside. Don't trust her. Come with me. The red-skinned man grabbed on for dear life. The blood oozing from his skinless encased hands soaked in more and more. The two men, one on the left and the other on the right, pulled and dragged Zhongli. Zhongli, speak for yourself. Do you want to go with him, or with me? There was really no way around it. So the 206 girls had to take the question and throw it back to Zhongli. 206 The girl's mind was spinning fast, because she knew that if this question was given to Zhongli to answer, Zhongli's answer could only be go with her. Zhongli didn't dare to make the angry customer angry. That is the rule. But going in would get you brutally skinned, and not going in would piss off the guests. Jiang Li simply had no choice. If you can't, just go with her. Jiang Li can't die anyway. Upstairs, that's easy for you to say. It's not your skin you're peeling, is it? Although Jiang Li could recover back the pain of peeling the skin of, no one in their right mind would want to take it, right? I'd rather die. Anyway, don't want to be skinned alive either. Crying. JPG, what lay before Jiang Li was a dilemma. No matter who Jiang Li chose to go with, the damage value to Jiang Li could not be underestimated. Two men, one on the left and one on the right, were still arguing vehemently. The girl hugged Jiang Li's right arm and persuaded Jiang Li to go with her. The man also grabbed Jiang Li's left arm and stubbornly insisted on going with him. This was not a request from a non-guest within the rules, as he didn't need Jiang Li to do anything for him. He was just making the maximum reminder to Jiang Li from a victim's point of view. Look at the scene in front of you. Thinking about it, Jiang Li decided to use scum tactics. Jiang Li secretly put her left hand behind her back and gave the man an OK sign. Looking to the man's expression inside the mirror, the man had picked up Jiang Li's message. So Jiang Li continued, since I promised you, I definitely want to go with you, but it's got a hold of me now, and there's really nothing I can do about it. With these words, Jiang Li was facing the girl. Jiang Li had previously promised the girl that he would accompany her to the hot spring pool. Therefore, when she heard Jiang Li's response, the girl's first thought was, Jiang Li is toward herself. But just now, Jiang Li also gave the man the OK sign, promised the man. So when the man heard these words, he thought Jiang Li was looking toward himself. This unclear dialogue led to those two, both thinking that Jiang Li was on the same page as themselves, so both of them each grabbed Jiang Li more tightly. Girl, she told you to let go. Did you hear her or not? Man, it's you who should let go. The girl and the man went toe-to-toe and the conflict was completely inflamed, even to the back. Directly stopped paying attention to Jiang Li. The two hugged and twisted together. Jiang Li took the opportunity to take a step back and hide next to the full-body mirror, secretly breathing a sigh of relief. The crisis is temporarily lifted. But that's not enough. 206 The girl's weird power was much stronger than the red-skinned man's. The red-skinned man was being honestly creepy, but the 206 girl, who has been harming people, and so correspondingly powerful, has been growing stronger. Think for a second. Jiang Li looked at the full-body mirror next to him. 1037. It's me. Something's up. Jiang Li in the mirror. Suddenly a circle of water ripples. Then the mirror man stood inside and rubbed his eyes at Jiang Li. What's wrong, Jiang Li? I'm still catching up on my sleep. Jiang Li made a silent gesture, signaling it to keep its voice down. Seeing that the 206 girls didn't notice her, Jiang Li then instructed the mirror man. Remember the old woman who was kidnapped today? You go find her. Just say that her relatives have been beaten by monsters, and tell her to call her friends and family and rush over to help. The mirror man agreed and then slipped away in flames. Mirror people are really efficient. Within 30 seconds, the old lady came out of the house with a kitchen knife in her hand. Furious, the old woman yelled, and her own various juniors, too, quickly arrived. Everyone copied and brought their weapons, and in an aggressive manner, they all rushed over to the side of the hot spring pool. The red-skinned man is being held down and the 206 girl is slapping him wildly. Blood soared everywhere. Wang Xiaofang copied the bench and chopped it on the girl's head. The old woman held up a kitchen knife, killing crazy eyes, randomly greeting the girl, and children holding dolls from which a silver needle is drawn. Zap 206 girls into hedgehogs. That scene. Jiang Li looked at it and was scared. Fortunately, when Jiang Li beat up Ran Xinxin that day, this large family that, basically, I slept in a daze. Otherwise this family would have rallied and attacked, and Jiang Li really wouldn't have been able to fight it off. 206 The girl was surrounded and asked Jiang Li for help. Ah, Jiang Li, you come and help me. Ah, it hurts. Jiang Li put away his look of watching the battle and immediately made a look of worry. Jiang Li anxiously shouted into the air. But I can't see you. What can be done about this? Jiang Li swung at the air, tentatively twice. It was as if she really couldn't be found. I'm on your left. The girl had just said a few words when she received another smothering blow to the neck. Jiang Li went to the entrance of the hot spring pool, and got a mop and a broom. Even the iron bucket was taken along with it, as long as it could be used as a weapon. Jiang Li hugged all of them. The family that beat up the girl was worried about breaking the weapon in their hands. So there was a flurry of activity, and they grabbed the stuff all together. Jiang Li this wave of send weapons operation, so that the girl was beaten even worse. Seeing those melee scenes from the mirror, Jiang Li held her arms and couldn't help but shake her head straight. This family's offense is really something. It is no wonder that the 206 girl, who had to deliberately sell herself short in front of her, and who said, in a roundabout way, that I hope Jiang Li takes out this whole family of shenanigans. In the mirror, Jiang Li saw that the girl's head was covered with that iron bucket. The tip of Jiang Li's lips lifted. Wait, I'll help you. With a loud shout, Zhongli immediately squeezed into the melee and kicked the girl hard a few times on her body. Chapter 132, Leaving Level 2. The fight went to the back, and it was Manager Shui who came up in the elevator and hurriedly persuaded the fight. Manager Shui took a golden bell. He'd been holding the bell on the way over, shaking it lightly along the way. The bells jingle, 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 jingle. It made the family, who had been immersed in the fight, stop moving. The family member looked wooden and stepped aside to make room. Seeing this, Manager Shui quickly stepped forward and helped the girl up. Ms. Wang, are you alright? Manager Shui pushed down his reflective glasses and removed the barrel from the girl's head. 206 The girl had a knife stuck in the top of her head and needles stuck all over her body. The only bit of skin that wasn't rotten was all scratched up by this family. It was bruised beyond recognition. I want to heal. I want to heal. 206 The girl broke down and cried. She couldn't care less about the difference between men and women, and directly grabbed Manager Shui's hand. You, come with me to the hot tub. 206 The girl's face was ugly and miserable with tear stains and bloodstains intertwined. Manager Shui shouldn't be able to break the code of his position either. After a moment's consideration, Manager Shui nodded. That's fine, Ms. Wang, you wait for me a little. Manager Shui put the girl down and turned to make a trip to the staff elevator. A minute later, he came out. Only this time, Manager Shui's appearance seemed to have changed a bit. He appears to be suffering from increased contamination. The eyes become vertical pupils and the tongue in the mouth becomes thinner. Manager Shui was spitting snakes and exuberant spirits as he came down the corridor and ran quickly toward the girl. 206 The girl was lying on the ground, lingering and dying. Come on, Ms. Wang, I'll carry you in. Manager Shui picked up the 206 girl in a crossbody and sent her into the hot spring pool. Zhongli witnessed this from the side. In the hot spring pool, the sound of Manager Shui's accidental fall into the water came from the pool. Then came Manager Shui's groan of pain. Hot tub entrance. That whole family of creeps and gradually coming back to their senses. The red-skinned man was the first to come to his senses. He got up on his elbows on the carpet and dragged his bleeding feet towards Zhongli. The man grabbed Zhongli's cuffs and led Zhongli to the door of room 206. That large family, they all nodded their heads at Zhongli and thanked him. After saying thank you, he dragged the man away. It was a pity that when they gave thanks, Zhongli couldn't see them for the time being. Zhongli pondered for a moment. The 206 girl has to be persuaded to leave the second floor, and maybe there are some clues to be found from the girl's house. Thinking of this, Zhongli took out her room card and swiped open the door with a drop sound. The door to room 206 opened. Zhongli was shocked for a moment when she saw the scene in the house. Inside this house, there's meat hanging all over the place. If you sniff carefully, you can smell that subtle corpse odor in the house. To cover up the stench of this corpse, the girl smoked the family into bacon after splitting their bodies. The bacon and sausages, one by one, were hanging outside the balcony, receiving smoke and fire. The thick black smoke polluted the air outside the house. The black smoke was carried by the strange wind and blew everywhere. That's how the so-called black wind comes in after 4 o'clock at night, when the windows are broken. Zhongli opened the closet, which was full of clothes with blood. These are clothes for adults, for children, for fat people, for thin people. These are from that large family. In the gap of the clothes, Zhongli met a pair of dead eyes. Looking at those godless eyes, Zhongli reached out and plucked away the bloody clothes. Underneath the bloody clothes was hiding a man covered in blood. The man's skin was flayed off alive, while his body was wrapped in cling film by the girl. Haven't had time to deal with it yet. It was the body of the very same red-skinned man. In the man's hand, he clutched a picture of his family. By the look of the man, he would have been ready to take the picture out and hold it up to whomever he wanted to show it to, but before he could speak, he was brutally murdered by the girl. Zhongli took the plastic wrap and tore a small opening. She broke the man's fingers apart and removed the bloodied family portrait. Zhongli unfolded the photo and glanced at it. Nothing special, but turned to the back of the photo of the moment. Zhongli's heart tip, followed by a tremor. From room 206, the girl had almost left the hot tub. After a bath, the girl is no longer transparent. Zhongli could see the girl's entire body. Following the girl out was Manager Shui. Manager Shui's skin was peeled back, but he didn't seem to be hurt in any way. On the contrary, Manager Shui, who spat out a snake letter, had more tender skin. On his face, Ms. Wang, I'll take my leave. Manager Shui greeted and then left the second floor. In the corridor now, only the 206 girl and Zhongli were left facing each other. Their family, you killed them all. Zhongli looked straight at the girl. The girl blushed slightly when she heard this. You came into my house? Zhongli didn't deny it.
She pulled out the pinched and crumpled photo and held it between her fingers. MS. Wang Xiaoran. Don't be in a hurry to get angry. Take a look at this first. John Lee handed the photo over. The name Wang Xiaoran. John Lee found it from the group photo list on the back of the photo. Inside the customer profile, the guest's last name is included, but not the first name. On the back of the photo, according to the surname Wang, John Lee said, found a Wan's name that fits the girl. Even I don't remember what my name is, so how could you possibly know? 206. The girl's words were barbed. She couldn't understand what John Lee was saying at all. Just look at the picture and you'll understand. John Lee reminded her. The girl took the picture. Isn't this the same family that bullied me? What's there to see? The girl was basically tired of seeing every single face on that family photo. Some of them have been skinned by girls. In some cases, they came to get back at the girls, but were brutally beaten by them. This whole family, they all hate girls. Again, the girl hated them. Tilt the photo 45 degrees and you'll see something different, John Lee said. 206. The girl held the photo half-heartedly, tilting it at a slight angle. The picture of the whole family has changed a bit because of the change in perspective. In this joyous family portrait, that vacant spot in the front and center, a human face appeared. That girl is smiling like a flower, with her dad on her left and her mom on her right. Behind them are my mother-in-law, grandfather, sister-in-law, aunt, brother and cousin. The family had a great time and laughed especially hard. In a flash, explosive information suddenly flooded into the 206 girl's mind. There was so much of it that the girl felt like her head was about to explode. Came to mind. All. Come to mind. Several years ago, the family organized a vacation outing. At that time, I booked a place called Clear Spring Hotel. Only after the girl came here, everything changed overnight. For some reason, she forgot all about it. Her family, too, had forgotten all about the girl's existence as if her memory had been washed away. Every night before going to bed, the girl's mom and dad, with a vague impression of the knocking on hotel room doors one by one, they were calling daughter and daughter in the corridor, searching for memories. The one that's getting blurry. That's why before the night John Lee just came to the second floor. A couple who claimed to be mom and dad knocked on the door and called their daughter in front of John Lee's door for a reason. This building holds a more powerful and eerie force than the girl. It manipulates everything about the girl. It watches the girl and her family kill each other, and is happy to do so. This is very much a form of revenge in the most primitive and barbaric sense of the word. See? John Lee asked her. The girl was incontinent with tears. She covered her mouth and dropped to the floor with a loss of voice. John Lee looked at the girl and spoke in a deep voice. Do you want to stay here and have them hate you and be enemies with you every day? Can't wait for you to die sooner or... No! The girl screamed out emotionally. No, don't do this. I'm sorry for them. Oh, really sorry. The girl hugged the family picture, tears smashing down onto the floor in big drops as she cried her heart out. Behind John Lee, those unknown family members, hearing the girl's cries, they all opened their doors and ran out to see what was going on. They each cried out in pain as they looked at the agonized 206 girl. Those guys can't remember girls. All they know is that the girl is the enemy, that the girl is scary, that she's the monster, that she'll hurt them. Hearing the taunting voices of her family members, the 206 girl crawled on her knees to John Lee's feet, hugging John Lee's calf. John Lee, please, take me away. I don't want to stay here. Please take me away. Really please. The sooner the better. Chapter 133, Creepy Granny. 206. The girl had previously been unable to pass the face recognition at the elevator entrance because her body had become transparent. Wanted to get out but couldn't. To a later point, it was because they wanted to use the hotel spa to help them change their skin, so reluctant to go out. The fact that the girl made this decision today means that later on, she'll have a skin flare-up. It will never be healed again. John Lee helped the 206 girl up from the ground. Don't worry, I'll take you out. John Lee had almost just finished saying this when the glass window of the second floor corridor, it was then slammed away by a strong black wind. Wahahaha, the glass window shattered. The window blew out. It seems that the weird forces on level 2 don't want the 206 girls to leave here. This black wind is coming in strong. It only took 2 or 3 seconds to contaminate everyone. The degree of transparency of John Lee's body was also soaring dramatically. Crap! John Lee hurriedly blocked the 206 girl. 206. The girl's body is no longer in a transparent state after she is soaked in the hot springs. But if it's contaminated by the black wind again this time, the girl still couldn't get past the face recognition at the elevator. The girl still couldn't walk. Hurry up! John Lee took off his jacket and put it over the 206 girl's head. Just protect your face. As long as the face is not contaminated, it can pass face recognition. John Lee ran quickly and sent the girl to the elevator entrance. The electronic screen opens. Please place the face in the frame. Please place a face in the box. The The beep sounded. 206. The girl adjusted her position and placed her human face in the frame. The girl held her breath and waited for the calibration. She'd tried this many times before, and it always came up whenever she tried to escape. Will this one be the same as before? Both Jiangli and the girl stared at the screen apprehensively. A few moments later, the beep sounded. Error. Error. Face not recognized. Screen is about to shut down automatically. Hearing this familiar mechanical tone, the 206 girl's heart had completely despaired. I can't get out. I can never get out. Every time. 206, the girl murmured tearfully. The girl's mind falls apart. In contrast, Jiangli appeared much calmer. Hold on a second. Just give me a second. After Jiangli finished speaking, she turned around and walked towards the broken window side of the corridor. The black wind blew hard. Jiangli held the black and gold bead in her hand, and aside from her hair being blown around a bit, her steps were still steady. Against the black wind, Jiangli walked to the end of the corridor. Jiangli's purpose is not the glass window, but the hot spring pool. The hot tub is right next to the glass window. Jiangli picked up the iron bucket on the ground and walked into the female hot spring pool. From the hot tub, she scooped up a bucket of water and mentioned it to the elevator door. Wash your face. Jiangli patted the 206 girl's shoulder. 206. The girl was sitting disoriented on the floor, hugging her knees and weeping. When she heard Jiangli's command, she stood up and obediently did as she was told. After washing her face, the 206 girl's face was briefly restored. Jiangli opened the electronic screen once more. Please place a face in the box. Please put faces in the box. Next, the girl successfully passed the face recognition. The passenger elevator to leave. Jiangli, thank you. 206. The girl stood in the elevator and wiped a tear from her eye. I'm sorry about before. If I could, I'd like to change my rating and give you a 10. 206. The girl said goodbye to Jiangli. The viewers of the live stream were treated to an image of the girl with only a face, suspended in the air. The picture looked weird as hell. The black wind is still blowing. The girl's hovering human face also faded into the picture as the black wind eroded it. The 206 girl standing in the elevator became completely invisible again. After leaving this floor, no one would ever see her again. Eternal solitude that will stay with the girl for the rest of her life. Send the girl away. The black wind on the second floor, too, gradually weakened. The wind was still howling outside the window. The sound of the wind is more like a wail. Ignoring the voices, Jiangli took out her dressing mirror and called for the mirror man. I'm invisible right now, and I'll be in the elevator with you, and then you'll be pretending to be me. Hand the elevator card to the elevator man. After Jiangli finished explaining to the mirror man, he took his own badge and pinned it on the mirror man. Before that, the mirror people had badges too, only the top of the badge is mirrored. That's why the flush elevator man, at a glance, knew the mirror man was a fake. Now Jiangli took his own badge and temporarily pinned it on the mirror man. In that case, the Qi Lu elevator man would not be so easily recognized. Jiangli, aren't you afraid I'll run away with your badge? The mirror man smiled deviously and, I said I wanted to replace you. Oh. Jiangli also laughed. That's fine. From now on, you're me, and you'll be filling in for me at work. I don't get enough to eat or sleep every day. All I have to do is fill in for you and play around, and just think of the future. The mirror man's face instantly turned white when he heard that. No way. No way. No way. No way. What a hard life you're leading. I'm not going to. The mirror man waved his hand, and immediately dismissed the idea of replacing Jiangli. Every time the black wind came, the mirror man could hide inside the mirror. It is therefore not particularly affected by anything. Under Jiangli's instructions, the mirror man went to the face recognition machine and verified the face. Ding dong. The employee elevator doors open. Jiangli and the mirror man walked in. The Qilu elevator operator could only see the mirror man, not the invisible Jiangli, so it didn't look like much. After Jiangli walked into the elevator, the seal of the second floor slowly appeared. Everything in the two-story building was reduced to the appearance of rubble in a matter of moments. To what floor? Give me the elevator card. The zippy elevator man asked the mirror man. Shibang's elevator operator is haunted by black gas. The whole person looks more depressed. The face is purple. Underneath the bangs, those eyes were filled with melancholy. Mirror man handed out the elevator card. Here. The elevator operator took the card and swiped it. This time, the 1 level button didn't light up, but the -1 level button did. The last guest of the building lives on the first floor. Mirror man was stinking up the elevator with a vanity mirror, examining his features. I didn't expect the elevator operator to break the dresser mirror with one hand. This time is no better than last time. This time there was nothing in the dresser mirror. The elevator operator crushed and stomped on that mirror a few times, his chest filled with anger. It was impossible for Jiangli to use the same trick twice. Perhaps the elevator operator thought that, once again,
This vanity mirror was just like the last one. Inside was hiding the monster that looked just like Zhongli. Ding dong. The elevator doors opened and the -1st floor arrived. In the entire -1st floor, there was not a single ray of light. It's like a dark basement. Zhongli and Mirror Man walked out of the elevator. After retrieving the chest plate from the Mirror Man went back to playing with joy. Ouch! The Mirror Man was just about to run, when he felt that he hit something. Mirror Man held his forehead and rubbed it twice. The light in the corridor on the first floor flickered a few times and came on. Under the eerie green light, Zhongli saw that a grandmother with white and wrinkled skin was pushing a cleaning cart and stand in front of the Mirror Man. Chapter 134, The Locked Room. The grandmother was wearing the same uniform as Zhongli. The only thing that was different was the grandmother's body, which seemed to be very wet. At the top of the grandmother's hair, it looked like there was a spout. That spout had dirty water spilling out of it all the time. All that dirty water wetting the grandmother's hair, cheeks, and clothes. So much so that where the granny was standing, there was a stream of dirty water coming out of the floor. Mirror Man and Granny exchanged a glance. Sorry Granny, I bumped into you. Instead of speaking, the grandmother reached out a hand and took the Mirror Man's wrist. She should have mistaken the Mirror Man for Zhongli. Zhongli followed behind the grandmother and the Mirror Man in a state of invisibility. Zhongli observed the grandmother's cleaning cart. Inside, the top of the rag appeared to be stained with red blood. In addition to that, Zhongli found a few strands of floating black hair in the bucket of the cleaning cart. Grandma, where are you taking me? Mirror Man asked. The grandmother shook her head and said nothing. She just shuffled her wet steps and stumbled deeper into the corridor. Arriving at the entrance to the hot tub, the grandmother opened the drawer of her cleaning cart and removed a large set of keys. She shook it off, picking out a handful and unlocking the newly added chain locks on the outside of the hot tub. The entire hot tub house, too, was dark and unlit. Granny gestured for the Mirror Man to go inside. The Mirror Man stretched his neck and glanced into the darkened room. Granny, it's too dark in here. I don't want to go in there. The grandmother's face turned manic when she heard the Mirror Man reject her. She wrapped her arms around the Mirror Man's waist and dragged him hard toward the dark room. The Mirror Man yelled twice and turned to hide in the broken mirrors of the house. The grandmother only felt an empty space in her arms and the Mirror Man was gone. On second thought, the grandmother snapped the lights on in the hot tub house. The lights came on. Zhongli saw that the entire hot spring pool was filled with a pool of fishy red blood. In that pool was sitting a woman with long hair. The woman leaned against the edge of the hot tub, showing a head, not knowing if she was dead or alive. Next to the hot spring pool, some waiters' uniforms were strewn about. The jacket pocket of one of the uniforms revealed what looked like a note. Zhongli quietly went over and took the note. As he left, Zhongli also glanced at the woman in the pool. That woman, is she a guest on this floor? Zhongli left the hot spring pool house and quickly walked outside the corridor. She opened the note and read it. Welcome to the Clear Springs Hotel and to this floor. Please be aware of the following information during the work period. Room B101 on this floor is occupied by a strange guest. The guest's last name is Ginger and she is a young, beauty-conscious woman. Since staying at the hotel, Ms. Kang's appearance has aged dramatically. Ms. Kong, who has lost her looks, is hiding in a hotel, terrified. Please persuade Ms. Kong to leave the hotel. On the back of the note, the rules for this floor are written. Kayasumi Hotel, B1 code. For your safety, please address guests as Ms. Jiang. Remember, never call a guest grandma, mother-in-law, granny, etc. 2. No guest may see any of the mirrors, and if a full mirror is found, please break it. 3. Guests are required to change into a set of dry clothes at every full hour. Please make sure you have your clothes ready in advance and put them at the door, otherwise something terrible will happen. 4. If you see that the water in the hot spring pool is red, please do not enter the pool. If you see that the water in the hot spring pool is blue, feel free to do so. 5. Don't believe what you see, believe what you hear. Zhongli had just finished reading these rules when he didn't expect the roof of the corridor to suddenly start spraying water. The spray was hot spring water. Still hot. The hot spring water dampened the note and drenched Zhongli all over. Zhongli, who originally wanted to take advantage of his invisibility to look for more clues. The moment it touches the hot spring water, the form is exposed. In the corridor, a melodious music sounded. It's as if celebrating the human orgy. Level 1. The wet level. You and that girl just now, not the same person? A young woman's voice that, interrupting Zhongli's thoughts. Zhongli looked up. Inside this wet hallway, the grandmother was the only one, standing in front of her. Granny's skin was soaked and white and wrinkled. The voice that spoke, however, sounded like it was only in its early 30s. Clear Springs Hotel, first basement level code, Article 5. Don't believe what you see, believe what you hear. The grandmother looked old.
but her voice sounded young, combined with the note's reference to since checking into the hotel.
MS. Kang's appearance aged dramatically. Jiangli could almost infer that the grandmother was not really a grandmother. Her real identity, I believe, is MS. Kang. The reason why MS.
Kang's face is aging so fast is because she is in the wet layer.
Soak in the water every day.
Hands that have been in water for a long time are still white and wrinkled. Not to mention the fact that MS.
Kang was soaking her entire body in water. Inside MS. Kang's hair, dirty water keeps spilling out. It is the root cause of MS. Kang's aging appearance. Yes, MS. Jiang, that person just now didn't have a badge. It wasn't me. Jiangli responded.
The grandmother's wrinkled face smiled.
I told you, you two have different eyes. Jiangli nodded politely and smiled at the grandmother.
Looking at Jiangli's beautiful smile, the grandmother's face changed slightly. She dropped her eyes in dissatisfaction and grunted.
I used to look this good.
The grandmother's words were tantamount to tacitly acknowledging the fact that she was MS.
Kang.
With those words, the grandmother pushed her cleaning cart into the utility room.
The clothes are all wet, so go find a suit and bring it to me. Whoever's wearing it, dry is fine.
The grandmother in a waitress uniform explained to Jiangli.
The uniform Granny wore didn't fit, and on the uniform,
there were still stars of blood. Jiangli remembered Clear Spring Hotel.
Basement 1 code. Article 3.
Guests will need to change into a dry set of clothes every full hour. Please be sure to have your clothes ready in advance.
Put it in the doorway. Otherwise something terrible will happen. Maybe the so-called horrible thing is being killed by Granny, and wear away their uniforms. Jiangli glanced at the time on the electronic screen in the hallway. It's now 10 minutes to full time. Jiangli nodded in agreement. Okay, MS. Jiang, deliver it to the door of your room later. Chapter 135 Invitation to Enter. The grandmother's eyes fell on Jiangli's wet uniform.
A meaningful smile appeared on that old face.
Come on, don't be a grunt. MS. Kang's tone was unkind.
She smoothed her hair over her wrinkled face.
Then, holding onto the wall again, he trudged into room B101. That kind of look, looking really like an aging old man. Jiangli withdrew his gaze and went straight to the utility room. In the utility room,
there should be spare staff uniforms.
Since MS. Kang is willing to wear the staff uniform, she will be given it. As long as the garment is dry, the rule is satisfied. Jiangli entered the utility room and rummaged through the lockers. Inside, whether it's a bedspread or a staff uniform, anything that has anything to do with fabric, without exception, all of them were waterlogged. It was as if he was deliberately making things difficult for Jiangli. Mommy, the water on these clothes is so dirty. It's just as dirty as the water on that old auntie's head just now, and it must have been that old auntie's intentional sabotage. Baby Red pouted in exasperation. Jiangli glanced at the white shirt of the employee's uniform. On his white shirt, there were some dirty and smelly mop rags. Indeed, it was just like the debris inside the dirty water that was bubbling up, above MS. Ginger's head. It's MS.
Kang, who's deliberately screwing her over.
Jiangli glanced at the utility room supplies replenishment time sheet. The last time the hotel logistics staff delivered something to the utility room was 20 minutes ago. There were 30 sets of bathrobes and 10 sets of staff uniforms sent over. The number of clothes is not right. Jiangli frowned. There are no more than 5 sets of bathrobes and employee uniforms combined in this locker.
But according to the list of supplies, there should be 40 sets of costumes.
The rest, a total of 35 outfits, are missing. Mommy, it's not that old auntie hiding her clothes, is it? Red Infant felt that, according to the old aunt's nature, it was very likely that she would do such a thing. Jiangli's eyes hardened.
There's no one else on this floor who wants me dead but her.
It should be her hiding it, right? Jiangli agreed with Red Baby. MS.
Ginger must change her dry clothes on time, so naturally she doesn't get all her clothes wet. She hid part of it for her own convenience,
but at the same time, it could make Jiangli unable to hand over the dry clothes, thus violating the rules and getting Jiangli killed. This MS. Kang, she's not a nice person at all.
Jiangli quickly came out of the utility room. She stood at one end of the corridor and looked out. The entire corridor of 20 residences,
plus 2 hot tubs, 2 staff lounges, 1 kitchen and self-catering area, 25 rooms in total. So many rooms. To find a dry suit, in 10 minutes, the difficulty is just too high. Looking at the image of Jiangli standing stunned in the corridor, the experts from the intelligence department sat around the conference room and, into a scorched earth discussion. In case the guest hides the clothes in his room, won't Jiangli never be able to get them? Xia Guofeng offers his insights. On Xia Guofeng's shoulder, there was also a woman in a Chinese red dress. The bloody woman inside the eye socket. This is Xia Guofeng on his way to work in the Ministry of Intelligence, mistakenly into a wedding car. Rules of strange.
Xia Guofeng carries his bride along with him to work at the company so as not to violate the rules of weird talk.
I think it's possible. A subordinate affirmed Xia Guofeng's opinion. If Ms. Kong was determined to do harm,
then she hid clothes in her house.
It's the safest option. Other subordinates offered their own speculations.
The young man with the glasses was the only one in the conference room who didn't say a word. The young man clasped his arms and looked at the live feed. He remembered the detail that had just passed by in a flash, and a guess vaguely surfaced in his mind. But he wasn't sure if that guess was true or not. The young man stared intently at the big live screen.
If it was Zhongli, she would have been able to notice that detail. Will that detail be the breakthrough? Live feed. Zhongli stood in the corridor for a full 30 seconds. After 30 seconds of thought and analysis, Zhongli grabbed one of the things on the cleaning cart and passed by room B101. Quickly run towards the women's hot tub. Xia Guofeng was shocked. Look at Zhongli's direction. She went to the hot spring pool? Other experts also looked puzzled. According to speculation, Zhongli should sneak into room B101. It's only right to steal a set of dry clothes without Miss Ginger finding out. Watching Zhongli's actions, a hint of a smile floated out of the corner of the young man wearing glasses. It seems that Zhongli has also noticed it. There's no way the clothes are hidden in room B101. The young man was calm and collected. He spoke calmly of his deductions. Not every waiter has a universal room card. If dry clothes are hidden inside those 20 housing units, that's a dead giveaway for the chosen. Zhongli has access to those 20 housing units. That doesn't mean, however, that other adventurers can access those 20 housing units. The copy will take into account the feasibility of the pass and restrict Ms. Kong from hiding her clothes inside the house. The young man with the glasses continued his analysis. Excluding those 20 housing units, that leaves 2 hot tubs, 2 employee restrooms, 1 kitchen attached to a self-catering area. There is only one of these remaining 5 places that is the most special. The crowd looked at the live feed. On the live feed, Zhongli took out the bunch of keys she had taken from the cleaning truck and picked one out. Insert into the lock hole of the chain lock on the door. Iron lock. Xia Guofeng's pupils were shocked as he slapped the conference table with a bang. Of these 5 places, only the women's hot spring pools have added iron locks. Xia Guofeng suddenly realized, there is only one possibility for purposely locking this place. This place hides something important. This chain lock. Both Ms. Zhongli prevented Zhongli to find dry clothes protective locks, but at the same time, it gave Zhongli a hint. And the reason she left the key to the iron lock on the cleaning truck, it's because she can't block the chosen one's path. Ms. Ginger, too, has her own rules that need to be followed. Zhongli stood at the entrance to the hot spring pool, holding the string of keys and trying them one by one. These keys, except for the different tooth patterns, have no difference in appearance. If Zhongli had only gotten this set of keys as an afterthought and rushed over to get the key to open the door, that's definitely not going to be enough time. While Zhongli was jingling the keys, the door to room B101, being pulled away from the inside. The wrinkled, weathered old face peeked out from inside the doorway. Granny looked at Zhongli trying out the keys. Her gaze revealed a few pouts. She gouged out Zhongli grimly for a moment, until Zhongli figured out the correct key and opened the door into the spa house. The granny just looked away with a displeased expression. Humph, it's useless to go in. I don't believe you can find it. After scolding Zhongli, the old granny slowly retracted her old face. Boom closed the door to the room. Chapter 136, A Box of Bricks. Hearing these words from the mirror man, Zhongli's mind suddenly buzzed. Dry clothes, water-filled hot tubs, that place where it was impossible to hide clothes in any way. How could Zhongli forget? At the same time that the mirror man finished speaking, on the broken mirror of the hot tub, a line of red text was revealed under the water vapor. The most unlikely places are the safest. The line of text, with only a very shallow outer outline. It's supposed to be a copy to keep the situation from becoming a stalemate, so the clues purposely left for the chosen one. But Granny was so devious that she erased the hint. I recalled the cleaning cart that Granny had pushed when I first came downstairs. There happens to be a bloody rag. That rag could be the very thing that Granny used to erase the blood. It was too late to think about it. Zhongli quickly went inside the staff pool. Zhongli, what are you doing? I just went ashore. Why are you going down again? The mirror man climbed up from the hot spring pool and stared blankly at Zhongli. Zhongli lifted his pants leg and stepped in the pool to get to the location of the floor tile. She glanced at her wristwatch. 70 seconds to go. 1037. You lift that floor tile and take a look. Zhongli's expression was serious. The mirror man gave an O and did as he was told. Lift the floor tiles and there is a large sealed metal box inside. It took the mirror man a great deal of effort to raise the heavy iron box. Upon raising it, it noticed that on the outside of the metal box, there was a small lock hanging. Zhongli, this needs a key to open. The mirror man picked his head in agony. Zhongli glanced at the small lock from afar. The lock hole is small. On the outside of the lock, there was a letter B written on it. Zhongli suddenly remembered that the string of keys she had just taken just now had exactly 2 small keys. The one is marked with the letter B. Zhongli flipped out the string of keys and threw it to the mirror man. You open the lock. Pick the letter B1. Mirror cupped his hands together and caught the key. It picks out the key with the letter B on it, inserts it into the lock hole and gives it a little twist. The little lock clicked open. Zhongli looked surprised. She approached quickly and immediately lifted the lid of the metal box. But the very moment he looked at what was inside, Zhongli's pupils suddenly contracted. It's bricks. A box full of bricks. In a flash, a layer of cold sweat crept up Zhongli's spine. Time remaining now, 50 seconds. Wash up family. The situation is clear. The traps of the weird world are truly undefendable. Lose 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 lose. Alas, break it all up. The mirror man placed a hand on Zhongli's shoulder and sighed quietly. Zhongli, don't be discouraged. If we can't find dry clothes, we can wear wet ones. Look at me, the mirror man said, spinning around in front of Zhongli to show off his wet clothes. I'm not fine in wet clothes. Mirror man just turned back to the front. Then he saw that Zhongli had already run away. After Zhongli scanned around the staff pool, she didn't hesitate and went straight to the red-hot spring pool. There are 2 pools in the spa house. One is a VIP pool for guests. Inside sits a dead, long-haired woman, and the pool water is red. The other, the staff pool that Zhongli had just visited, had blue water. Zhongli went to the bank of the VIP pool. She grabbed a pair of extra-long rubber gloves from a nearby steel bucket and quickly put them on. Then grabbed the body of the long-haired woman and dragged it away with one hand. Lean down on the bank again and put your rubber-gloved hand into the pool. After fumbling around for a while, Zhongli lifted something. Then, a large iron box, exactly the same, was carried out of the pool by Zhongli. The mirror man looked on in disbelief. Without any pause, Zhongli immediately pulled out another key, selected one, inserted it, turned it, and, unlocking, removed the lid of the metal box. What came into view was a large box full of clothes. On the outside of these clothes, there is a waterproof bag over them. It's obvious that someone did it on purpose. Seeing these dry clothes, Zhongli's tense nerves finally eased a few points. Holy, you can find this? I don't understand. How did she know there were clothes in that place? I counted on my fingers. Zhongli is secretly hanging behind our backs. Zhongli glanced at his wristwatch. 30 seconds left until the next full hour. She hurriedly pulled out a set of dry clothes and darted toward the door. In the intelligence department, old-timer fan tentatively asked Xiao Wu. Wu, tell me, if you were to hide the clothes, where would you hide them? Xia Guofeng also got interested. Yes, Xiao Wu, tell us what you think. We, the oldest of the old, would like to hear more from the young. Xiao Wu raised his eyes and glanced at Elder Fan. He certainly saw the subtlety. The moment he saw that the box contained bricks, then quickly guessed that the dry clothes were in the other pool. But, is he really going to tell it like it is? Elder Fan's question in front of him appeared to be very careless, but in fact, it was quite well intentioned. If Wu analyzes the location where he hid his clothes, it's under the female body at the VIP pool, then this ability to think quickly would undoubtedly make himself a target. This also further validated the potential qualification of he could be a rival with Zhongli. I'm just afraid that people will become all over the place in the future in terms of guarding themselves, but if Wu deliberately avoids the correct answer in order to alleviate people's suspicion of him, then again, it would rather give the impression of being a cover-up, because Wu's pre-performance itself was rather colorful, and now he's suddenly confused. It's simply playing dumb to cover it up. This contest is a psychological war between Fan and his predecessor. Think for 2 seconds. Xiao Wu raised his eyes and looked at the few seniors in the conference room. Then, as a humble offering, Junior will have the audacity to analyze 2 sentences. Wu stood up and walked over to the small blackboard next to him. He took a writing pen and simply drew a simple diagram of the 2 pools. All I can say is that if I were to sub in for Zhongli's perspective, I'm sure I would have realized the clothes were hidden under the woman's body in the VIP pool. Wu drew a circle in the upper left corner of the employee pool. There are dark compartments in the upper left corner of the staff pool, and inside the dark compartments are metal boxes that the B key opens. Since Zhongli had a B-type key, that actually implied the existence of an A-type key. Along with that, it also means that in the spa house, there must be another big iron box. Using a writing pen, Wu drew the broken mirror in the spa house. Combined with the hints on the mirror, it has been concluded that the dry clothes must have appeared in the hot tub. Zhongli scanned through the staff pool before heading to the VIP pool, but it was clear that she didn't find any other similar floor tiles. This means the clothes were not stored in the staff pool. Wu took 2 steps in front of the small blackboard and analyzed it carefully. There are 2 hot spring pools in total. Since the clothes aren't in the staff pool,
they'll have to be in the VIP pool. When he finished, he held the pen and drew some squiggly lines in the box of the VIP pool. The VIP pool is extensive, with 400 or 500 floor tiles at least. If the iron box is placed in an unmarked location, the level, simply, is impossible to pass. So the location where the iron chest is located must possess special markings. Wu circled the upper left corner of the VIP pool, where the female body was located. And the only thing in this pool that possesses special markings is where the female body is. Wu held the lower frame and laughed, because the female body, itself, is the mark. Chapter 137, The Demanding Female Ghost. So if I were Zhongli, I would definitely go and remove the female corpse and look for another large iron box. Wu finished his analysis, put down his pen, nodded slightly for a moment, and went back to his seat to sit down. In fact, Fan's old-timer's question was, if Wu comes and hides the clothes, where will the clothes be hidden? There's an implicit assumption here that puts Wu and Zhongli in opposing positions, but Xiaowu's response throughout was an analysis in terms of if I were Zhongli. This is clearly two different perspectives, but, whichever perspective you seniors want to hear, it's just why were the clothes hidden under the woman's body? This response from Wu says both the answer to what everyone wants to know. At the same time, he avoided putting himself and Zhongli in an antagonistic position. This fight with Fan's old predecessor, he won. Wu suppressed the curve of his mouth and lowered his eyelashes. He picked up the large teacup on the table and took a shallow sip. Ha ha, not bad, not bad. Xiao Wu's analysis is reasonable. Xia Guofeng laughed out loud in agreement. Elder Fan's eyes looked deep into Xiao Wu's. This young man, it seemed, was more difficult than he had imagined. Straight from the booth, Zhongli hugged the clothes and ran wildly through the corridor. Although he was desperately running forward, Zhongli's speed, in fact, was not fast at all. The damp red carpet, after having been drenched with hot spring water, and after about 10 minutes of fermentation, it may have been energized with some kind of substance. The carpet nowadays is sticky feet sticky as hell. Every step was like stepping on strong glue. The original corridor was only 50 or 60 meters, and at a normal person's running speed, 12 or 13 seconds to run through. This is also the basic standard inside the school, for student physical tests. But right now, Zhongli really couldn't move an inch. There are still 20 seconds left. Zhongli is still 40 meters away from room B101. Zhongli continued to struggle, moving forward in the corridor. 10 seconds left and 25 meters to room B101. The further back, the slimy stuff on the bottom of Zhongli's feet, the more it accumulated. The forward progress slowed down and the road became harder and harder to follow. On the wristwatch, the second hand is turning little by little and is about to point to 12. But Zhongli was still close to 10 meters away from room B101. Zhongli clenched his teeth and lunged. At the same time, the set of dry clothes with plastic wrapping in his hand was thrown with force. The second hand ticks and points to 10. It's still 2 seconds from the end. The dress arced through the air, and the door to room B101 opened just at that moment. The suit, itself, was thrown too hard. It was already almost on the verge of flying through the doorway of room B101. I didn't realize that the grandmother was sticking her head out at the right time. The dress snapped and hit the grandmother in the face. Then the clothes hit the ground and fell securely in the doorway of room B101. And Granny, too, was slapped in the face by the dress. The second hand ticks and points to 12. Time 2. Clear Springs Hotel. First basement level code. Article 3. Guests will need to change into a dry set of clothes every full hour. Please be sure to have your clothes ready in advance. Put it in the doorway. Zhongli did leave the dry clothes at the door of the room before the full hour. Granny's wrinkled face, after being slapped in the face, loose skin shivered with it for 2 seconds. The grandmother grimaced as she received a slap from her clothes. She grumbled and took the clothes off the floor and turned to go inside. The myriad of sticky gunk that's been pulled out from between the plastic bags of clothes and the carpet. It was also caught between the doorways. The mission was successfully completed. Zhongli let out a breath. She got up from the carpet and trudged to one end of the hallway. She found a pair of disposable slippers in the locker of the cleaning cart. After Jiangli changed her own shoes, she started at the end of the corridor and rolled up the sticky carpet. From room B101, roll all the way to the hot tub at the other end. The floor of the corridor was no longer sticky to the feet, and Zhongli's walking speed, too, returned to normal. At that moment, Granny also came out of the house. Zhongli saw that the grandmother had changed into a pair of spiked shoes to match the carpet. The soles of those shoes were all pointy like nails. These shoes have a small contact area with the ground. Even when you step on sticky carpet, you don't get a lot of resistance. Granny proudly stepped on her spiked shoes, carrying dry clothes and toiletries. Come out of room B101. She should be planning to go finish her shower, take a dip in the hot tub, and change into clean clothes. What the grandmother didn't realize was that Zhongli had collected the carpet in advance.
The red carpet, which had been sticky to the feet, was transformed into smooth floor tiles, plus the floor tiles were waterlogged, so they were slippery. With Granny's spiked shoes, it's a stumble, almost killed Granny. In the end, the grandmother was halfway there, crying and howling, crawling back to the house to change her shoes. It was hard to change my shoes and go inside the spa house. As a result, Granny started howling again. Granny panicked and ran out of the spa house. She had just made it to the door when she was grabbed inside by a long-haired woman with 7 bloody eyes. Waiter, help me. My hair. Zhongli had originally taken a set of clean clothes, intending to go back to the house to change the wet clothes on his body. She was only halfway there when she heard the cries of Granny for help. Waiter, did you throw it in the water? It drank the blood and now it's alive. My ears. Shut up. Granny babbled a few words. Then there was a thud, as if he had been thrown into the pool. The thing Granny said, drink blood and come back to life. Zhongli's first thought was the long-haired female corpse. Zhongli remembered that when she was getting her clothes from the red-hot spring pools, did push that female corpse, the head of the woman's body, then drowned in the pool. At that time Zhongli also perceived that the place where the female corpse fell down, there were a few gurgles and bubbles. It was only that time was urgent at that time, and Zhongli didn't care too much about it. Help! Help me! Quickly! Quickly! Granny's voice broke and she couldn't say more than 2 words before she was pushed back into the water. She appeared to be drowning. Zhongli felt bad in his heart. If the guest really died, then the task of getting good reviews would never be accomplished by Zhongli. Zhongli couldn't be bothered to change his clothes. She turned and ran for the hot tub. Zhongli gasped and rushed to the hot spring pool. The long-haired woman with the wild grin was getting on her hands and knees and locked around the neck and waist of the granny and dragged her hard into the pool. Granny was in the center of the VIP pool, flopping around in the bright red water. Clear Springs Hotel, first basement level code, Article 4. If you see that the water in the hot spring pool is red, please do not enter the pool. Chapter 138. Help! Cough! Help! The granny was dragged into the water and choked on several mouthfuls of water. Now that the long-haired ghost was controlling her, she had absolutely no power to fight back. With more and more sinking and floating, the cries for help from the granny are getting fainter and fainter. Zhongli on the shore. From the pool in the center of the grandmother, more than 10 meters away, Zhongli had to go into the water if he wanted to save someone. But once you touch the red water in the pool, Zhongli will directly violate the rules again. Dead old woman you also have today? You have the ability to tell her to come down. She wouldn't have dared to save you at all. And you deserve to die. The long-haired female ghost saw Zhongli's hesitation and threw back her head and laughed maniacally. The female ghost's long, messy, dark hair slid away down her cheek. Displayed before Zhongli's eyes were the shocking scars on the female ghost's face. It seems that this MS. Kong not only killed the long-haired woman, but also disfigured someone's appearance. Cough. Save me. MS. Kong was white and on the verge of dying. If we can't save MS Kong within 2 minutes, then she will definitely die. Zhongli furrowed his brows and stared at the bright red blood in the pool, thinking quickly about countermeasures. These red pools of water are simply murky. With all the tossing and turning of the long-haired woman and Mrs. Ginger, the putrid and foul substances at the bottom of the pool, all of them have surfaced at this moment as well. Zhongli simply closed his eyes and quickly thought about the way to break the situation. In only an instant's effort, a large amount of information flashed through Zhongli's mind. Damp, dirty water, pools of blood, disfigurement, long-haired ghosts. Zhongli's spirit was highly concentrated, and a fine cold sweat oozed from his forehead. 2 seconds later, Zhongli's index finger joints unconsciously twitched twice. A crack peeled out of the plethora of information, zoomed in front of Zhongli's eyes. Zhongli snapped his eyes open. MS. Ginger, Zhongli shouted to the grandmother. I can save you, but you have to give me a 10 out of 10 right now. Hearing Zhang Li's voice, the grandmother struggled and raised her head from the water with difficulty. Okay, MS. Ginger said, taking a big breath of fresh air. I'm giving you a 10 right now. You hurry down and save. Before the grandmother could finish her sentence, she screamed again and was held down into the water. Come down, quickly, the grandmother urged Zhongli. After staring at the grandmother's desperate struggle for a few seconds, Zhongli's gaze went cold. She withdrew her eyes and put on the waterproof rubber gloves next to her. Don't worry MS. Kong, I'll make sure you don't die. Zhongli paced unhurriedly and went to the drain of the VIP pool. She attached herself to the bank, knelt down, and poked her hand into the water. The drain was clogged with lots of hair. Zhongli grabbed out a very large few strands of hair, threw them on the bank, and went on to unclog the drain. The audience watching the livestream was so anxious they were practically jumping out of their skin. No way. Sis, what are you doing? You're going to save the day. Don't drain the water, big brother. By the time you're done, the yellow flowers will be cold. I was so anxious I stomped around the house. Zhongli was not the least bit flustered. No matter how much the grandmother in the pool yelled, Zhongli took it as if she didn't hear. After 30 seconds of getting it, the water in the pool of blood began to flow. Ms. Kong, I've saved you, so I'll take my leave on my end. Zhongli took off his gloves and went to the sink to wash and dry his hands. Ms. Kong in the pool didn't react for a moment. Before leaving, Zhongli smiled and said, Ms. Jiang, you'll be saved when the water is drained. Hold on a little longer. After saying that, Zhongli took a set of clean uniforms and left the scene without looking back. She was still fully wet and had to go back and change. Mommy, aren't you going to save old auntie? She doesn't seem to be able to hold out much longer. In the hallway, Red Baby's tone was slightly worried. Zhongli smiled. Baby, she won't die. If she really died that easily, how could she have put the female ghost in such a dangerous place? According to Ms. Kong, the long-haired ghost will come back to life after drinking blood. Knowing full well that the female ghost would surely come to take revenge on herself after her resurrection, anyone in their right mind would have thrown the body away, instead of putting the body in a pool of blood. The reason Ms. Ginger dared to put a female ghost in the pool, that her fighting prowess, just absolutely on top of the female ghosts. This so-called crisis is nothing more than an act to trick simple waiters into risking their lives. Zhongli held a set of clean clothes and returned to the staff lounge to change. She was about to go out when she accidentally noticed an extra window in the wall of the lounge. The blue curtains were drawn and appeared to be blocking out a lot of the bright light. Zhongli's current location was the first floor of the Qingchuan Hotel. How can you have outdoor light when you're on a subterranean floor? And through the curtains, some strange sounds could be heard outside the window, much like a group of kids moving around the playground. Only the voices were distant. Zhongli pulled the curtains open with a swish. Behind the curtains, there was only a wall. The light disappeared and so did the sound. What's wrong, mommy? Red Baby asked her. Zhongli froze for 2 seconds. No, it's fine. I might be hallucinating. Zhongli closed the curtains and turned to leave the room. The moment Jiangli closed the door, behind the curtains, another blinding light shot over. The breeze blew the curtains slightly. Through a gap in the curtains, the light and laughter outside the window appeared for 2 seconds and then disappeared once more. Zhongli left the lounge and returned to the spa house once again. The pool has been drained of blood, and at the bottom of the pool, the bodies of the waitresses, exposed. These corpses were, from the looks of them, all puddles of crimson goo. No longer distinguishable from human form, only through the 2 eyeballs stuck to the mucus. Vaguely recognizing them should be Zhongli's colleagues. Predictably, Ms. Kong took advantage of her colleagues' sympathy and tricked them into going into the water to save their lives. How many people have been killed? The red slime into which these corpses had melted was the same slimy substance that had been on the red carpet in the hallway earlier. Extra sticky feet. If Zhongli had rashly stepped into the water just now, 9 times out of 10, he would have been stuck by these slimes. Even tripping, the odds are that Zhongli will also die in the pool. At this point, looking at the bodies all over the floor at the bottom of the pool, the winds of the live broadcast reversed. Those who had been arrogantly cursing were now silent. Instead, the group of people who hadn't dared to say anything earlier began to clear their pop-up screens. Who told our sister to save the others just now? Come out and get beaten. I'm glad I didn't speak earlier. I knew it wasn't that simple. How come the cursing stopped? Is it because you don't like it? Chapter 139 Unmanned Vending. Zhongli scanned the pool. Eventually, on some puddle of slime, something familiar was seen. Zhongli carefully entered the pool, trying to avoid the slime as much as possible, and went to pick something like that up. This is the employee elevator card back to the first floor. Elevator cards, positive reviews, and sending guests out. Zhongli had already achieved both. The only thing to do now is to send Ms. Ginger out. But Ms. Kong especially loves beauty, and as long as she can't get her looks back, she's definitely not leaving here. But what can be done to rejuvenate Ms. Kong quickly? In the shower of the spa house, the sound of water stopped. Ms. Kong finished her shower and pushed her way out of it with an old face. The moment she saw Zhongli, the look on Ms. Zhang's face became a few more points of resentment. It's a shame that she just performed so hard. As a result, I didn't expect Zhongli to see it long ago and still treat her like a monkey. Even scammed a favorable review out of her. Ms. Zhang plucked out Zhongli with no good face. Zhongli, on the contrary, didn't care about this at all. Ms. Zhang, I have a way to help you regain your appearance, Zhongli said. Ms. Ginger's footsteps faltered for half a beat. After thinking about it, Ms. Kong sneered. You teased me just now, and now you're trying to tease me again. Am I a good liar? Zhongli laughed. Ms. Zhang, words can't be said like that. You're the one who wants to act. It's not like I'm forcing you. Ms. Kong grunted, still not quite convinced in her heart. She walked with a hobbling gait that looked no different from an old man's. Ms. Kong, your rheumatism, it should be getting worse, right? Jiang Li's voice sounded behind him. If you don't get out of here, I'm afraid not only will your appearance get worse, the body also slowly becomes an old man. Jiang Li used an affirmative sentence. You can tell by the way Ms. Kong walks that she has become more and more like an old person. No one can take being in their 30s and turning into a senile old man that, especially Ms. Kong. This is a sore point in Ms. Kang's mind. She'd spent as long as she could in this dank subterranean floor, trying to think of ways to get younger. If she didn't have to, how would she want to be stuck here, out of sight? I told you I could restore your appearance and send you out. Jiang Li spoke with conviction. Walking ahead, the hunched-over Ms. Kong hesitated. In the middle of the day, she turned around and spoke quietly. What way? Afternoon. Jiang Li kept a few extra sets of dry clothes at the door of Ms. Zhang's room. Then, he took the elevator card, brought the red baby, and left the negative floor. She walked out of the Clear Springs Hotel to the outside of the large iron gate. In front of Jiang Li was the misty area. She stops next to the iron gate, pulls out her treading fog light and lights it up. Tap fog lights only work for 2 hours at a time. 2 hours should be more than enough for Jiang Li. Think back to Ms. Song, who has a dog on the 3rd floor. Every time Ms. Song went out shopping alone and left little Teddy in the house. It won't take more than 5 minutes. This can only mean that there are places to shop outside of the Clear Springs Hotel. And this venue, not far away. The lantern Jiang Li carried in her hand dispelled the surrounding mist. A misty area, centered on the pedal fog lights, forms an area with a radius of about 10 meters. Jiang Li carried the lantern and looked around. Outside the Clear Springs Hotel, less than 20 meters away, there is a bus shelter. There were a lot of familiar faces standing there. The blind old man on the 5th floor. The fat guy who lost weight on the 4th floor. There's also the curly-haired woman who changes into a little Teddy again on level 3. And the invisible Ms. One on level 2. They were all waiting at the bus stop. Ms. One, who was invisible on the 2nd floor, had tear tracks falling from the air and wetting the ground. After Jiang Li glanced at them, she bypassed them and went to the convenience store next door. On the convenience store, there is a sign with red letters on a white background. It says unmanned, in which the word man runs down in blood. A few drops of viscous liquid, bright red like blood, followed the edges of the sign and snapped a few times to the floor. Jiang Li walked to the door and looked at the rules in front of the convenience store. After mentally preparing himself, he held out his hand and pushed his way inside. Welcome to the unmanned convenience store. Please help yourself to all kinds of goods. The mechanical announcer sounded. The wind chimes at the door also tinkled. Jiang Li walked to the convenience store and wandered inside. She walked over to the replacement area, looking for one thing, snakeskin. Manager Shue's attribute is a snake, so he must molt often. Get the snakeskin, and maybe follow the example of Ms. Wang's skin-changing operation on level 2. Restore Ms. Kang's appearance. There were a lot of things in the replacement area, and as Jiang Li picked out the goods, the glass door of the convenience store opened again. Welcome to the unmanned convenience store. Please help yourself to all kinds of goods. Jiang Li inclined his head to look at it. In comes a sassy woman with a tearful mole at the corner of her eye. This woman, Jiang Li always felt somewhat familiar. Think for a second. Jiang Li suddenly raised her eyes. She remembered. This woman, Jiang Li had seen in a group photo. A photo of the owner of the casket store. Sure, and his wife. Boss Sher's wife. Wasn't she contaminated and dead? And who is this woman? While Jiang Li was puzzled, the woman with the tear mole had already walked to Jiang Li's side. What's wrong? The woman with the tear mole looked at Jiang Li and touched her face in embarrassment. Something on my face? Jiang Li withdrew his sight and shook his head. The teary-eyed woman wanted to go on about something else, and that's when the phone in her pocket rang. The teary-eyed woman picked up the phone. Hey, husband, I'm out here. Not knowing what was said on the other end of the phone, the woman with the tear mole gave Jiang Li a strange look, hurriedly left the convenience store. Jiang Li was on the shelves and did not find a snakeskin, but found a human skin. Do I need to introduce you? Behind him, a cool voice rang out. Through the dressing mirrors sold next to her, Jiang Li caught a glimpse of a woman standing right behind her. On a woman's face, there is no skin. She is the owner of this human face. Would you like to introduce yourself? The woman started talking again. Jiang Li didn't pay any attention to her, but directly took the human skin and went to the self-checkout counter to pay the bill. Unmanned vending convenience stores, Code of Entry, Article 1. When purchasing a product, it is not acceptable to talk to the owner of the product, especially those owners who have passed away. Remember, Jiang Li took the human skin label, to scan the code. For the payment method, Jiang Li chose eyeballs. The price of human skin is 4 eyeballs. Jiang Li didn't hesitate and pulled out 4 eyeballs from his pocket to pay the bill. These 4 eyeballs, all of which Jiang Li was in the hot spring pool where the blood water was drained. Take away those waitresses. Jiang Li had prepared a bunch of them, all in case of emergencies. After paying the bill, Jiang Li was about to leave. And this time, the preview news on a small TV set at the entrance. But it attracted Jiang Li's attention. Our sources report that at 22:00 p.m. on January 15th, the Panhandle 8 bus. Shocking case of indiscriminate killing reported. Jiang Li glanced towards the source of the voice. At the bottom of the TV screen, the words teaser news flashed in big letters. Jiang Li stared at the time on the news for a few seconds. January 15th at 2200 hours p.m. The time, now, is January 15th at 3 p.m. It's possible to preview events that haven't happened yet? Jiang Li retrieved his thoughts, pushed the door, and left the store. Leaving the convenience store, the sound of the wind chimes rang again, and in the convenience store, the woman with no face, holding those 4 eyeballs, curled up in a corner, crunching and eating. Storefront. Jiang Li had just taken no more than 2 steps when her arm was pulled by someone. Without waiting to see who it was, Jiang Li was dragged into a nearby bush. Jiang Li turned around and the person he saw was Boss Shi. Mr. Shi's wife, the woman with the mole of tears, had fallen asleep, not knowing what she'd eaten, is lying on his side. Don't tell the organization that my wife is back, okay? Boss Shi looked at Jiang Li in a begging manner. Chapter 140 A Rift in Time and Space. The organization is checking tightly and does not allow the private use of the time converter. I had no choice this time to bring back my wife. Boss Shi looked compassionate and lovingly stroked his sleeping wife. After a moment of silence, Boss Shi turned his head to look at Jiang Li. If anyone from the organization asks you, do me a favor and don't tell them, you've met my wife. Boss Shi took out an agreement and signaled Jiang Li to oblige him by signing the deed. Jiang Li took it and glanced at it. This copy is a little confusing in terms of time and space. Just like before, Jiang Li was on the first floor. Through the window of the staff lounge, the sound of the schoolyard was heard. These wrong times and spaces. It's all because of Mr. Shi's unauthorized use of the time shifter. A rift has arisen in this copy of spacetime, and those above will be coming down soon to investigate. Please do help me. Boss Shi rarely showed helplessness in front of Jiang Li. Jiang Li glanced at the agreement. The agreement says that if she helps Mr. Shi hide this, Jiang Li can use the time shifter for free. Why should I use your converter? Jiang Li felt puzzled. This copy, she'll be through it in no time at all. Why do we even need a time traveler? This deal was of no benefit to Jiang Li. Mr. Shi straightened his expression. You don't need this. You'll never get through. Boss Shi's tone was very firm. To tell you the truth, originally, the time converter was for the clearing of the Clear Spring Hotel copy, and the organization agreed to take it out. Looking at Boss Shi's expression, it didn't look like he was lying to Jiang Li. What did Jiang Li miss? What was the oversight that necessitated the use of the time changer? Think again. Jiang Li still agreed to Boss Shi's request and signed his name on the deed. The deed is in force. Thanks, little girl. If you want to find me, you can go to the cabin across from the bus shelter. When you get inside, find a wooden chair and sit down, and I'll find out naturally. After saying this, Mr. Shi hurriedly carried his wife on his back and ran away from the path. Jiang Li actually wanted to ask more, because the wooden house that Boss Shi said, Jiang Li had seen it before. It was basically an empty shelf that looked abandoned for at least 20 years. How can people live in a place like that? Without waiting for Jiang Li to open her mouth to call out to Boss Shi, the bushes were pushed aside from outside. Routine investigation. 2 men in black pony coats stepped into the bushes and came in front of Jiang Li. The two were a man and a woman, both wearing spiked masks with skull designs on their mouths. Ever seen this guy? The man took out a photo and displayed it in front of Jiang Li's eyes. The woman on top of the photo was the same woman with the tear mole that Jiang Li had just seen. This woman disappeared from parallel time for no apparent reason, and we suspect that someone, for their own selfish desires, unauthorized use of the time shifter. It's an urgent matter, so please bother to cooperate with our investigation. Thinking for a second, Jiang Li was about to reply, and at that moment, the woman in the black pony coat, but in front of Jiang Li, taking out something that looked like a pistol, he pressed it against Jiang Li's head. The polygraph is ready and you better not lie. The woman's icy voice reminded Jiang Li. Jiang Li swallowed his saliva. I thought I could get away with a casual. I've never seen it before. I didn't realize that the Ghostface organization had a lie detector. Ma'am, don't be nervous. This is just a simple investigation. The man took a pen and paper and, staring at Jiang Li, he waited for Jiang Li's reply. Jiang Li looked at the man and woman in front of him, was silent for 2 seconds, and nodded. Scene. Jiang Li said. At these words, the man and the woman looked at each other, their expressions tense. The polygraph, which was like a pistol, also ticked 3 times and showed a green light. Where did you see it? The woman pressed with a serious expression. Jiang Li stared into the woman's eyes and answered seriously. I've seen a picture of this woman with the owner of the store in the night kiosk downstairs from the insane asylum. A true lie is not made up. Rather, switches things around in time and space, utilizing a montage technique that, inventing a false truth. It's true that you've seen women, and it's true that you've seen photographs in madhouses, but combined, it becomes something else. Jiang Li's words fell. The lie detector still drip sounded 3 times. The indicator light was green. The system detected that Jiang Li wasn't lying. Jiang Li's words disappointed the Ghostface organization for 2 seconds. What happened? Have we seen it since? I mean in this copy. The woman continued to press the issue. The cold lie detector was still pressed against Jiang Li's head. Jiang Li's fingers unconsciously tightened. Obviously, Jiang Li's answer did not satisfy them. Jiang Li had Zhang Liang's plan, and they also had a ladder over the wall. The people of the Ghostface organization are not that easy to fool. Why don't you say something? We're asking you if you've seen a living person, not a picture. When the man saw that Jiang Li didn't open his mouth, he also echoed his colleague and asked after him. 4 eyes stared at Jiang Li at the same time. They were all expecting an answer. Jiang Li thought for a moment, tightened his fists, and shook his head. Haven't seen it. Surprisingly, the light on the polygraph was green. Seeing that Jiang Li didn't lie, the pair had no choice but to sigh and record it truthfully. Left the place. Only when the people from the Ghostface organization were far away did the red baby on his shoulder open his mouth to ask, Mommy, what's going on? Is their polygraph broken? Jiang Li came out of the bushes and glanced in the direction of the convenience store. No, baby, their polygraphs aren't broken. Unmanned convenience store entry code, Article 2. Maybe you'll meet some dead people in the store. Don't be alarmed. They're just like you. All just guests. The location where Jiang Li met the woman with the tear mole was very special. It was in an unmanned convenience store. Convenience store rules state that people you meet in the store may be alive or dead. There are all kinds of people in a convenience store. Baby, can you prove that the auntie from earlier was alive? Jiang Li asked Red Baby with a smile. Red Baby shook her head. Whether it's dead or alive, then who knows? Jiang Li curled her lips into a smile. This, then, is a loophole in the rules. Not to mention the lie detector. Even Jiang Li himself couldn't tell if the man was dead or alive. After all, no one can provide hard evidence. That's why when Jiang Li was faced with a question from the Ghost Mask organization, have you ever seen a living woman with a tear mole? Jiang Li answered, I haven't seen it, and the lie detector doesn't show a lie. No one could prove that what Jiang Li had seen was alive. Of course, no one could prove that what Jiang Li had seen was dead. This is an area where a polygraph cannot tell. Therefore, by utilizing the rule of unmanned convenience stores, you can turn the danger into a blessing. By the way, Mommy, didn't you just see that auntie in the bushes too? Auntie is lying right behind Uncle Scooby. Red Baby scratched his head and couldn't help but ask. Jiang Li laughed. That's right, auntie is lying there and I don't know if I'm asleep or dead. Red Baby was shocked. Makes sense. Jiang Li carried the treaded fog lamp and walked in the direction of the Clear Spring Hotel. Walked 100 meters, passing by the bus shelter. Jiang Li saw that the man and woman were questioning the few customers waiting for the bus. Jiang Li retracted her eyes and quickened her steps, heading back in the direction of the Qingshuan Hotel. Before even walking through the large iron gate of the hotel, Jiang Li realized that the building inside the iron gate, it seems to have changed and become a school building. The sign for the Clear Springs Hotel is gone, and inside the big iron gate, there were so many students in school uniforms. And then there's the green playground on the side of the school building where the students move around, which also appears. This sound of chasing and playing in the playground was exactly the same commotion that Jiang Li had heard on the first floor. This seems to be a closed middle school located halfway up the mountain. Next to the big iron gate, there's a chubby little girl with bangs, wearing a blue school uniform, crouched in the corner, was sobbing. Jiang Li walked into the iron door and locked eyes with the little girl. So familiar eyes. This little girl. It seems like I've seen her somewhere. Jiang Li remembered that Boss Sure had said that this copy had to use a timeshifter in order to pass. Could that pass have anything to do with this familiar-looking little girl? Jiang Li was full of questions and was planning to go up and ask a couple of questions. I didn't expect that just as she stepped forward, the little girl suddenly stopped her tears and immediately ran towards the inside of the school building. Jiang Li quickly stepped after him, and with just a blink of an eye, the tall school building in front of Jiang Li's eyes, instantly transformed into the Saizen Hotel. And Jiang Li, too, accidentally bumped into a person who suddenly appeared out of nowhere under the spacetime shift. The one with the bangs. Elevator Man. Chapter 141 Passage not achieved. Sorry. Zhongli bumped into the Qi Luhai elevator operator, bowed his head in apology, and took half a step back. Caught off guard by Zhongli, the elevator operator's well-groomed bangs that it's been knocked away a bit. The elevator operator moved to turn her back in a hurry and straightened her bangs in a panic. Despite the fact that her movements had been quick, Zhongli still noticed there was a dark mass under the elevator operator's bangs. That kind of thing, like a birthmark. So this elevator clerk, with her purposely floppy bangs, was planning to use them to hide the birthmark? Feeling Zhongli's scrutinizing gaze on the birthmark, the elevator operator's face was bashful. Keeping his head down, he hurried away, looking at the back of the elevator operator's haunting black aura. The disbelief in Zhongli's heart deepened. The black aura on the elevator operator appeared to be worse. Zhongli took out a cup of honey water and drank it to eliminate the pollution from his body. Grabbing the human skin in his pocket again, he returned to the basement level. At the door of Ms. Kang's room, Zhongli raised her hand and knocked on the door. Knock knock. The door to the room pulled open from the inside. Zhongli handed out the human skin. Ms. Jiang, it's not too late. You should go to the hot spring pool and change. Ms. Kang looked at the human skin with a hesitant expression. I've never changed it before. Is it really okay? Ms. Jiang was a little worried. According to Zhongli, one has to go to the hot spring pool, tear off one's skin, and put on a new one. This practice, unheard of. Ms. Kang is always worried that Zhongli is trying to harm her. Ms. Kang, I've served so many customers, and I've seen with my own eyes a customer switching. I won't lie to you. Ms. Ginger took the human skin and looked miserable. Will it hurt? Zhongli nodded. Beauty comes at a price. Zhongli's words were like a pill of reassurance, giving Ms. Jiang a great deal of confidence. Beautiful. The beauty that Ms. Kang has been pursuing for so many years can now be realized immediately. How can there be any reason to just give up? When she raised her eyes again, Ms. Kang's eyes were firm. Okay, I'll give it a try. Ms. Ginger squeezed the human skin tightly and turned to the house to find a dagger, as well as some needle and thread tools. Then, it went straight to the hot tub. Zhongli guarded the outside of the hot spring house. It didn't take long. From the spa house came Ms. Kang's heart-rending screams. The cries of agony continued for about a couple of minutes. After the yelling stopped, Ms. Kang dawdled for a long time before pulling open the door and coming out of the spa house. She took a towel and wrapped it around her face, afraid of letting Zhongli see it. Waiter, can you help me see if it's recovered? Ms. Kang was afraid to look in the mirror, so she turned to Zhongli for help. Zhongli helped her uncover the towel. The moment she opened the bloodstained towel, Zhongli was shocked. This human skin, and Ms. Kang's human face, do not stick at all. Ms. Kang is not skilled in skin replacement, and this time, the skin replacement is basically a waste. The red baby on her shoulder was ugly to Ms. Ginger. The little one hurriedly gave a dark sigh and averted his eyes. Zhongli's breathing tightened slightly. The skin change failed, which meant that Zhongli would need to go out and find skin again. But there were no more spare human skins in that convenience store just now. Well, waiter, do I look good now? Ms. Jiang worriedly asked Zhongli. Zhongli's mind remembered something. She smiled slightly at Ms. Ginger. Good-looking Ms. Ginger, this skin suits you especially well. Really? Really? Ms. Jiang's voice trembled with excitement. Her pale fingers traced the delicate skin of her face. Zhongli stared at Ms. Kang's stitched skin for a few seconds. This human face, indescribably weird. Looks like it's been stitched on. The five senses look out of place everywhere. I want to look in the mirror. I want to see. Ms. Kang held her face, threw down Zhongli, and headed for the smashed mirror of the hot spring pool. Zhongli pulled her back. No Ms. Jiang. Hearing Zhang Li's block, Ms. Jiang's face changed slightly. Why not? Ms. Ginger gave a few skeptical looks and, is it hard to believe you're lying to me? Zhongli immediately retorted. No Ms. Jiang, have you forgotten? The rule on this floor is that you can't trust what you see with your eyes. The mirror will deceive you. Clear Springs Hotel, ground floor code, Article 5. Don't believe what you see, believe what you hear. Thinking about the strange things she encountered in the hotel, Ms. Zhongli half believes Zhongli's words. What about? But I really want to look in the mirror. Ms. Kang was more determined. Zhongli recalled the Qingchuan Hotel, the first floor code, the second article. No guest is to be allowed to see any of the mirrors, and if a full mirror is found, break it. Ms. Kang, there are no full mirrors on this floor. To look in the mirror, you'd better get out of here. Zhongli spoke out to persuade Ms. Jiang. Plus, the humidity on this floor is so high that you continue to stay here. with your newly restored face. Before long, it will be the same again. When Jiangli finished saying this, she saw Ms. Jiang flustered in the flesh. Under Jiangli's continuous persuasion and coaxing, Ms. Jiang quickly went to room B101 and packed up her things, headed in the direction of the passenger elevator. The top of Ms. Kang's head was still bubbling with water, all dirty. Before she left, she took a small, broken mirror with her. Leaving this floor, she had to take the first look in the mirror. If things were different than expected, she would immediately turn back. The small broken mirror in Ms. Ginger's hand rippled twice like a water ripple. The mirror man, inside the small broken mirror, waved at Jiangli and mouthed goodbye. Jiangli made a gesture of silence and sent them away. Ms. Kong wouldn't have noticed something was wrong with her face even if she had left the first floor. What the mirror man does best is mimic. The mirror will make Ms. Kong think that her looks have been restored, even though Ms. Kong, after a few days, found herself looking scary. She wouldn't have a chance to go back to the hotel either. After sending the two of them off, Jiangli also brought Red Infant and left the underground floor, walking into the staff elevator. The basement floor from the spa house, roiled with blood and water. A dark, damp basement floor, power outages, rising water, and the appearance of seals. The whole process of abandonment. In one fell swoop. The employee elevator. The elevator man with the bangs wasn't in it. After Jiangli swiped her card herself, the employee elevator returned to the first floor. The elevator doors opened. The first floor lobby of the Saizumi Hotel is covered with cobwebs and dust. The hotel staff, long gone. A hibernating cobra was curled up in the corner cupboard instead. Mommy, are we in the wrong place? I remember this place being nicely decorated. Red Baby found this place strange. Jiangli observed the strange scene here all the way out of the hotel. Clear Springs Hotel Replica SS level clearance requirements. Sending off all the guests of the hotel with favorable comments from the guests. The pass requirement, Jiangli has been reached. However, the system tone of successful pass in his mind did not ring out. Jiangli took out the guest list he was responsible for and checked it again. There is no mistaking one guest on each floor. There were a total of 5 people on the list, and Jiangli hadn't missed them. What went wrong? Jiangli walked to where the front desk of the hotel was. The computer's monitor was still working, and Jiangli randomly clicked on a few screens to look at them. On this computer, there are 6 little videos. In the upper right corner of the video, there is a label like floor number. There are 5 floors, 4 floors, 3 floors, 2 floors, 1 floor, and an employee elevator. Jiangli held the mouse and clicked on the video of one of the layers and zoomed in to watch it. The video isn't long, only 10 seconds, and it keeps playing on a loop. After watching the video of level 1, an unsettling premonition rose in Jiangli's heart. Jiangli exited the interface, frowned, and clicked on the second level video again. After reading the contents inside, the uneasiness in Jiangli's heart spread, and her face became more and more grave. Next up, level 3, level 4, level 5. After watching the video clips looped on each floor of the Jiangli's heart was viciously seized together. Inside the Clearwater Hotel copy, all the strange phenomena that strung together. But things have gotten bad. Why not? Ms. Ginger gave a few skeptical looks and, is it hard to believe you're lying to me? Jiangli immediately retorted. No Ms. Jiang, have you forgotten? The rule on this floor is that you can't trust what you see with your eyes. The mirror will deceive you. Clear Springs Hotel, ground floor code, Article 5. Don't believe what you see, believe what you hear. Thinking about the strange things she encountered in the hotel, Ms. Jiangli half believes Jiangli's words. What about? But I really want to look in the mirror. Ms. Kong was more determined. Jiangli recalled the Qingchuan Hotel, the first floor code, the second article. No guest is to be allowed to see any of the mirrors, and if a full mirror is found, break it. Ms. Kong, there are no full mirrors on this floor. To look in the mirror, you'd better get out of here. Jiangli spoke out to persuade Ms. Jiang. Plus, the humidity on this floor is so high that you continue to stay here, with your newly restored face. Before long, it will be the same again. When Jiangli finished saying this, she saw Ms. Jiang flustered in the flesh. Under Jiangli's continuous persuasion and coaxing, Ms. Jiang quickly went to room B101 and packed up her things, headed in the direction of the passenger elevator. The top of Ms. Kang's head was still bubbling with water, all dirty. Before she left, she took a small, broken mirror with her. Leaving this floor, she had to take the first look in the mirror. If things were different than expected, she would immediately turn back. The small broken mirror in Ms. Ginger's hand rippled twice like a water ripple. The mirror man, inside the small broken mirror, waved at Jiangli and mouthed goodbye.
Zhongli made a gesture of silence and sent them away. Kong wouldn't have noticed something was wrong with her face even if she had left the first floor. What the mirror man does best is imitate. The mirror will make Kong think that her looks have been restored, even though Kong, after a few days, found herself looking scary. She wouldn't have a chance to go back to the hotel either. After sending the two of them off, Zhongli also brought Red Infant and left the underground floor, walking into the staff elevator. The basement floor from the spa house, roiled with blood and water. A dark, damp basement floor, power outages, rising water, and the appearance of seals. The whole process of abandonment. In one fell swoop. The employee elevator. The elevator man with the bangs wasn't in it. After Jiang Li swiped her card herself, the employee elevator returned to the first floor. The elevator doors opened. The first floor lobby of the Saizumi Hotel is covered with cobwebs and dust. The hotel staff, long gone. A hibernating cobra was curled up in the corner cupboard instead. Mommy, are we in the wrong place? I remember this place being nicely decorated. Red Baby found this place strange. Zhongli observed the strange scene here all the way out of the hotel. Clear Springs Hotel Replica SS level clearance requirements. Sending off all the guests of the hotel with favorable comments from the guests. The pass requirement, Zhongli has been reached. However, the system tone of successful pass in his mind did not ring out. Zhongli took out the guest list he was responsible for and checked it again. There's no mistaking one guest on each floor. There were a total of 5 people on the list, and Zhongli hadn't missed them. What went wrong? Zhongli walked to where the front desk of the hotel was. The computer's monitor was still working, and Zhongli randomly clicked on a few screens to look at them. On this computer, there are 6 little videos. In the upper right corner of the video, there is a label like floor number. There are 5 floors, 4 floors, 3 floors, 2 floors, 1 floor, and an employee elevator. Zhongli held the mouse and clicked on the video of one of the layers and zoomed in to watch it. The video isn't long, only 10 seconds, and it keeps playing on a loop. After watching the video of level 1, an unsettling premonition rose in Zhongli's heart. Zhongli exited the interface, frowned, and clicked on the second level video again. After reading the contents inside, the uneasiness in Zhongli's heart spread, and her face became more and more grave. Next up, level 3, level 4, level 5. After watching the video clips loop through each floor of the Zhongli's heart was viciously seized together. Inside the Clearwater Hotel copy, all the strange phenomena that strung together. But things have gotten bad. Why not? Ginger gave a few skeptical looks and, is it hard to believe you're lying to me? Zhongli immediately retorted, no Jiang, have you forgotten? The rule on this floor is that you can't trust what you see with your eyes. The mirror will deceive you. Clear Springs Hotel, ground floor code, Article 5. Don't believe what you see, believe what you hear. Thinking about the strange things she encountered in the hotel, Zhongli half believes Zhongli's words. What about? But I really want to look in the mirror. Kong was more determined. Zhongli recalled the Qingchuan Hotel, the first floor code, the second article. No guest is to be allowed to see any of the mirrors, and if a full mirror is found, break it. Kong, there are no full mirrors on this floor. To look in the mirror, you'd better get out of here. Zhongli spoke out to persuade Jiang. Plus, the humidity on this floor is so high that you continue to stay here, with your newly restored face. Before long, it will be the same again. When Zhongli finished saying this, she saw Jiang flustered in the flesh. Under Zhongli's persuasion and coaxing, Jiang quickly went to room B101 to pack up her things, headed in the direction of the passenger elevator. The top of Kang's head was still bubbling with water, all dirty. Before she left, she took a small, broken mirror with her. Leaving this floor, she had to take the first look in the mirror. If things were different than expected, she would immediately turn back. The small broken mirror in Ginger's hand rippled twice like a water ripple. The mirror man, inside the small broken mirror, waved at Zhongli and mouthed goodbye. Zhongli made a gesture of silence and sent them away. Kong wouldn't have noticed something was wrong with her face even if she had left the first floor. What the mirror man does best is imitate. The mirror will make Kong think that her looks have been restored, even though Kong, after a few days, found herself looking scary, and she won't have to go back to the hotel. After sending the two of them off, Zhongli also brought Red Infant and left the underground floor, walking into the staff elevator. The basement floor from the spa house, roiled with blood and water. A dark, damp basement floor, power outages, rising water, and the appearance of seals. The whole process of abandonment. In one fell swoop, the employee elevator. the elevator man with the bangs wasn't in it. After Jiang Li swiped her card herself, the employee elevator returned to the first floor. The elevator doors opened. The first floor lobby of the Saizumi Hotel is covered with cobwebs and dust. The hotel staff, long gone. A hibernating cobra was curled up in the corner cupboard instead. Mommy, are we in the wrong place? I remember this place being nicely decorated. Red Baby found this place strange. John Lee observed the strange scene here all the way out of the hotel. Clear Springs Hotel Replica SS level clearance requirements. Sending off all the guests of the hotel with favorable comments from the guests. The pass requirement, John Lee has been reached. However, the system tone of successful pass in his mind did not ring out. John Lee took out the guest list he was responsible for and checked it again. There is no mistaking one guest on each floor. There were a total of 5 people on the list, and John Lee hadn't missed them. What went wrong? John Lee walked to where the front desk of the hotel was. The computer's monitor was still working, and John Lee randomly clicked on a few screens to look at them. On this computer, there are 6 little videos. In the upper right corner of the video, there is a label like floor number. There are 5 floors, 4 floors, 3 floors, 2 floors, 1 floor, and an employee elevator. John Lee held the mouse and clicked on the video of one of the layers and zoomed in to watch it. The video isn't long, only 10 seconds, and it keeps playing on a loop. After watching the video of level 1, an unsettling premonition rose in John Lee's heart. John Lee exited the interface, frowned, and clicked on the second level video again. After reading the contents inside, the uneasiness in John Lee's heart spread, and her face became more and more grave. Next up, level 3, level 4, level 5. After watching the video clips loop through each floor of the John Lee's heart was viciously gripped together. Inside the Clearwater Hotel copy, all the strange phenomena that strung together. But things have gotten bad. Why not? MS. Ginger gave a few skeptical looks and, is it hard to believe you're lying to me? John Lee immediately retorted, no MS. Jiang, have you forgotten? The rule on this floor is that you can't trust what you see with your eyes. The mirror will deceive you. Clear Springs Hotel, ground floor code, Article 5. Don't believe what you see, believe what you hear. Thinking about the strange things she encountered in the hotel. MS. John Lee half believes John Lee's words. What about? But I really want to look in the mirror. MS. Kong was more determined. John Lee recalled the Qingchuan Hotel, the first floor code, the second article. No guest is to be allowed to see any of the mirrors, and if a full mirror is found, break it. MS. Kong, there are no full mirrors on this floor. To look in the mirror, you'd better get out of here. John Lee spoke out to persuade Ms. Jiang. Plus, the humidity on this floor is so high that you continue to stay here. With your newly restored face, before long, it will be the same again. When Jiang Li finished saying this, she saw Ms. Jiang flustered in the flesh. Under Jiang Li's persuasion and coaxing, Ms. Jiang quickly went to room B101 to pack up her things, headed in the direction of the passenger elevator. Ms. Kang's head was still bubbling with water, all dirty. Before she left, she took a small, broken mirror with her. Leaving this floor, she had to take the first look in the mirror. If things were different than expected, she would immediately turn back. The small broken mirror in Ms. Ginger's hand rippled twice like a water ripple. The mirror man, inside the small broken mirror, waved at Jiang Li and mouthed goodbye. Jiang Li made a gesture of silence and sent them away. Ms. Kong wouldn't have noticed something was wrong with her face even if she had left the first floor. What the mirror man does best is mimic. The mirror will make Ms. Kong think that her looks have been restored, even though Ms. Kong, after a few days, found herself looking scary, and she won't have to go back to the hotel. After sending the two of them off, Jiang Li also brought Red Infant and left the underground floor, walking into the staff elevator. The basement floor from the spa house, roiled with blood and water. A dark, damp basement floor, power outages, rising water, and the appearance of seals. The whole process of abandonment. In one fell swoop. The employee elevator. The elevator man with the bangs wasn't in it. After Jiang Li swiped her card herself, the employee elevator returned to the first floor. The elevator doors opened. The first floor lobby of the Saizumi Hotel is covered with cobwebs and dust. The hotel staff, long gone. A hibernating cobra was curled up in the corner cupboard instead. Mommy, are we in the wrong place? I remember this place being nicely decorated. Red Baby found this place strange. John Lee observed the strange scene here all the way out of the hotel. Clear Springs Hotel Replica SS level clearance requirements. Sending off all the guests of the hotel with favorable comments from the guests. The pass requirement, John Lee has been reached. However, the system tone of successful pass in his mind did not ring out. John Lee took out the guest list he was responsible for and checked it again.
There is no mistaking one guest on each floor. There were a total of 5 people on the list, and Jiang Li hadn't missed them. What went wrong? Jiang Li walked to where the front desk of the hotel was. The computer's monitor was still working, and Jiang Li randomly clicked on a few screens to look at them. On this computer, there are 6 little videos. In the upper right corner of the video, there is a label like floor number. There are 5 floors, 4 floors, 3 floors, 2 floors, 1 floor, and an employee elevator. Jiang Li held the mouse and clicked on the video of one of the layers and zoomed in to watch it. The video isn't long, only 10 seconds, and it keeps playing on a loop. After watching the video of level 1, an unsettling premonition rose in Jiang Li's heart. Jiang Li exited the interface, frowned, and clicked on the second level video again. After reading the contents inside, the uneasiness in Jiang Li's heart spread, and her face became more and more grave. Next up, level 3, level 4, level 5. After watching the video clips looped on each floor of the, Jiang Li's heart was viciously seized together. Inside the Clearwater Hotel copy, all the strange phenomena that strung together. But things have gotten bad. Why not? MS. Ginger gave a few skeptical looks and, is it hard to believe you're lying to me? Jiang Li immediately retorted, no MS. Jiang, have you forgotten? The rule on this floor is that you can't trust what you see with your eyes. The mirror will deceive you. Clear Springs Hotel, ground floor code, Article 5. Don't believe what you see, believe what you hear. Thinking about the strange things she encountered in the hotel, MS. Jiang Li half believes Jiang Li's words. What about? But I really want to look in the mirror. MS. Kong was more determined. Jiang Li recalled the Qingchuan Hotel, the first floor code, the second article. No guest is to be allowed to see any of the mirrors, and if a full mirror is found, break it. MS. Kong, there are no full mirrors on this floor. To look in the mirror, you'd better get out of here. Jiang Li spoke out to persuade MS. Jiang, plus, the humidity on this floor is so high that you continue to stay here. With your newly restored face, before long, it will be the same again. When Jiang Li finished saying this, she saw MS. Jiang flustered in the flesh. Under Jiang Li's continuous persuasion and coaxing, MS. Jiang quickly went to room B101 and packed up her things, headed in the direction of the passenger elevator. The top of MS. Kang's head was still bubbling with water, all dirty. Before she left, she took a small, broken mirror with her. Leaving this floor, she had to take the first look in the mirror. If things were different than expected, she would immediately turn back. The small broken mirror in MS. Ginger's hand rippled twice like a water ripple. The mirror man, inside the small broken mirror, waved at Jiang Li and mouthed goodbye. Jiang Li made a gesture of silence and sent them away. MS. Kong wouldn't have noticed something was wrong with her face even if she had left the first floor. What the mirror man does best is imitate. The mirror will make MS. Kong think that her looks have been restored, even though MS. Kong, after a few days, found herself looking scary, and she won't have to go back to the hotel. After sending the two of them off, Jiang Li also brought Red Infant and left the underground floor, walking into the staff elevator. The basement floor from the spa house, roiled with blood and water. A dark, damp basement floor, power outages, rising water, and the appearance of seals. The whole process of abandonment. In one fell swoop. The employee elevator. The elevator man with the bangs wasn't in it. After Jiang Li swiped her card herself, the employee elevator returned to the first floor. The elevator doors opened. The first floor lobby of the Saizumi Hotel is covered with cobwebs and dust. The hotel staff, long gone. A hibernating cobra was curled up in the corner cupboard instead. Mommy, are we in the wrong place? I remember this place being nicely decorated. Red Baby found this place strange. Jiang Li observed the strange scene here all the way out of the hotel. Clear Springs Hotel replica SS level clearance requirements. Sending off all the guests of the hotel with favorable comments from the guests. The pass requirement, Jiang Li has been reached. However, the system tone of successful pass in his mind did not ring out. Jiang Li took out the guest list he was responsible for and checked it again. There is no mistaking one guest on each floor. There were a total of 5 people on the list, and Jiang Li hadn't missed them. What went wrong? Jiang Li walked to where the front desk of the hotel was. The computer's monitor was still working, and Jiang Li randomly clicked on a few screens to look at them. On this computer, there are 6 little videos. In the upper right corner of the video, there is a label like floor number. There are 5 floors, 4 floors, 3 floors, 2 floors, 1 floor, and an employee elevator. Jiang Li held the mouse and clicked on the video of one of the layers and zoomed in to watch it. The video isn't long, only 10 seconds, and it keeps playing on a loop. After watching the video of level 1, an unsettling premonition rose in Jiang Li's heart. Jiang Li exited the interface, frowned, and clicked on the second-level video again. After reading the contents inside, the uneasiness in Zhongli's heart spread, and her face became more and more grave. Next up, Level 3, Level 4, Level 5. After watching the video clips loop through each floor of the Zhongli's heart was viciously seized together. Inside the Clearwater Hotel copy, all the strange phenomena that strung together. But things have gotten bad. Why not? MS. Ginger gave a few skeptical looks and, is it hard to believe you're lying to me? Zhongli immediately retorted, no MS. Jiang, have you forgotten? The rule on this floor is that you can't trust what you see with your eyes. The mirror will deceive you. Clear Springs Hotel, ground floor code, Article 5. Don't believe what you see, believe what you hear. Thinking about the strange things she encountered in the hotel, MS. Zhongli half believes Zhongli's words. What about? But I really want to look in the mirror. MS. Kong was more determined. Zhongli recalled the Qingchuan Hotel, the first floor code, the second article. No guest is to be allowed to see any of the mirrors, and if a full mirror is found, break it. MS. Kong, there are no full mirrors on this floor. To look in the mirror, you'd better get out of here. Zhongli spoke out to persuade Ms. Jiang. Plus, the humidity on this floor is so high that you continue to stay here, with your newly restored face. Before long, it will be the same again. When Zhongli finished saying this, she saw Ms. Jiang flustered in the flesh. Under Zhongli's continuous persuasion and coaxing, Ms. Jiang quickly went to room B101 and packed up her things, headed in the direction of the passenger elevator. The top of Ms. Kang's head was still bubbling with water, all dirty. Before she left, she took a small, broken mirror with her. Leaving this floor, she had to take the first look in the mirror. If things were different than expected, she would immediately turn back. The small broken mirror in Ms. Ginger's hand rippled twice like a water ripple. The mirror man, inside the small broken mirror, waved at Zhongli and mouthed goodbye. Zhongli made a gesture of silence and sent them away. Ms. Kong wouldn't have noticed something was wrong with her face even if she had left the first floor. What the mirror man does best is imitate. The mirror will make Ms. Kong think that her looks have been restored, even though Ms. Kong, after a few days, found herself looking scary, and she won't have to go back to the hotel. After sending the two of them off, Zhongli also brought Red Infant and left the underground floor, walking into the staff elevator. The basement floor from the spa house, roiled with blood and water. A dark, damp basement floor, power outages, rising water, and the appearance of seals. The whole process of abandonment. In one fell swoop. The employee elevator. The elevator man with the bangs wasn't in it. After Jiang Li swiped her card herself, the employee elevator returned to the first floor. The elevator doors opened. The first floor lobby of the Saizumi Hotel is covered with cobwebs and dust. The hotel staff, long gone. A hibernating cobra was curled up in the corner cupboard instead. Mommy, are we in the wrong place? I remember this place being nicely decorated. Red Baby found this place strange. John Lee observed the strange scene here all the way out of the hotel. Clear Springs Hotel Replica SS level clearance requirements. Sending off all the guests of the hotel with favorable comments from the guests. The pass requirement, John Lee has been reached. However, the system tone of successful pass in his mind did not ring out. John Lee took out the guest list he was responsible for and checked it again. There is no mistaking one guest on each floor. There were a total of 5 people on the list, and John Lee hadn't missed them. What went wrong? John Lee walked to where the front desk of the hotel was. The computer's monitor was still working, and John Lee randomly clicked on a few screens to look at them. On this computer, there are 6 little videos. In the upper right corner of the video, there is a label like floor number. There are 5 floors, 4 floors, 3 floors, 2 floors, 1 floor, and an employee elevator. John Lee held the mouse and clicked on the video of one of the layers and zoomed in to watch it. The video isn't long, only 10 seconds, and it keeps playing on a loop. After watching the video of level 1, an unsettling premonition rose in John Lee's heart. John Lee exited the interface, frowned, and clicked on the second level video again. After reading the contents inside, the uneasiness in John Lee's heart spread, and her face became more and more grave. Next up, level 3, level 4, level 5. After watching the video clips loop through each floor of the John Lee's heart was viciously seized together. Inside the Clearwater Hotel copy, all the strange phenomena that strung together. But things have gotten bad. Why not? MS. Ginger gave a few skeptical looks and, is it hard to believe you're lying to me? John Lee immediately retorted, no MS. Jiang, have you forgotten? The rule on this floor is that you can't trust what you see with your eyes. The mirror will deceive you. Clear Springs Hotel, Ground floor code, Article 5. Don't believe what you see, believe what you hear. Thinking about the strange things she encountered in the hotel. MS. Jiangli half believes in Jiangli's words. What about? But I really want to look in the mirror. MS. Kong was more determined. Jiangli recalled the Qingchuan Hotel. The first floor code. The second article. No guest is to be allowed to see any of the mirrors, and if a full mirror is found, break it. MS. Kong, there are no full mirrors on this floor. To look in the mirror, you'd better get out of here. Jiangli spoke out to persuade Ms. Jiang. Plus, the humidity on this floor is so high that you continue to stay here, with your newly restored face. Before long, it will be the same again. When Jiangli finished saying this, she saw Ms. Jiang flustered in the flesh. Under Jiangli's persuasion and coaxing, Ms. Jiang quickly went to room B101 to pack up her things, headed in the direction of the passenger elevator. The top of Ms. Kang's head was still bubbling with water, all dirty. Before she left, she took a small, broken mirror with her. Leaving this floor, she had to take the first look in the mirror. If things were different than expected, she would immediately turn back. The small broken mirror in Ms. Ginger's hand rippled twice like a water ripple. The mirror man, inside the small broken mirror, waved at Jiangli and mouthed goodbye. Jiangli made a gesture of silence and sent them away. Ms. Kong wouldn't have noticed something was wrong with her face even if she had left the first floor. What the mirror man does best is imitate. The mirror will make Ms. Kong think that her looks have been restored, even though Ms. Kong, after a few days, found herself looking scary, and she won't have to go back to the hotel. After sending the two of them off, Jiangli also brought Red Infant and left the underground floor, walking into the staff elevator. The basement floor from the spa house, roiled with blood and water. A dark, damp basement floor, power outages, rising water, and the appearance of seals. The whole process of abandonment. In one fell swoop. The employee elevator. The elevator man with the bangs wasn't in it. After Jiangli swiped her card herself, the employee elevator returned to the first floor. The elevator doors opened. The first floor lobby of the Saizumi Hotel is covered with cobwebs and dust. The hotel staff, long gone. A hibernating cobra was curled up in the corner cupboard instead. Mommy, are we in the wrong place? I remember this place being nicely decorated. Red Baby found this place strange. Jiangli observed the strange scene here all the way out of the hotel. Clear Springs Hotel Replica SS level clearance requirements. Sending off all the guests of the hotel with favorable comments from the guests. The pass requirement, Jiangli has been reached. However, the system tone of successful pass in his mind did not ring out. Jiangli took out the guest list he was responsible for and checked it again. There is no mistaking one guest on each floor. There were a total of 5 people on the list, and Jiangli hadn't missed them. What went wrong? Jiangli walked to where the front desk of the hotel was. The computer's monitor was still working, and Jiangli randomly clicked on a few screens to look at them. On this computer, there are 6 little videos. In the upper right corner of the video, there is a label like floor number. There are 5 floors, 4 floors, 3 floors, 2 floors, 1 floor, and an employee elevator. Jiangli held the mouse and clicked on the video of one of the layers and zoomed in to watch it. The video isn't long, only 10 seconds, and it keeps playing on a loop. After watching the video of level 1, an unsettling premonition rose in Jiangli's heart. Jiangli exited the interface, frowned, and clicked on the second level video again. After reading the contents inside, the uneasiness in Jiangli's heart spread, and her face became more and more grave. Next up, level 3, level 4, level 5. After watching the video clips looped on each floor of the Jiangli's heart was viciously seized together. Inside the Clearwater Hotel copy, all the strange phenomena that strung together. But things have gotten bad. Why not? Ms. Ginger gave a few skeptical looks and, is it hard to believe you're lying to me? Jiangli immediately retorted, no Ms. Jiang, have you forgotten? The rule on this floor is that you can't trust what you see with your eyes. The mirror will deceive you. Clear Springs Hotel, ground floor code, Article 5. Don't believe what you see, believe what you hear. Thinking about the strange things she encountered in the hotel, Ms. Jiangli half believes Jiangli's words. What about? But I really want to look in the mirror. Ms. Kong was more determined. Jiangli recalled the Qingchuan Hotel. The first floor code. The second article. No guest is to be allowed to see any of the mirrors, and if a full mirror is found, break it. Ms. Kong, there are no full mirrors on this floor. To look in the mirror, you'd better get out of here. Jiangli spoke out to persuade Ms. Jiang. Plus, the humidity on this floor is so high that you continue to stay here, with your newly restored face. Before long, it will be the same again. When Jiangli finished saying this,
she saw Ms. Jiang flustered in the flesh. Under Jiang Li's persuasion and coaxing, Ms. Jiang quickly went to room B101 to pack up her things, headed in the direction of the passenger elevator. The top of Ms. Kang's head was still bubbling with water, all dirty. Before she left, she took a small, broken mirror with her. Leaving this floor, she had to take the first look in the mirror. If things were different than expected, she would immediately turn back. The small broken mirror in Ms. Ginger's hand rippled twice like a water ripple. The mirror man, inside the small broken mirror, waved at Jiang Li and mouthed goodbye. Jiang Li made a gesture of silence and sent them away. Ms. Kang wouldn't have noticed something was wrong with her face even if she had left the first floor. What the mirror man does best is imitate. The mirror will make Ms. Kang think that her looks have been restored, even though Ms. Kang, after a few days, found herself looking scary, and she won't have to go back to the hotel. After sending the two of them off, Jiang Li also brought Red Infant and left the underground floor, walking into the staff elevator. The basement floor from the spa house, roiled with blood and water. A dark, damp basement floor, power outages, rising water, and the appearance of seals. The whole process of abandonment, in one fell swoop. The employee elevator. The elevator man with the bangs wasn't in it. After Jiang Li swiped her card herself, the employee elevator returned to the first floor. The elevator doors opened. The first floor lobby of the Saizumi Hotel is covered with cobwebs and dust. The hotel staff, long gone. A hibernating cobra was curled up in the corner cupboard instead. Mommy, are we in the wrong place? I remember this place being nicely decorated. Red Baby found this place strange. Jiang Li observed the strange scene here all the way out of the hotel. Clear Springs Hotel Replica SS level clearance requirements. Sending off all the guests of the hotel with favorable comments from the guests. The pass requirement, Jiang Li has been reached. However, the system tone of successful pass in his mind did not ring out. Jiang Li took out the guest list he was responsible for and checked it again. There is no mistaking one guest on each floor. There were a total of 5 people on the list, and Jiang Li hadn't missed them. What went wrong? Jiang Li walked to where the front desk of the hotel was. The computer's monitor was still working, and Jiang Li randomly clicked on a few screens to look at them. On this computer, there are 6 little videos. In the upper right corner of the video, there is a label that looks like a floor number. There are 5 floors, 4 floors, 3 floors, 2 floors, 1 floor, and an employee elevator. Jiang Li held the mouse and clicked on the video of one of the layers and zoomed in to watch it. The video isn't long, only 10 seconds, and it keeps playing on a loop. After watching the video of level 1, an unsettling premonition rose in Jiang Li's heart. Jiang Li exited the interface, frowned, and clicked on the second level video again. After reading the contents inside, the uneasiness in Jiang Li's heart spread, and her face became more and more grave. Next up, level 3, level 4, level 5. After watching the video clips looped on each floor of the, Jiang Li's heart was viciously seized together. Inside the Clearwater Hotel copy, all the strange phenomena that strung together. But things have gotten bad. Chapter 142, The Sixth Guest. While anxious, above Jiang Li's head, a copy in countdown with a flashing red light appeared. 6 hours and 56 minutes remain until the collapse of the Clearwater Hotel. The interiors of the Clear Spring Hotel are now also at a rate observable to the naked eye. The corruption goes down quickly. Western-style paintings on the walls of the hotel's first-floor lobby fell down with a clang. It startled Red Baby. Mommy, the hotel seems to be collapsing. Red Baby looked a little distressed. Jiang Li did not respond directly. She stayed catatonic, rummaging through the front desk. If the speculation is correct, that kind of thing should still be left here. Thinking back to the day Jiang Li first arrived at Qingchuan Hotel, Manager Shui handed her a list of names, said, "This is all the guests that Jiang Li needs to be responsible for." In fact, from that time onwards, Manager Shui had already set up a trip for Jiang Li. Manager Shui was right. What Jiang Li needed to be responsible for was those 5 guests on the list. However, the SS level pass condition for the copy is to send away all the guests in the hotel. All guests for whom Enrique is responsible and all guests actually staying at the hotel. It's not the same thing from start to finish. Manager Shui was intentionally misleading Jiang Li. If Jiang Li couldn't react to this point in time, then Jiang Li would remain trapped in the bureau. Jiang Li searched for 4 or 5 minutes. It ended up in the bottom drawer of the row of wine storage cabinets behind the front desk. Found the real guest list for the Clear Springs Hotel. Found it. Jiang Li held the list, slightly relieved. She quickly left the soon-to-be collapsing hotel and made her way to the open space within the compound. Jiang Li carefully checked the differences between the 2 guest lists. Obviously, on the latest guest list, there was a name added, Han Shueping. The reason why we can't get through at the moment is precisely because the sixth guest, Han Shueping, haven't left the hotel yet. Zhang Li's gaze fell to Han Shueping's message board. Han Shueping's customer information. Compared with other customers, there is a photo ID. Seeing this face, Zhang Li's pupils contracted for an instant. Flat bangs, triangular eyes, full of gloom. The gloom and doom came over me. The information shows that Han Shueping will leave a photo of the. It's because she had a stint at the Clear Spring Hotel. The position is elevator man. Combine this with the few videos Zhang Li had just watched, and then recall the elevator operator's hostility towards Zhang Li. Zhang Li heart that always cannot figure out the place. Through. No wonder the elevator man hated Zhang Li so much. Everything was explained. Han Shueping is the guest that Zhang Li should send away the most. This copy was derived under Han Shueping's spiritual world, from the Clearwater Hotel first floor to the fifth floor. Instead of the 5 guests trapped, it was the 5 sinners trapped. Each floor is a human purgatory designed by Han Shueping for the 5 sinners. The insidious thing about this copy isn't how tough it is to send guests away, and lies. Once Zhang Li sends off those 5 sinners, he will also offend Han Shueping at the same time. Now that Zhang Li had broken through these 5 layers of purgatory under the step-by-step guidance of his copy, let the sinner go. Han Shueping already hated Zhang Li. Han Shueping, as the last guest, and in her failure to cooperate with Zhang Li had a hard time sending her away. Mommy, this auntie looks familiar. Are we going to look for her? Red Baby asked a question. Zhang Li was silent for a second and shook her head. It can't be found. A copy of the Clear Spring Hotel, created by Han Shueping. As long as Han Shueping didn't want to show up on her own accord, Zhang Li and Hong Ying would never be able to find her. Now Han Shueping has gone into hiding. What to do? The final countdown to the collapse of the fundamental copy. Zhang Li surmised that the Han Shueping should be planning to die with the copy. As long as Han Shueping abandons her copy past 2400 hours tonight, then those 5 sinners in the copy, including Zhang Li, Hong Ying, and Han Shueping herself, everything in the copy, all of it, goes up in smoke. The countdown to the collapse of the Clear Springs Hotel replica is on. With the last 6 hours remaining, there are too many questions in his mind, and the mystery of the Clearwater Hotel copy has yet to be fully solved. Zhang Li had to find someone and gather some clues about Han Shueping. There was only one person who knew everything about Qingchuan Hotel and was still willing to communicate with Zhang Li. Mr. Sure. Recall the words of Mr. Sure, there are no timeshifters. Zhang Li will never be able to pass. Zhang Li is even more convinced that Boss Sure must know certain things that are not known. Mr. Sure had said that he could be found at the cabin outside the Clear Spring Hotel. Zhang Li carried the treading fog lamp and walked into the misty area, arriving outside the iron gate of the Clear Spring Hotel. As she passed by the bus shelter, Zhang Li saw the guests again. Now there's one more passenger waiting for the bus. MS. Kong on the -1 floor. Zhang Li remembered the 5 videos she had just watched, and now to these 5 poor guests. All that was left was a heart full of disgust. All 5 of them, they're no good. A sinner's memory is always rather short. They have forgotten the sins they have committed. Reduced to an innocent guest at the Clearwater Hotel. MS. Wang, who is invisible on the 2nd floor, has her figure reflected on the bulletin board glass panel. Both she and the curly-haired puppy saw Zhang Li. The two of them smiled and looked at Zhang Li, trying to say hello. Zhang Li retracted his gaze, pretended not to see it, and walked straight to the opposite side of the road. Didn't want to look at them more than once. Saving these 5 people. Zhang Li's heart was like eating a fly. The NNB level pass condition is only retained at SS level. Now that I think about it, these maneuvers were not only to make Zhang Li's clearance more difficult, it was more to disgust Zhang Li. As she passed the bus shelter, Zhang Li swept her eyes at the complaint phone number marked next to her. Silently write down the number on it. Then, carrying a fog-detecting lamp, he went to the cabin across from the bus shelter. This cabin, so dilapidated that all that was left was a wooden frame. Zhang Li pushed open the doorframe and stepped inside. She found a chair she could barely sit in and sat on it. Mr. Sure had said that if you wanted to find him, you should come to the cabin and find a chair and sit down. As long as he did as he was told, he would naturally know that Zhang Li had come to him. Zhang Li didn't sit down for long before he heard the door connecting to the kitchen at the back of the cabin. It opened with a creak. Yo, little girl, so soon? Zhang Li looked up. The last second, the kitchen doorway was only a broken and tattered doorframe. But the next second, the doorframe was repaired extremely quickly. The cabin, with its roof broken on all sides, was also, in a matter of seconds, restored to look like housing. At the window of the cabin, a rack was outwardly bent, and small snacks were being sold. It looked like Mr. Sure still hadn't forgotten his old job as a businessman. Smiling, Mr. Sure came out of the kitchen with a plate of hot food. He placed the hot dishes on the table in front of Zhongli. Have you eaten yet? Eat some in one piece. Across the table, Mr. Sher's wife was lying on the table, asleep. Boss Sher removed the unfinished sweater from his wife's hands and set it aside. Zhongli stood up. No more Boss Sher. I'm here to see you for business. Boss Sher glanced at the red light countdown above Zhongli's head. It's about the time shifter, isn't it? Smiling, Mr. Sher went into the bedroom and took out something. Chapter 143, The Hotel's Past. Zhongli nodded. Yes, but not exactly. I also wanted to ask you about the Clear Springs Hotel. Mr. Sher put something that looked like a remote control on top of the dining table. As if he had guessed Zhongli's intentions, he walked over to the window and propped open the small wooden window on the side of the cabin. Then he beckoned again, signaling Zhongli to go over. Zhongli suspiciously walked to the window and glanced out the window. The outside of the cabin was, by now, free of mist. Through the wooden window, Zhongli saw that not far away, originally the location of Qingchuan Hotel, construction demolition is now underway. There was a large lettered sign that had been taken down and thrown to the side of the concrete. On the dusty plaque, the words Xingda Middle School were written, and the ramshackle bus shelter across the street is still 70% new at this moment. This used to be a middle school? Zhongli looked at the mysterious-faced Boss Sher. Boss Sher smiled and nodded. A closed boarding school nestled halfway up the mountain. Then it was poorly run. The school closed and was converted into a spa resort. Han Shueping used to be a student here? Zhongli asked Boss Sher. Zhongli's mind. A little chubby girl with bangs in a school uniform, crouching in a corner and crying, emerges. She thought the little girl looked familiar then. Looking back now, isn't that exactly what Han Shueping looked like in middle school? Only at that time, Han Shueping looked fatter. It looked completely different from what I encountered at the Clear Springs Hotel. Mr. Sher was shocked for a moment. That was a pretty good guess. Boss Sher closed the window and went to the side to pour Zhongli a cup of tea. Han Shueping was quite famous, but it was only after she died that she became famous. Boss Sher slowly picked up his teacup and politely passed it in front of Zhongli. Han Shueping jumped to her death on the top floor of the school building. Shengda Middle School was operating in bankruptcy. It has a lot to do with Han Shueping jumping off the building. Zhongli sipped her tea and listened carefully to Boss Sher's story about the beginning and end of the matter. You should have seen the video of why Han Shueping jumped off the building, right? Boss Sher looked at Zhongli. What Mr. Sher was talking about, rightfully so, was on the computer screen at the front desk of the hotel. The ones with the videos on a loop. The video features Han Shueping's accusations against the sinners on each floor. The video records some past clips of Han Shueping being hurt by them. Zhongli retrieved his thoughts and nodded. Saw the video. Han Shueping has been bullied by them for a long time. But that group of people who hurt Han Shueping, and yet it seems as if he has no recollection at all of the crime that was committed. While serving those guests, Zhongli realized this. Those guests can't remember the past. All they remember is their lives after being trapped in the hotel. These sinners, after forcing Han Shueping to death, should be living quite a life. They revisited their hometown after many years and came to the spa hotel for a vacation. Everyone was doing well, except for Han Shueping, who was disguised as a weirdo, and was still stuck here, living in pain every day. Originally that experience was in the past. Han Shueping disguises herself as a creep, loses weight, works, and aspires to be an ordinary beatnik, until the group of sinners at large, at different times in their lives, came to the nostalgic for their middle school days. After all these years of bad guys enjoying life, Han Shueping has always been trapped. Dusty hatreds are once again revealed. Han Shueping saw them living a happy life, while she herself was stuck here halfway up the mountain after her tragic death. Forgotten. That resentment in Han Shueping's heart finally erupted without holding back. She quit her job as an elevator operator and made up an elaborate cage in the Clear Springs Hotel. She's still lurking around the hotel under the false identity of Elevator Man. She commutes between floors every day. It is to see that group of sinners fall into misery day after day. This plan of revenge could have lasted forever. Han Shueping was also willing to be confined forever at the cost of her freedom. But all this, in turn, is shattered by the Ghostface organization. The copy arranged by the Ghostface organization. The mission given to Zhongli. It is the release of all the sinners in the hotel. Zhongli had to stand against Han Shueping. Perhaps the ultimate goal of the Ghostface organization is to provoke Han Shueping, so that Han Shueping, with her grudge, to die with Zhongli. The heavier the grudge, the stronger the eerie power becomes. The bizarre world had planned all of this in order to increase Han Shueping's hatred for this world, and Zhongli, unconsciously, fell inside the conspiracy. The only solution is to find Han Shueping and redeem her so that she can open her heart and leave the hotel. Perhaps this would prevent the Qingchuan Hotel from collapsing, and Zhongli would be able to break the ice.
Can we find Han Shueping after the time reversal? Jiang Li asked Boss Shi. Shi shook his head. Time cannot be reversed. Seeing Jiang Li's confused expression, Boss Shi said deeply, a time-space converter that can only send you to parallel spacetime. The damage Han Shueping suffered in this time and space has already been done and cannot be repaired. Jiang Li was slightly regretful. Now we can only hope to find Han Shueping from the parallel world. Stopping parallel world tragedies. I don't know if this will make Han Shueping eliminate her resentment. The copy won't block all the paths, so this remaining approach should break the ice. The way to use the time and space converter is very simple. Boss Shi put the converter into Jiang Li's hand. As soon as you can find the key door, and while opening it and going in, finger presses the red button on the converter. Behind the door is the other world you want to go to. Just as Mr. Shi finished speaking, his wife slowly awoke. You go ahead, young lady, and remember to bring back the converter by 10 p.m. Tonight. I'll make a register and turn it into the organization. When Mr. Shi said this, the cabin, again, in a few short seconds, changed to look like a broken wooden shelf. In an instant, Boss Shi and everything in the house all disappeared in front of Jiang Li's eyes. Jiang Li took the converter and stood in place. Only the hand-stepped fog light remained on, the bright light dispersing the mist coming up in all directions. Jiang Li went back to the original time and space. Jiang Li took the fog lamp and returned to the copy center area of the Qingchuan Hotel. The next thing to do was to find the door. Look for doors with key rolls. Jiang Li tries to press the red button of the converter before entering the big iron gate of the Qingchuan Hotel. Only, unfortunately, nothing happened. Inside the iron gate, it still looks like the Clearwater Hotel. This can only mean that the big iron gate at the entrance of the Qingchuan Hotel courtyard is not the key. But where exactly would the key door be? While Jiang Li was pondering, the hibernating cobra in the Qingchuan Hotel, for some reason, was surprisingly awake. The cobra hissed twice and crawled out of the hotel building. Jiang Li bent down to pick up the stones on the ground and looked at the cobra warily. The cobra crawled around Jiang Li twice, stood up its head, its mouth opened and closed, and it seemed to be saying something to Jiang Li. Jiang Li stared intently at the stretching and shrinking snake's letter, not daring to relax in his heart. Don't be afraid, mommy. Snake said to take you somewhere. Red baby lay on Jiang Li's shoulder to translate. As soon as the little guy finished speaking, Cobra nodded as if he was agreeing with Red baby. Immediately afterward, the cobra turned its back and slowly pressed itself to the ground. Crawling, the little snake guided Jiang Li to the back of the building of the Clear Spring Hotel, the safe building that has been missing from the hotel building for so many days. After breaking through an old wall, appeared. Chapter 144, Happy Water Festival. Jiang Li stepped away from his right leg and crossed the rickety earthen wall. Inside the earthen wall hides a winding staircase. Before entering the staircase, Jiang Li looked to the yellowed and curled note posted above the earthen wall. Safe Buildings, Code of Conduct. 1. The sound of crying comes from time to time from the building. If you hear crying, do not ask, ignore and don't look back. 2. If you see an old woman looking for her daughter in the stairwell, please be sure to tell her to get to the top of the building's balcony at all costs. 3. The steps of each staircase are 12, so remember not to step on them. 4. Bamboo baskets at floor entrances often contain unused items. When necessary, please pick out sensible items to bring with you that you can use with confidence. Jiang Li memorized the rules in his mind, so he held his breath and stepped into the middle of the building with a serious expression. The direction Jiang Li was traveling in now was the underground floor. Jiang Li counted the 12 steps as he walked down. After turning the corner twice and walking up 3 steps, a red door appeared inside the building. Above the red door, the floor sign reads B1 floor. Could this red door be the key door to the time shift? Jiang Li glanced at the bamboo basket in the doorway. Inside were a fully charged cell phone, widened and thick and clear umbrella, glass bottle filled with black smoke, 2 syringes filled with potion, and special enticements. Jiang Li recalled the small video she had watched on the -1 essay floor. In the small video, the school-uniformed, teenage-looking Kong student, was joining forces with 3 or 5 small followers to dump buckets of stinking, dirty water in from above the toilet cubicles. The dirty water in the bucket is for cleaning the mop. A mop that has cleaned the toilet is inevitably stained with some dirty fecal matter. Ginger's classmates stood on their chairs and cheerfully dumped the bucket of dirty water in the prepare to splash Han Shueping, who was locked in the toilet cubicle, on top of her head. Ugly, fat, ugly birthmark. Dirty water goes best with you, huh? I'm sorry. Kong laughed out loud. Han Shueping cried out and slapped the toilet door. It was a pity that Han Shueping's show of weakness had instead made John's classmates even more excited. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Happy Splash Day. Ah ha ha ha. Mocking laughter rose throughout the toilet cubicles. Han Shueping curled up, dirty water drenching her from head to toe.
Her tears were contained in her eyes and swirled around, not holding back, falling again mixed with dirty water. Inside that short 10-second video, everyone was laughing and only Han Shueping was crying. Jiang Li thought of Ms. Jiang, who was trapped in the basement level. Ms. Kong, a guest on the negative floor. Her head. The reason why foul-smelling dirty water mixed with mop rags kept coming out was because it was punishment. This was the punishment that Han Shueping, who had taken on the guise of a weirdo, had inflicted on John's classmates. Jiang Li remembered what had happened to Han Shueping, and a trace of pity arose in his heart. She looked inside the bamboo basket at the door and finally chose the transparent umbrella. Before he was ready to push open the red door on the -1C floor, Jiang Li gripped the time shifter tightly. After mentally preparing yourself, push the door. The moment he entered the red door, Jiang Li quickly pressed the red button of the converter. Time and space. Converted. The space Jiang Li came to was the toilet cubicle where Han Shueping was. Almost at the moment of entering the parallel spacetime, Jiang Li immediately held open the transparent umbrella. Raise it above your own and Han Shueping's heads. Outside the toilet cubicle, Kang's cheering continued, and the dirty water above Han Shueping's head was quickly blocked by Jiang Li. Using an umbrella, Han Shueping closed her eyes tightly in fear, her shoulders subconsciously shrinking. The expected cold dirty water did not fall on Han Shueping's head. Han Shueping tentatively opened her eyes, and what she saw was Jiang Li, who had descended like a heavenly god. Han Shueping looked at Jiang Li in shock, then looked up at the transparent umbrella above her head. Tears of frustration inside her eyes filled her eyes with a swish. It fluttered and fell. Maybe in some other parallel time and space, the bullied Han Shueping, and always looking forward to a savior. Han Shueping in other time and space did not wait, but this time and space Han Shueping finally waited for Jiang Li. After the dirty water fell overhead, the bucket, and the small scoop in it, smashed down with it. Fortunately, Jiang Li used an umbrella to block it, and the dirty water bucket didn't hurt them. The bucket of dirty water fell to the floor with a crash against the door panel and floor tiles. Jiang Li confirmed that no dirty water continued to pour down on his head. Only then did he put the umbrella into Han Shueping's hand. No need to be afraid. Jiang Li reached out his hand, wanting to stroke Han Shueping's head. Han Shueping's arm, subconsciously blocking her face. The kind of look like you're used to being beaten. Jiang Li's eyes flickered for a moment, and in the end, he only placed his hand gently on her shoulder. A second later, Jiang Li picked up the dirty bucket and small ladle next to her and scooped up water in the squatting pit of the toilet. In the toilet cubicle, Han Shueping's cries didn't ring out. When he couldn't hear the cries, it was Kong who was anxious outside the door instead. Ginger got out of her chair and kicked the restroom door twice. Spittle spewed from his mouth. Crying. Why don't you cry? Dead inside? Kang's classmates kicked and cursed, and the next words that popped out of their mouths were harder and harder to hear. Red Infant looked at Han Shueping with heartache and used her weird power to temporarily shield Han Shueping's hearing. Jiang Li scooped up almost half a bucket of toilet water with fecal stains and urine scale. Then, he threw down the ladle and kicked open the toilet cubicle door. At the same time the partition door opened. Jiang Li carried the bucket of dirty water and splashed it with force. The foul-smelling toilet water splashed as much as it could onto John's classmates, who were a meter away. Ah! Ginger screamed, getting some fecal water in her mouth, confused on the spot. The flowers lost their color. Ginger sniffed her body twice and dry-heaved several times in a row. Who the hell are you? Who the hell are you? How dare you splash me? Student Jiang was soaked to the skin and glared at Jiang Li with a wretched face. Jiang Li backhanded the bucket on John's classmate's head and clapped her hands. I threw it. Happy splash day. What happened next was so overrepresented with violence that the live feed instantly blacked out the screen. The small follower behind John's classmate. The person had been stunned. The several small followers all hid to the side for fear of getting into trouble. Jiang Li is ruthless and doesn't talk much. In the end, Kang's classmates babbled and were knocked to the ground as Jiang Li stomped on her chest. Jiang Li half squatted down and said, Listen to me clearly, Han Shueping, I cover. You *** treat her with respect from now on. Jiang Li put down these words, and kicked her hard a few more times. Then he pulled the dumbfounded Han Shueping behind him and turned to go. When Jiang Li took away Han Shueping in school uniform, in the toilet cubicle next to her, a skinny girl with bangs in an elevator attendant's uniform. Showing two eyes. The elevator operator looked at Jiang Li's back. His scarlet eyes could no longer hold back the tears. In the open space in front of the restroom, Kong was helped up from the ground. These students were cursing and suing the teacher, saying, Don't you dare ask for help. Definitely want to kill that Han Shueping. The elevator operator's tearful eyes grew crimson as she listened to the obscenities. 2 seconds later, the elevator operator pushed open the cubicle door and burst from inside the toilet. The elevator operator's face was covered in blood and his head was spilling brains. The bones of her limbs twisted grotesquely. and her mouth made a strange whimpering sound. She crept, grimly, toward Kang's classmates and their group. The elevator man. He jumped to his death. That's the weird gesture she took when she died. The first time Kang's students saw the monster, their pupils instantly dilated. Ah, ghosts. There are ghosts. Don't come over, The elevator operator pounced on Kong and ripped her to shreds, claw by claw. Blood splattered all over the walls. Chapter 145 Prohibition of Association. On the other hand, after Jiang Li took away Han Shueping, the moment I opened the door to the restroom and went out, time and space shifted again. The light in front of Jiang Li's eyes suddenly dimmed, and she was back inside the building of the Qingchuan Hotel. Jiang Li turned back. Behind him the originally deserted -1 estate floor. Not knowing for what reason. It's back to its gilded form. The first floor was quite crowded with guests who came to the Clear Spring Hotel for their vacation. The corridors were noisy inside and completely devoid of the spooky phenomena they once were. The red door on the negative floor slowly closed, isolating Jiang Li's line of sight. Jiang Li withdrew his gaze and looked at the security building. Next, go to level 2. Jiang Li went up the stairs step by step and arrived in front of the red door on the second floor. Jiang Li recalled the second small video that appeared on the computer screen at the hotel's front desk. The view of the video is of Han Shueping peering inside the classroom door. In the classroom, Wang Xiaoran's classmates, with 3 or 5 close friends by their side, took advantage of the teacher's absence too. One foot is on the teacher's bench and the other, on the podium table. Wang Xiaoran had a teaching stick in her hand and was banging on the blackboard behind her. On the blackboard, the 3 big words Han Shueping were written in the center, surrounded by some unsavory and dirty words. Stinky fat bitch, out for sale, disgusting vomit, green tea bitch, slutty slut. Everyone in the class, remember that, Wang Xiaoran bellowed, and the rest of the class sat down in regularity. Not a single statement was made. Wang Xiaoran is from the Wang and Ran families. These 2 families, even the principal had to be in awe. Not just anyone would dare to mess with them. Listen to me, Han Shueping, that fat ass. Whoever of you dares to hang out with her, I'll do to you what I did to her. Is that clear? Several of Wang Xiaoran's close friends, who had also stood on the podium, were, holding his chest high. He looked out of the class. Speak, are they all mute? A small follower of Wang Xiaoran yelled. The little follower skimmed off half a head of chalk and, throwing at a low ponytail girl below the podium who occasionally hangs out with Han Shueping. The girl stifled a grunt of pain as she was smashed in the forehead. When you see that Han Shueping from now on, don't talk to her, don't hang out with her. Hear me. Wang Xiaoran took a box of crushed chalk, about 20 of them, one after the other, and each blow went to the head of the low ponytail girl. The low ponytailed girl held her anger in her heart, covered her head, and whispered in defiance, if you guys keep doing that, I told my teacher. When Wang Xiaoran heard this, she suddenly stopped throwing chalk and sneered with an odd expression. Pooh haha, what did she say? I can't have misheard her? Wang Xiaoran inclined her head to question her little follower, the mockery evident on her face. The little follower repeated it again, and when Wang Xiaoran heard it, she laughed so hard that tears came out of her eyes. Wang Xiaoran was on top of the podium, and in a conspiratorial tone of voice, the words low ponytail girl were quirkily parroted a few more times. If you guys keep doing that, I'll sue the teacher. Haha, did you guys hear what she said? She said, if you guys ever do this to me again, I'm gonna sue the teacher. Ouch, my stomach hurts from laughing. The little follower followed and taunted. How old are you to sue the teacher? You're so great. We're so scared. When Wang Xiaoran had laughed enough, he playfully walked off the podium. She walked up to the low ponytail girl and backhanded her in the face. Reward you. Wang Xiaoran gripped the low ponytail girl's hair and, a few more hard shoves. If I ever see you talking to a fat again, you'll get a beating any way she gets it. Do you hear me? Wang Xiaoran's anger in her heart had not yet subsided, so she raised her hand and slapped the low ponytail girl a few more times. Wang Xiaoran turned her wrist with a smug look on her face. The low ponytailed girl's face, on the other hand, was slapped high and swollen. The low ponytailed girl tried to fight back, but several companions behind Wang Xiaoran came up together and, taking turns beating up low ponytailed girls, another kick in the thigh and a hair grab. The low ponytailed girl struggled for a long time before she pushed her way through the crowd and ran from inside the classroom, crying. In front of the classroom, the low ponytail girl and Han Shueping collided. Han Shueping tried to comfort, but the girl pushed Han Shueping. It's all your fault. I hate you. You broomstick. Han Shueping's eyes were hurt, and her words of comfort choked in her throat. Wang Xiaoran saw the scene at the door of the classroom and yelled and clapped, smiling contentedly. See, this is what happens when you don't listen. Anyone else who wants to be good sisters with Han Shueping, step forward if you have one. Wang Xiaoran asked again. The rest of the class hung their heads, silent. The bell was about to ring. Han Shuiping wiped away her tears, lowered her head, and walked into the classroom. Wang Xiaoran uttered a sneer. Yo, the broomstick is back? Han Shuiping buried her head, sniffled, and went to wipe the blackboard clean. She stood at the podium and tried to make her voice sound as smooth as possible. The homework Mr. Wang assigned yesterday, turn it in to the first row. I'll collect it now. Han Shuiping's words fell on deaf ears. Inside the class, not a single person paid any attention to her. It is not that people do not want to respond, but they are afraid to do so. No one dared to cooperate without Wang's word. After all, Wang had said that no one was allowed to pick up Han Shuiping. People need to treat Han Shuiping as transparent. The looping mini videos on layer 2 are a little longer in seconds than those on layer -1. Zhangli always had a feeling of breathlessness in her heart after watching the video at that time. It's hard to imagine that inside this closed middle school, which was open halfway up the mountain, isolated and without help. How did Han Shuiping survive these days? Wang Xiaoran, a two-story, came to the Clear Spring Hotel as an adult to enjoy life with her family. Instead, Wang Xiaoran suffers a strange encounter and loses her memory overnight. Wang Xiaoran has become a transparent person that no one can see, goes crazy again and kills all his family. All this seeming strangeness is not empty. This is Han Shuiping's revenge on Wang Xiaoran. The second floor of the Qingchuan Hotel is of lonely purgatory that belongs to Wang Xiaoran alone. Zhangli retrieved his thoughts and looked at the bamboo basket next to the red door. Among the many items, Zhangli chose a glass bottle filled with black smoke. According to the laws of survival on level 2, blow through the black smoke and one will become transparent. And bundled next to the glass bottle was a small spray bottle filled with hot spring water. Zhangli grabbed a glass bottle and a small spray bottle, and pressed the converter button the moment she pushed open the red door. Enter level 2. The place Zhangli entered was the classroom. The dazzling light made Zhangli couldn't help but raise her hand and block her vision. Outside the classroom window, the remnants of an orange-red sunset splashed across the windowsill. It was clearly a beautiful view, but at the moment it was harsh. Wang Xiaoran, come out for a moment. Zhangli stood at the position of the classroom door and waved at the podium. Wang Xiaoran, who was originally about to yell, was stunned for a moment when she saw Zhangli, who had unexpectedly intruded. This sister, who are you looking for? Wang Xiaoran, who was wearing a school uniform, immediately sounded well-behaved. Wang Xiaoran gave the little follower a look, and the little follower gently nodded his head and quickly erased the slurs from the board. Zhangli smiled slightly. Ran Xinxin is waiting for you at the school entrance. Come out for a moment. Wang Xiaoran had a strange expression. Cousin, why is she here? Wang Xiaoran followed Zhangli out the door. As she passed the stairway utility room, Zhangli stomped Wang Xiaoran inside. Chapter 146 Letter of Information. Immediately after that, the sound of glass bottles breaking came from the utility room. There was a lot of noise in the room, banging and choking. The dropping of things and the smashing of jars were accompanied by Wang Xiaoran's screams of terror. Stop it, not the face. Who the are you? In the building, a few faculty members who were getting ready for class and happened to pass by the utility room were surprised. The faculty formed a circle and opened the door to the utility room. Only unexpectedly, the utility room was empty. There was only a glass bottle that billowed out a few wisps of black smoke and shattered on the ground. No one. Disillusioned, I guess. All disperse and get ready for class. Mr. Lu, the head of the grade, vaguely feels that there is a ghost in the house, but with colleagues and students present, he couldn't say much. Just as Director Lu was about to leave, the ground in front of him seemed to have something crawling over it. Grabbed his pants leg. Director Lu's heart skipped a beat and he hurriedly kicked 2 feet towards the air in front of him. After kicking the ghostly thing that grabbed his feet into the house, Director Lu immediately locked the door to his room. In the utility room, there was a frantic banging on the door of the, and some weird whimpering cries. The kind of cry that sounds like someone who has had their tongue pulled out and can't make a clear sound. Director Lu patted his sleeve, cursed a few words of bad luck, and hurried to the classroom for the lesson. At this time in the utility room, after Jiang Li had finished beating up someone, while Director Lu was opening the door, it had just run out quickly. Locked inside, the grim-faced elevator man, as well as Wang Xiaoran, who was beaten half to death. The elevator operator blocked Wang Xiaoran, who had a transparent figure, dead in the corner. Wang Xiaoran's mouth and hair were all covered in sticky blood. She wanted to cry out for help, but only now that she was, having had his tongue plucked out raw by the elevator operator in front of him, he couldn't make a half-clear sound. Wang Xiaoran trembled and shrank back. She shook her head uncontrollably, her eyes pleading for the evil elevator man to leave her alone. At the back, they even kowtowed directly. But the funny thing is, when she once beat Han Shuiping so much, Han Shuiping was also on her knees and non-stop begging for mercy. Only every time she begged for mercy,
What she got in return was Wang Xiaoran's even more excited punches and kicks. She, also never let go of the once Han Shueping. The elevator operator's painful memories were evoked. This Wang Xiaoran, who once bullied her to the dust, is now like a dog that prostrate herself before her. The elevator operator took the knives from the utility room and plunged them, one by one, into Wang Xiaoran's neck and chest, on the ribs. Every bullying that Wang Xiaoran had done to Han Shueping in the past had been turned into a sharp edge at the moment. Plugged back hard into his own flesh and blood. Inside the surveillance of the utility room, the cloud of unoccupied air spurted blood. The bloody handprints kept scratching the walls and imprinting on the glass windows. But no matter how much Wang Xiaoran begged for help, no one would save her again, because now she became truly transparent. Outside the window, Zhongli, who was also transparent, had his sight fixed on everything in the room. Wang Xiaoran's abdominal cavity opened up a bloody mouth, and the internal organs and intestines all flowed out. Infant, hot heart, go in for a whole bite? Zhongli inclined her head and asked Red Infant with a smile. Red Baby looked twice toward the house and waved her little hand in disgust. Forget it, rotten heart. Dogs don't even eat it. After dealing with the second floor, Zhongli found a half-open door and pushed it out. At the same time, the light before Zhongli's eyes dimmed. Once again, she returned to her original time and space. Behind Zhongli, the second floor of the Qingquan Hotel also returned to its rightful vitality from its deserted state. It was as if the arrival of the transparent MS-1 was just a dream. Zhongli used a small spray bottle filled with hot spring water and sprayed all over his body. Her body, too, recovered from its transparent state. There were 3 people in the black smoke-filled utility room at the time. Zhongli, Wang Xiaoran, and the elevator operator. Zhongli deliberately left half a bottle of hot spring water and placed it on top of the steps. It's still available if the elevator man wants to use it. The red door next to Zhongli creaked, and the second it was about to close, the red door was closed. It seemed to be pushed away some more by something transparent. Zhongli watched the narrow slit in the door gradually get bigger again and knew it was the elevator operator coming out of the door. The elevator operator had been following her. Zhongli had already guessed that the elevator operator always appeared in every parallel dimension. It's not a coincidence. It's because the elevator man has been tailing her. Zhongli followed the steps upward and continued on. Behind him, the elevator operator sprayed the remaining half bottle of hot spring water and remained silent as he regained his form. Not a word. Zhongli climbed up the stairs, so she followed closely behind Zhongli. Halfway down the road, Zhongli turned the corner of the building and saw a man in a school uniform, hugging his knees and the little fat girl who cries in pain. Han Shueping, who wore a school uniform, probably took advantage of the moment when the time portal opened to sneak out. Han Shueping's sobs echoed in the darkened hallway. Seeing Zhongli walking head-on, Han Shueping raised her eyes and tearfully turned toward Zhongli for help. Sister, I seem to be lost. Where is this place? Can you take me out? Zhongli ignored it and went to the top of the stairs without looking at it. Han Shueping, who was wearing a school uniform, continued to chase after her. Vaguely, there was the sound of chains clashing. Sister, please help me, okay? I'm really lost. I don't know where this is. Sister? The further back, Han Shueping, who was wearing a school uniform, became more and more impatient in her voice. Han Shueping suddenly let out a mournful roar. Why do you do this to me too? Why? What's the difference between you and those who bullied me? Han Shueping whimpered and huffed. She was on her knees at the top of the stairs, desperately dragging Jiang Li's ankles. Jiang Li walked a little harder, but never looked back. Safe Building Access Code, Article 1. The sound of crying comes from the hallway from time to time. If you hear crying, do not ask. Ignore and don't look back. Seeing Jiang Li gradually walking away, that Han Shueping in school uniform behind her. The 5 senses also tore apart slowly. Underneath its shedding face, it took on the appearance of an evil spirit with a face full of blood. The evil spirit had a chain around its neck and was locked inside the building. Shackles were placed on its hands and feet, making it impossible for it to leave the dank hallway. A pile of leftover bones was left at the feet of the evil spirit. The owners of the bones are oblivious to the rules and meddlesome passers-by. After walking past the evil spirits, Zhongli continued upwards. She walked to the 3rd floor of the Clearwater Hotel. The 3rd floor, the floor of MS. Song, the curly-haired woman. Zhongli's mind recalled the small video footage from level 3. In the middle of the scene is a scene from the cabin outside the school. Song, a curly-haired girl with a high ponytail, was holding a lollipop in her mouth. With a few men and women, they rounded the corner toward the cabin. In each of their hands, they held a long wooden stick with nails. The wooden stick tapped the palm of his hand one by one, a playful look on each face. In the corner,
Han Shueping hugged her body and curled up against the wall. Her whole body was shivering. Gee, what a long shot. Who are you going to send this whistleblower letter to? The school board has your relatives? Chapter 147, Shutting the door and letting the dogs out. The curly-haired girl squatted in front of Han Shueping and raised the letter in her hand that hadn't been mailed yet. In front of Han Shueping, the curly-haired girl tore the whistleblowing letter, half and half, to shreds. You want to mess with us? Don't you know how much you weigh? The curly-haired girl spat out her lollipop, extended her long, slender fingers and slapped Han Shueping's face. The force of the slap to the face seemed heavy, not so much a slap to the face, but more of a provocation. Cell phones ready, friends? The curly-haired girl stood up and exchanged glances with the boys and girls behind her. Everyone understood and turned on the flash of their cell phone cameras, aiming at Han Shueping, cheering excitedly. Shueping, since you want to be noticed so much, why don't we give you a hand? The curly-haired girl quirked her mouth in triumph. She casually threw away the stick, took out her cell phone from the pocket of her school uniform, turned on the video function and aimed at Han Shueping. Clothes off. I'm only going to say this once. Han Shueping's face turned white, desperately shielding the school uniform in front of her and shaking her head at the curly-haired girl. No, please. Seeing Han Shueping's delay, the curly-haired girl waited with a look of impatience. 2 seconds later, the curly-haired girl let out a tisk and flipped her phone to the girl next to her. She bent down, picked up a wooden stick with nails on the ground, and snapped a hit on Han Shueping. Han Shueping's tears came out in a bashful manner. The nails from the wooden stick dug into her flesh. Blood splattered everywhere, and Han Shueping almost fainted from the pain. The curly-haired girl's voice was gentle, but the words that came out were vicious. Bitch, take it off yourself or I'll find a man to take it off for you. Pick one. The curly-haired girl was holding the blood-stained wooden stick, and her right foot stepped on Han Shueping's shoulder. The whole man looked down on her in a condescending manner. Han Shueping raised her eyes and glanced at the countless cell phones aimed at her inside the cabin. Fear swept through his body. Han Shueping was snotty and hugged the curly-haired girl's calf, crying out in pain and begging for mercy. Please, don't. I was wrong. I'll never write another whistleblower letter. Inside the video, Han Shueping's clothes were forcibly stripped off. The boys and girls in front of them, all holding their cell phones aloft, pointed them at the unclothed Han Shueping. Click, 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 click frantically. Fatty, the fat on your body is really disgusting. I want to vomit just by looking at it. Show everyone your birthmark. See how diabolical it really is. The curly-haired girl peeled back Han Shueping's bangs in disgust. She took more than 10 close-ups in a row of the birthmark on Han Shueping's forehead. Han Shueping, naked and desperately huddled in the corner, frantically pushed away the crowds that surrounded her. Next to the doorway of the cabin, the little teddy, who had come searching by the scent of his master, barking anxiously at the door. Whose dog is out there? It's a rare half-day off today, so that dead dog don't invite outsiders in. One of the male students in the room grabbed the little teddy at the door. It seems to be Han Shueping's. Little Teddy's leash was picked up. The puppy was hanging in the air with the rope around its neck. It looked blearily at its naked owner, Han Shueping, with tears inside its dark eyes. Woof woof, woof woof. Little Teddy bared his sharp teeth and glared, barking frantically at the curly-haired girl. Yo, Shueping, can't see that your dog is quite loyal. The curly-haired girl raised the wooden stick with nails and hammered it hard on Han Shueping. With each stroke, blood splattered and wailed. Every time your dog barks, I hit it. Got it? A few sticks down. The little teddy, who understood what the human meant, voluntarily stopped barking. Han Shueping's body, covered in bloodstains, fell to the ground in a dying state. Pretty smart for a little dirt dog. The curly-haired girl slipped $2 in change into the puppy's mouth. She patted the dog's head. Go, buy your master a packet of salt while we treat your master's wounds. The words were met with laughter in the cabin. Pooh-ha-ha, you're so bad, and you're not afraid to get someone killed. Can this little groundhog understand? The sound of chattering resounded throughout the cabin. Little Teddy's tearful eyes looked fixedly at the curly-haired girl. It looked at its bloodied master, and then at the group of men and women who were laughing wildly. At this moment, in the puppy's heart, it was as if he understood something. 3 levels of video, all 1 full minute long. Every frame in there is telling Jianli that the curly-haired woman on the 3rd floor is trapped in the building. The main reason for the human-dog swap with little Teddy. What happened to the woman trapped with 3 layers of curly hair was both Han Shueping's revenge on her. Also little Teddy's fight for his master. Jianli was inside the bamboo basket at the doorway, took the 2 syringes filled with potion and pushed the door in. The venue Jianli came to was outside the wooden house. The first thing Jianli did when he entered this time and space was to go find the puppies outside. Jianli held the little Teddy, took out an injection, and injected it into the little Teddy. On the outside of the injection, There was a label with the words physical strengthening. The little Teddy who was injected with the drug had bloodshot eyes and his body muscles that skyrocketed more than a few times. If Teddy was a little cutie just now, then Teddy now. In terms of size, in terms of mania, it's enough to be called a vicious dog. Good puppy. Sister will take you to your master. Zhongli lifted the neck of the vicious dog and approached the wooden house, lifting his foot to kick open the door of the wooden house. The next thing to do is close the door and let the dogs out. The door to the room slammed shut. The people in the room, startled by the suddenness, turned back at the same time. The moment we all saw the large dog that had suddenly entered the room, we all realized that it was a large dog. Men and women looked at each other, not daring to do anything rash. Who let the dog in? The curly-haired girl questioned sternly, a slight tremor within her voice. The vicious dog in the doorway glanced at his cowering master, his eyes falling back to the curly-haired girl. The vicious dog bared its long teeth menacingly, long streams of saliva running from the corners of its mouth. Inside its throat, it emitted a low, buzzing growl. After a few seconds of stalemate, the vicious dog in the doorway's eyes hardened and darted straight toward the curly-haired girl. It tackled the curly-haired girl to the ground, stepped on top of her, opened its sharp fangs and, tearing frantically at the girl's limbs. Ah! Save me! Help me! Everyone else in the room was shocked. They fled in a hurry to the wooden door, while the vicious dog was attacking the girl, anxious to open the door and get out. The boy who ran the fastest shook the wooden door a few times, but it wouldn't open at all. At this time, the bolt on the outside of the wooden door had long been inserted by Zhongli. Zhongli took a piece of weed and held his arms, leaning against the door, ready to watch the fun. None of the vermin in the house will escape. Zhongli couldn't help but narrow her eyes as she listened to the heart-rending screams inside the cabin. This time and space, Zhongli didn't even need to do it herself. It does seem that with the right choice of props, the effort can be saved quite a bit. Waiting until the house was completely devoid of screaming movement, Zhongli then pushed the door in. Puppy, come here. Sister, take a shot. The vicious dog understood Zhongli's meaning. It put away its blood-stained fangs, its ferocious stance tapering off. The huge body obediently plopped down at Zhongli's feet. Zhongli took out another injection and injected the vicious dog. The other injection, for restoration, was labeled with the words Restoration Original in large letters. After little Teddy recovered to normal, he wagged his little tail and fluttered into Han Shueping's arms. Woof, woof. Han Shueping wrapped her arms around little Teddy in surprise. With hot tears in her eyes, she tried to take another look at the Zhongli from earlier. It was a pity that the door of the room was wide open, and that, except for a room full of broken limbs and arms, it was no longer possible to find Zhongli's figure from earlier. Back to the original time and space, Zhongli turned back and looked at the elevator operator behind him. The black aura on the elevator operator was vaguely less of a layer. The tip of Zhongli's lips rose lightly. It shows that this method of passage must be feasible. Zhongli continued to climb up the stairs to the penultimate red door. This time, it was the 4th floor of the Clearwater Hotel. Chapter 148, Police at the Door. While Jiang Li's side was progressing well, Dai Chuanli, in China, had a crisis. Chunli Dai hid in her house, stretching her neck and peering out the window. Downstairs in the old neighborhood, 2 uniformed police officers were going from house to house inside the neighborhood. When Dai Chuanli entered the neighborhood just now, she heard the 2 Amazons at the door talking. It said that Dai Chuanli's neighbor's child, Xiao Bao, fell down the stairs. He was in a coma in the hospital for over a month. Originally, Bo had been diagnosed as a vegetable. However, in the last few days, Bao has been able to wake up occasionally for a few minutes, and his condition is gradually improving. The better Bo got, the more worried Chunli Dai became. Regardless, it was, after all, indisputable that Pa had been kicked down the stairs by her. Dai Chuanli had thought that it was hard to hope for the death of Jiang Weisan, and the good days were coming. But now that I look at it, I might even be facing jail time. Dai Chuanli was so anxious that she paced back and forth inside the living room. On second thought, the police didn't just knock on the door of the house and, that means Pa hasn't turned himself in yet. Besides, Po's fall injured his cerebral nerves, and the jury is still out on whether his current testimony will count. That's why Chunli Dai can't afford to disorganize herself. Thinking about it, Dai Chuanli decided to get the real estate license first. When she's done with the closing, she'll go back to the country and get out of the way. Said to do, Dai Chuanli immediately went to the house to find the real estate license. Only she went through a lot of places in the house and there was no sign of the real estate license. Dogs, people are dead and still hiding the real estate license. Dai Chuanli looked at the house that had been rummaged through and messed up. So angry that her shoulders were practically shaking, she casually grabbed the long-dead greenery next to the TV and slammed it to the floor in a fit of pique. There was a bang as the green plant shattered. A tiny key fell to the ground at the bottom of the little green plant's pot. Dai Chuanli noticed the dirt-wrapped key, and the color of surprise instantly erupted inside her eyes. The key. Chun-Li Dai picked up the golden key. Where is this key used? Dai Chun-Li looked at the tiny key, and with a twinkle in her eye, she seemed to think of something. She went to Jiang Weisen's longtime study, and from Jiang Weisen's personal locker. Turn out the safe that won't open. This stainless steel safe, Dai Chun-Li has seen many times. When Jiang Weisen was not contaminated, Dai Chun-Li asked Jiang Weisen several times, but Jiang Weisen always glossed over it. There was even a time when Dai Chun-Li suggested that she wanted to open it, and Jiang Weisen was furious, throwing a tantrum. In that case, it's highly likely that the real estate license is hidden in the safe deposit box. Dai Chun-Li picked up the heavy safe and went to the openly lit living room. She set the case on the coffee table, took out the golden key, inserted it into the lock hole and turned it. I did not expect the lock of the safe, click sound, actually really open. Outside the door of the room, there was the sound of police climbing up to the 4th floor. The police are now lined up next door. Chun-Li Dai pushed down the panic in her heart, imploring herself to calm down. She quickly opened the safe, intending to look for the real estate license, but the box was uncovered, and after Chun-Li Dai had rummaged through everything inside, instead, his face became more and more ugly. Where's the real estate license for anything inside this safe? This is clearly a large box of his ex-wife's belongings. The mahogany comb of Jiang Weisen's ex-wife. The wedding photo of Jiang Weisen and his ex-wife. And one of the nostalgic letters Jiang Weisen wrote to his late ex-wife every time he waited until her birthday. In addition to this, at the bottom of the box, a backed-up inheritance agreement was pressed. Seeing the words inheritance, Dai Chun-Li's originally bleak eyes suddenly lit up. It's good to find the inheritance agreement, even though we didn't find the real estate license. It saves you from having to go through the house closing and missing these supporting documents. Chun-Li Dai took the agreement and quickly scanned through it. Looking inside clearly, Dai Chun-Li suddenly howled and started frantically messing around with things in the house. There was a loud crash in the room. She smashed everything in the house that she could. At the same time the tears in his eyes could not stop falling. Oh Jiang Weisen, you shall not die. How could you do this to me? Why? The whole living room was trashed. Dai Chun-Li's spirit broke down, stomping on old photos of Jiang Weisen and his ex-wife, cursing ***, like crazy. Thinking about it, Dai Chun-Li had to go through a lot of trouble to bring her daughter, Lian Lan, remarried to Jiang Weisen. At that time, Jiang Weisen and his ex-wife, a family of 3 to celebrate the couple's wedding anniversary, taking the young Jian Li out on a trip. Who knew that the family was crossing the street when they encountered a DUI driver racing down the road? Jiang Li's mother was hit by a car and died in the street. He died on the spot in front of Jiang Weisen and Jiang Li. Then for several consecutive years, Jiang Weisen was devastated and depressed. During that time, Dai Chun-Li, divorced from her husband, was alone with her daughter, Lian Lan, come to this old neighborhood in Kyohai City to rent an apartment. It was at that time that Dai Chun-Li was introduced to the honest Jiang Weisen. At that time, Dai Chun-Li was determined to marry a local man in order to solve the household registration problem of her children's schooling. She's been pestering Jiang Weisen for 2 years. In the end, it was on the grounds of being able to take care of a small child, Jiang Li, that she was successfully married into the Jiang family. Even his own daughter, Lian, changed her surname after Jiang Weisen. Although Jiang Weisen has been treating her nonchalantly since they got married, but Dai Chun-Li endured it all the way. No matter how dissatisfied you are, with an account and a house in the city of Jinghai, it's only then that you have a home and a place to call home. Now it is hard to hope that Jiang Weisen passed away. House demolition can get a lot of compensation. I didn't expect to find Jiang Weisen, the dog man, for so many years, always had old feelings for his ex-wife. Not only that, the issue of the division of the estate, Dai Chun-Li and Jiang Lian. I can't believe I didn't share anything. Dai Chun-Li was so anxious and angry that her lungs practically exploded. With a sniffle and a tear in her eye, she sat paralyzed on the floor, clutching the arm of the couch as she cried her eyes out. Jiang Weisen, I've served you father and daughter for so many years. I've done hard work without merit. How could you do this to me? Oh, you're ruthless with me, so don't blame me for being unrighteous. Oh, Dai Chun-Li pulled out a tissue and blew her nose. With that, he pulled out his cell phone and flipped through that chat dialogue from a few months ago. The man across the street whose avatar is a skull is the same man who told Chun-Li Dai, more than a month ago, that it could help Chun-Li Dai contact someone from the Ghostface organization at a very high cost. Dai Chun-Li flipped through the chat logs, and her heart still stuttered when she saw the cost inside. The price paid was too great, just to get Jiang Li killed. Was it really worth it? Dai Chun-Li looked at the inheritance agreement, a hint of viciousness crossing her eyes. No matter what, Dai Chun-Li is now Jiang Li's legal mother. As long as Jiang Li died, the first heir to that inheritance could only be himself. since Jiang Weisin is so desperate that he didn't leave a single penny of his inheritance to himself, then Chunli Dai can only get the inheritance for herself through other means. After much deliberation, Chunli Dai sent a message across the room to the skeletal man. Just 2 seconds after the message was sent, the door to Dai Chunli's room was knocked on from outside. Knock knock. Room 3, 4th floor. Anyone home? Police. A female voice rang out from the door. Chapter 149. Hearing the police come to her door, Dai Chunli wiped her tears and got up from the ground. Coming. Dai Chunli smoothly rested her cell phone on the coffee table and panicked again as she walked over to open the door. The door to the room pulled open and 2 police officers stood in the doorway. The female police officer standing in front of her turned to Dai Chunli and showed her officer's license. Excuse me ma'am, we're from the Public Security Bureau of Jinghai City, and there's something we want to ask you. If it's convenient, let's go inside and talk. As she spoke, the female officer put away her officer's license and swept towards the inside of the house. Chunli Dai hesitated for 2 seconds as she looked at the chaos that filled the room. Eventually, he sidestepped and let the cop inside. Are you a burglar in the house? The female officer padded into the house and, tough to move. This house is so messy there's no place to put your feet. Dai Chunli smiled awkwardly. I lost my ID and was just looking for something. Dai Chunli poured 2 glasses of water for the 2 policemen and put them on the coffee table. Thanks. The female officer took it politely. The female officer's eyes shifted across the room as she picked up the cup and, sweeping towards the lit cell phone screen on top of the coffee table. You're the wife of 4-3 owner Jiang Weisin, MS. Dai, right? The female officer's eyes, staring straight at Dai Chunli. The male police officer behind the female officer, on the other hand, had a pen and paper and was taking notes. Chunli Dai nodded her head in a regimented manner. I am. The female officer laughed a little, her tone a little jocular. It looks like you're in a hurry to contact Tricky World. Is there something urgent? Female police officer refers to, naturally, the coffee table above. Dai Chunli's cell phone interface chat records. Dai Chunli realized this and hurriedly retrieved her phone and turned off the screen. Chunli Dai's voice faltered, and she blurted out a sentence. It's because I'm worried about my girl. My girl Jiangli is inside the weird world. The female officer's eyebrows trailed off and went up slightly. She smacked her lips in surprise. I can't tell you're quite attached to your stepdaughter. Few stepmothers are willing to give half their life simply to reach out to the Ghostface organization. Help your daughter out. Chunli Dai was not very comfortable being looked at by the female officer. Her mouth was dry and she picked up the glass of water on the coffee table and took a hasty sip. It was only after a long time that he rubbed his glass of water and spoke with a fake smile. Jiangli, that child. I watched her grow up. It's only right to be good to your own daughter. The female officer took in Chunli Dai's nervousness. After 2 seconds of scrutiny, the female officer looked serious. Get to the point. Where were you and what did you do between 11 o'clock and 12 p.m. On December 26th? The female officer asked directly. Chunli Dai's breath froze for a beat. What's coming is coming. Dai Chunli pursed her lips and thought for a moment. She responded. That night, my eyes were hurting so bad. Took a cab to the People's Hospital of Jinghai City. The male police officer sits next to him and records truthfully. The female officer then pulls out a picture of a little boy, places it on the coffee table, and continues to ask questions. The boy in the photo, Su Binbin, nicknamed Su Xiaobao, is your upstairs neighbor. Seen him the other night? Seeing Su Xiaobao's picture, Dai Chunli's throat rolled and she picked her fingers vainly. No, haven't seen it. The female officer raised her eyebrows in surprise. Really? But Su Xiaobao has identified the photo. Said he'd seen you that night. Dai Chunli's hanging heart was in her throat. Maybe. Probably didn't see it clearly in the middle of the night. It's not unusual for children to misrecognize people. Dai Chunli's mind had been completely messed up and turned into a mush. The female officer continued. Did you go out alone that night? Was there a relative accompanying you? Dai Chunli shook her head. There was no one with me. I went to the hospital by myself. On your way out, did you hear a small child fall in the stairwell? The female officer varied her probing. Chunli Dai balked. Didn't hear it. The 2 police officers questioned each of them a few more times, and Dai Chunli was barely able to get away with it. Sending the 2 policemen away, Dai Chunli closed the door to her room and patted her chest, which was a relief. The male police officer was talking to the female officer as he climbed up the stairs. This Dai Chunli, how can I put it, seems particularly nervous. This is the 4th resident inside the neighborhood who shakes when he sees us talking. The light in the female officer's eyes flickered for a moment, and she looked at the male cop and, so you think she's got a problem? The male and female officers looked at each other and were silent for a few seconds. Something's wrong, but I can't tell what. The male cop scratched his head. The female officer smiled lightly. She has a pretty good memory. The male cop thought back to what he had just seen. After a few seconds, he remembered something and, excitedly, clapped his hands together and held out his index finger, saying, "Right, that's it." The female officer didn't say much more, just smiled and nodded her head gently. The two of them have visited so many residents and have asked the same conversation many times, and naturally, they have seen a lot of those residents who get nervous when they see the police. But this time this particularly nervous Chun-Li Dai had revealed a huge break time, when the female officer asked what happened between 11 p.m. M. and 12 p.m. M. on December 26. Chun-Li Dai answered too fluently, "December 26th, that was over a month ago." Normal people typically recall events from 3 days ago specific to a certain time period. People don't always remember it well, but Chun-Li Dai put together an 11 to 12 o'clock thing from over a month ago. Answer it in just a few seconds. There's only one possibility. Chun-Li Dai must have experienced something special during that time period. That incident gave Dai Chun-Li an extremely deep impression. Even Chun-Li Dai had rehearsed the scene inside her head. In case someone asked about that day, one needs to avoid something. That's why the female officer was just in the house. I have to ask, is there anyone accompanying Chun-Li Dai? If a loved one is accompanying her, maybe there's some kind of argument or something between her and the loved one. Became an anchor point for Chun-Li Dai's memory, thus leading to Ms. Dai's vivid memory of that night. But Chun-Li Dai's answer was to go alone. Going alone also means that the points that will stick with Chun-Li Dai come from the outside world. And that night, a neighbor, Su Xiaobao, fell down the stairs and bled all over the floor. Will the event that made Chun-Li Dai hit the memory anchor point be Su Xiaobao who fell down the stairs? The male policeman said, "I was just thinking that Su Xiaobao can't talk again for the few minutes he's awake." There was also no comment about meeting Chun-Li Dai or anything like that. You suddenly said just now that Su Xiaobao had identified her, and I wondered for a moment if I had misremembered. Now that I look at it, it turns out that you deliberately swindled her. The male policeman suddenly reacted to this matter and shook his head, unable to help but let out a sigh of relief. "Since when did you suspect her?" the male cop asked. The female officer smiled calmly. "From the moment she said, she's willing to pay a high price for her daughter." Jiang Li, give up half your lifespan when Dai Chun-Li is not good for Jiang Li. And all the neighbors know this. Such a hypocritical woman who's full of lies just to keep her persona up. Too little credibility with me. Then focus on Chun-Li Dai's movements, the male cop suggested. The female officer nodded. Good. After the police left, 3 messages popped up on Dai Chun-Li's cell phone in a row. All from the skeleton man. "Skeletor, figured it out? Skeletor, if it's agreeable, we can meet privately and sign a contract. Skeletor, tomorrow, 10 a.m. M. Wangjing Road, Easy Time Cafe. I'll be carrying a bouquet of black roses." Out of sight, Chun-Li Dai glanced at the inheritance letter and thought about how penniless she was. Looking again in the direction of the departing police officer at the door, he hesitated. Future self, maybe jail time. Even if Dai Chun-Li lived a long life, she might spend her life inside the prison. Instead of being poor for the rest of your life, it is better to plug in and live a half-life of abundance. After much deliberation, Dai Chun-Li finally made a decision. She opened the chat box and replied, "Okay." Chapter 150, Mother and Daughter. After Dai Chun-Li sent the message, she switched her cell phone software to the live broadcast interface. She stared at Jiang Li inside, the smile at the corner of her mouth enlarging a little. Dai Chun-Li's facial muscles twitched and her expression grew more and more bizarre. She seemed to be trying to force a laugh from her throat, but inexplicable ecstasy controlled her. About to die. "Everything is mine. All mine." Dai Chun-Li laughed more and more devilishly, and her entire body began to tremble like sifting chaff. And at this time, behind Dai Chun-Li's neck, a ghastly white and slender woman's hand that, slowly, he climbed onto Chun-Li Dai's shoulders. A long-haired female ghost, dressed in a gorgeous fur, slowly moved upwards, revealing her head. The female ghost's eyes were hollow, and black smoke, if any, billowed outward. There was no trace of blood on her delicate, snake-like face. The female ghost gently curled her lips, rubbing against Dai Chun-Li's hair as she slowly approached. The big gold chain around its neck, the top luxury limited edition watch on its wrist. It also gradually stuck to Chun-Li Dai's skin. Good job. The female ghost pressed her face to the side of Dai Chun-Li's ear and exhaled a mouthful of black air in a vain manner. It spat out the words softly, "Just kill her and all the money is yours." With money, the days ahead will get better. These black gases spilling out of the female ghost's mouth were like slender snakes and worms that nimbly burrowed into Chun-Li Dai's ears and nasal passages. The laughter that came out of the throat of Dai Chun-Li, who had inhaled the black gas, grew creepier and creepier. "Oh, ah ha ha ha, killing her is getting better and better." Dai Chun-Li's only normal right eye was also gradually filled with encircling black gas. The orbital socket of her right eye, too, began to become as the ghostly woman behind the. A faint black gas bubbled outward. The female ghost made a seductive sound and continued to guide Chun-Li Dai in her ear. Give up the child and you can't catch the wolf. You can give up everything for money. The endless glory and wealth will come soon. Dai Chun-Li echoed woodenly. Become rich and give up everything. Glory and wealth. Coming soon. When Dai Chun-Li said this, she mechanically craned her neck and moved her eyes. She stared blankly at her cell phone screen. Live on the air. At Zhongli. The corners of Dai Chun-Li's mouth rose. An intense killing intent flowed from her eyes. Then, a ghoulish laugh rang out, echoing throughout this entire room. Straight from the booth, Zhongli had entered the 4th floor of the Clear Spring Hotel. The prop that Zhongli chose from inside the bamboo basket this time was his special food attractant. The live feed showed a lean male student. Was standing on the thick fence at the edge of the dumpster, swinging his arms back and forth in a ready jumping position. The next second, he took a mighty leap toward the garbage can, and his whole body flopped in with surprise. Zhongli, on the other hand, casually sat on the edge of the fence, stretching out his fingers and gently shaking the tantalizer in his hand. The enticement fell on top of the garbage, making the unpleasant garbage, too, give off a seductive, ethereal aroma. After scattering the food attractant, Zhongli threw the bottle with its lid directly into the trash. Immediately afterward, she braced herself against the edge of the wall and rolled over to jump off the fence. Zhongli patted the ash on his hand. Go away, infant. Behind Zhongli, Red Baby was still sitting by the fence, very much out of the blue, looking at the male students in the trash can. Male students are in the garbage, grabbing the foul-smelling filth and shoving it haphazardly into their mouths. The male students were in tears as they ate. His mind was awake, but the movements of his body were out of his control. Wow, mommy! Red Infant pointed at the male student and looked back at Zhongli with a shocked tone. Is the stink in here so delicious? This big brother is so delicious that he cries. He's so awesome. Red Baby was carried down from the fence by Zhongli. Zhongli laughed and responded in a child's tone. Of course, Big Brother said that Stinky is good and most nutritious as breakfast. Honging was surprised. That Big Brother is quite nice. He was inside the video earlier, and stuffing all this nutritious breakfast into the fat sister's mouth. Fat sister can't even eat anymore, and Big Brother wants her to eat more to grow her body. Zhongli led Red Infant towards the side of the school building. Han Shueping, who was wearing a school uniform and had a chubby figure, glanced at Zhongli over here from afar. The slightly skinny elevator operator behind Zhongli also looked deeply at Han Shueping from her student days. Han Shueping, the little fatty from her student days, looked at Zhongli with gratitude. And when the elevator operator looked at Han Shueping during her student days, inside her eyes, there was heartache. Zhongli didn't care about them. She intends to go in search of a door to return to her original time and place. And at this time, the fat girl, Han Shueping, didn't know what she remembered, and quickly ran towards Zhongli. Sister! Han Shueping timidly called out to Zhongli. Zhongli twisted his head and looked at her. Han Shueping trotted forward and grabbed Zhongli's hand, glancing warily to the left and right sides again. Seeing that no classmates noticed her, Han Shueping then pulled Zhongli and took her to the back corner of the school building. Sister! Han Shueping pulled open her school bag and pulled out a brand new umbrella from inside. Sister, the umbrella you left in my place last time. Sorry, it was, borrowed by a classmate. I saved up and rebought a new one, which I keep with me all the time. Thought I could pay my sister back when I met her. Han Shueping looked at Zhongli sincerely. Zhongli entered a different parallel spacetime each time. Apparently, the Han Shueping she met this time, and the Han Shueping she saved with the transparent umbrella the first time. It's the same guy. Zhongli looked over Han Shueping's shoulder at the whitewashed and faded school bag. Another look at the brand new umbrella with bright colors and something strange in his heart. Zhongli took the umbrella. Thanks, I like the umbrella. Han Shueping smiled brightly, her face coy and somewhat embarrassed. I'll go first then sis. Parent-teacher conference today. My mom is still waiting for me. Han Shueping stretched out her hand and said bye-bye to Zhongli with a red face, then turned around and ran out again. Halfway through her run, Han Shueping suddenly turned back and, to Zhongli, he said, I hope to see you again next time. Sister. Han Shueping didn't look at the elevator operator the entire time she was communicating with Zhongli, and looking at Han Shueping's demeanor, it seemed like she couldn't see the red baby either. The elevator man and the red baby were creepy. Perhaps Han Shueping, who was simple by nature, could only see Zhongli, the intruding human. Can't see the spooky these scary things. Han Shueping carried her school bag, turned around, and trotted over toward the distance. At the location of the school entrance, a middle-aged woman was standing in the janitor's office waiting for her. Zhongli glanced at the middle-aged woman with a slightly stunned expression. This middle-aged woman, Zhongli has seen it before. A woman is an elevator operator in the guest elevator of the Saizumi Hotel. Zhongli had fought with her once when she sent off the 4th floor guests.
In the distance, Han Shueping called out Mom and jumped joyfully into the woman's arms.
The middle-aged woman greeted Han Shueping and stroked the back of her head with a loving face.
However,
what Jiang Li cared about was not their mother-daughter bond.
Rather, it was the ebony birthmark on the middle-aged woman's forehead,
which was even larger and deeper than Han Shueping.
Chapter 151 Application for Withdrawal. Back to the original time and space.
Jiang Li took Red Infant with him and continued up the safety floor.
Next up,
the 5th floor of the Clear Spring Hotel.
The blind old man's floor.
Inside the bamboo basket outside the red door on the 5th floor, only one prop remains.
Fully charged cell phone.
Jiang Li took her cell phone and opened it to look at it. The wallpaper of the cell phone is a picture of Han Shueping with her own mother when she was 4 or 5 years old. Mother and daughter each placed some flower petals on their foreheads,
just enough to block the look of the dark birthmark. On the wallpaper,
the two of them had arched eyebrows and bright smiles, nothing like the somber look of the Clearwater Hotel. Jiang Li took her cell phone with her and came to the last time and space. The place Jiang Li broke into was the school playground of Shengde Middle School. On the podium in front of the playground, the principal was presenting the Outstanding Teacher Award to the teachers.
School children gathered below,
lined up in classes,
all looking up at the scene on the stage.
The principal of the middle school wore glasses and held a transcript in one hand and a microphone in the other. He stood in the center of the podium and cleared his throat, ready to announce the last of the outstanding teachers.
Ah, what about just now, when we presented the Municipal Outstanding People's Teacher Award? Then the next award to be presented, both the last one of the day. It's also the most weighty award. The microphone let out a sharp whine.
Then a male teacher with a 3/7 comb-over, cajoled by a crowd of fellow teachers, was pushed to the edge of the stairs to the podium. The principal continued, honored with our Provincial Outstanding Teacher Award. It's the homeroom teacher of the 25th class of our senior year,
Mr. Wang Defa. Mr. Wang is virtuous, experienced in teaching, generous and disciplined. It's recognized as a good teacher in our Shengde Middle School. Please welcome our teacher, Mr. Wang, to the stage to receive the award. With a humble smile on his face, Mr. Wang stepped on his leather shoes and ascended the stairs next to the podium. Mr. Wang smiled kindly at the podium, and after bowing and thanking him, clutching a red certificate, stand up to the stage and give a speech. Jiang Li glanced toward the podium. These familiar features. The current Mr. Wang is exactly what the old man of the 5th floor looked like when he was slightly younger. Jiang Li suddenly remembered about the introduction of the guests on the 5th floor.
The old man is known as a good gentleman.
His fame actually began when he took a position at Centennial High School. Below the podium, in the ranks of the senior class, 25. Han Shueping tightly gripped the application for withdrawal in her pocket. She looked up, a hint of determination surfacing in her timid eyes. Soon, the award ceremony came to a close. Han Shueping's homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang, also surrounded by a crowd of school colleagues and congratulations. Back in the faculty office on the 5th floor, the students headed for their classrooms. Only Han Shueping from class 25, clutching the application in her pocket, go in the direction of the teacher's office. Han Shueping gathered her courage and kept silently cheering herself up. She was about to walk into the office when a man, behind her, pulled her back. Han Shueping turned around and saw the Jiang Li she had seen months ago. For Jiang Li, the last time he saw Han Shueping was 10 minutes ago, but in Han Shueping's opinion, 3 long months had passed since she had seen Jiang Li. Take this with you. Jiang Li took out Han Shueping's cell phone and put it in her hand. Centennial High School does not allow cell phones. Han Shueping saw some of her classmates around her looking this way and hurriedly stuffed her cell phone into her pocket. Sister, what are you doing here? Shengde Middle School is strictly controlled and will not let outsiders into the school easily. But this sister in front of her, she was always a godsend and seemed to be able to walk freely in and out of school. Jiang Li saw the bruise on the side of Han Shueping's ear that hadn't healed yet. Guess she's still not having a very good time. Jiang Li reached out his hand and rubbed Han Shueping's hair heartily. She moved closer to Han Shueping and whispered something to her. I'm with you on the dropping out thing, but only if you protect yourself. The cell phone has been given to you. Use it. After hearing Jiang Li's words, Han Shueping was stunned for a moment, a flash of realization flashing across her face. I see. Thank you, sister. Han Shueping nodded her head, her eyes suddenly filling with tears inside. She didn't know why her sister in front of her was doing this, but she knew that this sister was a light in her gray world. Han Shueping raised the back of her hand and wiped away her tears. She turned her back to the crowd, opened her cell phone, and swiped twice. Then he put his cell phone in his pocket again and tucked it away. Jiang Li patted her comfortingly and gestured in the direction of the office. Go. Han Shueping let out a hem and exhaled. With that, he turned, raised his hand and knocked on the office door. Enter. A teacher's voice came from the house. Han Shueping pushed open the door, eased her breathing, and walked in. In the office, the atmosphere was peaceful and festive. A number of teachers have received the Municipal Outstanding Teacher Award and, in addition to this, his own classroom teacher, Ms. Wang, even got a provincial award. Han Shueping carefully walked up to Mr. Wang and interrupted the cheeky conversation of several teachers. Mr. Wang, Han Shueping called out to him. The colleague beside Mr. Wang pushed him. Yo, our high school's grade 1 is here. See base material. Serve it well. When Mr. Wang heard his colleague say that, his face was glorified. Although Han Shueping's family is a little worse off, she gets first place in every exam. It has also earned Mr. Wang a lot of face over the years. Han Shueping studied hard and was recognized by her teachers as a top student who could have made it to Tsinghua University. Waiting for the day when Han Shueping gets into 2 major institutions of higher learning. Not only will Ms. Wang's reputation as a classroom teacher be enhanced, there is also the ability to earn an additional $100,000 in performance bonuses. Shueping, what is it that you want to see the teacher about? Is it something difficult in your studies? Tell me. Mr. Wang shook his clothes with a straight face. Teacher Wang. Han Shueping's expression was a bit embarrassed as she fought against the lines of sight shooting over from all sides. She took a deep breath, and after 2 seconds, she still voiced the claim. Mr. Wang, I want to quit school. Han Shueping took out the application for withdrawal from school that she had prepared in advance and presented it with both hands. It was handed to Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang's face with a smile froze. The atmosphere of the entire office also dropped from joyful to freezing at this moment. The office fell suddenly silent, and more curious eyes were cast on the teacher-student duo. Teacher Wang looked embarrassed and clenched his fist and coughed. A second later, he deliberately ranted. TSK, Shueping, you kid. Or is it the class that doesn't cooperate in collecting homework? I've already disciplined them. Don't be so petty. No. Han Shueping's face was suffocatingly red, and she immediately raised her voice in denial and, it's not because of that thing. It's because of the school bullying. Mr. Wang, I'm sorry. It was your niece who took the lead. Before Han Shueping could finish her words, Mr. Wang suddenly raised his hand and slapped it out of the way. Stopped Han Shueping from following up on her confidences. Chapter 152, Live Broadcast. And after Mr. Wang slapped the man, the surrounding colleagues were shocked. The man in front of you is still the gentle and excellent teacher in everyone's eyes? Mr. Wang has always paid attention to his image, but this time, being exposed to Han Shueping's face, Mr. Wang did not control his emotions for a moment, realizing the gazes of the people around him. Mr. Wang blushed in slight embarrassment. After a long period of silence, Mr. Wang put on a look of hatred and slapped the desktop angrily. Han Shueping, look at us teachers, who have painstakingly cultivated you for so many years. You just find any excuse to say you're leaving. Can you stand up to our good intentions? Teacher Wang's face was blue, and his breathing was puffing and puffing, and he couldn't catch his breath. The teachers in the office looked at each other and hurriedly found a way to give Mr. Wang a leg up. A female teacher came forward, hugged Han Shueping, who had been slapped, and patted her shoulder comfortingly. The female teacher advised, Shueping, this matter is your fault. Your homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang, is the most dedicated to your studies among so many students. What can't you fix that you have to drop out of school? Besides, you're still going overboard talking about Mr. Wang's niece that way. Xiaoran, that kid, we teachers have watched her grow up. Xiaoran usually blushes when she even looks at her teacher more than once. How could she possibly be involved in any bullying? In the office, the teachers kept things bottled up and quiet. Everyone has always known about the mess behind Centennial High School, but if you get involved, you'll lose your job, not to mention, and maybe get shut down in the teaching profession. It's better to turn a blind eye rather than get yourself in trouble. Anyway, Han Shueping is a senior in high school, and that group of naughty things, too, are facing graduation soon. Survive these last days, and no one will ever speak of these dirty deeds of the past. When Mr. Wang saw that everyone was turning toward him, his bottom line was inexplicably a few points stronger. Thinking of the need to maintain her image as a good teacher to the outside world, Mr. Wang decided, these are scandalous things to avoid talking about with your coworkers. Mr. Wang had a stern face. Han Shueping, come with me to the rooftop. Let's talk it over. Don't stand here interrupting other teachers preparing for class. Mr. Wang let out a muffled hum and lifted his foot to take the lead in walking out of the office. Han Shueping followed him and climbed the stairs from the 5th floor, and the two of them came to the rooftop. The rooftop was windy and piercingly cold. Teacher Wang stood in front with her back to Han Shueping, looking as if her anger had not yet subsided.
Han Shueping stood behind Mr. Wang. She took out the cell phone in her pocket that was broadcasting live when Mr. Wang wasn't looking, put it to stand on an unassuming corner on the side. The phone's camera was posed and aimed at Mr. Wang and himself. After doing so, Han Shueping immediately stepped lightly again and returned behind Mr. Wang. Shueping, come here. Teacher Wang didn't turn around, just looked outside despondently. Han Shueping stepped forward and walked to Mr. Wang's side. Mr. Wang pointed to the scene downstairs, looking down on the schoolyard. Many students were in the middle of a sporting event, frolicking and playing basketball. Mr. Wang asked, "You know that boy who plays basketball and dyes his hair? What exactly is the family's origin?" Han Shueping glanced that way and shook her head. Teacher Wang said, "That student's name is Ran. Real estate business in our half of the city. It's all their Ren property." Han Shueping lowered her eyes and glanced at the male students in the playground. The male students' laughter raucous, now that it's time for class. But the laughter of the boys and the thud of basketball never stopped. Mr. Wang continued, "In the past few years he's dyed his hair, skipped classes, gotten into fights. He's done all these things that, does anyone care? There are many truths that a teacher cannot say explicitly, but you are so old that you should learn to realize them on your own." A group of viewers gradually flooded into the live streaming room of the corner cell phone. Han Shueping glanced in the direction of the cell phone. If it were before, she would have softened her attitude if Mr. Wang had said so. But once she's put off dropping out of school, what awaits her? Just one more painful beating. This time, Han Shueping put on a tough attitude and did not let up. She gritted her teeth and took off her school uniform and jacket, revealing the short sleeves she wore underneath. Underneath the short sleeves were a shocking mix of old and new scars. Mr. Wang, I don't care about the Wang Ren family. All I know is that I was bullied and told you about it many times. Your niece, Ms. Xiaoran Wang, United. Halfway through Han Shueping's sentence, Mr. Wang glared, raised his arms and, a slap was thrown into Han Shueping's face. Han Shueping's nosebleed was slapped out, and she raised the back of her hand to wipe the blood away, raising her eyes to continue. Your niece Wang Xiaoran, relying on your support, has joined forces with her classmates at school to bully me. With a loud snap, Han Shueping received another slap. Han Shueping's words didn't stop. She wiped the blood from under her nose and clenched her fists to get all the words out of her heart. They locked me in the bathroom and threw dirty water on me. Ordered all the students in the class to isolate me. They are also. Han Shueping's hair was grabbed by Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang was poked in the spine and furiously pushed and shoved Han Shueping, slamming her to the ground. And, one kick at a time, Han Shueping did not give in. Tears rolled down her face in big drops. She sniffled, and continued to shout out with a sob. They also took naked pictures of me. They stripped me naked, recorded it on video and posted it online. They force me to eat garbage. They force me to drink dirty water. And all this bullying is caused by you condoning them. Mr. Wang listened to the obstinate Han Shueping and his facial muscles twitched in anger. He directly drew out the belt around his waist, gritted his teeth, and lashed Han Shueping with one whip after another. The whip went down, and Han Shueping, who was originally wearing a thin dress, had her skin split open. Han Shueping cried and yelled, "Mr. Wang, you turn a blind eye to bullying. You are a teacher in vain. You don't deserve to be a teacher." Mr. Wang, the good old man on the surface, the black heart behind the back. He would never show his evil side in front of people, just like the blind old man who was a guest on level 5. The only thing that harms people is to hide in the house and do it. And Mr. Wang's eyes wide open behavior led to the fact that years later, Mr. Wang become a truly blind person, trapped forever on the 5th floor. Han Shueping is still getting beat up. She bowed, shielding her head, her whole body curled up on the floor, and the live broadcast room opened by Han Shueping's cell phone. In just a few seconds, the popularity skyrocketed. Corner of the live interface. Netizens pop-up screen crazy. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What happened? Crazy? Is this teacher violence against students? I recognize it. It's Mr. Wang from the 25th senior class of Xingda Middle School. It's bloody violent. Quickly record the screen. If you don't record the screen, the live room will be blocked. Zhongli stood guard outside the wooden door of the rooftop and didn't go in. Mommy, won't you go in and save Sister Han? She's about to be killed. The red baby propped up her little face, her tone sad. Zhongli leaned against the door and shook her head. No go. Chapter 153, Mother's Blame. Zhongli could have saved Han Shueping once, twice, 3 times during her critical period, but it is impossible to save Han Shueping for the rest of her life. Redeeming a bully does require some outside help to help her escape from her misery. But more importantly, the bullied must learn to take up arms and stand up for themselves. Resistance, as well as defending yourself. The cell phone. which was explicitly banned by the school, has been delivered to Han Shueping. There are many ways for Han Shueping to save herself, but her choice to use this method to accomplish self-help must have been due to multiple factors. Perhaps the only way to get the ugly truth in front of the audience is to get in on the ground floor. It's only then that the last layer of the King's Ran family shroud can be removed. Besides, Zhongli glanced at the figure on the rooftop through the sparse doorway. The elevator operator was standing right behind Mr. Wang. If Han Shueping's life is really in danger, the elevator man will step in. The elevator operator is Han Shueping herself. It understood its intentions in doing so and did not come forward to stop it. By the time the popularity of the live stream had soared inside that cell phone in the corner, and public opinion had festered, the elevator operator didn't wait any longer. Its twisted and bloody face, with its neck crooked, snapped up in front of Mr. Wang's eyes. Han Shueping, who is innocent by nature, can't see the horrible-faced elevator operator, but the evil-minded Mr. Wang could see it. So in Han Shueping's live feed, Mr. Wang suddenly let out a strange cry and, staring at the air in front of him, he sat down on his butt. Looking at Mr. Wang, he seemed to be frightened. He was cowering backward, shouting, "Don't come over, don't come over." During this time he also attempted to swing the whip in his hand and kept lashing it at the air in front of him. To the back of the room, amidst a crowd of on-air netizens, Mr. Wang made an amazing move. He felt a small piece of rusty rebar from the ground, while his mouth kept screaming. He also held the steel bar and stabbed himself in both eyes one at a time. Both eyes were stuck bloody and the whole scene was quite frightening. The elevator operator violently grabbed Mr. Wang's hand and forced him to stab himself blind. The elevator operator opened his blood-filled mouth and came up to Mr. Wang, crying and yelling through tears of blood. "I told you, but why didn't you help me once? How can you pretend to turn a blind eye when they've done so much to me? Since you like pretending to be blind so much, why don't you just poke the blind?" In the eyes of the audience, Mr. Wang is hurting himself, but only the elevator operator was aware of Mr. Wang's eyeball, which she had punctured with her own hands. The blind Mr. Wang went completely crazy. He was afraid of the female ghost in front of him, and desperately tried to hide towards the open space. Don't come over. Get out of here." The elevator operator chased him all the way to a rusty rail, forcing the unseen Mr. Wang to a rusty rail. Eventually, in the presence of many netizens, the infamous Mr. Wang mistakenly touched the loose railings and lost his footing and fell off the rooftop, and the live cell phone stream, too, came to a screeching halt when it was reported. Underneath the school building, Mr. Wang fell into a pulp, his brain spilled out, and blood flowed all over the place, killed on the spot. And that's where the loose railing was, and that's where the elevator man was once pushed down by the group. At that time, the case of the honor student who fell from a building was also a sensation for a while. Despite speculation, the case was closed as an accident. Only, the school is still being trolled by parents for bad feng shui because of the bloody incident. It was later mismanaged and headed for closure. The end of the matter. Zhongli pushed open the wooden door and pressed the converter to detach from this time and space. As soon as Zhongli pulled open the door, she ran into an old woman in the security hallway. The old woman's hair was disheveled and she was a little out of sorts. I don't know what time period the old woman stole from and got trapped inside the security building. When the old woman in front of her saw Zhongli, she surprised herself by stepping forward and grabbed Zhongli's arm. "Did Pimmy see my Pimmy? Oh, my Ping Ping is gone. What can I do? I only have such a daughter." The old woman had many gray hairs on her temples. She seemed to have been searching for Han Shueping for dozens of years in her own time and space, in an insane manner. There are a lot of parallel time and space, and there are also a lot of Han Shueping with the same experience. Saved Han Shueping inside a time and space, but there are still millions of Han Shuepings, still dipping and struggling in the mire. Zhongli looked at the old woman. "Auntie, go to the rooftop. Your daughter might be on the rooftop." Safe Building Access Code, Article 2. If you see an old woman looking for her daughter in the stairwell, please tell her to get to the top of the building's rooftop at all costs. The old woman listened to Zhongli's words and thanked him. With that, he hoofed it up the stairs toward the rooftop. Zhongli's line of sight landed on the old woman's back. Only the front side of the old woman is normal. On her back, the skin and flesh had been gnawed by the evil spirits, leaving only the white bones. The old woman is creepy. As she heads for the rooftop, she encounters another staircase corner. That evil spirit disguised as Han Shueping. Although she has been fooled many times, the old woman is still attracted to the fake Han Shueping. And that's when the old woman, in turn, would, for embracing her daughter. A piece of her back was ripped off by Han Shueping. Every now and then, the old woman would snap out of it and quickly flee. It wasn't that the old woman couldn't recognize the evil spirits. The reason why she would rather pay the price of flesh and blood than embrace her fake daughter, both out of longing for his daughter and out of intense indebtedness and self-reproach to her. She blames herself for why she passed the birthmark on to her daughter. The old woman had always thought that perhaps without the ugly birthmark, inherited from your own daughter will be safe and sound for the rest of her life. Behind him, the elevator operator emerged from the red door. The black aura that now haunted the elevator man, after escaping the last strands of completely disappeared. Now just get the elevator man's positive feedback and send the elevator man away. John Lee will be able to reach SS level clearance. John Lee and the elevator operator walked down side by side, but John Lee was just about to stretch his feet when he realized something was wrong. Looking at the stairs in front of her, John Lee's entire vision was dizzy, for the steps downward were plunged into a state of disorganized confusion. The steps under your feet are not a horizontal and vertical presence. All the steps zigzagged in a highly distorted state in front of John Lee's eyes. John Lee looked at the steps as extruded and twisted out of shape. At his legs and feet it's also extruded and twisted out of shape. The vision creates confusion, as if a distortion special effect has been turned on. John Lee remembered the safe building access code. Number 3. Each staircase has 12 steps, so remember not to step on them. So that's what this rule is intended to do. In this visual disorder now, it's easy to step off and fall. The elevator operator's movements paused for a split second when he saw the change in the steps going down. Then, John Lee saw a shocking scene. She saw the elevator man break off his already broken legs and throw them straight down the stairs. The elevator operator's pants are empty, and it can float down. And just as John Lee was about to hold onto the railing and slowly grope his way down the stairs, the elevator operator suddenly crouched down in front of her. Come up and carry you down. The elevator operator turned his back to John Lee. Chapter 154. John Lee hesitated. Perhaps sensing Jiang Li's distrust, the elevator operator took out the dagger in his pocket and handed it to John Lee. If I were to harm you, you could always kill me with a dagger of human blood. Along with it, John Lee was handed not only the dagger, but also a scoring sheet. The rating scale is for John Lee's service and it's a perfect 10 on the scale. John Lee didn't refuse anymore. She gathered up her score sheet and dagger and slumped over the elevator man's shoulder. The elevator operator carried John Lee on his back, floating inside the building and down the floors. Walking out of the building, the elevator operator crouched down and dropped John Lee. Then, without looking back, the elevator operator floated directly to a spot a few meters away. As John Lee watched, the elevator operator slumped to the floor in a baby-curled position. At that moment, above the hotel building, a pale blue, translucent, ghost-like figure it fell down the stairs with a thud. The light blue figure that fell down the stairs landed and overlapped with the position of the elevator operator who was lying on the ground. 3 seconds later, the elevator operator's body turned into a pile of ashes, blown away by the wind. Congratulations to the chosen one, John Lee, for successfully sending away all the strange guests at the Qingchuan Hotel, and get a favorable review. The degree of exploration of the replica of Kayasumi Hotel, 100%. The level of this clearance is SS and a perfect clearance has been successfully achieved. We are now issuing you a pass reward. 3 skeleton decks, suspended in front of John Lee's eyes. The fluorescent text next to it flickered to remind that all 3 cards belong to the SS grade category. John Lee looked at the card for a few seconds and took out a heart from space, handing it to the red baby on his shoulder. Baby, you pick one for mommy. The red baby clutched his heart, his eyes glowing as he sucked in his saliva. Without lifting his head, he directly removed the card suspended in the center and handed it to John Lee. Give it to your mommy. Mommy's too tired to get some rest. Hearing Red Infant's words, John Lee held the deck and her eyebrows jumped. She flipped over the deck and looked at it. It says 2 rewards. Within China, the Chosen One's designated population has a 50% increase in pollution resistance. Individual Chosen One receive 3 days of rest. Within 3 days, the Chosen One may return to the country. Free movement. Seeing the rewards on the card, the Chinese broadcast room cheered. Help! It was so hard for John Lee to finally rest. Applause. JG, that red kid can be lucky. Dash, what red child? Can you talk upstairs? That's clearly my baby. Starry-eyed. JG, after watching the live stream for so long, am I the only one who thinks John Lee is stupid? There's a little black guy on the air? Little black guy arching out. Arch far away. Ban him. While the netizens were bickering, there was a new move on John Lee's side. John Lee now needs to designate a certain group of people. Give this group a higher pollution resistance. The system was waiting for John Lee to make a choice. John Lee had 3 images in front of him, representing 3 categories of people. Separately, there are advocates, neutrals, and smears. The people in these 3 positions need to be designated by John Lee. The target of the resist pollution bonus
This is also in the Weird World adventure Zhongli. 9 deaths in exchange for the privilege. However, looking at the options in front of her, Zhongli gradually frowned. Mommy, why don't you choose? Red Baby nibbled on his heart and gave Zhongli a puzzled look. Zhongli pursed her lips and was silent for a few seconds. Is this really a privilege? Zhongli's eyes flashed slightly. This time, the choice seems to be a privilege for Zhongli. But in fact, it seems to be an ulterior motive. All 3 categories are large in number. Zhongli is now going to designate a specific group of people to give out resistance today, that's bound to prioritize their champions. But this choice, not in pulling for Zhongli's heartstrings, instead, they are letting Zhongli divide people's hearts. In China, the part of the population that originally belonged to the neutrals, it would plant the seeds of resentment against Zhongli because she couldn't get the rewards for this choice. Neutrals have turned into smear campaigners. The crowd that hated Zhongli surged. But as it happened, Zhongli's reward this time was return to China and rest for 3 days. Imagine if this was really a 3-day break instead of a 3-day hunt. Zhongli, who had returned to China, was no longer tied to the copy and the interests of the country. If an accidental death occurs to Zhongli outside the replica, there is no harm to the country or to the people. Instead, they could have embraced a new chosen one. Inside the country of China, there are dark currents. Countless pairs of restless eyes were dead set on Zhongli in the live broadcast, despite the fact that they all know that they are neutrals, smears, and Zhongli gives out anti-pollution rewards, and there's a high probability that he won't choose himself. But they all wanted to wait for an accurate answer. Both an answer and a reason. A reason to form a group and hate Zhongli with a straight face. At this moment, the sense of group belonging is at its peak, and the experts at the Ministry of Intelligence, too, apparently realized the mystery. The experts looked serious, all silent and thinking about their responses. It was quiet for a few seconds. Xia Guofeng took a fountain pen and tapped the table twice. He took the lead. If Zhongli really has enemies on all sides, then our intelligence department must create a safe house, and we must keep Zhongli safe. Other experts followed and added, yeah, put some more guards around the house. 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. I don't believe that group of people would dare to rush in. Some have questioned, but how are we to judge that there are no neutrals or smears within that group of guards who harbor grudges? After all, people are unpredictable. In fact, if we hadn't turned that neutral populace, Zhongli wouldn't have been as much of a threat. Regardless, the populace that smears Zhongli is still in the minority. Yeah, but that's the thing. Tricky World just wants to be antagonistic. They want to stir up the hatred of the neutral populace and use the large crowd size to target Zhongli. The conference room fell silent again. There is no way. This operation of splitting hearts and minds is really understood by the bizarro world. No matter what Zhongli chose, something would go wrong. The conference room was in a state of panic, and only Xiao Wu, who was in the front row, didn't have the slightest look of worry on his face. Seeing how calm Xiao Wu was, old senior fan, who was sitting across from him, couldn't help but open his mouth. What's the matter, Wu? You can't get a reward for being the biggest head of black powder. Not worried at all? Old-timer fan stared at him half-jokingly. Xiao Wu curled his lips. Elder is really good at joking. I, the supporter, can get the reward. It's the nail in the coffin. What I'm most worried about right now is Zhongli's safety. Oi. I wonder what choice Zhongli will make. Xiao Wu shallowly hid his clumsiness and did not initiate a game-breaking countermeasure to appear too bright. Old-timer fan gave him a fixed look and deflated. Look at you. It's not like I'm worried about Zhongli. Wu laughed a little and didn't answer. Elder fan was actually right. He really wasn't too worried about Zhongli. Xiao Wu looked at Zhongli on the live screen. He can be sure that Zhongli should think the same as he does. If Zhongli had noticed the problem, he shouldn't have fallen into this trap. So there's nothing to worry about. Live feed. Zhongli loosened his clenched fists and stretched out his right hand, making his choice. Chapter 155, Bus No. 8. Zhongli's index finger pressed down twice, lighting up the 2 images in front of her. Advocates and neutrals. I've chosen. Zhongli submitted the answer. In the pop-up area of the live broadcast, a row of question marks floated out in a clear line. What's the situation? Isn't it a choice of one group? How is this even multiple choice? The vast majority of the populace of China. When everyone was not clear about the situation, a stream of clarity flooded through his mind. The population, once bizarrely contaminated, was instantly relieved of most of the contamination. And those populations that haven't been contaminated, the ability to resist contamination that, in turn, it got a significant boost. The originally fickle hearts and minds of China were not torn apart by this crisis. On the contrary, because of Zhongli's operation, many neutrals have turned into fans. Mommy, how did you know you could choose more than one? The red baby finished nibbling on the heart and sipped on his finger.
Jiang Li's fingers clutched the number 2 deck and flipped it to the front. The card says it clearly. Jiang Li said. The camera of the live broadcast zoomed in, and the text on the card was displayed to the audience. The text on the card enlarges and it says, within China, the chosen one's designated population has a 50% increase in pollution resistance. It says a word in there, designated people. However, there is no limit on the number of designated groups. 1 group, 2 groups, even 3 groups. As long as they're designated by Jiang Li, they qualify as designated people. Everyone gets an anti-pollution bonus. Originally, Jiang Li was still thinking about whether or not to have everyone within the country of China upgrade their anti-pollution abilities, but Jiang Li took a look at the smearer screen at that time. The iconic figure of that subplot is a keyed-up man playing keyboards in a small dark room. The gouger sat in the dark, stacked bubbling barrels of the hut. The man watched the live broadcast while frantically pounding the keyboard, arbitrarily venting the hostility in his heart. The man's computer had stickers of other countries' flags on the border, and the text he posted on the internet, which describes Jiang Li with malice. It's all insults and name-calling and smear campaigns. Jiang Li was ultimately unable to have a holy heart and give out rewards to such people. The system rewards are distributed and the panel is put away. And on Jiang Li's side, there was also an additional slender void door. Jiang Li tried, putting his hand through. The empty doorway slowly enlarged and it could accommodate Jiang Li's entire body inside. This should be the entrance back to China. Jiang Li withdrew his hand and didn't rush in. Before returning to China, Jiang Li had one more thing to do. She carried a treaded fog lamp and walked out of the courtyard of the Clear Springs Hotel. Jiang Li went straight to the cabin across the road. The time converter, to be returned to Mr. Sure by 10 o'clock tonight. If this matter was forgotten, whether it would trigger any subplots or not, no one could guarantee it. It's a little after 8 p.m., and there's still plenty of time. When Jiang Li went to return the converter, he also borrowed Boss Sher's desktop telephone landline. Jiang Li recalled the number he had memorized earlier, next to the bus shelter, and picked up the landline handset, dialed the call out. The phone finished speaking and hung up. Jiang Li greeted and then left the cabin. She lifted her treaded fog lamp and glanced across the street toward the abandoned bus shelter. In this time and space, those 5 guests from the hotel are still waiting doggedly for the bus. But this ramshackle bus shelter was discontinued a long time ago. These 5 people couldn't wait for the car, but it didn't matter. Jiang Li would step in. Jiang Li still remembers the teaser news about the unmanned convenience store. At 2200 hours this evening, on the number 8 bus on the Panhandle Highway, there will be an indiscriminate killing. The victims totaled 5. The call Jiang Li dialed out just now was doing just that. Jiang Li was arguing on the inside of the phone, naming the No. 8 bus. Pick them up at the mountain highway outside of the Clear Spring Hotel. So, in a little while, these 5 guests will be able to get what they want. Board the bus out of this remote mountain forest. Only what Jiang Li didn't know was that the reason why the No. 8 bus was out of service, it was because the bus had broken down. Bus No. 8 once rolled over while running on a mountain highway. The electronic number 8 on the front of the bus was also involved in the rollover accident. It was damaged in a collision and became a horizontal figure 8. After the bus was picked up, the electronic number infinity on the front of the bus could not be adjusted in any case, and it's because of this number that triggers the bizarre public transit hidden condition. Make this bus change the symbol infinity. Infinity is much like a snake devouring its own tail. The bus, from that point on, was never able to drive off the panhandle. It's a coiled road that feels like it never ends. The mountain road extends endlessly, and the bus passengers, too, enter a kind of infinite loop. All the things that have happened have been repeated over and over again on the creepy bus. Circular buses, thus opened. That year, it took great effort for the passengers on the bus to escape from the circular bus, and the number 8 bus never ran again. The circular bus incident, many years have passed. The memories of that incident, by all those who were involved, have passed with the years. It becomes a blur until it is completely erased. Now that the number 8 bus has been restarted at Jiang Li's request, the circular buses are back in the game. So this bus killing tonight is not a simple indiscriminate killing. It'll be a circular case in a creepy bus. The passengers on the bus will carry the memory of being killed once a day. And with these 5 sinners aboard public transit, it will be a whole new purgatory for them. In fact, under normal circumstances, the number 8 bus would not come back to the panhandle. But unfortunately, Jiang Li saw the preview news. According to the intention of the heart, called the number 8 bus, seeing a vicious incident comes first. Jiang Li calling the bus comes second. But it was also because Jiang Li called the bus that. It's what makes the vicious incidents in the news happen. The whole thing is convoluted. As to what is the cause and what is the effect of it, it has been so mixed up that it is impossible to tell. Zhongli didn't continue to linger in the bizarre world. She put her hand on the void door at her side. Only when the door to the void slowly grew larger did Zhongli lift his right foot and walk in. The location Zhongli returned to was the location where he entered the weird world last time. Inside the building in the old neighborhood. It was from this place that Zhongli blinked into a copy of the madhouse at that time. Zhongli stood in the hallway and looked at the several police officers in front of him who were crouching by the stairs. The police brought some inspectors. They had a small area in front of them fenced off and were doing some kind of blood test. The inspectors were very conscientious. They were discussing amongst themselves and didn't even notice Zhongli, who suddenly appeared behind them. A female officer said, "This case has been going on for so long that the first scene was destroyed long ago, and Su Xiaobao's condition has deteriorated again. There are no clues or evidence. There's no way to find out." Chapter 156. At that moment, two old girlfriends, older women, above the floor, happened to be coming down the stairs. The two older women saw the police officers checking out the stairwell and curiously craned their necks to see more. The curly-haired older woman took her old best friend by the arm and discreetly came up to her ear, murmuring loudly, "I heard that kid, Su Xiaobao, was pushed down the stairs the other day and fell into a vegetable." The old BFF gave a shocked look. "Oh my, there's such a thing?" The curly-haired older woman slapped her old best friend's arm and glanced hastily in the direction of the police. Nudging up her mouth, she gave her old best friend a wink, signaling her to keep her voice down. Unable to resist her old best friend's curiosity, the curly-haired older woman continued to cover the shape of her mouth and whisper loudly, "You don't live in our neighborhood. You don't know. The day that kid was found, there was blood all over the stairs. Scared to death. Shorty, I don't know who's so cruel. A kid that young. How do you get off?" The two Amazons debated and passed by Zhongli's face. Zhongli subconsciously shot a few glances towards the police. The area enclosed. Under the blood test, a pool of fluorescent material appeared on the ground. Zhongli didn't get too involved and turned toward the stairs. When Zhongli climbed a few flights of stairs and arrived at the entrance of his house, his pupils instantly dilated. Zhongli's heart tightened as she quickly stepped forward and ran to the old iron gate. Following Zhongli's line of sight, a brand new set of door locks was embedded above the aged iron door. Dai Chuanli, she changed the lock on the door. Zhongli took a deep breath and suppressed the urge to smash the door. She found a small advertisement for locksmith on the wall and pulled out her cell phone, intending to call someone to change the locks. And just then, Zhongli's cell phone accessed an unknown call. Zhongli glanced at the caller interface, anonymous avatar with flashing gray icon. The loud ringing of the bell was a bit harsh in the empty hallway. Zhongli remembered that she blocked harassing calls. So who could this call be? Is it intelligence? Or is it Ghostface? Zhongli had a vague sense of foreboding in her heart. After hesitating for a moment, Zhongli picked up the phone. A familiar timbre came from across the phone. "Sister Jiang, are you back? I'm Xiao Chang." Xia Xiaoqian's surprised voice rang out. Hearing that it was Xia Xiaoqian calling, Zhongli's heart was slightly relieved. She smiled and responded, "Well, back at the house. Sister Jiang, don't go back. Hurry downstairs. Our car is 3 minutes away from the entrance to the neighborhood. And I'll pick you up and take you to the big villa. It's safer with security." Xia Xiaoqian's tone rose in excitement. Zhongli glanced at the new lock on her own door and thought about the place Xia Xiaoqian had arranged for her to go. Thinking for 2 seconds, Zhongli nodded in response. "Okay, thanks." Zhongli once again passed the police and headed for the bottom of the stairs. She heard a young auxiliary police officer, still young, sputtering in indignation, interrogate her closely. "I don't believe she can't reveal anything," the female officer said. "I've already applied for a subpoena with the higher-ups, but the approval hasn't come down yet. Guess it'll have to wait a little longer." The male cop chimed in. "Yeah, well, with all the weird talk of invasion these days, the Bureau has also seen an explosion in the number of cases it receives, and the process will move a little slower." Zhongli didn't move to listen to their conversation. This person, Dai Chuanli, seems to be in trouble. Zhongli came all the way to the entrance of the neighborhood. It was dark outside. Zhongli had just arrived downstairs when a black sedan braked slowly and stopped in front of Zhongli. The sedan stopped. Xia Xiaoqian opened the door and got down from the back seat. Zhongli looked at the time. The limousine came quite fast, 2 minutes ahead of schedule. Xia Xiaoqian, who came out from the car, enthusiastically jumped into Zhongli's arms, and Zhongli had a head-to-head hug. "Sister Jiang, long time no see. Quick, get in the car." Xia Xiaoqian excitedly pushed Zhongli and sent her into the car. The driver in the front row was just about to start the vehicle and prepare to depart. It turned out that a man in front of him, wearing a helmet and riding a heavy red motorcycle, boom, hit the top of the car. The bumper of the sedan broke on the spot, next to Zhongli, who was originally unlocking the tablet code. Xia Xiaoqian, who was about to return a message, froze.
What's going on? Xia Xiaoqian's expression tightened. Up ahead, the tall biker man flipped off his motorcycle. He stepped forward, took off his gloves, and knocked on the driver's window door. Get off! The biker man's tone was cold. The driver glanced uneasily at Xia Xiaoqian in the back row. Miss, this. Xia Xiaoqian's face was tense. Deal with it quickly. There's no need to find him to pay for it. The driver nodded and pushed the door open to get out. Xia Xiaoqian raised her wrist, looked at her watch, and furrowed her brows again, staring out of the car without looking away. It was as if he was worried. Zhongli glanced towards Xia Xiaoqian, and his afterglow inadvertently swept over the tablet. Xia Xiaoqian's tablet screen was so large and bright that it rested on top of her lap, forgetting to operate it. The screen after she unlocked it stayed on a chat screen with a woman. Scanning the two familiar headshots, Zhongli was slightly stunned. How can? Xiao Chang, have you contacted my stepmother? Zhongli directly asked, the doubt in her heart. Xia Xiaoqian first froze when she heard Zhongli's words. Reacting, she scratched her head, embarrassed. Yeah, ha. You've seen it. I read online that your stepmother is looking for the Ghostface organization. I don't know what kind of trick she's trying to pull, so I've been chatting with her in the guise of a contact from the Ghostface organization, and a date to meet. Xia Xiaoqian smiled with a harmless look. Zhongli fixedly looked at her, and also temporarily dispelled the doubts in his heart. The two familiar mugshots Zhongli just saw. One is the death skull of the Ghostface organization. The other is a selfie of a middle-aged woman. Chun-Li Dai, disliking her face. The logic was just able to fit with what Xia Xiaoqian explained to say. At this point, the argument outside the car became a little louder. It looks like the driver is talking so that the biker man doesn't have to pay for it. But instead, the biker man is backpedaling and trying to blackmail him. Pulled the driver and wouldn't let him go without paying for the motorcycle. Xia Xiaoqian looked a little pressed, wanting to get it over with as quickly as possible and get the driver back. Zhongli casually asked, have you been the one in contact with Dai Chunli? It's me, sis. What's wrong? Xia Xiaoqian looked at the arguing duo outside and the reply was a bit distracting. She suddenly unbuckled her seatbelt and drove the car door down. Sister Jiang, let the driver stay here to take care of it first. Let's go back first. Don't let Dad wait impatiently. I'll drive. Zhongli smiled and nodded in agreement. By the time Xia Xiaoqian closed the car door, intending to go around to the front and sit in the driver's seat, Zhongli suddenly pulled open the car door and ran out in a 100-meter sprint. Chapter 157, waiting to see what happens. Zhongli ran furiously all the way towards the neighborhood. That Charmaine Xia, there's something wrong with it. She said she posed as someone from the Ghostface organization and asked Chun-Li Dai to meet her. But on the chat logs between Chun-Li Dai and Xia Xiaoqian, the earliest date is on December 7th. At that time, Xia Xiaoqian was still on the ghost train and hadn't returned at all. What's more, the Xia Xiaoqian at that time didn't even know who Zhongli was, and how could she possibly contact her stepmother? The Xia Xiaoqian just now was not disguised as a Ghostface organization at all. She was originally from the Ghostface organization. In the distance, Xia Xiaoqian removes the mask of human skin from her face and turns to the dawdling driver. Slapped in anger. Pa dash. The crisp slaps were unusually loud and clear. Then the driver started to get his head down and get scolded. If it hadn't been for the fact that the driver was being dragged by the biker man and hadn't been able to drive away, it was assumed that Zhongli would not notice that something was wrong, and drove away with the car door open. Zhongli ran while opening her cell phone and glancing at the call logs and the current time. 3 minutes. Are almost up. Xia Xiaoqian said on the phone. 3 minutes to the cell door. They should be here soon. Zhongli had just returned to China and really didn't expect that his calls would be monitored. The people from the Ghost Mask organization learned that in 3 minutes, someone from the intelligence department was going to pick up Zhongli. Then he came to the entrance of the neighborhood in advance and intercepted Zhongli, perhaps realizing that Zhongli was not easy to deal with, and had been tangling with them in the bizarre world. Time and time again it has cost them a lot of money. That's why the people from the Ghost Mask organization hit China with their idea. On the street in front of the neighborhood, 4 or 5 black cars with their headlights on were lined up in a long line of sailing at the same time. Inside the frontmost sedan, Xia Guofeng and Xia Xiaoqiang came down. In the sedan behind, many men in suits also came out one after another. Zhongli. Xia Guofeng waved his hand and looked in Zhongli's direction. Xia Xiaoqian also shouted Sister Zhang excitedly. Zhongli glanced at them and walked over, nodding and smiling. Let's go Zhongli. We're tired after so many days. Let's send you to a safe place. Sleep well for 3 days. Ha ha. Xia Guofeng laughed bashfully twice and greeted Zhongli as he got into the limousine. Xia Guofeng sat in the passenger seat. Zhongli, on the other hand, sat in the back of the sedan with Xia Xiaoqian. Outside the car window, Zhongli saw the red heavy motorcycle, which had crashed a bit, transported aside by a group of men in black.
and the man in the red biker suit, with his long legs and wide strides, came straight toward the sedan. The biker man took off his helmet, hugged it around his waist, and pulled open the door of the car next to Zhongli. Squeeze, please. The man looked at Zhongli politely. Zhongli moved a position for him and sat straight in the center. The man bent straight down, got into the car, and slammed the door. Ha ha, Xiao Wu, good job. Xia Guofeng praised cheerfully. He continued. Xiao Wu's guess was right. The Ghost Mask organization is really listening all the time. If Xiao Wu hadn't ridden his motorcycle in advance and rushed to the scene, maybe our Jiangli would have been taken away. Today Xiao Wu takes great credit. Ha ha. Xia Guofeng's tone displayed a few points of complacency. Wu took off his gloves and denied it. Not so much. If it was up to me alone, and Jiangli didn't want to get out of the car herself, things can get tricky, too. Xiao Wu glanced at Jiangli, associating the image of Jiangli escaping. Xiao Wu added, besides, we Jiangli have hands and feet, and when we realize something is wrong, we will run by ourselves. Xia Guofeng laughed. Right. You two young people, you complement each other in your own way. Xia Xiaoqian sat on Jiangli's side and whispered, Sister, my dad said he was afraid you wouldn't get used to not having any acquaintances, so he asked me to come and stay with you for a few days. It's the first time I've stayed in a big villa and I'm happy as a clam. It's said to be the kind where security is drawn up so full that no fly can get in. The group was animated on the way to the center of the villa on the outskirts of town. Every car, every person, was heavily inspected and eventually pulled into a villa. It's getting late. Originally, several other experts from the intelligence department, who had also been seeing eye to eye, wanted to say something to Zhongli, but at Wu's eye gesture, no one ended up opening their mouths. Xia Xiaoqian's bedroom, arranged next door to Jiangli. After Jiangli washed up, he collapsed on the bed and was covered by the quilt. Within a minute, Jiangli had fallen into a deep sleep. After settling Jiangli, Smallwood and a few experts went to the vacant room and had an impromptu meeting. Jiangli came back to rest for the past 3 days. Not to fight. We'll just take care of that one, Wu said. In the conference room, a technician pulled up the deciphering records and displayed them on top of the screen. This is by far all the chat messages we deciphered between Chunli Dai and the Ghostface organization. They've agreed to meet tomorrow at 10 a.m. at the Easy Time Cafe on Wangjing Road. An expert asked. Zhongli has now returned to China. Do you guys think Chunli Dai will still go to the appointment? Wu thought for a moment and nodded. She will. The experts craned their heads to look at him as Wu explained. Even if Zhongli returns to China, with Dai Chunli's power alone, she won't be able to move Zhongli. What's more, killing in China pays for itself, and Dai Chunli has neither the brains nor the guts to do so. She didn't dare to make a move against Zhongli within China. Dai Chunli wants to get the inheritance of the demolition, but can only hope that Zhongli was killed in the bizarre world. One expert sighed. How can you have a stepmother like that? Xiao Wu laughed softly. You can't say that. There are free need shields for copy break-ins. How many people have begged for it? The experts circulated all of Chunli Dai's chats. People have come up with ideas. It's best not to let Chunli Dai contact the Ghostface organization. As soon as they make contact, Zhongli will be in danger. Can you check the location of that Ghostface organization guy in the chat logs? Let's make the first move. Control them. The tech shook his head. Tried that. They've got some pretty sophisticated crypto shielding. Deciphering will take some time. Encrypting and shielding important information is now becoming a basic operation. Even this makeshift conference room used by the intelligence department. Various techniques, equipment and other means of shielding are also used. The intelligence services are watching out for them, and they are watching out for the intelligence services in the same way. Oi, the only clue to locate it is broken again. Too bad. Wu is silent for a second, raises an eyebrow and smiles. No pity. He spoke. When I touched down on my motorcycle today, I put a locator device on their car. Wu clicked the mouse a few times and switched computer screens. A red line appeared on top of the map of Jinghai City. This red line goes forward, all the way to the east. Halfway there, the positioning suddenly began to fly around, eventually stopping inside a deep mountain. This locator was tied to the bird by them? It should be halfway through the positioning and be discovered, but it can be judged that their lair should be in the eastern region of the city. After several experts had discussed the matter, they all unanimously gave their opinion. A portion of the manpower can be mobilized to search along the locator line. Overnight, Ghostface people are still mostly in the weird world. Within China, they can't do mass clustering and can't make much of a splash. Listening to the experts' speeches, Xiao Wu was silent for a long time. He looked carefully at Dai Chunli's chat logs, and his tightly locked brows slowly relaxed. It's not necessary, Wu ventured coldly, facing the experts' puzzled gaze. Xiao Wu just faintly raised his lower lip. We don't have to do anything. Nothing will happen tomorrow at 10 o'clock.
Chapter 158. The following morning, the old North Side neighborhood. Dai Chunli cleaned up and came out of the cell. She hailed a yellow cab, pulled open the door and got in. Not far away, a silver van, parked at the intersection, sneaks up on them. The first division has gone to the neighborhood of the cafe. The men of Division 2, who have been guarding the outside of the neighborhood just to make sure that nothing goes wrong, wait for Chunli Dai to go out. Although the intelligence department, after discussions last night, decided that no large-scale action was necessary. But today, with this opportunity to get close to the Ghostface organization in front of us, they still won't let it go. Following Chunli Dai's cab along the way, they realized that Chunli Dai appeared to be somewhat cautious. The yellow cab that circled around the outskirts of the city several times. Finally, it stopped slowly in front of the Easy Time Cafe on Wangjing Road. Across the street from the cafe, people from the intelligence department and the police, simultaneously, were guarding and staking out the area. They saw this woman, Chunli Dai, not only wearing sunglasses and a mask, and a thick scarf wrapped around his head, her entire body was wrapped up tightly, instead giving her a sneaky look. No, is she out of her mind? She's out for coffee and she's wearing tie sunglasses, afraid people won't notice her? The little police auxiliary couldn't understand Dai Chunli's brain circuits, and after staring at it for half a day, he couldn't help but spit it out. She's blind in her left eye, and she's recognizable to acquaintances if she doesn't wear sunglasses, the female officer explained. As she was talking, Chunli Dai had already pushed open the glass door and walked into the cafe. The police and the intelligence department acted simultaneously. On the police side, mainly because of Su Xiaobao's case, they want to investigate Dai Chunli and get clues. As for the intelligence side, it's all about further access to the Ghostface organization, so lurk around and listen in. Chunli Dai looked around the coffee shop when she entered and, eventually his eyes landed on a woman in the corner. The woman was short and plump, with a mushroom haircut and thick-framed glasses that, brown freckles all over his face. A bouquet of black roses was sitting next to the white napkin on the woman's table. Dai Chunli looked at the gender of the person she was chatting with on top of her cell phone and it was male. She stared cautiously a few more times at the freckled woman sitting in the corner. After hesitating for a moment, Chunli Dai walked over. Is that you? Dai Chunli asked as she walked across to Mushroom Head, in no hurry to sit down. Mushroom Head propped up his thick glasses above the bridge of his nose and nodded. Yes. While Chunli Dai was sitting down, Mushroom Head picked up the black rose on the tabletop and handed it over. Bought it especially for you, Ms. Day, Mushroom Head said. Chunli Dai took the black rose and gave it a slightly disgusted look. That rose had a bow tied with a white ribbon where the stem was. The bouquet looked very much like a tribute to the dead. Dai Chunli twisted the rose in her fingers and quickly tucked it into her handbag. Ms. Day, what do you want by contacting the organization? Tell me, Mushroom Head asked. Dai Chunli took off her sunglasses a little and glanced a few times to the left and right. That's. Dai Chunli stretched her neck, her mouth making the Zhongli gag. I'd like to give her to. Chunli Dai made a neck-wiping motion. Understood. Mushroom Head understood. She pulled out a deed and watched as Chunli Dai signed it. Putting away the deed, Mushroom Head smiled in satisfaction. Chunli Dai's soul is evil enough that her lifespan is invaluable to the organization. Mushroom Head flipped open his laptop and tapped on top of it a couple times. It seems to be in correspondence with someone from the organization. The organization says your request can be met, but the organization asked you, what are you going to take in exchange? Mushroom Head looked up and asked Chunli Dai. Dai Chunli froze. Didn't I already take half of my lifespan in exchange? Mushroom Head pinched the temples again and held up his glasses. A shrewd white light reflected above her lenses. Ms. Dai, I think, you have misunderstood something? Mushroom Head laughed. Why don't you look at our previous chat again? Mushroom Head warned her kindly. Seeing this attitude of Mushroom Head, Dai Chunli was full of questions. She gave the person across from her an odd look and opened her cell phone, looking through the records. December 7th, the first request for help you sent out. Start with that one. Chunli Dai flipped to the entry at Mushroom Head's direction. What's wrong with that? Dai Chunli muttered. She mumbled the dozen or so words again. The plea for help said that if someone could get her in touch with the organization behind Weird Tales of the World, she can put up half of the demolition money as a reward. And this entry was quickly followed by a private message from an account. The man originally said, hello ma'am, I can help you, but the price is to claim half your life. Dai Chunli became a little angry when she read the record and confirmed that she was on the right side. She took her cell phone and displayed it to Mushroom Head. Look for yourself. You made a good point in the first place, and the record on this is clear as day. I signed the contract with you just now, and now you want to cheat? Dai Chunli was furious. Mushroom Head gave her an odd expression. Ms. Dai, do you have bad eyes or bad brain? I've done what I promised you. I hope you're emotionally stable. At Mushroom Head's words,
Something suddenly flashed through Dai Chunli's mind. 2 seconds later, a chill ran through the bottom of her feet, and her brain exploded with a buzz. Dai Chunli clutched her cell phone and flipped through it several more times. The more you read of those words, the colder your heart gets. Oops. Dai Chunli's face turned white and she sucked in a hard breath of cold air. Her original plea for help was that she could pay a certain price for it. Get someone to help her contact the organization behind it. But wasn't the mushroom-headed woman in front of her using a laptop to help her contact the Ghostface organization? So the half of Dai Chunli's lifespan that she's already paid for isn't a bargaining chip in exchange for getting Jianli killed. Rather, it's the leverage paid by contact organizations. There was a higher price to pay to kill Jianli. Dai Chunli's heart was already pulling out of her chest. Fraud. This is fraud. You're swindling me? Dai Chunli angrily slapped the table and stood up and the voice was trembling uncontrollably. Mushroom Head sneered. What exactly did I lie to you about? You're the one who brought things up. It's not like I'm tampering with it willy-nilly. Dai Chunli himself is not in the reason. And then more angry to death, she grabbed the hot coffee from a passing waiter's tray and threw it right in Mushroom Head's face. Mushroom Head wipes his face and the computer boom. It closed with a thud, and stood up and, almost dead with Chunli Dai, listening to the fuss next door. The intelligence expert sitting in the neighboring seat listening and gave a thumbs up to Wu, who was sitting across from him. The way things were going today, it was exactly the same as what Wu had speculated last night. The Ghostface organization was never meant to be good. Chunli Dai would be stupid enough to join forces with them. Them people. They net bully Dai Chunli's brain is not good. The expert bristled and came over to Wu, shaking his head and whispering. Chapter 159 Tribute to the Memory of Parents. In the coffee shop, both parties ended up disagreeing. Intelligence and his party, followed by Mushroom Head, and on the police side, they followed Chunli Dai. Chunli Dai wore sunglasses and cried as she walked. When she thinks about the fact that she's going to lose 20 or 30 years of her life for having accomplished nothing, then the tears won't stop falling. Originally, I was hoping that Jianli would die, so she could properly take that huge sum of money and enjoy her happiness. Who knew that Jianli wasn't dead yet? She might have to die first. Chunli Dai hid inside her sunglasses and secretly wept. It's a matter that the police can't handle. If you lose your teeth, you have to swallow them in your stomach. As she stood at the stoplight intersection waiting for the red light, I heard the neighbors in the same neighborhood who waited for the red light together gossiping next to me. The curly-haired older woman said aloud to her old best friend, "Do you know what happened to the plant kid I told you about last time?" Curious, the old girlfriend picked up. What? Did the culprit check out? Dai Chunli's ears tightened when she heard this. She perked up her ears and carefully took a half step closer, listening carefully to the two men's conversation. Find out what? We haven't caught the murderer at all. The curly-haired mom was furious. Even more pitiful, Su Xiaobao. That child died. Hey! The curly-haired older woman and her old best friend both sighed at the same time, shaking their heads in regret. Dai Chunli's heart rejoiced. The sadness that he had felt just a moment ago dissipated for the most part in an instant. Su Xiaobao is dead. Then what she did, is dead. This prison sentence, Dai Chunli is completely avoided. Dai Chunli gathered her emotions and cleared her throat, trying her best to suppress the ecstasy in her throat. The two men next to him went on to discuss it. You say the world is in such a mess. Will the child's ghost seek revenge on the murderer? It's hard to say. I think it will. The two of them were beside each other with words that sent chills down Dai Chunli's spine. Right now, within China, the strange talk has not been completely eliminated. Spooky events happen all the time. It was possible that Su Xiaobao had really disguised himself as a weirdo and came to seek revenge on her. Chunli Dai got goosebumps. She dismissed those thoughts in a heartbeat. Won't. How is this possible? It's all just alarmist talk. If people are dead, they're dead. Where's the revenge seeking? As Dai Chunli was thinking this, she seemed to hear some childish voice, vaguely calling out to her. Auntie Dai. Chunli Dai's head snapped up. She looked around and saw no one. Auntie Dai. Chunli Dai looked across the road this time. Across the crosswalk, a little boy was standing there, staring at her with an unblinking crooked head. The inside of the little boy's eyes were filled with black. Lassie's blood dripped from the corners of her mouth as she laughed. That's Su Xiaobao. Dai Chunli's heart suddenly thumped. She took off her sunglasses, wanting to take a closer look. And just then, a bus sped by, temporarily blocking Dai Chunli's view. When Dai Chunli looked across the room again, the little boy was gone. The green light is on. The pair of old girlfriends next to him took arms and hurried away, leaving Dai Chunli standing alone, not slowing down. Did the boy really come to her? Just as Chunli Dai was drifting off, something seemed to be behind her body and a tug on her coat. Auntie Dai, were you just looking for Bao? Su Xiaobao rushed at Dai Chunli and grinned. Ghostface side of the organization. Intelligence sent a group to follow Mushroom Head.
But this contact of the Ghostface organization is very cunning. After passing through a few downtown areas, Mushroomhead avoided sight and changed his appearance. In the end, the intelligence department only found the clothes that the woman threw down in a trash can, as well as the silicone pad she strapped on and disguised her obesity with. The intelligence department's men returned with no success. Today's mission of tracking ended in failure. Again, things have to be looked at in the long run. Afternoon. The intelligence department and their team escorted Jiang Li to the tombstone of Jiang Li's father to memorialize the deceased. The death of Jiang's father was characterized as dying in the service of his country. Therefore, Jiang Li's father's body was arranged by the state personnel and buried next to Jiang Li's mother's grave. Jiang Li stood in front, looking at the two stone monuments in front of him. My father's headstone is brand new. My mother's is old. But from the looks of it, the mother's headstone, too, seems to have been refurbished and repaired. Many colorful condolence flowers were placed in front of the headstones of the two deceased. These flowers, which came spontaneously from the people of China, expressions of gratitude and memorials to Jiang Li and Jiang's father. Cold winter time. Suddenly the skies were filled with early snow today. The snowflakes fell on Jiang Li's shoulders and melted into water little by little. Without a word, Wu lifted his foot and went over to the black sedan and fetched a black umbrella. Xiao Wu held the umbrella above Jiang Li's head, and his tall and slender figure stood next to Jiang Li. Don't catch a cold. Wu spoke up. Jiang Li's eyes were red and she glanced at Xiao Wu. Thanks. Jiang Li's throat was blocked by tears and choked for a long time before she used her normal voice and, holding back a sentence. Hearing that Jiang Li was not in the right mood, Xiao Wu gently shook his head and did not say anything. Beside them, Xia Guofeng, an old-timer fan, looked at Xiao Wu at the same time, both deflating their mouths and, all the while wearing a weird look. Xia Guofeng pondered in his heart, this child is not right. There is a suspicion of closeness. Elder fan, he's trying to gain Jiang Li's trust before he enters the bizarro world. Annihilate Jiang Li in one fell swoop. So scary. His heart can be put to death. Realizing they were second-guessing him, Wu clenched his fist and coughed lightly. Wu spoke to himself into the air. Jiang Li is the chosen one of China, and will soon rejoin the bizarre world again. I'm afraid a lot of things will get out of hand if she catches a cold or fever in there. Wu has a point. However, Xia Guofeng, an old senior fan, who were beside him, still skimmed their mouths and squinted at him with a look of disgust. A few moments later, Xiao Wu directly shoved the umbrella to Jiang Li. In this case, you can hold the umbrella yourself. I still have some work to do. Excuse me. With a slight nod, Wu took 2 polite steps back and turned to leave the cemetery. The other experts, seeing that Xiao Wu had left, also glanced at each other and left the place in silence. They left space for Jiang Li. After standing for so long, how could everyone not see that Jiang Li, this child, was deliberately trying to be strong? With so many experts watching, Jiang Li guarded the graves of her parents, holding back her tears and not falling. After the experts walked away, they all hid inside the bamboo forest not far away, stretching their necks and looking ahead at Jiang Li. Everyone saw that the black umbrella was thrown on the ground, and Jiang Li was kneeling on the ground with her head buried deep in the wind and snow. Her shoulders were shaking especially hard. The girl's sad sobs, too, rang out in a huff. The sobs mingled with this winter snow and were swallowed up by the cold wind. Xia Xiaoqiang had something to do in the afternoon and didn't come, and now there was no one to accompany Jiang Li. A group of big men looked at the lonely little girl and couldn't help but sigh audibly. At the age of just graduating from college, my parents hadn't enjoyed a day of life yet, and they were gone. Hey. Xia Guofeng shook his head regretfully. Xiao Wu also spoke. I've investigated Jiang Li's relatives, and there are no immediate relatives of hers in China. Distant relatives are also long out of touch. Old senior fan sat in his wheelchair and listened to the conversation between the two with a compassionate gaze. Old senior fan looked at Jiang Li and sighed. Our fan family is rich. There is no shortage of power or status either. But unfortunately there is a shortage of offspring. After considering it for a while, old senior fan spoke in an indignant tone. Now that there are no successors in the fan family, I look at Jiang Li pretty good anyway. If this child can return safely from the bizarre world, I will recognize her as my granddaughter. I don't believe that in such a big country of China, she still has no one to turn to. Van's old-timer's sense of justice is overwhelming. Xia Guofeng followed suit. Yes, that villa you recently contributed to, simply send her to. Chapter 160, Nighttime Storm. Although Xia Guofeng, an elder senior fan, said so in words, everyone knew that this matter. The odds are that there is little hope. Elder fan entered the weird world to break in at that time, and after 3 sets of passes, both legs have been nearly crippled. But luckily, in the reward for clearing the level, I was able to draw a replacement card that is rare to find in a few years. That's how you break away from the bizarro world. But this kind of random event doesn't happen to everyone.
Most of the adventuring players who entered the weird world didn't make it out until they died inside.
The crowd looked in Zhongli's direction,
and none of them continued to speak.
On the way back,
Xiao Wu was in the same car with Zhongli as when he came.
The way Elder Fan looked at Xiao Wu,
he had hated him so much that he was about to burn through him.
When everyone was in the limousine,
an old-timer Fan was being carried in a wheelchair, sent the last of the more spacious followers' sedan back to the villa.
The night was deep that night. Old-timer Fan, who lived on the third floor of the villa, looked at the pile of information delivered by his two assistants. The face was serious.
Elder Fan,
as you instructed,
we have recently been on a trading site in China. The investigation uncovered a rather suspicious anonymous seller.
One of the two assistants reported back,
while the other turned over the website and showed it to Van. Old-timer Fan tightened his face and looked at the seller's message.
Sex unknown, age unknown, eye unknown. The only thing with a little bit of content is inside the account avatar.
The red locomotive with half the wheels exposed.
According to our investigation, the 2 properties and 3 automobiles sold on this, the owners all have the surname Wood, but whether it is amount or not, whether it is a Wu senior or not,
it needs to be further judged after meeting.
Old-timer Fan nodded. Well, find someone with a fresh face and meet the owner of the. If it's confirmed to be him, let me know first thing.
Yes,
Elder Fan.
Old forefather Fan's eyes were dark.
At one point, he had thought that Zhongli was the indolent young man, but now it seems that I'm afraid the one who's sulking is someone else.
So, Xiao Wu he really
promised them?
Old senior Fan took Xiao Wu's information and looked at such an outstanding young man.
The look showed a few pathetic moments. Under the last days, how many people will,
for the sake of the illusory future of their family and country,
giving up the personal benefits that are at your fingertips? What so many people couldn't do, he couldn't force on Xiao Wu, though one has the right to choose. If you dare to harm Zhongli, I definitely won't let you off easily either.
Fan Lao shouted angrily.
The other side. It was the same night and just as less peaceful.
Dai Chunli had also planned to make a trip to the hospital to see her daughter Jiang Lianlian,
who was being held in the psychiatric department.
But today was too treacherous,
with strange phenomenon after strange phenomenon.
First, on Chunli Tai's way home, I met that creepy boy who looks like Su Xiaobao on the street.
Then it was time to go home again.
Dai Chunli found a pair of strange children's shoes in the location of her own entrance hall.
The little shoes,
stained with blood, lay in regular order on the upper shelf of the shoe rack. It felt like a very well-behaved child who had come to the house especially to visit. Dai Chunli was so scared that she sat on her butt, her back breaking out in a cold sweat.
Her eyes surveyed the room with horror for a few moments.
After confirming that there were no abnormalities, this took the black plastic bag, filled it with shoes, and out the door and thrown out.
By the time Chunli Dai got home, she opened the door. In the foyer of the house,
the pair of kids' shoes that had been thrown away were neatly placed in their place again.
Dai Chunli was feeling mentally broken.
She suddenly clasped her hands to her head and howled in mental irritation.
It was hard to ease her mood,
so Dai Chunli thought that she'd better pack up some valuable things, go inside the hospital and stay with Jiang Lianlian for 10 days and half a month.
It's best if you don't even come back to the house these days. Nay,
when she took the package with her and went out,
the handle on the door, when she twisted it, broke.
Dai Chunli looked at the broken doorknob in her hand,
a faint sweat rubbing off on her forehead. No, can't panic, normal phenomenon.
Dai Chunli comforted herself with her mouth.
At that time, when buying a door lock, Dai Chunli chose a door lock that was inexpensive. This type of door lock has the lock hole on the outside, and when the handle is broken off in the house, you are locked right in. Dai Chunli walked around thinking for half a day,
flipping out the cell phone number of the locksmith that he had saved earlier.
He didn't hesitate and dialed it.
The phone beeped for a few seconds and was answered.
Dai Chunli hurriedly opened her mouth. Hey master, I'm Dai, from the North City neighborhood. Auntie Dai is it? A little boy's voice, from the telephone receiver.
Dai Chunli was so scared that she threw her cell phone. The cell phone fell to the floor and the call was still going on.
Auntie Dai, aren't you welcoming Shobu? Why are you in such a hurry to go out? The boy's sad questioning came over the phone. Dai Chunli's legs and feet went limp and she sat down on the floor. The kid on the cell phone is still talking. Dai Chunli's scalp went numb at the sound,
and she quickly crawled over and held down the call. Just when Chunli Dai felt relieved, the door to the restroom behind him creaked halfway open.
Dai Chunli's pupils instantly dilated.
Her neck stiffened and she craned her head to look, only to see that inside the doorway of the toilet, Su Xiaobao was revealing half of his bloody face. The face grinned at her wryly. Su Xiaobao raised the cell phone in his hand.
Auntie Dai, long time no see.
Dai Chunli looked at the kid, rolled her eyes, and fell straight to the ground,
fainting. By the time Dai Chunli woke up,
it was long dark outside. Dai Chunli was tied her hands and feet and plastered her mouth, while she was lying inside the hallway of the old neighborhood.
Inside the building,
A strange red light flickered. Chun-Li Dai's body collapsed on the upper level of the stairs, following her line of sight downward. Below those dozen or so steps was where Su Xiaobao had been dropped to his death. Behind him, the bloody Su Xiaobao obediently squatted in front of Dai Chun-Li. Auntie Dai, why don't you play the game with me? Just like the other night, I'll push you down as hard as you push me down. Su Xiaobao came to Dai Chun-Li's ear and whispered, I'll keep pushing if you stay alive. When you're almost dead, I'll cut off your head and use it as my leather ball. What do you say, Auntie Dai? Dai Chun-Li had tears in her eyes and kept shaking her head at Su Xiaobao. Su Xiaobao reached out his small hand and tore off the tape on Dai Chun-Li's mouth. As soon as Dai Chun-Li opened her mouth, she frantically called out to the building for help. Help! There is no one! Help! Despite Chun-Li Dai's booming voice, but no one dared to open the door to respond in the hallway late at night. Su Xiaobao was a bit angry. He bowed his little body and flipped Chun-Li Dai around, trying to push her down the stairs. Dai Chun-Li knew it was useless to call for help, so she kept begging for mercy to Su Xiaobao. Don't Xiaobao. Auntie Dai is wrong. Auntie Dai is sorry. Su Xiaobao's voice was angry. What's wrong? You want to cheat again? You don't even know what you're doing wrong. Chun-Li Dai growled along, her voice filled with sobs. It was Auntie Dai who did you in. Auntie Dai had a bad temper that night and shouldn't have kicked you down the stairs. It's all Auntie Dai's fault. It's Auntie Dai's fault for killing you. Oh. Su Xiaobao's movement of pushing Dai Chun-Li was lurched. His nose was suddenly sore, and he stared unbelievably dead at Auntie Dai in front of him. Big hot tears rolled down from his eyes. Huge white fill-in lights that lit up the building. The dimly lit hallway was suddenly brightened. Countless faces, revealed above the floor. A few policemen and auxiliary police. The curly-haired aunt and her old girlfriends, Su Xiaobao's mom and dad, came to help the old Su family relatives, even including the residential building of the right and left neighbors. Chapter 161 Aang's separation from service. The child who played Su Xiaobao trotted and jumped into his own mother's arms, losing his voice and crying. The boy cried extra hard and at one point came close to fainting. Auntie Dai, whom Shobu respects so much, turns out to be the real murderer who hurt Shobu. Junior auxiliary police audio and video recordings are all available. Dai Chun-Li this time can't escape. The curly-haired older woman cried sadly. Oh, little treasure is just so pathetic. Oh, how did you meet such a vicious person? The little auxiliary police officer patted her shoulder comfortingly. It's okay, Auntie Ha. Bao has already awakened and it's recovering quite well now. After Su Xiaobao awoke, he identified Dai Chun-Li in front of the police, but the testimony of a child of 3 or 4 years of age, and with a traumatized brain, it is not critical evidence for sentencing Chun-Li Dai. Instead, it may also be bitten back by Dai Chun-Li, making the only oral evidence also lose its legal effect. In order to arrest Dai Chun-Li as soon as possible and bring her to justice, the junior auxiliary police officer made a suggestion that some extreme means have been employed. They found a similar-looking child from the Su family, put on heavy makeup, and pretended to be Xiaobao, also with lights and strobes to avoid revealing the two in close contact. The little boy's flashbacks on the street were all about people and cars, and quick transfers. One of the biggest worries was that Dai Chun-Li recognized Su Xiaobao's timbre. There are actually subtle differences, but it's a good thing that Dai Chun-Li herself had a ghost in her heart, and when she saw the child who had come to take revenge, she flatly decided that that would be Su Xiaobao. The male police officer handcuffed Dai Chun-Li and took her into custody back at the station. The little auxiliary police officer pestered the female officer and said, "Sister, look at me. I've made such a great achievement. Can I be transferred?" The female officer was a little embarrassed. "You're handling the case in a rather out of the ordinary way. Strictly speaking, you should go to jail for a few days too." Hearing the female officer make such a comment, the expression on the young auxiliary police officer's face instantly wilted. But then, the female officer turned her words around. "It's the end of the world. Who cares about you?" The little auxiliary police officer's face was pleased when he heard this. He came straight forward in excitement, hugged the female officer and gave her a sharp kiss on the forehead. The female officer's pupils quake. Without waiting for the female officer to get mad, the little auxiliary police officer immediately opened his arms, screamed, and ran out madly. The female officer responded, her face heating up. She burst into a rage, directly bending down and taking off her shoes at the little auxiliary police, and strenuously slammed. The young auxiliary police officer who was getting overexcited had a pain in the back of his head. With a twinkle in his eye, he pretended to be stoned and lay on the ground. Jian Li's last day of rest. Old-timer Fan and Xia Guofeng were in a temporary conference room in the villa, talking alone. Old-timer Fan took out a thick pile of information. All of these things are various proofs that Wu has sold his property and donated his assets in the last 3 days. Also included is a large, high-resolution image of Wu at a meeting with a home buyer. Guofeng, we really need to be wary of Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu hasn't been quite normal lately. Old senior fan placed all that information in front of Xia Guofeng. He continued. All of Wu's assets have been sold. He may have made plans to give up everything and turn his back. Xia Guofeng quickly flipped through the information. His brows furrowed. Old-timer fan sounded indignant. Xiao Wu is deliberately approaching Jiang Li these days, most likely collecting Jiang Li's weaknesses. For some unspeakable secret. Xia Guofeng finished reading the information and put it away. Elder fan. You should be thinking too much, right? Xiao Wu defected. How is this possible? Xia Guofeng still found it hard to believe. Xia Guofeng stood on Xiao Wu's side, looking at Fan Lao, who was always giving Xiao Wu a hard time. Couldn't help but defend Wu. Xiao Wu has been with me for so many years. I know what Xiao Wu is like. At best, he looks at people's little girls and likes to spend time with the youngsters. No, absolutely not. Old senior fan waved his hand and directly denied it. Old senior fan explained. Like you said, Wu's been in intelligence for years now, and we all know that. He was not a man who was frivolous about his feelings, so how could he deliberately approach people just because we, Jiang Li, are good looking? There was definitely something wrong with Xiao Wu, and 9 times out of 10, his contact with Jiang Li was unsettling. Guofeng, you trust me. Wu might have agreed to the invitation from the weird world. Old-timer fan became angrier and angrier as he spoke, but Xia Guofeng still didn't want to believe it. Xia Guofeng patted Fan Lao's shoulder soothingly. Fan Lao. I know that guy Xiao Wu. He's not someone who would turn his back on his country just for personal gain. He's really not like that. Old senior fan roared with emotion. He is. Selling his house, his car, his donations. Isn't that enough evidence? There's definitely something wrong with Wu. And I'm putting my word out here today that I'm responsible for every word I say. And just as the two were arguing, the door to the temporary conference room was suddenly pushed open. Kovo accidentally pushed the door and broke in. Perhaps having heard the conversation between the two, Xiao Wu's expression was a bit complicated. His eyes flashed as he walked to the front and handed Xia Guofeng an application to leave the company. Minister, I may not be able to come for a long time to come. Xiao Wu lowered his head, his tone dripping with caution. Elder fan let out a humph, not giving Xiao Wu any face at all, pointed directly at Wu's nose and started lecturing him. I told you there was something wrong with this kid. You still don't believe me. He definitely quit his job intending to go to the weird world. Old-timer fan was interrupted by Xiao Wu in the middle of his sentence. I'm sorry, Minister and Senpai. Wu gave them a bow. He removes the wig from his own head, revealing the round bald head inside. Old senior fan and Xia Guofeng, both of them, were stunned in place at the same time, their eyes wide open. Actually, my doctor has been treating me with radiation, but the condition remains bleak. Wu put on his wig and looked sad. These last days of my life, I think that it's time for these burdens to be lifted from me. Xiao Wu turned to the two elders, handing out his case report and bowing deeply once again. Xia Guofeng looked at the report and forgot to react for a moment in shock. His eyes looked at Xiao Wu with a ghostly look, suddenly feeling sad. So for a while now, you've been selling off all your assets. It's all because of. Xia Guofeng held back his tears. His tone choked. All because I'm not blessed. I just hope that those savings will help someone out there who is in need. I don't know, Wu said. After saying that, Xiao Wu looked at elder senior fan in a different way and opened his mouth to explain. Also, I've been taking care of Jiang Li for the last few days, simply because I hoped that after I've left, Jiang Li was able to carry the expectations of the whole country, replacing Huagua and competing for the country. Xiao Wu's words were clearly meant for old senior fan old-timer's accusations against him. Xiao Wu heard them all one by one. Hearing Xiao Wu's sincere clarification, Xia Guofeng gave old senior fan a slightly grumbling look. Xiao Wu, we believe in you. You've been working for the country for so many years, and outsiders don't know that. Can those of us who do not know better? Xia Guofeng slapped Xiao Wu's bladder twice. Being slapped in the face like this by Xia Guofeng and Xiao Wu, old senior fan's face, slightly embarrassed. For the next 10 minutes or so, it had been a long conversation between Xia Guofeng and Xiao Wu. Fan old-timer sat resignedly on top of his wheelchair, looking at the scenery with a despondent face, and no one is hitching a ride. After Xiao Wu said goodbye to Xia Guofeng, he straightened up his appearance and came out of the villa. He stepped out of the villa, his sadness gently closing in. A bodyguard nodded his head in greeting at Wu, who returned it with a faint smile. Wu went to the backyard garage alone, and a weird horse system tone rang out in his mind. Congratulations to the host shaved his head once and fooled them all. Gah! Wu just raised his lower lip and didn't say anything more to the system. With his long fingers, he clipped a foreign bank card and submitted it to the system. Money hits here. Wu was cold. The email had said that they could not only resurrect his wife and children if he agreed to enter the bizarre world, it also provides inexhaustible money.
Selling one's family assets and donating one's savings are nothing more than misleading tactics to confuse the public. Whether Xiaowu lives or dies later, his family will no longer worry about money. Card number received. Once the host enters the bizarre world, 99 plus rolling in wealth. It will take effect immediately. When do we enter the copy? Wu asked. System response, the current time is not yet ripe. Please go home and raise your hair. Patiently waiting. This action successfully completed the warm-up task contacting Jiang Li and application for leaving the company. Now releasing mission rewards. Once the host enters the world of weird talk, he will receive a free creepy sun. In the blink of an eye, in Xiao Wu's hand, there was a pair of skull poker. He didn't shuffle the cards and directly drew the top one and submitted it to the system. On top of the card, a cute kid in green was trying to wink at him. The system's cheerful beep sounded. The host's creepy son, from the Sunshine Orphanage's spirit house. Xing. Chapter 162, Hell's Paradise, new copy. That night, after Jiang Li went into sleep, his consciousness and body came to a chaotic area. In the chaos zone, in front of Jiang Li, there was only a deep black and long silent corridor, along with the 5 squeak sound of opening the door. The 5 iron doors behind Jiang Li slowly open. Behind those 5 iron doors were the 5 copies Jiang Li had cleared. And now, Jiang Li was standing in front of the 6th tightly closed iron door. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Li reached out her hand, ready to push the door in. And that's when a voice called out to her. Mommy, wait for me. A childish voice came from the darkness at the end of the corridor. Red Baby flashed over in 2 or 3 steps and returned to lie on Jiang Li's shoulder. Red Baby's voice dripped with a bit of excitement. Mommy, my brother said he found Daddy. Good thing. Congratulations. Jiang Li smiled. Green Baby told me that his dad was a bald guy on a motorcycle. Red Baby tried to remember what Green Baby had told him. Jiang Li looked slightly surprised. With that, he proceeded to extend his right hand and push open the iron door. As the iron door opened, the treacherous red light outside pierced Jiang Li's eyes slightly. This time, Jiang Li came to an open square. There was a lot of noise and clamor and people all around. Looking up, a blood-red sun hung in the sky. The entire sky seemed as if it had been drenched in blood. Jiang Li looked around. 100 meters directly ahead, the Ferris wheel was running in a slow circle. A group of men and women screamed in horror at the jumper on the left front. To the right, a long line forms in front of the carousel and visitors are taking their seats. The place Jiang Li came to this time was the open square of an amusement park. Just as Jiang Li was observing, a young tourist boy popped up to a position 4 or 5 meters in front of Jiang Li, picked up a pair of brand new unplasticized 3D glasses on the floor. Dad, look at me being cool. The little boy put on his glasses and, turning back to show off to my dad and mom who were walking behind me. But I wonder what that little boy saw, only to see him suddenly sit on his ass and, the whole little body began to tremble with uncontrollable wariness. With that, the the latest copy will be open soon. Name of copy, Hell's Paradise. Hell Paradise is a large-scale amusement park invested in by the Ghost Face organization. Here, you can experience various entertainment activities such as the thrilling jumping machine, the eerie man-made haunted house, the romantic and childish carousel, and so on. But according to the information, all the tourists who were sent here, no one can get out alive. Passing condition. 1. SS level, successfully clear 4 items and leave here alive. 2. Level S, head to the drinks area, receive colored ice cream, and die painlessly in the midst of the sweetness. 3. Level A, find the red-nosed clown at the amusement park and ask him to take you to the personnel department. Apply to become an amusement park district staff member. The family member you are bound to for this copy is, Dai Chuanli. Wish you happy gaming. Jiang Li listened to the system's pronouncement of the copy rules, and his brows gently twisted. Within these 3 pass conditions, except for the SS level, which is difficult, the other 2 are a breeze. S rank, mainly trying to bait Jiang Li, at the cost of his own death. In exchange for the successful passage of this copy of Hell's Paradise, as long as Jiang Li took the initiative to kill himself, China would be exempted from this strange tale's advent. The way he forced Jiang Li to kill himself by labeling it as family and national righteousness, it allowed them to get rid of Jiang Li without any effort. Level A, on the other hand, is leading Jiang Li to rebel against the state. If Jiang Li chose the A-ranked clearance method, then not only would she be able to keep herself alive, it can also be recognized as a successful pass, avoiding the current strange talk in China. Whether it was S or a grade, it was extremely beneficial to the Ghostface organization. Either kill Jiang Li or turn Jiang Li. If Jiang Li wanted to fight against it, then he would have to choose the hardest SS-ranked pass. However, Jiang Li raised her eyes to the various rides in the amusement park. Everyone who plays here is smiling. They scream, they cheer, they leap. These rides, are they really going to be that enjoyable? Perhaps for Jiang Li, Every project is a hidden killer. Was thinking about it. 50 meters diagonally in front of Zhongli, a staff member wearing a little bumblebee doll suit that, holding a stack of leaflets, he walked straight towards Zhongli, the staff member in the little bumblebee doll suit, removing the top copy of the flyer from a pile of. Hand it to Zhongli. Hello, want a map? Zhongli reached out and took it. Thank you. She turned over the colorful flyer in her hand. On the front of the flyer, a map of the amusement park's tour route is drawn. The entire amusement park is laid out in an S-shaped route with a total of 20 entertainment stations. Of these 20 sites, Zhongli can choose any 4 facilities to participate in. The text next to the map suggests that the games that have been involved in the program staff will place a steel stamp on top of the map. As long as a visitor collects all 4, they can use this as a voucher to leave the park. After browsing the map, Zhongli flipped the flyer to the back. There, on it, were recorded the rules pertaining to the amusement park. Hell Paradise Visitors Code. 1. The red-nosed clown will always keep a smile on his face. Remember, there are no crying-faced clowns in the park. If you are unfortunate enough to run into a clown with a crying face, please be sure to stay away immediately. 2. Patrol officers in this park wear long white uniforms. There were no patrolmen in other color uniforms. 3. There are no little bumblebee doll-suited staff in the park. If you see the person in question loitering in the park, please report it immediately to the nearest patrol officer, who will know how to deal with it. 4. If you are approached by a salesperson selling you colored ice cream in the beverage area, please do not refuse. 5. If you hear some cries for help in the midst of laughter, please don't pay any attention to that. That could just be your hallucination. 6. For your safety, please do not get caught in the red rain that falls from time to time at amusement parks. 7. The water park has recently been transformed into an ice park. There are fewer visitors to the ice park. There is no need to wait in line, so you can go with confidence. 8. It is not recommended to buy the 3D glasses marketed by Mr. Grandpa, as the quality of the glasses he sells is not good. It's usually a one-time business only. Zhongli scanned through it with his eyes of truth. The first, third, and fifth rules, as well as the 7th rule, are all wrong. Therefore, Zhongli could simply deduce the following 4 points. 1. Amusement parks actually exist with crying-faced clowns. 2. There is no need to report staff wearing little bumblebee doll suits. 3. It is possible to hear cries for help in the midst of a chorus of laughter, and that is not a hallucination. 4. Ice parks with few visitors are not safe. Zhongli had just finished analyzing the rules. The red sky of the park suddenly became abnormal. 2 white lightning bolts appeared in surprise under the dim red canopy. A few seconds later, accompanied by 2 muffled thunderclaps, a red thunderstorm, smelling of blood poured in. Chapter 163, Grade A Pass Invitation. Hell's Paradise Visitors Code, Article 6. For your safety, please don't get caught in the red rain that falls from time to time at the amusement park. Can't get caught in the red rain is true. Zhongli took out the umbrella in her space and quickly held it up, raising it above her head. This umbrella was given to her by Han Shueping last time. If she didn't have an umbrella, Zhongli could also head to the nearest drinking area to get out of the rain. Only the salesman at the door of the drinking area. It would have been non-stop selling colorful ice cream to tourists who came to get out of the rain. Under the bloody rain, many tourists ran wild in the rain. Wisps of black smoke nourished from the places on their bodies that had been caught in the rain of blood, and the skin gradually eroded and changed. Underneath the yellow skin, it turned a grayish color. These blood rains seemed to be related to the source of the pollution. After observing for a while, Zhongli held her umbrella and came to take shelter under an awning a little distance away. The canopy was stubbed out by the snack bar. There were tables and seats under the awning, but they were largely filled. Only the family of 3 that we just met happened to have an empty seat next to the empty seat still held the boy's book bag. Zhongli walked straight over. Hello, excuse me, can I sit here? The little boy's mother glanced at Zhongli and silently took away her school bag. The mother's arms held her son whose eyes were tightly closed. After that little boy cried out. I don't know if he fainted or fell into a deep sleep, but the pair of 3D glasses that the little boy had picked up was now sitting right in front of Zhongli on the table. Hell Paradise Visitors Code, Article 8. It is not recommended to buy 3D glasses marketed by old grandpa. He sells bad quality glasses. It's usually a one-time business only. This rule is true. This pair of 3D glasses that the little boy picked up, the odds are that the old grandpa inside the park is selling them. Associated with the strange behavior of the little boy just now, Zhongli became more and more curious about the world inside the 3D glasses. Will there be a big difference between the amusement park you see with 3D glasses on, and what you see through the naked eye? Combined with the theme of a copy of Hell's Paradise, is it possible that what you see in the glasses, it's the real Hellland? Zhongli was thinking so.
The little boy's father suddenly picked up the pair of glasses with a serious expression and put them directly onto the bridge of his nose. Curious, the little boy's father put on his glasses and looked more into the distance and nearer. Zhongli carefully noted the change in the little boy's father's expression. If there's a problem with the world inside 3D glasses, then the little boy's father should have overreacted in some way as well. But to Zhongli's surprise, after the little boy's father put on with another calm face, he took the 3D glasses off. Dad spat at Mom. Voyage isn't a rowdy kid. I don't know what's going on today, but I'm crying and screaming. Mom hurriedly gave a silent gesture. Shoo, don't wake up hang. It was hard to cry enough to be put to sleep. In his sleep, the little boy named Voyager. His little hands squeezed tightly into a ball of. The body twitched every now and then. It was as if they were experiencing something terrible. Zhongli withdrew his gaze. The 3D glasses, she was certain, were, with great probability, faulty. But why can Voyager see the world inside but Voyager's dad can't? Is the difference here because of their age? Just as Zhongli was skeptical, the snack bar next to out walks a lively, laughing little girl. The little girl was being held by her grandmother, holding up a hot dog sausage in her hand. She is wearing the same type of 3D glasses as a decorative item on her eyes. The little girl's age doesn't look much different from Voyage, but the little girl was just playing it cool in a normal way and didn't react as violently as Voyage did. So age isn't the point if you can see the world inside or not. Zhongli's eyes flickered slightly. If we can figure out the secret inside the 3D glasses before the rain stops, that might be a better way to help yourself pass safely in the middle of participating in the park game. Outside, the red rain was still falling, and it was still raining hard. Just as Zhongli was pondering over here, a small prop leaping with fire appeared in front of Zhongli's eyes. Miss, please blow. Zhongli looked up to see the face of a red-nosed clown. The clown smiled at Zhongli with the corners of his mouth grinning behind his ears. Zhongli blew gently at the thing that was leaping up in flames. The small flame fluttered for a moment, extinguished. At the same moment the fire went out. A bouquet of fiery red roses appeared in front of Zhongli. For you. The red-nosed clown bent over, one hand behind his back. One hand then gentlemanly handed out the flaming rose. Is this the way to send flowers these days? Ha ha, I guessed it. It's a magic trick to send roses. I just gave my teacher this the other day. Just as the netizens on the air were talking, the red-nosed clown glanced toward Zhongli in a different way. Zhongli was the only one who could see that it wasn't an ordinary bunch of red roses. On the edge of the petals of the red rose was printed a line of extremely light, gold-edged text. It's not a rose. It's a letter folded into the shape of a rose. The staff recruitment invitation of the A-level clearance is concerned. Chapter 164, The Strange Case of Jinlin. Seeing Jiang Li's delay in picking up, the red-nosed clown maintained his smile and was not annoyed in the slightest. Only he snapped his fingers gently, and the red roses from his own fingertips. The blink transferred to sticking it in Zhongli's hair. Miss, red roses would suit you better. I hope the game is over and I see the lady with the red rose, not the white rose. Farewell. When the red-nosed clown finished, he politely turned away. The clown walked to the edge of the awning and pulled out a huge red cloth to cover his body. The red cloth was shaken and the clown's figure disappeared with a bang. There were only countless white balloons honoring the dead, raining blood and heading for the sky. In the midst of the rain, an ear-splitting thunderclap, chomp, chomp, chop chop, rang out one after another. That loud thunder after loud thunder seemed to be crying and roaring to remind the visitors that they must escape from here. Hey friends, are ye not curious? The tour group that picked us up here for free this morning. What on earth are they making money on? At the next table, 4 young men were having a snack and a lively discussion. I'm curious, too. With a special bus, and the fare waived, and the park admission waived. Isn't that losing money? It's probably advertising. This $dollar amp and was just built less than a month ago. It's probably trying to think of an attraction for tourists. What one of them said had gibberish in it. Zhongli glanced at the boy who had spoken. Sven, taking advantage of the little bit of rain, was cuddling up with his laptop and changing the code. It should be a boy studying IT. The boy said this what? And it was blocked out. Literally, I assume it's talking about this amusement park. Zhongli knew that the full name of this amusement park was Hell Paradise. So there's something wrong with the name? In the eyes of the other non-chosen, this is not Hell's Paradise. Instead, it possessed another name that the chosen one did not wish to guess. So what could the real name be? And does it have anything to do with the truth here? It's raining less, yeah. It looks like it's going to stop soon. At the next table, a girl in a light pink pinafore shouted with gusto. Let's go on a ride later. I want to go on the roller coaster. The light pink pinup girl suggested to the other 3 with an excited look on her face. Among the other 3, a young couple shook their heads in rejection. Forget it. My boyfriend and I throw up all over ourselves every time we ride that. And the gentlemanly boy, who cited fear of heights as the reason, refused to go on a roller coaster. The light pink feathered girl was a bit depressed. Well then, I'll just have to go by myself then. As soon as the girl had finished speaking, she rose to her feet, intending, against the scattered drizzle, to go wait in line on the roller coaster side. As the girl walked away, the girl in the middle of the young couple even spoke up to remind her. Sean, you should wait until the rain stops. Don't get caught in the rain. This rain always smells like fish today. Not good. The girl in pink named Sandy didn't listen to her. It's okay. Going back to shower at night anyway. I'll go ahead and get in line while there's less people in line. Jiangli watched the girl enter the rain. Those boys and girls next door picked up the map of the amusement park in their hands and flipped through it to pick it out. Jiangli saw that the maps in those people's hands were not quite the same as hers on the backs of those people's maps, and in writing, too. But it's some amusement park standard safety instructions, not rules. Everyone in this park has no idea that they are in the middle of a change of heart. They all thought that it was just an ordinary game of entertainment. Inside the state of China, the major public security bureaus in Zimlin City, in just half an hour in the morning, tens of thousands of reports were received from residents. Within 24 hours yesterday, a large number of residents of the city of Zimlin disappeared. Missing person reports must be made after 24 hours. So early this morning, the phones of all the major public security bureaus were ringing off the hook. It kept ringing and ringing. The entire public security bureau of Jinlin City has been busy over this. Internal systems were paralyzed for a time. Things cascaded up the chain of command and soon reached the ears of the Ministry of Intelligence. How did this happen? Xia Guofeng held the information in his hand with an unusually grave expression. He looked at all this missing information in his hand. So many people, saying they are missing. Where can these tens of thousands go? Minister, a normal amusement park can hold thousands and thousands of people a day. Our Disneyland in Shanghai can reach 40 to 50,000 people a day on weekends. The investigator stated what information he knew about the data. Hearing this, Xia Guofeng inclined his head and looked at those visitors in the live broadcast. The hand cupping the information gradually clenched. Have the missing residents been photo-checked? Do they match up with the tourists in the spooky world? Xia Guofeng asked the investigator. The investigator said, the group is running a face check inside and should have the results in an hour. Having said that, the investigator took out hundreds of printed images of surveillance screenshots and presented them with both hands. Hand it over to Xia Guofeng. Minister, these are the locations where that group of missing residents was last seen. They were all at different times yesterday, hitching rides on different buses, cabs, school buses, etc. Xia Guofeng mused. In that case, the end point of those vehicles is most likely the bizarre world. Xia Guofeng glanced at the live feed. The number of visitors to this amusement park is in the thousands, but not tens of thousands. So it's possible that the missing tens of thousands of residents were sent in batches. If participation in the game leads to death. So today, during the day, Creepy World is sending in a bunch of people at a pace of every half hour. Filling in the gaps of dead tourists will keep this amusement park operating at full capacity with visitors. But these, too, were only Xia Guofeng's personal guesses at the moment. Continue to conduct personnel checks and report back as soon as you have accurate results. Yes, Minister. Jiang Li sighed. She pulled the cheerful little girl with the 3D glasses. Little sister, can you tell my sister where you bought your glasses? Jiang Li needed to know exactly where the old grandfather who sold 3D glasses was located. Better figure out how to get a pair of 3D glasses and study them if you can. The little girl took off her 3D glasses, thought for a moment, and screwed up her expression as these glasses weren't bought. It was given to me by a sister. So, where is that sister you remember? I saw it over at the children's playground. The little girl pointed in the direction of a large painted park in the distance and showed Jiangli. Jiangli glanced over there. Over there is where parents play with their small children. There were too many kids to tell who the little sister who got the 3D glasses was. Sister, this flower on your desk is so pretty. Can I have it? The little girl pointed to the bouquet of red roses. Jiangli took the red rose and handed it to her with a smile. Of course, the little girl took the red rose and bounced away. And the bouquet of flowers inexplicably lit up with a blue flame after leaving Jiangli. The blue flames burned out, and the crimson color of the rose faded to that of a white rose. Chapter 165, Stirring Up Public Anger. After Jiangli returned to his seat, the father of the family of three just now, at Jiangli, he handed out the pair of 3D glasses. Do you want these glasses, little girl? It's yours if you want it. Hang Hang's dad should have heard Jiangli's desire to buy 3D glasses. Seeing her husband trying to give away her son's things, Mom's face changed, not in a good way, but with Jiangli, an outsider, present, Mom just darkened her face a bit and didn't snap to her face. Jiangli took the glasses and responded with a smile. Thank you, since someone was willing to give it away.
then Jiangli would definitely take it. After all, the 3D glasses thing might actually be hiding some secret. At this time, the rain of blood outside had also basically stopped. The sky is gradually clearing. Jiangli put on those 3D glasses and turned around to walk into the square. Behind Jiangli, Hang Hang's mom complained about her husband. That's your son's stuff. How can you just give it away without Hang Hang's permission? I don't know what you think, but you don't ask the kid's opinion? How can it be that serious? The husband came out in defense. The way I see it, Hang Hang suddenly cried and cried more than, it's those glasses. What's the point of keeping such evil things? Continue to harm your son? Jiangli gradually walked away and could no longer hear the couple's conversation. Jiangli was now in the state of wearing 3D glasses, but these 3D glasses with the left lens red and the right lens blue. There doesn't seem to be anything special about it other than the ability to act cool. The paradise that Jiangli saw with his glasses on was no different from what he saw with his naked eyes. Jiangli kept her glasses on, ready to find the first ride. The crowd above her was screaming and shouting in surprise as she passed the jumper. Interspersed with the sounds of revelry was the sound of a burly man with a rough voice begging for mercy and agony. But in just a second, the burly man's cries changed again to loud cheers of excitement. Woohoo! Hell Paradise Visitors Code, Article 5. If you hear some cries for help in the midst of all the laughter, please pay no attention to that. That could just be your hallucination. The cries of the strong man begging for mercy, inferred from this false rule, were not hallucinations, they were real. Is it possible that he is experiencing something horrible? Jiangli retrieved his thoughts. With something like a jumper, if any mystery really exists, the people up there can't even move. Jiangli would be better off picking an entertainment that doesn't use seatbelts to keep people contained in their seats. Combined with the sixth rule, there will be unseasonal red rain in the sky. In order not to get drenched by the red rain, Jiangli chose a project that was preferably not open air. After picking out a few things, Jiangli wore 3D glasses and arrived in front of the 150-meter-high Ferris wheel. There was already a long line in front of the Ferris wheel, and Jiangli followed the crowd, lining up at the end. Just as Jiangli was lining up, a passerby college girl with her little sister came over to the line, talking as she accidentally stepped on Jiangli's heel. Ah, sorry, I didn't mean it. The college girl hurriedly pulled out her handkerchief paper and, pulling one out, he handed it to Jiangli. She apologized. I'm so sorry if you wipe it off with paper. It's fine. Jiangli took a tissue and casually wiped it off, not particularly caring. Sister you. The college girl stared at Jiangli's face in surprise. Sister, you look like our national chosen one. My goodness, that's too much of a resemblance. The college girl's eyes widened in surprise. She said, and turned back to her little sister and crooked her elbow. Hey Dayo, do you see if she looks like chosen one Jiangli? I often watch Jiangli's live broadcasts. It's so similar. The youngest sister was a bit more introverted, but after seeing Jiangli clearly, her expression was also a bit surprised. Jiangli's 3-day break has ended, so he shouldn't be in China now, right? The little sister speculated. The female college student took out her cell phone, intending to open the live broadcast and watch Jiangli, who was live breaking in. That's not right. Why is there no signal on the cell phone? Dayo, see if your cell phone can connect to the internet? I don't have a signal either. Hearing the two girls in the row behind her talking, a hint of suspicion arose in Jiangli's heart. The tourists in this amusement park, they come from China? They're not Weird World NPCs? Jiangli's heart suddenly startled for an instant. Her pupils constricted, and she let her eyes go. This entire amusement park, with thousands of visitors, is a living, breathing population within China. At this point, a line of text suddenly floated out from inside the perspective of the 3D glasses Jiangli was wearing. Holy, isn't that my sister? Why is my sister on the air? Help the people of Zinlan. We have over tens of thousands of missing persons in Zinlan City. I can't get in touch with my relatives in Sayering. What's the situation? Is there a separate Weird Tales advent in Surin City? The pop-up text that was supposed to appear on the air, all through 3D glasses at the moment. It was transmitted to Jiangli, just when Jiangli was wondering. A voice built into the system sounded in Jiangli's mind as well as in the live broadcast room in China. If the chosen one Jiangli's copy passes, all hostages in Jinlin City will all return safely. If the chosen one Jiangli's copy passes, all hostages in Jinlin City will all return safely. After the system finished, there was another sharp beep sound. This impatient warning beep disturbed Jiangli's mind and heart. It's even more disturbing to the people of China. Many of the people who have a vested interest in their own lives are in an uproar at the moment, especially the families of the group of hostages living in Jinghai City. They all rushed to the mouth of the intelligence service, in spontaneous regiments, at the first opportunity, after they had received the news that, kneeling on the ground, a knee, please Minister Xiao, please, you guys communicate with Jiangli. let her choose the easier pass. Oh, we have only one son in our family. If Jiang Li chooses the hardest kind of pass failure, my son directly die in it can do right. It's so dangerous in the amusement park. You risk losing your life if you stay one more second. Maybe by the time Jiang Li's 4 projects are done, our families will be long dead. Intelligence community mouth. Old-timer van was in a wheelchair, through a glass door. Looking at the growing and agitated populace outside, there was an unspeakable feeling in my heart. The old-timer van had his assistant wheel himself to the door. The circle of bodyguards standing outside all spread their arms wide to stop the agitated residents. Listen to what you guys are saying. Old senior fan was agitated. He spoke out angrily. You guys are forcing a young man to commit treason by letting Jiang Li pass. Is this something a Chinese person should say? Fan old-timer was so emotional that he spoke with spittle and his face was red. Being yelled at by old senior fan like that, those excited residents were all blocked from speaking. There was a brief silence. Just as elder senior fan was getting angry, a voice came from somewhere that break the silence of the crowd. Then S-rank pass. Let Jiang Li eat colored ice cream. She can die painlessly. We can also pick up our families. Right, everyone. The people who had come to the cluster heard the idea and all followed in loud agreement. Yes, let Jiang Li S-rank clearance. S-rank clearance is easy too. Let Jiang Li go for colored ice cream. Anyway, Jiang Li's parents are dead. Even if Jiang Li dies, it should be nothing. The representative of the smears that had previously appeared in Jiang Li's options, the stingy man in the small dark room, seeing that public anger had been aroused, he immediately lowered the brim of his ducktail hat. He sidestepped, satisfied, and squeezed out of the noisy crowd at the door. The female college student took out her cell phone, intending to open the live broadcast and watch Jiang Li, who was live breaking in. That's not right. Why is there no signal on the cell phone? Dayo, see if your cell phone can connect to the internet? I don't have a signal either. Hearing the 2 girls in the row behind her talking, a hint of suspicion arose in Jiang Li's heart. The tourists in this amusement park, they come from China? They're not weird world NPCs? Jiang Li's heart suddenly startled for an instant. Her pupils constricted, and she let her eyes go. This entire amusement park, with thousands of visitors, is a living, breathing population within China. At this point, a line of text suddenly floated out from inside the perspective of the 3D glasses Jiang Li was wearing. Holy, isn't that my sister? Why is my sister on the air? Help the people of Zinlin. We have over tens of thousands of missing persons in Zinlin City. I can't get in touch with my relatives in Sayering. What's the situation? Is there a separate Weird Tales advent in Surin City? The pop-up text that was supposed to appear on the air, all through 3D glasses at the moment. It was transmitted to Jiang Li. Just when Jiang Li was wondering, a voice built into the system sounded in Jiang Li's mind as well as in the live broadcast room in China. If the chosen one Jiang Li's copy passes, all hostages in Jinlin City will all return safely. If the chosen one Jiang Li's copy passes, all hostages in Jinlin City will all return safely. After the system finished, there was another sharp beep sound. This impatient warning beep disturbed Jiang Li's mind and heart. It's even more disturbing to the people of China. Many of the people who have a vested interest in their own lives are in an uproar at the moment, especially the families of the group of hostages living in Jinghai City. They all rushed to the mouth of the intelligence service, in spontaneous regiments, at the first opportunity, after they had received the news. Kneeling on the ground, Ani, please Minister Xiao, please, you guys communicate with Jiang Li, let her choose the easier pass. Oh, we have only one son in our family. If Jiang Li chooses the hardest kind of pass failure, my son directly die in it can do right. It's so dangerous in the amusement park. You risk losing your life if you stay one more second. Maybe by the time Jiang Li's 4 projects are done, our families will be long dead. Intelligence community mouth. Old-timer van was in a wheelchair, through a glass door. Looking at the growing and agitated populace outside, there was an unspeakable feeling in my heart. The old-timer van had his assistant wheel himself to the door. The circle of bodyguards standing outside all spread their arms wide to stop the agitated residents. Listen to what you guys are saying. Old senior fan was agitated. He spoke out angrily. You guys are forcing a young man to commit treason by letting Jiang Li pass. Is this something a Chinese person should say? Fan old-timer was so emotional that he spoke with spittle and his face was red. Being yelled at by old senior fan like that, those excited residents were all blocked from speaking. There was a brief silence. Just as elder senior fan was getting angry, a voice came from somewhere that break the silence of the crowd. Then S-rank pass. Let Jiang Li eat colored ice cream. She can die painlessly. We can also pick up our families. Right, everyone. The people who had come to the cluster heard the idea and all followed in loud agreement. Yes, let Jiang Li S-rank clearance. S-rank clearance is easy too. Let Jiang Li go for colored ice cream. Anyway, Jiang Li's parents are dead. Even if Jiang Li dies,
It should be nothing. The representative of the smears that had previously appeared in Jiang Li's options. The stingy man in the small dark room, seeing that public anger had been aroused, he immediately lowered the brim of his ducktail hat. He sidestepped, satisfied, and squeezed out of the noisy crowd at the door. The female college student took out her cell phone, intending to open the live broadcast and watch Jiang Li, who was live breaking in. That's not right. Why is there no signal on the cell phone? Dayo, see if your cell phone can connect to the internet? I don't have a signal either. Hearing the two girls in the row behind her talking, a hint of suspicion arose in Jiang Li's heart. The tourists in this amusement park, they come from China? They're not Weird World NPCs? Jiang Li's heart suddenly startled for an instant. Her pupils constricted, and she let her eyes go. This entire amusement park, with thousands of visitors, is a living, breathing population within China. At this point, a line of text suddenly floated out from inside the perspective of the 3D glasses Jiang Li was wearing. Holy, isn't that my sister? Why is my sister on the air? Help the people of Zinlin. We have over tens of thousands of missing persons in Zinlin City. I can't get in touch with my relatives in Sayering. What's the situation? Is there a separate Weird Tales advent in Surin City? The pop-up text that was supposed to appear on the air, all through 3D glasses at the moment. It was transmitted to Jiang Li, just when Jiang Li was wondering. A voice built into the system sounded in Jiang Li's mind as well as in the live broadcast room in China. If the chosen one Jiang Li's copy passes, all the hostages in Jinlin City will all return safely. If the chosen one Jiang Li's copy passes, all hostages in Jinlin City will all return safely. After the system finished, there was another sharp beep sound. This impatient warning beep disturbed Jiang Li's mind and heart. It's even more disturbing to the people of China. Many of the people who have a vested interest in their own lives are in an uproar at the moment, especially the families of the group of hostages living in Jinghai City. They all rushed to the mouth of the intelligence service, in spontaneous regiments, at the first opportunity, after they had received the news. Kneeling on the ground, Ani, please Minister Xiao, please, you guys communicate with Jiang Li, let her choose the easier pass. Oh, we have only one son in our family. If Jiang Li chooses the hardest kind of pass failure, my son directly die in it can do right. It's so dangerous in the amusement park. You risk losing your life if you stay one more second. Maybe by the time Jiang Li's 4 projects are done, our families will be long dead. Intelligence community mouth. Old-timer van was in a wheelchair, through a glass door. Looking at the growing and agitated populace outside, there was an unspeakable feeling in my heart. The old-timer van had his assistant wheel himself to the door. The circle of bodyguards standing outside all spread their arms wide to stop the agitated residents. Listen to what you guys are saying. Old senior fan was agitated. He spoke out angrily. You guys are forcing a young man to commit treason by letting Jiang Li pass. Is this something a Chinese person should say? Fan old-timer was so emotional that he spoke with spittle and his face was red. Being yelled at by old senior fan like that, those excited residents were all blocked from speaking. There was a brief silence. Just as elder senior fan was getting angry, a voice came from somewhere that break the silence of the crowd. Then S-rank pass. Let Jiang Li eat colored ice cream. She can die painlessly. We can also pick up our families. Right, everyone. The people who had come to the cluster heard the idea and all followed in loud agreement. Yes, let Jiang Li S-rank clearance. S-rank clearance is easy too. Let Jiang Li go for colored ice cream. Anyway, Jiang Li's parents are dead. Even if Jiang Li dies, it should be nothing. The representative of the smears that had previously appeared in Jiang Li's options, the stingy man in the small dark room, seeing that public anger had been aroused, he immediately lowered the brim of his ducktail hat. He sidestepped, satisfied, and squeezed out of the noisy crowd at the door. The female college student took out her cell phone, intending to open the live broadcast and watch Jiang Li, who was live breaking in. That's not right. Why is there no signal on the cell phone? Dayo, see if your cell phone can connect to the internet? I don't have a signal either. Hearing the two girls in the row behind her talking, a hint of suspicion arose in Jiang Li's heart. The tourists in this amusement park, they come from China? They're not Weird World NPCs? Jiang Li's heart suddenly startled for an instant. Her pupils constricted and she let her eyes go. This entire amusement park, with thousands of visitors, is a living, breathing population within China. At this point, a line of text suddenly floated out from inside the perspective of the 3D glasses Jiang Li was wearing. Holy, isn't that my sister? Why is my sister on the air? Help the people of Zinlin. We have over tens of thousands of missing persons in Zinlin City. I can't get in touch with my relatives in Sayering. What's the situation? Is there a separate Weird Tales advent in Surin City? The pop-up text that was supposed to appear on the air, all through 3D glasses at the moment. It was transmitted to Jiang Li, just when Jiang Li was wondering. A voice built into the system sounded in Jiang Li's mind as well as in the live broadcast room in China. If the chosen one Jiang Li's copy passes, all the hostages in Jinlin City will all return safely. If the chosen one Jiang Li's copy passes, all hostages in Jinlin City will all return safely. After the system finished, there was another sharp beep sound. This impatient warning beep disturbed Jiang Li's mind and heart. It's even more disturbing to the people of China. Many of the people who have a vested interest in their own lives are in an uproar at the moment, especially the families of the group of hostages living in Jinghai City. They all rushed to the mouth of the intelligence service, in spontaneous regiments, at the first opportunity, after they had received the news that, kneeling on the ground, a knee, please Minister Xiao, please, you guys communicate with Jiang Li, let her choose the easier pass. Oh, we have only one son in our family. If Jiang Li chooses the hardest kind of pass failure, my son directly die in it can do right, it's so dangerous in the amusement park. You risk losing your life if you stay one more second. Maybe by the time Jiang Li's 4 projects are done, our families will be long dead. Intelligence community mouth. Old-timer van was in a wheelchair, through a glass door. Looking at the growing and agitated populace outside, there was an unspeakable feeling in my heart. The old-timer van had his assistant wheel himself to the door. The circle of bodyguards standing outside all spread their arms wide to stop the agitated residents. Listen to what you guys are saying. Old senior fan was agitated. He spoke out angrily. You guys are forcing a young man to commit treason by letting Jiang Li pass. Is this something a Chinese person should say? Fan old-timer was so emotional that he spoke with spittle and his face was red. Being yelled at by old senior fan like that, those excited residents were all blocked from speaking. There was a brief silence. Just as elder senior fan was getting angry, a voice came from somewhere that, breaking the silence of the crowd. Then S-rank pass. Let Jiang Li eat colored ice cream. She can die painlessly. We can also pick up our families. Right, everyone. The people who had come to the cluster heard the idea and all followed in loud agreement. Yes, let Jiang Li S-rank clearance. S-rank clearance is easy too. Let Jiang Li go for colored ice cream. Anyway, Jiang Li's parents are dead. Even if Jiang Li dies, it should be nothing. The representative of the smears that had previously appeared in Jiang Li's options, the stingy man in the small dark room, seeing that public anger had been aroused, he immediately lowered the brim of his ducktail hat. He sidestepped, satisfied, and squeezed out of the noisy crowd at the door. The female college student took out her cell phone, intending to open the live broadcast and watch Jiang Li, who was live breaking in. That's not right. Why is there no signal on the cell phone? Dayo, see if your cell phone can connect to the internet? I don't have a signal either. Hearing the 2 girls in the row behind her talking, a hint of suspicion arose in Jiang Li's heart. The tourists in this amusement park, they come from China? They're not weird world NPCs? Jiang Li's heart suddenly startled for an instant. Her pupils constricted and she let her eyes go. This entire amusement park, with thousands of visitors, is a living, breathing population within China. At this point, a line of text suddenly floated out from inside the perspective of the 3D glasses Jiang Li was wearing. Holy, isn't that my sister? Why is my sister on the air? Help the people of Zinlin. We have over tens of thousands of missing persons in Zinlin City. I can't get in touch with my relatives in Sayering. What's the situation? Is there a separate Weird Tales advent in Surin City? The pop-up text that was supposed to appear on the air, all through 3D glasses at the moment. It was transmitted to Jiang Li. Just when Jiang Li was wondering, a voice built into the system sounded in Jiang Li's mind as well as in the live broadcast room in China. If the chosen one Jiang Li's copy passes, all hostages in Jinlin City will all return safely. If the chosen one Jiang Li's copy passes, all hostages in Jinlin City will all return safely. After the system finished, there was another sharp beep sound. This impatient warning beep disturbed Jiang Li's mind and heart. It's even more disturbing to the people of China. Many of the people who have a vested interest in their own lives are in an uproar at the moment, especially the families of the group of hostages living in Jinghai City. They all rushed to the mouth of the intelligence service, in spontaneous regiments, at the first opportunity, after they had received the news. Kneeling on the ground, a knee, please Minister Xiao, please, you guys communicate with Jiang Li, let her choose the easier pass. Oh, we have only one son in our family. If Jiang Li chooses the hardest kind of pass failure, my son directly die in it can do right, it's so dangerous in the amusement park. You risk losing your life if you stay one more second. Maybe by the time Jiang Li's 4 projects are done, our families will be long dead. Intelligence community mouth. Old-timer van was in a wheelchair, through a glass door. Looking at the growing and agitated populace outside, there was an unspeakable feeling in my heart. The old-timer van had his assistant wheel himself to the door. The circle of bodyguards standing outside all spread their arms wide to stop the agitated residents. Listen to what you guys are saying. Old senior fan was agitated. He spoke out angrily. You guys are forcing a young man to commit treason by letting John Lee pass. Is this something a Chinese person should say? Fan old-timer was so emotional that he spoke with spittle and his face was red. Being yelled at by old senior fan like that. Those excited residents were all blocked from speaking. There was a brief silence. Just as elder senior fan was getting angry, a voice came from somewhere that break the silence of the crowd. Then S-rank pass. Let Jiang Li eat colored ice cream. She can die painlessly. We can also pick up our families. Right everyone. The people who had come to the cluster heard the idea and all followed in loud agreement. Yes, let Jiang Li S-rank clearance. S-rank clearance is easy too. Let Jiang Li go for colored ice cream. Anyway, Jiang Li's parents are dead. Even if Jiang Li dies, it should be nothing. The representative of the smears that had previously appeared in Jiang Li's options, the stingy man in the small dark room, seeing that public anger had been aroused, he immediately lowered the brim of his ducktail hat. He sidestepped, satisfied, and squeezed out of the noisy crowd at the door. The female college student took out her cell phone, intending to open the live broadcast and watch Jiang Li, who was live breaking in. That's not right. Why is there no signal on the cell phone? Dayo, see if your cell phone can connect to the internet? I don't have a signal either. Hearing the two girls in the row behind her talking, a hint of suspicion arose in Jiang Li's heart. The tourists in this amusement park, they come from China? They're not Weird World NPCs? Jiang Li's heart suddenly startled for an instant. Her pupils constricted and she let her eyes go. This entire amusement park, with thousands of visitors, is a living, breathing population within China. At this point, a line of text suddenly floated out from inside the perspective of the 3D glasses Jiang Li was wearing. Holy, isn't that my sister? Why is my sister on the air? Help the people of Zinlan. We have over tens of thousands of missing persons in Zinlan City. I can't get in touch with my relatives in Sayering. What's the situation? Is there a separate Weird Tales advent in Surin City? The pop-up text that was supposed to appear on the air, all through 3D glasses at the moment. It was transmitted to Jiang Li. Just when Jiang Li was wondering, a voice built into the system sounded in Jiang Li's mind as well as in the live broadcast room in China. If the chosen one Jiang Li's copy passes, all hostages in Jinlin City will all return safely. If the chosen one Jiang Li's copy passes, all hostages in Jinlin City will all return safely. After the system finished, there was another sharp beep sound. This impatient warning beep disturbed Jiang Li's mind and heart. It's even more disturbing to the people of China. Many of the people who have a vested interest in their own lives are in an uproar at the moment, especially the families of the group of hostages living in Jinghai City. They all rushed to the mouth of the intelligence service, in spontaneous regiments, at the first opportunity, after they had received the news. Kneeling on the ground, Ani, please Minister Xiao, please, you guys communicate with Jiang Li, let her choose the easier pass. Oh, we have only one son in our family. If Jiang Li chooses the hardest kind of pass failure, my son directly die in it can do right. It's so dangerous in the amusement park. You risk losing your life if you stay one more second. Maybe by the time Jiang Li's 4 projects are done, our families will be long dead. Intelligence community mouth. Old-timer van was in a wheelchair, through a glass door. Looking at the growing and agitated populace outside, there was an unspeakable feeling in my heart. The old-timer van had his assistant wheel himself to the door. The circle of bodyguards standing outside all spread their arms wide to stop the agitated residents. Listen to what you guys are saying. Old senior fan was agitated. He spoke out angrily. You guys are forcing a young man to commit treason by letting Jiang Li pass. Is this something a Chinese person should say? Fan old-timer was so emotional that he spoke with spittle and his face was red. Being yelled at by old senior fan like that. Those excited residents were all blocked from speaking. There was a brief silence. Just as elder senior fan was getting angry, a voice came from somewhere that break the silence of the crowd. Then S-rank pass. Let Jiang Li eat colored ice cream. She can die painlessly. We can also pick up our families. Right everyone. The people who had come to the cluster heard the idea and all followed in loud agreement. Yes, let Jiang Li S-rank clearance. S-rank clearance is easy too. Let Jiang Li go for colored ice cream. Anyway, Jiang Li's parents are dead. Even if Jiang Li dies, it should be nothing. The representative of the smears that had previously appeared in Jiang Li's options, the stingy man in the small dark room, seeing that public anger had been aroused, he immediately lowered the brim of his ducktail hat. He sidestepped, satisfied, and squeezed out of the noisy crowd at the door. The female college student took out her cell phone, intending to open the live broadcast and watch Jiang Li, who was live breaking in. That's not right. Why is there no signal on the cell phone? Dayo, see if your cell phone can connect to the internet? I don't have a signal either. Hearing the two girls in the row behind her talking, a hint of suspicion arose in Jiang Li's heart. The tourists in this amusement park, they come from China?
They're not weird world NPCs? Jiang Li's heart suddenly startled for an instant. Her pupils constricted and she let her eyes go. This entire amusement park, with thousands of visitors, is a living, breathing population within China. At this point, a line of text suddenly floated out from inside the perspective of the 3D glasses Jiang Li was wearing. Holy, isn't that my sister? Why is my sister on the air? Help the people of Zinlin. We have over tens of thousands of missing persons in Zinlin City. I can't get in touch with my relatives in Sayering. What's the situation? Is there a separate Weird Tales advent in Surin City? The pop-up text that was supposed to appear on the air, all through 3D glasses at the moment. It was transmitted to Jiang Li. Just when Jiang Li was wondering, a voice built into the system sounded in Jiang Li's mind as well as in the live broadcast room in China. If the chosen one Jiang Li's copy passes, all hostages in Jinlin City will all return safely. If the chosen one Jiang Li's copy passes, all hostages in Jinlin City will all return safely. After the system finished, there was another sharp beep sound. This impatient warning beep disturbed Jiang Li's mind and heart. It's even more disturbing to the people of China. Many of the people who have a vested interest in their own lives are in an uproar at the moment, especially the families of the group of hostages living in Jinghai City. They all rushed to the mouth of the intelligence service, in spontaneous regiments, at the first opportunity, after they had received the news. Kneeling on the ground, a knee, please Minister Xiao, please, you guys communicate with Jiang Li, let her choose the easier pass. Oh, we have only one son in our family. If Jiang Li chooses the hardest kind of pass failure, my son directly die in it can do right. It's so dangerous in the amusement park. You risk losing your life if you stay one more second. Maybe by the time Jiang Li's 4 projects are done, our families will be long dead. Intelligence community mouth. Old-timer van was in a wheelchair, through a glass door. Looking at the growing and agitated populace outside, there was an unspeakable feeling in my heart. The old-timer van had his assistant wheel himself to the door. The circle of bodyguards standing outside all spread their arms wide to stop the agitated residents. Listen to what you guys are saying. Old senior fan was agitated. He spoke out angrily. You guys are forcing a young man to commit treason by letting Jiang Li pass. Is this something a Chinese person should say? Fan old-timer was so emotional that he spoke with spittle and his face was red. Being yelled at by old senior fan like that, those excited residents were all blocked from speaking. There was a brief silence. Just as elder senior fan was getting angry, a voice came from somewhere that break the silence of the crowd. Then S-rank pass. Let Jiang Li eat colored ice cream. She can die painlessly. We can also pick up our families. Right, everyone. The people who had come to the cluster heard the idea and all followed in loud agreement. Yes, let Jiang Li S-rank clearance. S-rank clearance is easy too. Let Jiang Li go for colored ice cream. Anyway, Jiang Li's parents are dead. Even if Jiang Li dies, it should be nothing. The representative of the smears that had previously appeared in Jiang Li's options, the stingy man in the small dark room, seeing that public anger had been aroused, he immediately lowered the brim of his ducktail hat. He sidestepped, satisfied, and squeezed out of the noisy crowd at the door. The female college student took out her cell phone, intending to open the live broadcast and watch Jiang Li, who was live breaking in. That's not right. Why is there no signal on the cell phone? Dayo, see if your cell phone can connect to the internet? I don't have a signal either. Hearing the 2 girls in the row behind her talking, a hint of suspicion arose in Jiang Li's heart. The tourists in this amusement park, they come from China? They're not weird world NPCs? Jiang Li's heart suddenly startled for an instant. Her pupils constricted and she let her eyes go. This entire amusement park, with thousands of visitors, is a living, breathing population within China. At this point, a line of text suddenly floated out from inside the perspective of the 3D glasses Jiang Li was wearing. Holy, isn't that my sister? Why is my sister on the air? Help the people of Zinlin. We have over tens of thousands of missing persons in Zinlin City. I can't get in touch with my relatives in Sayering. What's the situation? Is there a separate Weird Tales advent in Surin City? The pop-up text that was supposed to appear on the air, all through 3D glasses at the moment. It was transmitted to Jiang Li. Just when Jiang Li was wondering, a voice built into the system sounded in Jiang Li's mind as well as in the live broadcast room in China. If the chosen one Jiang Li's copy passes, all hostages in Jinlin City will all return safely. If the chosen one Jiang Li's copy passes, all hostages in Jinlin City will all return safely. After the system finished, there was another sharp beep sound. This impatient warning beep disturbed Jiang Li's mind and heart. It's even more disturbing to the people of China. Many of the people who have a vested interest in their own lives are in an uproar at the moment, especially the families of the group of hostages living in Jinghai City. They all rushed to the mouth of the intelligence service, in spontaneous regiments, at the first opportunity, after they had received the news that, kneeling on the ground, a knee, Please Minister Xiao, please, you guys communicate with Zhongli, let her choose the easier pass. Oh, we have only one son in our family. If Zhongli chooses the hardest kind of pass failure, my son directly die in it can do oh. Right, it's so dangerous in the amusement park. You risk losing your life if you stay one more second. Maybe by the time Zhongli's 4 projects are done, our families will be long dead. Intelligence community mouth. Old-timer van was in a wheelchair, through a glass door. Looking at the growing and agitated populace outside, there was an unspeakable feeling in my heart. The old-timer van had his assistant wheel himself to the door. The circle of bodyguards standing outside all spread their arms wide to stop the agitated residents. Listen to what you guys are saying. Old senior fan was agitated. He spoke out angrily. You guys are forcing a young man to commit treason by letting Zhongli pass. Is this something a Chinese person should say? Fan old-timer was so emotional that he spoke with spittle and his face was red. Being yelled at by old senior fan like that, those excited residents were all blocked from speaking. There was a brief silence, just as elder senior fan was getting angry. A voice came from somewhere that break the silence of the crowd. Then S-rank pass. Let Zhongli eat colored ice cream. She can die painlessly. We can also pick up our families. Right everyone. The people who had come to the cluster heard the idea and all followed in loud agreement. Yes, let Zhongli S-rank clearance. S-rank clearance is easy too. Let Zhongli go for colored ice cream. Anyway, Zhongli's parents are dead. Even if Zhongli dies, it should be nothing. The representative of the smears that had previously appeared in Zhongli's options, the stingy man in the small dark room, seeing that public anger had been aroused, he immediately lowered the brim of his ducktail hat. He sidestepped, satisfied, and squeezed out of the noisy crowd at the door. Chapter 166, Failure of Talent. After breaking away from the crowd, the duck-tongued man headed toward a hidden path off to the side. Xia Guofeng on the second floor of the intelligence department looked down at the back of the duck-tongued man from a height of. The eyes narrowed slightly. He glared at the investigator at his side. Go on, investigate what that picket came from. Yes, Minister. The investigator had just retired with his assignment when the correspondent outside the door knocked anxiously on the door. Knock knock. Minister, it's urgent. Enter. The correspondent walked into the house, handed out both hands, and handed Xia Guofeng a Ziploc bag. Minister, the surveillance video sent from the side of the Public Security Bureau in Jinghai City. That side says the situation is urgent. Please see for yourself. Xia Guofeng took the bag as he tore open the seal and took out the USB flash drive. While walking quickly to the computer desk, he inserted the flash drive file and quickly clicked on it. Surveillance video played out. The video is related to Chun-Li Tai. In the past few days, Dai Chun-Li, who was locked up in the detention center, didn't know what kind of madness she had. It's like she's suddenly possessed, both hands desperately tugging at something that doesn't exist above the neck. Look at the way the surveillance footage is acting, as if Chun-Li Dai's neck is being strangled hard by something. Chun-Li Tai's breath broke, the veins on her neck and forehead rippled, and she hissed hoarsely at the top of her voice. No, don't, I give you money, please, don't kill me. Inside the surveillance video, Chun-Li Dai yanked hard on the invisible murder weapon. Avoid suffocating yourself. Her face had turned the color of pig's liver, but there was no one in that room but Chun-Li Dai herself. There is no such thing as her killer. One by one, the policeman on duty rushed over. Is there something wrong with the prisoner's mental state? Is it mental illness? Should we take it to the hospital? Just as the policeman on duty took out his key, intending to open the iron gate and go in to check the situation, an invisible hand also grabbed the cop's neck. The policeman was put in a chokehold, and his feet left the ground and took off into the air. The co-worker next to him saw this and rushed to the next storage room. A co-worker fetched a bone-chopping knife that had just been recovered from a mob in the downtown area. A slash at the gap between the iron door and the policeman's neck. Hands up. The choked cop is saved. And a woman's hand, wearing a luxurious watch, was stained with blood, revealing the shape of the falling to the ground. It's weird talk. Chun-Li Tai is being haunted by weird talk. Don't go near her. Chun-Li Tai must have done something. Violated some rule. That's why they were killed. Stay safe, everyone, and don't let the weird talk get to you. Numerous police officers backed up. With everyone watching, Dai Chun-Li was dragged to a corner, grabbing her neck with both hands and non-stop stomping and kicking of the legs. Soon, Dai Chun-Li consciousness began to become blurred. The brain lack of oxygen. The hand is more and more unable to make strength. In less than 3 minutes, Dai Chun-Li 2 feet a stirrup, died. Xia Guofeng turned off the video with a grave expression. His eyebrows tightly wrinkled into a Chuan character. Chun-Li Tai is dead. Xia Guofeng sighed, holding his forehead, and came to a most unwanted conclusion. Dai Chun-Li will die sooner or later. It happened to die at the exact moment when Zhongli entered the copy of the amusement park and was bound to Dai Chun-Li. once Dai Chuanli died, Jiang Li's breakthrough this time would directly lose the meat shield behind her. This also meant that every step Jiang Li took could not be wrong. Go pick up Dai Chuanli's body and put it in the morgue. Don't bury it yet. Yes, Minister. The correspondent agreed and then turned and exited the room. Xia Guofeng looked at Jiang Li on the big screen next to him. In the live broadcast room, she should have received a message from the system as well. Now, whether it's the people of Zinlin, or whether they've lost the gift of damage transfer, all of them were forcing Jiang Li to make the easier choice of passing that was more in his own interest. But no ordinary person in his right mind could have been in such a position to, against such a great risk as well as public pressure. He continued to fight against the Ghostface organization. I don't know what choice Jiang Li will make. Straight from the booth, Jiang Li, who was inside the queue, was indeed a few minutes ago, received an alert message linking with Watch World. Dai Chunli failed. Jiang Li was a bit surprised. Dai Chuanli, is it dead? Based on Dai Chuanli's nature, she didn't seem like someone who would do something stupid to think about it. Could Chunli Dai's death be a deliberate attempt by the Ghostface organization? Deliberately trying to cut off Jiang Li's every means of self-preservation. It was to force Jiang Li to stop fighting them. Just as Jiang Li was pondering, Jiang Li had already reached the front of the line. Miss, this round is full. Please be patient and wait for the next batch. The staff member wearing a long white uniform held out his hand to stop Jiang Li in front of him. Smoothly, he closed the small, waist-high door. This amusement park Ferris wheel doesn't operate by spinning non-stop and going up and down as it goes. Instead, a group of tourists are seated and then launched in unison. Jiang Li nodded. Okay. Jiang Li stood outside the small gate, observing the visitors inside the park. These tourists, before entering the Ferris wheel's passenger cabins, all of them need to step on top of an electronic device that displays numbers, like a body check. The staff member in charge next to him was holding a record book and was carefully recording any information, and travelers coming out of the cabin will have to do another check before they leave. The staff of the Ferris wheel project. Once again, information about these departing tourists will be recorded. Jiang Li moved her eyes away and looked at the notice board next to the small door. The rules for riding the Ferris wheel are posted on it. Hell's Paradise, Ferris wheel code. 1. It takes 15 minutes for the Ferris wheel to rotate around. Please wait patiently and do not jump the queue. No flammable or explosive articles are allowed in the Ferris wheel cabins. Before entering the cabin, please follow the staff's instructions for checking your belongings. 3. Please ensure that 3 to 4 persons travel in one cabin. 4. For your safety, please do not open the cabin door. 5. At the end of the game, if the life value is higher than 50, the game is considered to have passed. After Jiang Li read the last sentence of the rule, it should have triggered to some mechanism. Almost in the blink of an eye, a red number floated above the heads of all the tourists. Jiang Li suspiciously scanned the circle. She noticed that the two numbers that appeared most often above the heads of these visitors in the amusement park. It's 0 and 100. There are also a few tourists with numbers on their heads between 0, 100, such as 20 and 30. And in front of Jiang Li's own head, there was also a number with a value of 100. These numbers that suddenly appear, could they be life values? And that's when the deafening cheers from the main street next to the extremely grabbed Jiang Li's attention. Jiang Li looked that way. A group of tourists followed by a red-nosed clown were seen in the center of the main road of the park. The clowns surrounding the show yelled and clapped and cheered. The clown was holding a torch in his hand. He took a swig of odorless kerosene and sprayed it again in the midst of the air. Performing fire-breathing acrobatics in the middle of the crowd. The fire is glowing. The scene was spectacular and lively. On the far side of the main road, a huge inflatable balloon of a small wasp was slowly rising. Chapter 167 Energy Bracelet. Jiang Li retracted her eyes and moved her gaze within the Ferris wheel project. The few tourists who were in front of Jiang Li in the line, after being checked by the staff, smooth entry into the last stateroom. Jiang Li paid attention to the last tourist leaving the electronic device after the data left on top of the device. There was no text on it, just a string of numbers, 150. Other than that, no extra information at all. And what does this string of numbers on the device mean? After the last tourist enters the compartment, the staff next to him activates the power supply and a new spin of the Ferris wheel began. Jiang Li watched as the Ferris wheel cabin at the very bottom was slowly driven by the machinery in a counterclockwise direction. Rise upwards. As the Ferris wheel spun upward, the life values above the heads of those tourists. It also gradually decreases from 100 bit by bit, just as Jiang Li intended to take a closer look. On Jiang Li's right wrist, suddenly there was a different feeling. Jiang Li lowered his eyes to take a look. A circle of translucent bracelets encrusted with a green halo was growing larger and smaller. It was placed on Jiang Li's right wrist with the most suitable circle size. Energy bracelet in place. Game about to begin. The energy range of the bracelet is 0 to 99, and the initial value is 500. Please be informed. A suspended fluorescent number 500 appeared above Jiang Li's bracelet, just when Jiang Li didn't know what this meant. Inside the 3D glasses Jiang Li was wearing, a line of blinding pop-up text floated out. Jiang Li, don't struggle, please die. After this pop-up drifted by, a subtle tingling pain came from Jiang Li's right wrist. The hovering value of the energy bracelet dropped from 500 to 4980. Jiang Li's heart shook slightly. In the 3D glasses viewpoint that Jiang Li was wearing, under the rhythm of the words that had just been brought to life, more and more harsh text appeared. Please Jiang Li, with the greater good in mind, choose the easier way to pass. Ask Jiang Li to give up his own life in exchange for the lives of the tens of thousands of hostages in Jinlin City. Please Jiang Li, sacrifice yourself for your country. Jiang Li is really selfish. Who is she to bring over 10,000 people to play the game with her? Who on earth is she to decide whether everyone lives or dies? Jiang Li, if you fail everyone will die with you. Please, why can't you learn to be smart? First time I've ever hated someone so much. Begging Jiang Li to go to hell. Please, the Jiang family taught such a selfish daughter. No wonder the whole family died. Vicious pop-ups floated by one after another. The burning pain at Jiang Li's wrist intensified. The value hovering above the bracelet also quickly dropped from 4980 to 4020. Different content pop-ups caused different drops in values, but the values kept going down. When the value fell below 400, Jiang Li's knees went weak. The whole person fell towards the ground without any strength. Hey sister! The female college student behind her was quick to hold Jiang Li. How are you doing? Low blood sugar without breakfast? The college girl and her little sister helped Jiang Li up together. Jiang Li's lips were slightly white, unable to say what she was feeling right now. It was as if all the strength had been taken out of his body in an instant. She was having a very hard time even standing up now. The college girl hurriedly rummaged through her book bag, grabbed a fruit-hard candy, tore open the package, and, feeding the sugar into Jiang Li's mouth. The little sisters also took out a fresh bottle of mineral water, and hastily unscrewed the cap of passed the water to Jiang Li's mouth. Looking at Jiang Li's state in the live broadcast, Xia Guofeng, who was giving a meeting in the conference room, as if realizing something, not waiting for Xia Guofeng to open his mouth to command. Throughout the conference room, all the experts all unanimously took out their cell phones and turned on the live broadcast. A dozen or 2 dozen pop-ups in a row expressing support for Jiang Li. There are about 20 men on the panel, and we've all been hanging out for so many years. Naturally, they all saw the end behind the life value and energy bracelets. The life value, which is tied to the life of the tourist himself, is about whether the tourist lives or dies. A life value of 0 also means that the visitor is dead. These visitors should be in the middle of the park, being led somewhere by the staff. Harmonization of the destruction process. The numbers on the energy bracelet, on the other hand, are tied to the popularity of China and public opinion. According to the anomaly just now, it should be that the more voices in favor of Jiang Li within the state of China, the higher Jiang Li's energy value was. But if the voices denigrating Jiang Li prevailed, then the kind of situation that had just occurred, Jiang Li's energy value dropped drastically. It even affects various physical indicators such as Jiang Li's energy as well as physical strength. Even if Jiang Li's life value is 100, if Jiang Li's energy value is too low, then Jiang Li would only be a walking corpse, let alone muster the strength to pass the game. The experts who saw the writing on the wall at the moment, each looking at the malicious pop-ups on the air, all rage added. Men in their 40s and 50s, now full of energy, and the 20-somethings in the pop-up section were at each other's throats. Xia Guofeng, on the other hand, hurriedly utilized his administrator privileges to send those malicious pop-ups that kicked out of the Wahoko livestream through and through, kicked 70 to 80 sailor accounts in a matter of 2 minutes. But that's not enough. Xia Guofeng immediately enabled the banning of the whole group, and then unbanned the expert number. Let the experts send friendly remarks and clear the screen in the pop-up area. 5 minutes passed. The value on Jiang Li's energy bracelet has changed from the original minimum of less than 300 points to less than 300 points, up back over 500. Xia Guofeng's finger muscles were beginning to twitch and spasm under this intense operation. He angrily slapped the table and stood up. Someone must have deliberately sabotaged it. How could there be such a coincidence? Jiang Li has only just put on the bracelet. Even before we could figure out how the bracelet worked, the wind in the pop-up area suddenly went out of control. Xia Guofeng clenched his fists. Technician, immediately go check the detailed IP addresses of the rhythm-carrying accounts. The others control the screen for now. Straight from the booth. After the value of Jiang Li's energy bracelet rose, Jiang Li's body gradually regained its strength. She nodded gently at the 2 girls helping her and smiled politely. Thank you, I'm much better now. Jiang Li took off the pop-up 3D glasses.
Even though she could choose not to see the pop-ups, Zhongli could still feel that the text of those projectiles was still affecting the values on the energy bracelet, as well as one's physical state. Seeing Zhongli's condition stabilized, the college girl breathed a sigh of relief. A pleasurable feeling of helping others came over her, and the college girl took the initiative. By the way, sisters, the Ferris wheel in this park costs 3 to 4 people a ride, so why don't we join together? Just the right 3 people to make a car. Chapter 168, The Secret of the Ferris Wheel. The college girl's eyes didn't glance over Zhongli's shoulder at all as she spoke. Zhongli judged that they couldn't see Red Baby. After thinking about it, Zhongli nodded in agreement. Yes, then together. Then why don't we just make friends? It's also a way to get to know each other. The female college student sounded excited. My name is Liang Chen. Everyone usually calls me Chen Chen. My friend's nickname is Dayo, and her full name is Zhao Xiao. The college girl introduced herself and then patted her sister on the shoulder. Introduced his little sister to Zhongli. The little sister called Zhao Xiao's eyes were a bit more shy. After she helped Zhongli up, she immediately went back and half of her body hid behind Liang Chen. This Zhao Xiao should be a social terrorist. Zhongli looked at these two and responded with a smile. My name is Zhongli, Zhang of Jiangshui, Li of Liuli. After hearing the word Zhongli, Liang Chen's pupils dilated for a moment. Her slender eyebrows rose high and she froze for 2 seconds with a shocked look on her face. You wouldn't be the... Yes. Liang Chen covered his mouth and once again sucked in a breath of cool air. She and Zhao Xiao tacitly twisted their heads and glanced at each other. They looked at Zhongli, and then at themselves, and suddenly, it was like enlightenment. No wonder the cell phone has been disconnected today, so we ran to the weird world Ada Yao. Liang Chen let out another exclamation. Why don't we run Chen Chen? Zhao Xiao pushed Liang Chen. Why do I feel like I could easily die if I continue to ride the Ferris wheel? Zhao Xiao glanced at Zhongli in fear. It seemed that wherever there was Zhongli, there was hidden danger. Liang Chen thought for a moment and inclined his head to ask Zhongli. Zhongli, is it too late for Dayo and I to escape now? Zhongli lifted the corner of her lips and smiled a little. It's definitely too late to escape directly. You have the option of picking up a map of the park, going through the 4 programs, getting your steel stamps, get out of here, or you can choose to stay well inside the park until I'm done with the pass. Let them release you back. So, is there a rule note in paradise? Liang Chen asked Zhongli. Zhongli took out the map and flipped it to the back, showing them, these. So many. Who remembers? Liang Chen scratched his head. Dayo, why don't we just follow Zhongli? If we move around freely, it seems like it feels easier to die. The two of them discussed it and decided to follow Zhongli for the time being. The 3 continued to make small talk for a few more minutes. By the time the previous round of visitors had finished their game and emerged from the Ferris wheel cabin, it was only then that Zhongli and the girls were let in. It was only the group of tourists who left the Ferris wheel that Zhongli paid attention to their life values. All of these people's life values, all of them changed from 100 at the beginning, to 0 now. Zhongli saw this group of people being led by a staff member after they had done the electronic equipment test. Unity went towards the west gate of the amusement park, and that one physical test that the last tourist did when he left. Zhongli also secretly memorized the number on it, 33. Before that tourist entered the Ferris wheel cabin, the value was 150. Now that the Ferris wheel game is over, the test value for tourists has also dropped from 150 to the current 33. Why did the measurements drop so much after participating in the Ferris wheel program? What do the test values represent? And does this change in value have a special meaning? This Ferris wheel for Zhongli really belongs to the doubtful. Miss, please come with me for inspection. The staff's words interrupted Zhongli's thoughts. The staff raised his hand in a gesture, inviting Zhongli to step on the electronic equipment. After doing a body check as well as a dangerous goods check, Zhongli smoothly entered the first cabin. Zhongli came to sit on one side. Liang Chen and Zhao Xiao followed suit and came to sit on the opposite side of Zhongli. 2 park staff members stepped forward and worked together to pull the hatch closed. Then he pulled out the key and locked the hatch. And at the very moment when the cabin door finished locking, the space where Zhongli's trio was in, it also boomed, changed. The tin turned silver all around. Zhongli, Liang Chen, and Zhao Xiao were surrounded by a tin square box. They're already in prep mode for the Ferris wheel game. And in one corner of the tin compartment roof, there's something that looks like a camera, was staring at them intently. However, in this tin space, the red baby on Zhongli's shoulder did not follow. Zhongli's initial guess was that this layer of tin space might only work for living people. What's going on? In the next second when the space changed, Liang Chen dabbed and stood up from his seat. Liang Chen stretched out his hand and slapped the location of the tin hatch with all his might, trying to cry out for help to the outside. Anyone? Is there some kind of malfunction? Somebody open the door. It's useless. They won't let us out. Zhongli said.
Amusement park entertainment is in crisis. But even if a tourist discovers this and chooses not to participate in a single program, and there's no way they'll ever get out of here alive, the Ghostface organization won't spare anyone who comes here. The Ferris wheel game will last 15 minutes. Jiangli looked at her wristwatch. It hasn't started yet, but it should be soon. During the next wait, a new round of Ferris wheel cabins were filled one by one. Then the Ferris wheel's brake valves pulled down. Inside the tin compartment, the staff's radio beep sounded. The sizzling star Ferris wheel will be open soon. Enjoy this game. As soon as the words fell, it appeared that some kind of switch had been artificially flipped on the outside of the tin compartment. The loud boom boom sound is very much like a Spitfire. Within 30 seconds, the temperature in the tin compartment had risen. The whole narrow space of the iron house, under the heat transfer of the iron skin, turned into a giant oven. What's this? What's this for? It's getting hotter. Liang Chen's voice carried a slight tremor within it. She looked up at the wall full of tin, and the sound of burning outside. The mines seemed to guess what was going on. Zhao Xiao also looked at Liang Chen and Zhongli with a worried expression. The skin on several of the men burned and their lips became dry as the temperature rose in the tin compartment. The life value also starts to fall down from the value 100. Zhongli raised his eyes to check. The three of them, her, Liang Chen, and Zhao Xiao, now had a life value that had dropped from 100 to 99. The Ferris wheel's pass condition is to have a life above 50 before the end of the game. That's why Zhongli must, before his life value falls below 50, escape from this blazing tin cabin. Just then, a beep sounded in the tin compartment. Attention, players! Attention, players! Heat-insulating protective clothing is available under the cabin seats, so please take it out as soon as possible and put it on promptly. Chapter 169, Thermal Insulation Suit. The beep played 3 times in a row. Want to read Rule Oddity, Happy Jubilee Day to My Family Chapter 169 Thermal Protective Clothing by Chui Jiotong? Please remember, the domain name of Zhongli and the others also immediately got up from their seats and checked the seat boxes underneath them. Look for the insulated protective clothing inside. Inside the tin compartment, there are 4 fixed seats. However, only 3 seats have cabinet boxes, and the openings of these 3 cabinet boxes are welded shut with iron. It's impossible to open it with just bare hands. Damn creepy. Isn't this a deliberate attempt to tease us? Liang Chen kicked 2 feet at the cabinet box and, exasperated. The temperature inside the tin compartment is keeping constant at the moment, but the dryness and searing heat of the cabin continue to make the 3 feel uncomfortable. Attention, players! Attention, players! In boxes 01, 02, 03, there is only 1 box containing heat protective clothing. You have 1 chance to choose, 1 chance to replace, and ultimately only 1 cabinet door. Now please make your first choice. Liang Chen and Zhao Xiao simultaneously cast their eyes toward Zhongli. They have not experienced it firsthand, but occasionally, on the air, bumped into a couple of Zhongli breaks. Both of them felt that Zhongli should be able to tell which box had abnormalities at this moment. Zhongli didn't know whether he was baked by the heat or felt embarrassed. The skin on his face was white and red. She tapped on the sound of the 3 boxes and there was no difference at all. Above the sound, it may have been tampered with by them. You guys don't keep looking at me. Zhongli smiled slightly helplessly and glanced at the 2 of them. There's no difference between the 3 boxes, not even the most basic markings, so you have to guess. Zhongli's was box 01, Liang Chen's was box 02, and Zhao Xiao's was box 03. The 3 of them looked at me and I looked at you. None of them had any idea of how to solve the problem at this point. Zhongli stood up, his eyes downcast in contemplation. She frowned and paced back and forth in the tin compartment. 3 choices, but again, there's no clue. Can you only guess? Zhongli clasped his elbow and lightly tapped his index finger twice. A second later, her eyes snapped up, a bright color flashing in them. You too, do you have paper and pen? Zhongli's eyes were crystal clear as she looked at the Liang Chen duo. Liang Chen and Zhao Xiao looked at Zhongli uncertainly and nodded. They opened their book bags at the same time and rummaged around. After gathering a pen and paper, he handed it to Zhongli. Zhongli took the piece of white paper and pen and directly divided the paper into 3. The first one says, Box 01 has insulated protective clothing. The second one says, Box 02 has insulated protective clothing. The third one reads, Box 03 has insulated protective clothing. 3 notes were written. Zhongli put down the note and opened the Eye of Truth. The Eye of Truth, which can test the truth of words or rules. Since there are no words at hand, create your own. As long as it is a true or false issue, Zhongli can easily recognize it. The protective suit is in box 02. Zhongli put away the note and made a judgment in a calm tone. At the same time, Liang Chen immediately made a statement to the tin compartment speakers yelled, We choose to open box 02, *, the, *, After Liang Chen made his choice, the door of box 01 clicked. One sound automatically opens. We are now eliminating an incorrect option for you. Box 01, empty. Please ask whether to change your choice. Liang Chen's gaze was firm. She was just about to respond no replacement. Jiang Li beside her, however, suddenly called out to her. Wait a minute. Jiang Li stared solemnly at the 3 slips of paper in front of him. Changed. Box 01, box 02, including relevant text from box 03. Now it's all changed to a false state. All 3 boxes were empty. The Ghostface organization was unable to restrict Jiang Li's Eyes of Truth special skill, so it was down to the inside of the box. They should be using bizarre powers in order to fight against Jiang Li's Eye of Truth. Temporarily vacated the 3 boxes. As for where the Ghostface organization will end up putting the suits, it's impossible to tell at this point. Would you like to change choice 02? The urgent questioning continued from the tin compartment. Jiang Li's face clouded over. To change, or not to change? Jiang Li, whether we switch or not, the probability of being selected is 1/3. Isn't it true that we can only gamble? Liang Chen asked her. Jiang Li held his chin and pondered for a few seconds without answering. It's not right, Zhao Xiao retorted. The probability would be 1 in 2. Now either box 02 has a protective suit, either that or box 03 has a protective suit. Aren't the odds 1 in 2? Liang Chen's mouth was dry at the moment and he wanted to cry. How did this situation come about? Wasn't it agreed that there is no such thing as a sure death inning? This question of probability. What is it if not chance? Liang Chen grumbled with an anxious expression. Jiang Li listened to the conversation between the two, and the bright light in her eyes suddenly moved. Switch! Let's switch! Jiang Li's tone was quite certain. The tin compartment speakers yelled. We choose to open box 02. After Liang Chen made his choice, the door of box 01 clicked. One sound automatically opens. We are now eliminating an incorrect option for you. Box 01, empty. Please ask whether to change your choice. Liang Chen's gaze was firm. She was just about to respond no replacement. Jiang Li beside her, however, suddenly called out to her. Wait. Hashtag? Jiang Li stared solemnly at the 3 slips of paper in front of him. Changed. Box 01, box 02, including relevant text from box 03. Now it's all changed to a false state. All 3 boxes were empty. The Ghostface organization was unable to restrict Jiang Li's Eyes of Truth special skill, so it was down to the inside of the box. They should be using bizarre powers in order to fight against Jiang Li's Eye of Truth. Temporarily vacated the 3 boxes. As for where the Ghostface organization will end up putting the suits, it's impossible to tell at this point. Would you like to change choice 02? The urgent questioning continued from the tin compartment. Jiang Li's face clouded over. To change, or not to change? Jiang Li, whether we switch or not, the probability of being selected is 1/3. Isn't it true that we can only gamble? Liang Chen asked her. Jiang Li held his chin and pondered for a few seconds without answering. It's not right, Zhao Xiao retorted. The probability would be 1 in 2. Now either box 02 has a protective suit, either that or box 03 has a protective suit. Aren't the odds 1 in 2? Liang Chen's mouth was dry at the moment and he wanted to cry. How did this situation come about? Wasn't it agreed that there is no such thing as a sure death inning? This question of probability. What's not taking chances? Liang Chen grumbled with an anxious expression. Jiang Li listened to the conversation between the two, and the bright light in her eyes suddenly moved. Switch! Let's switch! Jiang Li's tone was quite certain. The tin compartment speakers yelled. We choose to open box 02. After Liang Chen made his choice, the door of box 01 clicked. One sound automatically opens. We are now eliminating an incorrect option for you. Box 01, empty. Please ask whether to change your choice. Liang Chen's gaze was firm, and she was about to respond. No replacement. Jiang Li beside her, however, suddenly called out to her. Wait. Jiang Li stared solemnly at the 3 slips of paper in front of him. Changed. Box 01, box 02, including relevant text from box 03. Now it's all changed to a false state. All 3 boxes were empty. The Ghostface organization was unable to restrict Jiang Li's Eye of Truth special skill, so it was down to the inside of the box. They should be using bizarre powers in order to counter Jiang Li's Eye of Truth. Temporarily vacated the 3 boxes. As for where the Ghostface organization will end up putting the suits, it's impossible to tell at this point. Would you like to change choice 02? The urgent questioning continued from the tin compartment. Jiang Li's face clouded over. To change, or not to change? Jiang Li, whether we switch or not, the probability of being selected is 1/3. Isn't it true that we can only gamble? Liang Chen asked her. Jiang Li held his chin and pondered for a few seconds without answering. It's not right, Zhao Xiao retorted. The probability would be 1 in 2. Now either box 02 has a protective suit. Either that or box 03 has a protective suit. Aren't the odds 1 in 2? Liang Chen's mouth was dry at the moment and he wanted to cry. How did this situation come about? Wasn't it agreed that there is no such thing as a sure death inning? This question of probability. What's not taking chances? Liang Chen grumbled with an anxious expression. Jiang Li listened to the conversation between the two, and the bright light in her eyes suddenly moved. Switch! Let's switch! Jiang Li's tone was quite certain. The tin compartment speakers yelled. We choose to open box 02. After Liang Chen made his choice, the door of box 01 clicked. One sound opens automatically. We are now eliminating an incorrect option for you. Box 01. Empty. Please ask whether to change your choice. Liang Chen's gaze was firm. She was about to respond. No replacement 16, underscore. 16? 16 asterisk? Asterisk? 16? Jiang Li beside her, however, suddenly called out to her. Wait a minute. Jiang Li stared solemnly at the 3 slips of paper in front of him. Changed. Box 01. Box 02. Including relevant text from box 03. Now it's all changed to a false state. All 3 boxes were empty. The Ghostface organization was unable to restrict Jiang Li's Eyes of Truth special skill, so it was down to the inside of the box. They should be using bizarre powers. In order to counter Jiang Li's Eye of Truth, temporarily vacated the 3 boxes. As for where the Ghostface organization will end up putting the suits, it's impossible to tell at this point. Would you like to change choice 02? The urgent questioning continued from the tin compartment. Jiang Li's face clouded over. To change, or not to change? Jiang Li, whether we switch or not, the probability of being selected is 1/3. Isn't it true that we can only gamble? Liang Chen asked her. Jiang Li held his chin and pondered for a few seconds without answering. It's not right, Zhao Xiao retorted. The probability would be 1 in 2. Now either box 02 has a protective suit. Either that or box 03 has a protective suit. Aren't the odds 1 in 2? Liang Chen's mouth was dry at the moment and he wanted to cry. How did this situation come about? Didn't we agree that there is no such thing as a certain death inning? This question of probability. What's not taking chances? Liang Chen grumbled with an anxious expression. Jiang Li listened to the conversation between the two, and the bright light in her eyes suddenly moved. Switch! Let's switch! Jiang Li's tone was quite certain. The tin compartment speakers yelled. We choose to open box 02. After Liang Chen made his choice, the door of box 01 opened automatically with a click. We are now eliminating an incorrect option for you. 2 Want to read Rule Oddity, Happy Jubilee to My Family by Choi Kadong? Remember, S domain name, 2192%? 2. Box 01. Empty. Please ask whether to change your choice. Liang Chen's gaze was firm, and she was about to respond with no replacement. Jiang Li beside her, however, suddenly called out to her. Wait. Jiang Li stared solemnly at the 3 slips of paper in front of him. Changed. Box 01. Box 02. Including relevant text from box 03. Now it's all changed to a false state. All 3 boxes were empty. The Ghostface organization was unable to restrict Jiang Li's Eyes of Truth special skill, so it was down to the inside of the box. They should be using bizarre powers. In order to counter Jiang Li's Eye of Truth, temporarily vacated the 3 boxes. As for where the Ghostface organization will end up putting the suits, it's impossible to tell at this point. Would you like to change choice 02? The urgent questioning continued from the tin compartment. Jiang Li's face clouded over. To change, or not to change? Jiang Li, whether we switch or not, the probability of being selected is 1/3. Isn't it true that we can only gamble? Liang Chen asked her. Jiang Li held his chin and pondered for a few seconds without answering. It's not right, Zhao Xiao retorted. The probability would be 1 in 2. Now either box 02 has a protective suit. Either that or box 03 has a protective suit. Aren't the odds 1 in 2? Liang Chen's mouth was dry at the moment and he wanted to cry. How did this situation come about? Wasn't it agreed that there is no such thing as a sure death inning? This question of probability. What is it if not chance? Liang Chen grumbled with an anxious expression. Jiang Li listened to the conversation between the two, and the bright light in her eyes suddenly moved. Switch! Let's switch! Jiang Li's tone was quite certain. The tin compartment speakers yelled. We choose to open box 02. After Liang Chen made his choice, the door of box 01 opens automatically with a click. We are now eliminating an incorrect option for you. Box 01? Hashtag as empty. Please ask whether to change your choice. Liang Chen's gaze was firm. She was just about to respond, no replacement? Jiang Li beside her, however, suddenly called out to her. Wait. Jiang Li stared solemnly at the 3 slips of paper in front of him. Changed. Box 01. Box 02. Including relevant text from box 03.
Now it's all changed to a false state. All 3 boxes were empty. The Ghostface organization was unable to restrict Zhang Li's Eyes of Truth special skill, so it was down to the inside of the box. They should be using weird powers in order to fight against Zhang Li's Eye of Truth. Temporarily vacated the 3 boxes. As for where the Ghostface organization will end up putting the suits, it's impossible to tell at this point. Would you like to change choice 02? The urgent questioning continued from the tin compartment. Zhang Li's face clouded over. To change, or not to change? Zhang Li, whether we switch or not, the probability of being selected is 1/3. Isn't it true that we can only gamble? Liang Chen asked her. Zhang Li held his chin and pondered for a few seconds without answering. It's not right, Zhao Xiao retorted. The probability would be 1 in 2. Now either box 02 has a protective suit, either that or box 03 has a protective suit, and aren't the odds 1 in 2? Liang Chen's mouth was dry at the moment and he wanted to cry. How did this situation come about? Wasn't it agreed that there is no such thing as a sure death inning? This question of probability. What is it if not chance? Liang Chen grumbled with an anxious expression. Zhang Li listened to the conversation between the two, and the bright light in her eyes suddenly moved. Switch! Let's switch! Zhang Li's tone was quite certain. The tin compartment speakers yelled. We choose to open box 02. This author, Cui Jioton, reminds you that the first time rule oddity, Happy Jubilee Day to my family is available at Update the latest chapter. Remember, plus, after Liang Chen made his choice, the door of box 01 opened automatically with a click. We are now eliminating one wrong option for you. Box 01, empty. Please ask whether to change your choice. Liang Chen's gaze was firm, and she was about to respond with no replacement. Zhang Li beside her, however, suddenly called out to her. Wait! Zhang Li stared solemnly at the 3 slips of paper in front of him. Changed. Box 01, box 02, including relevant text from box 03. Now it's all changed to a false state. All 3 boxes were empty. The Ghostface organization was unable to restrict Zhang Li's Eyes of Truth special skill, so it was down to the inside of the box. They should be using bizarre powers in order to fight against Zhang Li's Eye of Truth. Temporarily vacated the 3 boxes. As for where the Ghostface organization will end up putting the suits, it's impossible to tell at this point. Would you like to change choice 02? The urgent questioning continued from the tin compartment. Zhang Li's face clouded over. To change, or not to change? Zhang Li, whether we switch or not, the probability of being selected is 1/3. Isn't it true that we can only gamble? Liang Chen asked her. Zhang Li held his chin and pondered for a few seconds without answering. It's not right, Zhao Xiao retorted. The probability would be 1 in 2. Now either box 02 has a protective suit, either that or box 03 has a protective suit, and aren't the odds 1 in 2? Liang Chen's mouth was dry at the moment and he wanted to cry. How did this situation come about? Wasn't it agreed that there is no such thing as a sure death inning? This question of probability. What is it if not chance? Liang Chen grumbled with an anxious expression. Zhang Li listened to the conversation between the two, and the bright light in her eyes suddenly moved. Switch! Let's switch! Zhang Li's tone was quite certain. The tin compartment speakers yelled. We choose to open box 02. After Liang Chen made his choice, the door of box 01 clicked. One sound automatically opens. We are now eliminating an incorrect option for you. Box 01, empty. Please ask whether to change your choice. Liang Chen's gaze was firm. She was about to respond with no replacement. Zhang Li beside her, however, suddenly called out to her. Wait a minute. Zhang Li stared solemnly at the 3 slips of paper in front of him. Changed. Box 01, box 02, including relevant text from box 03. Now it's all changed to a false state. All 3 boxes were empty. The Ghostface organization was unable to restrict Zhang Li's Eyes of Truth special skill, so it was down to the inside of the box. They should be using bizarre powers in order to fight against Zhang Li's Eye of Truth. Temporarily vacated the 3 boxes. As for where the Ghostface organization will end up putting the suits, it's impossible to tell at this point. Would you like to change choice 02? The urgent questioning continued from the tin compartment. Zhang Li's face clouded over. To change, or not to change? Zhang Li, whether we switch or not, the probability of being selected is 1/3. Isn't it true that we can only gamble? Liang Chen asked her. Zhang Li held his chin and pondered for a few seconds without answering. It's not right, Zhao Xiao retorted. The probability would be 1 in 2. Now either box 02 has a protective suit, either that or box 03 has a protective suit, and aren't the odds 1 in 2? Liang Chen's mouth was dry at the moment and he wanted to cry. How did this situation come about? Wasn't it agreed that there is no such thing as a sure death inning? This question of probability. What's not taking chances? Liang Chen grumbled with an anxious expression.
Zhongli listened to the conversation between the two, and the bright light in her eyes suddenly moved. Switch! Let's switch! Jiang Li's tone was quite certain. Chapter 170, The Three Gates Problem. Box 01 has been opened and cannot be selected. Thus this replacement of Jiang Li's automatically adjusts the selected box 02 to box 03. Jiang Li, will this be too risky? In case box 03 isn't available, that shall not be regretted. Liang Chen looked at Jiang Li with slight distress. Zhao Xiao was also very uneasy in her heart. Jiang Li gave them a firm look. Don't worry, it won't be wrong. Above the tin compartment, a radio beep came on. Your final selection is box 03. Now opening the door to box 03 for you. As soon as the words of the radio fell, the door of box 03 opened with a click in front of the crowd. Seeing that there was a black package with a zipper inside, Liang Chen's heart was startled. There really is. God, isn't this a matter of luck? Liang Chen was surprised. Jiang Li but smiled. This is a problem that is not really entirely a matter of luck. This question essentially belongs to logical reasoning. So Jiang Li's eye of truth skill. It must be shielded by the Ghostface organization. In the midst of this triple option problem, everyone breaks in the same way. Players must use logical reasoning to make informed, high-probability choices. 2 empty boxes, 1 solid box. Each group has 1 chance to choose and 1 chance to change. But Ghostface will always, after the player makes his first choice, open the empty of the 2 remaining boxes and ask, do you want to change the first selection? From the player's point of view, of the 3 boxes, empty box 1, empty box 2, and solid box, the probability of each box being selected is 1 in 3. 1. If empty box 1 is selected for the first time, the Ghostface organization points out an empty box. After the player changes his choice, the game is a sure win. 2. If empty box 2 is selected for the first time, the Ghostface organization points out an empty box. After the player changes his choice, the game is a sure win. 3. If a solid box is selected for the first time, the Ghostface organization points out an empty box. The game is lost after the player changes his choice. In all 3 cases, if the player has the action change choice, winning 2/3 of the time is a high probability event. For the vast majority of players who don't have the real eye, as long as the above logical reasoning can be made, the high probability event with a higher chance of winning replacement will certainly be chosen. Perhaps in the current world, a high probability event doesn't mean it's bound to happen, but in the bizarro world, high probability events have to happen or this is a dead end. If the game itself is set up for low probability events, then the existence of the question will not have any meaning. And the reason why Jiang Li realized that the truth of the 3 notes had changed, it wasn't just because the Ghostface organization wanted to shield Jiang Li's natural ability. More importantly, it's the Ghostface organization making internal adjustments in the middle of the cabinet box to ensure that high probability events absolutely occur. The probability of a player picking the actual box in the first selection is indeed 1/3, but between replacement and non-replacement, under the subsequent conditions, yet, a certain probability difference arises. This theory, which seems to go against most people's intuition, Jiang Li had been exposed to similar, the famous 3-gate problem raised by the pretty country. The existence of the 3-gate problem was a source of great controversy at the time. Dr. Saikoku eventually used a computer model to make a Monte Carlo simulation of the experiment. Finally, accurate conclusions were drawn. Replacing the choice made the first time around gives the player a better chance of winning, and the probability of winning the game with change of choice for a sufficiently large number of experiments, the value will gradually stabilize towards 2/3. It was because of understanding this logic in it as well as the experimental data that Jiang Li became even more determined that the choice of replacement should be made. And in the midst of this title from the Ghostface organization, first time or not is no longer relevant. Because of the internal state of the box, it changes all the time. Ghostface organized this topic. It's about giving the majority of players a chance to think their way out of this one. Instead, players are allowed to make choices based on luck or hangups. Box 03 door open. Jiang Li's trio quickly squatted next to Zhao Xiao's seat and took out the package from under her seat. The zipper of the black package unzipped. Inside the 3 sets of pure white heat insulation protective clothing clearly appeared in front of the 3 people. Jiang Li and Liang Chen and Zhao Xiao each took a set of protective clothing and quickly changed into them. And just in the last few seconds as they finished putting on their protective suits, the radio beeps continued to play. Congratulations to cabin players 01, 08, 13 and 29. Successfully got the heat protection suit. The constant temperature of the tin cabin will, in 2 minutes, rise into second gear. Outside the tin compartment, the roar of the flamethrower intensified, and the room temperature, which was originally constant in the tin compartment, rose dramatically, gradually rising into second gear.
If the first grade of temperature is to make you feel sweaty and lose moisture in your body,
dry mouth and tongue,
then the room temperature,
now in second gear,
was as if the crowd in the room had entered an oven. Everyone is like fresh food baking in the oven at high temperatures. Zhongli could vaguely hear the wailing from the other cabin players outside the tin compartment.
There was even a boom, boom,
the sound of kicking iron plates.
So far,
Zhongli also basically understood the meaning of the no flammable and explosive personal belongings rule in the Ferris wheel code.
With the high temperatures, the Ghostface organization doesn't want players to cause explosions and die. What the Ghostface wants to see is players begging for their lives. The agonizing process of suffering in the heat. Zhongli looked up at the security camera. That thing, across the street is really quite brutal. Treating hostages, and even humans, with a total lack of softness. The life values of Zhongli and the other two had now stabilized to near 85. Although the values still continue to fall, under the protective suit, the rate of decline has slowed down a lot. Zhongli rolled up his sleeves and looked at his wristwatch. 11 minutes left. Hold on for 11 more minutes and you'll be through. Liang Chen concurred. Great. I hope everything goes well. The tin compartment remained in second gear heat for the next few minutes. Sizzling to the crowd inside the compartment. Screams followed one another, and the tin compartments around the constant groans of agonized passenger voices rang out. Perhaps the screams are mostly inaudible to visitors who are not involved in the game. These cries would only be reduced to a disembodied sound, drifting into the ears of individual tourists. Become a hallucinatory presence. Just when Zhongli's trio thought that the heat crisis had passed for the time being, inside the tin compartment where the space is confined, a more serious problem arises. Box 01 has been opened and cannot be selected. Thus this replacement of Zhongli's automatically adjusts the selected box 02 to box 03. Zhongli, would this be too risky? In case box 03 isn't available, that shall not be regretted. Liang Chen looked at Zhongli with slight distress. Zhao Xiya was also very uneasy in her heart. Zhongli gave them a firm look. Don't worry, it won't be wrong. Above the tin compartment, a radio beep came on. Your final selection is box 03. Now opening the door to box 03 for you. As soon as the words of the radio fell, the door of box 03 clicked and opened in front of the crowd. Seeing that there was a black package with a zipper inside, Liang Chen's heart was startled. There really is. God, isn't this a matter of luck? Liang Chen was surprised. Zhongli but smiled. This is a problem that is not really entirely a matter of luck. This question essentially belongs to logical reasoning. So Zhongli's eye of truth skill. It must be shielded by the Ghostface organization. In the midst of this triple option problem, everyone breaks in the same way. Players must use logical reasoning to make informed, high probability choices. 2 empty boxes, 1 solid box. Each group has 1 chance to choose and 1 chance to change. But Ghostface will always, after the player makes his first choice, open the empty of the 2 remaining boxes and ask, do you want to replace the first selection? From the player's point of view, of the 3 boxes, empty box 1, empty box 2, and solid box, the probability of each box being selected is 1 in 3. 1. If empty box 1 is selected for the first time, the Ghostface organization points out an empty box. After the player changes his choice, the game is a sure win. 2. If empty box 2 is selected for the first time, the Ghostface organization points out an empty box. After the player changes his choice, the game is a sure win. 3. If a solid box is selected for the first time, the Ghostface organization points out an empty box. The game is lost after the player changes his choice. In all 3 cases, if the player has the action change choice, winning 2/3 of the time is a high probability event. For the vast majority of players who don't have the real eye, as long as the above logical reasoning can be made, the high probability event with a higher chance of winning replacement will certainly be chosen. Perhaps in the current world, a high probability event doesn't mean it's bound to happen, but in the bizarro world, high probability events have to happen or this is a dead end. If the game itself is set up for low probability events, then the existence of the question will not have any meaning. And the reason why Zhongli realized that the truth of the 3 notes had changed, it wasn't just because the Ghostface organization wanted to shield Zhongli's natural ability. More importantly, it's the Ghostface organization making internal adjustments in the middle of the cabinet box to ensure that high probability events absolutely occur. The probability of a player picking the actual box in the first selection is indeed 1/3, but between replacement and non-replacement, under the subsequent conditions, yet, a certain probability difference arises. This theory, which seems to go against most people's intuition, Zhongli had been exposed to similar, the famous 3-gate problem raised by the pretty country. The existence of the 3-gate problem was a source of great controversy at the time. Dr.
Saikoku eventually used a computer model to make a Monte Carlo simulation of the experiment.
Finally, accurate conclusions were drawn.
Replacing the choice made the first time around gives the player a better chance of winning, and the probability of winning the game with change of choice for a sufficiently large number of experiments. The value will gradually stabilize towards 2/3. It was because of understanding this logic in it as well as the experimental data that Zhongli became even more determined that the
choice of replacement should be made. And in the midst of this title from the Ghostface organization, first time or not is no longer relevant,
because the internal state of the box is changing all the time.
Ghostface organized this topic.
It's about giving the majority of players a chance to think their way out of this one.
Instead,
players are allowed to make choices based on luck or hang-ups.
Box 03 door open.
Zhongli's trio quickly squatted next to Zhao Xiao's seat and took out the package from under her seat. The zipper of the black package unzipped. Inside, the 3 sets of pure white heat insulation protective clothing
clearly appeared in front of the 3 people.
Zhongli and Liang Chen and Zhao Xiao each took a set of protective clothing and quickly changed into them.
And just in the last few seconds as they finished putting on their protective suits,
the radio beeps continued to play. Congratulations to cabin players 01,
08, 13 and 29. Successfully got the heat protection suit.
The constant temperature of the tin cabin will,
in 2 minutes, rise into second gear. Outside the tin compartment,
the roar of the flamethrower intensified,
and the room temperature,
which was originally constant in the tin compartment,
rose dramatically, gradually rising into second gear.
If the first grade of temperature is to make you feel sweaty and lose moisture in your body,
dry mouth and tongue,
then the room temperature,
now in second gear,
was as if the crowd in the room had entered an oven. Everyone is like fresh food baking in the oven at high temperatures. Zhongli could vaguely hear the wailing from the other cabin players outside the tin compartment.
There was even a boom, boom,
the sound of kicking iron plates.
So far,
Zhongli also basically understood the meaning of the no flammable and explosive personal belongings rule in the Ferris wheel code.
With the high temperatures, the Ghostface organization doesn't want players to die by triggering explosions. What the Ghostface wants to see is players begging for their lives. The agonizing process of suffering in the heat. Zhongli looked up at the security camera. That thing, across the street is really quite brutal. Treating hostages, and even humans, with a total lack of softness.
The life values of Zhongli and the other 2 had now stabilized to near 85. Although the values still continue to fall.
Under the protective suit, the rate of decline has slowed down a lot.
Zhongli rolled up his sleeves and looked at his wristwatch.
11 minutes left. Hold on for 11 more minutes and you'll be through. Liang Chen concurred. Great. I hope everything goes well.
The tin compartment remained in second gear heat for the next few minutes.
Sizzling to the crowd inside the compartment. Screams followed one another,
and the tin compartments around the
constant groans of agonized passenger voices rang out.
Perhaps the screams are mostly inaudible to visitors who are not involved in the game.
These cries would only be reduced to a disembodied sound, drifting into the ears of individual tourists. Become a hallucinatory presence.
Just when Zhongli's trio thought that the heat crisis had passed for the time being, inside the tin compartment where the space is confined,
a more serious problem arises. Chapter 171 Oxygen for one person only. High temperature baking in a tin compartment? All 3 Zhongli are in varying degrees? And symptoms of cerebral hypoxia were present. The tin compartment has no ventilation ducts?
It's purely a square metal box.
No oxygen input?
Zhongli's trio felt more and more breathless.
Liang Chen collapsed on Zhao Xiao's shoulder in a bad state.
Her brain became muddled and her mouth and nose breathed in large gulps of low oxygen air. The life values of the 3 began to fall down at an accelerated rate again.
Zhongli, what to do? Liang Chen is now thirsty and dizzy.
She opened her mineral water bottle and drank half of it in one gulp.
Zhao Xiao's condition was no better.
Her head lolled back against the tin compartment, and she looked on the verge of fainting.
While Zhongli was in a daze,
he looked towards the location of the door of the tin compartment. Zhongli's mind was now filled with 2 pugilistic men in overalls,
exerting all of their strength. Scene of closing the cabin door with force. The passenger door appears to be very heavy. One person shouldn't be able to move it. And the Ferris wheel code, number 4, is false. For your safety, the cabin door should not be opened. The cabin hatch, it had to be opened somehow. Could it be that precisely because the hatch is heavy? Is that why the Ferris wheel code has the rule of always 3 to 4 people in a cabin? As Zhongli's brain was dizzy, inside the radio, a new prompt rang out. Attention, players! Attention, players! Oxygen masks are now being distributed to you. Please use them promptly. The broadcast ended,
and 3 oxygen masks fell from the sky and appeared in front of the crowd.
Liang Chen really couldn't hold it in anymore.
She grabbed the oxygen mask as soon as she could get it through the opening of the insulated suit and, directly over the top of the mouth and nose, breathing heavily, and Zhongli and Zhao Xiao also successively put on the oxygen mask in turn. The three had just slowed down a bit when they heard the Ghostface organization. Again, over the radio. Bad news has come in. Oxygen storage capacity is only enough for one person for the whole time. Please be careful to distribute it wisely. Less than a second after the announcement, with a crisp clang, 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 3 silver daggers that fell to the ground. When the three heard that voice, they all turned their heads at the same time to look at the dagger on the ground. What these daggers represent speaks for itself. The people in the Ghostface organization want to see them kill each other over oxygen. If Zhongli hadn't been with the Liangchen duo, but rather a random group of passers-by, then I'm afraid this current crisis is going to get very tricky. Liangchen was anxious. What should we do? There's not enough oxygen for the three of us. Zhao Xiao also asked, does someone have to die? Zhongli associated it with the erroneous rules that he had just mulled over, and after a moment of silence, he spoke the speculation in his mind. There is only enough oxygen for one person. It presupposes that this railroad compartment is an airtight environment. No new oxygen input. Do you guys remember a few of the safety codes posted for the Ferris wheel program? The one about not opening hatches. It's wrong. Once we find the right way to open the hatch, there would be no need to worry about not enough oxygen. So the three of us, oxygen can now be shared? Until we find a way to open the hatch together. Just as Zhongli's side was doing his analysis, inside a couple of tin compartments next door, came the terrified screams of men and women. When the announcement was made that cabins have been provided with insulated suits, what's that? Plus, neither of the staterooms on either side of Zhongli were included. They did not get the first session of the heat protection suit. They have to endure the heat, combined with the current lack of oxygen. One's emotions can easily become out of control. Listening to the commotion around us, I guess there's something wrong inside the cabin on both sides of the room. They're being led by the nose by the Ghostface organization. The conspiracy of the Ghostface organization succeeded. I'm afraid someone from the Ghostface organization is hiding behind the surveillance. Schadenfreude at this survival of the fittest law of the jungle. Listen to me. Zhongli looked at the duo of Liang Chen and Zhao Xiao seriously. Of the three of us, nothing can happen to any of us. The hatch here, I suspect, could not be moved by one man's strength. According to rule number 3, 3 to 4 people must travel in a cabin, most likely because it would take at least 3 of them to. It is only then that the open the hatch and the tin hatch operation can be accomplished. If we do get to that point of killing each other, we're cutting ourselves off from opening the hatch. But, Zhao Xiao spoke timidly, we're on a Ferris wheel, hundreds of meters up in the air. It's pretty dangerous to open the hatch. Dayo, you're stupid. Just open the hatch a little bit and the oxygen can come in to open the hatch the whole way. Liang Chen poked her in the head. Zhao Xiao let out an "oh" and immediately closed her mouth with a red face. Meanwhile, inside the school bag that Zhao Xiao had placed on her knees, a notebook snapped out. What's this? Liang Chen picked up the notebook with a quick eye. Before Liang Chen could get a good look, Zhao Xiao snatched the notebook back in a panic. No, nothing, just normal class notes. Zhao Xiao's face grew redder and redder. Well, without delay, let's find out if there are any switches on the hatch. Zhongli explained to the duo. Just as the three were wearing oxygen masks, when I went around to the tin box, where there was a doorway, to study it, a few sparks of fire, piercing down through the top of the tin compartment, fell to the ground. Careful. Zhongli was approaching the tin compartment, banging on the door. Liang Chen behind him quickly reached out and blocked Zhongli's shoulder. A few scarlet sparks fell and were caught by Liang Chen. Liang Chen hissed in pain. The part of her hand that insulated her suit had a hole burned in it from the stuff. At Liang Chen's reminder, the three of them simultaneously ducked away a bit and looked towards the roof. At this point, everyone noticed the weirdness of the tin roof. The roof of the teepee looked like it was dripping, non-stop dripping down a ball of flame. And after these balls of flame fell to the ground, they converged into a ball little by little. Finally, the ball of blazing flame grew larger and larger. After accumulating to a propped-up book bag size, the flaming ball began to roll around on the tin floor again. Zhongli and the three of them all stepped carefully on top of their seats. Vigilant attention was paid to the direction in which the ball of flame was rolling on the ground. The ball of flame rolled for about half a minute or so. Maybe it's because you can't bump into anyone. It's not much fun. The ball of flame rolled back to the middle of the ground with resentment. Under the trio's gaze, the flaming light on the exterior of the flaming ball dissipated and faded away little by little. Then, on the tin floor, a little girl, curled up, slowly stretched her limbs and stretched out in front of the crowd. Ah, it's so cozy. I'm finally able to come out and play again. Oxygen can now be shared? Until we find a way to open the hatch together. Just as Zhongli's side was doing his analysis, underscore 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 percent. Inside a couple of tin compartments next door, came the terrified screams of men and women. When the announcement was just made that cabins have been given thermal protection suits, neither of the staterooms on either side of John Lee were included. They did not get the first session of the heat protection suit. They have to endure the heat. Combined with the current lack of oxygen, one's emotions can easily become out of control. Listening to the commotion around us, I guess there's something wrong inside the cabin on both sides of the room. They're being led by the nose by the Ghostface organization. The conspiracy of the Ghostface organization succeeded. I'm afraid someone from the Ghostface organization is hiding behind the surveillance. Schadenfreude at this survival of the fittest law of the jungle. Listen to me. John Lee looked at the duo of Liang Chen and Zhao Xiao seriously. Of the three of us, nothing can happen to any of us. The hatch here, I suspect, could not be moved by one man's strength. According to rule number 3, 3 to 4 people must travel in a cabin. Most likely because it would take at least 3 of them to. It is only then that the open the hatch and the tin hatch operation can be accomplished. If we do get to that point of killing each other, we're cutting ourselves off from opening the hatch. But, Zhao Xiao spoke timidly, we're on a Ferris wheel, hundreds of meters up in the air. It's pretty dangerous to open the hatch. Dayo, you're stupid. Just open the hatch a little bit and the oxygen can come in to open the hatch the whole way. Liang Chen poked her in the head. Zhao Xiao let out an "oh" and immediately closed her mouth with a red face. Meanwhile, inside the school bag that Zhao Xiao had placed on her knees, a notebook snapped out. What's this? Liang Chen picked up the notebook with a quick eye. Before Liang Chen could get a good look, Zhao Xiao snatched the notebook back in a panic. No, nothing, just normal class notes. Zhao Xiao's face grew redder and redder. Well, without delay, let's find out if there are any switches on the hatch. Zhang Li explained to the duo, just as the 3 men were wearing oxygen masks. When I went around to the tin box, where there was a doorway, and studied it carefully, a few sparks of fire, piercing down through the top of the tin compartment, fell to the ground. Careful. Zhang Li was approaching the tin compartment, banging on the door. Liang Chen behind him quickly reached out and blocked Zhang Li's shoulder. A few scarlet sparks fell and were caught by Liang Chen. Liang Chen hissed in pain. The part of her hand that insulated her suit had a hole burned in it from the stuff. At Liang Chen's reminder, the 3 of them simultaneously ducked away a bit and looked towards the roof. At this point, everyone noticed the weirdness of the tin roof. The roof of the teepee looked like it was dripping, non-stop dripping down a ball of flame. And after these balls of flame fell to the ground, they converged into a ball little by little. Finally, the ball of blazing flame grew larger and larger. After accumulating to a propped-up book bag size, the flaming ball began to roll around on the tin floor again. Zhang Li and the 3 of them all stepped carefully on top of their seats. Vigilant attention was paid to the direction in which the ball of flame was rolling on the ground. The ball of flame rolled for about half a minute or so. Maybe it's because you can't bump into anyone. It's not much fun. The ball of flame rolled back to the middle of the ground with resentment. Under the trio's gaze, the flaming light on the exterior of the flaming ball dissipated and faded away little by little. Then, on the tin floor, a little girl, curled up, slowly stretched her limbs and stretched out in front of the crowd. Ah, it's so cozy. I'm finally able to come out and play again. Oxygen can now be shared? Until we find a way to open the hatch together. Just as Zhang Li's side was doing his analysis, $11, inside a couple of tin compartments next door, came the terrified screams of men and women. When the announcement was just made that cabins have been given thermal protection suits, neither of the staterooms on either side of Zhang Li were included. They did not get the first session of the heat protection suit. They have to endure the heat. Combined with the current lack of oxygen, one's emotions can easily become out of control. Listening to the commotion around us, I guess there's something wrong inside the cabin on both sides of the room. They're being led by the nose by the Ghostface organization. The conspiracy of the Ghostface organization succeeded. I'm afraid someone from the Ghostface organization is hiding behind the surveillance. Schadenfreude at this survival of the fittest law of the jungle. Listen to me. Zhang Li looked at the duo of Liang Chen and Zhao Xiao seriously. Of the 3 of us, nothing can happen to any of us. The hatch here, I suspect, could not be moved by one man's strength. According to rule number 3, 3 to 4 people must travel in a cabin. Most likely because it would take at least 3 of them to. It is only then that the open the hatch and the tin hatch operation can be accomplished. If we do get to that point of killing each other, we're cutting ourselves off from opening the hatch. But, Zhao Xiao spoke timidly,
we're on a Ferris wheel, hundreds of meters up in the air. It's pretty dangerous to open the hatch. Dayo, you're stupid. Just open the hatch a little bit and the oxygen can come in to open the hatch the whole way. Liang Chen poked her in the head. Zhao Xiao let out an "oh" and obediently closed her mouth with a red face. Meanwhile, inside the school bag that Zhao Xiao had placed on her knees, a notebook snapped out. What's this? Liang Chen picked up the notebook with a quick eye. Before Liang Chen could get a good look, Zhao Xiao snatched the notebook back in a panic. No, nothing, just normal class notes. Zhao Xiao's face grew redder and redder. Well, without delay, let's find out if there are any switches on the hatch, Zhang Li explained to the duo. Just as the three were wearing oxygen masks, when I went around to the tin box, where there was a doorway, and studied it carefully, a few sparks of fire, piercing down through the top of the tin compartment, fell to the ground. Careful! Zhang Li was approaching the tin compartment, banging on the door. Liang Chen behind him quickly reached out and blocked Zhang Li's shoulder. A few scarlet sparks fell and were caught by Liang Chen. Liang Chen hissed in pain. The part of her hand that insulated her suit had a hole burned in it from the stuff. At Liang Chen's reminder, the three of them simultaneously ducked away a bit and looked towards the roof. At this point, everyone noticed the weirdness of the tin roof. The roof of the teepee looked like it was dripping, non-stop dripping down a ball of flame. And after these balls of flame fell to the ground, they converged into a ball little by little. Finally, the ball of blazing flame grew larger and larger. After accumulating to a propped-up book bag size, the flaming ball began to roll around on the tin floor again. Zhang Li and the three of them all stepped carefully on top of their seats. Vigilant attention was paid to the direction in which the ball of flame was rolling on the ground. The ball of flame rolled for about half a minute or so. Maybe it's because you can't bump into anyone. It's not much fun. The ball of flame rolled back to the middle of the ground with resentment. Under the trio's gaze, the flaming light on the exterior of the flaming ball dissipated and faded away little by little. Then, on the tin floor, a little girl, curled up, slowly stretched her limbs and stretched out in front of the crowd. Ah, it's so cozy. I'm finally able to come out and play again. Oxygen can now be shared until we find a way to open the hatch together. Just as Zhang Li was doing his analysis on this side, inside the next few tin compartments, came the terrified screams of men and women. The radio just read, cabins receiving thermal suits. At the time, neither of the passenger cabins on either side of Zhang Li was among them. They didn't get the thermal suits from the first session. Then you have to endure the scorching heat, combined with the current lack of oxygen. One's emotions can easily become out of control. Listening to the commotion around us, I guess there's something wrong inside the cabin on both sides of the room. They're being led by the nose by the Ghostface organization. The conspiracy of the Ghostface organization succeeded. I'm afraid someone from the Ghostface organization is hiding behind the surveillance, gloating over the survival of the fittest, of the law of the jungle. Listen to me. Zhang Li looked at the duo of Liang Chen and Zhao Xiao seriously. Of the three of us, nothing can happen to any of us. The hatch here, I suspect, could not be moved by one man's strength. According to rule number 3, 3 to 4 people must travel in a cabin, most likely because it would take at least 3 of them to. It is only then that the open the hatch and the tin hatch operation can be accomplished. If we do get to that point of killing each other, we're cutting ourselves off from opening the hatch. But, Zhao Xiao spoke timidly, we're on a Ferris wheel, hundreds of meters up in the air. It's pretty dangerous to open the hatch. Dayo, you're stupid. Just open the hatch a little bit and the oxygen can come in to open the hatch the whole way. Liang Chen poked her in the head. Zhao Xiao let out an "oh" and obediently closed her mouth with a red face. Meanwhile, inside the school bag that Zhao Xiao had placed on her knees, a notebook snapped out. What's this? Liang Chen picked up the notebook with a quick eye. Before Liang Chen could get a good look, Zhao Xiao snatched the notebook back in a panic. No, nothing, just normal class notes. Zhao Xiao's face grew redder and redder. Well, without delay, let's find out if there are any switches on the hatch, Zhang Li explained to the duo. Just as the 3 men were wearing oxygen masks, when I went around to the tin box, where there was a doorway, and studied it carefully, a few sparks of fire, piercing down through the top of the tin compartment, fell to the ground. Careful! Zhang Li was approaching the tin compartment, banging on the door. Liang Chen behind him quickly reached out and blocked Zhang Li's shoulder. A few scarlet sparks fell and were caught by Liang Chen. Liang Chen hissed in pain. The part of her hand that insulated her suit had a hole burned in it from the stuff. At Liang Chen's reminder, the 3 of them simultaneously ducked away a bit and looked towards the roof. At this point, everyone noticed the weirdness of the tin roof. The roof of the teepee looked like it was dripping, non-stop dripping down a ball of flame. And after these balls of flame fell to the ground, they converged into a ball little by little. Finally, the ball of blazing flame grew larger and larger. After accumulating to a propped-up book bag size, the flaming ball began to roll around on the tin floor again.
Jiangli and the three of them all stepped carefully on top of their seats. Vigilant attention was paid to the direction in which the ball of flame was rolling on the ground. The ball of flame rolled for about half a minute or so.
Maybe it's because you can't bump into anyone. It's not much fun.
The ball of flame rolled back to the middle of the ground with resentment. Under the trio's gaze, the flaming light on the exterior of the flaming ball dissipated and faded away little by little. Then, on the tin floor, a little girl, curled up, slowly stretched her limbs and stretched out in front of the crowd.
Ah, it's so cozy. I'm finally able to come out and play again.
Oxygen can now be shared until we find a way to open the hatch together.
Just as Jiangli was doing his analysis on this side, inside the next few tin compartments,
came the terrified screams of men and women.
Want to read Rule Oddity, Happy Jubilee to My Family by Choi Kadong? Remember, S domain name. %? Just now,
when the radio announced cabins receiving thermal protection suits, neither of the passenger cabins on either side of Jiangli were included. They did not get the first session of the heat protection suit.
They have to endure the heat.
Combined with the current lack of oxygen,
one's emotions can easily become out of control. Listening to the commotion around us,
I guess there's something wrong inside the cabin on both sides of the room.
They're being led by the nose by the Ghostface organization. The conspiracy of the Ghostface organization succeeded.
I'm afraid someone from the Ghostface organization is hiding behind the surveillance.
Schadenfreude at this survival of the fittest law of the jungle. Listen to me. Jiangli looked at the duo of Liang Chen and Zhao Xiao seriously. Of the three of us, nothing can happen to any of us. The hatch here, I suspect, could not be moved by one man's strength. According to rule number 3, 3 to 4 people must travel in a cabin. Most likely because it would take at least 3 of them to. It is only then that the open the hatch and the tin hatch operation can be accomplished. If we do get to that point of killing each other, we're cutting ourselves off from opening the hatch. But, Zhao Xiao spoke timidly, we're on a Ferris wheel, hundreds of meters up in the air. It's pretty dangerous to open the hatch. Dayo, you're stupid. Just open the hatch a little bit and the oxygen can come in to open the hatch the whole way. Liang Chen poked her in the head. Zhao Xiao let out an O and obediently closed her mouth with a red face. Meanwhile, inside the school bag that Zhao Xiao had placed on her knees, a notebook snapped out. What's this? Liang Chen picked up the notebook with a quick eye. Before Liang Chen could get a good look, Zhao Xiao snatched the notebook back in a panic. No, nothing, just normal class notes. Zhao Xiao's face grew redder and redder. Well, without delay, let's find out if there are any switches on the hatch, Zhongli explained to the duo. Just as the three were wearing oxygen masks, when I went around to the tin box, where there was a doorway, and studied it carefully, a few sparks of fire, piercing down through the top of the tin compartment, fell to the ground. Careful! Zhongli was approaching the tin compartment, banging on the door. Liang Chen behind him quickly reached out and blocked Zhongli's shoulder. A few scarlet sparks of fire fell down and were caught by Liang Chen. Liang Chen hissed in pain. The part of her hand that insulated her suit had a hole burned in it from the stuff. At Liang Chen's reminder, the three of them simultaneously ducked away a bit and looked towards the roof. At this point, everyone noticed the weirdness of the tin roof. The roof of the teepee looked like it was dripping, non-stop dripping down a ball of flame. And after these balls of flame fell to the ground, they converged into a ball little by little. Finally, the ball of blazing flame grew larger and larger. After accumulating to a propped-up book bag size, the flaming ball began to roll around on the tin floor again. Zhongli and the three of them all stepped carefully on top of their seats. Vigilant attention was paid to the direction in which the ball of flame was rolling on the ground. The ball of flame rolled for about half a minute or so. Maybe it's because you can't bump into anyone. It's not much fun. The ball of flame rolled back to the middle of the ground with resentment. Under the trio's gaze, the flaming light on the exterior of the flaming ball dissipated and faded away little by little. Then, on the tin floor, a little girl, curled up, slowly stretched her limbs and stretched out in front of the crowd. Ah, it's so cozy. I'm finally able to come out and play again. Oxygen can now be shared until we find a way to open the hatch together. Just as Zhongli was doing his analysis on this side, inside the next few tin compartments, came the terrified screams of men and women. The radio just read, cabins receiving thermal suits. At the time, neither of the passenger cabins on either side of Zhongli was among them. They didn't get the thermal suits from the first session. Then you have to endure the scorching heat, combined with the current lack of oxygen. One's emotions can easily become out of control. Listening to the commotion around us, I guess there's something wrong inside the cabin on both sides of the room. They're being led by the nose by the Ghostface organization. The conspiracy of the Ghostface organization succeeded. I'm afraid someone from the Ghostface organization is hiding behind surveillance, gloating over the survival of the fittest, of the law of the jungle. Listen to me. Zhongli looked at the duo of Liang Chen and Zhao Xiao seriously. Of the three of us, nothing can happen to any of us. The hatch here, I suspect, could not be moved by one man's strength. According to rule number 3, 3 to 4 people must travel in a cabin, most likely because it would take at least 3 of them to. It is only then that the open the hatch and the tin hatch operation can be accomplished. If we do get to that point of killing each other, we're cutting ourselves off from opening the hatch. But, Zhao Xiao spoke timidly, we're on a Ferris wheel, hundreds of meters up in the air. It's pretty dangerous to open the hatch. Dayo, you're stupid. Just open the hatch a little bit and the oxygen can come in to open the hatch the whole way. Liang Chen poked her in the head. Zhao Xiao let out an "oh" and immediately closed her mouth with a red face. Meanwhile, inside the school bag that Zhao Xiao had placed on her knees, a notebook snapped out. What's this? Liang Chen picked up the notebook with a quick eye. Before Liang Chen could get a good look, Zhao Xiao snatched the notebook back in a panic. No, nothing, just normal class notes. Zhao Xiao's face grew redder and redder. Well, without delay, let's find out if there are any switches on the hatch, Zhang Li explained to the duo. Just as the 3 were wearing oxygen masks, when I went around to the tin box, where there was a doorway, and studied it carefully, a few sparks of fire, piercing down through the top of the tin compartment, fell to the ground. Careful! Zhang Li was approaching the tin compartment, banging on the door. Liang Chen behind him quickly reached out and blocked Zhang Li's shoulder. A few scarlet sparks fell and were caught by Liang Chen. Liang Chen hissed in pain. The part of her hand that insulated her suit had a hole burned in it from the stuff. At Liang Chen's reminder, the 3 of them simultaneously ducked away a bit and looked towards the roof. At this point, everyone noticed the weirdness of the tin roof. The roof of the teepee looked like it was dripping, non-stop dripping down a ball of flame. And after these balls of flame fell to the ground, they converged into a ball little by little. Finally, the ball of blazing flame grew larger and larger. After accumulating to a propped-up book bag size, the flaming ball began to roll around on the tin floor again. Zhang Li and the 3 of them all stepped carefully on top of their seats. Vigilant attention was paid to the direction in which the ball of flame was rolling on the ground. The ball of flame rolled for about half a minute or so. Maybe it's because you can't bump into anyone. It's not much fun. The ball of flame rolled back to the middle of the ground with resentment. Under the trio's gaze, the flaming light on the exterior of the flaming ball dissipated and faded away little by little. Then, on the tin floor, a little girl, curled up, slowly stretched her limbs and stretched out in front of the crowd. Ah, it's so cozy. I'm finally able to come out and play again. Oxygen can now be shared? Until we find a way to open the hatch together. Just as Zhang Li's side was doing his analysis, inside a couple of tin compartments next door, came the terrified screams of men and women. Just now, when the announcement was made, cabins that have been issued heat protective suits. Neither of the staterooms on either side of Zhang Li were included. They did not get the first session of the heat protection suit. They have to endure the heat. Combined with the current lack of oxygen, one's emotions can easily become out of control. Listening to the commotion around us, I guess there's something wrong inside the cabin on both sides of the room. They're being led by the nose by the Ghostface organization. The conspiracy of the Ghostface organization succeeded. I'm afraid someone from the Ghostface organization is hiding behind the surveillance. Schadenfreude at this survival of the fittest law of the jungle. Listen to me. Zhang Li looked at the duo of Liang Chen and Zhao Xiao seriously. Of the 3 of us, nothing can happen to any of us. The hatch here, I suspect, could not be moved by one man's strength. According to rule number 3, 3 to 4 people must travel in a cabin, most likely because it would take at least 3 of them to. It is only then that the open the hatch and the tin hatch operation can be accomplished. If we do get to that point of killing each other, we're cutting ourselves off from opening the hatch. But, Zhao Xiao spoke timidly, we're on a Ferris wheel, hundreds of meters up in the air. It's pretty dangerous to open the hatch. Dayo, you're stupid. Just open the hatch a little bit and the oxygen can come in to open the hatch the whole way. Liang Chen poked her in the head. Zhao Xiao let out an "oh" and immediately closed her mouth with a red face. Meanwhile, inside the school bag that Zhao Xiao had placed on her knees, a notebook snapped out. What's this? Liang Chen picked up the notebook with a quick eye. Before Liang Chen could get a good look, Zhao Xiao snatched the notebook back in a panic. No, nothing, just normal class notes. Zhao Xiao's face grew redder and redder. Well, without delay, let's find out if there are any switches on the hatch, Zhang Li explained to the duo. Just as the 3 were wearing oxygen masks, when I went around to the tin box, where there was a doorway, and studied it carefully, a few sparks of fire, piercing down through the tin compartment roof, fell to the ground. Careful! Zhang Li was approaching the tin compartment, banging on the door. Liang Chen behind him quickly reached out and blocked Zhang Li's shoulder. A few scarlet sparks of fire fell down and were caught by Liang Chen. Liang Chen hissed in pain. The part of her hand that insulated her suit had a hole burned in it from the stuff. At Liang Chen's reminder,
The three of them simultaneously ducked away a bit and looked towards the roof. At this point, everyone noticed the weirdness of the tin roof. The roof of the teepee looks like it's dripping, non-stop dripping down a ball of flame. And after these balls of flame fell to the ground, they converged into a ball little by little. Finally, the ball of blazing flame grew larger and larger. After accumulating to a propped-up book bag size, the flaming ball began to roll around on the tin floor again. Zhongli and the three of them all stepped carefully on top of their seats. Vigilant attention was paid to the direction in which the ball of flame was rolling on the ground. The ball of flame rolled for about half a minute or so.
Maybe it's because you can't bump into anyone. It's not much fun.
The ball of flame rolled back to the middle of the ground with resentment. Under the trio's gaze, the flaming light on the exterior of the flaming ball dissipated and faded away little by little. Then, on the tin floor, a little girl, curled up, slowly stretched her limbs and stretched out in front of the crowd.
Ah, it's so cozy. I'm finally able to come out and play again.
Oxygen can now be shared until we find a way to open the hatch together.
Just as Zhongli was doing his analysis on this side, inside the next few tin compartments,
came the terrified screams of men and women.
This author, Cui Jioton,
reminds you that the fullest version of Rules Grotesque, Happy Jubilee to My Family is available at
domain, hashtag, just now.
When the radio announced cabins receiving thermal protection suits, neither of the passenger cabins on either side of Zhongli were included. They did not get the first session of the heat protection suit.
They have to endure the heat.
Combined with the current lack of oxygen,
one's emotions can easily become out of control. Listening to the commotion around us,
I guess there's something wrong inside the cabin on both sides of the room.
They're being led by the nose by the Ghostface organization. The conspiracy of the Ghostface organization succeeded. I'm afraid someone from the Ghostface organization is hiding behind surveillance. Schadenfreude at this survival of the fittest law of the jungle. Listen to me. Zhongli looked at the duo of Liang Chen and Zhao Xiao seriously. Of the three of us, nothing can happen to any of us. The hatch here, I suspect, could not be moved by one man's strength. According to rule number 3, 3 to 4 people must travel in a cabin, most likely because it would take at least 3 of them to. It is only then that the open the hatch and the tin hatch operation can be accomplished. If we do get to that point of killing each other, we're cutting ourselves off from opening the hatch. But, Zhao Xiao spoke timidly, we're on a Ferris wheel, hundreds of meters up in the air. It's pretty dangerous to open the hatch. Dayo, you're stupid. Just open the hatch a little bit and the oxygen can come in to open the hatch the whole way. Liang Chen poked her in the head. Zhao Xiao let out an O and immediately closed her mouth with a red face. Meanwhile, inside the school bag that Zhao Xiao had placed on her knees, a notebook snapped out. What's this? Liang Chen picked up the notebook with a quick eye. Before Liang Chen could get a good look, Zhao Xiao snatched the notebook back in a panic. No, nothing, just normal class notes. Zhao Xiao's face grew redder and redder. Well, without delay, let's find out if there are any switches on the hatch. Zhongli explained to the duo. Just as the 3 men were wearing oxygen masks, when I went around to the tin box, where there was a doorway, to study it, a few sparks of fire, piercing down through the top of the tin compartment, fell to the ground. Careful. Zhongli was approaching the tin compartment, banging on the door. Liang Chen behind him quickly reached out and blocked Zhongli's shoulder. A few scarlet sparks of fire fell down and were caught by Liang Chen. Liang Chen hissed in pain. The part of her hand that insulated her suit had a hole burned in it from the stuff. At Liang Chen's reminder, the 3 of them simultaneously ducked away a bit and looked towards the roof. At this point, everyone noticed the weirdness of the tin roof. The roof of the teepee looks like it's dripping, non-stop dripping down a ball of flame. And after these balls of flame fell to the ground, they converged into a ball little by little. Finally, the ball of blazing flame grew larger and larger. After accumulating to a propped-up book bag size, the flaming ball began to roll around on the tin floor again. Zhongli and the 3 of them all stepped carefully on top of their seats. Vigilant attention was paid to the direction in which the ball of flame was rolling on the ground. The ball of flame rolled for about half a minute or so. Maybe it's because you can't bump into anyone. It's not much fun.
The ball of flame rolled back to the middle of the ground with resentment. Under the trio's gaze, the flaming light on the exterior of the flaming ball dissipated and faded away little by little. Then, on the tin floor, a little girl, curled up, slowly stretched her limbs and stretched out in front of the crowd.
Ah, it's so cozy. I'm finally able to come out and play again. Chapter 172, Auspicious Fire.
While the little girl stretches, a yellowish scroll with sparks of fire bubbling at the edges was also unfolded in front of the 3.
Character unlocked, amusement park mascot, Fire.
Mascot Fiery, code of conduct.
1.
Fire's a little short-tempered. If she asks you for water, please do everything possible to satisfy her.
2. Fire does not subjectively intend to harm visitors, unless the tourists can't fulfill her requests or make her angry.
3. The body of the fire is corrosive to the heat-insulating protective clothing, so please avoid direct contact as much as possible. 4. Bullying fire, driving fire away, and neglecting fire will be severely punished. The information is displayed. The yellowish scroll immediately hung in the air and burned, disappearing in front of everyone's eyes. But at this moment, Zhongli also discovered another serious problem. The room temperature in the tin compartment has a tendency to rise significantly. The mascot in front of us, Fire, comes with the attribute of flame. Her presence heated up the room. So the original relatively stable life values of Zhongli's 3 people, it now appears to be accelerating downward. What do you want? Liang Chen stared at the little girl defensively. The little girl was sitting on the ground, picking up the 3 daggers on the floor. The 3 daggers had been melted into little balls of metal, and were now cupped in her 2 hands. Toss it around like it's showing off acrobatics. The little girl was having fun when she suddenly heard Liang Chen calling her, and her hand movements paused for a moment. The little metal balls all rolled to the ground and scattered in all directions. The little girl turned her head and looked blearily at Liang Chen. Big sister, do you have water? I'm thirsty now. I want some water. The little girl came up and embarrassed the trio, not understanding whether the little girl was good or bad. Liang Chen and Zhao Xiao looked at each other. Then they both opened their school bags and rummaged through them to find a bottle of drink and 2 bottles of mineral water. One of the bottles of mineral water, or for Zhongli to have drunk. Zhao Xiao carried it inside her school bag for Zhongli. There wasn't much left of those 3 bottles of water. In such a dry and hot environment, the water source is quite important for the human body. Zhongli, this is all the water we have. Liang Chen had no bottom in his heart. She subliminally inquired Zhongli if she wanted to give all the water to this fire. In this big oven, the body loses quite a bit of water. Wearing a heat-insulating suit, heat insulating is already done, but the problem of dryness is still there. The 3 people who were supposed to be indoors wanted to drink all the water early on, but considering that the Ferris wheel lasts 15 minutes, that's why I was thinking of saving a little bit. Save at least 1 sip of water for when you're thirsty. As a result, now that we've met fire, wouldn't all the water sources all be looted? Zhongli thought of the first rule of getting along with fire. Fire's a little short-tempered. If she asks you for water, please do everything possible to satisfy her. Give it to her. It's really thirsty. We can hold back. The game will be over soon. Zhongli nodded at the Liang Chen duo. Zhongli wasn't terribly worried about the water source. The odds are that fire won't be here for long. I'll wait for firefighter. By leaving, Zhongli could take out the honey water that was hoarded in space and temporarily quench her thirst. The Ferris wheel doesn't run very long. Those honey waters that Zhongli had hoarded were still more than enough to solve the immediate needs of these few minutes. Although, it does seem a bit of a waste to drink up honey water as water. Want to read Rules Weird Tales, Happy Jubilee Day to My Family Chapter 172 Mascot Fire by Chui Jiotong? Please remember, the domain name of hashtag. Zhongli thought back to the days when she returned to China. She had tried many times to invoke space and stock up on useful supplies, but the storage ability of Paper House seems to only work in the weird world. So then the idea of stocking up had to be put off as well. While thinking, Liang Chen's duo had already placed 3 bottles of water on the ground. Fire crawled over and cradled the 3 bottles of water in his arms. One by one, she opened the lids, 1 bottle after another, and poured the water from the bottles, one by one, into her mouth. Mineral water and drinks, all of them, the moment they touched Fire's mouth, bared and evaporated. Not enough water la. Fire lifted the bottle and shook the last 2 drops of water into her mouth. Is there any more water? Sis. Fire stared with big red pupil eyes, kneeled on the ground, and crawled to Zhongli on his hands and knees. Liang Chen and Zhao Xiao no longer had an extra source of water, so they could only shake their heads at Zhongli. Zhongli noticed that after Fire drank the water, the 3 of them's life values obviously stabilized for a while, but in the absence of a water source for the Fire, it should be that the temperature in the room continues to rise again. So the life values started to go down again. It seems that once Fire's desire for a drink of water has been satisfied, it would prevent the temperature inside the iron compartment from continuing to rise, slowing down the fall of the player's life value. Zhongli guessed that the presence of the fire could possibly cause the temperature of the tin compartment that upgraded from 2nd to 3rd tranche. Seeing Jiang Li's delay in ignoring her, Fire rolled around on the ground. Drink water. I want water. Fire lay on the tin floor, stomping his legs and rolling all over the place. You can't ignore Fire. You can't drive Fire away, and it must satisfy Fire's claim to drink water. But what to do now that the water supply has run out? Chapter 173 The Key to Rescue. As long as it can quench your thirst? Zhongli inquired of the crying Fire. When the little girl heard Zhongli ignoring her, she sat up and stared at Zhongli.
nodding heavily. Aha! Receiving the little girl's affirmative reply, Zhongli directly lifted his sleeve and reached out. Sister has no water, only human blood, although sister will die from it. But, as long as it can help quench Flame's thirst, what does it matter if my sister dies or not? Zhongli said these two words with tears in her voice. She sniffled in passing, with the attitude that she would die without regret in order to fulfill Fire's wish. Mascot Fire. Second in the code of getting along. Fire will not harm tourists in her subjective willingness to do so, unless the visitor is unable to fulfill her request, or make her angry. Zhongli's approach was fulfilling Fire's request of wanting to quench his thirst, so as not to put yourself in violation of the rules, but at the same time, it's forcing Fire to hurt tourists. Zhongli emphasized the phrase will die by himself. Even if Fire didn't understand anymore, he should know the serious consequences of this matter by now. Liang Chen and Zhao Xiao clearly saw Zhongli's intentions. They were both in the movie in a second. Zhao Xiao whispered to Zhongli to dissuade her. Zhongli, but you'll die this way. Liang Chen also rolled up his sleeves with a death-defying demeanor. Fire, you don't drink her blood. Come here, you drink mine. The three of them talked, and each of them ended up rolling up their sleeves to make Fire drink blood to quench his thirst. Ha! Fire sat down on her stomach with her hand propped up on the ground. She looked at the three white arms in front of her with a dazed expression, a change from her previous haphazard stance. Then forget it. I'll go next door and ask sisters. As soon as Fire said this, all three people in the room retracted their arms in a swift motion. The sisters' expressions were cold, and they withdrew their hands without a moment's hesitation. Fire's body once again transformed into a small ball of flame and burrowed out from inside the iron wall. Went straight to cabin 02 next door. There was a brawl in cabin 02, and now there's only one pugilist left. Puma had bagged all the oxygen and was barely alive alone. Zhongli heard the conversation over there. Uncle, do you have any water? I'm thirsty. I want water. Fire the little girl. The staggering voice came from over there. The pugilist next door was silent for a long time in the face of this question. Finally, he spoke with slight hesitation. Water no, but I have urine. If you're really thirsty, I'll find you a bottle. Before the pugilist could speak, he heard what appeared to be a roaring combustion in the next cabin. Zhongli's side was all dangerously close to being affected. Ahem! Just then, the oxygen mask on Liang Chen's side, however, had a problem. Liang Chen took a few sharp puffs, but it seems that her oxygen line has been stopped and there's no oxygen in it at all. Zhao Xiao, who was next to her, noticed that Liang Chen was out of sorts, and she hurriedly removed her own oxygen mask and it was temporarily lent to Liang Chen. Zhongli, on the other hand, continued to go to the location of the compartment door of the tin compartment, looking for a way to open the hatch. There was a gap left where the hatch had been. Other than that, there was nothing on these bare tin walls. There must exist some detail that Zhongli had never noticed. Tin passenger cabin, only so big and not much stuff. But where, exactly, could that omission be? Zhongli closed her eyes and inside her head, recalled everything in detail. From entering the hatch, to finding protective clothing, to the lack of oxygen in the room. Fire appears. Wait a minute. An aura. At first glance, in the mind, Zhongli's eyes snapped open, and a bright color surfaced in his eyes. That place. Following Zhongli's line of sight, it was none other than the tin compartment in which the never used fourth seat. Of those 4 seats, the other 3 are cabinet boxes. Only the 4th seat. Nothing, but it shouldn't be a useless presence in a tin cabin with not much stuff. Zhongli immediately went to the 4th seat. The other 3 seats, all of which had been fixed. The 4th seat, however, shows signs of slight movement. Zhongli moved the 4th seat out. Sure enough, inside the wall behind the seat, I found 3 round hole-like recesses. Are these 3 pre-drilled round holes where something needs to be put in? And should be something spherical. At this moment, an object flashed through Zhongli's mind. Metal blob. The first thing Fire did when he came to the cabin was to pick up the dagger on the floor, melted it into little balls of metal. So those seemingly useless daggers should actually count as important props. If these daggers had not become weapons of murder, then they become keys to salvation. Zhongli's mood was agitated. At this moment, Liang Chen and Zhao Xiao are sharing an oxygen mask. Both are now suffering from oxygen deprivation, as well as physical exhaustion. Zhongli didn't dare to continue delaying. Opening the hatch would still require both of them to contribute. You two hold on for a minute. It'll be over in a minute. Zhongli quickly went to pick up the 3 small metal balls on the ground. One by one, they were pressed into the small round holes reserved for them. After a 5-second wait, a small slit opened up right in the center of the tin cabin roof. Then, with a boom, a square vent appeared in front of the crowd, and in the meantime, 2 little fleshy hands raked up the edge of the vent, and the fiery head that
it also stretched in upside down.
Ha! Sister, why did you call me back? As long as it can quench your thirst? Zhongli inquired of the crying fire.
When the little girl heard Zhongli ignoring her, she sat up and stared at Zhongli, nodding heavily.
Aha!
Receiving the little girl's affirmative reply, Zhongli directly lifted his sleeve and reached out.
Sister has no water, only human blood, although sister will die from it.
But, as long as it can help quench Flame's thirst,
what does it matter if my sister dies or not?
Zhongli said these two words with tears in her voice. She sniffled in passing, with the attitude that she would die without regret in order to fulfill Fire's wish.
Mascot Fire. Second in the code of getting along.
Fire will not harm a tourist in her subjective will, unless the visitor is unable to fulfill her request, or make her angry. Zhongli's approach was fulfilling Fire's request of wanting to quench his thirst, so as not to put yourself in violation of the rules.
But at the same time, it's forcing Fire to hurt tourists. Zhongli emphasized the phrase will die by himself. Even if Fire didn't understand anymore,
he should know the serious consequences of this matter by now. Liang Chen and Zhao Xiao clearly saw Zhongli's intentions.
They were both in the movie in a second.
Zhao Xiao whispered to Zhongli to dissuade her.
Zhongli, but you'll die this way. Liang Chen also rolled up his sleeves with a death-defying demeanor.
Fire, you don't drink her blood.
Come here, you drink mine.
The three of them talked, and each of them ended up rolling up their sleeves to make Fire drink blood to quench his thirst.
Ha!
Fire sat down on her stomach with her hand propped up on the ground. She looked at the three white arms in front of her with a dazed expression, a change from her previous haphazard stance.
Then forget it. I'll go next door and ask sisters.
As soon as Fire said this, all three people in the room retracted their arms in a swift motion. The sisters' expressions were cold, and they withdrew their hands without a moment's hesitation. Fire's body once again transformed into a small ball of flame and burrowed out from inside the iron wall.
Went straight to cabin 02 next door.
There was a brawl in cabin 02, and now there's only one pugilist left.
Puma had bagged all the oxygen and was barely alive alone.
Zhongli heard the conversation over there.
Uncle, do you have any water? I'm thirsty. I want water.
Fire the little girl. The staggering voice came from over there. The pugilist next door was silent for a long time in the face of this question.
Finally,
he spoke with slight hesitation.
Water no, but I have urine. If you're really thirsty, I'll find you a bottle.
Before the pugilist could speak, he heard what appeared to be a roaring combustion in the next cabin. Zhongli's side was all dangerously close to being affected.
Ahem! Just then, the oxygen mask on Liang Chen's side, however, had a problem. Liang Chen took a few sharp puffs,
but it seems that her oxygen line has been stopped and there's no oxygen in it at all.
Zhao Xiao,
who was next to her, noticed that Liang Chen was out of sorts, and she hurriedly removed her own oxygen mask and
it was temporarily lent to Liang Chen. Zhongli, on the other hand,
continued to go to the location of the compartment door of the tin compartment,
looking for a way to open the hatch.
There was a gap left where the hatch had been. Other than that, there was nothing on these bare tin walls. There must exist some detail that Zhongli had never noticed.
Tin passenger cabin.
Only so big and not much stuff.
But where, exactly, could that omission be?
Zhongli closed her eyes and inside her head,
recalled everything in detail. From entering the hatch,
to finding protective clothing,
to the lack of oxygen in the room. Fire appears. Wait a minute. An aura. At first glance, in the mind, Zhongli's eyes snapped open,
and a bright color surfaced in his eyes. That place.
Following Zhongli's line of sight,
it was none other than the tin compartment in which the
never used fourth seat.
Of those 4 seats, the other 3 are cabinet boxes.
Only the 4th seat. Nothing.
But it shouldn't be a useless presence in a tin cabin with not much stuff.
Zhongli immediately went to the 4th seat.
The other 3 seats, all of which had been fixed.
The 4th seat, however, shows signs of slight movement. Zhongli moved the 4th seat out. Sure enough, inside the wall behind the seat,
I found 3 round hole-like recesses.
Are these 3 pre-drilled round holes where something needs to be put in? And should be something spherical. At this moment, an object flashed through Zhongli's mind. Metal blob.
The first thing Fire did when he came to the cabin was to pick up the dagger on the floor, melted it into little balls of metal.
So those seemingly useless daggers should actually count as important props. If these daggers had not become weapons of murder,
then they become keys to salvation.
Zhongli's mood was agitated. At this moment,
Liang Chen and Zhao Xiao are sharing an oxygen mask.
Both are now suffering from oxygen deprivation, as well as physical exhaustion. Zhongli didn't dare to continue delaying.
Opening the hatch would still require both of them to contribute.
You two hold on for a minute. It'll be over in a minute.
Zhongli quickly went to pick up the 3 small metal balls on the ground.
One by one,
they were pressed into the small round holes reserved for them.
After a 5-second wait,
A small slit opened up right in the center of the tin cabin roof. Then, with a boom, a square vent appeared in front of the crowd, and in the meantime, two little fleshy hands raked up the edge of the vent, and the fiery head that, it also stretched in upside down.
Ha! Sister, why did you call me back? Chapter 174, Obtaining a Magnetic Card.
Zhongli froze for 2 seconds.
It's fine. It's just that I miss you.
Zhongli casually said a reason.
So this mechanism, it doesn't open the hatch?
But fortunately, the appearance of this vent also gave the crowd a moment of respite. The oxygen crisis,
so far, is sort of over. After hearing Jiang Li's reply,
Fire covered her small mouth and snickered twice. She rolled over off the roof and popped up in front of Zhongli.
Following the example of the little gentleman and, bending his knees, he dutifully curtsied. Thank you, sister, for thinking of me. Sister, you are the first to find the organ. As a reward, let me take you to a place. Fire turned around and made a hole in the tin compartment. She kicked at the door panel, and the iron door fell back toward the outside of the stateroom. That iron plate extends outward and lays a tin path. Come on out, sister. The Ferris wheel game will continue later. Time stood still for a second, and the life values of John Lee's few people no longer continued to fall down.
The little girl, Flame, with her hands behind her back and an old-fashioned look on her face,
stepped out on the iron plate, outside the tin cabin. It wasn't 100 meters in the air, but another world under the control of the Ghostface organization. It was like hell outside, shrouded in endless darkness. It's okay, sis, come here. Seeing that several people were not moving, Fire took the initiative to turn back and tried to hold John Lee's hand. Seeing this, John Lee immediately lifted up the sleeves of his insulated suit.
Flame's body is corrosive to the heat-insulating protective clothing, so please avoid direct contact as much as possible.
John Lee, you'll get burned.
Liang Chen spoke out trying to warn. She had gotten burned a bit by the sparks when she had covered John Lee earlier.
As a rule of thumb,
if John Lee directly held her, then her skin would definitely be burned as well. But at this point it was too late. Fire had taken Zhang Li's fingertips in one hand.
The icy touch came.
It was Fire who collected the flames from his body. Zhang Li gave Liang Chen a reassuring look and comforted him.
Without waiting for Liang Chen to react, Fire's other hand, again, held Liang Chen. Fire does not subjectively intend to harm tourists. Sister, I'm sorry for accidentally burning you before. Sorry ho.
With her own cold little hands, Fire rubbed Liang Chen's scalded spot.
No, it's fine. Ha ha.
Liang Chen laughed with some chagrin. Recalling the rules, she also let go of Fire.
Fire is the mascot of the amusement park. Although Fire is inextricably linked to the Ghostface organization, but Fire doesn't seem to harm them. All three were led by Fire into that darkness outside. This seems to be the underground prison of the Ghostface organization, because of the countless pairs of dry,
burnt hands on both sides of the road that Zhang Li and the others stepped on. It was grasping Zhang Li's ankles and wrists of the three of them on the way up.
Those people were not very strong.
Zhang Li could break free with just a slight struggle.
Zhang Li looked back in the direction he came from. Every tin box over there looks like a glass house. Sample. It's the transparent presence.
The man in the tin compartment looks like the predecessor of the incarcerated inside this prison.
Maybe the tourists who went out of the Ferris wheel game with 0 lives. The end of them. This is it. Water. Drink water. So thirsty. Really thirsty. Please, let me out. I'm hot. It's dry. I want water. Listen carefully, and on either side of the tin road came a myriad of dry, muffled murmurs. All of them, were the ones who lost their lives in this game of Ferris wheel. I am the mascot of the amusement park and their guardian spirit. I come to you for water. It's actually all asked for them. While Fire was talking, a new batch of prisoners was brought in. This group of prisoners John Lee had seen before. They were participants in the last round of the Ferris wheel game. The prisoners were carrying sparks of varying sizes on their bodies. Those sparks flew straight towards Flame after entering this area. The power of the fire, too, became stronger. Zhang Li's mood was a bit heavy. These hostages, in the hands of the Ghostface organization, not only live to face inhuman treatment, die and be trapped here forever. And what about you, Fire? What's your relationship with the Ghostface organization? Zhang Li asked, the doubt in his heart. According to Zhang Li's observations over the past few months, playing different roles in the bazaar, there are also rules that you need to follow. The Ghostface organization, they seem to be the ones who make all the rules in the world of weird talk. The weirdness, on the other hand, varies. Some of them look like they have been captured by the Ghostface organization and appear to need to do things for the Ghostface organization. Some of the shenanigans, however, seem to be a little freer, existing only for the sake of the obsessions of the mind. Fire thought long and hard and didn't reply. Maybe the little girl didn't know, either, what she had to do with the Ghostface organization. She's a collection of all the inmates' obsessions here. She was born as a mascot, but she is also spooky itself, and she needs to play by the rules. A few people passed through the darkness in silence. At the end of this road was again the tin passenger cabin, baked by the flames. The end of the road is also the beginning of the road. Sister, Fire called out behind them. I kind of like you guys, and I hope you don't get sent here. When Fire finished speaking, she took out a magnetic card and shoved it into Jianli's hand. You use this to open the hatch of the tin passenger compartment. It will be possible to escape from the middle of the fiery illusion realm. Fire spoke. Chapter 175, Little Wasp Balloon. Jianli took the magnetic card and said thank you to Fire. Fire smiled brightly at Jianli. You're welcome. I have to go play with the others, so I won't be accompanying my sisters. Looking at Fire's back as he walked towards the other staterooms, seemingly sparingly, Jianli was vaguely able to guess in his heart that Fireflame was torn and suffering inside. Fire represents the dead players. The dead are hungry for a drink and a source of water. She seeks water from the players in the game, on behalf of the dead. But Fire's search for water also means that new players might get killed, causing a new batch of dead. There is a steady stream of dead people. That's why Fire's mission never ends. That had been the rule since she had existed, and the rule was going to trap her here. In this world, Creepy is also just a slave to the Ghostface organization. If we can find a way to break the link between the Ghostface organization and the spooky, perhaps the spooky world that Ghostface has crafted will fall apart. This battle between the Chosen One and the Ghostface organization will come to a perfect end. Jianli collected his thoughts and returned to the middle of the passenger cabin. The iron wall where Fire had originally kicked away was repaired and closed within seconds, blocking access to the inner prisons of the Ghostface organization. Jianli took the magnetic card, put it in the position of the iron compartment door slit, and lightly swiped it. The illusion of a tin passenger cabin, which appeared the moment the locked door was. It also breaks at the moment of unlocking. Jianli and the three of them were back in the normal cabin of the Ferris wheel in a flash. Red Baby was there. At this time, the Ferris wheel 01 cabin has gradually risen to the highest point, 100 meters in the air, but not before a few people had enjoyed the view. An ugly and scruffy, creepy grinning face on the cabin window that almost gave the crowd a heart attack. Holy, where did that ugly thing come from? Scared the out of me. Liang Chen immediately stood up and moved away from the window, patting his chest and ducking towards the back. The man outside, wearing the uniform of the staff. His hair was disheveled and he was now sprawled out the window like a spider. The man's mouth, spitting out white threads like spider's silk. Aided by the man climbing around on a high Ferris wheel. In terms of mental state, the man should be rather insane. It could be a work demon. Gotcha you guys wait. Men seem to be game monitors. He muttered under his breath and crawled around the window, horizontal and shadowy. By the looks of him, he should be planning to go around to where the doorway is, pick through the doorway and drill in from the outside. Jianli's group of girls turned out to be safe time and time again, causing the staff to be alerted early in the morning, while the other players were still experiencing their third and fourth death crises. Jianli's group, however, broke away from it prematurely, but the staff won't let them off the hook. Spider-Man crawled to the doorway and was reaching in, trying to pick at the hatch. Liang Chen, who had learned Taekwondo, immediately took half a step back and did a roundhouse kick a direct kick to the man's pitch-black fingers. Out of a subconscious evasive action, Spider-Man's hand flinched back and his expression glared menacingly at Liang. Morning. Trey 9 Hall reminds you that Rule Oddity, Happy Jubilee to my family was first updated on. Remember. Asterisk? Jianli's few people rushed forward and pressed the hatch. You guys wait. I'm going to find someone. I'm going to get someone. Spider-Man cursed. He climbed the bulkhead and crawled away down below, seemingly to get help from his co-workers. Jianli glanced downward. There are a couple of Ferris wheel cabins down there that also have these spitting and crawling weird men. Spider, an insider of the Ghostface organization with the property of a spider, and the natural enemy of spiders, is bees. Jianli recalled the various scenes in the amusement park where the little wasp had appeared, the little bumblebee figures that hand out flyers, and Main Street, that slowly rising oversized bumblebee balloon. Jianli immediately went to the window and looked out at the little wasp balloon. At that moment, outside the Ferris wheel's cabin, the little wasp's balloon was slowly approaching. Huge balloons, floating over jumpers, over roller coasters, over big pendulums. It's coming towards the Ferris wheel now. The top of the balloon, framed by two long banners. It's a tip intentionally left for visitors to the aerial program. The first banner reads, Little Bumblebee Safety Balloon, created by the Little Bumblebee Foundation. The next day's banner reads, If you're feeling sick at altitude, feel free to run to us. We will be there for your aftermath. This oversized bumblebee balloon is not smooth and flat on the outside. The center of the balloon,
where the back of the little bumblebee would be, there is a rectangular area that is recessed inwards. Inside the depression, it is covered with cushion-reducing foam marine balls, and the material of the bumblebee balloon is not like a regular balloon that breaks when you poke it. This little wasp balloon is carefully designed for rescue. The material is stiffer to the naked eye, similar to the texture of an airbag. This is a special release by the Little Wasp Foundation to provide survival opportunities for visitors to the aerial program. When the safety balloon leans over, we'll jump in immediately, John Lee told the Liang-Chin duo. Chapter 176, The Mastermind Behind the Criticisms. As for the red baby on John Lee's shoulder, ever since she came to the amusement park area under the control of the Ghost Face organization, the mental state has not been very good. Red Infant was on John Lee's shoulder several times, too tired to open her eyes and doze off, almost asleep. It seemed that the Ghost Mask organization's control over shenanigans was far beyond John Lee's imagination. It was too late to ponder the strength behind the Ghostface organization, and the little wasp balloon, in the distance, had drifted closer. John Lee could clearly see that the life value of the three of them was currently maintained at around 70. As long as we can escape from this crisis, John Lee will be able to reach the Ferris wheel project's successful pass. John Lee's three people grabbed the handrail, and all of them made efforts together to open the cabin door of the Ferris wheel's passenger cabin. Liang-Chin saw the high altitude outside and his feet went weak with a wave of vertigo. By now the cabin they were traveling in, Cabin 01, had risen to the top of the Ferris wheel. A height of 150 meters is equivalent to the height of a 50-story building. Must you jump? Liang-Chen's voice was blown by the cold wind, and the end of his voice trembled lightly. John Lee nodded. We must jump while the safety balloon is close. Oh, I love you, mommy. Liang-Chen looked in the direction of the balloon below and stomped on both feet. The next second, she caved in and shrunk back. Sis, I can't. This is too scary. Liang-Chen was paralyzed with fear. The lower part of the passenger cabin is 70 to 80 meters above the. It's only where the bumblebee balloon height is. That's a jump down to the height of a 20-story building. And the little bumblebee doesn't dare to get too close to the Ferris wheel equipment in order not to rub against it. So there was a gap of 3 to 4 meters between the balloon and the Ferris wheel. As John Lee and the girls jumped, they had to power forward. Otherwise, you're likely to fall right into the gap and die on the spot. Coupled with this height of 70 to 80 meters, a normal person would be weak in the knees and panicked at the sight of it. No one dares to jump down without a second thought. John Lee stuck her head out and slightly observed the staff below the Ferris wheel for a few seconds. 5 or 6 men, already in a circle, pointing in the direction of John Lee's cabin, were engaged. If John Lee's trio waited any longer and the balloon flew away again, it would really be too late. Tell you what, I'll go first, you guys follow. John Lee's words fell and he came to the door. She held onto the doorframe and took a deep breath, preparing to jump. However, at this critical moment, the part of John Lee's wrist where he wore the energy bracelet, there came a sharp stabbing pain. China, Ministry of Intelligence. Technicians are pounding out code to urgently fix the live streaming system. Xia Guofeng was in the back and couldn't wait to get his hands on it himself. Guofeng, I know you're in a hurry, but as things stand, there's no use in rushing. You give the techs a little more time. The expert members behind him, their eyes fixed on Xia Guofeng, who was walking around, were kindly persuaded. Xia Guofeng pointed at the big screen of the live broadcast, the pop-up system that had been hacked. Look for yourself. This just caught a bunch of sailors. Another batch of robots popped out of nowhere. Bans have been broken. Live expert numbers have been hacked. And now it's all been turned into bot swipes. Look at all the pop-ups. Those who cursed Zhang Li to death. Those who deliberately stirred up trouble to lead to war. And those who slandered and rumored about Zhang Li. Can their organization still be lawless? The value of Zhang Li's energy bracelet plummeted in just a few seconds. Zhang Li insisted on choosing the SS level pass to confront the Ghost Face organization head-on. The Ghost Mask organization was prepared to kill Zhang Li, if it wasn't for the fact that just now, Liang Chen and Zhao Xiao behind Zhang Li held Zhang Li back. Zhang Li might even fall to his death. Minister, the account consoles for all the robots have been found, the technician shouted. Several experts came forward to view the screen. The technician said, from the map, it looks like all the bot accounts are coming from the same address. Building 7, New World District, Dongcheng District. The signal is coming from the 11th floor. Tech continues to fix the pop-up system. The rest of you, come with me and make the arrest. Xia Guofeng ordered in a cold voice. He lifted his sleeves, threw on his jacket, and strode out in a huff. At this time, in the middle of a high-class apartment in the North District, Wu was sitting slowly in his recliner, swiveling the chair around, and through the floor-to-ceiling windows, looking out over the street below. Next to Wu, the computer bots kept sending out swipes of vicious pop-ups. In addition to this, the long string of code he purposely debugged for changing the locator address. It
it's running wild on another computer. Host, they would never have guessed that the one who wants to mess with the chosen one of China is you. The system fawned and spoke in Wu's ear. Xiao Wu picked up the red wine specially delivered by the Ghostface organization and shook the glass, bringing the drink into his mouth. These red wines can be fine wines. Extract the blood, amount of the essence of the meanest and most poisonous. Enjoy your meal, the system reminded warmly. That's really a lot of thanks. Xiao Wu smiled lightly, picked up the handkerchief on the table, and wiped his mouth. Threw the handkerchief into the trash can again by hand. Put down your glass. Xiao Wu picked up his cell phone and swiped through the short video he hadn't finished watching earlier with an air of calmness. He took the short video and compared it over and over to the big screen image of the eerie live feed on the TV. Well, that's her. Try. Wu nodded, casually resting his cell phone on the small round table. Continue craning your head to enjoy the view out the floor-to-ceiling windows. And the coquettish girl on the cell phone screen lit up on the small round table. At first glance, it's a bit familiar. As for the red baby on Jian Li's shoulder, ever since she came to the amusement park area under the control of the Ghostface organization, the mental state has not been very good. Red infant was on Jian Li's shoulder several times, too tired to open her eyes and doze off, almost asleep. It seemed that the Ghost Mask organization's control over shenanigans was far beyond Jian Li's imagination. It was too late to ponder the strength behind the Ghostface organization, and the little wasp balloon, in the distance, had drifted closer. Jian Li could clearly see that the life value of the three of them was currently maintained at around 70. As long as we can escape from this crisis, Jian Li will be able to reach the Ferris wheel project successful pass. Jian Li's three people grabbed the handrail, and all of them made efforts together to open the cabin door of the Ferris wheel's passenger cabin. When Liang Chen saw the high altitude outside, his feet went weak and a wave of vertigo came over him. By now the cabin they were traveling in, Cabin 01, had risen to the top of the Ferris wheel. A height of 150 meters is equivalent to the height of a 50-story building. Must you jump? Liang Chen's voice was blown by the cold wind, and the end of his voice trembled lightly. Jian Li nodded. We must jump while the safety balloon is close. Oh, I love you, mommy. Liang Chen looked in the direction of the balloon below and stomped on both feet. The next second, she caved in and shrunk back. Sis, I can't. This is too scary. Liang Chen was paralyzed with fear. The lower part of the passenger cabin is 70 to 80 meters above it's only where the bumblebee balloon height is. That's a jump down to the height of a 20-story building. And the little bumblebee doesn't dare to get too close to the Ferris wheel equipment in order not to rub against it. So there was a gap of 3 to 4 meters between the balloon and the Ferris wheel. As Jian Li and the girls jumped, they had to power forward. Otherwise, you're likely to fall straight into the gap and die on the spot. Coupled with this height of 70 to 80 meters, a normal person would be weak in the knees and panicked at the sight of it. No one dares to jump down without a second thought. Jian Li stuck her head out and slightly observed the staff below the Ferris wheel for a few seconds. 5 or 6 men, already in a circle, pointing in the direction of Jian Li's cabin, were engaged. If Jian Li's trio waited any longer and the balloon flew away again, it would really be too late. Tell you what, I'll go first, you guys follow. Jian Li's words fell and he came to the door. She held onto the doorframe and took a deep breath, preparing to jump. However, at this critical moment, the part of Jian Li's wrist where he wore the energy bracelet, there came a sharp stabbing pain. China, Ministry of Intelligence. Technicians are pounding out code to urgently fix the live streaming system. Xia Guofeng was in the back and couldn't wait to get his hands on it himself. Guofeng, I know you're in a hurry, but as things stand, there's no use in rushing. You give the techs a little more time. The expert members behind him, their eyes fixed on Xia Guofeng, who was walking around, were kindly persuaded. Xia Guofeng pointed at the big screen of the live broadcast, the pop-up system that had been hacked. Look for yourself. This just caught a bunch of sailors. Another batch of robots popped out of nowhere. Bands have been broken. Live expert numbers have been hacked. And now it's all been turned into bot swipes. Look at all the pop-ups. Those who cursed Jian Li to death. Those who deliberately stirred up trouble to lead to war. And those who slandered and rumored about Jian Li. Can their organization still be lawless? The value of Jian Li's energy bracelet plummeted in just a few seconds. Jian Li insisted on choosing the SS level pass to confront the Ghostface organization head-on. The Ghost Mask organization was prepared to kill Jian Li, if it wasn't for the fact that just now, Liang Chen and Zhao Xiao behind Jian Li held Jian Li back. Jian Li might even fall to his death. Minister, the account consoles for all the robots have been found, the technician shouted. Several experts came forward to view the screen. The technician said, from the map, it looks like all the bot accounts are coming from the same address. Building 7, New World District, Dongcheng District. The signal is coming from the 11th floor. Tech continues to fix the pop-up system. The rest of you, come with me and make the arrest. Xia Guofeng ordered in a cold voice. He lifted his sleeves, threw on his jacket, and strode out in a huff. At this time, in the middle of a high-class apartment in the North District, Wu was sitting slowly in his recliner, swiveling the chair around, and through the floor-to-ceiling windows, looking out over the street below. Next to Wu, the computer bots kept sending out swipes of vicious pop-ups. In addition to this, the long string of code he purposely debugged for changing the locator address. It's running wild on another computer. Host, they would never have guessed that the one who wants to mess with the chosen one of China is you. The system fawned and spoke in Wu's ear. Xiao Wu picked up the red wine specially delivered by the Ghostface organization and shook the glass, bringing the drink into his mouth. These red wines can be fine wines. Extract the blood. Amount of the essence of the keenest and most poisonous. Enjoy your meal, the system reminded warmly. That's really a lot of thanks. Xiao Wu smiled lightly, picked up the handkerchief on the table, and wiped his mouth. Threw the handkerchief into the trash can again by hand. Put down your glass. Xiao Wu picked up his cell phone and swiped through the short video he hadn't finished watching earlier with an air of calmness. He took the short video and compared it over and over to the big screen image of the eerie live feed on the TV. Well, that's her. Try. Wu nodded, casually resting his cell phone on the small round table. Continue craning your head to enjoy the view out the floor-to-ceiling windows. And the coquettish girl on the cell phone screen lit up on the small round table. At first glance, it's a bit familiar. Chapter 177, An Alternative Approach. Xia Guofeng's side? They drove urgently to the New World community. With the assistance of the traffic police? Asterisk. The intelligence department's vehicle had an unimpeded journey. Come to the pinpointed location. The group came to the building? After the ambush? By the neighborhood's property uncle stepped in and knocked on the door of the 1102 occupants of Building 7. Knock knock. Owner Wang Jiang at home? Property overhaul. The man in the room dawdled for a long time, never answering. Knock knock. Owner Wang Jiang. At home or not? Property overhaul. It was only after another 10 seconds or so of waiting that the man inside shouted out, slowly, come on, don't knock. It's annoying. The door to room 1102 clicked open. All the guards came out at the same time and immediately rushed up and subdued the man with 3 punches and 2 kicks. Before Wang Jiang could change the flip-flops on his feet, the guards brought by the intelligence department, held down on the spot. Get off me. Who are you guys? Wang Jiang's neck was red and he screamed angrily. Xia Guofeng, on the other hand, led a few people, gripped their weapons and break into the smelly, dark room littered with blistering lunchboxes. Live in the booth, the value of Jiang Li's energy bracelet fell too much. Her bodily functions declined extremely rapidly under the control of the bracelet. Sis, what's wrong with you? Don't you scare us. Liang Chen supported Jiang Li, looking anxious. The viewers of the live broadcast, seeing that Jiang Li appeared to have a sudden outbreak of malady, also kept sending out pop-ups questioning. What's this? Wasn't you quite capable before? Now you're weak? I'm convinced, big sister. Do you have to be so delicate? This level is almost over. What are these sisters up to? That's sick. Is she faking it? Despite the fact that a few people on the air suggested that Jiang Li might be afraid of heights, but it was also quickly squelched by comments of incomprehension. However, Jiang Li's energy bracelet, after surveying a bunch of negative remarks, her mental power, her physical strength, plummeted again at an increasingly accelerated rate. The original energy value of 500, after falling below 300, is now falling towards 200. The whole thing has become an unsolvable dead-end circle. The more negative the public opinion, the weaker Jiang Li's energy. The weaker Jiang Li's energy, the more public opinion turned to accusations. The gag order on the live feeds within the intelligence department is no longer in effect. There is a special communication staff who is responsible for explaining the operation mechanism of energy bracelet to the users. But every statement sent out by the communications staff, it's all being filtered out by the blocking words set by the hacker. It happened in a matter of 10 seconds. Intelligence correspondence. There was no time to make any other preparations. And live on air, below the Ferris wheel, 4 or 5 crew members are getting ready to set up the climbing in the direction of Jiang Li's cabin 01. Liang Chen was so anxious that he cried out on the spot. Sis, what can we do? Liang Chen raised her hand to wipe away her tears. If you don't jump out of those people are about to catch us. Sis, if you die, Dayo and I are finished too. You must pull yourself together. We need you, sis. Jiang Li's wrist was hot. The energy bracelet she wore suddenly fluctuated. Underscore. A second later, it immediately went up 500. Wait a minute. Jiang Li interrupted Liang Chen with a soft voice. That remark you just made. Say it again. Liang Chen was stunned for a moment, thinking that Jiang Li hadn't heard him, so he repeated it sparingly. I say, sis, you must pull yourself together. Dayo and I need you.
Jiang Li's wrist was hot again.
This time the energy level is up 200, less than last time, but it still far exceeds the level of influence of live internet users. Jiang Li's pupils brightened for a moment. Energy bracelet busting. Seems to have, well, found it.
The public opinion bias of the Chinese people towards Jiang Li will affect Jiang Li's energy to varying degrees.
But the hostages taken into the amusement park, Liang Chen and Dao, they are also Chinese,
and they were much closer to Jiang Li.
Their words affected Jiang Li's energy to an even greater degree. Jiang Li hurriedly said, "Will you encourage people? Come on, encourage me." Dao also follows along.
Liang Chen and Zhao Xiao looked at each other,
clouded over. Although they didn't understand Jiang Li's intentions,
the two of them continued to follow Jiang Li's words.
Liang Chen held his tongue for half a day.
She looked down at the group of Spider-Men, who had climbed 20 meters below her.
The heart only felt more and more anxious. The more anxious I got, the more I panicked, and the more I couldn't hold the words of encouragement in my mouth. Come on, come on.
Sister Jiang, you're the best. Sister Jiang, you're the hope of our whole village. You must get well soon.
Zhao Xiao also followed. Sister Jiang, I'll deduct 66 for you. I call for you. Sis, I've been watching you live for a long time. You're really amazing.
Jiang Li listened to these two people exaggerate awkwardly,
and the corner of her mouth didn't hold back from twitching twice.
These two sisters, they're pretty good.
Except for the stupidity of his mouth, his heart is not bad at all. Luckily, through Liang Chen and Zhao Xiao's efforts,
the energy value on the bracelet had stopped continuing to fall.
Thanks guys.
Jiang Li inclined her head to look down at the little wasp safety balloon below the. Another look at Spider-Man who had climbed 40 meters.
I'm probably too late, she analyzed. Can't get my feet to work.
Jump down and you're sure to fall into the gap in the center and die. But you two can be bold and escape through the safety balloon first.
Odds are I'll get caught back in the phantasmagoria and pass through it all over again. Don't worry, I'll be fine. The balloon is about to float away, so you guys go ahead.
According to Liang Chen and Zhao Xiao's method of encouragement,
at best,
they could only maintain the energy value not to drop, but it's still a bit difficult to get back to 500 in a short period of time.
Sis, what's your situation?
If there's anything that Chen Shun and I can help with,
just say so.
Zhao Xiao looked at Jiang Li seriously.
Jiang Li was succinct, affected by the weird power. I need some positive voices.
Zhao Xiao bit her lip.
Is it okay to kind of quip the anchor on a short video? It should be fine. The positive ones are probably fine. Jiang Li responded. Zhao Xiao clenched her fists and did a 3-second mental struggle. I can actually help you, but you two aren't allowed to laugh at me. Liang Chen, huh? Jiang Li, huh?
Then, under Liang Chen and Jiang Li's astonished gazes,
Zhao Xiao went out on a limb.
Her face reddened and she pulled out the notebook in her book bag.
Immediately, the downloaded,
rhythmic soundtrack from his cell phone came on again.
Sis, then, you listen up.
Jiang Li's wrist was hot.
She's wearing an energy bracelet?
Suddenly there was a fluctuation.
1 second later, immediately up 500. Wait a minute? Jiang Li's voice softly interrupted Liang Chen. That statement you just made, say it again.
Liang Chen was stunned for a moment, thinking that Jiang Li hadn't heard him, so he repeated it sparingly.
I say,
sis, you must pull yourself together.
Dao and I need you.
Jiang Li's wrist was hot again.
This time the energy level is up 200, less than last time, but it still far exceeds the level of influence of live internet users. Jiang Li's pupils brightened for a moment. Energy bracelet busting. Seems to have, well, found it.
The public opinion bias of the Chinese people towards Jiang Li will affect Jiang Li's energy to varying degrees.
But the hostages taken into the amusement park, Liang Chen and Dao, they are also Chinese,
and they were much closer to Jiang Li.
Their words affected Jiang Li's energy to an even greater degree. Jiang Li hurriedly said, "Will you encourage people? Come on, encourage me." Dao also follows along.
Liang Chen and Zhao Xiao looked at each other,
clouded over. Although they didn't understand Jiang Li's intentions,
the two of them continued to follow Jiang Li's words.
Liang Chen held his tongue for half a day.
She looked down at the group of Spider-Men, who had climbed 20 meters below her.
The heart only felt more and more anxious. The more anxious I got, the more I panicked, and the more I couldn't hold the words of encouragement in my mouth. Come on, come on.
Sister Jiang, you're the best. Sister Jiang, you're the hope of our whole village. You must get well soon.
Zhao Xiao also followed. Sister Jiang, I'll deduct 66 for you. I call for you. Sis, I've been watching you live for a long time. You're really amazing.
Jiang Li listened to these two people exaggerate awkwardly,
and the corner of her mouth didn't hold back from twitching twice. These two sisters, they're pretty good. Except for the stupidity of his mouth, his heart is not bad at all. Luckily, through Liang Chen and Zhao Xiao's efforts, the energy value on the bracelet had stopped continuing to fall. Thanks guys.
Zhang inclined her head to look down at the little wasp safety balloon below the. Another look at Spider-Man who had climbed 40 meters.
I'm probably too late, she analyzed. Can't get my feet to work.
Jumping is a sure way to fall into the gap in the center and die. But you two can be bold and escape through the safety balloon first.
Odds are I'll get caught back in the phantasmagoria and pass through it all over again. Don't worry, I'll be fine. The balloon is about to float away. So you guys go ahead.
According to Liang Chen and Zhao Xiao's method of encouragement,
at best,
they could only maintain the energy value not to drop. But it's still a bit difficult to get back to 500 in a short period of time.
Sis, what's your situation?
If there's anything that Chenshan and I can help with,
just say so.
Zhao Xiao looked at Zhongli seriously.
Zhongli was succinct, affected by the weird power. I need some positive voices.
Zhao Xiao bit her lip.
Is it okay to kind of quip the anchor on a short video? It should be fine. The positive ones are probably fine. Zhongli responded. Zhao Xiao clenched her fists and did a 3-second mental struggle. I can actually help you, but you two aren't allowed to laugh at me. Liang Chen, huh? Zhongli, huh?
Then, under Liang Chen and Zhang Li's astonished gazes,
Zhao Xiao went out on a limb.
Her face reddened and she pulled out the notebook in her book bag.
Immediately, the downloaded,
rhythmic soundtrack from his cell phone came on again.
Sis, then, you listen up.
Zhang Li's wrist was hot. The energy bracelet she wore suddenly fluctuated.
A second later, it immediately went up 500. Wait a minute. The female sign? Zhang Li's voice softly interrupted Liang Chen. That sentence you just said. Say it again.
Liang Chen was stunned for a moment, thinking that Zhang Li hadn't heard him, so he repeated it sparingly.
I say, sis,
you must pull yourself together.
Dayo and I both need you.
Zhang Li's wrist was hot again.
This time the energy level is up 200. Less than last time, but it still far exceeds the level of influence of live internet users. Zhang Li's pupils brightened for a moment. Energy bracelet busting. Seems to have, well, found it.
The public opinion bias of the Chinese people towards Zhang Li will affect Zhang Li's energy to varying degrees.
But the hostages taken into the amusement park, Liang Chen and Dayo, they are also Chinese,
and they were much closer to Zhang Li.
Their words affected Zhang Li's energy to an even greater degree. Zhang Li hurriedly said, will you encourage people? Come on, encourage me. Dayo also follows along.
Liang Chen and Zhao Xiao looked at each other,
clouded over. Although they didn't understand Zhang Li's intentions,
the two of them continued to follow Zhang Li's words.
Liang Chen held his tongue for half a day.
She looked down at the group of Spider-Men, who had climbed 20 meters below her.
The heart only felt more and more anxious. The more anxious I got, the more I panicked, and the more I couldn't hold the words of encouragement in my mouth. Come on,
Sister Zhang, you're the best. Sister Zhang, you're the hope of our whole village. You must get well soon.
Zhao Xiao also followed. Sister Zhang, I'll deduct 66 for you. I call for you. Sis, I've been watching you live for a long time. You're really amazing.
Zhang Li listened to these two people exaggerate awkwardly,
and the corner of her mouth didn't hold back from twitching twice. These two sisters, they're pretty good. Except for the stupidity of his mouth, his heart is not bad at all. Luckily, through Liang Chen and Zhao Xiao's efforts, the energy value on the bracelet had stopped continuing to fall. Thanks guys.
Zhang Li inclined her head to look down at the little wasp safety balloon below the. Another look at Spider-Man who had climbed 40 meters.
I'm probably too late, she analyzed. Can't get my feet to work.
Jump down and you're sure to fall into the gap in the center and die. But you two can be bold and escape through the safety balloon first.
Odds are I'll get caught back in the phantasmagoria and pass through it all over again. Don't worry, I'll be fine. The balloon is about to float away. So you guys go ahead.
According to Liang Chen and Zhao Xiao's method of encouragement,
at best,
they could only maintain the energy value not to drop. But it's still a bit difficult to get back to 500 in a short period of time.
Sis, what's your situation?
If there's anything that Chenshan and I can help with,
just tell us.
Zhao Xiao looked at Zhang Li seriously.
Zhang Li was succinct, affected by the weird power. I need some positive voices.
Zhao Xiao bit her lip.
Is it okay to kind of quip the anchor on a short video? It should be fine. The positive ones are probably fine. Zhang Li responded. Zhao Xiao clenched her fists and did a 3-second mental struggle. I can actually help you, but you two aren't allowed to laugh at me. Liang Chen, huh? Zhang Li, huh?
Then, under Liang Chen and Zhang Li's astonished gazes,
Zhao Xiao went out on a limb.
Her face reddened and she pulled out the notebook in her book bag.
Immediately, the downloaded,
rhythmic soundtrack from his cell phone came on again.
Sis, then, you listen up.
Zhang Li's wrist was hot.
She's wearing an energy bracelet?
Suddenly there was a fluctuation.
1 second later, immediately up 500. Wait a minute? Zhang Li's voice softly interrupted Liang Chen. That statement you just made,
say it again. Liang Chen was stunned for a moment, thinking that Zhongli hadn't heard him, so he repeated it sparingly. I say, sis, you must pull yourself together. Dayo and I need you. Zhongli's wrist was hot again. This time the energy level is up 200, less than last time, but it still far exceeds the level of influence of live internet users. Zhongli's pupils brightened for a moment. Energy bracelet busting. Seems to have, well, found it. The public opinion bias of the Chinese people towards Zhongli will affect Zhongli's energy to varying degrees. But the hostages taken into the amusement park, Liang Chen and Dayo, they are also Chinese, and they were much closer to Zhongli. Their words affected Zhongli's energy to an even greater degree. Zhongli hurriedly said, will you encourage people? Come on, encourage me. Dayo also follows along. Liang Chen and Zhao Xiao looked at each other, clouded over. Although they didn't understand Zhongli's intentions, the two of them continued to follow Zhongli's words. Liang Chen held his tongue for half a day. She looked down at the group of Spider-Men, who had climbed 20 meters below her. The heart only felt more and more anxious. The more anxious I got, the more I panicked, and the more I couldn't hold the words of encouragement in my mouth. Come on, Sister Zhang, you're the best. Sister Zhang, you're the hope of our whole village. You must get well soon. Zhao Xiao also followed. Sister Zhang, I'll deduct 66 for you. I call for you. Sis, I've been watching you live for a long time. You're really amazing. Zhongli listened to these two people exaggerate awkwardly, and the corner of her mouth didn't hold back from twitching twice. These two sisters, they're pretty good. Except for the stupidity of his mouth, his heart is not bad at all. Luckily, through Liang Chen and Zhao Xiao's efforts, the energy value on the bracelet had stopped continuing to fall. Thanks guys. Zhongli inclined her head to look down at the little wasp safety balloon below the. Another look at Spider-Man who had climbed 40 meters. I'm probably too late, she analyzed. Can't get my feet to work. Jumping is a sure way to fall into the gap in the center and die. But you two can be bold and escape through the safety balloon first. Odds are I'll get caught back in the Phantasmagoria and pass through it all over again. Don't worry, I'll be fine. The balloon is about to float away, so you guys go ahead. According to Liang Chen and Zhao Xiao's method of encouragement, at best, they could only maintain the energy value not to drop, but it's still a bit difficult to get back to 500 in a short period of time. Sis, what's your situation? If there's anything that Chenshan and I can help with, just tell us. Zhao Xiao looked at Zhongli seriously. Zhongli was succinct, affected by the weird power. I need some positive voices. Zhao Xiao bit her lip. Is it okay to kind of quip the anchor on a short video? It should be fine. The positive ones are probably fine. Zhongli responded. Zhao Xiao clenched her fists and did a 3-second mental struggle. I can actually help you, but you two aren't allowed to laugh at me. Liang Chen, huh? Zhongli, huh? Then, under Liang Chen and Zhang Li's astonished gazes, Zhao Xiao went out on a limb. Her face reddened and she pulled out the notebook in her book bag. Immediately, the downloaded, rhythmic soundtrack from his cell phone came on again. Sis, then, you listen up. Zhang Li's wrist was hot. The energy bracelet she wore suddenly fluctuated. Trey Ninehall reminds you that Rule Oddity, Happy Jubilee to my family was first updated at, remember. A second later, it immediately went up 500. Wait a minute. Zhongli interrupted Liang Chen with a soft voice. That remark you just made. Say it again. Liang Chen was stunned for a moment, thinking that Zhongli hadn't heard him, so he repeated it sparingly. I say, sis, you must pull yourself together. Dayo and I need you. Zhongli's wrist was hot again. This time the energy level is up 200, less than last time, but it still far exceeds the level of influence of live internet users. Zhongli's pupils brightened for a moment. Energy bracelet busting. Seems to have, well, found it. The public opinion bias of the Chinese people towards Zhongli will affect Zhongli's energy to varying degrees, but the hostages taken into the amusement park, Liang Chen and Dayo, they are also Chinese, and they were much closer to Zhongli. Their words affected Zhongli's energy to an even greater degree. Zhongli hurriedly said, will you encourage people? Come on, encourage me. Dayo also follows along. Liang Chen and Zhao Xiao looked at each other, clouded over. Although they didn't understand Zhongli's intentions, the two of them continued to follow Zhongli's words. Liang Chen held his tongue for half a day. She looked down at the group of Spider-Men, who had climbed 20 meters below her. The heart only felt more and more anxious. The more anxious I got, the more I panicked, and the more I couldn't hold the words of encouragement in my mouth. Come on, Sister Zhang, you're the best. Sister Zhang, you're the hope of our whole village. You must get well soon. Zhao Xiao also followed. Sister Zhang, I'll deduct 66 for you. I call for you. Sis, I've been watching you live for a long time. You're really amazing. Zhongli listened to these two people exaggerate awkwardly, and the corner of her mouth didn't hold back from twitching twice. These two sisters, they're pretty good. Except for the stupidity of his mouth, his heart is not bad at all. Luckily, through Liang Chen and Zhao Xiao's efforts, the energy value on the bracelet had stopped continuing to fall. Thanks guys. Zhang Li inclined her head to look down at the little wasp safety balloon below the. Another look at Spider-Man who had climbed 40 meters. I'm probably too late, she analyzed. Can't get my feet to work. Jump down and you're sure to fall into the gap in the center and die. But you two can be bold and escape through the safety balloon first. Odds are I'll get caught back in the phantasmagoria and pass through it all over again. Don't worry, I'll be fine. The balloon is about to float away. So you guys go ahead. According to Liang Chen and Zhao Xiao's method of encouragement, at best, they could only maintain the energy value not to drop. But it's still a bit difficult to get back to 500 in a short period of time. Sis, what's your situation? If there's anything that Chen and I can help with, just tell us. Zhao Xiao looked at Jian Li seriously. Jian Li was succinct, affected by the weird power. I need some positive voices. Zhao Xiao bit her lip. Is it okay to kind of quip the anchor on a short video? It should be fine. The positive ones are probably fine. Jian Li responded. Zhao Xiao clenched her fists and did a 3-second mental struggle. I can actually help you, but you two aren't allowed to laugh at me. Liang Chen, huh? Jiang Li, huh? Then, under Liang Chen and Jiang Li's astonished gazes, Zhao Xiao went out on a limb. Her face reddened and she pulled out the notebook in her book bag. Immediately, the downloaded, rhythmic soundtrack from his cell phone played again. Sis, then, you listen up. Jiang Li's wrist was hot. She's wearing an energy bracelet? Suddenly there was a fluctuation. 1 second later, immediately up 500. Wait a minute. 13, underscore. 13? 13? 13? Jiang Li's voice softly interrupted Liang Chen. That statement you just made. Say it again. Liang Chen was stunned for a moment, thinking that Jiang Li hadn't heard him, so he repeated it sparingly. I say, sis, you must pull yourself together. Dayo and I need you. Jiang Li's wrist was hot again. This time the energy level is up 200. Less than last time, but it still far exceeds the level of influence of live internet users. Jiang Li's pupils brightened for a moment. Energy bracelet busting. Seems to have, well, found it. The public opinion bias of the Chinese people towards Jiang Li will affect Jiang Li's energy to varying degrees. But the hostages taken into the amusement park, Liang Chen and Dayo, they are also Chinese, and they were much closer to Jiang Li. Their words affected Jiang Li's energy to an even greater degree. Jiang Li hurriedly said, will you encourage people? Come on, encourage me. Dayo also follows along. Liang Chen and Zhao Xiao looked at each other, clouded over. Although they didn't understand Jiang Li's intentions, the two of them continued to follow Jiang Li's words. Liang Chen held his tongue for half a day. She looked down at the group of Spider-Men, who had climbed 20 meters below her. The heart only felt more and more anxious. The more anxious I got, the more I panicked, and the more I couldn't hold the words of encouragement in my mouth. Come on, Sister Jiang, you're the best. Sister Jiang, you're the hope of our whole village. You must get well soon. Zhao Xiao also followed. Sister Jiang, I'll deduct 66 for you. I call for you. Sis, I've been watching you live for a long time. You're really amazing. Jiang Li listened to these two people exaggerate awkwardly, and the corner of her mouth didn't hold back from twitching twice. These two sisters, they're pretty good. Except for the stupidity of his mouth, his heart is not bad at all. Luckily, through Liang Chen and Zhao Xiao's efforts, the energy value on the bracelet had stopped continuing to fall. Thanks guys. Jiang Li inclined her head to look down at the little wasp safety balloon below the. Another look at Spider-Man who had climbed 40 meters. I'm probably too late, she analyzed. Can't get my feet to work. Jumping is a sure way to fall into the gap in the center and die. But you two can be bold and escape through the safety balloon first. Odds are I'll get caught back in the phantasmagoria and pass through it all over again. Don't worry, I'll be fine. The balloon is about to float away. So you guys go ahead. According to Liang Chen and Zhao Xiao's method of encouragement, at best, they could only maintain the energy value not to drop. But it's still a bit difficult to get back to 500 in a short period of time. Sis, what's your situation? If there's anything that Chen and I can help with, just say so. Zhao Xiao looked at Jiang Li seriously. Jiang Li was succinct, affected by the weird power. I need some positive voices. Zhao Xiao bit her lip. Is it okay to kind of quip the anchor on a short video? It should be fine. The positive ones are probably fine. Jiang Li responded. Zhao Xiao clenched her fists and did a 3-second mental struggle. I can actually help you, but you two aren't allowed to laugh at me. Liang Chen, huh? Jiang Li, huh? Then, under Liang Chen and Jiang Li's astonished gazes, Zhao Xiao went out on a limb. Her face reddened and she pulled out the notebook in her book bag. Immediately, the downloaded, rhythmic soundtrack from his cell phone played again. Sis,
then, you listen up. Jiang Li's wrist was hot. The energy bracelet she wore suddenly fluctuated. A second later, it immediately went up 500. Wait a minute. Jiang Li's voice softly interrupted Liang Chen. That sentence you just said. Say it again. The size and Liang Chen was stunned for a moment, thinking that Jiang Li hadn't heard him, so he repeated it sparingly. I say, sis, you must pull yourself together. Dayo and I both need you. Jiang Li's wrist was hot again. This time the energy level is up 200. Less than last time, but it still far exceeds the level of influence of live internet users. Jiang Li's pupils brightened for a moment. Energy bracelet busting. Seems to have, well, found it. The public opinion bias of the Chinese people towards Jiang Li will affect Jiang Li's energy to varying degrees. But the hostages taken into the amusement park, Liang Chen and Dayo, they are also Chinese, and they were much closer to Jiang Li. Their words affected Jiang Li's energy to an even greater degree. Jiang Li hurriedly said, will you encourage people? Come on, encourage me. Dayo also follows along. Liang Chen and Zhao Xiao looked at each other, clouded over. Although they didn't understand Jiang Li's intentions, the two of them continued to follow Jiang Li's words. Liang Chen held his tongue for half a day. She looked down at the group of Spider-Men, who had climbed 20 meters below her. The heart only felt more and more anxious. The more anxious I got, the more I panicked, and the more I couldn't hold the words of encouragement in my mouth. Come on, Sister Jiang, you're the best. Sister Jiang, you're the hope of our whole village. You must get well soon. Zhao Xiao also followed. Sister Jiang, I'll deduct 66 for you. I call for you. Sis, I've been watching you live for a long time. You're really amazing. Jiang Li listened to these two people exaggerate awkwardly, and the corner of her mouth didn't hold back from twitching twice. These two sisters, they're pretty good. Except for the stupidity of his mouth, his heart is not bad at all. Luckily, through Liang Chen and Zhao Xiao's efforts, the energy value on the bracelet had stopped continuing to fall. Thanks guys. Jiang Li inclined her head to look down at the little wasp safety balloon below the. Another look at Spider-Man who had climbed 40 meters. I'm probably too late, she analyzed. Can't get my feet to work. Jumping is a sure way to fall into the gap in the center and die. But you two can be bold and escape through the safety balloon first. Odds are I'll get caught back in the Phantasmagoria and pass through it all over again. Don't worry, I'll be fine. The balloon is about to float away. So you guys go ahead. According to Liang Chen and Zhao Xiao's method of encouragement, at best, they could only maintain the energy value not to drop, but it's still a bit difficult to get back to 500 in a short period of time. Sis, what's your situation? If there's anything that Chenshan and I can help with, just tell us. Zhao Xiao looked at Jiang Li seriously. Jiang Li was succinct, affected by the weird power. I need some positive voices. Zhao Xiao bit her lip. Is it okay to kind of quip the anchor on a short video? It should be fine. The positive ones are probably fine. Jiang Li responded. Zhao Xiao clenched her fists and did a 3-second mental struggle. I can actually help you, but you two aren't allowed to laugh at me. Liang Chen, huh? Jiang Li, huh? Then, under Liang Chen and Jiang Li's astonished gazes, Zhao Xiao went out on a limb. Her face reddened and she pulled out the notebook in her book bag. Immediately, the downloaded, rhythmic soundtrack from his cell phone came on again. Sis, then, you listen up. Jiang Li's wrist was hot. The energy bracelet she wore suddenly fluctuated. A second later, it immediately went up 500. Wait a minute. Jiang Li's voice softly interrupted Liang Chen. That sentence you just said. Say it again. Liang Chen was stunned for a moment, thinking that Jiang Li hadn't heard him, so he repeated it sparingly. I say, sis, you must pull yourself together? No. Jiang Li's wrist was hot again. This time the energy level is up 200. Less than last time, but it still far exceeds the level of influence of live internet users. Jiang Li's pupils brightened for a moment. Energy bracelet busting. Seems to have, well, found it. The public opinion bias of the Chinese people towards Jiang Li will affect Jiang Li's energy to varying degrees. But the hostages taken into the amusement park, Liang Chen and Dayo, they are also Chinese, and they were much closer to Jiang Li. Their words affected Jiang Li's energy to an even greater degree. Jiang Li hurriedly said, will you encourage people? Come on, encourage me. Dayo also follows along. Liang Chen and Zhao Xiao looked at each other, clouded over. Although they didn't understand Jiang Li's intentions, the two of them continued to follow Jiang Li's words. Liang Chen held his tongue for half a day. She looked down at the group of Spider-Men, who had climbed 20 meters below her. The heart only felt more and more anxious. The more anxious I got, the more I panicked, and the more I couldn't hold the words of encouragement in my mouth. Come on. Sister Jiang, you're the best. Sister Jiang, you're the hope of our whole village. You must get well soon. Zhao Xiao also followed. Sister Jiang, I'll deduct 66 for you. I call for you. Sis, I've been watching you live for a long time. You're really amazing. Zhongli listened to these two people exaggerate awkwardly, and the corner of her mouth didn't hold back from twitching twice. These two sisters, they're pretty good. Except for the stupidity of his mouth, his heart is not bad at all. Luckily, through Liang Chen and Zhao Xiao's efforts, the energy value on the bracelet had stopped continuing to fall. Thanks guys. Zhongli inclined her head to look down at the little wasp safety balloon below the. Another look at Spider-Man, who had climbed 40 meters. I'm probably too late, she analyzed. Can't get my feet to work. Jumping is a sure way to fall into the gap in the center and die. But you two can be bold and escape through the safety balloon first. Odds are I'll get caught back in the phantasmagoria and pass through it all over again. Don't worry, I'll be fine. The balloon is about to float away. So you guys go ahead. According to Liang Chen and Zhao Xiao's method of encouragement, at best, they could only maintain the energy value not to drop. But it's still a bit difficult to get back to 500 in a short period of time. Sis, what's your situation? If there's anything that Chenshan and I can help with, just tell us. Zhao Xiao looked at Zhongli seriously. Zhongli was succinct, affected by the weird power. I need some positive voices. Zhao Xiao bit her lip. Is it okay to kind of quip the anchor on a short video? It should be fine. The positive ones are probably fine. Zhongli responded. Zhao Xiao clenched her fists and did a 3-second mental struggle. I can actually help you, but you two aren't allowed to laugh at me. Liang Chen, huh? Zhongli, huh? Then, under Liang Chen and Zhang Li's astonished gazes, Zhao Xiao went out on a limb. Her face reddened and she pulled out the notebook in her book bag. Immediately, the downloaded, rhythmic soundtrack from his cell phone came on again. Sis, then, you listen up. Chapter 178 Dayo's True Face. On Xia Guofeng's side, they urgently drove to New World Community. With the assistance of the traffic police, the intelligence department's vehicles were able to travel unhindered. Come to the pinpointed location. The group arrived at the building, and after ambushing them, the neighborhood property uncle stepped in and knocked on the door of the 1102 occupant of Building 7. Knock knock. Owner Wang Jiang at home? Property overhaul. The man in the room dawdled for a long time, never answering. Knock knock. Owner Wang Jiang. At home or not? Property overhaul. It was only after another 10 seconds or so of waiting that the man inside shouted out, slowly, come on, don't knock. It's annoying. The door to room 1102 clicked open. All the guards came out at the same time and immediately rushed up and subdued the man with 3 punches and 2 kicks. Before Wang Jiang could change the flip-flops on his feet, the guards brought by the intelligence department, held down on the spot. Get off me. Who are you guys? Wang Jiang's neck was red and he screamed angrily. Xia Guofeng, on the other hand, led a few people, gripped their weapons and break into the smelly, dark room littered with blistering lunchboxes. Live in the booth, the value of Zhang Li's energy bracelet fell too much. Her bodily functions declined extremely rapidly under the control of the bracelet. Sis, what's wrong with you? Don't you scare us. Liang Chen supported Zhongli, looking anxious. The viewers of the live broadcast, seeing that Zhongli appeared to be suffering from a sudden malady, also kept sending out pop-ups questioning. What's this? Wasn't you quite capable before? Now you're weak? I'm convinced, big sister. Do you have to be so delicate? This level is almost over. What are these sisters up to? That's sick. Is she faking it? Despite the fact that a few people on the air suggested that Zhongli might be afraid of heights, but it was also quickly squelched by comments that people didn't understand. However, Zhongli's energy bracelet, after surveying a bunch of negative remarks, her mental power, her physical strength, plummeted again at an increasingly accelerated rate. The original energy value of 500, after falling below 300, is now falling towards 200. The whole thing has become an unsolvable dead-end circle. The more negative the public opinion, the weaker Zhang Li's energy. The weaker Zhang Li's energy, the more public opinion turned to accusations. The gag order on the live feeds within the intelligence department is no longer in effect. There is a special communication staff who is responsible for explaining the operation mechanism of energy bracelet to the users. But every statement sent out by the communications staff, it's all being filtered out by the blocking words set by the hacker. It happened in a matter of 10 seconds. Intelligence correspondence. There was no time to make any other preparations. And live on air, below the Ferris wheel, 4 or 5 crew members are getting into position to, climbing in the direction of Zhang Li's cabin 01. Liang Chen was so anxious that he cried out on the spot. Sis, what can we do? Liang Chen raised her hand to wipe away her tears. If you don't jump out of those people are about to catch us. Sis, if you die, Dayo and I are finished too. You must pull yourself together. We need you, sis. Zhang Li's wrist was hot. The energy bracelet she wore suddenly fluctuated. A second later, it immediately went up 500. Wait a minute. Jiangli interrupted Liang Chen with a soft voice. That remark you just made. Say it again. Liang Chen was stunned for a moment, thinking that Jiangli hadn't heard him, so he repeated it sparingly. I say, sis, you must pull yourself together. Dayo and I need you. Jiangli's wrist was hot again. This time the energy level is up 200. Less than last time, but it still far exceeds the level of influence of live internet users. Jiangli's pupils brightened for a moment. Energy bracelet busting. Seems to have, well, found it. The public opinion bias of the Chinese people towards Jiangli will affect Jiangli's energy to varying degrees. But the hostages taken into the amusement park, Liang Chen and Dayo, they are also Chinese, and they were much closer to Jiangli. Their words affected Jiangli's energy to an even greater degree. Jiangli hurriedly said, will you encourage people? Come on, encourage me. Dayo also follows along. Liang Chen and Zhao Xiao looked at each other, clouded over. Although they didn't understand Jiangli's intentions, the two of them continued to follow Jiangli's words. Liang Chen held his tongue for half a day. She looked down at the group of Spider-Men, who had climbed 20 meters below her. The heart only felt more and more anxious. The more anxious I got, the more I panicked, and the more I couldn't hold the words of encouragement in my mouth. Come on, Sister Jiang, you're the best. Sister Jiang, you're the hope of our whole village. You must get well soon. Zhao Xiao also followed. Sister Jiang, I'll deduct 66 for you. I call for you. Sis, I've been watching you live for a long time. You're really amazing. Jiangli listened to these two people exaggerate awkwardly, and the corner of her mouth didn't hold back from twitching twice. These two sisters, they're pretty good. Except for the stupidity of his mouth, his heart is not bad at all. Luckily, through Liang Chen and Zhao Xiao's efforts, the energy value on the bracelet had stopped continuing to fall. Thanks guys. Jiangli inclined her head to look down at the little wasp safety balloon below the. Another look at Spider-Man who had climbed 40 meters. I'm probably too late, she analyzed. Can't get my feet to work. Jumping is a sure way to fall into the gap in the center and die. But you two can be bold and escape through the safety balloon first. Odds are I'll get caught back in the Phantasmagoria and pass through it all over again. Don't worry, I'll be fine. The balloon is about to float away, so you guys go ahead. According to Liang Chen and Zhao Xiao's method of encouragement, at best, they could only maintain the energy value not to drop, but it's still a bit difficult to get back to 500 in a short period of time. Sis, what's your situation? If there's anything that Chenshan and I can help with, just tell us. Zhao Xiao looked at Jiangli seriously. Jiangli was succinct, affected by the weird power. I need some positive voices. Zhao Xiao bit her lip. Is it okay to kind of quip the anchor on a short video? It should be fine. The positive ones are probably fine. Jiangli responded. Zhao Xiao clenched her fists and did a 3-second mental struggle. I can actually help you, but you two aren't allowed to laugh at me. Liang Chen, huh? Jiangli, huh? Then, under Liang Chen and Jiang Li's astonished gazes, Zhao Xiao went out on a limb. Her face reddened and she pulled out the notebook in her book bag. Immediately, the downloaded, rhythmic soundtrack from his cell phone came on again. Sis, then, you listen up. Chapter 179. Zhao Xiao cleared her throat and turned the first page of her notebook. No, Dayo Yu. Liang Chen looked at the dense notes. It had been so shocked that he could hardly speak. Zhao Xiao puffed out her blushing cheeks, closed her eyes, and gently exhaled outward. When she opened her eyes again, Zhao Xiao changed her timid eyes from the past. There was nothing but determination in his pupils. Zhao Xiao's originally dull face, in the blink of an eye, her brows curved and her smile brightened. She began her no-lie show to the beat of the drums and the beat of the pops. Pop, pop, snap, 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 snap. The sun shines on the incense burner and produces purple smoke. Welcome our, Lily's wife to my live studio. Our Lily's wife is strong. She can write and fight to create splendor. And she has traveled extensively to make her name known. You can talk and you can talk. You, Lily's wife, can still make a lot of money. Good luck. You can spend your money as much as you want. You can spend it however you want. The bank opens directly to our glazed wife's hometown. Beyond the mountains, beyond the buildings, our Lily's wife, you are really beautiful and gentle. I wish you, my glazed wife, both good luck and happiness. You will always have an endless supply of RMB in your pocket. Lily's wife is beautiful, kind-hearted and capable of hard work, and she will definitely drive a Land Rover in the future. Our Lily's wife is beautiful and hardworking. She will drive a Ferrari sooner or later, born to be useful. I wish you, Lily's wife, all things are under your control. At Jiang Li's right wrist, there was a steady stream of heat pouring in. In just 10 seconds or so, not only did the energy value not continue to fall, instead, the bottom rallied, and the energy value miso to rise. Jiang Li at the scene, his head doesn't hurt, his legs aren't sore,
and his body is energized. Liang Chen, on the other hand, was dumbfounded and his jaw had long since dropped to the ground. The passerby netizens who were watching the live broadcast in China stopped talking about Zhongli. Almost all of the netizens were stunned by this svelte good girl next to Zhongli. The focus of the netizens' discussion shifted altogether. At this moment, they all focused on Zhao Xiao. What a weird live stream. Maybe, I really should get some sleep. Am I in the wrong live room, family? The doctor said I have some mental problems. I didn't believe it before, but now I do. Excuse me, I think I've swiped this woman before. She said her mom was sick or something. Kind of forgot. Top me up. Straight from the booth. The way Liang Chen looked at Dayo at the moment was as if he was looking at a stranger. Dayo, I've known you for so many years, but I didn't even see that you're actually this kind of Dayo. Liang Chen felt that he had been cheated for the sincerity he had delivered. Who would have thought that Zhao Xiao, who was so loose on the internet, would hide behind her every day, pretending to be an innocent socialist bunny? Zhao Xiao's face was about to burn. No, Chen, we'll talk about these things later. Let's run away. The 5 Spider-Men below had climbed to a height of over 130 meters. Zhang Li's 3-person cabin, No. 01, also began to slowly run downward after passing the apex of the, about to cross paths with Spider-Man. Do you guys want to jump first? Zhang Li inquired about the duo's opinion. Liang Chen and Zhao Xiao both shook their heads at the same time, not daring to be the vanguard. Zhang Li saw that the huge little wasp balloon, which already had only a piece of landing zone at its tail, within range of where the 3 could fall. She didn't dare to continue delaying, so she immediately took a deep breath, lunged forward and jumped. There was a lot of wind in his ears. The moment her body became weightless, Zhang Li's mind even played a brief walking light. Recall her life's experiences. Well, in the next second, Zhang Li dove headfirst into the little bumblebee balloon foam ball in the safe area. The first thing Zhang Li did when he got up was to look at the approaching Spider-Man. Come down, Zhang Li shouted to the 2 above, ducking into the distance in the process. Spider-Man is about to climb into the passenger compartment. There's not much time left for them. Inside the passenger cabin, Liang Chen looked down at the balloon below and ruthlessly said, Dayo, hurry up and follow. After Liang Chen finished speaking, he leaped and jumped inside the safety balloon. Zhang Li immediately went to pick up Liang Chen in the foam ball. But just as Zhang Li looked up to see Zhao Xiao, he realized that Spider-Man had already climbed into the passenger cabin. The 5 of them men grabbed Zhao Xiao's arms and wanted to inject Zhao Xiao with drugs. Zhao Xiao struggled frantically, but it was hard to beat 4 hands with 2 fists. Zhao Xiao still could only watch those drugs being injected into her body. As Zhao Xiao tangled with them, she kicked her note-covered book, along with her book bag, down in 2 quick kicks. The laptop and book bag slipped through the end of the little wasp balloon and fell to the ground. Morn, I don't know if I can go back yet. You keep the notebook. When you need it, remember to read it to Sister Jiang. The hatch was pulled shut with a loud bang by several people. Zhao Xiao, who had been injected with drugs, was dazed and was locked in the cabin alone by them. Liang Chen's nose was sore and his vision was a little blurry. Dayo, you will definitely be fine. Zhang Li and I will wait for you down there. After Zhao Xiao fainted, she once again entered the fiery illusion realm, and Zhang Li looked to cabin 08 and 13, who had gotten the heat-insulating protective suits earlier, and cabin 29. Inside these cabins, the life values of the tourists were rapidly falling down. This indicated that the 3rd and 4th torments of the fiery illusion realm would only become more unbearable. There may be a way to survive, but it must not be easy. Those who were awake still had their life values dropping wildly, let alone Zhao Xiao who had fainted. Zhao Xiao was caught back this time, and was only afraid that she would be in a bad way. The 3 could have avoided it together, but it happened by accident and the 3 could not anticipate it in advance. Zhang Li gently stroked Liang Chen's shoulder twice, not knowing what to say to comfort him for a moment. That's when the bumblebee staff, who had been guarding the inside of the foam ball, drilled out. The little bee staff took the initiative to go up and find Zhang Li and Liang Chen. Gentlemen, do you need to go down? We have a safety slide for you. It will help both of you reach the ground safely. Liang Chen thought of the school bag and notebook that Dayo had thrown down, and busily nodded. 2. Please take us down as soon as possible. The staff led Zhang Li and Liang Chen to the position at the end of the little wasp balloon. A spike at the end of the bumblebee balloon is a safety chute to the ground. The staff opens the slip and fall entrance with a warm voice. Both of you pay attention to safety. After the Ferris wheel program, please go to the organizer to seek a clearance certification stamp. Zhang Li and Liang Chen nodded in agreement. After saying thank you, they entered the safety chute one after the other and returned to the ground. Liang Chen was in front, coming out of the chute first. As soon as her feet hit the ground, she immediately went to look for the book bag and notebook that Zhao Xiao had thrown out. Zhang Li followed closely behind. How could it be gone?
Liang Chen looked at the empty ground under the Ferris wheel.
Tears gradually blurred his vision again. The book bag and notebook are the only things left of Dayo. Liang Chen wiped away the tears on his face and continued to bury his head in search.
At this time, Zhongli tapped Liang Chen's shoulder, signaling her to look towards the side.
I saw a girl in a light pink down jacket pick up a soggy notebook on the ground and was flipping through the text inside.
Chapter 180, Hidden Rules of Time. Liang Chen quickly ran over to the girl and asked for the notebook back. Zhongli, on the other hand,
had been staring at the face of this light pink feathered girl.
The eyes became a little strange. This girl, Zhongli had seen, while hiding from the rain.
This girl sat at the next table of 4 young men. At that time, the girl proposed to ride a roller coaster without a friend.
So the girl goes alone. Zhongli remembered that the girl's name seemed to be Shan Shan.
Zhongli subconsciously swept to the top of Shan Shan's head.
Shan's life value at this point is displayed as 0. She's dead. Hey I'm sorry, this laptop belongs to my friend. Can you please give it back to me? Liang Chen asked Shan Shan, who picked up the book. Shan looked up,
her eyes dull and unfocused.
Good.
Shan Shan puts the book into Liang Chen's hand and turns away without expression.
Over there. She went that way. In the distance, a few of the roller coaster program staff, pointing in Shan's direction. He ran quickly. Little girl, next time don't wander off. The staff pulls Shan back. After the program, we have to check in and you can pick up a visitor's gift, Shan's expression stiffened and both eyes remained lifeless, but she tugged slightly at the corners of her mouth, her tone bitter. But, I'm going to find a friend. The 2 staff members, without being told to do so, took Shan's arms and just take her in the direction of the west gate of the park. It's okay, we can go meet our friends as soon as we collect our gifts. It'll be quick. The figures of a few people drifted away.
Zhongli was still stunned in place for a long time, because Zhongli saw that on Shan Shan's neck, there was a tiny bloodstain.
Roller coasters, a game of cut necks. Every single one of the Chinese hostages here is being abused and hurt by the Ghostface organization. So,
Zhongli made tens of thousands of people bet their lives in order to reach SS level clearance.
Is it really worth it? What if it fails? When that happens, everyone will die with her. The Ghostface organization is too large.
They had 10,000 chances to kill Zhongli, but Zhongli's path of escape was few and difficult. This was the second time Zhongli felt that things were out of control.
The first time, when she was in an insane asylum, was when she suspected that she was really mentally ill. The second time is now. Zhongli was silent, putting the 3D glasses back on. This time, there was a lot of negativity in the pop-up section as well though, but under the control of the Ministry of Intelligence, the overall positive and negative public opinion has been relatively stable. What's different this time, however, is that there's a lot more humble, begging talk. Zhongli, we all like you very much, but we also hope that you won't get bent out of shape and please think of the families of the tens of thousands of hostages. As long as one is human, one can never be infallible. So please think twice before you act. Give up the SS level pass obsession and our whole country will be grateful. Zhongli, once you fail, everyone will be buried with you. They will never come back. It's not too late to change the pass. I'm willing to kneel to Zhongli for the people of Jinlin. Please Jiangli choose the easier way to pass. I kowtow to you Zhongli. The pop-ups are varied and complex. The original abusive comments in the comments section have now been uniformly replaced by a desire to move on to Zhongli. Dawn of reason. After Zhongli had seen it once, he took off the 3D glasses and held them in his hand. She turned around, and with Liang Chen behind her, went inside the bushes and retrieved the school bag that Zhao Xiao threw down. A plastic pendant hangs from the book bag. The pendant was a gift from Liang Chen, with a cartoon portrait of the 2 sisters on it. Liang Chen hugged her school bag, her eyes red. Sis, let's go inside the Ferris wheel park and wait for a moment for Dayo. She'll be out in a while, I'm sure. Seeing that Liang Chen was in a hurry to enter the Ferris wheel park, he took the initiative to send the door and the sheep into the tiger's mouth. Zhongli pulled at her clothes. Don't rush first, Zhongli explained. There are still 5 minutes left. Wait until this round is over. Now when you go inside the Ferris wheel park, you will be taken back by the staff again. Liang Chen's nasal voice is a little heavy. When she heard Zhongli's reminder, she lowered her head and gave a soft When the game ended, Liang Chen and Zhongli entered the Ferris wheel park at the first time. Went to pick up Dayo in cabin 01. Dayo. Seeing that Dayo was not injured, Liang Chen looked surprised and leapt up. But at this time, Zhao Xiao, who was being held inside her eyes, had completely lost her luster. The way Dayo looked at Liang Chen was mechanical, like a soulless puppet on strings. She was clearly smiling at Liang Chen now. However, Liang Chen felt that this smile became creepier and creepier the more he looked at it. Zhongli was at the back, pulling Liang Chen's arm and yanking him back. Chen, De Yao Shi, is no longer there. Jiang Li shook her head at Liang Chen. Liang Chen's tears snapped to the ground. How can that be? You're lying. Dayo isn't fine. Liang Chen wiped away his tears and looked at the identical Dayo, curving the corners of his mouth and trying to force a smile. But the Dayo in front of him, the more he looked, the more wrong he became. She really doesn't seem to be the same as she used to be. She's not Dayo anymore, Chen. Jiang Li said bluntly. The moment Jiang Li saw that the life value of Dayo's head was 0, just know the end of Dayo already. But as she said these words, Jiang Li still felt the sinking feeling in her heart. Jiang Li and Liang Chen. He watched as Dayo was led by the staff in the direction of the west gate of the amusement park after passing the medical checkup of electronic devices under the Ferris wheel. Liang Chen hugged both his and Zhao Xiao's school bags and squatted on the ground, crying uncontrollably. If I had known that it was so dangerous, I wouldn't have let Dayo accompany me. How did a good trip turn into this? Woohoo! Liang Chen recalled Dayo's instructions, and after crying, he stood up again and, force yourself to pull yourself together. Liang Chen. Jiang Li's expression was extraordinarily serious. She inquired, if the whole country lets you die, and as soon as you die, then you can resurrect all the dead, will you die? Liang Chen collected his emotions and also replied seriously to Jiang Li, why should I die? It's God's business to save all mankind. Why do I have to be the girl? How is this saving everyone? This is a moral abduction from the whole country, isn't it? Behind them, the voices of several boys and girls came as well. Yeah, Jiang Li, have you been brainwashed by them? You're the chosen one. How do you want to get through? Up to you. A girl wearing 3D glasses said. The boy next to the girl, on the other hand, came directly in front of Jiang Li, took away the 3D glasses in Jiang Li's hand and threw them into the trash can next to him on the spot. The boy said, from now on, no moralizing, concentrate on getting through. That's what you should be doing. Another IT guy, wearing glasses, followed him up. Jiang Li, don't mind them. So many of us hostages are willing to bet our lives on you winning. Is it possible to be afraid of them?